Chapter 101 Aftermath. Raven's POV. As Meridia tries to bribe Sibyl into killing me, I find myself stuck in a bit of a bind. On the one hand, I don't believe for a second she would kill me for a creature that had already betrayed us. And on the other, I am barely keeping myself from laughing out loud at how petty Meridia turned out to be. Like a child who didn't get the toy she wanted and decided to throw a tantrum. And the entire time, that supernatural fury still courses through my soul, the very idea of a false deity making demands of me. For some reason, I cannot stand it. As a shaky Sibyl turns my way, I simply turn to her with a mocking smile and point at the Daedra, implying that only an idiot would listen to her little tantrum. It seems as if my companion agrees, and she too denounces the treacherous Daedra. And to think that Mephala has been more true to her word than the self-proclaimed Lady of Life. Maybe that was Mephala's goal all along, to make sure I remain in her clutches. As Meridia seethes in anger and curses us, her flames trying to snuff us out, I cannot help but feel satisfied, happy that I dared defy a god, the fury I felt at being looked down upon slowly turning into a victorious ecstasy. As Meridia's wrath reaches its boiling point, the Covenant of Akatosh snaps into action and I return to the safety of the mortal world. Sibyl seems dazed, so I take a moment to look over the system. Prompts I felt in the back of my head. Quest complete. A heavy black tome falls into my right hand, feeling like it was only half present in my arms. The Tome of Shadows. Volume 1. An ancient tome written by a renowned Aldmeri archmage, contains an entirely new sub-school of conjuration that deals with traversing the shadows and binding them to your service. This tome is but the first step. This could be very powerful, but what really catches my attention is the other prompt. Trait Awakened. The Wrath of Dagoth, the second part of your blasphemous divine inheritance, whenever a deity, creature of a higher power, or something of a similar nature that you consider to be false attempts to command you against your wishes, or is merely present and a known enemy, you will be assailed by supernatural wrath. On the flip side, you now have an easier time resisting their influences and seeing through their manipulations. Instead of revulsion at the idea that I might not be in full control at all times, I feel surprisingly satisfied with the notion of being able to defy those who would consider me their playthings. In fact, the notion is so pleasant to my mind that I slowly break out into a deranged cackle, the mix of pain and satisfaction I was feeling overwhelming my self-control for a moment. And it is exactly at this point that Sibyl collects herself and pointedly glares at me. I calm down and wipe the blood from my face. What? She taps her foot on the ground and glares at me. You just cost me a lot, young man. She tries to look angry, but there is no heat behind her words. I roll my eyes and start walking to the exit. You know damn well that she wasn't going to honor her end of the bargain. The moment you let her power in, she would have remade you in her image as a compliant little puppet. She huffs. I know, I still don't like it. I shrug. We don't need Meridia to help you out. We? She asks with a mix of amusement and genuine surprise. I turn to her with a mischievous smile. We already came this far, helping you will be my honest pleasure. Besides, I am feeling just a mite bit spiteful and want to show her that we don't even need her for anything. She swats my shoulder and sighs. It sounded so nice and romantic for a moment there, and you just had to ruin it. I puff out my chest proudly. I am true to my vices, and spiting annoying Daedra just became one of them. We step into the previous chamber and find all of those that followed us inside on their asses or on their backs. Ingvar Firebeard's eyes snap to me, and he asks, "Is it done? Has she been killed for good?" I nod and smile proudly. Potema Septim will never again walk these lands. A weak cheer spreads among those still conscious, barely half of them if my hearing is right. I look at Ingvar. Are there any wounded that need treatment? He looks at the ground and shakes his head. No, if you got wounded, you got dragged down. Those still alive never even got hit. I face the Thanes. You two doing all right? Bryling's face brightens, and she nods as excitedly as her exhausted self can. Many have fallen today, but such a worthy death is precisely what a warrior should strive for. Erica is not as enthusiastic, as he appears to be nursing what looks to be a string bruise on his finger, likely from drawing his crossbow. "Worthy death," he scoffs, "I would much rather live a worthy life." Instead of getting offended, Bryling gives him a cheerful smile. Why not both? He seems ready to get into an argument, but realizes just how tired he is and merely rolls his eyes. "Is everyone ready to leave this damned place?" I ask after we take a breather. Ingvar looks at all the fallen Draga and guardsmen. "We need to deal with the bodies." Before I can reply, Sibyl interjects in an "I am completely done with today" tone. "I have been trudging through caves and guts for the entirety of this accursed day, boy, and if I am not back at the tower taking a calming bath within the next hour, I might just decide to take it out on someone." Ingvar flinches, but much like his father stands defiant in the face of furious women. "And what do we do about our fallen comrades?" Erica of all people intercedes. "Just send some servants under armed guard tomorrow to deal with everything. I am sure that our comrades would prefer it if we didn't all die of exhaustion while dragging them up." Bryling seems conflicted, but is far too tired to disagree with Erica. Ingvar takes one final look at the fallen and nods grimly. "Very well, I will organize everything once we are back at the palace." He turns to us all and actually bows. "I would like to give my thanks to you all in place of my father and the High King. You have all done Solitude and Skyrim a great service today." "Ingvar," Sibyl starts impatiently, and he looks at her with worry. "Get moving now." The son proves to be less courageous than the father as he nods and quickly scurries back toward the surface, followed by a satisfied and smug Sibyl. I find myself sitting on a large armchair in my chambers atop the wizard's tower after a long, relaxing bath. My thoughts drift through all that has happened in this short day, and all the consequences that will no doubt follow. Now that I am no longer on a magical high with literal liters of potions bursting through my veins, I feel like I may have overreacted a tad. But the truth of the matter is, Meridia would never have stopped in her quest to enslave me. Destroying the main path of that plan was the objectively correct choice. Still, it was a damn good sword. To hell with her. I will make a better undead-destroying weapon on my own, with blackjack and hookers. My drifting thoughts are interrupted by a drowsy Sibyl entering my room, well as drowsy as a vampire can really be, I guess, and approaching me. Without a word, she plops down sideways on my lap, and after staring at me for a while, starts tracing her finger across the scar, now decorating the left of my face. "I see you chose to keep it," she says quietly. "Not many can say they bear a scar from Queen Potema Septim herself," I say with faux arrogance. "Besides, the ladies will love it." She rolls her eyes and leans her head forward. With a purr, she whispers, "Oh, trust me, we do." This sends a shiver across my spine, and she notices if her teasing smile is any indication. I smile wryly. "Sorry if you had any plans, but I am way too tired right now." She huffs in amusement. "I am not some lecherous cougar. Maybe I just wish to be held and comforted after a stressful day." I spread my arms. "Then by all means." Without replying, she leans onto me fully, and while shivering slightly, slowly drifts off into peaceful slumber. I guess that today shook her more than she had shown previously. Just as I am about to drift off as well, I hear someone dragging something up the stairs, and not long after, Davos pokes his head into the chamber while dragging the gagged and unconscious Altmer agent he captured. As he enters, his eyes land on Sibyl and myself, and he gives me a half-lidded stare. I simply shoo him away with my hands, and with a dead look in his eyes, he starts dragging the poor Altmer down into his own room. It always is a pleasure to annoy one's employees. With those happy thoughts, I drift off to dreamless slumber. Or so I hoped. I wake up in a replica of my room, with Sibyl nowhere to be found, and the iconic spiderwebs of my Daedric patron spreading everywhere. I sigh deeply and barely incline my head, instead of bowing this time. "Prince Mephala, how utterly wonderful to be blessed by your presence once again," I say in a completely dead tone. "I see that your stint with my bright colleague didn't go as expected." Mephala's voice reaches me from atop my bed, and I turn to see her lounging upon it without a care in the world. I narrow my eyes at her, or it went exactly as expected. She clutches her heart as if struck. "Raven, I would never do something as uncouth as attempting to betray you." "Uh-huh. I drawl out, "That sounds oh so credible coming from you, Miss Prince of Lies and Betrayal." She spreads her arms. "What can I say? I live to impress." "Why are you here?" I ask impatiently. "Tut tut, young man. Is that any way to talk to a lady?" Holding back an eye roll and in a tone more dead than Potema say, "Please, oh grand spider-woman of creepy webbiness, would you kindly enlighten me as to the reason of your blessed visit?" "We will have to workshop that one," she says after a moment and then gives me the brightest smile imaginable. "I am here to congratulate you, of course. The little drama with Meridia has been one of the most enjoyable things I have seen this Kalpa." "Uh-huh." I nod dumbly, and then realization strikes me this was her plan all along. "Well played, you witch, well played." I swiftly crush the feeling of anger starting to well up within my soul. No matter how I looked at it, I did end up needing the damned sword, and the wench knows it. She practically radiates amusement as she observes my shifting emotions, drinking in my reaction like a fine vintage. She raises a dainty finger after I finally compose myself. "I have come to offer you a reward." With a defeated sigh, I wave a tired hand as if to say, "Please do go on." Her smile doesn't leave her face. "Your little servant, Davos, was it? I will offer to him my blessing with the caveat of him remaining loyal to you. What do you think?" I give her a cautious stare. "I want that in writing," I say with air quotes. She pouts, "Too bad I didn't catch you while you were on your little power high, like dear Meridia did very well." My eye twitches, and I feel her offer in the back of my head. "The Daedric Prince Mephala offers to bless your follower Davos, under the caveat that he be loyal to you. This blessing shall persist as long as the blessing granted to Raven Dagoth does." "Reasonable," I nod and mentally affirm my acceptance. Mephala gets up and gives me one last smile. "While I would love to invite you along, I see you have your hands full this time. Do enjoy your evening." My vision swims, and I find myself looking into the eyes of a worried Sibyl. "What was going on just now?" she asks slowly. "I just know Mephala is trolling me right now." I sigh. "I was talking to my other extraplanar friend." Sibyl narrows her eyes. "And which one is that?" "Don't worry about it." "Raven," she gives me a firm stare. Sigh, "God damn it, Mephala." One long curated explanation later. "So you are telling me—" Sibyl stares at me with a mix of bewilderment and exasperation. "That this entire time you already had a Daedric patron and that she herself directed you to Meridia?" I nod. She sighs, "And let us not forget it is Mephala of all Daedra." I shrug. To be fair, Dunmer do look at her differently, and she does the same in return. Sibyl plops her head down onto my chest. "That doesn't make it any better." "Well, excuse me for taking all the help I can get." I huff. She raises her head again and stares into my eyes. "At least tell me you aren't bound to her." I smile and pat her head, making her swap my hand away and say, "Don't worry, we have a rather loose deal which I can back out of at any moment." "I can back out at any moment," she quotes me dryly. "You sound like a naive thieves' guildsman." She is right, and like any wise man, I chose to change the topic. "While this is comfortable, I think we should move to the bed. I don't want to wake up cramped." She lets out a childish whine, but then spreads her arms. "Carry me." "You are like a cat, I swear," I say with a chuckle and pick her up. Chapter 102. Conclusion. No. I awaken with the feeling of something pressing onto my face. "Really, woman?" With a grumble, I push Sibyl off, accidentally toppling her off the bed in the process. After a loud and surprised yelp, she slowly gets up, her hair covering her face, and extends her claws while glaring at me. "Give me one good reason not to gut you this instant, Raven. Why don't you remain still when someone decides to plant their foot on your face while you sleep?" I grumble while completely ignoring the razor-sharp claws that were uncomfortably close to my eyes. She retracts her claws and moves her hair behind her ears, then gives me an amused look. Many would kill to have my foot on their face. I actually flinch in disgust at this. "I already told you, woman, I am no degenerate." She chuckles, "So saith the Mephala worshipper." I am not her. Sigh. "You know what, I don't feel like explaining the intricacies of my demonic contracts at the moment. Let's just grab breakfast and get ready to welcome the returning heroes." So defensive, Raven. Dear gods, you are such a pain. I grumble while summoning my robes, and when I do so, I notice that my mask has been permanently broken. Dear God, if that staff actually hit me. Happy thoughts. A good pain, I hope. Sibyl interrupts my little panic attack. I snort lightly, right, and wave in her room's general direction. You should go get dressed. I have something to talk about with my employee. Very well. She passes by me and gives me a peck on the cheek. See you later, and leaves my room while swaying her hips. With a stupid smile on my face, I down a flavored stamina potion, read magical energy drink, and head to see Davos. I arrive at the servants' quarters and knock a couple of times. Not long after, a disheveled Davos, with dark circles under his eyes, opens the door and looks at me with great unease. With a raised eyebrow, I ask, I presume your current state is due to a certain spider lady visiting you last night. He grabs my shoulders and tries to shake me, but just ends up shaking himself with how tired he is. Do you have any damned idea how terrified I was? He hisses with a pronounced stutter. I pat his shoulder and he flinches. Come now, Davos, we have already dealt with so many horrors. What is an annoying spider lady going to do to you? He keeps trying to shake me, much to my amusement. Annoying spider lady? Are you fucking insane? His eyes turn a bit bloodshot. Do you not fear the gods, you complete madman? I raise a finger in front of my mouth. Indoors voice, please. He grunts in annoyance. Of course you would not care one bit. Why should I be surprised? I gently grab him by the shoulders. I knew she would not do anything to you. After all, she did visit you at my indirect behest. You made her come to me? I think he is starting to foam at the mouth a bit at this point. I tap my foot while staring down the shivering Dunmer. While this drama is amusing, I do need to know what your answer was. His shoulders slump. Of course I accepted. She didn't even want me to bind myself to her. As if I even needed that much. Joining a great house, no matter how defunct, is already enough. Both my eyebrows rise at his comment. Why would you be ready to sacrifice so much just to join a house? He seems to think I am joking, but when he realizes I am not, he palms his face. You really are somehow the most knowledgeable mer I know yet, the most clueless at the same time. Joining a great house is the only way for a filthy peasant like myself to move up in the world. He smiles wryly. Not all of us can woo the local Nords like you can, my lord. I chuckle, already getting started with the my lords, eh? There is no need for that, just call me boss like you used to. He sighs in relief. Good, calling you that would have grated on my mind. I snort lightly. Well then, I guess I don't need any ceremony for you. I spread my arms dramatically. Welcome to the 6th house retainer. He chuckles but still bows. I swear to serve with honor, my lord. Neat. I drawl. Now what exactly did Ol Mephi bless you with? Davos's eye twitches at my casual disrespect of his new patron deity. But knowing my relationship with her, he keeps his opinions to himself and explains, I can now walk on all surfaces and jump farther, all while being a lot quieter. She did say my blessing will grow with your own. Did she give me a personal Spider-Man? Almost makes me forgive her for her manipulations, which is probably also a manipulation of its own, now that I think about it. That will be very useful. I nod, but I do have one question. What is it? He asks with some caution. If you were so eager to join a house, you do realize you could have just asked me to proclaim you my retainer at any point after Rorikstead, right? He stares at me for a long, heavy moment, and with a defeated mutter of, fuck you, Raven, falls unconscious out of sheer frustration. He really is fun. I hear Mephalah's voice in the back of my head. I snort. I know, right? Just when the cruel midday sun was about to cover the city, I found myself standing atop the Solitude Gatehouse's crenulations, once again partaking of street mystery meat and enjoying every second of it. Sibyl was busy doing her best to avoid the sun that was quite bright today for some reason. Maybe Auriel blessed our victory. Or that is what I would say if I was at all religious. It was probably just coincidence. While I was busy with my inane thoughts, time seemed to pass quickly, and soon I saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance. The army was here. General Pov. As the tired legionaries trudged their way back to Solitude, their leaders were stuck in a state of constant worry. They were close to the city now, and at any moment they could find it completely overrun with undead. But instead of a burning city and the cries of the dying, they were greeted with the sight of a peaceful solitude, with everyone going about their business as always. Some even voiced their happiness at seeing the sprawl still standing. If the undead ever managed to get their claws on that place, before they could relax, Rika got their attention. It could be just another trick, or maybe Potema hasn't yet left the catacombs, we should not relax yet. Any further paranoia of hers was interrupted by a completely healed Savos laughing loudly while looking at something on the gatehouse. Everyone squinted their eyes and immediately deadpanned at the sight of Raven swinging his legs off the walls like a child and waving at them without a care in the world. Raven's POV. We descended down to the gates as they were being rapidly opened to let in the beleaguered soldiers. There was an air of excitement that was slowly spreading through the city, and some of the local Nords were already starting to bring out the drinks, even though no announcement was made yet. The first arrivals passed the gates not long after that, and before we could even give our greetings, a very tired and barely conscious Torig grabbed me by the shoulders and forcefully asked, "Has she been dealt with?" I slowly nod. If she wasn't, would I be standing here? He lets out a long, tired sigh. Good, that is good. And promptly falls asleep while standing. I turn an amused eyebrow to Bolgir, who grabbed him before he could fall, and the tall Nord reacts like he always does, with a bemused chuckle. With a shake of my head, I make my way to the wounded legionaries to see if anyone is in need of help. As I close in on the carriage that was carrying them, I notice Savos hunched over a man whose leg was cut off and slowly regrowing it while keeping the man calm with illusion magic at the same time. Without turning around, the Archmage says, "I note a distinct lack of sword on your hip, Raven." I sigh. It is a bit of a long story. He snorts, and with that centurial understatement, do come and help me while you regale me with your exploits. One very long story, and one very weirded-out legionary later. We leave the now fully healed soldier behind. As we walk, Savos wipes his hands on his robes, which clean themselves near instantly, and turns to me with a mix of amusement and ridicule. "So you are telling me you actually spat at one of the Daedric princes?" I do a fake cough to hide my embarrassment. It was not one of my brightest moments, I know. Not one of his brightest, he says. Savos shakes his head. You do realize that she will actually attack you now, right? I wave him off. Her influence in the north of Tamriel is minimal. The only place I would be in any real danger would be Somerset, and I am not going to that place without an army at my back. He seems satisfied with this, as long as you are aware. Then his frown turns upside down as he smiles. I am very impressed with Sibyl, though. When she was younger, she would have jumped at the opportunity to betray someone for power. Oh, is that how she became a vampire then? My curiosity gets the better of me as I ask. He gives me an amused look. That is not my story to tell. And after an unnecessarily long beat of silence, he quickly nods. But yeah, that is totally how she became a vampire, and giggles like a mischievous child. I stare at him blankly. Thank the gods you don't have any descendants. I don't think this world could deal with more of you. He actually stumbles at this, but quickly pretends like nothing happened. Right. I just remembered I have some business to take care of. He gives me a quick wave. Later, kid, and disappears with a pop. Well, that was weird. General Pov. The 8 of Evening Star, 197. Of the 4th era was a day of great celebration for the people of Solitude. After the king woke up from his exhausted nap, he announced to everyone that would hear the great deeds of his subjects, and a great feast and hunt were planned to honor those who died and those who returned victorious. The talented young bard Marco was at the same time excited and disappointed upon hearing the news. Disappointed that he was not allowed to partake in the glory, but excited at the inspiration he got for the song he planned on writing about the heroic deeds of his king and those of his teacher. He rushed to the wizard's tower in hopes of presenting the first draft to his teacher, and soon found the young Dunmer sitting in his armchair, drinking something very strong and staring into the distant setting sun. Marco approached him and knocked on the open doorway to get his attention. Raven turned and asked in a dead, tired tone, "And what do you want, brat? Are you—" Marco started carefully. "Are you doing all right there, teacher?" Raven grunted in annoyance. "No." "What bothers you, if I may ask?" His teacher once more stared into the distance. "I have come to a startling and terrifying realization." Marco felt a bit of fear in the back of his mind as he dared to ask, "And what did you realize?" Raven's demeanor shifted from a tired one to one of panic and rage. "Today is my birthday, making me 18 years old. I am an old fart now, Marco. It is all over." Marco stared at him for a long moment, slowly palmed his face, turned around and left the tower. And so it came to be that the song about the king and his loyal court wizard became the song about the king alone. T. Chapter 103, War Crown of Kogaroon. The life of the newest court mage of Solitude turned to a pleasant, hectic rush after the great battle against the undead hordes had been won. The grand celebration and royal hunt were altogether enjoyable experiences, but Raven only participated for as long as was politely required, seeing as he was the one to shank Potema himself. People were rather interested in bothering him, all the while Sibyl looked at him with mock pity. At least he managed to get himself some extra privileges by getting honored by the High King himself, and now could no longer be bothered by just anyone. The first chance he got an excuse to escape the gatherings, he did so. The gains he got from the battles needed to be capitalized on, and spending days listening to Nords declaring their glory to the heavens was not something he felt was a worthwhile endeavor when compared to a new sub-school of magic he got his hands on. Speaking of the new magic, the Tome of Shadows made for some very interesting reading, when one managed to get through all the metaphorical and metaphysical jargon of the ancient Aldmer that wrote it. The tome spoke of controlling both actual shadows and shadows in the sense of memories left behind from deeds or persons, by binding them to the caster through the medium of spells and rituals. The tome naturally contained the more basic combat spells one could find in any elemental school, things like throwing spears made of shadows and strangling someone with their own shadow. But Raven found them to be unnecessary wastes of his time, as he could already do similar things far more efficiently with his other spells. What did catch his attention were three specific things: a spell to traverse the shadows in an instant, a spell to shroud one's self in shadows, and a ritual to raise a servant composed of someone's remnant shadows, or more accurately raise the world's memory of someone in the form of a shade. The spells he learned rather quickly, as it did appear he was blessed with some affinity for the element. The Shadow Step was an excellent early short-range teleportation spell, as it didn't require him to feel the space he was traveling to, but merely perceive the target shadow itself. The Umbral Shroud was rather simplistic in its application. One simply had to drag shadows over themselves while in dark places and would become almost invisible both to magical and mundane senses. And then there was the Shadowbinder ritual, a surprisingly clean act, requiring no real sacrifices besides some soul gems and enchanted items. It allowed for eternal regenerating guardians to be bound to the caster and them alone, never to be taken from their control even in death. The issue with the ritual was that it required a ridiculous upkeep in magicka for any but the weakest shades, and the power of the risen shadow heavily depended on the one being raised. Raven was forced to postpone gathering his new goon squad when he realized just how expensive they were, his excitement slowly turning into frustration. He was just about to rage in disappointment when he got a brilliant idea. He had just captured the soul of a rather powerful necromancer the other day, one that was said to be able to upkeep entire armies. It seemed that the time had come to create something beautiful, Raven's POV. A month after my little scuffle with the dead septim, my work was finally close to completion. When I asked Torrig to give me a couple of weeks off to spend on the research, he seemed skeptical at having me absent for so long. But the moment he took one good look into my manic eyes, he wisely chose to reward my services and let me do my thing. I had to make several trips to Winterhold and consult my enchantment teacher on multiple occasions while planning my masterpiece. The patient old Imperial was both amazed and doubtful when I presented him with my idea, but he was certain of one thing: if I managed to complete it, he would no longer be the only master enchanter in the college. Naturally, he also wasted no time verbally lashing me into an apologetic mess when he learned just what I was planning to use to power the whole thing. During my stay in the library, I also made sure to read up on some more illusion magic. The fear spell was extremely handy, so making that more powerful was a must. So there I was in my chambers atop the wizard's tower of the Blue Palace. Every inch of the room was carved with runes of both draconic and arcane origin, turning the entire thing into a massive enchanting table. I had thrown anything I didn't need out, making a complete mess of the entire tower, earning me some very dissatisfied grumbling from my colleague. Thankfully, the promise of an evening outing to the city after I finished my work saved me from an early grave. I placed the item I was about to create in the center of the containment ward and took out the bound skull of Potema. After one last look into what I felt was the still raging soul of the queen, I crushed it without any hesitation, and the immense power it contained exploded all around me. Thankfully, my preparations seemed to work as the entirety of the soul. Energy was imprisoned within my room, and I got to work. Usually, when I enchant objects, I have an easy time guiding the power, as the soul lacks a consciousness. This time, however, I was forced to battle with the will of Potema and shred the remnants of her mind with my own, while forcing it down into the artifact. Potion after potion, I was forced to down in singular gulps as I battled the tortured will of the ancient queen. But after what felt like days of mental struggle, the enchantment finally felt close to completion. It was at this moment that she chose to strike. Suddenly, and without warning, I felt something heavy pressing onto my mind. Words in Dovazul attempting to command me to obey and almost forcing me down onto my knees. I felt my mind slowly starting to lose its coherence in front of the powerful soul that was trying to possess me, but at that moment I felt something familiar. The burning rage I felt when I first spoke to Potema, the disdain for anyone that might try and enforce their will on me. With a smirk and a mental roar of will, I pushed the attempts of the dead queen back, and with one final scream of anguish from her royal bitchness, I felt the enchantment click and a new tether attach itself to my soul. My eyes were unfocused, but my spite kept me up just long enough to mutter, "Know your fucking place, trash," before I lost consciousness. Sibyl's POV. The moment the roaring energies died down, I rushed into Raven's room to find him face down on the ground, but still breathing, the item he was keeping me from even glimpsing nowhere in sight. With an annoyed grumble, I pick him up and head to my room, passing next to a rather worried-looking Davos, who after seeing me merely sighs and takes a swig of whatever swill he had with him at the moment. As I lay him down on my bed, I stare at my lover. I am not sure now that I think about it. I will leave those thoughts for later me to deal with like a reasonable adult. Shoving my childish thoughts to the back of my head, I take a long look at Raven. He seems to be all right, if highly exhausted. I should leave him to rest, but I am too curious as to what he made, so a stamina potion it is. I quickly feed him one, and he jerks up, and with a twitch of his finger teleports to a corner of my room. His gaze shifts all over the place at a frantic pace, making me actually worried that he did end up getting possessed. Maybe I should call Savos after all. Raven's twitchiness finally dies down, and he sighs deeply. That was terrifying. I scoff, "Well, you are the one that wanted to fiddle with a soul of that power. You deserve all the fear and more." He rolls his eyes. "Well, excuse me, mother. I was a tad excited at the prospect of a new toy, and forgot such unimportant things like caution and self-preservation." "Oh, you will call me that and more when I am done with you." Wait, where in oblivion did that come from? Hiding my slight blush that he thankfully didn't notice, with a fake cough I ask, "Were you at least successful?" He nods excitedly and rushes to my mirror, spreading his arms dramatically. He sends a tiny wave of magicka inwardly and is immediately clad in his imposing combat robes, now with the addition of an ebony crown Toj mask hybrid that sends a wave of terror everywhere the moment it appears. For some reason, upon seeing the spiked crown hiding his face, the words "Witch King" were the first that came to mind. Raven's POV. The feeling of sheer power and control that my new artifact exudes feels almost as addictive as holding Dawnbreaker, but this time, instead of it belonging to a literal light demon, It belongs solely to myself, so instead of fearing the power or attempting to shield myself from it, I choose to revel in it. My little power trip is interrupted by Sibyl loudly clearing her throat. I take a deep breath and look at her, noticing just the tiniest flinch when our eyes meet. So what do you think? My voice comes out far deeper and more ominous than usual. She takes a long look at me and sighs tiredly. Have I ever told you you are a complete monster? I raise a finger and say with false arrogance, I believe the word you are looking for is master. She blinks. There is no way you became that good that quickly. I merely continue staring without elaboration. She sighs while palming her forehead. Of course there is. A light cackle leaves my throat. You should be happy, you know. I might even give you a discount. Sibyl gives me a blank stare. Say that without your new toy making you sound like a Daedra about to eat me alive, and I might just believe you. Her demeanor then shifts into a far more pleasant one. Now go and get ready. I don't care how tired you are. I was promised drinks. I mock bow. Of course, madam, and turn to leave. I rush past my empty room and quickly heat up a bath with my pyromancy. While I am relaxing, I finally get to check my progress for the past month. Mind 25 to 30. Battling Potema's soul was definitely beneficial. Still, I rate 0-10 would not do that again. Mag 350 to 360. Conjuration Adept, Psumbromancy, Walk, Shroud, Bind. Illusion Apprentice. Adept, Fear Aura, Amplified Voice, Calm, Ash, Mass Calm. Enchantment Expert, Heart Master. All skills combined into enchanting mastery, increasing both the speed and strength of your enchanting. Rushing through this information with a satisfied nod, I finally get to the real reason I was even looking at the system. War Crown of Kogaruan, a crown fit for a lord among sorcerers, infused with the soul of an ancient necromancer. Queen of divine blood, this crown is one that even Daedra would covet. Royal Guard satisfies the magic and needs of up to 5 powerful bound creatures on its own. Draconic Aspect. The tiny strand of Akatosh's power empowers the wearer's voice, while at the same time allowing for greater Thuum to be used without risk. Draconic Defenses. Resist all damage, 10%. Dread Aura. All shall bow. I try, I really do. But not even 2 seconds after reading the description, I break out into a maddened cackle. Chapter 104. Riots. So, Raven, I find myself sitting across a curious Sibyl in the most high-end inn-dock restaurant in the province. We arrived here some hours ago and spent most of our time gossiping about the rest of the court while eating, with a tiny bit of flirting in between, of course. What do you actually do besides being an unnaturally talented mage and earning ridiculous amounts of money? An eyebrow raises. You mean for fun? I ask as I sip on some incredibly overpriced alto wine. She nods expectantly. I stare into the night sky and shrug wistfully. Honestly, I haven't really done anything for the sake of fun alone in quite a while. I guess that learning and fighting counts as fun enough for me. For example, my recent project was an absolute treat to make. Then I turn to her with a wink. Though I will admit, you are not so boring either. She huffs playfully, oh my poor maidenly heart, and looks at me with a bit of confusion. Is that why you chase power with such doggedness then? Because it is fun to you? I hum in thought for a moment before shaking my head, while it would be as good a reason as any, that is not it. What is it then? Her red eyes sparkle with curiosity. I smirk and point back at her. You first, why do you do all that you do? Her eye twitches, but she decides to humor me. After some thought she shrugs. I guess I prefer being high above the rest, and my current work keeps me securely in that position. Really? I raise an eyebrow. No overarching goal? You just like being above the plebs? She nods enthusiastically, but then frowns. You almost sound disappointed. I scratch my chin thoughtfully, not necessarily disappointed. It's just that you have the gift of agelessness already and are simply contented to do the same thing for a very long time. Honestly, it sounds boring. She huffs. Oh, please, no matter the power I gained from my condition, you should already know that even if ageless, those of my kind always end up dead, one way or another. I give her a, and your point? Look, so do the usual mortals, yet there are still dreamers and explorers among them. Sibyl's eye twitches in annoyance for a moment, but she catches herself and gives me a forced smile, and I understand that. Unfortunately, my situation doesn't allow for dreaming and exploring. Realization strikes me, and I smile apologetically. Right, please forget I said any of that. She raises her nose. You will be excused, young man, but only if you regale me with your own goals. I chuckle, as the lady wishes. And then, while gazing at the stars, I say with barely contained wonder in my voice, I wish to become so powerful that I may see everything and explore everything. And when I am finally done with Mundus, I wish to travel beyond. She looks at me, dumbfounded. You want to explore Oblivion? Are you insane? I am confused for a moment, but then break out in laughter. Seeing Sibyl just about ready to throw her glass at my head, I raise my hands placatingly. Sorry, it's just that. My gaze becomes one of mockery and bravado. Did you really think I would limit myself to merely Oblivion? The gears in her head start turning at inhumane speeds, yet she still decides to err on the side of caution. And what exactly do you mean by that? I smirk. Wouldn't you like to know? I can practically taste her annoyance in the air as she barely contains a scream of frustration. Gods damn you, Raven, you cannot just say something like that and decide not to elaborate. She hisses out in an attempt not to draw attention from the other patrons. My smirk widens. No. She lets out a frustrated sigh and gives me a dry look. What do you want? At this point my mouth is threatening to split my face. I am not sure what you mean, Sibyl. If we weren't in a public setting, she would no doubt be kicking my ass right now, but she is instead forced to patiently force the words out. What do you want me to give you to elaborate on what you were about to say? I pretend to think really hard about it, raising the tension way out of proportion, before dramatically raising my index finger and saying, You must pay for our next dinner. I think she might have preferred I ask for her kidney if her look is anything to go by. If she were capable of ocular pyromancy, I would have long been Ash. Sibyl slowly palms her face and groans, Dear gods, you are such a child. A child you wasted no time in seducing, madam. I smirk. Sibyl takes a deep, long breath, slowly breathes out, and smirks back with a victorious gleam in her eyes. You do realize you could have just asked me, right? I let out a derisive chuckle. Oh, you poor sweet summer child. That would not have been as fun now, would it? Ah, and she is back to barely holding herself from decapitating me. I really should stop doing this to people. I am starting to resemble Savos. In an attempt to save my skin from being detached from my body, I once again raise my hands placatingly. You still want to hear what I was going to say, don't you? She takes another deep breath. Speak. With a chuckle, I ask, You didn't think that Mundus was the only world in existence, did you? Her annoyance is replaced with a mix of surprise and doubt as stares at me for a long while before speaking. There have been many theories about other worlds written by scholars far greater than any that live today. How can you be so sure that there really is something beyond Aetherius? I simply smirk that I cannot tell you yet, or possibly ever, but just know that there is far more to existence than this singular rock we find ourselves on. She narrows her eyes. Say I believe you, why would you even tell me about this? Such secrets are rather dangerous. I shrug and with an innocent smile say, Well, that is because you asked. And if I asked with bad intentions, she drawls. I roll my eyes. You defied a Daedra to help me. I trust you. For a moment she looks ready to make another chiding comment, but then my words sink in, and she quickly hides the tiniest blush with her wineglass. The pleasantly awkward atmosphere is broken when we hear a commotion coming from the ground floor of the establishment. As a person I recognize as one of the palace guardsmen who accompanied us in the catacombs starts questioning the owner where we are. The owner first subtly sends a look my way, and I nod. The man just earned himself a fat bonus for his discretion. Soon the guardsman is standing in front of our table and seems ready to say something in a panic, but my raised hand stops him. Deep breaths, Ulf. No need to alert the whole city. He nods quickly and takes the cup of water I offer him before giving the both of us a serious look and speaking in a quiet yet urgent tone. Riots have broken out in the sprawl. The guard has managed to contain them, But the king worries that this is merely the prelude. A meeting of his inner council has been called, and the two of you are required. Sharing an annoyed grumble, Sibyl and I get up. She seems far more annoyed than myself, so in an attempt to comfort her, I pat her shoulder and whisper, "We will continue where we left off another day." Instead of calming down, she sends me a glare and whispers back in a dangerous purr that sends a shiver of excitement down my spine. "Oh no, we are continuing this later." Ha! I am in danger. As we enter the balcony overlooking the city, I note that even from here, one could see a part of the slums having caught fire. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be spreading, but if this was the sign of things to come, it wasn't looking pretty. The second thing I note is that only the two stewards and the king are present. Falk seems to notice and explains before I even ask. The Thanes were tasked with leading the guardsmen in dealing with the situation. I nod slowly. It is a shame that such bright minds won't be able to present their agenda, cuff wisdom, in this unfortunate situation. Both the king and steward snort, while Sibyl laughs openly. I keep telling you, Torrig, those two are completely useless for running a city, much less a state. The king nods tiredly. I am afraid I agree with you on this, but we are not here to discuss the Thanes of this fair city. I hold back an amused smirk. Quite, we are here to discuss what is to be done with the literal cancer growing out of this fair city. What in oblivion is a cancer? I hear Ingvar mutter. Not the point. Torrig gives me a pointed look. Ever the straight man, Falk speaks up plainly. The situation we find ourselves in is a dire one. If the rioting spreads too far, we will be forced to establish order with military law. He frowns deeply, and we all know where that will leave us. Bowing before Stormcloak, I say needlessly, much to everyone's dissatisfaction. Torrig growls, I am not killing thousands of my own people. Falk sits back down and sighs, I am afraid that I don't see another way. He turns his hopeful eyes to us. Do you two have any suggestions? I raise an eyebrow at Sibyl, and she hums in thought. We could theoretically set up a mass calm ward around the entire sprawl. That would allow us to get in and secure the place without any bloodshed, wouldn't it? I shake my head. Theoretically, yes, but at that point it would be cheaper to just toss bread at them via catapults. Not to mention making the guards immune enough to the ward so that they can actually do their jobs. She shrugs without a care, clearly indicating how invested she is in the situation. You are the master enchanter, Raven. I wave her off. No, using any kind of blunt force, magical or otherwise, in this situation is pure foolishness. We must be subtle if we want to deal with this efficiently. Torrig gives me a puzzled look and urges me to continue. I nod. I recommend that we infiltrate the more pliant gangs and organizations and offer their leaders the chance to keep their positions with the Crown's blessing if they assist us with pacifying the slum. The High King frowns. You suggest we pardon? Nay, reward slavers and skooma dealers? I shake my head. Of course not. I suggest we take the opportunity to put them all to the sword while rewarding those that helped organize their people enough to survive the unfortunate situation they found themselves in. Falk stares at the ground and lets out a long breath. I agree that this is the best solution, no matter how distasteful. His son merely nods along, clearly realizing he is way out of his depth here. Torrig's frown deepens. I would first hear who you had in mind. But if it means peace for my people, I am fully prepared to offer the thanehood of the sprawl to one of them. I raise a hand indicating for him to slow down. We first need to actually gather information. Do you have skilled agents for the job? He shakes his head. No, most of our information we get from the bards, and their own information is likely outdated. I sigh. I also got some news from them, but nothing too useful, merely a couple of names. After saying this, a thought occurs to me. Though I can offer the services of my retainer for information gathering. Torrig gives me a conspiratorial look. I might not be too learned in the traditions of Morrowind, but retainer usually implies something else. I groan. Are we really doing this right now? The king chuckles mirthlessly. We did put it off for an entire month. The current situation doesn't allow me all that much blind trust, unfortunately, especially with your presumably dubious origins. Sibylla coos at me from her seat. "Oh, come now, my lord, no one is going to hate you for your grandpa's temper tantrum." The look I give her promises pain, but just serves to amuse her further. I let out a long sigh. "All right, I don't mind sharing it with all of you, since I consider you to be honorable, at least so far." I give a pointed look at all the Nords. "But let it be known that if you betray my trust, I too shall throw a rather sizable temper tantrum of the magical variety." Torig snorts while waving off a fuming Falk. "We are adequately threatened, I assure you." I chuckle and then mock bow. "Very well then, Lord Dagoth Ravine, at your service." The king seems stunned for a moment and mutters, "Now that I did not expect." The Firebeards are both frowning in slight confusion. But after a moment, there is a hint of recognition in Falk's eyes, and he looks at me with a mix of fear and confusion. Torig is silent for a while and then lets out a tired laugh. "So I have been having the child of the devil of Morrowind whispering in my ear for months now." I raise a finger, "Grandchild." He waves me off, "Not the point," and then stares at me for a bit. "Still, you don't appear to be some evil creature from the Red Mountain, so I see no reason to distrust you." I shrug. "You need me, I don't strictly need you." He seems to age a bit as he nods his agreement. "That is fair. Now what was that about a retainer?" Chapter 105, Plans. I clap my hands dramatically only for nothing to happen. My eye twitches and I clap more forcefully and hear a chuckle from the nearby wall. "Coming, boss. No need to get your robes in a twist." Davos literally walks vertically up the walls of the balcony and sits his ass down without a care about the now extremely confused Nords staring at him in bewilderment. "Fucker wants to pay me back for my previous trolling, eh? Hehehe, too bad you are playing against the master. Allow me to reintroduce to all of you Davos, formerly of Windhelm, now of House Dagoth." Falk stares at him with narrowed eyes. "And you are certain that this Davos can infiltrate the sprawl and get into contact with our target?" he asks with great doubt in his voice. Before I can answer, Davos shrugs. "I did literally just slink my way into one of the most guarded places in Skyrim." Firebeard raises a finger, holds it up for a moment, and then lowers it to his chin, realizing he was right. Torig speaks up. "We cannot waste time to confirm his skills in any case, and I doubt Raven would lie about his capabilities." After receiving nods of agreement from his stewards, he goes on, "We must first choose our target. Just sending someone in would bring no results for weeks we do not have." I nod. "That is true. I am going to presume we all got our information from the same source, but will reiterate just in case. There are 3 major organizations within the sprawl, followed by countless minor ones usually paying homage to the big 3. Falk hums in agreement and brings out a stack of parchment. Indeed, the first is the so-called Massif Trading Company, headed by a Louis le Massif, a fat Breton said to deal in all things immoral and lucrative. His son frowns. "How immoral are we talking?" With a false smile, I say, "Skooma, forced prostitution, slavery, and even some Daedric degeneracy, if rumors are to be believed." Sibyl sends me an amused look the moment I mention the degeneracy part, but I shrug it off, which just seems to encourage her further. "Damn it." Torig immediately shakes his head. If even one of these is true, his head will fly. I scratch my growing stubble. He is also believed to be somehow related to the Wayrest nobility, so allying with him could potentially bring outside benefits. Before anyone can judge what I said, I continue. "Naturally, I prefer we draw and quarter his fat ass, but I feel obligated to voice the options." The king sends me a look of disgust, mixed with a tinge of understanding, before firmly saying, "He dies." "Understandable." I nod. Falk clears his throat. "Next up is the so-called Freemen, a bunch of lowlives pretending to be the local thieves guild, but are in truth just the local thugs. They are for the most part passably moral in the sense that they don't cross any unforgivable lines, but the area they govern is a chaotic mess where only the resourceful or strong have any say." "The leader?" Torug inquires. Falk shakes his head. "They are a loose union of gangs that agreed not to bother each other." "Big no on this one," I say immediately. The king turns to me. "Why?" I stare off into the still lightly burning edge of the sprawl. They have no central ruling figure. Organizing them into any kind of cohesive force would be an exercise in futility, and we would just end up arming exactly the kind of people that stop the sprawl from being pacified. Quite frankly, I would prefer the fat Breton over them. Fulk nods reluctantly. I am inclined to agree with Lord Dagoth. I chuckle. Just Raven will still do Fulk. There is no sudden need for formalities. He sends me a reserved smile and nods. Torrig seems to be growing more and more anxious as he slowly asks, "And the final group?" Fulk once again brings out a stack of papers and reads them quickly. The final group are the so-called Sprawl Tyrants, a militaristic group made up of Great War veterans and their families. They call themselves the Brotherhood of Sun and are led by the one known as the Silent Brother. His growing excitement is soon replaced by barely contained disdain as he reads on. They force others into working in the small mines they manage to discover within the scattered rock formations near the swamp. This also includes older children. Before Torrig can go ballistic, I ask, and do they take good care of their interns? Fulk hesitantly nods. Then they are our most likely candidate, I say, and everyone shifts their gaze at me with mixed emotions. I continue staring at the sprawl while giving my explanation. Sun is said to be he who tests the worthy in Sovngarde. Is he not? So they are openly saying that they see this unfortunate situation as a test of their worthiness. Even if they are cruel, I doubt they would dare dishonor the name they chose. Torrig hums in agreement. That is true, but that alone cannot be your only reason for advocating them. You are right, of course. The primary reason I would choose them is that they are a group of war veterans, meaning they would easily understand the need for law and order. I turn back to the rest. Also adding to that is the fact that they have a leader who is presumably a Nord veteran whom you could easily justify giving a thanehood to if he decided to help you. And as a final bit of spice in that already delicious-looking stew, they could be excellent recruits for the coming war, meaning good-paying jobs for the residents and a way out of their constant poverty. Ingvar frowns. What do you mean, coming war? Fulk sighs. Ulfric, boy. Oh. Torrig is silent for some time, now also staring down from the balcony. He quietly asks, and I am to just reward the men and women who force children to work, as you say? I sigh. Personally, I would butcher them in any other situation, but in this kind of scenario, they would be justified if they actually kept the kids alive and fed. The situation down there is a terrible one, and no solution we have on hand will be perfect. Torrig returns to his silence, and we all spend a tense minute waiting for him to come to a decision. He sighs tiredly. After your explanation, I would be a fool not to listen. Very well. The Brotherhood of Sun will be offered royal pardon and patronage in return for their help. He turns to Davos. Is there anything you need from us? I choose this moment to interrupt and hand Davos a scroll that would send out a signal once activated. Once you arrive, and if they are not completely useless, activate this, and I will come to negotiate with them. He nods and turns to Torrig. Some kind of identification would be useful, to prove I am who I say I am. Very well. Torrig nods and signals Fulk to give him a sealed scroll. Go with our blessing. Before Davos can slink away, I say, you are permitted to recruit agents from the locals and promise rewards to them in my name. Just make sure they aren't a waste of space. He almost stumbles at my whimsical de facto promotion, but quickly gathers himself, bows and leaves the same way he came in. Before we all go about our business, I say after Davos leaves, what is the situation with the Reachmen? Fulk once again starts shifting through his stack of parchment and pulls out a scout report. They have retreated into their western mountain caves to spend the winter. Their lack of proper resistance to the harsh cold, combined with their abject poverty, makes them incapable of attacking with anything larger than skirmish groups. I nod slowly. So they will not be a problem for some months at least. Yes, we have approximately 3 months before the conditions allow them to make any big moves. Fulk explains. Torrig sighs. If it isn't one thing, then it is another. Fulk grunts in agreement. Yes, even when we deal with the Forsworn, Ulfric remains a thorn in our side. Let us not forget the Thalmor, I say gravely. They could easily be the ones behind most of our current predicaments. Before anyone can respond, a thought occurs to me. Speaking of, I pull out a rolled-up scroll and hand it to a confused Torig. He reads through it and scowls before looking at me with a mix of gratitude and annoyance. "And you could not have given me this earlier." I shrug. "Davos just finished breaking the little shit, and besides you could have done nothing about it even if I gave it to you earlier." Falk looks at Torig cautiously. "What is it?" The king merely gives him the scroll, and a couple of moments later he joins his liege in scowling at me. "This is why I hate mages." I hear him mutter. "Hey, I resent that," Sibyl half yells. As ballsy as always, Falk merely stares at her and smiles lightly. "Did I stutter, Stentor?" She huffs but doesn't seem offended. Falk turns back to me. "The agent revealed his superiors talked about some kind of operation in the west. Do you think it could have something to do with the Reachmen?" I hum and nod. Quite frankly, I would be surprised if they weren't somehow involved in it. The Reachmen were always more interested in Markarth than Solitude. Forcing them north must have come with some hefty support, likely in the form of expensive gifts to the cabal of hagravens that lead them. Torig cuts in, with his scowl deepening further. "And you think they might have something to do with the current situation as well?" "Less likely," I state. "They made an attempt only recently, and it is not in their nature to rush things." The king nods slowly and sighs. "By Talos, I cannot wait for the day when I get to butcher that elven bitch Elenwen." "You sure you should be saying that out loud?" I smirk. He rolls his eyes. "As long as I am not openly against them, they understand very well how resented they are here." I nod, understandable, and there is no need to worry. I already blew up all their spy familiars before we started this conversation. Falk gapes. "They have spy familiars?" Sibyl and I burst into laughter, realizing that we completely forgot to inform everyone about our little game of whack the bird in the morning. Seriously, if they keep sending them over, my familiar made up of literal fire will manage to get fat. Chapter 106, Slumming It, Part 1. General Piovo. A young woman, dirty and covered in mud, was running with all her might through the winding nooks of the sprawl she was forced to grow up in. She cursed the fact that she was in the part closest to the actual city. This area was the absolute worst when you were trying to lose pursuit. A thrown knife whizzed next to her head, and she jerked it to the side, eyes meeting with a tall orc looking at her with deep anger. Seeing as she was stuck in her spot, he took a deep breath. "Give me the damn bag, kid. I'll only have to beat you if you do." The tall, pale, red-haired Nord responded as you'd expect, with a raised middle finger. "Go fuck yourself, green boy. You know damn well why I can't do that." The orc's patient anger turned into glee as he shrugged. "I tried diplomacy. Thank you for not making it work." As soon as the words left his mouth, another knife left his hand, forcing the young woman to flee once again. She tried weaving through the thin streets of the wooden houses that surrounded the trading company she had just stolen from, but every time she would make a turn, a knife would strike the position she was just in. "The green fucker is toying with me." The thought suddenly struck her and panic started setting in. Shit, fuck, damn. More and more creative curses screamed in her mind as she threw herself around, slowly feeling all her energy leave her. She made another turn and bumped into something. One quick look quickly informed her that it was more of a someone instead. A shorter, masked, elven figure stood there, a bit of grey skin showing on their arms, outing them as a Dunmer. He, for his gravelly voice could only belong to a male, stared down at the young Nord woman and immediately asked, "You know your way around here, kid?" Noticing the opportunity, she nodded her head so quickly she felt like she could break her neck. The Dunmer nodded in satisfaction, but then stilled and pulled out a crossbow that was hanging on his back. He turned back to his new companion and sighed, "Promise me on everything you consider holy that you won't run off after I save your ass." The over-enthusiastic nodding continued without pause. Finally, the orc stepped into the alley and, stilled upon seeing the Dunmer, he looked him over and grunted, "And who the fuck are you?" The elf shrugged, pointed his weapon and fired. Now when someone fires a crossbow, you expect to hear the twang of its string and the sound of something being penetrated, maybe a groan of pain or a yelp. What you most assuredly do not expect is the bolt setting the target on fire, making them scream in incredible agony and burning them to ash within seconds. Dear gods, the smell was terrible. The young woman barely forced herself not to vomit as she forced her legs to move when the Dunmer decided they needed to reposition. He walked forcefully, yet with surprising grace, almost flowing past any obstacle instead of vaulting or ducking. After a tense couple of minutes, they reached their destination, a closed-off nook in one of the alleyways. The Dunmer turned to the young woman and crossed his arms after slinging his crossbow behind him. "You got a name, kid?" he asked, not really demanding but still curious. "Minthara," she said slowly. He nodded. "Name's Davos," then stared at her ears. "Minthara is a rather odd name for a Nord." She groans. "Nord of Altma descent. You want my life story as well, old man?" The now identified Davos chuckles. "No need for that, kid. Still my condolences." The groaning returns as she mutters, "Why do people always have to think it was rape?" A snort interrupts her monologue. "Because the alternative is rarer than a racially tolerant Morrowind Dunmer." He pulls out a piece of jerky and offers it to her. "I meant no offense, kid." She grabs it with surprising dexterity and immediately stuffs it into her mouth. Davos gives her a dry look. "You do realize that could be poison, right?" She snorts and swallows. "Oh, please, you know damn well there are cheaper ways to knock me out." "Fair," he chuckles. "Now you got a place to talk, kid." She nodded and indicated for him to follow her. They walked silently and cautiously through the sprawl, the wooden buildings slowly being replaced by wood frames draped in hides and leathers, and then tents. There were still some normal houses here and there, and one of them was their destination. The dirty sign above the door read, "The House of Cheese." Odadevos thought as Minthara led him inside. A light bell chimed when they entered, and an old yet handsome man with silver hair and beard greeted them with a cheerful voice. "Ah, little Minthi, I see you survived your daring little plan." She huffs. "My daring little plan was necessary to save Bella's life. Don't be a smart-ass, Uncle Sheo." The old man chuckles good-naturedly. "I already told you she would be fine, but no. You just had to rush heroically to save your friend." He sighs. "How nostalgic. I used to be a hero once as well, you know." Minthara groans and goes to pull Davos inside to talk, but they are stopped by Sheo raising a hand. "Wait." He points at her. "You go ahead, Minthi. I need to ask this one something." She looks between the two of them. Davos calmly says, "Don't run off after all that, kid. I'll meet you in a bit." And after a nod, she disappears into what seems to be the basement. After a beat of silence, Sheo asks with the same cheer and a wide smile on his face, "So, little spidery boy, how is old Mephi doing?" Davos styles and realization strikes him. He remembers one specific joke his boss told him while they were traveling to Solitude. "If you ever see a cheese-obsessed man with silver hair, you get the fuck out of there. Even I don't know how to deal with old Sheo." He thought Sheo was some kind of arch-wizard or something, but if he so casually referred to his new patron, oh shit. The patient smile never leaves the old man as Davos slowly and forcefully stammers out, "She is doing very well." "Oh, come on, do tell me of her insane escapades." Sheo almost gets in his face with his enthusiasm. Davos takes a deep breath, weighs his chances, mentally apologizes to both his bosses, and forces out, "She recently had her champion ally with Meridia, only to verbally spit into her face days later." The old man, now revealed as the fleshy projection of a Daedric prince, stares at him dumbfounded for a moment, and then breaks out into deranged laughter, tears flowing freely from his eyes as he rolls on the ground. The wave of amusement threatens to overtake Davos's mind, but the same feeling he got when his lady blessed him recently pushes the supernatural need to laugh his ass off just in time. Sheogorath gets up slowly and dusts his pants off. That was hilarious. He pulls something out from below the counter and offers it to Davos. "Here, have some cheese." Davos blinks and takes it slowly. "Thank you, sir." Sheo nods quickly. Yes, all should be enlightened in the way of cheese." His demeanor turns dead serious. "Now off with you, I have a business to run." Davos chooses not to comment at the poor choice of venue and leaves as quickly as possible, following wherever Minthara went. Before he closes the hatch, he hears, "Oh, and Spider Boy, don't touch the kids." Not quite understanding the meaning, but definitely understanding his position. Davos nods quickly and gets his ass down the ladder as quickly as his arms and legs can carry him. He finds Minthara feeding some kind of potion to a blonde Nord child. The younger of the two coughs roughly and without a word returns to the state between conscious and unconscious. The red-haired, mostly Nord, gets up and stares at her. "Friend?" For a while before the sound of Davos clearing his throat interrupts her. He points at a nearby table and she nods without saying anything. They take their seats and she gives him a quizzical look. "So, what do you want to know, old man?" "I am only 40. He grumbles but quickly catches himself. "I have a couple of questions about the situation in the entire sprawl, and I need to find my way into the Brotherhood of Tsun." He gives her a cold look. "You will help me with both these." She crosses her arms under her chest. "And why should I help you? I will give you the information for saving me, but no one said anything about help." He chuckles. "Because whatever you fed your friend there isn't going to do shit and you know it. And I know someone who can cure her with the snap of his fingers." Minthara stiles and looks down at the floor. "What would you even want with the tyrants?" He raises a hand to stop her. "First tell me about what caused the rioting." "You aren't from down here, are you?" she asks knowingly and narrows her eyes. "What guarantee do I have your friend will help Bella?" He rolls his eyes, as if I was trying to hide that fact. He straightens up. "You have my word, as a noble retainer of Morrowind, that help will be provided in return for your services. Thankfully, boss did give me some autonomy, or I would be signing off my ass right now." Davos thought with great relief. "Right. Like that means shit to me." Davos sighs. "Look, kid, you will just have to trust me on this." She stares at him like he was an idiot. Trust doesn't work down here. He sighs deeply and starts rummaging through his backpack. Nope. Nope. Ah, there it is. He pulls out a potion and places it on the table. "If you help me, I will give you this the moment we are done." She looks at the pristine vial filled with red liquid, and this is an enhanced potion of vitality. It will at least give your friend some time if I do end up breaking my word, as you believe I will." Davos says patiently, completely understanding her viewpoint. Minthara stares at the potion like it was some kind of divine item. Forcing herself not to try and grab it, she nods. "All right, fine. I will help you out." Davos smiles behind his mask. "Knew you would see things my way." "As if I had a choice in the matter." She mutters and starts her explanation. The riots were caused when the freemen finally decided to cross one of their lines and raid a food stockpile from the massifs. They all butchered each other, which practically left the stockpile in the open for every idiot to try and feast on. She palms her forehead in an attempt to contain her frustration, and try to feast they did, which led to fights, which led to more fights, which led to one idiot throwing a torch into a pile of dung. You get the idea. Davos's lips thinned behind his mask. And no one thought to try and calm them down or establish order. Did the fat man's goons not think to defend their territory? She shrugs. It was on the edge of everyone's territory, and no one wanted to waste men to deal with it. A frown mars her face. Less mouths to feed that way. Damn, this is Windhelm all over again. Davos keeps his own frown from showing. Right, and do you think the situation has calmed down? She laughs without any humor. Well, people aren't gutting each other for a loaf of bread anymore, so yes, it has. And looks at him like he is an idiot. Not outwardly reacting, Davos simply hums, "Very well, and do you know your way around enough to lead me to the brother tyrants?" She interrupts, annoyed. "You got a problem with them?" he asks, fishing for information. She scoffs. "Let us just say they are not fond of the fact that I am not in fact a product of rape as they like to believe, and leave it at that." Davos nods. "I see they don't like their views being challenged. Will the fact I am Dunmer provoke them?" Minthara scratches her chin while looking at him. "I don't think so. Probably will be complete dicks about it, but I don't think they will gut you without hearing you out." Her eyes narrow. "Now will you tell me why you want to find them?" There was something about this girl that just made someone want to trust her, to help her out. Davos hadn't noticed it earlier, but now that the thought had struck him, he couldn't get it out of his head. He searched his mind for illusion magic as Lord Dagoth had taught him, but there was nothing. I need to deliver a message and set up a meeting with them, is what he settled on saying. She sighed. I guess I am not getting more out of you, am I? He crossed his arms and shrugged. Come with me and you will inevitably find out. She turned to the rest of the room, full of bunk beds, mostly empty due to the rest of her friends trying to find work and food, and closed her eyes. Following her gut feeling, she asked, You are here to make this shithole better, right? Davos raised an eyebrow. How do you figure that? Call it a gut feeling. He nodded slowly. Then you have quite the gut, kid, and started getting up. Where are you going? She asked slowly. To complete my job. Minthara sighs. At least let me rest up for a bit. Very well. Davos plops his ass back on the chair. But only if you explain something to me. She raises an eyebrow. And what is that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe, why the fuck you live with Sheogorath? Her eyes widen. What? Chapter 107, Slumming It, Part 2. Minthara's eyes widen comically. What did you smoke before coming down here, old man? Davos snorts humorlessly. I've had my dealings with Daedra, and my boss gave me hints about this specific one. I am 9/10 sure it is the mad god. A beat of silence passes, and she gives him a look of doubt. Why would a Daedric prince waste his time protecting a bunch of orphans? He shrugs. How in oblivion am I supposed to know what passes through the mind of the mad one? He scratches his chin below his mask. My boss could probably make a guess. I am even less sure what passes through his head most of the time, but he does seem to know a lot more than one can reasonably expect. She rolls her eyes. And who is this boss of yours? Stick around and find out. Davos smirks. She can feel his smug grin behind the mask and lets out an annoyed growl. Realizing that he is most likely doing this on purpose, she takes a deep breath and says, Let's just get this over with, old man. Sure thing, kid. Stop calling me that. I am not a child. Minthara scowls, but this only makes Davos more amused. Sure, kid, whatever you say, kid. Followed by the grumbling young Nord, Davos skedaddles out of the madhouse the moment he notices Uncle Sheo get distracted by a butterfly landing on one of his cheeses. A group of 5 young children wearing rags are on their way back from another day of begging and stealing food. Today's take was quite good, surprisingly, enough for everyone to get a proper meal, so their mood was as jovial as their surroundings would permit. Said mood was ruined rather catastrophically when one of the children, a short blonde lad, toppled over a lying Khajiit on accident. Ugh! He let out a grunt of pain, and the rest rushed to help him up. Before they could get to him, a loud hiss interrupted them. As the Khajiit rose up with surprising speed and stared at them with bloodshot eyes. Are you here to steal Kijar's sugars? Are you? He quickly starts patting himself down, and his eyes widen further in a panic. His head snaps back to the terrified children as his sharp claws extend from his paws. Give it back. The young Nord stammers out with tears in his eyes. We didn't take nothing. Lies, the Catman snarls. There is no way Kijar could drink it all in one night. You must have stolen it. The poor child cannot even speak from the fear, and his fellows are all younger than him, making it even worse. The weight of the situation hits him like a horse, and his young Nordic heart beats with the courage of his ancestors as he turns to the rest and yells, Run! Before using all of his meager strength to kick the Catman in the groin. His foot lands straight into the delirious Khajiit's privates, making him screech a couple of octaves higher than what he should usually be capable of. Unfortunately, the rest are all still stunned, and any window of escape had long passed as the skooma addict slowly gets up and mutters, Vile child, Kijar will rip your throat, and lunges at the boy. He stares at the claws, almost moving in slow motion as his life flashes before his eyes. The panic turns to acceptance and grief when he realizes he will never realize his father's dream of continuing the family trade. And as if the gods themselves were taking pity on him, suddenly a foot crashes straight into the Catman's face, knocking him out on the spot and sending his teeth flying. He looks up with tears in his eyes, only to see a familiar face. Big sis Minthara. He rushes to her and hugs her leg. Minthara pats the boy's head slowly. It is all right, Rollo. You will be fine. Which just makes him cry harder and hold on to her for dear life. A short Dunmer with a bored posture leaves the nearby shadow and looks at the downed Khajiit with disgust. Why is he still breathing? Minthara gives him an odd look. He is not a threat anymore. Davos scowls behind his mask, only a narrowing of his eyes visible to everyone. He attacked one you call a sibling, and you consider it acceptable to let him live. She rolls her eyes. I obviously have other priorities. Davos nods and shrugs, and without a hint of hesitation slits the Khajiit's throat, immediately proceeding to rummage through his pockets. He finds some bread and hands it to Rollo while ruffling his hair. Good work there, kid, but the next time you should off him while he is down. The young Nord nods enthusiastically while Minthara glares at Davos. Before she can comment, he claps his hand. All right, you saved your little family. Now we should be on our way. A young girl, likely an Imperial, asks with innocent curiosity, Why are you going with that weird, creepy elf big sis? Davos almost topples onto the ground from the comment, while Minthara gives her adoptive sister a strained smile. He will give me something to help Bella. Now off you go. It will be dark soon, and you don't want to be outside. The kids quickly scurry off, and Minthara once again glares at Davos. What in oblivion are you thinking killing him in front of children? She hisses while still keeping her voice down. He rolls his eyes. They do not have the luxury of a pleasant childhood, learning to kill to protect their own will, save their lives in the future. She scoffs. And what would a noble retainer of Morrowind, such as yourself, know about hardship? A dry laugh leaves Davos's throat. I grew up in Windhelm, kid. The Grey Quarter might be better than this place, but it's still just as cutthroat. He sighs in reminiscence. Trust me when I say this, things rarely get better for us slum kids. Better to harden your heart than to get killed by someone who did it first. She seems regretful. Sorry, I just assumed. The apology is stopped by a raised hand. Don't worry about it, kid. I get where you were coming from. He sighs. Let's get moving. I need to get done with this today. As they get moving once again, weaving through the sea of tents and makeshift homes and avoiding anyone in their way, Minthara asks with furrowed brows, Why are you in such a rush anyway? Davos grunts as he vaults over another overturned and rotten food cart. The riots rustled some feathers with the higher-ups. They want the sprawl pacified and organized as soon as possible. She lets out a scoff of pure disdain, yet they were all content to let us rot down here for years. Her companion shakes his head. It isn't like that, kid. The king has been trying to find a way to calm the situation down for years now, but outside pressure like Ulfric's Stormcloak and the Thalmor would constantly block him one way or another. She nods. Even my mother, the Nord. She quickly explains when he sends her a puzzled look. Hated Ulfric, always called him a hypocrite. But that doesn't explain what suddenly changed and made the king actually try. A hint of pride can be heard in Davos's voice as he says, It is the work of my lord. He came up with a somewhat risky plan that could have this place secured in days. The way you speak of him, I can't wait to finally meet him. A shiver went down her spine for unknown reasons when she says that. Davos chuckled upon hearing this, pure malice in his voice. Oh, I can't wait either. They proceeded in silence, going deeper and deeper toward the swamps. On their way there, they were almost accosted by a group of pissed-off orcs going on a rampage because someone had apparently called Malakath a shit-stain, and one of them heard about it. This place sure is lively, Davos said sarcastically as they finally got out of range of the massive brow. Minthara shrugged in defeat at her own hometown state. It is Morndas. Davos nods sagely. Morndas is whack, yes. She was about to make another comment, but suddenly stopped when they came upon a wooden palisade built inside of the slums themselves. Davos stared dumbly ahead, completely stunned by the literal walled town built into the sprawl. Minthara spread her arms dramatically. Well, here we are. I present to you the battlements of Tsun. Y'all Nords are fucking weird, Davos mutters tiredly. Another peaceful day was coming to a close in the Fortress of the Brotherhood. Well, they called it a fortress, but in truth it was just a walled settlement inside a walled prison. People sometimes called a settlement. That didn't bother Bolvar none. Life was good to him in their little community. Even if he disliked his elder brother's decision to practically enslave a bunch of people, He knew deep down that they were saving their lives. It was after all the duty of the strong to protect the weak in this years-long struggle of theirs, even if some refused to be protected. His peaceful day of leading the gate guards was interrupted when a rather out-of-place-looking masked Dunmer approached, followed by, "Damn, why did it have to be Helga's brat?" As the Dunmer closed in on the gates, Bolvar pulled out his bow and pointed it at him, without drawing the arrow. "Who goes there?" The Dunmer slowly pulled out a scroll with a red seal on it that he couldn't quite identify from up there. "Name's Davos, retainer of the court mage Raven Flametongue, here on royal business with the leader of your band." Bolvar's eyes almost popped out of his head upon hearing this, and looking at his brothers in arms, they were equally stunned. Even the elf's companion looked surprised. Gathering himself, he looked at Davos again. "I am guessing that their scroll is your proof, then?" The Dunmer nodded, and Bolvar signaled his brothers to open the gate. As the duo entered, Bolvar waved for them to approach. "I see you finally decided to show you face, Myrna." "It's Minthara Bolvar," she responded through gritted teeth. He shook his head, but kept further comments to himself. Instead, he signaled Davos to show the scroll he was carrying, and it was indeed the royal seal, something he recognized from his soldiering days. Bolvar nodded in affirmation and signaled for them to follow. As he was led through the settlement, Davos noted that the entire place was an ecosystem of its own, basically not at all connected with the rest of the wider slum. He noticed farms, mines, small fisheries. They were mostly manned by somewhat well-fed adults, but there was a child here and there sharing the hard work. He naturally chose not to comment at this, as it wasn't neither his place nor truly against his views. When you grow up in the Grey Quarter, you learn a lesson rather quickly. You don't work, you don't eat. His inner monologue was interrupted when Bolvar led them into a longhouse in the center of the settlement. It was all in all a rich Nord landowner's home, looking completely out of place. The well-oiled double doors were opened by guards wearing steel plate, and both of them were ushered inside. As soon as they entered, they were blinded momentarily by a large hearth one would usually find in an inn. Once they adjusted their eyes, they were met with a tall, bald, bearded Nord seated on a simple throne resembling that of a jarl's seat. All the skin they could see on him was completely covered in scars. Davos thought that the man needed no armor with that much scabbed flesh covering him. Without a word, Bolvar went to his side and started whispering to him. Several emotions passed through the warrior's eyes as he regarded the new arrivals. Bolvar cleared his throat. "Allow me to introduce Helm, the silent brother of the Brotherhood of Tsun, and our respected leader." Davos nodded in greeting, while his companion chose not to react. Helm looked at Minthara first, with a mixture of respect and disappointment. Bolvar nodded at his brother and said, "She is not needed for this conversation, is she?" Davos immediately shook his head and rose a hand to stop Minthara from responding. "She will remain with me if that is no issue to you." "And why is this?" Bolvar's eyebrow rose. Davos shrugged without a care. "She is currently under my employ." After a long beat of silence, Helm nodded and Bolvar sighed. "Very well. Would you kindly explain what His Royal Highness, High King Torrig, wants with us?" "I am not here to present the terms," Davos said curtly. "I am here to scout the place out, and if I judge you to be adequate for the court mage's plans, I am to invite him for negotiations." Helm narrows his eyes at the elf's audacity, and Bolvar follows. "And are we adequate?" he asks slowly and through gritted teeth. Davos smirks behind his mask. "You will do." The air grows tense, and even Minthara glares at Davos, for different reasons than the rest, of course. Helm's narrowed eyes turn into a scowl. He turns to Bolvar and signals something with his hand. His brother nods and gives Davos a half-lidded stare. "You have done your scouting and obviously know nothing of respect, so I advise you call for your lord so you don't ruin whatever leniency the king's seal gave you, elf. We will prepare a proper reception." Davos chuckles and shakes his head. "No need for any preparations, he will be here momentarily." As he says this, he pulls out a scroll and activates it. Nothing visibly happens, and everyone looks at him like he was an idiot. But Davos simply stands there completely unbothered. Bolvar speaks up, "Are you due?" But then a wave of pure dread covers the entire longhouse, making even Helm flinch. And, well, it isn't a heart chamber, but I guess a hearth chamber will do. A deep, terrifying voice reverberates in everyone's ears as a shadowy figure enters the longhouse next to two shivering guards. Chapter 108. Theatrics. As everyone was forced to stop themselves from cowering due to the sudden feeling, Davos's face twisted into a gleeful smirk. Serves the arrogant pricks right. The shadows around the imposing figure slowly dissipated, revealing a tall, elven figure holding their arms behind their back in a relaxed stance. They wore imposing black robes over light ebony armor, the face covered by a mask of the same metal with three spikes spreading at its summit, creating the image of a crown. The only visible feature of the actual person underneath were the twin glowing embers marred by flecks of gold that were their eyes. The entire hall went silent. While the Nords were trying to compose themselves, Davos's companion was constantly shifting her gaze between her employer and the new arrival. She was about to ask something, but the figure suddenly stilled when its eyes landed on her, focusing all the supernatural dread on her shoulders. Not a moment later, the feeling disappeared, but still left her breathing heavily. The new arrival nodded at her employer, and he cleared his throat. All the Nords, now covered in a cold sweat, turned their eyes to Davos, who with all the decorum of a noble retainer spoke, presenting the court mage of solitude and master enchanter of Winterhold, Raven Flametongue. A beat of silence passed before a deep, rumbling chuckle left the now identified Raven. Moments later he finally spoke. Now that I have established that there will be no dick measuring here, I hope we can promptly begin planning on how you will serve your king. Bolvar quickly shook off the remaining effects of the fear aura and glared, "If you think you can come down here and The aura of dread returned full force, slamming into everyone present with an even greater might than before, as the mage's slow chuckle turned into derisive laughter. Let it be known that I would prefer to personally slaughter everyone present for their choice of survival strategies. However, you find yourselves in the unique position of still being useful, so do keep your mouth shut when I speak." He approaches the great hearth, and even its light starts to dim the closer he gets, and stands in front of Helm, his face invisible, but his mockery unmistakable, and speaks once more. "Your king has seen fit to use you to finally bring peace to this pigsty, and is even prepared to offer a great reward for your honorable service." Helm slowly turns to his brother and signals something. Bolvar nods, and after a calming gulp asks, "While we would be honored to serve the High King, we would inquire as to the nature of these rewards." The mage sighs, pulls out a vial from somewhere, and tosses it to Helm, who catches it on instinct. "Drink that. I do not have the patience for your translator bit." Helm goes to drink, but his brother tries to stop him. They share a couple of glances, and Helm shrugs and drinks the entire thing in a single gulp. For a moment, nothing seems to happen, but he starts coughing painfully while clutching his throat. Bolvar turns to glare at Raven. "Yo!" But a raised index finger from the mage forces his jaw shut. Helm soon calms down and starts breathing heavily. He lets out a long breath and looks at Raven with respect this time. "My thanks, court mage." His voice is a raspy thing, like grinding rocks. And if Raven's entrance didn't stun the gathering brotherhood, the silent brother suddenly speaking certainly did. Bolvar stares at his brother with a mix of awe and excitement. "Brother, we cannot let him just—" A raised hand from his leader interrupts. "He is right in treating us like this. As we have dishonored ourselves, and can only seek redemption in the eyes of our fellows. I see you can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk, O silent brother?" The mage questions mockingly. Helm patiently closes his eyes and asks, "What does honored Torrig require of us?" "You are to prepare yourselves to assist the king in pacifying the sprawl by taking out the other organizations, and I emphasize only the organizations, controlling the different territories within. For this task, you will be provided the assistance of my retainer Davos, and if there is a need for a grander assault, that of myself." Helm narrows his eyes. "So if I am understanding this correctly, you want us to throw ourselves against everyone else in this shithole on our own?" Raven once again lets out a derisive chuckle. I said assist, did I not? Do keep up. He clears his throat. You are to clear out all problematic centers of resistance with utmost speed, at which point the Solitude Guard and Imperial Legion will move in to occupy the positions and ensure order. Bolvar scoffs from nearby, still nursing his hurting jawline. So you want us to be fodder then? The others too valuable, eh? Helm sighs. Brother, be silent. Be silent. As you say. He withdraws. Raven smirks behind his mask. Even if he is an annoying little shit, your brother does have a point. Why would we need you if we have soldiers? The answer to that is rather simple. He raises a finger. You have knowledge of the area and targets. And another, you are indeed not as valuable as the proper soldiers. And a final third finger, why in kind's name would Torrig offer you a reward if you would not work for it? There are some chuckles among the gathered warriors as Helm nods his agreement. And what is this reward the king is offering, if I may be so bold to ask? You may. The mage drawls. The king offers a pardon for you and any you choose to assist you in this endeavor, barring the more heinous actors, followed by a thanehood of the sprawl to the group I choose to help pacify it. Everyone turns deathly silent after that moment, Helm's eyes threatening to leave his head as he looks at Raven completely dumbfounded. He would make me thane. Raven nods calmly. Indeed, the situation has gone so out of control that we find it preferable for an ingrate such as yourself to be made a noble than to let this continue for a moment longer. As he says this, he feels glares on his back but shrugs them off. Before anyone can respond, Raven clears his throat again. Naturally effective immediately, you are to cease all activities that may be considered criminal under the laws of Skyrim. After an hour, I will personally summarily execute any and all of your group who disobey this edict. Helm quickly nods and says with loud certainty, spread the word. Some of his subordinates immediately running off to follow his orders. Raven nods, satisfied. I take it you accept the royal request. The scarred Nord snorts humorlessly, as if I would ever forgive myself for missing this chance at redemption. You will find that the life of a noble might bring far more taint than that of a criminal. The court mage states ominously. Helm frowns. I will never falter again. Raven merely shakes his head. As I have said, you can talk the talk. He nods. Yes, of course. Talk is empty. After a beat of silence, the court mage speaks up again. I will go and check in with my retainer now. Do start preparing. We need the sprawl pacified within 2 days. Once you are ready, you will inform us where we will be needed most. Helm's eyes widen at the time frame, but he steels his eyes and nods. Raven's POV. I walk by Davos and the young woman, signaling them to follow me. We leave the longhouse and are subjected to a mixture of glaring and grateful looks. I naturally ignore them completely and walk toward the walls. After finding a quiet spot, I turn to Davos. Anything interesting besides these ingrates, Davos? He shuffles uncomfortably and shares a look with his companion before turning to me. Apparently, I met Sheer Gorath. My eyes widen comically. You what? One explanation later. I let out a long sigh. We aren't going anywhere near that house. The Nord woman glares at me. I was promised help for my sister. I shrug. And helped she will be. You will bring her with you to the Mage Tower when this is over and done with. Her eyes narrow. That was phrased oddly specifically. Quick, isn't she? I nod without a care. Indeed, you are hereby conscripted into the service of the court mage. Congratulations, Minthara. As she sputters out her refusals, my thoughts drift back to when I first saw her. Flashback when Raven first entered the hall. As the pitiful brotherhood flinch before my presence, I take my time surveying them. My gaze inevitably ends up on Davos and his hired guide, and for a moment I feel both excited and irritated, for the same feeling of divine power that Potema wielded was housed in the young woman, just that this time it was of a far greater purity even while muted. My eyes narrow and I quickly identify her with my system. Minthara Myrna. Earlybeard, a Nord woman with Altmer blood, ostracized by her own people for denying their views of her father's race. She is a thief of some skill and surprisingly well-read for her upbringing, A hidden power of divine origins shimmers below the surface, waiting to be unleashed when the time is right. A fucking half-Nord, half-Ultma. If that didn't scream main character, I don't know what would. Wait a bloody moment. Early beard? Flashback ended. What do you mean I am conscripted? She yells at me. I roll my eyes. It is exactly what I have said. I sense great potential within you and refuse to let it wallow in this filth. Davos gives me a very odd look, almost as if, Davos, if you dare voice what I think, I will throw you down the wall. He stiffens. I wasn't about to say a thing, I swear. Minthara doesn't seem convinced by my impeccable attempt at diplomacy and keeps on seething, even if I wanted to come with you, which let me make it perfectly clear. I do not. Her look turns pleading. I can't leave my siblings down here. I let out a snort and give her a dry look. I admit I may have phrased that a tad ominously. What I meant is you will be in my employ. The employ of a royal court mage. That alone should tell you I am doing you a rather large favor. She halts her tirade and blinks. And I will be able to bring my siblings? I scoff. Not to the palace, of course, but accommodations and some education will be provided to them. She seems stuck between confusion and excitement now that the weight of the situation has finally struck. Her eyes narrow once more. Why are you so insistent on this? I sigh. I will explain it in good time. Just know that this goes beyond the both of us. She rolls her eyes. I heard about mages being cryptic, but this is ridiculous. I shrug. As I have said, you are indeed being conscripted into a better life, so cease your petty complaints and make sure you don't get killed in the meantime. That would be inconvenient. She grumbles but is all in all leaning toward being grateful if suspicious. One of the members of the Brotherhood soon approaches us. Sir Mage, Thane Helm has prepared a plan of action and invites you downstairs. I chuckle, not even finished with his duty and already calling himself Thane, eh? The warrior flinches. He didn't do that. We did, sir. Congratulations, you just saved him further humiliation. I snark and wave my hand foe imperiously. Now lead the way. The sooner we get to work, the sooner I can do something actually fun. Chapter 109, The Night of the Purge. To most residents of the Solitude Sprawl, tonight was just another Maundas. The morning star chill covered the entirety of the walled district, and most busied themselves finding any warmth they could. There were rumors of another orcish rampage, and apparently some mage showed up to the Brotherhood to browbeat them or something, but no one really cared. One group, however, was burdened with a task far more important. The Brotherhood of Tsune were all rushing about like their asses were on fire in preparation for the operation. As the grouchy mage that brought the king's edict called it. Most warriors of the Brotherhood didn't know what to think of the imperious elf. On the one hand, he was a complete cunt, something which upon overhearing he merely laughed at, and on the other he came to them like a messenger from Stendar himself, offering them redemption. Plans were made and allies were called upon, mostly different religious groups and family alliances that banded together to survive the sprawl, but refused to bow to the Brotherhood before today. Naturally, when their leaders were informed of their upcoming liberation, they immediately pledged their meager forces to the king's cause. And so it came to be that close to 1,000 Nord warriors, aided by a number of fighters of lesser repute, charged into the sprawl as one, spreading themselves in a coordinated assault that could only be performed by great war veterans like them. At the same time, a bright explosion of sunlight was launched into the night sky, signaling the king's forces to enter the district and begin the pacification. The first groups fell without much resistance. Only the desperate dared live on the border of the Brotherhood's domain, after all, as they either put them to the sword, in the case of the unredeemable ones, or captured in most other cases. The Brotherhood soon started facing off against the more numerous groupings. Some freeman leaders led counter-assaults in their fury against the assumed thrall collectors and were cut down. The deeper in they went, the greater the opposition grew. The gangs and bands reacted with surprising alacrity for a bunch of slum dwellers, so much so that some of their leaders were found with a bolt in their eyes or necks, where they proved too resistant to the assault. The fighting was soon forced to slow down, as pushing too quickly would result in panic spreading everywhere and ruin the entire point of the operation. Oddly enough, the Massives weren't at all reacting. Scouts reported some kind of movement in their territory around the warehouses and cattle pens, but no movement otherwise. Helm took this as an opportunity and redirected his assault into their territory, making a beeline with his own personal honor guard toward the fortified mansion that the Massive himself lived in. He was met with little resistance as he realized that there was infighting happening among the higher-ups of the organization, and they were too busy killing each other or pillaging the stores of skooma. While that was going on, inside an inn that served as the Freeman's headquarters, a meeting of the remaining leaders was taking place. Inside the Freeman's delight, a tall orc snarled as he pushed a thin-looking Breton onto the floor. "I don't care why they are coming, Ignatius. The damn Brotherhood is after us like a bloodhound on a hunt." Ignatius dusts himself off and slowly gets up. "Come off it, Zarok. They are probably running low on food and decided to kill off some of their newbies, or train up the youngsters as Nords call it." An old balding Nord scoffs in annoyance. "Like you Bretons are any better, where does that fatso that keeps kidnapping the kids come from again?" "Oh shoo!" A fist slamming into wood interrupts the Breton as Zarok barely keeps himself from smashing their heads in. "Are the two of you dumb fucks retarded?" The both of them flinch. "We are under attack and you two idiots are still stuck trading barbs." A deep laugh resounds through the whole inn as the shadows in an abandoned corner of the room coalesce into the form of a robed elf. No one dares say a thing as their instincts suddenly scream at them to either flee or submit. The tall Mer ceases his laughter and speaks in an almost demonic voice. "To think we have reached such a point that an orc would be the sensible one." The leaders collect themselves quickly and Zarok pulls out his mace. "And who in oblivion are you, Twig?" "Now that isn't very nice." He shakes his head. "I worked really hard for these muscles." He pretends to flex through his robes. Everyone deadpans, even through the aura of fear still pressing onto them. The elf clears his throat. "Now I have come here with a lucrative offer for all of you." The orc narrows his eyes. "And what is this offer?" He spreads his arms as if about to offer them the world. "You all lay down your weapons, surrender your groups to the oncoming Brotherhood, and inform me where you keep all your ill-gotten gains. In return, I will not end your pathetic lives." "Ha!" Zarok snorts. "Ha ha 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 ha! Oh, you are good." The old Nord slowly got up from his seat in what was supposed to look ominous and stoic, but just turned out comical due to the man's age. "Young whippersnappers, like you think they are the shit these days." His mouth spreads into a toothless grin. "I think it is time you were taught a lesson on challenging a mage like me." "What?" Raven was stunned for a moment. Did he actually not see me enter? A somewhat respectable adept-level blizzard spell forms in the Nord's hand extremely slowly as he cackles like a madman. It took me 2 decades to master this spell, but ever since I did, no one dared talk to me like that. You won't be the first. All the freemen hold their breaths. The old man was infamous for freezing everyone who went against him to death, leading to him being on the council even without a group of his own. As the blizzard flew toward the elf, who they presumed was stunned by fear, their anticipation grew, only to be completely dashed when with a lazy wave of a hand, the raging storm of ice dissipated before even touching its target's robes. There was an amused snort from their guest as he came closer, fully revealing his opulent and dreadful visage to them. He stared down at the trembling Nord, his disappointment palpable to all those present. "You were talking all that good shit just a moment ago, and you are telling me that was it?" The old Nord stammers. Sorry?" "No." Raven deadpans. "You got me all riled up, and that is all you have to offer. It took you longer to master that pathetic thing than I was alive." "Wait, what?" A ball of wind and ice form in Raven's hand. "Let me show you a proper blizzard." The spell that leaves his hand is close to 4 times the size and power of the one cast by the old man, and he is turned into fine chunks of ice and blood moments later. The frustrated intruder lets out a tired sigh. Anyone else want to embarrass themselves, or are we done here? Zarok shares a look with Ignatius, and they both quickly nod at each other. The orc scratches the back of his head as he places his mace on the floor. "I'll, just leave that there." As all those present quickly follow, the intruder nods in satisfaction. "Good. I really have no clue what gave you the idea you could be cheeky with a court mage, but I guess I will be nice and still honor my previous offer. And you didn't think to inform us of that before you butchered poor old Harold, is what people would be shouting at him right now if they didn't value their lives. He claps his hands without a care about their impotent rage. Now about that loot, Minthara's POV. As Davos shoots yet another idiot in the head, I am left wondering, just what did I get myself into? I could reasonably get out of this if I brought this to Uncle Sheo's attention, but do I really have the right to sentence my siblings to rot in the slums due to my paranoia? And would the apparent mad god even care about my plight? Now that I think about it, the court mage might kill me out of spite if his reaction to Sheogorath's presence is any indication. My trailing thoughts are interrupted by Davos once again signaling me to follow him. We have been trailing Helm and his group for some time now, taking out anyone he missed on his little rampage toward Fat Lewis. This entire slaughter seemed pointless to me. How is killing so many people going to make things better? I am about to ask Davos, but the rows of legionaries slowly flowing in behind us with carts of food and followed by priest healers soon gave me my answers. My employer turns to me, "Can you climb, kid?" I nod quickly and he rushes forward, turning a corner and literally running up the wall of Massif's mansion. What? I shake my head and rush after him after he drops a rope. As I climb up, I notice a bunch of bodies surrounding him and a bloodied dagger in his hand. He doesn't react upon being caught in the act, and merely signals for me to follow him deeper inside. The assault on the mansion has begun by now. The loud banging tells me that the gates are currently getting smashed, and it is only a matter of time before they break in. Why are we in such a rush? I whisper to Davos. He shrugs. Can't have the fatso escaping now, can we? I quickly grunt my agreement. If there is someone in this shithole that deserves to die, it is Lewis. The fighting breaks out in the hallways as we sneak our way into the basement while following the trail of smashed pottery and dropped coins. Davos chuckles. It is almost like an invitation. We round another corner and notice what I think is an ogre for a moment, but turns out to just be an obese Breton, dragging as much gold and other luxuries behind him while sweating like a pig. Davos actually flinches. Dear webweaver, that is disgusting. Webweaver? Is that some kind of Dunmer thing? I frown at the fat man now staring at us fearfully. He speaks in a dead, tired voice. Please, let me go. I will give you gold. Even his voice sounds fat as he begs. Davos shivers in disgust. You want this one? I am not going anywhere near that. I quickly shake my head. Ait. He nods and points his palm at the man. What is he? A gout of fire flows out of Davos's palm and covers the Breton in an instant. The man even squeals like a pig as he dies. This time I do throw up. Sorry about that, kid, I heard Davos say, sounding genuinely apologetic. I cough out the last bit of bile. Couldn't you have just shot him? I hiss, barely holding myself from strangling the cunt. He scratches his head nervously. Ran out of bolts. Noble fucking retainer my ass. I snort. He simply chuckles. I get up from my kneeling position and turn to him. And since when were you a mage? He gives me an amused look. Boss taught me like a month ago. I blink. He actually teaches magic to his servants. Davos nods. Yeah, has a bard brat as his student too, probably you now as well. Why? Why would he teach me anything? He shrugs. You will just have to ask him that. He then mutters, Kid's not even 20 and he's already mad like the rest of them, I swear. My eyes widen. He is what? Chapter 110. Bringing Order. Torrig's POV. So much death. Even with our preparations, hundreds still lost their lives. Even as my gut wrenches at the sight of the emaciated refugees currently under the care of the healers we brought, I can't help but question if this all was worth it. Even if deep down, I know for certain that we are doing the right thing, I cannot help but wonder how many have lost their lives or families just because I couldn't keep a singular Jarl from pressuring me into hard choices. Sigh. I can already see Raven's mocking grin. Oh, but you are the king, Torrig. You don't have the luxury of mercy. Damned smartass, why don't you sit in the chair for a day? Move your fat asses. I hear a deep voice from nearby and turn to see what is going on. Speak of the devil. I see Raven practically kicking dozens of lightly armored people on his own, and they all obey without daring to say a thing. What did he do to them to inspire such fear? He seems to notice me and waves cheerfully, something that looks very jarring when combined with whatever curse he placed on his new helmet. He stands before me and points to those he brought. This bunch have graciously volunteered to help with cleaning the place up in return for their miserable lives. I raise an eyebrow. And they are? Oh, just what remains of the freeman's leadership. He waves it off like it is no big deal and closes in to whisper, "Their lot seemed all right in a fight, so you could always recruit them as auxiliaries for our later issue." Always scheming. Well, at least it is for my benefit. I give him a shallow nod and he pretends to cheer. Capital. He turns to his prisoners. "Now, kiddies, you go along and help the good king. I have other things to do." They nod so quickly and enthusiastically, I fear some might snap their necks. Raven claps in satisfaction. Good, off I go. Suddenly, a nearby shadow seems to grab him and drag him inside of itself, and he is gone. I turn to the orc that looks to be the leader of the lot, so I start not really sure what to say. Thankfully, the orc saves me from the awkward situation. "Just tell us what to do, whatever you want. Just please don't let him anywhere near us again." I think I see a tear of terror in his eye. What in oblivion did he do to them? Raven's POV. A couple of shadow walks later, I am standing in front of what I was told was the Massif's mansion. Seriously, man, if you are already so rich, why in oblivion did you choose to live here? Could be he pissed off some noble in Daggerfall and was actually hiding down here. A bunch of Brotherhood members leave the house and hold back a flinch when they notice me. I recognize Bolvar among them and ask, "Did this lot give you much trouble?" He seems to be weighing his words, as he is still rather pissed at me. They all fell quickly and easily. Turns out the rioting was actually caused by one of the fat pig's lieutenants trying to overthrow him, and the moment the first strike was made, all semblance of order broke, and they started killing and pillaging from each other. Is what he settles on. I nod, quite lucky for us. Where is Helm? Currently looking for Louis himself. He answers quickly, likely wanting me gone as soon as possible. He disappeared off to somewhere, but there is no way in oblivion for him to get out of the slums unnoticed. I wave him off. "If you didn't find him in here, then it is likely he is already dead. I told my retainer to make sure none of the big leaders survived." Bolvar gives me a skeptical look. How can you be so sure he can get all of them? Because he is literally blessed by the goddess of stabbing people in the back, is what I think. He is pretty good at his job, is what I say with a careless shrug. The Nord grumbles in annoyance, but before he can say anything, I interrupt him by turning back to the gate. Not long after Davos, followed by a somewhat sick-looking Minthara, walks out while dragging a bag with him. He notices me and without a care in the world drawls, "Job's done, boss." I look at Bolvar with a smug smile that he cannot see, as I was saying. He grunts in annoyance. "Whatever, I am off to find my brother." "I do so hope you didn't dismember the fatso and pack him into that bag, Davos," I say as the Nords leave. He rolls his eyes. "I am not a Boethian, boss. It's just loot that the idiot thought to run off with." I blink, neat. I turn to Minthara. "Why do you look like you went on a date with the local skooma stash?" She was stuck, giving me an odd and confused look, and my question seems to wake her up. "What?" She shakes her head back into focus and points an annoyed hand at Davos. "Oh, it's just that your man here decided to burn a man with the weight of 5 other men to death, because he forgot to restock on bolts." I send Davos a disgusted look. Ugh, the burning fat must have smelt disgusting. Davos nods instead of refuting me and looks into the distance with dead eyes. He even squealed like a pig. Minthara kicks him in the leg. "Stop reminding me of that asshole," and then points an accusing finger at me. "You." My left eyebrow goes up. "Me?" "You." She seems unsure of what to say. "Uh-huh," I drawl. "You aren't old," is what she settles on. And that is relevant. How? Where is she even going with this? "So I was right." She nods to herself. "You are just some young mage, abusing your power to steal me away for your desires." I give Davos a questioning look, but he merely whistles while looking away. I turn back to Minthara. That is quite some self-confidence you have. Whatever tirade she was about to go on gets stopped in its tracks. What? Besides, I interrupt, I am already entangled with someone else. Davos snorts. Entangled, he says. I can barely sleep these days. Acting in respectful mutual courtship, I correct him with a drawl. Courting death, more like. He snips with a chuckle. As the words leave his mouth, I still don't ever use those words again. I say as flashbacks assault my ravaged mind. Boss. Just don't, all right? Whatever you say, boss. He nods while still giving me an odd look. And Davos, I add, we really are going to need to talk about you discussing my private affairs in the presence of others. The next time you blurt out something like this, you will be taking Scorch on walks. My vassal gulps in fear, while Minthara sighs to herself and mutters quietly, never mind, if I am forgotten so easily, maybe my purity is safe. She turns to me. Who is Scorch anyway? Before I can answer, my glorious hawk boy appears on my shoulder in his shrunk form, having learned to adjust his size somewhat over time. Yo. The bird caws. Minthara blinks a couple of times, completely stunned. What are you looking at, Nord? He sniffs at her. Ugh, even worse, a mongrel dog of the Empire. I barely hold back a laugh. What? Indeed it is I, the great Scorch. You should be in awe. He bobs his head cutely. You are without words to describe your joy, I know. At least you are respectful to your betters. You are right. It is truly the difference between night and day. Your life before this meeting was one of darkness, but now my radiant resplendence has infinitely improved it. Is he imitating Meridia just to piss me off? He stares at the stunned Minthara and nods to himself. Good, I accept you as my first follower. I know it is an honor to meet me, and you want to spend your years in worship, but I must go now. And disappears back into my magicka just in time to avoid my smack. Cheeky little shit, I mutter with a smile. Minthara blinks her eyes quickly and even smacks herself. What was that? She asks me in a voice that was almost manic. That was Scorch, I drawl. I notice the tiniest flinch at the name, not even 2 minutes, and he already traumatized her. Ha! She palms her forehead. I don't think I will ever forget the name. What I mean is why a bird is on fire and able to talk. Oh, he is my familiar, I say simply. She seems to be waiting for me to elaborate, but I shrug. There you go. Another reason for you to show up in my tower tomorrow. She sighs and nods. Fine, I guess I will stay a while after you heal Bella. I let out a short laugh. Huh, it is cute that you think there is a choice. Cut. She almost seems to stammer in embarrassment, but then she computes the rest of my sentence and glares at me. Fuck you. You wish. A shriek of pure fury leaves her, almost releasing the tiniest spark of Thume with it. Boss, maybe don't piss off the new recruit, Davos suggests carefully. Don't ruin my fun, I say calmly. He sigh. I just don't think that. That I give you enough time alone with Scorch, I say with a chilling smile he cannot see. He gulps, never mind. General Pov. The reordering of the sprawl amazingly took only 1 day. The combination of luck, assassination, and good old Nordic violence brought the place to order with minimal casualties. The Legion and Solitude Guard quickly got to work, making sure that there was no great unrest, and any rabble-rousers were quickly caught and forced to help with repairing the houses and with the construction of new ones. Naturally, merely retaking the sprawl was not enough. Fixing the entire situation would take months, if not an entire year, as there were simply far too many people to feed and employ. A meeting of the council, now joined by Helm, who felt very out of place, was called. Ideas were presented, shouting was had, snarky elves humiliated profiteering blonde Nords, and as the steward ended up browbeating everyone into order, the final plans were drafted. With some budget finagling and cuts to non-essential spending, it was decided that a couple of new villages would be founded around the main road between Solitude and the rest of Skyrim, with the king offering to temporarily employ the large workforce in helping the surrounding settlements with whatever they needed, and assisting in constructing roads and repairing fortifications. That last bit was recommended by the younger court mage, who assured everyone that this would inevitably enrich the entire hold. Speaking of the younger mage, once he removed his mask and Helm saw what was behind it, the poor Nord almost lost his eyes as they tried to escape his face. The Legion also graciously accepted many new recruits from the sprawl, and any fools who thought they would get to resume their brutish lifestyle in the fancier guard were quickly taught the harsh lessons of discipline and order by the veteran legate. Torrig looked like he had aged a decade over the course of the meeting. Having to discuss the dead and wounded really brought his spirits down. Luckily, a letter arrived from one Harold Fairhair, actually praising him for his efforts, which seemed to instantly rejuvenate the young man. Naturally, his new motivation was turned into red-faced embarrassment once Raven learned of this and voiced his thoughts aloud for everyone to hear. Finally, peace was achieved in solitude. For now. Chapter 111, A Pleasant Morning. Raven's POV. I awaken with a tired yawn. The meeting yesterday took almost the entire night, and I only got a good hour of sleep. Thankfully, I am not quite your usual mortal, so I wouldn't have to spend the entire day feeling drowsy. With a flick of my hand, I levitate myself up from my bed and go to grab my clothes. Maybe I should soulbind them as well. Nah, that would be way too lazy even for me. After making sure I looked presentable, I make my way towards Sibyl's room, with a cheerful whistle tune leaving my mouth. I knock a couple of times and hear a "come in." As I enter, I can smell paint, and a somewhat disheveled Sibyl leaves a different room with her hands stained in said paint. She notices me staring and looks away for a moment, but then refocuses and gives me a smile. "Why, good morning, Raven. Here to invite me for a walk, I take it." I raise an eyebrow and give her a wry smile. "Not to be an ass, but you look like you need sleep more than a walk." She blinks a couple of times and looks herself over, then sighs. "I may have gotten a tiny bit carried away last night." "Got a stroke of inspiration?" I ask, genuinely curious. Once again she looks away for a moment, almost as if uncomfortable, and once again she quickly catches herself. "I guess you could say that." She smirks. "Now, unless you are here to join me, I am going to go and clean myself up." I shake my head. "You go on ahead, I will cook something up." Her smile brightens and she leaves. "Good, soon you too shall be addicted to caffeine." Wait, can vampires even get addicted to anything but blood? Definitely something to experiment with in the future. I get to work and she joins me after a while, now looking like she didn't spend the entire night either listening to Erica or painting something with her face. We spend a leisurely morning chatting about yesterday's events and making mocking comments about Helm. The man was a pretty good warrior, but a noble he most assuredly was not. When I finally got to mention the part where Sheogorath was there, she merely gave me a long, dry look and pulled out a bottle of something far stronger than coffee. As I was about to get to the part where I recruited Minthara, we heard a knock at the door. And lo and behold, there stood Davos looking like I pissed in his morning beer, but still managing not to glare at me. "Davos?" "Boss." The less whiny servant. "B. Cough, miss." "What was that?" Sibyl's eyes narrow. I raise a placating hand and look at my vassal. "What is it, Davos?" He sighs. "I have to ask, did you really have to send me back to the cheese merchant's house?" Sibyl snorts. "Why, of course I did," I say cheerfully. Davos takes a deep breath. "I literally just sat there the entire night being stared at by the mad god while he raved about drowning the dragons in mozzarella." I hold back a laugh. "So nothing happened to your charge?" He nods. "Nope, apparently there were some rumors about those who dared annoy Uncle Sheo. Word is they all turned up dismembered in random people's beds." As he explains, his voice turns more and more dead. "And you had me spend the night in that creature's presence." He narrows his eyes. "I can tolerate a lot of shit, boss, but this is getting out of hand." I nod slowly. "Understandable. You can take a week off if you like, and I swear to explain my reasoning for sending you there sometime soon." He sighs. "Thanks, boss, and sorry for complaining." No, I wave him off. "I kind of did take your service for granted. You can go do whatever when you bring Minthara and her sister." He gives me a grateful nod. That was the second thing. They are waiting downstairs in one of the garden pavilions. I turn to Sibyl. Want to help me out with healing some random slum girl? She gives me a dry look and huffs. Fine, it's not like I was enjoying just sitting here spending my time with you. Might as well stop that for some random peasant. I chuckle. Ah, but you are mistaken, my lady, for is it not far more interesting to spend time together and practice our venerable craft at the same time? She faux sighs. Very well, I have been convinced. Lead the way, good sir. We share a chuckle and follow a somewhat dumbfounded Davos downstairs. Minthara's POV. Where in oblivion is he? I think as I frantically pace around the uncomfortably clean and beautiful gardens while receiving confused looks from the nearby guards. Bella is laying down on one of the benches, sleeping peacefully. A gardener arrives and gives me a very odd look before turning to the guardsmen, who quickly inform him about it being court mage business. He leaves while grumbling about disrespectful youngsters ruining his work. I barely contain an amused snort at this. Soon there is a commotion, and Davos, whose face I finally saw last night, leads two very well-dressed individuals toward me. One is a tall Breton woman with dark brown hair, wearing a beautiful yet functional black and red dress. Her most striking detail, however, were the almost glowing red eyes. Since when do Bretons have red eyes? The other person I notice is an even taller Dunmer with long black hair and a scar across the left side of his face, his eyes of red and gold focusing intensely on me. I see you managed not to get murdered, Minthara. A voice pleasantly calm, yet still inured with the usual gravely traits of the Dunmer, leaves the elf's mouth. I blink. Do I know you? He chuckles, and in the blink of an eye, his clothes are replaced with armor and robes, and that same crown I saw yesterday now sits on his head, as his robes appear. His voice switches from being calm to being dark and terrifying. This jog your memory? Everyone, including myself, flinches on instinct. The woman, who I presume is the other court mage, glares at her colleague and kicks him in the leg, not caring one bit about the armor. I was expecting her to flinch away in pain, to start cursing at herself for being an idiot. What I was most assuredly not expecting was for the damn elf to flinch away in pain while she smiled smugly at him. Gods damn it, woman. Can't a mayor have his fun sometimes? His crown disappears as he clutches his leg. She giggles into her hand. Maybe next time, make sure not to hit me with your aura. I don't like even the remnants of that filthy soul anywhere near me. His glare lessens, fie, and as if nothing at all just happened, he turns to me with that same relaxed cheer he carried with him before he almost got his leg kicked off. Now where were we? I deadpan. You were going to heal my sister and make sure all my siblings had somewhere to live. He nods sagely. Indeed I was. The other mage gives him a strange look. I didn't know you were opening a charity rave-in. He shrugs and waves her off. Even if I was about to do that, you know damn well I could feed a small hold and still have money left over to arm its guards. I clear my throat forcefully. He turns to me as if he forgot I was there. Ah yes, little dying peasant girl. He claps his hands, completely ignoring my glare. Let's get to it then. The two mages take their time, looking over Bella. They mutter something between each other and soon share a nod. The woman casts some kind of green spell at her, followed by a rose-ish red one, then a blood-red circle appears around her hand as she yanks it back, forcing blackish blood to rush out of Bella's mouth in amounts that seemed far above what I consider healthy. I am about to rush at her to stop her from whatever she was doing, but a hand grabs my shoulder and I turn to see Davos shaking his head. Just be patient, kid. They might be completely loony, but hey, know what they are doing. I take a deep breath and nod, turning back to the mages just in time to see that damned flaming bird appear again, and both him and his master start casting bright golden healing magic. For a moment I feared he might be hurting her with all that power, but the color returning to her pale skin soon calmed my worries. After a while the veritable storm of magic stopped, and they shared a nod. The Dunmer, while wiping his hands in satisfaction, approached me and started explaining with surprising seriousness she had a growth in her lungs that kept slowly destroying them. Honestly, I am not sure how she survived up to this point. My thoughts drift to all the times I stole potions from the traders as a small smile forces its way onto my face. He continues, so Sibyl had to basically rip it out of her with blood magic, while I regenerated her into a state where it would not be a problem again. I blink at the information, but he gives me no chance to ask questions as he closes in and gives me a serious look. Now I want you to know that that kind of procedure is usually reserved only for the nobility. I gulp. I see where this is going. He sighs. Now I am not going to force the issue. I just wanted you to know that I did you quite the service just now, so all I ask is a bit of trust and patience from you. He smiles. That fair? I nod dumbly. He claps his hands. Capital, and looks at Davos. Can you please get Ingvar to assign her lot someplace to live? Tell him I have no problems with paying. Davos sighs and mumbles, free week, my ass. Oh, come on. It's just a short trip. The mage pouts. Actually pouts. Yeah, boss. Davos turns to me. Come on, kid. Let's go get your lot sorted. Before I can ask about Bella, the court mage waves to the guards. Come on, lads, help the young lady on her way. One of the guards gives a shallow bow and speaks with surprising amounts of respect. As you say, Flame Tongue. Immediately he and his colleague pick Bella up and form up behind us. What did he do to earn such respect from my people? Who is this Mir? And most importantly, what in oblivion does he want with me? Chapter 112, Apprentice. Minthara's POV. As Davos, followed by a couple of palace guards, goes to ensure that my siblings are taken care of, I find myself walking through the halls of the Blue Palace aimlessly, still stunned by the sudden changes in my life and the ease with which the nobility can decide to bring said changes. I am not foolish enough to believe that they should all suddenly start giving out their wealth randomly. I was raised to be smarter than that, but the way the palace's steward merely shrugged his shoulders and wrote up a writ for apprenticeships for all of my siblings left me completely stunned. At least they now had a future, something I wasn't so sure I had myself. Even if he didn't ask for it, I already owed that damned elf way too much. Sigh, better get on with it then. I make my way back to the gardens and notice that most of the guards are gone, while the two mages are still at the pavilion talking animatedly about something. My curiosity gets the better of me, and I walk quietly while making sure I am out of their line of sight. Just when their words are about to become intelligible, the flaming head of a bird pops out of the nearby bush, somehow not setting it on fire, and suddenly stops as its eyes meet mine. Ah, my first follower, the bird chirps loudly. I knew you would find your way to me again. Divines have mercy. Scorch, what are you doing in the damned bushes? The annoyed voice of the so-called Flame Tongue breaks our little stare-down. Oh, shoot. The bird flinches. Well, off I go. And with an insane burst of speed, it flies away toward the wizard's tower. I turn to see the court mage duo giving me amused looks. Annie, I am really going to need to teach the little shit some discipline. The elf mutters, annoyed. His partner giggles. Isn't your familiar made directly from your soul? He sighs. Yes, and I know how annoying I was as a child. This world cannot deal with two of me. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be letting him out so much. She looks at me, and her lips twist into a thin line. It appears your next pet project has just arrived. Well then, I am off to listen to Erica and Bryling bicker for the 100th time today. He chuckles and throws his hands up dramatically. Oh, woe is me, that I cannot accompany you to such a riveting experience. The Breton lets out an amused breath and leaves while shaking her head. Flame Tongue turns back to me. Come on then, might as well get started early. And signals for me to follow. Start what exactly? I ask cautiously while falling in behind him. Why, your education, of course. He grins. I blink. Why would you even bother with educating me on anything? He turns his head back my way. I did tell you I recruited you for your potential, right? My eyes narrow. Yes, and I like any other sensible street rat call bullshit. He giggles, actually giggles. Huh, a street rat. Almost as if considering some personal joke. Are you going to tell me what you want from me or not? I ask again, a bit more forcefully this time. He stops and takes a deep breath. I will explain everything once you are skilled enough in combat. Explaining anything at the moment would be counterproductive. Groan. Why do you insist on continuing this mysterious act? You want something from me, so just tell me already. He sighs. I already told you, I want you to learn from me, that is all. But for what reason? I insist. He tilts his head to the side. Does it really matter? Of course it does. Is he kidding? He cups his chin between his fingers, but does it truly? I already helped you and I am offering you the opportunity of a lifetime. His eyes narrow. I have been exceedingly tolerant and patient with you, even after already helping you immensely. So for the last tribunal damned time, be fucking patient. As he speaks, a bit of his magical presence leaks out, and even to my untrained senses, it feels like a mountain is looking down at me. My knees shake and I nod quickly, hoping the feeling would go away. And so it does, as if it was never there. Right, he drawls, much less humor in his voice this time. Follow me and we shall begin. He leads me toward the mage tower, but instead of entering it, we move behind it to a small courtyard overlooking the giant cliff the palace was built on. There were multiple damaged targets and a couple of ornate standing tables dispersed haphazardly around it. As we enter, he spreads his arms welcomingly. This shall be your home away from home for the following months. I will teach you how to sling spells like the best of them, and someone else will get around to teaching you how to fight. Speaking of, do you have a preferred weapon? I blink. This is all moving way too fast. I know how to use a dagger, maybe an axe. He nods to himself. We will have you try everything and see what sticks then. As he says this, he claps his hands. Now for the fun bit. What do you know of magic? I can set a small fire, I say uncomfortably. Once again he nods, this time in satisfaction. Good, I won't have to go through the tedium of teaching you how to use your magicka. His eyes glow as he looks at me, speaking off. Apparently your Altma blood is good for something at least. You have a bit more than your usual novice, I would say. I hold back a groan. He pulls out a book from somewhere and starts flipping through it. I hear him mutter something about an aromantic affinity, but that is all I get before he slams the tome shut and turns his attention back to me. I will give you the choice of what you want to start with. Nords are usually quite capable with ice magic, but you seem to have a good connection with the winds as well. How do you know that? I cannot help but ask. He shrugs. I guess I don't mind you knowing. I can quite literally see magic. I blink. That must be handy. A bark of amused laughter leaves him as he pretends to wipe a tear. Handy, she says. Girl, it is a literal cheat. He shakes his head. Not that it matters to you anyways. So what will it be, wind or ice? I shift uncomfortably. What do I choose? Is this some kind of hidden test? Is wind supposed to be rare? Or should I choose the easier thing? Raven's POV. The way she is shifting around like she is making some kind of great life decision. It seems I have a replacement for Davos while he goes and drinks and whores himself to an early grave with his righteously liberated plunder. A minute later, and she is still overthinking it. Yeah, now it's just sad. I sigh. Just tell me what you think is cooler. She stops abruptly and blurts out, wind. I nod slowly. Wind it is. Very well, take a seat. I point to the grass and she slowly does so. Now what I want you to do. I go on to explain the most basic intricacies of wind magic and the alteration school. She seems to get most of it, but some information still flies over her head. Naturally, as one would expect of someone of her rather venerable line, not even half an hour later, a small gust of wind leaves her hand. Her face is covered in sweat, and her cheap clothes reek even worse than when she arrived first, but a radiant smile adorns her face. As she actually manages to cast the spell, a girlish squeal of joy leaves her mouth. Catching herself, she abruptly turns to my amused gaze and flinches as if struck. You heard nothing. I slowly shake my head, a bit of pity in my eyes. I have burned into my memory. No, she whines. I roll my eyes. Nothing embarrassing about celebrating your first step to greatness, I say patiently. She nods slowly. I guess. The sound of steps interrupts any further conversation as a very battered-looking Marco enters the courtyard. Failed to seduce an orc brat? I ask with a shit-eating grin. He groans, not you too. I shrug. If you didn't want to get mocked, then you shouldn't come here looking like you went on a date with the entire local giant population. His groan almost turns into a whine, and he looks at the tired Minthara. As their eyes meet, they share a look that only mutual victims might. He turns back to me. Who is? The slum rat, I ask. Minthara glares at Marco, just as planned. He flinches. Don't put words in my mouth. He takes a calming breath. I meant to ask who she was. Oh, just my new apprentice, I say plainly. Instead of showing any kind of jealousy or competitiveness, he turns to Minthara, bows, and mutters a prayer to RK. I hold back a snort as Minthara gives him a look of pure despair. Now, what were you here for, Marco? I remember quite vividly telling you there would be no lessons today, I ask after a moment of silence. He waves his rather heavily bruised hands around. Could you please heal me? Perhaps, I say slowly. But first you must tell me what kind of monster you tried to bed to end up in such a state. A deep, tired sigh leaves his throat. I tried to help out in the slums. And let me guess, I interrupt. You said something incredibly stupid that sounded mildly heroic to you at that moment and insulted someone who had a very bad day. He blinks. How? I have known you for longer than a day. I preempt the question. His shoulders slump. Yeah, you are right. I scratch my chin. Show me your progress with bardic casting, and I will think about it. Minthara's POV. The Altmer blinks at his teachers. Command, could you not heal me first? He almost whines. Flame Tongue merely laughs. If you want to be worth anything in a fight, casting, while tired or wounded, is a must. Marco narrows his eyes. You just want to see me suffer, he says accusingly. Without missing a beat, his teacher responds, yes. With a nod to himself and a mutter of, why did I even ask? He pulls out a lute and turns to a target. He takes a deep breath and strums to string, causing sparks of magic to form between his fingers, and with a yell, he launches what looks like a wall of pure force at one of the targets, ripping it at places but not destroying it. Again. Flame Tongue commands sternly. Marco takes a deep breath and repeats the spell. Again. His teacher's tone doesn't change. A lot more tired now, Marco casts the spell once more. And once more a cold voice commands again. He makes him repeat the process 20 more times before he is satisfied. With a lazy wave of his hand, a wave of gold washes over Marco, and he looks as good as new, if you don't count the sweat coming off of his everything, that is. Without giving the Altmer any time to compose himself, his teacher speaks. Your channeling has improved, but the volume is still too little. You should practice more. Marco simply falls to the ground. Why not just enchant my lute as you said you could, he mutters, because that would defeat the point of the exercise. His tone turns from cold to lecturing. If you are assisted by enchantments at the early stages of your magic training, you get too used to the boons they offer and end up almost incapable without them. Marco nods tiredly from his position on the ground. Yeah, I get it. Then stop whining about it, brat. His teacher snarks and then turns to me. And you. His eyes stare at me intently. First, good work. The intense gaze suddenly shifts to an amused one. Second, you need a bath and some new clothes. I won't have my apprentice look like a damned street rat. And without waiting for any response, he starts walking to the tower. I share one last suffering look with Marco and follow behind my new boss. I take a sneaky look at his face and note against my will that he seems rather handsome with his sharp and noble features. This would have been just like the stories if he wasn't such an annoying prat. Stop hobbling like I beat you to death and get moving. He drawls, definitely a prat. Chapter 113, Students' Woes. Minthara's POV. I leave the clothes shop feeling far more dead inside than when I first arrived. Glancing at my boss, master, I am not sure, actually. I note that he is as relaxed as when we first arrived. I cannot help but ask cautiously, is she always such a complete and utter bitch to everyone and anyone? He quips cheerfully and waves me off. Don't worry, she wasn't being an arse due to your heritage. She is just a very sour old woman who probably needs a proper lay before she goes insane. I blink rapidly and after a moment narrow my eyes. And why was she so respectful to you? Why, that is because I give her money. is his immediate and dry answer. Well, he isn't wrong. Ravens POV. I whistle cheerfully as I lead my newest to-cough student back to the tower. She is definitely dead tired, but there is an almost supernatural determination in her eyes as she forces herself not to appear weak or whiny. Least I could expect of a bloody demigod, I guess. That determination naturally cracks the moment she notices just how many bloody stares await us. She sends me a pleading, desperate look, but my relaxed smirk merely widens, showing my ritual-twisted canines. I do have to admit, I almost felt sorry for her when she noticed me levitating slightly above the steps, so I decided to be merciful and levitated her as well, eliciting a relaxed yawn the moment I lifted her. I shake my hand lazily, making her jerk around in the air while letting out a surprised yelp. No sleeping just yet, I have a couple more things to show you. She groans. Fine, just stop. I still my hand and continue walking up. Soon we reach the peak and I enter one of the empty rooms. After levitating her down carefully, I say, "This will be your home during your stay. It is usually reserved for court mages, but I believe Torrig will grant me enough leeway for you to remain here." She stands up and dusts off her new clothes while looking around and immediately gapes, completely stunned. Her head snaps my way. "All my siblings could live here," she says excitedly. "No," I say firmly, "but no." I repeat, with greater force, "We do actually do some serious work up here, and a bunch of children would not be acceptable." I shrug. "Besides, I am already pushing on Sibyl's patience by letting you stay here." She looks away, a bit ashamed at asking too much too quickly, and asks, "That is the name of your colleague?" I nod. "She doesn't seem to like me, does she?" she asks carefully. I wave her off. "She is just a bit grouchy. Your arrival interrupted our morning. Don't worry, she won't eat you. Probably." "Ah, well, that is good." Her eyes snap to mine. "Wait, what do you mean, probably?" I smile mysteriously. "Let us hope you never get to find out." And before she can press, "Now for the last thing, follow me." I leave without waiting for a response, and soon hear steps fall in behind me. I lead her to my own chambers and almost facepalm when I realize I completely forgot to clean the place up. Across the entire place lay strewn about a bunch of Dwemer animunculus parts of my own creation, a large metal bow with an equally metal string being the most eye-catching among them. "What is all of this?" my student asks. "Not relevant right now," I say while moving a couple of parts off the spell circle in the middle of the room. The story behind those bits is a long and interesting one, so I will leave it for when we have time for a longer chat. She seems satisfied by this and tilts her head while examining everything. I dust off my hands after I am done and offer my right to her. "Take my hand, please." She gives me a suspicious look, but after a moment does as asked. Oh, and I should mention. A wicked grin spreads on my face as I activate the spell. "You really should not have eaten that street meat." She only has time for her eyes to widen comically as the space around us twists around itself and launches us across the province. One moment we are atop the Blue Palace, and the next we are in my mansion in Winterhold. I feel a bit woozy, but I already got used to the feeling, so it isn't nearly as bad as the first time. Minthara, on the other hand, has fallen unconscious. Fuck. All right, the time for joking around is over. I quickly cast a couple of restoration spells on her and slap her lightly a couple of times to wake her up. Her eyes slowly open and she blinks rapidly. "You all right there?" "Go fuck yourself," she says in a tired tone as she glares at me. I wince. "Yeah, I probably deserve that." I raise my hands placatingly. "Don't worry, I've had my fun for now." Minthara's POV. Did he recruit me merely to torment me? Seriously. I already said I was sorry. He grumbles and suddenly halts. "Ah, yes." He nods to himself and pulls out a vial from somewhere and offers it to me. Is he trying to humiliate me again? I give him a skeptical look. He rolls his eyes. "Just drink it. It is a potent stamina potion that should get you on your feet after all that." Throwing potions around just like that. Sigh. Not much of a choice, I guess. I grab the vial and gulp it down, immediately feeling refreshed like I had a long night of sleep. He nods to himself. "Good, follow me." And once again leaves without a care. I really want to punch him in the face, but remembering how he stood before an entire band of Nords without flinching stops any of those ideas in their infancy. He leads me outside, and I finally notice that we are in a very different place. Most notably, the moment we step outside, the cold feels far harsher on my skin than it does in solitude. I turn to Raven and ask, "Where are we?" He smirks, "Winterhold." My eyes widen. "Why Winterhold?" I hiss, "How in oblivion are we on the other end of Skyrim?" His smirk remains, "You will learn if you are willing." Annoying little. Why are we here? I wish to show you another aspect of your study under me, and I thought I might as well check on my workers. Your workers? He nods proudly and points toward a rather large, wealthy-looking building, Sea Ghost's Respite, one of the most luxurious inns and bathhouses in Skyrim, founded and funded by yours truly. Speaking of, he pipes up suddenly, we might as well go and grab a meal while we are here. He leads me toward the building, passing by multiple Dunmer, who upon seeing him bow respectfully as he hails them all by name. At least he isn't a dickhead to his workers. And what follows next is the best divine's damned meal I've ever had. All manner of meats and cheeses with wine imported from who knows where. And he just chose to have this kind of thing casually. I know it is his place, but still. He notices my discomfort and sighs, "You shouldn't let your past hold you back from enjoying your newfound fortune." My left eyebrow goes up. "Your fortune, you mean?" He scoffs. "Oh, please, you will become a respectable mage under my tutelage within a year tops, meaning that this kind of meal will be the norm, not whatever celebratory exception you may be picturing." But I go to explain myself, but he raises a hand. But nothing. He frowns. "You should accept that you have been given an opportunity to rise above whatever unfortunate past you were saddled with. Don't let it hold you down and grasp your new life with both hands." I want to refute his words, but his stern look stops me in my tracks. I shake my head. He probably already knows whatever foolishness I was about to say and would just consider it childish whining. "Chin up, Minthara. You are more mature than this." He seems to notice my understanding and nods to himself. Now that we are nice and rested, it is time for the final lesson of the day. We walk out of the establishment, with him receiving respectful and cheerful greetings from the residents, and even salutes from the guardsmen, and myself receiving looks of curiosity and jealousy. I am led through a gate, and we soon leave the city. "Where are we headed?" I cannot help but ask. "Just around the corner there." He points at a small hill in the distance. Soon we are standing above an icy cliff face. Raven takes a deep breath as a peaceful smile spreads on his face. "Can you feel it?" he asks in a tone lacking all his previous playfulness or mockery. "Feel what?" I frown in confusion. "Just breathe." His voice itself is as peaceful as his expression. "All right, I guess I can try." I close my eyes and take a deep breath, and suddenly, almost as if caressing me, the wind slows down around me, and I almost feel like it warmed the air, just to make me more comfortable. I flinch away in a panic and look around frantically. "What just happened?" I blurt out. Raven laughs at my reaction, but there is relief in his eyes. "Good, you can feel it." "Fell what?" "Why Kind's breath, of course." He smirks. What is he on about? My eyes narrow. "I didn't take you for a priest." "I am too handsome to be a priest," he says without a hint of shame. My eye twitches. Before I can ask again, he raises a hand. "Did you ever wonder why they call me Flame Tongue?" I frown and hold back an eye roll. "What does your honor name have to do with Kind's breath?" "Everything," he states and turns his gaze to the cliff face. "Allow me to demonstrate." He takes a deep breath. The feeling of the wind caressing the both of us intensifies as his eyes snap open and he shouts, "Yol!" and a massive wave of searing flames explodes outwards, melting all of the snow around us. Raven's POV. Even without wearing it, Potema's soul comes in clutch. I smile at my progress in the Thuum and finally start considering using full shouts. As middle words are usually just there to balance the power and not enhance it, it should be possible with my crown. I hear a breath hitching to my side. Ah yes, the infantile demigod. I turn my eyes to her, and before I can say anything, she blurts out, "What the fuck? How in the hell can you use the Thuum?" Good, she heard of it at least. I smirk. That doesn't really matter. Her eyes narrow in irritation. What does matter, however, is that I am going to teach you how to do it. And for the first time since I have met her, I notice a new kind of expression in her eyes. Greed. Chapter 114. The Flight of Time. After I managed to calm down the now incredibly excited demigod, we made our way back to the portal in my house. I made sure to grab a bunch of lower-level tomes from my personal library for my students, and also visited the college to buy copies of a couple higher-level destruction magic tomes for my own studies. We would likely be facing small armies soon, and having some larger-scale spells than a mere fireball in my pocket would definitely come in handy. Now that I think about it, I should also learn some less destructive combat magic, so I can preserve corpses for my shadow binding. Maybe that strangling spell isn't such a waste after all. After we teleported back to Solitude, I made sure Minthara wasn't knocked out again and led her to her room. She seemed content to rest for now, but I sensed a threat in her tone when she asked that I don't dare be late in teaching her about the voice. My wicked grin and jovial promise of my most thorough tutorship quickly made her realize just how much she fucked up with that request. I left her to contemplate her fate and got back to my usual work. Things turned into the usual blur that inevitably followed my falling into routine behavior after that fateful day. I started most of my days by chatting with Sibyl while having a morning drink. She was slowly growing less reserved with me as we continued with our fling. She was unfortunately still dancing around the question, but I have started noticing her dropping the usual flighty tone she used on instinct to keep people at arm's length from time to time. The fact she was finally relaxing her guard around me made me surprisingly happy. She was fun in her usual state, but when she would relax, she tended to show a more goofy and nerdy side that most mages hide to the best of their abilities, and when such a thing would happen, she would become inordinately bashful and a prime target to my teasing. I really was starting to enjoy her presence more and more. After that would come the court sessions. Listening to people bicker got so boring that Sibyl and I turned it into a guessing game while mocking the now 3 Thane-led factions that kept vying for power and influence. Surprising absolutely no one, the moment that Helm joined the fray, Erica and Bryling acted in almost perfect concert to keep him sidelined and unimportant. Their little scheme was becoming more and more obvious to everyone at this point. But no one really cared to point it out as long as they did their job. Naturally, I had a very long and pointed talk with the both of them about crossing certain lines, and seeing as they both saw what I was capable of, they wisely chose to keep a lid on it. What no one did expect was Helm turning himself into a popular figurehead, mere days after his appointment. How he managed to gather so much support from common people he most likely oppressed previously. I have no idea, but he would prove a good counterbalance to the already established power, and some of his proposals were actually rather good for the common populace. So I chose not to interfere with his work. Well, I say not interfere. I still threatened him about the consequences of abusing his position. You know, the usual Nordic politics. Torrig was growing more practiced in his role of leadership, and my constant jibes and hints allowed him to keep a level head when making most decisions. The cleansing of the slums weighed heavily on him, but instead of crumbling below the pressure, the young man steeled himself and dedicated twice as hard to the task of keeping his realm safe and strong. Unfortunately, we both knew that there was no way to avoid what was coming. All that could be done was merely mitigating the damage of the inevitable shitstorm that awaited the province would do. And the poor boy didn't even know about the vampire and dragon epidemic that awaited. Speaking of multiple looming supernatural apocalypses, if I even wanted him to live long enough to suffer through all that I needed to make sure he wouldn't get shouted to a fine paste by Ulfric Tantrum Cloak, so I added another project to my ever-expanding list. The first thing I made sure to check was if enchanted items were even allowed in Nordic duels. The answer was a definitive, maybe kinda. One could use magical items in honorable combat only if they were inherited or gifted to them by family or a close one. How extremely devious of the ancient Nords. I almost burst into laughter upon reading through that one tidbit of the royal tome on ancient traditions. They made sure that no peasant could reasonably challenge the Jarls, and everyone respected them for it. No matter, it would only require some additional maneuvering on my part. The first step was to actually make the artifact. I spent days brainstorming a counter to the Thuum and came up mostly blank. A general resist magic effect did technically work, but a shout was on such a scale that nothing short of the robes of some mythical ancient archmage would do a thing to actually break the shout's power. I did try hinting at the idea of teaching him about the Thuum a couple of times, but the young man bluntly refused me, citing the required time and him being already busy with his duties. Another unfortunate fact was that the Greybeards would not reasonably leave the High King alone if they found out about him learning the Thuum. After all was said and done, I settled on merely brute-forcing the issue. I took an orichalcum bracer and inscribed it with direct counters to specific shouts in Dovazul. Ulfric was still something of a novice when he left the Greybeards, and he reasonably wouldn't have learned the more complex forms of shouting so quickly. So I decided to gamble and inscribe direct counters to the more basic attack shouts, and even then, the god's damned bracer was barely functioning with an entire black soul gem. 3 uses and it would break completely. All that was left was for me to meet with Elisif at some point and make sure she gifts him the damn thing on their wedding day. Something that was growing more and more inevitable with the king's growing reputation and confidence. When it came to my students, they were both progressing at a satisfactory pace. It was to be expected, as even Marco was surprisingly talented, but the fact that I was making possible legends did put a smile on my face. Marco was slowly but steadily becoming able to cast his spells with enough speed for actual combat use. He was still somewhat whiny, but the constant hard work I subjected him to was slowly turning him into a hard-working yet still playful young Mer. Minthara was another story. She didn't whine, nor did she complain. When I gave her a task, she got to it and gave it her all. Naturally, when combined with her heritage, her hard work showed excellent results. She was already capable of launching wind blades in combat and sustaining a wind ward for a respectable amount of time, and her Thuum was progressing at a good pace as well. She was yet unable to shout even a basic fuss, but she could at least speak it along my own signature fire breath. What really boggled my mind was the weapon she chose in the end, a god's damned warhammer. Like, I know they are good against armor and bones and all that, but why in the hell would a relative twig like her choose a warhammer? And why did she look so at ease when using it? Sigh. Do not question Akatosh's will, my child. One day both she and Marco came to me and requested I teach them healing magic. A reasonable request, of course, but they forgot they were not dealing with a reasonable Mer. I agreed immediately and almost let out a proud tear when my students' gazes turned suspicious at that same instant. Not being one to disappoint, I dropped a comically massive tome on anatomy and another on the arcane script before them and smiled. Marco looked like I killed his dog, and even Minthara's work your ass off every damned day ethic failed her as even she gulped in fear. Unfortunately for them, they were not getting out of it. If you let the genie out of the bottle, you won't be getting it back in, as it were. So I forced the two of them to read through both of the damned things while still keeping up with their usual training. It was painful, boring, and both of them voiced wishes for the sweet release of the void on multiple occasions. But after 2 grueling months, they both managed to get through them. Their faces, when I started asking questions about the content, were pure gold. After I finished with their daily training, I would take some time on my own to practice both shouting and spellcraft. As my first full shout, I naturally decided to go for the fire breath. Even if it wasn't the most efficient idea, it was literally in my name now, and one must not forsake the vaunted art of presentation so easily. Naturally, Ye Olde Yoltor Shul wasn't the only shout I was attempting to make work. After gaining quite a bit of experience and deepening my bond with the winds and their patron, I finally started down the road of the more mystical shouts, namely the manipulation of time and turning oneself ethereal. They were very slow going, but every day I felt ever so slightly closer to learning them, so I kept at it with the help of my long-honed determination. The fact that meditating on the words of power was extremely relaxing and soothing had nothing to do with it, of course. When it came to my spell work, I finally got to learning rune casting, and what an absolute rabbit hole those were. Destruction runes were basically completely modular combat mines that could be overcharged to ridiculous proportions with enough preparations. Add to that my expertise with runes. The booms were coming, and they would be beautiful. Unfortunately, the runes were the only big expansion to my repertoire I managed in such a relatively short time. Any big army killers were still very far off, and while my magic was extremely dangerous in personal combat, I was nowhere near the level of power where I could just tear through hundreds of people like some over-romanticized Chinese warlord. Still, I was satisfied with my work, and within the blink of an eye, 3 whole months had passed. I slump onto the floor from my crouching position, both my face and arms blackened with oil, and a very large, and more importantly, very complete Dwemer automatic ballista platform looming ominously above me, its orichalcum chassis covered to the brim with lightly glowing red runes. It almost brought a tear to my eye as I looked at the lifeless machine of death and destruction. Is this how the Dwemer felt when they made their own animunculi? Sadly, I couldn't spend too much time admiring my work. Tomorrow we would be getting reports on the Western incursion, and I needed to rest up properly if I wanted to actually participate in the morning. I haven't slept for 3 days in my frenzy to complete this. But what to name my newest creation? A couple of subdued knocks on my door break me out of my thoughts. I wonder what she wants at this hour. Chapter 105, The Painting. I pointlessly try and dust my hands off as I reach out and open the door, and there, completely failing to hide an excited glint in her eyes, stood Sibyl. Go. A long yawn interrupts me. Good evening, Sibyl, I say groggily and attempt to wipe the sleepiness from my eyes, but just end up smearing them with oil. Her excitement dims a bit as she asks, Are you doing all right? I pick up a rather expensive blanket, now turned oily rag, and try and clean out the oil from my pained eyes. Raven, you are a mage for divine's sake. I still almost as if struck. Dear God, I am an idiot. I quickly summon up my robes, and all the oil slides off me like rain off of glass. Turning back to Sibyl, I give her a grateful smile. Thanks for that. I haven't slept in days. I cup my chin. I think I even forgot where I was for a moment there. There is an amused glint in her eyes as she asks, And what were you working on with such dedication? I spread my arms dramatically and cast a mage light, lighting up the room and showing the massive enchanted Dwemer ballista platform. Behold my stuff. She blinks in astonishment and barely holds back a gasp. You actually made it work. I nod proudly. Indeed, coding the damn thing took me almost as much time as building it. Making it shoot only enemies was rather hard. I wince at the memory, but I finally managed it, and now I have a glorious death machine to throw at my enemies. Coding, she raises an eyebrow. I wave her off. Think of it like enchanting specific commands onto the animunculus via runes. Without them, it would be just an immobile piece of junk. I blink. Well, an extremely expensive and well-made immobile piece of junk, but a piece of junk nonetheless. She nods rapidly, as if to tell me to get on with it, and excitedly asks, Did you name it already? No, I say slowly. She perks up. Then you are lucky I am here to provide my opinion. That I didn't ask for. I drawl, but there is a glint of amusement in my eyes. She scoffs playfully. Oh, don't be such a brat. I give great names. She cups her chin in thought. Maybe. Her eyes snap to mine. The Destructor. The amusement from my eyes fades. She cringes slightly, but redoubles her efforts. After a moment, her excitement returns. I know, the Heaven Piercer. I palm my face in disappointment. She raises a finger weakly. I raise a hand, please. She pouts and crosses her arms. Well, come on then, O warrior poet of Morrowind. Why don't you give it a name? First, don't associate me with that androgynous cunt. I glare and she chuckles. Second, I was about to do that when someone barged into my chambers. She huffs. I don't hear you complaining when I barge in for other reasons. Fair, I smirk, but back to the point. I turn back to the automaton. Something meaningful or just something cool? Why not both? Gatecrasher, I say after some consideration. Sibyl sighs. It fits, but it's so... Not outrageously over the top, I ask with an amused smile. She pouts with a bit of red worming its way onto her pale cheeks. Deciding to rescue her from the awkwardness, I ask, So what did you come here for? She perks up. It is finished. What is finished? I ask slowly. Oh, please. She rolls her eyes. You know damn well I was painting something for months now. Oh, I thought that was just your usual hobby. Never you mind. She starts dragging me. I have something to show you. And without a care in the world, she just yanks me with her supernatural strength, dragging me like a wet sack. By the time we reached her room, I was already half asleep and she had to lightly slap me awake. Really, Raven? I slowly get up from the ground, where I was unceremoniously dropped. I might have understated just how tired I was. She gives me a faux disdainful look. I keep forgetting how weak mortals are. Yeah, laugh it up, you bloodthirsty monstrosity. I drawl humorously. She huffs and signals for me to follow her to a large covered canvas. Once there, she tells me to stay put, and in one careful yank, she removes the dark cloth covering it. I blink rapidly upon seeing the picture. Well, that is certainly not what I was expecting. In front of me stands an extremely lifelike artistic representation of our defiance of Meridia. On one side are the two of us, signs of battle and slight damage to our robes, standing in front of a long trail of destroyed undead and defeated necromancers, while an army of Nordic warriors battles the stragglers. On the other is a furious Meridia, glaring at the sword that I threw at her as it levitates in front of her face. I can almost taste her rage just by seeing the picture, and it is one of the most satisfying things I have ever seen. I remain completely silent as I take in the impressive scene. Sibylla shifts uncomfortably. It isn't bad, is it? In a flash of speed, I grab her shoulders and start shaking her. Bad, it isn't bad. Woman, this is easily one of the best things I have seen in my entire life. Thankfully, she doesn't notice my little slip of the tongue as a wide smile spreads on her face. Good. Consider it a gift. I still holding her at an awkward tilted angle. What? She chuckles and plainly repeats, it is a gift. My heart skips a beat and I blink, for me. No, it's for Meridia. She drawls as she makes a dour expression. Completely ignoring her sarcastic answer, I hug her tightly, making her let out a surprised yelp and whisper, that is easily the best thing anyone has ever given me. She shifts in my embrace, but seems way too awkward to give me any kind of response. I chuckle and teasingly say, easily decades older than me, and this is what leaves you speechless. She huffs. I might be older, but I sure as oblivion am not old. Ah, and of course, that is what you choose to focus on. I roll my eyes. After a moment of silence, she clears her throat. So, do you plan on letting go yet? Let me think about it. I tilt my head. Nah. She huffs. Fine then, I am glad you liked my gift. I chuckle as I let her go. See, it wasn't so hard now, was it? She looks away. It was just a bit sudden. Dear Dagoth, she can be cute sometimes. We have done far more than hug it out previously. I say suggestively. She crosses her arms. You know that isn't the same. I take a comically terrified pose and ask with a quiver in my voice, you aren't going to ask me to do something as degenerate as holding hands now, are you? She stares at me for a moment and we both burst into a fit of chuckles. After calming down, she sighs, you are right, I am being quite silly. What seems to be the problem? I ask slowly. She once again shifts uncomfortably, a long beat of silence passes, and she finally forces out, I just don't think that you should trust someone like me so easily. And why is that? I ask with a raised eyebrow. She scoffs, Raven, I literally drink people. Like that explained anything, and I burn them alive. I respond immediately and cross my arms. So would you care to tell me the difference? She completely stills for a moment and then bursts into laughter. Of the self-deprecating variety, you are right, of course. Shaking her head, she approaches me and looks me in the eyes. How come you are the mature one when it comes to this? I respond immediately in a completely deadpan voice. I am actually a reincarnated century-old man stuffed into the body of a young elf. She rolls her eyes. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. Then starts shifting around uncomfortably again. Could you stay with me tonight? Tyreed, I groan. She lets out a mirthful chuckle. I just want your company right now. Fine. I sigh dramatically. I guess I can grace you with my soothing presence. She rolls her eyes and pulls me toward her bedroom. Chapter 116, The Reachman Strike. Share. Who by Dagoth's unwashed loincloth is yelling so loudly in the morning? Teacher, the voice resounds once again, now closer. My eyes snap open and I sigh in annoyance, only to blink rapidly as I see Sibyl, who up to that point was snuggled against me, barely holding herself back from launching a massive blizzard in the voice's direction. I take a deep breath. What do you want so early in the bloody morning, Marco? Said elf enters the room we were in, takes a second after seeing us, and turns around with surprising speed. Sorry. Sibyl interrupts my response as she growls, You will explain to me in great detail why you thought waking me up so early was a good idea, or I will turn you into a popsicle. Marco winces slightly and clears his throat. I hum. There was a commotion in the palace, something about raiders or something. I didn't quite catch it all, but they sent me up to get you two. Sibyl groans in exasperation. Of course they would. She stills then. Wait, how did you even enter my rooms? He simply points behind him, and not a moment later, Davos peeks inside Mornin' Boss. I wave lazily in greeting. So is there really a commotion, or are the two of you trying to be smart? Davos shrugs. Apparently the Reachman went a bit wild. He pauses and shrugs again. Well, wilder than we expected, so they are calling for an emergency meeting. Sibyl slumps back into a lying position. Fine, now get out. Marco seems just about ready to say something dumb as he is wont to do, but Davos drags him outside before he can commit suicide via angry vampire. I get up and start putting my clothes on. A thought strikes me and I ask, You want to bet the Thalmor are behind this? I hear a light snort behind me. That would be a fool's bet. I let out a mirthless chuckle and get back to pulling on my pants. General Piev. The Blue Palace looked as serene as always, with its gardens perfectly groomed and its halls without a speck of dust. The early spring air wafted through the widely opened windows as the army of servants prepared for yet another peaceful day. Unfortunately, the day soon turned everything but peaceful as multiple riders wearing the insignia of Imperial Scouts started dismounting and rushing inside, bringing grave reports to the groggy High King and his stoic steward. Soon an emergency meeting was called for, and all the higher dignitaries of the city and hold were gathered in the throne room. The two established thanes both seemed disinterested in the situation and were busy looking at the reactions of others, likely scheming about potential gains they could get out of the situation. The king looked half asleep, but was awake enough to give everyone the feeling of his own alarm and despair at whatever news he received. As the court mages made their appearance, an impatient Sibyl Stentor immediately looked to the steward. Folk, if you don't tell me why I was forced to get up so early right now, I swear I will kick you out the window. Folk merely gives her a challenging look and remains silent. Legate Ricker, who was forced to attend court for the first time in months, much to her chagrin, looked just about ready to say something when her eyes met with the other court mages, who gave her a narrow stare, to which she merely rolled her eyes and remained silent, who returned the favor by kindly asking his colleague to be patient. Not long after Thane Helm and his brother Bolvar arrived from the sprawl, and Folk finally spoke, Thank you all for coming here on such short notice. He pauses for a moment. We have received some very unfortunate news this morning. Large bands of forsworn raiders have invaded the western hold, and if the reports are to be believed, 2 villages have already fallen and Haroldstead has been put under siege. Were we not scouting for this exact reason? A scowling raven interjects. Folk frowns. They came far faster than was reasonably expected, and the reports also mentioned that they were equipped far better than expected. How much better? Ricker asks immediately. Nothing too outrageous, but there were reports of them wearing some armor and being armed with some steel weapons. He responds patiently. Raven cups his chin. Better than the bone sticks they tend to use, that much is certain. I am guessing that we don't have any kind of idea where they got the weapons from, any hidden armories they might have raided. Folk looks ready to respond, but an annoyed voice interrupts him as Erica speaks up disdainfully. They are just a bunch of barbarians. No amount of weapons will save them from actual soldiers. Those barbarians, Raven frowns, have managed to fight the Nords off for centuries now. You would do well not to underestimate them. The Thane hesitates for a moment, remembering how unwise pissing this particular elf is, and tensely questions, "You cannot seriously tell me that you think them our equals in battle?" "Of course not." The elf scoffs with an eye roll. "I am just saying that they have other strengths, something I have already informed the steward of months ago." Everyone turns to Falk and he nods. "I was indeed briefed on the Forsworn's capabilities, and unfortunately the court mage's words do have quite some merit, as the Reachmen have numerous lesser mages within their ranks." This time Ricker interjects, "Merely having lesser mages would not be enough." Falk raises an arm. "I was getting to that, legate. Patience, please." She nods, and Falk goes on, "Thank you, as I was just about to say, they are led by covens of what is known as hagravens, rather potent mages working in concert with the Daedra Namira." A mixture of gasps, insulted grunts, and straight-up spitting sounds resound through the hall. And indeed, I am afraid we are going to be dealing with more than mere raiders this time. "Do we have a plan of action?" Bryling finally joins the conversation. The steward shakes his head. "We are here for that exact reason. If anyone has suggestions or information, they should voice it now before we begin with the planning." Helm perks up. "My warriors are eager to strike at the bastards. Just point us at them." "Oh yes, do throw yourself at the enemy. Save us the trouble," Erica snarks. "Why you little?" The sound of a throat being cleared interrupts their spat. "Gentlemen." The voice is followed by a wave of instinctual fear, by now familiar to most residents of the palace. "If you wish to have a pissing contest, do so in the privy, please." They remain silent. "Am I clear?" The feeling doubles down. "Yes. Of course. Excuse me." "Good." The feeling is gone. Now does anyone have a plan that isn't "let's just smash into them and hope our manliness is greater than theirs"? Raven looks at Ricker. "Legate, you are the actual army officer. Would you care to give your suggestion?" She nods. "Could we get a map, please?" Falk claps his hands and a table is brought inside, while a servant sneakily hands the king a cup of steaming coffee. "Lucky bastard," Raven grumbles to himself. Everyone gathers around the square table while Falk starts pointing out the enemy positions. They emerged from the canyons and valleys to the west. The reported size of the warband is about 2,000 warriors, mostly light infantry. He points at 2 dots. These 2 villages have reportedly been burned to the ground, with the residents killed or taken. He then points to a larger marking, representing a walled settlement. Haroldstead has been surrounded last night, and probing attacks have already started. If they manage to push through the strategic pass, it guards about a dozen other villages, would be easy pickings. "It could be bait," Raven muses aloud. "How so?" Falk questions with his now perpetual frown. "It is widely known that the king has a vested interest in the ruling family of that specific settlement." The elf says carefully and notices the king's grasp on his cup tighten ever so slightly. After a slight pause, he continues, "It would not be too outrageous for them to have learned of this and use the entire thing as bait." "But what would the goal of that even be?" Helm asks, confusion evident in his eyes. Raven shrugs lazily. "I don't have the faintest idea, if I am to be honest. They could have troops waiting in ambush, or merely expect us to tire ourselves out in a forced march, just to arrive at an already conquered holdfast. It could very well be anything." He frowns and turns to the legate. "Speaking of, how quickly can our men reach the settlement?" She takes a moment to look over the map and nods to herself after some thought. "Close to 4 days, if we factor in the time it would take to organize our men and to maneuver a large force through the uneven terrain." The elf sighs. "They would be long dead before we got there." The cup in the king's hand cracks a tiny bit, but he remains silent, still waiting for the others to speak up. But he is inevitably disappointed, as Ricker's analysis of the situation is almost perfect. Seeing the uncomfortable silence spread through the hall, Raven frowns and after a long sigh that drew many glances his way, says, "There is a way to save them." "Why me?" Torrig almost jumps at him as he grasps his shoulders. "Tell me." With an eye roll, he untangles himself from the king's grasp. "I could get there today, using certain means, and do my best to help slow the attack as much as possible." He exchanges a glance with Sibyl, who nods after a moment. Sibyl could follow after me, and we should be able to hold them off long enough for you all to join up with us and kill the Namiran cunts. As he points out their religious views, his voice unconsciously turns vicious. Torrig pays that no mind and stares at him with stars in his eyes. You would do that for me? He asks, astonished. Raven snorts. You do pay me. Do keep up. Chuckles spread through the crowd as everyone seems to relax slightly. Ah, to be so easily forgotten, Sibyl sighs dramatically. Torrig winces and goes to make an excuse, but she merely laughs in response. It is fine. Torrig, there is no need to be dramatic about this. It is our job to help you. The king composes himself and takes a breath. Yes, you are right, of course. I will make sure the two of you are suitably rewarded. I take my Daedra hearts temporarily frozen, Raven quips immediately, and before anyone can respond, he looks to Rika and Falk. Just make sure you don't dawdle too long. The two of us might be good, but we are not army killer good just yet. Of course, Raven, do not worry. Falk nods. Rika, on the other hand, seems stuck in a nostalgic memory as she gives him a respectful stare. You really are your father's son, kid. Raven scoffs falsely. Oh, please, I am so much better than him. The sound of running steps interrupts them as a guard barges in. Sorry to interrupt, my lords, but two mage-looking blondes just arrived at the palace gates, said something about a Flameheart clan or something. Let them in quickly, Raven says before anyone can process the news. This earns him some very confused stares, but he only smirks in response. I may or may not have forgotten to inform everyone that I have called in some professional assistance for our little Reachman issue. The doors open just then, and a pair of twins walk in. Raven, without looking at them, goes on. Allow me to introduce Boar and Brienne Flameheart of Dawnstar, my colleagues from Winterhold and skilled battle mages. Torrig seems stuck between glee and annoyance, something shared by Falk and Rika. The Thanes, on the other hand, seem completely lost. Ah, there you are, Raven. Boar greets him jovially. Finally decided to share some of the glory, eh? His sister sighs in exasperation. Ignore him. He was so giddy when he received the letter, he even forgot to pack food. A crisp cough from Falk interrupts them, and they both snap their eyes to Torrig and immediately bow. Forgive the disrespect, my king, they say in perfect sync. Torrig takes a long, tired breath. Even if your friend here, he glares lightly at Raven, but there is no heat behind it. Forgot to inform me of your arrival. Any help is gladly welcomed in these difficult times. We are honored to be here. Boar immediately responds. What he said. His sister snarks. Raven claps his hands. Well, we are going to need to get moving if we want to get to Haraldstead before it is a nice pile of ash and blood, so if you will all excuse us. Wait, where are you off to? Boar interrupts. Oh, you know, just going to heroically hold off an army while the rest of you trudge through the hills and forests. You know the usual. Raven drawls in response. That is... He pauses and looks the twins over. Unless the two of you got a mode of fast transportation in the past couple of months. They both frown and shake their heads. Oh well, the Dunmer shrugs. Come with me then, we might as well catch up as we pack up. Sure. Boar nods and follows after him. Brynny at least has the decency to send an apologetic look to the highest nobility of her homeland as she follows them. Sibyl naturally doesn't care in the slightest and simply disappears from the room as if she was never there. The mundane dignitaries of the palace turn completely silent as they are left there. No one knows what to say until Falk grunts in annoyance, God's damned mages. And for what might be the first time in the history of Solitude, everyone agreed on something. Chapter 117, Haraldstead. Raven's POV. What have the two of you been up to these past months? I ask as we leave the annoyed nobility behind and head to the mage's tower. Boar sighs. Dealing with our clan mostly, we tried our best to help them out and make sure they didn't ruin the opportunity we gave them with the money, but they stubbornly ignored us until we were needed for something about boisterous, arrogant brats. Just as I told you they would. I smirk. Yeah, laugh it up, you all-knowing twat. He rolls his eyes. It wasn't all that bad. Brienne tries really hard to convince herself. At least we got to spend time with Mother. Boar completely ignores her and looks at Sibyl, who seems completely disinterested in the entire conversation. I don't believe we have been introduced, my lady. He tries to sound charming, but it comes out as very forced instead. And what a shame that is, she drawls, practically radiating her disinterest. This all seems to go over Boar's head as he smiles. Well then, my name is... I possess a perfectly functioning pair of ears, boy. She cuts him off sharply. He grumbles to himself, and just to pour salt on the wound I ask with a cruel smirk, "So any recent conquests, Boar?" Boar grunts in annoyance. "Not all of us are as lucky or suicidal as you, Raven." "Oh," Sibyl gives me a curious glance. "Yep." Boar nods and gives me a look of admiration. Mad bastard actually slept with Master Feralda of all people and lived to tell the tale. Sibyl stills and stares at me. I don't know if I should be impressed or jealous. I shrug carelessly. Amur has needs. Boar blanches. "Wait, you two are a thing." I nod with a smirk. "Then why didn't you say anything?" He practically yells as his sister tries and fails to hold back her giggles. "Because Boar," I drawl, imitating a certain potion maker. She is perfectly capable of speaking for herself, and then shift my voice into one of pure amusement. "And the hole you were digging for yourself was looking to be a great show, so stopping you would be unsporting." He groans. "You just love watching me suffer." I gasp dramatically. "Boar, do you think so little of me?" His look practically screams, "Really?" I sigh. "I do not merely watch you suffer, Boar, I make you suffer." "Yep, what else did I expect?" He nods to himself as if he just had a grand revelation. Brienne pats him on the back. There, I won't let the evil elf hurt you any more." "You are lucky you have such a caring, dedicated sister to guard you," I snark, making him let out another annoyed groan. Soon we reach the tower, and standing in front are my apprentices and Davos, talking about something in hushed voices. "Yo, kids." I barge into the conversation without a care. Davos doesn't react, but both of the students flinch. "Hey, boss," the Dunmer waves lazily. "What happened in there?" His eyes shift to the twins, and what is with the extra baggage? Brienne narrows her eyes. "This baggage is going to shove a—" "Keep it in your pants, Brienne," I interrupt, and she blushes at the implication. "These are my colleagues from the college. They will be joining you lot while you march with the army toward Haroldstead." Marco seems completely lost at hearing this, while Minthara's eyes narrow. "And what will you be doing in the meantime?" "Oh, just trying not to die to a horde of Forsworn while I await your valiant rescue." I deadpan. That shuts her up. "Right." I clap my hands. Introductions. I point to the twins, Boar and Brienne Flameheart, then to my students, meet my apprentices, Marco and Minthara, and then to Davos and my... "I believe the appropriate term is dog's body, Sergio," Davos says with a well-practiced butler-ish inflection he perfected recently. "Right, my dog's body, Davos." Boar shakes his head. "I know you were way ahead of us, but apprentices already." I shrug. Good enough to murder dozens, good enough to teach others." He blinks. "That's fair." I turn back to my apprentices. "You two go and report to one of the Centurions to get you a spot." I raise a hand. "Don't worry about them letting you tag along, just tell them I sent you." My eyes narrow threateningly. "Oh, and if I don't see you with the army, I will be doubling the anatomy lessons." They both give me a crisp military salute on instinct. "Yes, sir," and get moving. I cackle as they leave. Bullying apprentices really is the best. Brienne lets out a very unladylike snort and gives me an odd look. "You know, Raven, I think you may just have a problem or a dozen." I give her an incredulous look. "You are realizing this only now?" To which she shakes her head in amusement. Finally, I look at Davos. "You will rush ahead of them and hire all the freelancers from the nearby villages you can and have them harass the Forsworn. Have the king pay you back when you are done." He bows lightly, "At once," and leaves. I signal for the proper mages to follow me upstairs. As we walk up the winding stairwell, Boar asks, "That elf another vassal you acquired?" The accusation in his tone obvious to all. "Not that it is any of your business," I drawl, "but yes, and I actually earned his loyalty this time." "Right." He doesn't seem to believe me, but at least agrees with the not his business part. We reach the top of the tower, with Sibyl and I being completely fine, while the twins are standing on shaky legs and breathing heavily. Weak, I say mockingly. Fuck you, Raven. Boar forces out, his sister only has the strength to nod along. As they finally manage to get up, I point to 2 of the remaining rooms. You will be staying here until the army marches out. Please don't be idiots and try entering the other rooms. They quickly thank me and start unpacking. I enter my room and look at the glorious death machine eager to bring forth destruction. I tap the chassis, soon. I hear my doors close and 2 cold, pale hands embrace me from behind. Do try not to die, Raven, Sibyl says after a moment. Trying to get one last sip in, eh? I tease. She holds back an annoyed groan. Dear gods, whatever do I see in you? The most handsome Mer Mundus did ever see. I snark as I turn around and hug her back. Don't worry, a bunch of cavemen won't be able to kill me. Then I tilt my head. Well, unless they swarm me with briar-hearts or witches, but at that point I would be having other issues. You know just the thing to say to reassure me. She rolls her eyes. I smirk, then better get running. She remains silent for a while and lets out a long breath as she lets me go. You are right, of course. I will do my best to get there as soon as possible. A hint of mischief flares in her eyes as she gives me a light kiss. For luck, and waltzes out of the room. I can barely keep the smile from my face as I rush out of my balcony and jump off the tower. Not a moment later, the shadow under one of the windows grabs me, and I start a shadow-walking marathon westwards. General Pov. At the mouth of a canyon, in a fertile valley marking the western border of proper civilization in Skyrim, stood proudly the small fortified town of Haraldstead, its thick palisades and rugged towers watching over the great fields that spread outward for centuries. Unfortunately, the proud sight was marred by large camps and bonfires spreading out just out of range of the defences and bands of men dressed in rugged hide and bone, throwing themselves at the haggard defenders with a zeal and fury that would surprise even the most ardent Talos worshipper. Upon the walls, a tall blonde Nord, built like a bear and clad in steel plate, kicked another barbarian in the chest, launching him off the wall with a crack. "Push these milk drinkers back," he roared. His soldiers responded with roars of their own as they redoubled their attacks. Say what you will about the attackers' zeal, but even the fact that some of them were equipped with steel blades didn't stand for long in front of armored, trained, and most importantly, very angry Nord warriors. The attackers died by the dozens, while only taking out a couple of guards themselves, the archers sitting comfortably on the towers, shooting at the unarmored reachmen with cruel abandon. Contrary to what one might expect after such a crushing victory, Harold Fairhair, the Thane of Haraldstead, was not at all pleased as he pointed at the wounded and barked at his men. "Get those idiots looked at," he sighed. "Barely 1 day of attacking, and the bastards are already starting to tire us out." One of his veterans gathered his courage. "We just need to hold out as long as possible. The runners we sent should have met with the scouts the king sent." Harold guffaws. "That brat finally seems to have grown some hair, eh?" His soldiers chuckle awkwardly. He rolls his eyes. "Oh, don't you all star." "My lord," an archer yells from one of the towers. "What?" He growled at the interruption. "Another wave incoming. They are sending archers as well." "Of bloody course." He pats a tired-looking warrior on the shoulder. "Up and at them, lads. They won't give us rest any time soon, so we might as well make them pay for the privilege." A chorus of eyes follows, and they take their positions once more. The forsworn step over their dead without a care, carrying even more rickety ladders with them, now that they were protected by their own archers. This, in turn, forced the Nordic archers to return fire, leaving the troops on the wall without support. The first reachman pulled himself over the spiked palisade, only to get bashed in the head by an howling Nord, sending him toppling down and taking 2 of his comrades with him. Such a scene repeated on multiple other spots, but the maddened forsworn cared little for their casualties and simply kept on climbing up, soon pushing the Nords back and gaining a foothold, forcing the defenders into a chaotic melee. The siege went on for what felt like hours. The Nords would butcher the attackers, only for another group to follow up behind them, not giving them a minute of respite. Thankfully, Harold was a war veteran and was not an idiot when it came to siege tactics, so he had reserves constantly rotating to preserve morale. Unfortunately, his forces were far less numerous than those of his enemy, and he was forced to conscript any able-bodied man or woman to defend the town. Even his own bloody daughter couldn't be left out, as that would dishonor them both. He did make sure she was comfortably safe in one of the towers, clumsily bringing arrows to his bowmen and conscripted hunters. As another wave fell to his axe, Harold breathed heavily. He took no breaks so as to keep his men's spirits high, and it was taking a heavy toll on him. Unconsciously, he leaned on the walls while trying to catch his breath, just in time for a rogue spiked arrow to find its way straight into his neck. There was a beat of silence, and everyone was about to panic. But then the shadow below the Thane twisted, and all Harold could see was an ebony-clad hand grasp the arrow, and without a care yank it out of his neck. He tried to rage at the would-be assassin, only to let out a wet gurgle. But to his surprise, the hand grasped his neck, and a golden light exploded out of it, healing his wounds in an instant and bringing him to full strength. He looked at the figure that just saved his life and was stunned by a visage usually described in stories to frighten children. A deep voice came from the masked figure. "Congratulations, you are being rescued." Chapter 118, The Siege Begins. Raven's POV. "Congratulations, you are being rescued," I say dryly, my mask hiding the annoyed grimace I carried for almost being too late. The tall Nord simply gapes at me while carefully touching the spot on his neck I just healed. "Right, introdo—" I pause and raise a hand in a grasping motion to stop another barrage of arrows heading our way, and then flick my hand toward the attackers. A thunderous clap resounds everywhere as a massive fork of chain lightning explodes about a dozen forsworn bowmen. "Rude," I snark. Harold finally gathers himself and gives me an appraising look. "You flame tongue?" I chuckle. "It seems my reputation precedes me. An honor to meet you, Thane Fairhair." I bow lightly. He grunts and offers his hand. "The honor is mine, wizard. Thank you for saving my ass." I return the gesture, and as I am about to begin asking for a general report, a tired archer yells from one of the towers, "Another attack incoming." I look down to see the Forsworn rushing toward us in a maddened charge. "How many did you lot kill already?" Harold sighs. "Well over 300, but their numbers seem endless." I look over the camp and with my enhanced eyesight notice a constant trickle coming in from the other end of the valley. It seems their numbers are far greater than we expected. "You think Torrig's men will be enough?" I cup my chin in thought. "Possibly. Better to make sure just in case." I snap my fingers and Scorch appears in a flash of flames, startling many of the Nords. "What do you want, Pops?" "Go and tell Torrig we will need a lot more men than earlier expected. Have him recruit the gangs or something. Might as well make use of the ingrates." He bobs his head rapidly. "Throw degenerates at other degenerates. Got it," and launches himself into the air toward the east. Harold gives me an odd look and shakes his head. I am not even going to ask. "Wise," I quip and turn back to the Forsworn. "Your lads are tired from all the fighting, right?" "If you wanted to understate it, yes," he grumbles. I smirk behind my mask. "Would you like to see how I earned my name?" He snorts tiredly. "Be my guest." I walk to the edge of the wall, stray arrows being flung downwards before they can reach me. I take a deep breath and focus on my crown, pulling at its latent power. 3 words enter my mind: fire, inferno, and sun. I focus on their deeper meanings that I have been meditating on for the past months, and a welling of power emerges from my very soul. I breathe in Yol and forcefully still the power in my throat. As I breathe out, I add Tor, and the ember in my throat becomes a raging inferno. Finally, as it leaves my mouth, I let out a roar that turns into a shriek. Shul! A wave of fire far greater than anything I ever managed near instantly covers most of the field, completely incinerating all of the corpses along its original targets. The poor fools do not even have the time to scream. My soul throbs under the sudden strain, but the crown does its job and I still feel well enough to stand. I turn back to the Nords, who are all looking at me with silent awe. That is, until one of them starts banging his shield, and the others soon join them. The chant of Flame Tongue resounds through the entire town. Harold raises an arm. "That is enough, lads. Take a breath before the milk drinkers come at us again. His men follow his order, and he turns to me, a mix of respect and disbelief in his eyes. I have heard the stories of what the tongues could do, but this really is something else. My heart beats at a maddened pace as I finally manage to calm my breathing. Trust me, it is far harder than it looks. I point at my crown. Without this, that would have easily killed me. He guffaws. If it were easy, everyone would do it. True. I give him a sideways glance. There is already one among your people that can... He narrows his eyes. Already testing my loyalties, eh? It is after all my job, I shrug. That is fair. He waves it off like it wasn't a big deal. I can tell you right now that even though Ulfric is strong, and as you say a tongue, he dishonored himself when he abandoned the Greybeards. No true Nord would follow him. Yet many do. I say as I look over the somewhat panicked Forsworn shifting around their campsite. He makes a grimace. Fools, opportunists, and glory hounds all. I hold back a grimace as I see a hagraven berate a tall reachman at the center of their camp. While I would love to continue throwing shade at the unapologetic cunt that is Stormcloak, we do have other business to take care of. He nods seriously. What do you want to know? Numbers, supplies, possible avenues of attack, hold nothing back. He gestures for me to follow him to one of the towers and speaks as we walk. We are 100 warriors strong with another 400 conscripts. I know what Nord Shield brethren can do, but what should I expect of the fresh ones? He waves his hand in a so-so gesture. Many of them know to swing an axe or draw a bow, but most don't have armor beyond padding or leather, and about 100 are young lads and lasses. I have running supplies. Better than expected, if I am being honest. As the words leave my mouth, I frown. Through still less than ideal, are we at least safe from the east and north? I ask, referring to the high cliffs rising above the town. We are. He nods. The first thing I made sure of was for some goat herders and hunters to make any possible passage on those sides a living hell for any fool that dared enter. Excellent. Thank all the divines this man isn't an incompetent fool. What of our supplies? More than enough to last us a month at this pace. He looks away. If that damned brat Torrig didn't warn us about the cave-dwelling milk drinkers, we would have been already running out of arrows. You are very welcome, you ass. He is a good king, if a bit young for the position, is what I say. Speaking of, he turns back to me as we finally reach the tower. When can we expect reinforcements? Sibyl Stentor should be here in a day, followed by mercenaries I ordered my retainer to hire in 2, and finally the army in 4 or 5. I quickly list off. I am glad you at least were able to reach us so quickly, he says as we climb the thick wooden tower. Not curious how I did it? A scoff. I know better than to question wizards and their tricks. We finally reach the top of the tower, just in time to see a young Nord woman slip on a bundle of arrows and catch her fall with her hands while letting out a tired gasp. I hear Harold grumble something to himself while looking away. Naturally, I hold no such mercy. Lady Elisif, a pleasure to finally meet in person. She looks at me and flinches, toppling herself over the arrows she was carrying. Dear gods, what does Torrig see in her? Well, besides the almost perfect skin and hair. She shakily gets up. I don't believe I know you, sir. She looks at her father, who is still busy looking anywhere but at her. I snap my finger, and my mask disappears. Instantly there is recognition in her eyes. Master Raven, she curtsies. I apologize for not meeting with you earlier. Thank you for coming to our aid. I wave her off. As I keep saying, it is my job, and you obviously had more interesting things to look at while you were in solitude. She looks away with a blush. Harold finally turns back to us and blinks upon seeing me. Well, I'll be damned. I expected you to be some grouchy ancient Telvanni. I scoff. Oh, please, the mushroom dwellers have nothing on me or mine. I look down on my robes. At least they have good taste. He guffaws and looks to his daughter. Eli, go bring us something to eat. The reach bastards seem to have been scared off for the night. She nods and scampers away. Is she always so? I try and ask. Harald snorts, clumsy and absent-minded. I wouldn't want to insult your family. He waves me off. Don't mind it, she is just tired from running up and down all day. Then lets out a tired sigh himself. I've coddled her too much, it seems. We approach the edge of the roof tower and look over the enemy camp. The sun is starting to set, and torches are being erected across the plains, almost reminding me of a city at night with the number of flickering lights. We fight so our children do not have to, I say wistfully. He grunts in acknowledgement. That we do, his eyes turn to mine, though I wonder why someone as young as you would be saying something like that. I shrug, just something my father used to say. After a prolonged silence, Harold lets out a long breath. Well, he cleans his hands roughly. That is enough of that, let's get to work. He leads me to a nearby table with a map spread upon it, and we get to planning. We discuss troop rotations, positioning, unit composition, and even the most minor details of where arrows should go. After some discussion, I ended up asking him what the firmest position on the walls was. A bit confused, he led me to the gatehouse. It had 2 short stone towers that were open at the top, perfect for what I wanted. As I walk up onto the northern one, I look back. You don't mind if I scribble something into the stone? He tilts his head. This another one of your magics? Yup, I smile, and you are going to love it. Have at it then. He waves me off. Any help is welcomed. I turn back to the stone and summon my staff, and with a practiced hand start carving out a set of runes. Well, I say runes, but they are combined with a long string of text in my old language that I added in as a secret code for this specific spell. A good 10 minutes later, a wide circle of lightly glowing arcane runes and Cyrillic characters stands before me. I gather my magicka and pour it out, feeling for a distant connection. After a while, I feel a ping in my mind, and with all my mental might pull. The next instant, there stands a large 8-legged orichalcum platform with an equally metallic ballista sitting atop it. What in Zenithar's name? I hear Harold mutter. I turn around and spread my arms. I present to you, Gatecrasher. He looks over it, and his surprise slowly shifts into glee as he starts chuckling cruelly. He turns to me and smirks. You know what, brat? I think I like you. Chapter 119, Prelude to Slaughter. No more attacks came that day. Apparently getting your forces unmetaphorically roasted to fine ash in a single second tends to kick even the brains of barbarians into gear. Not that I minded that one bit, of course. They were giving more time for our help to arrive, and even if they were likely going to be far more forceful in their attacks, that too was to our advantage. After all, it is far easier to slaughter men by the hundreds if they throw themselves at a prepared position than chasing them down to their caves and mountain passes. I was currently busying myself inscribing runes into the ground with my staff, while a bored Harold followed me around. Don't you think you should be resting, Thane? I ask as I finish another nasty surprise. Bah! He waves dismissively. I am made of sterner stuff than most. A couple of days awake won't trouble me. And he was probably not wrong. On my travels I have already met many who were well above the usual human limits. Unfortunately, when I asked about the methods, the answer was usually, just train your ass off. I guess all that magic in the air does wonders. Still, I start scratching out another rune. You should make sure you are at your best. Nagging at me like an old woman ain't going to change my mind, brat. He smiles cheekily. I sigh. As you wish. I still don't understand why you have to be down here when you know damn well I can appear atop the wall in the blink of an eye. He looks to the enemy camp and exhales. I mean, no offense, kid, but I don't trust magic, so just let me be obstinate and follow you while you do your work. As long as you aren't going to be a twat about it, you can think what you like. I shrug. How are the stakes coming along? Should have 100 ready by tomorrow. He turns back to me. Why would you use simple stakes for your little monster up there anyway? I give him a blank look. I am not using my highly expensive and, more importantly, highly enchanted bolts on a bunch of unwashed barbarians. He blinks a couple of times and bursts into laughter. So pathetic they aren't even worth proper ammunition, eh? He wipes a tear. That is bloody brilliant. I also fail at keeping a smile from forming. Too bad their hagravens tend to keep to the back. I'd love to blow them to pieces. He winces. I wish I didn't ask what they were. A toothy, vicious grin spreads on my face. Don't worry, when I am done, there won't be a single one left. Something in my manic look must have spooked him, as he suppresses a shiver. You seem to hate them quite a bit. As he realizes I am not about to explain, he shrugs. Not my business anyway, you want to kill them. Be my guest, I'll even throw in an axe myself. Now you are speaking my language. I wake up the next morning after only 2 hours of sleep to the sound of a young woman's voice. Not perfect, but I can run for weeks on this amount of sleep at this point. Blinking my eyes open, I see Elisif holding a bowl of steaming stew. Good morning, Master Raven, I brought you something to eat. I take the wooden bowl and spoon with a grateful nod. There is no need for any of that master business. It is tiresome at court, and it is tiresome here. She smiles mischievously. As you say, court mage. I roll my eyes. Did you come here just to bring breakfast? Or did you need something else? She looks away with a blush. I wanted to ask. What Torrig is up to? I ask with a shit-eating grin. An embarrassed whine leaves her throat as she barely manages a nod. Shaking my head and suppressing a burst of laughter, I say, Dear gods, the two of you are practically made for each other with how awkward you are. The red reaches her ears at this point. Deciding to be merciful for once, I finally answer the question. The recent events have left him under pressure. Thankfully, he is a brave young man and has enough backbone to keep going. She looks to the ground sadly. I do have to say, whenever he gets a message from a certain young woman, he does tend to be much more cheerful. And just as the blush disappeared, it returns full force as she stammers a thanks and runs off. I hear a heavy sigh nearby, and without turning, I say, Ah, young love. Harold's exasperated voice comes from the same direction. You know I would agree, but seeing as you are even younger, I'd just end up feeling bloody awkward. Don't worry about it. I wave him off. How are the men? As well as can be. He grunts as he stands nearby and gazes at the enemy camp. 24 fell yesterday, and many more would have died from the wounds without your help. I do need meat shields after all, I say with false arrogance. He snorts. You say that, but after the showing yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the mad fuckers actually volunteered for the job. Nords. I shake my head. We stand there in companionable silence, Harold watching for any movement with furrowed brow and myself enjoying the morning winds. After a while I hear Harold grunt and pick up his axe and open my eyes to see the enemy camp in a frenzied mess as a new group of reachmen gather for another attack. My sharp sight allowing me to spy multiple warriors far taller and bulkier than their fellows. Aim for the tall ones. I send a mental command and the sound of moving machinery soon follows. They are getting serious, it seems. I say as I see a hagraven screech something at a very tall man wearing chainmail and an antlered helmet and quickly hide herself after she is done. Harold grunts in acknowledgement and goes to prepare his men. Time for yet another bloodbath. General Pov. The defenders were readied within minutes. Yesterday's fiery baptism and their utter slaughter of the attackers soared their morale, and even the young ones carried supplies and fixed defenses with great gusto. At the other end of the field, a cacophony of frenzied cries of Madanak echoed from the tightly packed Forsworn's battle lines, and just as the previous day, they charged without a hint of self-preservation, hoping that their Daedric patrons would protect them from their hated enemy. They were prepared this time. Proper shields were given to the infantry, while the archers were told to focus on the towers. Even the mighty Briarhearts were included in this assault to take down the enemy witch that killed so many of their own. The earth shook as they charged, their confidence endless now that they were joined by the blessed warriors of the Mother of Decay. That confidence was crushed utterly when a dark green spherical construct emerged atop the gatehouse, and a loud metallic twang resounded in the ears of every warrior present. There was silence for a short moment before an explosion of force sent a ripple through the forsworn lines, pushing many into their fellows. When the dust cleared, a horrific sight awaited. A Briarheart and about a dozen warriors split in two, and a simple wooden stake stood stabbed deep into the ground. The Reachmen were stunned, as afeared as they were when the witch burned their brothers to ash. None knew what to do, but then a sound sent a shiver down their spines. The sound of a powerful metallic string being slowly pulled back. Raven's POV. I fail to hold back a gleeful and slightly deranged laugh when their entire formation stills. I see them panic, then I see the commanders bringing them back to order. That won't do. Reload. Gatecrasher coldly obeys, and I see the fear in my enemy's eyes. They charge once again, but the damage to their momentum was already done, and the Nords wasted no time in abusing their disorganization by raining as many arrows as they could at them. Harold, being the testosterone machine that he was, contented himself with throwing spears across the field and impaling a good dozen of them on his own. They were just about to reach the wall, their laddermen protected by the bodies of their comrades. They started raising their ladders, and I saw the Briarheart that led them glare at me and point his sword my way, challenging me. Without a hint of mercy, I slowly rose my right hand and snapped my fingers. A massive fiery explosion followed as over 24 runes of fire detonated below the formation, killing hundreds of the idiots in mere moments. The lucky ones retreated not long after, some of them so terrified I noticed their hair go grey in real time. As Harold came to my position, I could see the madman looking disappointed. "Really, Thane? Pouting like a child?" I snark as I once again command Gatecrasher to fire at the retreating barbarians. Really seeing them flail around and fall like bowling pins was so satisfying, I was definitely going to burn it into my memory. He rolls his eyes. They got me all buttered up just to blueball me by dying too quickly. He groans. I fail to hold back a snort. Fair enough. "What about you, Flame Tongue?" He turns to me with a smirk. "Not hungry for battle yourself?" I tilt my head. I won't say I don't want a proper challenge, but I know damn well they won't be sending their witches forward. "Why ever not?" He looks at me baffled. I sigh. "They are their spiritual leaders, priests essentially." I explain, "I would have to do something to anger them if we wanted them to attack, but that would end up risking your town." "Fucking do it, lad," he says immediately. "What?" I blink. "I said do it." His eyes gleam with grim determination. "We both know that the more damage we do here, the easier it will be to rout them permanently. So go ahead and make them kill themselves on my walls." I stare at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Oh, I am so glad I ripped that arrow out of you, Harold. You are one fun madman." He claps my back, almost making me stumble as I turn back to the camp and once again see the Hagraven berating the commander. This time I summon a long, beautifully crafted ballista bolt made of orichalcum and gleaming with potent runes. Gently, delicately, I place the bolt into the mechanism, and with great cruel glee I send the command. Aim for the hag. Chapter 120. Impotent Rage. General POV, Forsworn Camp. The tall Reachman war chief withered under his mother's. No, his priestess's glare. "Why is the damned witch not dead yet?" She screeched as only one so blessed can. "Mo." He tried, but a growl interrupted him. "Great one," he corrected pleadingly. "The metal machine is too powerful, and counting the witch, we stand no chance of breaching their defenses." He knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. "Please send some of your students with us. My brothers are not yet strong enough to fight against such might." He could taste the derision in the Hagraven's wheezing growl. "Too weak, are you? Is this what the men of our kingdom have become? Weaklings?" He dug his head deeper into the ground. "Please, you know of the strength that they can wield." He pleaded. "No." The Blessed One denied him. "I will not risk the priesthood, because you are too afraid. They must be ready for when the false king arrives." He held back a growl of frustration, but couldn't stop the question on his lips as he looked up. "Is the reward of the golden elves so tempting that our brothers must die?" As expected, a heavy slap followed as he was launched onto the ground by the much smaller Hagraven. "Fool, you dare doubt us? Your guides to the gods." "Never," he stammered as he picked himself up. "I just wish a glimpse of your enlightenment." "We—" His mother suddenly stilled, and with widened eyes looked at the enemy fort. Not even a moment later, she summoned 3 great earthen walls and a green shield of magic in front of her. At that same time, the accursed sound of the metal killer resounded once again. It was as if time itself slowed as the war chief watched a great bolt, made of the same metal as the machine that fired it, pierce through the walls one by one, his heart hammered in outrage as the tip reached the wall of magic, and cracked it like a thin sheet of ice. The next instant his mother lay impaled into the ground, wheezing in pain and clawing at the weapon. He knew she would live, the blessed were far tougher than mere mortals after all. That was until the bolt started glowing with cursed red writings. Following his honed instincts, he threw himself as far away as possible and looked up just in time to see an explosion of crimson lightning consume his mother, leaving not a single feather. A deathly silence spread through the camp as everyone looked aghast at what happened. And then the devastated wails of the young war chief pierced everyone's ears as the tall reachman attempted to find anything left of his mother. His sorrow turned to fury as he failed to find even ashes. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and marched deeper into the camp. His sisters would not deny him his vengeance, even if he had to blaspheme against the Great Mother to get it. Raven's POV. And Gatarasha test 2 is complete. I whooped like a child on a sugar high. Bloody hells, lad. The Thane, gaping at the sight of the explosion, barked, "That was incredible." I raised my nose. I knew the moment I finished crafting that particular bolt, it would go on to do great things. A guffaw is his response. You speak as if it were your child. And what a glorious child it was. I smile wistfully, a beat of pleasant silence. Later I see a commotion begin to rise at the enemy camp. It seems they are responding as expected. Have your men prepare for a tougher battle. They will pull no punches in what follows. Aye, no need to tell me twice, lad. He nods and walks off, and not a minute later, I am proven right as a force far larger than they sent previously begins the charge without any preamble. I look them over and sense a glare from behind the line. The big one seems rather pissed. I didn't kill his lover, did I? The first attack was a lighter one, the more green forces once again throwing themselves at us in a frenzied charge, and with expected results. Some managed to get up onto the walls, but the well-rested Nords ripped them apart so quickly, one might think they were made of water and not flesh. As I feared, this time the attack didn't stop. There was no retreating, no stop to the fighting. The enemy reinforcements were constant and relentless. It seems they no longer cared for casualties, and that suited my plans perfectly. Soon Briarheart started climbing above the walls, practically jumping over the sharpened tips that served as the fence, and with fire in one hand and steel in the other, they started proving themselves a great nuisance. The usual Nordic warrior could hold one off on his own, but most of my force wasn't made up of warriors, and a good dozen had already fallen when I decided that enough was enough and ended the fools with concentrated lightning to the back of the head. An enraged yell made me look to the gatehouse, only to see an idiot throwing himself at my animonculus in some misguided attempt to destroy it. One mental command later, and Gatecrasher jerked itself out of the way with incredible speed and simply stepped onto the now prone Briarheart, killing him with its sheer weight. The attack went on for hours. I was even forced to conserve magicka at one point, as it was far more useful for healing than killing the barbarians I could simply cut apart. So that is what I did, repeatedly, and for hours on end. I lost count of how many I bisected after about 30, and how many fools impaled themselves on my staff, thinking I was a weakling just because I was a mage. Even Gatecrasher was forced to stop firing on account of depleted ammo. I still wasn't going to waste bolts on these twats, even if it cost me sweat and blood. As I cleared yet another group of the increasingly tougher opponents, my third eye warned me of incoming danger. I stepped to the side just in time to evade an ice spear and turn around to see that the Nords around me were dead, and I had been isolated by a group of what looked to be 3 witches and the big-ass Briarheart. I tilt my crowned head to the side and ask, "I was wondering when you cowards would show your faces. So many of your own thrown away, and yet you learn so little." The Briarheart growls as his hand tightens around his elven axe, no doubt gifted by my Aldmeri friends. "You will pay for your blasphemy." I pause for a moment. "Ah, you mean the hag?" A cruel smile worms its way onto my face. "Do not worry, my blasphemy is only at its infancy." I clear my throat before the dumbfounded witches, obviously confused at my nonchalance. "I do hereby solemnly swear that no filthy worshipper of Namira will leave this place alive, and if I have my way," my drawl becomes an enraged yell, Her temples will burn alongst her disgusting followers. My voice booms with hints of Thum as I cast a wind cloak and launch myself at one of the witches. General Pov. As the black-robed witch launches itself at them, the sisterhood work in tandem to twist the wood in his way, forcing him to dodge to the side. The war chief doesn't hesitate and starts pursuing him in melee, forcing him to both parry his attacks and dodge the spells. Unfortunately for the sisterhood, the damned witch seems to know exactly when an attack is going to land, moving almost lazily to evade their powerful magic. How droll. His imposing voice resonates with boredom. I was expecting competence, but all I got was a group of mere adepts. As he twists out of the way of yet another axe swing and kicks the war chief in the leg, he shrugs. I guess I shouldn't have killed the filthy hag then. Might have actually been a challenge. The three sisters share an enraged look and nod, taking out potions and quickly downing them, and witch-practiced ease, they start launching all three elements of destruction while surrounding him. Suddenly getting serious, the witch starts erecting wards far stronger than what their mother ever achieved, blocking most of the spells and evading the rest. A hint of worry seems to appear in the witch's mind as he starts carefully evading as much as he can and sending spells back. Though thankfully for the sisters, their wards are enough to, if not outright save them, at least give them the time to evade and continue with their assault. The skirmish seems to be dragging on suspiciously long, and their suspicions are confirmed as a group of 5 armored Nords burst through their rear guard and start rushing at them. The war chief reacts quickly, and after commanding his sisters to focus on the witch, he charges at the warriors, fighting them all at once. For almost 10 minutes the exchange continues. A ward here, a spell there, a sudden spear thrown, but the sisters seem to share a mind and the witch sees all, so not one manages to hurt the other. And yet the witch had battled throughout the day, and his magicka was waning, forcing him to once again conserve his strength. Just as Raven is about to choose drastic measures from what was turning from an entertaining exchange to pure tedium, the war chief returns covered in blood and attempts to help his sisters by casting frostbite with both hands to at least slow their enemy down. And then, as if orchestrated on purpose, the witch stills at a specific spot and allows the frostbite to hit him head-on, only for his robes to shimmer and seemingly absorb the magic. The masked face turned to the warlord, and the witch bobbed his head. "Why, thank you for that." And with twist and a loud hiss of teed, he launched a firebolt straight at one of the sisters' faces. The spell moved fast, far faster than ever before, and there was no time for her to react. Her head burst in flames as she screamed in her final moments of agony. As the Forsworn were stunned by the development, the witch quickly summoned a blue potion and downed it in a gulp. They could hear his derisive sneer as he mock-bowed, "Shall we continue this dance?" "Rah!" The Briarheart threw himself at the filthy witch with all his might, but once again he merely shifted out of the way while spearing his other sister, who was stunned from the sudden loss of connection. She too died in fiery agony. No longer paying any attention to the massive yet useless warrior, the witch approached his last sister with slow and deliberate steps. She pushed herself against the wall of a tower in fear, trying desperately to summon up her magic, yet failing miserably. The warlord was desperate, his grief only rivaled by his desire to save the last of his family. Once again he charged, and once again the witch stilled. He hoped his enemy finally made a mistake, a misstep as his axe sang to the bastard's neck, only to hear a faint whisper, "Fime," and find his axe buried in his sister's chest. Chapter 121. Shadowbinding. Raven's POV. The feeling of fading into a ghost-like existence is an odd one. I am here, yet I am not here. It almost feels like the tie. A mournful cry interrupts my inner monologue as the shout's power dissipates. Ah yes, the caveman. I look at him tenderly holding the spellcaster I made him kill and come to the realization that all of them look somewhat similar. "So you barbarians practice kin-slaying now?" I ask mockingly. His tearful eyes bore into mine as he glares at me hatefully. "You!" he growls, but I give him no time to stand up as I use the blunt end of my staff to break all of his limbs in a flurry of blows he is too sluggish to dodge. After taking a quick look at the battle and making sure that I was not needed, I grab the Briarheart and drag him to the edge of the wall, giving him a perfect view of the slaughter. "Tell me, barbarian, Does this look like it was worth it to you? My curiosity genuine. He shakes in my grip. Just kill me already. Oh, I will, have no fear. I comfort him. I just wish to know the thoughts going through your mind right now. Is this worth it? He looks down and whispers, no, it is not. Then why? What do you mean, why? He asks, as if the question is outlandish. Why commit mass suicide in this way? For what purpose would you attack these lands? Mass suicide, you say? His voice turns mocking. Do you truly think this is all our force? Of course not, I snort. I know damn well that even the thousands still crawling in your camp is nowhere near your true number. I just wish to know why continue willfully following dark gods and living like animals. I sigh. You could have made peace when Madanak went wild in the Reach. You could have ensured land for your own people if you only abandoned the barbarity gripping your culture. So I ask, why? He shakes his head derisively. I am not smart or wise like the priests. I only know we have our pride and won't be slaves to the Nords. Priests of cannibalism and monstrosity are the farthest from wisdom, I assure you. I quip and absent-mindedly throw a lightning bolt at a Reachman attempting to backstab the Thane. So it is simple pride in the end. You choose blind ignorance and pride over the prosperity of your own children. I don't know what you want to achieve by asking me these questions, witch. The Briarheart scoffs. We are enemies and we will kill each other, that is all. If I was in your position, I would sacrifice you to the Great Mother, so go ahead and kill me. It won't change a thing. I ask the questions in an attempt to give myself a reason not to bring death to your people. I say slowly and summon my dagger, thank you for not giving me one, and stab him in the throat. With a wet gurgle, the life leaves him, and with a snap of my fingers, the 4 corpses disappear. I take a deep breath, feeling the magicka rushing through me once more, and charge back into the fray. It takes us another hour to break the assault's momentum. Even with the death of their leadership, the Forsworn still continued with their maddened charge. Or maybe it was because of it. No matter, the fools were fleeing, and it was time to tally today's losses. Just as I am about to go and find Harold, I hear a whistling sound coming from above and see Scorch launch himself into the biggest pile of retreating Forsworn. For some reason, I swear I hear him cackle, "There is no god but Auriel," before he blows up. Sigh. I really should stop telling him stories of my old world. As I walk atop the walls, I absent-mindedly heal the less wounded and toss regeneration potions to those that lost limbs. It might seem wasteful, but I was playing around too much in this fight, and money is no object to me. I find Harold panting while taking greedy gulps of water from his water skin. The battle went well, I see. I greet him. Bah! He takes in a gulp of air. Damn pansies can't even die like proper men. How many did we kill today? How should I know? He shrugs. I was too busy breaking skulls and earning glory to count them. Fair enough, I snort and unsummon my crown. Personally, I think it was just under 1,000. 2,000, you say? He grins. I roll my eyes. Might as well make it a nice round 3 for the bards. Tsk, tsk, tsk. I hear a familiar voice from behind me and see Harold flinch in fright. To think you would lie so openly about your accomplishments. Raven, where is your honor? I hear Sibyl's mocking voice and turn to her with a smile, quickly hugging her. You missed all the fun, Sib. Sib, she squawks in surprise. I wave it off. Sibyl feels like a mouthful. She looks stuck between blustering and bashful, but before she can respond, Harold greets her cautiously while giving me an odd look. Ah, Lady Stentor, glad you could join us. Harald. Her smile is all teeth as she greets him with false cheer. We haven't seen you in the capital for years. He shifts uncomfortably. There has got to be a story behind this, I whisper to her, and she smirks while mouthing, later. Where is little Eli? She chirps. Harold seems to want her nowhere near his daughter, but the threatening glow of her crimson eyes soon convinces him otherwise, and he tiredly points at one of the towers. As she leaves us, I hear Harold mutter, "That woman is bloody terrifying." Isn't she just? I ask happily. He blinks, gives me a look, blinks again, and sighs, "Yeah, I really don't want to know." He waves for me to follow him. Let us grab some mead, a good drink after a battle is the best. You won't find me complaining. I smirk and follow. Just before the hour of midnight, I make my way to an abandoned corner of the town, the houses tall enough to hide what I am about to do. With practiced ease, I inscribe 4 interconnected ritual circles and fill them with the appropriate gems and soul gems. After making sure everything was in order, I summon the 4 corpses and place the Briarheart in the middle while surrounding him with the witches. This was a risky choice for my first shadow servant, but seeing as they were all connected in some way, I thought it worthwhile to try and bind them all together. As the hour reaches exactly midnight, I start channeling the ritual, my own shadow stretching out like a black mist and covering all the corpses while the gems surrounding them glow in an ominous purple. I feel the connection to the world's memory of these individuals. I see glimpses of a boy growing up in a loving family, only for his mother to take his sisters as students and force him into a ritual, yet allowing him to keep his mind. No matter the cruelty of their mother, their bond was unbreakable and their trust as firm as a mountain. I see armies gather, the young man defeating other champions for the honor of leading the vanguard, and I see him staring at the field of butchered corpses, his eyes filled with despair. Finally, I see a knife plunge into his throat as I stand above him ominously. The vision ends and I blink rapidly. The corpses are gone, but the connection is still there. I search inwardly and see summoning bonds, scorch, plus shade, shackled reach, 4 souls bound into one memory, their strength in perfect unison. A warrior and a mage of formidable power. The weight of their combined strength demands more from their master. Upkeep slots needed, too. I let out a low whistle, pretty damn good for a first binding. Even if they take more than expected, I did get 4 of them in one package, so I won't complain. Now, what did that edgy kid from Korea used to say? Ah yes, I smirk and command arise. Davos's POV. I leave another village, followed by a dozen more rowdy Nords itching to bash some Reachman heads. Already I managed to gather 200 of them with the promise of good pay and a good fight, which for some reason was more important to most of the madmen. I swear sometimes I wonder who is worse, Orcs or Nords. There is one final destination remaining, a tavern serving as a resting point between this place and my destination. Hopefully I will find some more men to throw at my lord's enemies. We reach the inn just as the sun is setting, and the Nords I hired start setting up tents, knowing damn well the inn couldn't house them all. That naturally didn't mean their leaders would be sleeping under the stars with them, so they follow me inside. The inn is large, but mostly empty as the invasion had scared off any non-fighters. Just as I am about to greet the owner, I spy a familiar group sitting in one corner. 10 Dunmer wearing familiar gear, sitting and whispering amongst themselves. I signal the mercenary captains to relax and go to greet my former guildsman. As I approach, all eyes fall onto me, and another emerges from the shadows. What in oblivion are they doing here? I barely hold back a gape as I see the boss staring at me. Good evening, boss, I say awkwardly. They all chuckle, and the boss tilts their head. I was unaware I was still your boss, Davos. Well, you see? I try lamely, but a raised hand interrupts me. You have been given a higher calling, Davos. Do not shame our patron by pretending it is otherwise. You honor our entire guild by being blessed. Now I am not one for sentimentality, but their words stir my heart, and I am forced to hold back a tear. It wasn't really for anything I did. Your lord is blessed indeed. The boss allows, but you have still shown enough honor and skill to be chosen. Do not forget that. I guess you are right. I take a free seat. So, how are things in the quarter? One of my fellows slams his tankard onto the table. Ulfric is stirring shit up again, Dave. Of course he is. What was it this time? He spits onto the ground, much to the boss's chagrin. Bloody bastard raided the corner club and had the place ransacked due to suspicions of Thalmor infiltrators. He says with air quotes. He will get his due, don't worry, I blurt out. All eyes are on me again. Oh? The boss gives me a curious look. And how would you know that? I look away. Forget I said that. Why are you all here? I feel their piercing gaze on me as they shrug. We were sent here by our patron. Did she give a reason? I ask, but already know the answer. Don't play coy with me, Davos. I have known you since you were 10. I feel the boss roll their eyes. Her chosen is present, and she likes to provide for those that entertain her, as you know. It can't be that simple, I say firmly, not with her. Boss tilts their head. Oh yeah, there was something about spiting that shriveled cunt Namira as well. I groan. God's damned fucking Daedra. An amused laugh resounds in the back of my head, and I simply grab one of the ale tankards on the table and down it in one prolonged gulp. Fuck it, if you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 1-22, The True Enemy Arrives. General POV. The day following Raven's slaying of the Reachman chieftain and his cabal of witches passed with surprisingly little movement from their enemy. Small assaults were attempted by the most stubborn among them, but they were repelled with disdainful ease by the well-practiced defenders. Or not all that surprising when you think about it. Raven lazily refutes Harold's assumption. I know you offed their leader, but after witnessing their insanity, I am still surprised. Harold half agrees. Their lot was always bloody mad. I am honestly surprised they let up. Sibyl, who was up to that moment chatting with Elisif, rolls her eyes. He killed their priests. You know the actual source of their courage. She explains, as if talking to a toddler, without their faith being pushed by the blessed ones, they don't have the courage to strike again. She smirks. Some might have even lost faith at this point. Harold grumbles to himself, but nods in acceptance. They fall into steady silence as everyone focuses on planning out their next move. The silence only interrupted by Gatecrasher impaling any Reachman unfortunate enough to be stationed as a lookout. Seeing heads get popped by oversized stakes looked like it would never get old. The same went for the lookouts, Raven thought morbidly. We could raid their camp, Harold ventures excitedly, as if the idea just popped into his mind. Raven immediately and firmly shakes his head. No, the one I interrogated briefly mentioned with utter certainty that more were on the way and could arrive at any moment. Better that we remain cautious and not get caught off guard, as we are still vastly outnumbered. Boring. The grown-ass bear of a man pouts like a child. Elisif deadpans and smacks her father. People are dying, you idiot. He blinks a couple of times. What? His daughter's tired and enraged glare stops any further protestation. Good. She smiles threateningly, sending a surprised shiver down her father's spine. The court mage obviously knows what he is talking about, so please be a good thane and actually listen. Harold glares at Sibyl, who merely smiles and waves at him. I could terrorize them from here, though, Raven mumbles. Harold sighs. I know, but magic is such an unsatisfying way to win. Both mages give him mocking looks of pity, and he wisely shuts his mouth. Oi, Scorch, Raven calls out, and a fiery bird appears atop one of the battlements. Yes, Pops. The glorious hawk tilts its head. Go and give a warm parting gift to whatever leadership is left. Raven's smirk is all teeth as he gives the command. I shall spread my fiery goodness all over them, understood. He bobs his head and flies off. Your bird gives me the creeps, flame tongue. Harold shivers lightly as his eyes follow the spear of fire behind Scorch. It is said that a familiar is the reflection of their master's soul. Sibyl informs the two nobles while smirking at Raven teasingly. They are technically tiny parts of our souls. Raven agrees with a nod, not caring one bit about the implications of his own lack of sanity, and turns to Sibyl. Speaking of, you never told me if you had one? She shakes her head and points at her fangs, while the other two are not looking. No, I never found a use for one. So vampires lose their familiars then? Some kind of tribute to their Daedra, or does it go deeper than that? In any case, another reason for me not to turn into a bloodsucker. Scorch might be an asshole, but he is my asshole. Such a shame, the elf drawls. They are incredibly useful if you spend the time to make them strong. As if to prove his statement, an explosion of golden flames erupts from one of the larger tents in the enemy camp, consuming everything in a wide area. He smirks as he sees Harold gape at the rising smoke, incredibly useful. He shakes his head. They did use those blasted things in the war. I've just never seen one be able to do that. Well, that is because you never faced a truly powerful mage, Raven explains, and Harold raises an eyebrow in response. If you did, you would be long dead. The elf adds helpfully, "How can you be so sure?" He grumbles, "I could take the bastards." Raven scoffs, "Warriors that can take on powerful mages are exceedingly rare, either through sheer talent or enchanted equipment." He gives Harold an apologetic smile. "Unfortunately, Thane, I'm afraid you do not find yourself counted among those warriors." The Nord mutters expletives to himself, but after seeing what the elf could do, he could not really pretend he was wrong. 10 minutes later, a fiery bird leaves the walls once again, and again, and again. Raven slurps some potent mead through a straw he found somewhere as he sits on the wall, his feet dangling freely, listening cheerfully to Scorch's gleeful descriptions of the surprised barbarians before they blew up. Harold scowls. This doesn't feel honorable. "Oh?" Raven turns to him with a smirk. "Would you prefer to see your people die?" "Fuck off, Flame Tongue." Harold waves in frustration. "You know damn well what I am talking about." "Ah yes, the poor, civilized, honest, God-fearing Reachmen. I am so unfair to the thousands of generous visitors awaiting your hospitality." The mockery in the elf's voice was evident to even the rocks. "Keep in mind, however, that I am only able to do this due to their own lack of defenses. Such tactics are rarely viable." Before Harold could respond, Raven shifted his eyes to the eastern entrance of the valley. "It seems my agent was successful." Raven's POV. After greeting the mercenaries and explaining in no uncertain terms that any who broke discipline or decided they were here for anything but what I was paying them for would be used as alteration experiments, naturally all done under the full effect of my dread aura, I made my way to the group of Dunmer that decided to skulk under one of the towers. I also noted after a passing glass that Davos seemed far more relaxed than before. Could it be he missed his friends, or did he finally break after meeting them? My eyes meet with those of the mysterious boss, and I nod in greeting. "I admit I am surprised she sent you all the way here." The boss shrugs without a care, completely relaxed under my calculating gaze. "We do exist for a purpose, you know. What use are we if we limit ourselves to Windhelm?" "Fair enough, I agree easily. No point in questioning them too much. Knowing who their patron is just means that any questions I asked would annoy me to no end. Better to make use of their skill set instead. Now, how good are you lot when it comes to infiltration?" I ask with a cruel grin. A scoff of disdain is all the response I needed. The following morning, we once more find ourselves atop the walls, gazing at the enemy camp that seemed even more quiet than yesterday. "Think they are preparing to surprise us?" Harold asks almost pleadingly. I shake my head. "Nah, there will be no attack today." "Why would you think that?" He narrows his eyes. "Oh, they have far greater problems than us." I state, my posture completely relaxed. General Pieuvre last night. A group of 12 shrouded figures enters the forsworn base without a sound. The moment they reach a certain point, they disperse without any input and begin their grim work. Food is poisoned, drink befouled, chieftains' throats are slit, all in short order and without a single sound or without a single one being found out. Yet most dangerous of all are the oddly shaped circles they carved in the ground, all hidden and all awaiting their master's command. The figures leave as they arrived, neither their allies or their foes knowing of their deeds. Back to Raven. "I do believe they might all have come up with an unfortunate case of indigestion." I smirk at Harold. He scoffs and goes back to organizing his men. "You will lose all the favor you earned with him if you keep doing that," Sibyl warns from nearby, her voice neither chiding nor mocking, merely stating a fact. "That man is far too set in his ways. He might tolerate your magic because it keeps him alive, but if he suspects you are taking his chance for Sovngarde away, he will cut all ties." I roll my eyes and soundlessly sneak up behind her, giving her a hug and eliciting a yelp. "How very caring of you, Sib," I whisper, and she shivers lightly. "But you know damn well, I care not a tiny bit about the ignorance of Nords. My job is to kill the Reachmen, and I will do that job no matter the good Thane's opinion." She looks away to hide a blush. "I know that. I just thought you might want to know." I chuckle. "Don't worry about him, now since we have an entire deep." The sound of a war horn interrupts my attempt at a good time. Letting out an exasperated sigh, I focus on the other entrance to the valley. and see thousands of forsworn filtering out of it, their iron and steel armor gleaming in the sun, and the auras of their leaders clearly announcing that even I would have to be careful if I wanted to survive. At the back of the column of well over 8,000 reachmen, I also note golems made of flesh and what look to be zombified sacrifices. I tighten the hug for a second and whisper, "Don't die," before letting Sibyl go and heading to find Harold and the captains. Soon we are once again all standing atop the battlements of the gatehouse, with everyone looking far less confident than before. "What can we even do against these kinds of numbers?" one of the captains asks warily. I shrug. "We need only survive for 2 more days. After that, your work is done." "Even 2 days against that is too much," another presses. "I guess it was time. Most of you know me by reputation, yes?" I ask suddenly, pulling everyone's focus to me. "Aye." A tall, brown-haired man nods. "You've become something of a folk legend round these parts." He looks back to the camp, though I don't know if that will be enough. A couple more sound their own agreements. "So you have heard rumors of my abilities, yes?" More nods. "Then I would like to demonstrate quite thoroughly why I think we do still stand a chance." I smirk and look to the enemy camp. Many have already entered, interrogating the surviving leadership of the vanguard and the witches among them, attempting to purify the tainted supplies with their paltry magic. I await in silence for more to gather, watching their movements with complete focus, while at the same time connecting my mind to the runes I had my agents place last night. Soon the true leaders start entering, but one of the witches notices a rune and starts yelling something at the hags and chiefs already inside. Unfortunate, but expected. I raise a hand and turn back to my men. "This is why, my dear warriors, the only person to fear here is me," and snap my fingers. Chapter 123. Stalling. The metallic clang of ebony against ebony resounds in a volume far louder than one might expect as my fingers connect. A massive wave of magicka rips its way out of my body, almost all of it in fact, and surges toward the runes bearing my mark, combining with the petty soul gems I had placed there. I do not need to turn around to feel the terror of those among the enemy who know what is coming. The fools should thank me. After all, they need only fear for but a moment. The following instant, all 100 runes in the enemy camp activate, and ravenous red lightning near instantly consumes everything around it. Like the very jaws of oblivion, with a sound that reminds me of a deep roar, leaving only a couple of untouched tents standing. Through my spreading magicka, I feel the hundreds if not thousands of lives leave this plane of existence so vividly I would have believed them to be right next to me without context. This time I do not stagger, nor do I flinch at the sudden loss of energy. I simply lower my right hand behind my back and look at the gathered defenders confidently. "So," I smirk, "does anyone else have any opinions on our chances?" The looks they give me are a mix of fear and awe and hunger when it comes to Sibyl, but that is neither here nor there. As no one deigns to speak, I nod in satisfaction. Good, now this has only bought us time, and we need to be ready for when they stop running around like freshly decapitated poultry. A round of uncomfortable chuckles spreads through the ranks. I look to Harold, who still seems stunned, and wave with only light mockery in my eyes. He flinches and looks around in a light panic before calming down and giving me a resigned look. "Very well, what would you have us do?" I can hear the bitterness in his voice, but he at least seems ready to cooperate. "Much of the same, really." I tilt my head in thought, though we can rotate a bit more often now that our numbers are up. Both the mercenaries and soldiers will be fighting at the same time. I don't want anyone to think they are being used as meat shields for the other group. Harold and the captains seem satisfied at this, and I go on. "Gatecrasher will focus on any mages or powerful warriors they send forward, so they should at least be reluctant to invest too much into any one attack." "What's Gatecrasher, boss?" one of the newcomers asks. I point atop one of the roofed towers where Gatecrasher had climbed using its powerful limbs and was now covering the entire field in all its majestic glory. "That," I smirk. His resulting expression is a mix of fear and amusement. "You lot can deal with the minor details. I might have an idea on military command, but I won't be butting in on how you lead your men as long as you are competent." Most of the mercs seem very happy to hear this. That is all I've had in mind. The Dunmer will be with me, as I have fought with them before, and the rest can go wherever you all decide is best. I turn to the future queen, Lady Elisif. A word in private, if you please. She looks startled for a moment but follows, even as her father lets out a grunt of annoyance. Sibyl looks just about ready to make a snide comment, but I preempt that, "You can come as well, Sibyl." She pouts at the lost opportunity, but still follows along. We make our way into a tower and shoo everyone away. While my Dunmer agents go ahead and guard the doors, Elisif shifts around uncomfortably at the sudden silence, but I don't give her too much opportunity to overthink things. Before I get to the point of this conversation, I need to make sure you and Torig are in love, yes? Her entire face goes red as Sibyl giggles at her and she nods quickly. Excellent. Now taking into account that the only obstacle to your union was your father's obstinance, which will be rendered irrelevant once Torig comes to save his ass, he will most likely propose then and there. I barely keep myself from bursting into laughter as the poor young woman almost falls unconscious due to my words. So, my tone turns serious, I need you to give him this as the wedding present. I summon the bracer I enchanted and offer it to her. She blinks rapidly and seems completely lost. Why? To save his life. I feel a hand swat my shoulder. Raven, stop playing with the girl and be more specific. Sibyl scolds me while keeping her own amusement at the situation hidden. I roll my eyes. Very well, ruin my fun. Elisif suddenly glares at me, and I finally fail to hold back a laugh, which just makes the glaring worse. You are aware of Ulfric's ambitions, yes? Torig did talk about it, she admits. You are also aware of him being a tongue, like myself. A touch of fear appears in her eyes. Yes. I wave the bracer about. I have enchanted this thing to block up to 3 of the more basic shouts. It should give him the time to kill Ulfric, or at least call him out on his lack of honor whenever he challenges him for the crown. Elisif takes the bracer with shaky hands and looks at me almost pleadingly. You are certain he will be challenged? I nod gravely. I would almost dare call it a prophecy at this point. The shakiness stops, and the young woman centers herself, her eyes shifting from fearful to determined as she straightens up. Very well, I will make sure he wears it. Good. I smile. That is all I needed to tell you. I tilt my head. Now that I think about it, please don't get killed. That would be awfully inconvenient after I went through all this trouble. She seemed ready to excuse herself, but my words completely stunned her. She gives me a glare and storms off while huffing something about impolite mages. I turn to Sibyl. Now that is all said and done, would you like to help me with a little project? She raises a curious eyebrow. Oh. Indeed, I dare say it is going to be enlightening. It took the forsworn half a day to bring themselves together and prepare their next assault. Even with all the disgusting damage we inflicted, there were still close to 7,000 of them, now that the reinforcements arrived. Their first attempt was to send an elite force with a bunch of cannon fodder in an attempt to overwhelm us and finish this quickly. Unfortunately for them, I was not so considerate and ordered Gatecrasher to go all out. Now that it was no longer forced to use improvised ammunition, a small section below the bow of the ballista opened up as an entire clip of enchanted bolts started getting launched at the enemy force at a ridiculous rate of fire. 5 bolts and a good 3 dozen disintegrated Briarhearts later, the Reachmen wisely decided to pull back and reconsider their options. They tried many different and inventive ways to preserve their forces after that. They attempted to build their own artillery, but somehow forgot their camp was still well inside my range. They tried digging, against 2 mages capable of geomancy. I do not feel the need to explain how well that went for them. They even sent their precious meat puppets to try and soak up the damage, and they actually did to everyone's surprise. What they didn't manage to endure, however, was the complete unrelenting force shout I hit them with moments later. By the time they stopped making attempts, we managed to make them waste an entire day on patently idiotic behavior due to the fear my earlier actions caused. As I always say, the most important thing in the field of psychology is presentation. Are you finally done with your monologuing? I hear Sibyl quip from behind me. I am certain I haven't the faintest clue what you are on about. I smirk and go to join her for an evening meal. The morning of the following day started like any other during my stay here. We checked all the units and their numbers, scanned the entire fort against any hidden breaches or infiltrations, and had breakfast. As I was enjoying some rather well-made rabbit stew, I heard the sound of rapid footsteps and turned to see one of Harold's housecarls. He ran up to Sibyl and I and took a couple of deep breaths. "Let me guess," I preempt his report. "They are going all in?" He gives me a surprised look, but then nods to himself, and I hear a faint mutter of, "As expected." "Yes, sir. Looks as if they arrayed the entire force all at once." "Foolish of them," I say mockingly and turn to Sibyl. "Shall we?" Her cruel grin is all the answer I need. General POV with the Legion. The High King of Skyrim rode his horse at a walking pace, his face contorted in worry and anxiousness, his present officers' and advisers' words being of no use against his ever-present fear for his friends and his love. He rode down the ranks of legionaries, marching in perfect unison, and the far less organized mob of ex-gangers and slumfolk, toward a group of 4 mounted individuals. They looked to be talking animatedly about something. As he approached, he could finally discern the voice of the male twin, and the bloody madman just dropped onto the rider without a care and speared both him and the chorus below him. The red-haired rider sighs, "That does sound like something he would do," while her elven companion merely rolls his eyes. The female twin notices Torrig and elbows her brother. "Your Majesty, to what do we owe the honor?" Torrig looks at a loss for words for a moment, unsure if he should even ask what he wanted, but the memory of a careless Dunmer reminds him of just how little mages cared for noble etiquette. "I worry." He forces the words out. "I know of Raven's and Sibyl's strength, but I still fear the possibility of them failing." The redhead gives him a teasing look. "Afraid your damsel might be in distress, King Torrig." Her disrespect was evident to everyone present, but the king knew where she was from and chose not to take her bait. "Yes, I fear both for my friends and for my love." "You shouldn't." The male twin quips, "If I know anything about that bloody madman, it is that he will come up with the most ridiculous shit, just so he can come out the victor." His sister swats his shoulder. "Boar, you are talking to the king," she hisses. Torrig raises a placating hand. "No matter, I am already used to it." "Told you Raven would break all of their minds," Boar smirks. "No offense meant, Your Majesty." Torrig deadpans at him, and he chuckles. "I was just retelling one of said episodes of abject insanity to Raven's apprentices here. Maybe listening will lighten your heart." He offers with a smile, and the king accepts. They spend the rest of the morning sharing stories of battles fought and victories achieved. Just as Torrig was about to go and check if they were getting close to their destination, Legate Ricker rode up to their group and saluted. "Your Majesty, you might want to see this." She looks at the mages. "You as well." They follow her with a mix of worry and excitement. As they bypass the final group of legionaries preparing for battle, they finally exit the pass into the valley of Haroldstead. The sight that meets them is a surreal one. Thousands of dead forsworn lay strewn across the battlefield as their brethren rushed over their corpses to attack the roaring Nords standing atop the walls. Atop one of the towers stood what looked to be a Dwemer machine launching explosive bolts at a flesh golem. Torrig blinked rapidly in hopes that his eyes were lying to him. Soon he found another reason to blink, as atop another tower stood a massive mage light spell, so bright that he thought for a moment the sun had descended. "Yep," Boar nods to himself. "Definitely looks like Raven was here." Torrig couldn't help but agree. Chapter 124, Rampage. Raven's POV. Moments after the housecarl brought us the news, Sibyl and I found ourselves atop the wall, looking over the new and much better equipped force of Reachmen standing across the field, their usual bone and hide covering iron and steel, obviously not originally fitted for their use. Bloody Thalmor can't even do that right. Even now that they were joined by a dozen witches and 2 hags hiding behind flesh golems, I could see the fear in their eyes. My earlier work having shaken the zealous mob so thoroughly that even their priesthood couldn't lift their spirits. I look to Harold and say with certainty, "We only need to hold this assault back long enough for the king to arrive, and victory is ours." He nods seriously and stands atop one of the stone battlements, drawing all eyes to him. Warriors of Skyrim. He quickly gives a thankful nod to the present Dunmer as an afterthought. These cowards think they can come here, invade our lands, and sacrifice our brethren to their heathen gods. I feel a wave of hatred simmer from among the crowd. They think that we will lie down and die just because they finally got their hands on actual weapons for once. The Thane guffaws, and the feeling of amusement and derision spreads through the ranks. Well, look at them now. He points an open hand to the enemy army. Shaking in their boots, only the threat of their disgusting masters keeping them here. The Thane grins. I say we put them out of their misery, and while they languish in the halls of the Daedra, we will feast in Sovngarde. A roar of approval echoes from atop the walls, just as the forsworn army starts marching forward. How nice of them to give us time for a speech, I quip and look at Sibyl. My dear madam, I grin as I bow. Would you care to enlighten them of their folly? She visibly cringes and gives me a glare. That was disgusting. I say nothing, but my grin remains. She shakes her head, an amused smile tugging at her lips, and heads for one of the towers. As the enemy gets closer, they send out archers to provide covering fire. They get in position and ready themselves, but just as they are about to start loosing their arrows, a wave of magicka spreads from atop one of the fort's towers, and a massive mage light, fueled by dozens of soul gems, appears and blinds the entire enemy force while leaving most of ours untouched. The Nordic archers whoop merrily as they start picking off the blinded reachmen. Not ones to be outdone, the Dunmer pull out crossbows and start mowing the barbarians down, their armor being of no use against the drawweight of the elven weapons. The enemy witches try and target the tower, but Sibyl stops any of those attempts by casting wards from her comfortable spot under its roof. All the while she leisurely sipped wine, not even deigning to stand and further infuriating the Namirans. Soon enough the ladders were placed against the walls once again, and the all-too-familiar grinding melee inevitably ensued, the Nord warriors behaving as if this was a routine and bashing their enemies down, while the mercenaries focused more on killing as many as possible. I focused on taking down any of the more dangerous targets, constantly shifting my position to where it looked like our lines were weakening. As I cleaved yet another Briarheart, I heard a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. That is a lot of magicka. I signaled the Dunmer to follow me and quickly descended into the town while gathering all of the reserves. They were confused at what I was doing, but the urgency of my commands made them follow me to a specific spot below the wall. Just as I arrived, the high concentration of magicka I was feeling detonated, and an entire section of the wall blew up, sending up a cloud of chipped wood and dust, all while making space for 5 men to pass shoulder to shoulder. A hagraven guarded by a pair of armored flesh golems stood in front of the freshly opened passage, a wicked grin on her face and mockery in her eyes. One quick look at my men told me they wouldn't get in formation in time, so it fell on me to buy that precious time. I locked my eyes with the hags, channeling a burst of magicka through them to make her flinch, and took a deep breath. The mockery in her eyes turned to fear as the shout left my mouth. Phew! Srodar! A wave of force exploded in front of me, turning everything it reached into a fine red mush. Later on, I would find out from Scorch's memories that on the outside it looked more like I shouted out blood and guts instead of pure force, much to my disgust and amusement. A shield wall formed behind me, and we met the maddened forsworn head-on. Things become a blur, and I begin to fight cautiously, conserving my strength for the long slog that awaited. Whenever they gathered in larger numbers, I would throw a fireball to remove them. If they were overwhelming the Nords, I would cast a blizzard to hinder them, all the while empowering myself and cutting apart anyone foolish enough to approach me. It felt like hours passed as I stood atop the breach, potion bottles littered across the corpses surrounding me, and tired warriors pushing each other against the reachmen to stop any from entering the town. I did not even have the time to take a breath as another group came in. Cleave a Briarheart in 2, force more magicka to flow through me. Dodge a lightning bolt by shadow walking, channel even more magicka, and blow up the offending witch. Thoughts become a blur as instincts kick in. Dodge a spear, cut its wielder in the legs, roll to the side, and let the ice shard impale another forsworn. absent-mindedly overcharge a fireball into another group. Scorch sends me the image of approaching legionaries. This meant I no longer had to hold back, didn't it? I think with a bloodthirsty grin. Without a care in the world, I draw even more magicka from my rings and down the enhanced potion of destruction I had copied dozens of at this point. Once again, I feel like I am burning alive, but once again it is a good burn. With a deep breath and a snarl, I cut apart another pair of fools while rushing out the walls. They all look at me with surprise. I give them no chance to react. Heads are blown off with firebolts, and a mutter I do not hear leaves my mouth as a tall antlered figure made of shadow and accented with purple glowing lines emerges from my own shadow and starts butchering the forsworn with axe and spell. I sense magicka to my right, witches still firing at the tower, Sibyl standing up now, looks ragged, target found. I shadow walk through the confused barbarians and appear behind one of the witches, not giving her a moment as I slit her throat with my dagger. Another is impaled before they even notice me, but this time I am not playing around. Teed leaves my mouth as I decapitate another and disappear in the crowd. A furious screech, and I see the final hag pointing at me, two massive golems of flesh running at me. I grin and rush them with reckless abandon. Both try and grab me, but I am too small. One soon loses its left leg, while the other is turned into a pincushion by enchanted ballista bolts. I run atop the falling golem as it crushes a dozen of the barbarians and jump at the hag intending to impale her. A spike of earth emerges from the ground, and I am forced to drag myself away with telekinesis. She tries to freeze me, but once again my speed makes her pitiful magic useless. I respond with chain lightning, not targeting her, but her guardians. Thinking I have missed, she doesn't raise a ward in time to stop the arcing red lightning from destroying her foot and part of her leg. She screams at me and starts throwing fireballs in her fury. A simple cast of resist elements combined with my regalia makes normal magical fire feel like a nice breeze, and I rush straight through the conflagration without slowing down. No, for I will not consider something with this disgusting of an aura to be a person, only has a moment to look surprised. As I gut it with my blade staff, I twist to the side and a spear of ice impales the hag, causing the spear's caster to scream out. I turn to the source of the sound, causing those who surrounded me in an attempt to save their precious priestess to flinch away in fear as they are met with my dreadful visage. Completely covered in blood, it flowing off me like a river, as my robes and crown do their utmost to channel that appearance into pure fear. As I focus on my next target, another witch, I hear her whimper in terror, but there is no mercy waiting for any of them today, not from me. Once again I begin butchering them, my compassion long since dried out upon feeling the residue of their rituals and coming face to face with the results. My hands become a whirl as I swing my staff and cast spells, all at immense speeds, whispering the Thum to slow time or evade when too many attacks were launched at me. Arrows start to fall around me as the defenders attempt to support me. I ignore a reachman running at me and impale another witch. The arrow I saw coming hits him in the eye. Soon I am standing atop a pile of corpses, no one daring to approach me any longer, and as the haze of combat leaves me, so does my maddened state. I slump against my staff, and the final witch standing yells at her pawns to kill me now that I was tired, but I do not show any worry and remove my mask, merely giving her a pitying smile. She seems confused for a moment until twin blizzards of impressive size and power shred through the ranks surrounding her, and a fully armored Torig decapitates her without even looking while rushing to my position. "G'day, Torig," I croak, the constant shouting still having done some damage even with my crown. Before he responds, I look over the field and nod in satisfaction while sneakily dismissing my bound shade, hoping no one saw me summon it. Barely 2,000 reachmen were at all likely to flee, and those were mostly weaklings. The rest were slowly getting surrounded by a mix of the defenders sallying out and the legionaries mowing them down like a well-enchanted blender. The king gives me a long and tired look, Raven. He sighs and wipes the sweat from his brow. "Was it truly necessary for you to rush out like this?" I grin a tired grin. "No." He groans. "Then why for the love of all the gods did you feel the need to do it?" "Seemed fun." I shrug, and a familiar laugh erupts from behind the face-palming young king. Told you he was completely insane. My fellow college mages and my apprentices ride up to our position. Yeah, boar, laugh it up. I smirk and add teasingly, at least I actually did something other than ride around for days. He grumbles and I descended the pile of burnt corpses, pretending that it was just snow crunching under me now that I wasn't going on a rampage, while everyone gave me some very mixed looks. Teacher. Yes, Marco. Did I? I smirk at him and he shifts uncomfortably. He points all over the place while his face takes on a green tint. Oh, them, I grin. Yup. You seem tired, court mage. Ingvar Firebeard also joins us. Maybe you should regale us of what happened here while we all take a rest. I don't see why not. I start walking to the town and wave for them to follow, completely ignoring the screams of pain and terror coming from the Forsworn. Might as well have a nice feast after all this mess. Chapter 125, Reprieve. The celebratory feast was prepared in record speed, the deeply ingrained Nordic need to get drunk after a good battle being far more potent than any exhaustion the defenders might have felt. Barrels of mead and ale were rolled out from the Thane's own stock, and the abundance of supplies prepared for the siege was now being cooked up by the merry residents. I had just finished reporting the entire thing with Harold to the new arrivals and went to relieve myself when a young Nord approached me. I recognized him as one of the lads tasked with sharpening the stakes for Gatecrasher during the siege and greeted him with a polite nod. He seemed uncomfortable with whatever he was about to say, and I was not about to waste time waiting for him to gather himself. What do you need? I ask, not tersely, but still urging him to hurry up. He stills and lets out a fearful breath. He slaps himself and nods in determination. I saw what you did to those Reachmen, and I was wondering if you were willing to teach me magic. I smiled at his initiative, but my hands were already full. I already have 2 apprentices, and I took them on for far better reasons than them merely asking me. He sighs as his eyes radiate disappointment. He looks ready to turn and leave, but I interrupt. You could always join the college if you were so eager to learn. He lets out a self-deprecating chuckle. Thank you for the recommendation, sir, but I could never afford even to travel there. I scratch my chin. And why the sudden urge to learn? Are you kidding? He almost looks at me like I am an idiot. If this is where the lands are going, I am going to need to do far more than merely sharpen stakes, sir. Tell you what, I say as I pull out the notes I made on accessing Magicka. If you manage to do what is written here before we leave, I will see what I can do about getting you a scholarship, let's call it. There goes my good deed for the year. His eyes blaze in excitement as he grabs the folded notes and gives me an earnest bow. I won't disappoint you, sir. See that you don't, and before he can rush back to wherever he is, no doubt going to spend the entire night in meditation, I ask, what is your name, kid? He stills and looks aghast. Sorry about that. Name's Onmund. Onmund, eh? Small world? Good luck to you, Onmund. I walk back to the large table where most of the upper crust were seated, my apprentices being seated nearby with the housecarls and my colleagues from the college, sharing stories about the siege. I note the distinct lack of King and Elisif as I take a seat next to a bored Sibyl. Not enjoying the celebration, Sib? I ask as I grab a bottle of mead. She rolls her eyes. As if there was anything to enjoy, just a bunch of sweaty Nords screaming their guts out while the corpses outside are still drying. So morbid, madam, I tease, even though I agreed about the corpses not being dealt with. At least the new legionary recruits were finally being useful and piling them up while we partied. Poor sods. Let them have their little party. We will be marching after the cave dwellers as soon as tomorrow. Why were you so insistent about hunting them down? Before I can interject, she adds with amusement, besides the obvious, I have just a wee bit of a grudge against Namira. I shrug, not at all caring about saying the name out loud, and I promised the foul thing that whenever I found a temple of hers, I would burn it to the ground. This is merely fulfilling that promise. She tilts her head and shrugs uncaringly. Well, it isn't like someone needs a reason to destroy those disgusting things. A bit hypocritical coming from one of Ola's Mollies. I raise an eyebrow. She shivers in disgust. I don't worship that thing. I raise my hands placatingly. All right, I was just teasing. Well, kindly do not tease about that, she grits out, while unconsciously crushing her goblet. As I am about to apologize, I notice something out of the corner of my eye. Change of topic, go. Look over there, I say in a hushed tone. She follows where I am pointing, and lo and behold, under one of the towers, there stood Torrig and Elisif, exchanging necklaces. Sibyl coos at how cute they are. Apparently, Sibyl was a friend of Elisif's mother before she died, and was something of an aunt figure to the future queen. Oi, Harold! I elbow the Thane, who was dozing off nearby. He grumbles as I wake him up, and immediately focuses on the scene, as if following some supernatural instinct. Imma kill him, he states with finality as he pulls out his axe. I roll my eyes. You will do no such thing. He turns back to me and angrily starts, and how are going to stow, just in time to see me grinding a soul gem on the blade of my staff, moving it in such a way that it produced sparks as if I was sharpening it. You were saying? I ask with a shit-eating grin. He knew damn well he couldn't go against me after my display today, not to mention that he did owe Torrig for saving his ass. So as any self-respecting Nord, he grumbled, I am too sober for this, and downed an entire bottle of Black Briar. Minutes later, he could be seen dancing with the warriors and trying, emphasis on the trying, to join them in a rowdy song. Noticing the opportunity, Marco excused himself from his group and stood at the center of the feast. Everyone quieted down as they saw him prepare his lute, and the complete madman started singing a song he improvised on the spot about our battle. What surprised me most was the sudden feeling of elation and pride that assaulted me and everyone around me if their reactions were any indication. Perhaps the brat was actually good for something. Why didn't you tell me your student was actually competent? Sibyl muses as she visibly enjoys the performance. No enthralling my student, Sibyl. I narrow my eyes in exasperation, not even a little. She gives me puppy eyes, and let me tell you, vampiric puppy eyes were a terrifying weapon. I shoo her away with my hand. Go get your own. She pouts. You don't give me anything nice. There is an idea. I grasp at my heart. Is my time and affection truly so worthless? She rolls her eyes. Fine, I guess you can keep him. We share a chuckle and go back to listening to the performance. All the mages present spent the following morning burning the massive piles of Reachman corpses after they were thoroughly looted, of course. The don't look the dead only really mattered when it came to dead Nords, apparently. I had to actually kick Marco into continuing when he kept constantly vomiting at the sight. At least he didn't whine this time. Minthara, on the other hand, had no problems burning the corpses. Naturally, that couldn't be all, so I had to constantly monitor the over-enthusiastic demigod in case she decided to practice her fire breath. I had to cover it up multiple times by appearing next to her when she did it. But by some divine intervention, no one suspected a thing. The glare I sent her after the third time promised all manner of pain, but she had apparently gotten used to my threats, so I turned the threats into promises, and now she was stuck reading the second volume of the Tome of Anatomy with a look of pure suffering. Being the gracious employer that I was, I offered most of my share of the loot, close to a good half of the whole thing, to the mercenaries I hired, and as I expect they all chose to remain with our punitive force until we were done with the Forsworn. Rika grumbled about mercenaries being undisciplined, but she knew damn well we needed all the help we could get. Preliminary scouting done by Scorch and the Dunmer had shown that even heavily diminished the Forsworn would be a threat, now with the added annoyance of fortifications on their end. Speaking of my brothers in faith, I questioned them on the true reasoning of their presence here, and as I had guessed, Mephala wanted me to fuck over yet another Daedra in her name. The ease with which she used my presence for her own ends annoyed something deep inside me, but I wasn't an idiot. Our relationship was completely based on give and take, and if she wanted to direct her worshippers into making my life easier, I would not protest like a petulant child. I disliked literally all of the Daedra. They were like the Chaos Gods, just not nearly as destructive. This didn't mean, however, that I was above accepting the assistance of some of them. The fact that being blessed, and apparently chosen, first time I've heard of it, by Mephala would give me a very big reputation boost. With most Dunmer was a nice bonus. So I swallowed my pride and made a plan to desecrate the temple the Forsworn had built atop Hag's End, an old Nordic ruin that had been overtaken by the Reachmen about a decade ago and made into something of a town base of operations the proper way. A short ritual that included the slaying of the resident priest, and the shrine would be for all intents and purposes conquered by Mephala, giving her a big win in whatever celestial game the Daedra were playing among themselves. On a much brighter note, Torrig decided to announce to everyone present that he and Elisif, who was madly blushing the entire time, had decided to marry, and without even consulting Harold, he declared the wedding would be held a week after we returned from our expedition. Sibyl and I had a great time counting the different expressions of rage and fury shifting on the Thane's face as he listened to the speech. The man looked ready to smash Torrig's head off, but a nice heavy dose of telekinesis and a wink from yours truly made him shut up and remain seated. 2 days after the king arrived, we set out once again, lines of legionaries, both veteran and fresh, now followed by mercenaries and Harold's own men, marched toward the west and toward our final confrontation with the Reachmen. Just as we were about to leave, a very happy-looking Onmund rushed up to me and showed me a small flickering flame in his palm. I left him with a signed note and instructions to wait for me in solitude. As we rode, I decided to finally check up on my progress. A part of me always wanted to look at it every day, but something about seeing big numbers go up always made me wait patiently. And boy, was I satisfied. Stature 15 to 16. Dex 16.5 to 17. Mag 370 to 400. The way my stats were growing confused me. I didn't spend any time training physically, yet my strength and dexterity kept growing, and my reserves grew exponentially even without rituals. The first hypothesis I could come up with was that the races of the world reacted to combat differently than my previous one. Maybe we all evolved in such a way that we grew when challenged in a more literal sense. The second, however, rang far truer than the first. Taking into account the fact that runes work to some extent on belief, it was not too much of a long shot to then apply that to the growth of strength. After all, if I proved to the world itself that I was stronger, would the magic in the air not work to make that a fact? Much like it made runes actually have concrete meaning. Food for thought. Destruction expert, Pla runecasting. Conjuration adept, Sumbromancy, strangle, bound shade, adept tongue, fire breath, Wyol tor, shul. Unrelenting force, Fus, Ro, da. Whirlwind sprint, WOLD, slow time, TID. Become ethereal, Feem. I closed the notification with a satisfied smile. Things were progressing well. My eyes narrow as I start seeing darkened magicka attempting to latch onto our supplies. It appeared the Namirans were welcoming us. Chapter 126, Putting Them to the Sword. Part 1. I raise a hand and enhance my voice lightly. Hold. The entire column stills and Rika rides up to me. What is going on? I look around at what must be some kind of curse slowly surrounding us and note it is coming from 2 directions. It appears we are being cursed, I mutter. Her eyes widen, but she is not shaken and immediately asks, "Do you have countermeasures?" Her mind no doubt brainstorming potential solutions as we speak. Give me a moment, I say, and focus on the feeling the cursed magicka gave out. It was far too spread out to do any great damage, but the effects on the normal soldiery and our supplies would still be disastrous if it were allowed to persist. The best counter easily made itself known to me, yet some part of me was still reluctant to attempt to replicate Meridia's magic. Still, needs must and all that. I focus on remembering the feeling of casting spells with the aid of Dawnbreaker, and after making sure I could replicate at least a fragment of it, let out a burst of positively charged magicka around me, pushing the curses back. The curse stills for a moment, and much to my annoyance continues crawling toward us. A small crowd seems to have gathered around me as I open my eyes. Before anyone can ask questions, I look to my retainer. Davos, take the guildsman and Sibyl with you and find and kill the witch that way. I point to the north. They all nod quickly, Sibyl looking especially happy to stretch her legs and move out. Twins, Minthara, Marco. You will go south with the spells words and deal with the other one. Rika frowns as I command her men, but after gleaming from my eyes that I was very sure of what I am doing, she nods and they all set off. Scorch. Pop. Yes, Pops. Go to the other end of the column and make sure that the curse doesn't attach to anyone. The weird mist thing? He tilts his head as he stands atop my horse's own. Yes, the weird mist thing. I sigh. He bobs his head and flies off. I am guessing you must remain here, Rika asks. If you don't want all our food turned to literal excrement, yes. I frown as I keep pushing a constant wave of magicka. I will inform the king, she says, and rides off. This is getting uncomfortable. Those buggers better hurry up. General POV, northern position. A forsworn witch stands above a gutted Nord woman and chants a prayer. The high priestess had informed her that the Nords were here to blaspheme against their lady and destroy their way of life. The fanaticism with which she offers another sacrifice to Namira only increases as she remembers the priestess's sacred words. Her guardians shift uncomfortably, obviously not being used to the presence of their great lady. It was a shame that proper guards couldn't be arranged, but the priestess assured her the dumb Nords wouldn't even find out they were being cursed, so all she could do is praise her goddess, and hope the priestess was right. As the thought enters her mind, a shiver runs down her spine, almost as a premonition. She looks at her guards and notices them all relaxed. Must have just been the nerves of youth. Yes, the priestess told me it happens to everyone. I am not a coward. Just as she finishes reassuring herself, a series of metallic clicks resounds from within the forest, and all her guards fall as one, each having at least 2 bolts, one in the neck and the other in the heart. She attempts to get up, yet the moment she does so, she hears a shuffling sound behind her, and before she can turn, pain assaults her abdomen. She looks down in fear and cries out as she sees a clawed hand ripping through her stomach. Well, aren't you just a treat? She hears a seductive purr to her left and shivers, then pain assaults her neck, and all is darkness. Sibyl tosses her victim onto the ground and absent-mindedly sets the entire site on fire. The supremely masked leader of the Dunmer approaches her. Has the ritual been neutralized, ma'am? Showing a complete lack of care for the vampire's bloodied hands and mouth. After all, they were paid to kill, not to care. Sibyl looks around and nods to herself. I don't detect any more magicka being tainted, so that should be all. How come you didn't notice the curse? Davos walks out of the woods and asks. Sibylla scoffs. Raven's perception is ridiculous even by Archmage standards. She looks at the assembled Dunmer. Who are you lot anyways? Raven never informed me he was running a group of assassins. Davos chuckles. If he was, why would he? Before Sibyl can grant Davos the Darwin Award he had just earned, the boss interjects. We are but faithful pilgrims following the great endeavor, nothing more. Sibyl rolls her eyes. Just say you are Mephalons. No need to be witty with me. The leader shows no reaction to being outed and shrugs. Much like you prefer being called a vampire to being called a blood-sucking monstrosity, we have our own preferences. Sibyl finishes wiping the blood off her mouth and waves them off. Yes, you are oh so pious and godly. Now let us get moving. The fun is over. The Dunmer merely shuffle their formation and move out without a sound. Minthara's POV, southern position. Would you stop twitching, you coward? I hiss at Marco, whose jitters were getting on my nerves. He jerks away from me and almost stumbles. This forest is giving me the creeps, not to mention the literal curse floating about. I don't care about your creeps. Stop being a little bitch. He winces and looks away. The twins both turn to us and, surprising us both, narrow their eyes. Be silent and remain in formation. We don't want to be found out because Raven pampers the two of you too much, Boar says in a commanding voice. Marco rolls his eyes but remains silent. I, on the other hand, look down in shame. When have I gotten so used to being this relaxed? I shake the thoughts away. Battle is no place for self-reflection. We continue our cautious march for some time and soon find ourselves on a small rise just above what looked to have once been a hunter's hut. Bodies lie strewn on the ground as 2 forsworn drag a whimpering young man to the witch holding a jagged knife, an additional 24 surrounding the perimeter and watching the perimeter. Boar stills at the sight and turns to the Kester, leading the spell swords. We need to move in fast. That lad is about to get killed. The quester shakes his head. Rushing in is too risky. We must prepare. Boar looks ready to bash the man's head in. I didn't become a battle mage, so I can watch innocents get gutted by Daedra worshippers. So if you are going to be a little milk drinker and cower up here, that is fine. I am going there. His sister nods along with his words. The quester scowls at the insult. You do not command me. Boar shrugs and starts walking down the hill, followed by Brienne. Marco and I share a look, and both nod, standing up and following the two. As a guard notices the twins, two massive wolves suddenly appear next to them and pounce on him, completely mangling him in an instant. Soon 2 fire Atronachs are also summoned, and they start bombarding the surprised Reachman. I grab my warhammer and rush at a guard to the left with a battle cry. His head is smashed like a melon as my weapon impacts him. Another barbarian tries to flank me, but the noise of plucked strings informs me of his fate, as he is shredded by an invisible force. I bite down the urge to shout all of them apart as I see Brienne deftly dodge a warrior only to grab his face and freeze it, cracking it into tiny pieces moments later. Lightning bolts start smashing into the disorganized Forsworn as the spell swords finally decide to join the battle. The only enemy seemingly able to resist us being the witch, who is currently busy fighting off the pair of massive wolves with the help of an equally large raven. An arrow hisses next to my head, and I jerk my eyes to the one who loosed it. A young Reachman barely past his childhood is fiddling with an arrow and trying to shoot me again. Remembering my teacher's words about mercy being a luxury, I conjure a blade of wind and decapitate him. The witch finally manages to banish a wolf and turns to kill the other one off, but instead of a wolf, she is met with a raging boar who impales her on his sword with inhuman strength and creates a spear of ice right in her face. The resulting explosion of flesh was as disgusting as it was impressive. The spell swords shuffle out of the forest and start securing the perimeter as Brienne applies first aid to the barely coherent young Nord. He shifts around in her grip, mumbling something about his sister. Boar seemingly notices something inside the house and rushes in. After a couple of tense moments, he brings out a young girl, obviously blinded by flames. I barely manage to hold back the bile in my throat, while Marco just looks away and starts muttering curses at himself for ever leaving the city. The twins share a look, and both focus on me. Brienne is the first to speak. Minthara, you are capable of precise air magic, yes? I blink. Why would she? It is my main element, I say quickly as her eyes narrow in annoyance. Good. She nods. Come here. I am not liking where this is going. I walk up to them and they take positions to the sides of the girl as they lay her on the ground and signal for me to remain near her head. Boar, without a hint of emotion on his face, says, "We need you to cut out the burned flesh so we can heal the eyes." I shiver in disgust. Brienne stares at me, her gaze completely serious. You are the only one present that can do this. We could try normal blades, but we are as likely to kill her. The girl's brother whimpers as he hears this. My hands shake as I kneel down next to her. Come on, Raven wouldn't bother with someone who couldn't do at least this much. Boar says in a lightly teasing tone, alleviating some of my nervousness. I take a deep breath as I gather my courage and get to work. I am forced to cast my magic gently yet precisely, my focus fully on the girl's mangled face as I am forced to watch her flesh peel of her face and the remnants of her eyes get detached from their ruined sockets. That is enough, Boar says firmly and pushes me away. The twins both channel an immense amount of restoration magic into the girl, and her face visibly reforms into a healthy and normal state. Wee Boar whistles. That was draining. The girl's brother embraces her while sobbing uncontrollably. How are the two of you so powerful? I can't help but ask the twins as I barely stop my hands from shaking. Boar chuckles and Brienne explains, "It is mostly due to Raven. The entirety of our year was pushed by his example to be our best selves." She giggles. He might be completely mad, but he has his good sides. I blink. Is the college really that good? This time Boar answers as he urges one of the spell swords to guide the Nords away, while the rest burn the ritual site to ash. Raven is a good mage, of that there is no doubt. He is not an archmage, however, so he cannot teach you everything. At the college, there is a master for every school. ready to teach you all you are willing to learn. Most of them are also completely insane, Brienne adds helpfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Figures. I roll my eyes at my inevitable fate, so why would he not send me there instead of wasting his own time? Boar shrugs. Either he doesn't care to, or he is waiting for the next group year to start when the snows fall. Either way, I can see you will do quite well. If and when he sends you, your wind magic will likely make old Tolfdir jump in joy. Before I can question them on the college any further, the quester approaches us and looks at Boar. Everything is in order here. We should move out before the camp starts suspecting our possible defeat. No chance of that since Raven has likely detected the lack of curse. Boar waves him off. But you are right that we should get moving. We all form up and march back to the army, my mind brimming with possibilities the entire way there. Chapter 127, Putting Them to the Sword, Part 2, Planning Phase. Raven's POV. Less than an hour after I sent out the 2 hunting parties, the miasma finally dispersed completely and I let out a relieved sigh. Channeling magicka at a constant rate for so long was still tiring, but at least it was good exercise, right? Sibylla and the Dunmer were the first to return. None of them looked even a tiny bit winded by the experience, except for the slightly stronger aura Sibylla emitted. I guess she had a nice meal on the job. The other group took their sweet time. For a moment I was afraid that they may have been met with a group other than the presumed witch, but thankfully just as I was about to send Scorch out to find them, they arrived with baggage. I ride up to them, and they give me their report. Only one of the Spellswords was lightly wounded, but that was easily dealt with by Brienne. The 2 liberated prisoners were a nice bonus, but Minthara's queasy look implied a bigger story. After a short rest, the army moved on, with Scorch constantly circling above us, and me fully focusing on detecting any further tomfoolery from our enemies. Thankfully, they were either undermanned or learned their lessons well. I naturally hoped for the former. We came upon their settlement just as the sun was about to start setting. It looked like one of the more open ancient Nordic ruins, with low walls surrounding a stone structure that likely went deeper, but was completely caved in over the millennia. Above the ancient stonework stood a wooden palisade, compensating for the lack of height, and beyond it were scattered large, spacious leather tents, growing bigger and bigger as they went uphill, all the way to a large structure made of wood and leather, covering what I was sure was a word wall, and no doubt my personal target. The legate wisely elected to set up a fortified camp before we began with our assault, the veteran legionaries getting to work with practiced speed and efficiency, while the newbies were spread out among them to learn the ropes. As the sun finally set, I found myself in a large rectangular tent at the center of the camp, with all the officers and mages present. The first issue, the legate began the meeting, will be the walls and gate. Her eyes met mine. Harold informed me of your ability to move your contraption quickly. I nod. I can have it here in minutes. Good. She nods. We will need multiple breaches to make sure the enemy cannot funnel us through a choke point. A series of memories enter my mind suddenly as Scorch dispels himself and I interrupt. I just got the numbers. All eyes focus on me. They seem to have slightly over 3,000 able men, not counting the wounded and broken, most of them lacking quality equipment. My familiar also noticed the presence of women and children inside, and a small enclosure containing a couple of dozen prisoners of the Nordic variety. The king frowns. They were planning on settling here permanently. Not a terrible idea. Sibyl says, the land itself isn't bad, and if they didn't decide to attack us immediately, Ulfric would have been enough distraction for a city to sprout here. Then why? Torrig's frown deepens. Why would they waste their chance? Begging your pardon, King Torrig, Boar interjects, but these aren't the same civilized folk you usually deal with. They don't think in long-term plans. He scoffs. One of their hags probably saw an opportunity for something shiny and just threw its servants at us. Everyone shares a derisive chuckle, except Torrig. Even so, he nods at Boar. That would beg the question of what the Thalmor would want to achieve in pushing them forward. Maybe it is as simple as hoping to do as much damage as possible. I posit. A fair assessment, Ricker agrees. If they weren't stopped at Haraldstead, They would have been able to pillage the entire western flank of the hold, and even the Thalmor could not have reasonably expected for us to crush them almost utterly before they even truly breached the walls of a small town. Harold puffs out his chest in pride. I could cut him down a peg, but considering he is losing his daughter in the exchange, I will let him have this. Minthara, quite brazenly, decides to pipe in, maybe they wanted you all out of the city for some other scheme they were cooking up. I raise an eyebrow. Like. The brazenness disappears instantly as she sputters at the sudden attention. Maybe to steal something? We all turn to Torrig, who shrugs. We have nothing they could do any real damage with. So that leaves only the mage's tower as a possible target. Sibyl smirks and locks her eyes with mine. Those poor fools. We both share a bloodthirsty grin and chuckle. I shake my head as the mirth leaves me. I do not believe they would do something as stupid as that with folk still present in the city. No one fucks with folk. All that know, the man nods solemnly. Minthara seemed uncomfortable with what to her seemed like wasting people's time, but before she could start overthinking, I raised a hand. Do not worry about asking questions. It was a reasonable enough assumption for anyone who doesn't have any real experience with the Noirs. Speaking of Noirs, my eyes narrow. What do we do about the non-combatants? Everyone stares at me with worry as the words leave my mouth. It takes a moment for me to compute what they are thinking, and I blanch and shudder at the realization. I immediately give them all an offended stare. As much as I hate the Namirans, I would be the first to kill any cunt that starts murdering women and children. Everyone relaxes upon hearing this, everyone but Torrig, who seems even worse off than when we started. We cannot kill them. He states the fact, yet we cannot simply conquer them. Ingvar Firebeard quickly agrees. Indeed, we do not have the resources to pacify this settlement after all the expenditures on the villages we founded in the past months. The tense silence stretches out as everyone is deep in thought. An idea strikes me and I speak up. You could always disperse the willing families across the villages with the stipulation of abandoning their ways. At least some of them must be tired of being slaves to Daedra. And the rest? Torrig looks up from the map. Banish them, I say coldly. Torrig seems ready to protest, but Ingvar interjects. It is not the perfect solution to all our problems, but it still allows us to show mercy while integrating those willing. Ingvar gives me a grateful nod. The idea of spreading them around is an excellent one, Master Raven. I nod back, and moments later, Torrig lets out a long and tired sigh. He seems to be doing that a lot these days. I barely hold back a cynical chuckle. Very well, we will go along with Raven's idea. That is, if no one else has any. The king looked at the rest of the advisors, who all shook their heads. Rika clears her throat. If we could get back to actually winning the battle now. Many of the less shameless among us share sheepish looks, and the legate nods. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, multiple breaches will be needed to effectively crush their resistance. She points at 3 different spots on the map. These 3 positions will do. She looks at me and I nod at the unasked question. Good, the first group will be led by myself and we will go straight through the gate. She looks at Torrig. The second will be under the king and their goal will be to secure the prisoners, but not to the point of risking the entire operation. She sends Torrig a stern look and he nods in understanding. The third, she continues, will be led by Thane Harold and will be tasked with cutting of any reinforcements while the rest of us regroup. Harold pipes up immediately and nods vigorously. And finally, the fourth group will be the mages. She looks to Sibyl and me. Your task is dealing with the enemy casters before they can do catastrophic damage to our forces from range, or any damage preferably. She says the last part as if it were a complete joke. I hum in agreement. Very well, I will take the guildsmen and my apprentices with me and storm the temple. Sibyl shrugs. I guess the twins and I will be running interference then. Rika looks at everyone else for any suggestions, and as no one gives her any, she nods in satisfaction. Rest well, everyone. We attack at dawn. Before they can disperse, I clear my throat, and all eyes turn to me. Many immediately groan at the mischief evident in my expression. I am going to send Scorch to give them terms. Please don't, Torrig sighs. Already doing it. The king slams his head on the table. Scorch's POV. Another weird stone thing I have to visit. I just hope I don't have to meet another featherless degenerate. Find the temple, he said. Temples are big, right? I see a big wooden tent thing and fly inside with my glorious speed. It takes me a while to feel the biggest presence, and I find it atop the structure, standing on a balcony. I land on top of the fence and turn to see deer pole dancing Dagoth. What the core is that? The disgusting thing turns to me and blinks. After a moment it screeches with a voice that not even a mother can love. What are you? It slurps disgustingly, little thing? Pops told me to be at least somewhat diplomatic, but core on that. This thing is worse than a degenerate, it is. And may Dagoth forgive me for uttering the word, a complete and utter noir. I am the great and mighty Scorch, I say in my glorious voice, and I have come to judge you. The thing shuffles uncomfortably and tilts its head. Judge me. Who are you to judge me? I am beautiful. Your feathers are faded and your claws are blunt, I say calmly. The disgusting creature clutches at its heart. No, you lie. I look at the thing with sad eyes. Not only are your wings small and weak, you are also blind. It staggers back and snarls at me. You little. The thing rushes at me in its rage, completely forgetting that it has magic. I jump around it as it tries to grab me while pecking at its hands. Begone, foul thing, I caw, I peck you. It flinches. No. I shake my majestic head. I see there is no reasoning with you. I have but one last thing to say. Its eyes focus on me as it shivers disgustingly, and I mean this with all my heart. Caw. And I explode. Raven's POV. An explosion engulfs the peak of the temple as screams of incoherent rage reverberate across the entire settlement and beyond. That thing is a monster, Sibyl mutters from her position in my lap. I cackle madly as Scorch's memories appear in my mind. I do oh so love my bird. Chapter 128. Putting them to the sword. Part 3. The Assault. General POV. 3 forsworn found themselves guarding a small section of the walls of their new holdfast. The place that should have been the hope of their people and a path to their ascendance was now mired in an aura of despair, evident to even the least sensitive among their number. A younger man elbowed his elder, who was gazing at the perfectly built, fortified camp. Their attackers had risen overnight. How many heathens do you think we'll get to kill, old man? The other youth nodded along, his eyes aglow with youthful eagerness. Youthful ignorance, thought the elder as he shook his head. You would be lucky to dent their armor before they split you apart, he said gravely. They can't be that tough, can they? The youth scoffed. I heard the priestesses tell they are all weaklings and fools, unworthy of even their heathen god's blessings. The old man turned to the 2 youths, showing a heavily scarred face still covered in bandages and salves, the scars around his missing eye and ear appearing as if he was hit with extremely powerful lightning, only surviving due to pure luck. Just make sure to survive. There is no winning this battle. He said earnestly, even if we could somehow defeat their warriors, the witch following them will reap us all. I see, the other youth said mockingly. You are a coward. The older man did not react to the provocation, merely shaking his head in disappointment. You boys are still young. There is no need for you to die in this foolishness. Before the youth could respond, his brother-in-arms called for their attention while pointing at the enemy camp. Look there, he looked to the veteran. Is that the scary witch you were on about, you old fart? The veteran looked to where he was pointing and flinched in terror when he saw the witch writing something on the ground with his dreadful polearm. He saw the witch nod to himself and clap his hands, and after a flash of violet light, his terror turned into pure panic. No! He turned back to the youths who were looking at the murderous contraption in curiosity. Run, he said gravely. Something in his voice must have shaken the 2 young men. They shared a look with each other and looked back at the older man with wide eyes. Before any more could be said, a metallic twang resounded across the field. The next thing they knew, they were being pushed off the wall onto a bale of hay by the old man. The last thing they saw before the air was knocked out of them was a large green bolt penetrating the wall they were just standing on, and a massive explosion of crimson lightning consuming it, and the veteran that had just saved both of their lives. Forsworn youth's POV. I blink myself awake as I feel my brother dragging me off the bale, finally managing to balance myself after standing up. I take long, greedy breaths as my eyes meet those of my brother. He looks as shaken as I feel. There is no winning against such force. The priestesses must have lied to us, knew I shouldn't have trusted the greedy hags. What do we do? I ask my brother as the sounds of battle echo around us. His hands shake erratically as he thinks, "We must save our families," he says with certainty after a moment. I nod and we run to the southern portion of our city. As we move away, we look at our previous position one last time, only to see a massive blonde Nord leading a host of armored men, cutting through our hurriedly assembled brethren like a scythe through grass while roaring in what I, to my horror, realized was glee. We rush through the sea of emptied tents, no one paying us any mind in the chaos of battle. Soon we find our families huddled in one of the tents, foolishly hoping it would protect them from what is coming. I quickly tell them to follow me and without waiting grab my shaking sister's arm and start dragging her with me while my mother follows after us screaming at me to return to the safety of the tent. My brother-in-arms soon joins us while dragging his own old mother with him. We carefully dodge any of the bigger groups as we make our way to the prisoners. At least we will have a chance there. Hopefully the Nords will hesitate if we are near their own people. As we pass near the ruined gatehouse, I see a massive fireball fall from the temple onto the shield wall, pushing our warriors back with ease, only for it to be batted aside with a bright blue barrier appearing above them. Out of the corner of my eye, I see an extremely pale witch standing atop the ruined gatehouse, surrounded by butchered corpses of my brethren, lazily waving the priestess's magic away. There is a sudden stillness among the veteran warriors fighting for the gate, and I notice a couple of them flinch in terror. That is all the warning I need as I yell for everyone to run as fast as possible. I would remain proud of that choice for the rest of my life. As we scramble off of the central road, a cold voice sounds from the attackers' lines, "Fooz Roda." For a moment I feel the world itself shake, and then a geyser of blood and bones covers the road, my mother narrowly dodging a flying leg bone. I urge everyone to move faster. There is no defeating such a force, and we must survive. Else the old man's sacrifice would be for nothing. Torig's POV. My loyal housecarls clear the way of enemies as quickly as to allow me to walk leisurely toward my goal, a fact that would make me chuckle if not for the grave situation we found ourselves in. The initial attack was perfect, Raven's animonculus destroying the walls with utmost precision and efficiency. All that was left was for our troops was to cut down the far weaker, if numerically superior Forsworn, and the day would finally be ours. A part of me was annoyed I would have to delay my wedding further due to the new need to organize the resettlement, but it was a small sacrifice if peace was to finally be ensured in my lands. Peace? What foolishness. There will be no peace in my lands as long as the Thalmor and Ulfric exist. But I was the one chosen to lead the people of Skyrim, and even if Raven explained quite clearly that most did not see it that way, I would not allow my people to suffer needlessly, nor for long. The sound of an arrow deflecting off Bolgir's shield brings me back into the present as I take a deep breath and start running into battle, much to my guard's protests. My family's Skyforge blade sings as I decapitate a reachman attempting to protect one of his fellows. A war cry leaves my throat as I rush into the enemy lines. My guards and the fresh legionaries placed under my command following me eagerly. We push through the southern portion of the settlement with ease, making sure we reach the prisoners as quickly as possible without overextending. An orc wearing light legionary armor, covered in chainmail and wielding twin axes, roars as he charges into a group of forsworn archers attempting to target us, his berserk state evident to all. One of the ex-freemen, Zarok if memory serves, the archers fall like twigs to his flurry of blows, and without even looking at the fallen, he rushes at the next group, not slowing down remotely. Interesting. He might yet prove himself a useful figure in the following years. Half an hour later, I find myself standing in front of a large enclosure, housing many of my own people, surrounded by families of Forsworn and with two young men standing before me, still armed but their weapons lowered. I approach them slowly while my guards tense and follow me. The boys shiver at the sight of me. I am completely covered in blood, making my armor look fully crimson instead of its original ebony color. I really should ask Raven how his robes remain perfectly clean at all times. The sounds of battle around us die down as I stand before the two men silently. They share a look, and the one that seems to be the older turns to me and speaks, "Why aren't you killing us?" The other one's eye twitches, and he looks ready to strangle his fellow. I barely hold back a snort and calmly state, "Because you are not fighting." Their eyes bulge at my statement, and the older one speaks again, "So you aren't here to kill us all?" I stare at him for a moment and laugh a dry laugh, making everyone look at me weirdly. Shaking my head, I say, "If your people didn't attack my lands, I would not have even realized you were here for years." Most of the Forsworn look completely devastated upon hearing my words. I believe my court mage would describe them as completely done with life. "Now," I say sternly, once more bringing all eyes to me, "as the High King of Skyrim, I offer you the chance to surrender. None that lay down their arms, with the exception of Daedric priests, will be harmed. Your future will be decided when the battle is finished. But I assure you once again, no one is getting killed or enslaved." Many of the hundreds, or thousands as I would later learn, of Forsworn share looks between themselves. The two boys that somehow found themselves leading the civilians whisper among each other. After a while, the older one steps forward and says seriously, "Swear it." I notice Bolgear tense for a moment and raise a hand to calm him. "I, High King Torrig, do hereby swear on my crown and seat in Sovngarde that I shall honor my previous offer if you all surrender. May Stendar strike me down if my words prove false." Once again they seem stunned by my willingness to let them live. What in the name of the divines did their witches tell them about us? It takes them close to an hour to come to a decision, many of my fresh legionaries growing tenser by the moment, with only Ricka's strict training keeping them in line. Finally the two youths nod to each other and turn to me. "We accept your offer, King Torrig." And they slowly lay their bone swords onto the ground. I nod and turn to my men, who snap at attention, slowly approach them and gather their arms. I look at the housecarls. "Make sure the prisoners are fed and watered. We don't know their state." Bolgear looks ready to protest, but Ingvar grabs his shoulder and shakes his head. I look to the legionary officers. "I am tripling the usual punishment for any unjustified indiscretions in this situation. See that you do not sully my honor." Every single one of them shivers at the mention of usual punishment, and they quickly get to work. Ricka really takes her job too seriously sometimes. Raven's POV. I approach the gates of the Temple of Namira with cautious steps, my party not far behind me. On our way here, we passed by a small shrine to Hircine, but I found no need to anger yet another Daedra, so I left it there after butchering the warriors guarding it. The guards in front of the main temple did put up a bit of a fight, I will admit, even if Scorch was the only one that fought them. Apparently he didn't like them for the disgusting not-bird degenerate they were guarding, and I found myself not willing to deny him his fun. The doors seemed to be barred from the inside. They likely piled as much as they could on top of them to buy time for whatever idiotic ritual they were performing inside. Minthara gave me the closest things she could muster to puppy eyes as she eyed the gate, and I sighed. Very well. She almost jumped in joy as she stood before the temple and took a deep breath. Marco sent me a very confused look, while Davos merely took a step back, perfectly shielding himself from any debris. Fuss! A crack of air and the gate blew inwards, sending chunks of wood everywhere. Marco was gaping. Davos was nodding to himself, like this all made perfect sense. And the Dunmer, like usual, just didn't care. Knock knock was all the gleeful demigod had to say. Chapter 129, Putting Them to the Sword, Part 4, Hag's End. I enter the temple and immediately tense at its aura. The feeling, and most disturbingly, the smell reminding me all too well of Diran's tower. Even the bone-chilling gaze of the disgusting Daedra was present. Behind the ruined gate stood a massive chamber housing a Dovazul word wall, using it as some kind of support for the entire building. The dozens of Forsworn inside were all scrambling into position as a small circle of witches were busy chanting and seemingly forming yet another flesh golem, while half a dozen sacrificed reachmen were rapidly decomposing below them. Barely a second after I walked in, arrows started flying toward me, followed by bolts of fire and lightning. Unfortunately for the Forsworn, it seemed that all the competent witches died at Haraldstead, so I contented myself with merely standing at the entrance and making them waste their strength and ammunition in their enraged focus on me, while my party killed them all. After all, why should I bother if I have other people to clean up the mobs? Besides, it should be a nice and controlled lesson for my apprentices. General POV. As Raven calmly stood before the Reachmen, further enraging them, his group was not standing still. The Dunmer started systematically taking out the enemy mages, while Davos targeted the golems with his enchanted crossbow. Minthara, like many of her people, didn't have much patience for skirmishing, so she threw herself into battle, becoming a whirlwind of air magic and rapid hammer strokes, leaving her enemies in pieces, or at the least crushing every bone she got in melee range of. Marco was forced to finally unsheath his rapier and guard the overeager Nord's back as the Forsworn started swarming them. "You don't think you should help them out, boss?" Davos asked calmly while hitting a golem in the eye and exploding its head. Raven waved both him and another arrow off. "Let them get battered up a bit, otherwise they might think they will always get away with rushing in like idiots." Davos flinched suddenly. "Boss, I think one of them just stabbed the brat in the leg." Pain is weakness leaving the body. Raven nodded sagely, his tone uncaring, but his eyes glowing at attention. Boss, one just smacked Minthara with a mace." Davos sounded even more unsure. "It's fine, Raven drawled. "She is wearing armor." Davos flinched again. "Boss, I don't think that leather and steel mail are all that good against a dozen Briarhearts." Raven groans. "Fine, you pansy. I will help them out." With a casual wave of his hand, he launches an overcharged chain lightning at the group, perfectly avoiding his students and killing the last of the Forsworn. Seeing the bloodied and battered forms of his students, Raven nods to himself. "See, they are fine." Davos groans and shakes his head. Raven's POV. I approach my students and quickly scan them with my eyes. Minthara's entire left arm is broken, and her right eye is barely holding itself together, yet she is still stubbornly standing and glaring at me. Marco is in a similar state, merely with a lot more broken bones and cuts everywhere. "So kids, what did we learn?" I ask cheekily. "Just kill me, please." A wheezing voice comes from below. Minthara's glare deepens. "Why did you leave us surrounded?" Her tone is hard, but I sense she expects a lecture. Before I can respond, Marco wheezes again. "Fine." Fine, I huff and start healing both of them at the same time. The two of you rushed forward on your own, not at all caring that there were far more of them than us, without even consulting me, or at least someone who actually knows what they are doing. That is why I let you get your shit kicked in. Marco groans as he gets up. "Why do all of your life lessons have to include pain?" "Because it is a good teacher," I snark. Minthara sighs. "You are right, of course." Her fixed eye twitches. "Why am I hearing chanting?" "Oh?" I think for a moment, and my eyes land on the word wall. "You might want to approach that." She gives me a confused look, but seeing that I was not about to elaborate, she started walking. "It is getting louder," she says, and finally stops a meter away from the wall. I do not feel the energy flowing into her, but I definitely see it. It looks somewhat similar to that of Kine, but definitely has a different theme to it. "What is Tid?" Minthara asks absent-mindedly. Now that I think about it, I did always come to a similar place in the game to finish that shout. "That'd be time," I answer her after a moment. The leader of the Dunmer stops our conversation. "We should move on. You can debate this after we have completed our mission." "Careful, Guildmaster." I drawl. "You do not command here." They quickly give me a light bow. "Of course not, Sergio. I was merely reminding you." "Fine," I nod. "Let us move on." And so we did. There were multiple doors to the sides of the temple, but they all led to the same stairwell leading up to the summit of the temple. As we walked inside, I noticed that the internal construction of the temple was an odd mix of stone and wood, almost like they were attempting to recreate whatever the Nords built here, but failed spectacularly. A couple of surprised and terrified witches tried to stop us on our way. launching desperate attacks, and one even sacrificing herself in an attempt to curse me. They were given no mercy. The higher up we went, the more horrifying the scenes became. The somewhat orderly chambers of the witches were replaced with what I can only describe as charnel houses, filled to the brim with cursed flesh. That alone would have been fine, but the presence of the patron Daedra was also growing. Marco was shaking like a leaf the entire time. The fact that our enemies soon became rotting zombies did not help his situation. My two apprentices fought much more conservatively this time, Minthara warding off the attackers, while Marco focused on crowd control by pushing them around with his brand of force magic. Whenever they were about to get overrun, I destroyed the creatures with my solar magic. The speed at which they fell was honestly disappointing. As we approached another room, I felt something on the floor. Focusing my eyes, I noticed a bunch of runes stretching across the hallway we were standing in. Everyone pulled back at my signal, and Minthara gladly removed the obstacle with a fire breath. Her thu'um was so strong that it pushed through the door and into the room, causing whoever was inside to scream in agony. We rushed inside and found a half-burned hag, who upon seeing us immediately teleported away, causing the dozen crossbow bolts the Dunmer launched the moment they saw her to strike the wall behind her. "A slippery little shit, this one," one of the guildsmen scoffed. Focusing on the creature's aura I felt before it ran away, I nodded to myself. We have found our target. The Dunmer all stood a little straighter, and some of them started applying paralytic poison to their weapons and ammunition. We moved further up, the disgusting imagery slowly giving way to a luxurious suite. The fact that creatures as disgusting as hag-ravens would have something like this should not surprise me, but I am still stunned by the contrast. I notice a bunch of jewelry thrown everywhere, with the most prominent of all being of Altmer Mog. "I guess this explains why they attacked," I say as I twirl a moonstone necklace in my hand. Marco frowns. They were planning on committing a massacre for a bunch of trinkets. "It shouldn't surprise you that much, city boy," Minthara quips mockingly. "People kill for far less." "You are not wrong," I nod, though the fact that it is 4/5 moonstone and obviously made by Altmer hands feels like the Nuars are rubbing it into our faces. "They will get their due," Minthara smirks maliciously. Marco huffs, "Hey, not all Altmer are like that." I roll my eyes. "You know damn well who we are talking about. Stop being such a drama queen." "Drama queen?" He looks at me bewildered. I am a literal bard. There is a sound of moving stones as one of the guildsmen presses a button and a secret door opens up. "Found the way forward, boss," he calls over, and we all proceed with utmost care. We follow the short passage, and it leads us to a large open balcony. A small but powerful shrine to Namira stands at its center. And more importantly, a very burned hagraven currently busying herself in an attempt to glare me to death. Without any input from me, Scorch summons himself and perches atop the shrine, his mere presence burning away some of its aura. "You!" The hag immediately turns to the fiery hawk. "You sent these things to burn me." Scorch raises his beak proudly. "I did indeed. My servants have come to show you how disgusting you are." While the two creatures argue who the better bird was, I slowly turn to the guildsmen and nod. They all raise their crossbows and loose as one. The hag doesn't even react as a dozen poisoned bolts penetrate her and keeps ranting at Scorch, all the way until the poison knocks her unconscious and she falls over. The guildmaster looks at me expectantly, and after instructing apprentices not to interrupt, I drag the unconscious hag to the shrine, much to Scorch's glee, and start carving a ritual circle with my staff. As I carve the circle, I feel the familiar presence of Namira attempting to worm its way into my mind. But much like last time, Mephala pendant explodes in power and pushes it back. The sounds of battle are getting less and less pronounced as each minute passes. I await the perfect moment, and the instant I sense the battle stop completely, signaling our total victory, I plunge my dagger into the heart of the priestess. As the knife pierces her heart and the life fades from her, I feel her soul get dragged into a very familiar place, and I suddenly find myself standing in a great hall covered in spider webs. An army of Daedra stares at me with a mixture of respect and disdain. I even notice Zelzaz in the crowd, who gives me a wave. I turn around and see Mephala in all her glory, holding what is definitely the hag's soul in her hand like a precious gem. Her eyes focus on me, the desire behind them obvious to all. You have done well, my chosen. I raise an eyebrow. Odd that I would have to be informed of such a change in status by a bunch of assassins. I smirk and mock bow, my prince. Cheeky, she smirks back. If you wish to be pedantic about it, they are technically a monastic order of mine. I look around the hall and raise an eyebrow. And since when were you into pedantry? She bursts into melodious laughter as some of her Daedra glare at me, while others share in our amusement. Was there a reason for this? I wave my hand around prestigious gathering. Mephala straightens up in her seat and tosses the soul to another unnaturally beautiful Daedra. We are here to celebrate my victory and award you for your services. She declares regally. Well, if the reward is worthwhile, I am glad to have been of service. I smirk. Indeed. The prince nods. You are hereby granted command of any of my believers in Skyrim, and the Morag Tong will forever be barred from targeting you. The power of the locket I granted you all those months ago shall also grow, and any spider you meet shall follow your command. I school my features, even if hiding my glee is completely useless in front of a literal demon god. My thanks for your generosity, my prince, I bow. She smiles radiantly. I am indeed generous, unlike many others. She raises a dainty hand. Now you are unfortunately needed back on Nirn, so I won't keep you. And as soon as the words leave her mouth, I am once again standing in front of the shrine, now covered in barely visible spiderwebs, and with the hag's body nowhere to be seen. I turn around and see all of the Dunmer, including Davos and the Guildmaster, bowing to me. What is your command, my lord? The leader asks with devotion. I try and keep the toothy grin in check, and fail completely. Chapter 130. Sharing Secrets and Settling the Defeated. Can someone please explain to me what is going on here? A very confused Marco exclaims after a beat of silence. His fellow apprentice narrows her eyes while staring at me intently. This is usually where one spins lies and denials in an attempt to keep things in the status quo. But I have had armies crash against me and have come out the victor. I no longer need to fear being found out. After all, in this world, the rules apply only to those too weak to remain unbound. I shrug. That was me conquering the temple of a Daedra in the name of another Daedra, I say nonchalantly. Marco's eyes widen, and he shivers. You are a Daedra worshipper. Once again, Minthara proves to be the wiser among the two, as she merely crosses her arms and waits patiently. Chosen, but not the point. The shivering increases, and I roll my eyes. Marco, what is the official religion of Morrowind? I ask patiently, as if talking to a toddler. The guildsmen chuckle among themselves at my question. He blinks, the reclaimed tribunal. His eyes widen once again, and he facepalms. Indeed, I drawl, you could say I have been a Daedra worshipper since birth. Which one? Minthara interjects. Which one are you the chosen of? I smirk. Use your big streetwise brain, Minthara. I know you aren't stupid. She looks at me, then at the guildsman, then back at me, and finally at the altar, Mephala. She mutters, and Marco eeps like a girl. Got it in one. I clap my hands slowly, though I do hope you aren't stupid enough to go around telling on me. Marco, who is scared shitless, rapidly nods his head, while Minthara narrows her eyes. And how exactly do you expect us to trust you if you were chosen by a literal god of betrayal? Some of the Dunmer shift uncomfortably, barely hiding their offense. Davos merely snorts. You do realize the Dunmer race wouldn't worship her if she was only that, right? I respond in lecture mode. She looks at me expectantly, and I go on. Mephala is one of the 3 good Daedra who taught the Dunmer the art of subtlety and that of intrigue. In those ancient days, when we were still Chimera, we were low in number and under great threat of invaders, so we followed the teachings of the webweaver and struck down our foes with hidden blades. I smirk. After all, they can't conquer you if you poison them to death. My students manage to relax at least a bit after my lecture, while the Dunmer nod along like good little followers. Minthara sighs. Very well, I guess I can understand. Any other earth-shattering secrets you might want to share about yourself? I snort. I am not about to reveal my life story to you. I tilt my head. though if you do find a good enough clue, I might share something. But until then, you will have to content yourself with what you learned today." She looks unhappy with my decision, but has already learned that she has no way to force information out of me, so all she can do is accept. Now, I clap my hands. As riveting as this was, we should get moving. This place won't loot itself. I look to the guildmaster and stop in my tracks as I find myself fully capable of recognizing her. I blink. Honestly, I am not all that surprised. Janassa shrugs. "I did leave some very easy hints, my lord." "Right," I drawl. "You lot will search the place for any correspondence and hunt down any possible Thalmor agents in the vicinity. If you manage to find one, bring them to me alive." They wait for a moment in case I have further orders, but seeing as I remain silent, they disperse. "Come on, you three." I wave for my apprentices and Davos to follow me. "We should meet up with Torig." We make our way down, seeing half of the guildsmen thoroughly searching all the rooms, even the charnel pits, and making sure there are no survivors anywhere in the temple. As we descend into the main chamber, a centurion notices us and approaches. "Sir." He salutes. The High King has called for his council to convene at the southern section of the city. "Lead the way, soldier." The legionary guides us through the sea of overturned tents, families of forsworn milling about with defeated looks on their faces, trying to gather whatever valuables they can salvage, all the while being looked over by attentive legionaries. We are led to a section near the prisoner camp, and under a great willow tree awaited the rest of our fellow leaders, naturally already having brought in chairs and a large table, because standing would be plebeian, of course. "I see the battle went well," I say as I approach, carefully eyeing the two young reachmen who flinch at my approach. "These are?" I raise an eyebrow at Torig. The king nods at the two young men. These two have found themselves as the representatives of the surrendered reachmen. They are here to negotiate about their people's future. Odd that a couple of youths would lead. I note dryly. Then again, I guess that might be my fault. My tone was regretful, but my bloodthirsty grin was anything but. Harold guffaws from his seat, already 3 horns of mead into his celebration. "You tell 'em, lad." I look at Sibyl and the twins. "Everything fine on your end?" Boar sends me an annoyed glare. I am never running ward duty again. "Too hard for you, Boar?" I ask mockingly. He rolls his eyes. "No, it was too bloody boring." I shrug. "The temple wasn't all that much better," I say nonchalantly, and all eyes focus on me. After all, I was yet to give my report. It seems that most of the actually competent mages and warriors got butchered at Haroldstead. My lips twist to a disdainful sneer. The ones that remained here were so pathetic, my apprentices dealt with most of them. Marco twitches as he remembers the experience. "Just to reiterate," Rika interjects, "it and its residents have been neutralized?" I nod. "Indeed, I already have my agents searching for clues." Ingvar frowns. "Is it wise to stir the nest?" I wave him off immediately. Whatever happens as consequence of this investigation will never be traced back to the crown of Skyrim. Of that much I can assure you. Torig chuckles. "I am glad you are using your vendetta productively." I bow dramatically. I am the image of rationality and productivity. The doubtful looks of most of my comrades make me burst into a fit of deranged giggles. One of the forsworn clears his throat nervously. Could we please get back to the fate of my people?" He looks ready to jump away as my eyes focus on him. Torig nods. "Yes, as I have said earlier, you have 2 options. Either accept resettlement and swear to follow the laws of Skyrim, or be banished into the reach of High Rock." The older of the two speaks up. "Most have agreed to your proposal, King. We first came here for promises of good land and plentiful food, but all the hags brought was war and pain. We hope your word weighs more than that of the Hagraven." There is some grumbling among the king's men, but Torig waves it off. "I will naturally strive to provide for all my subjects. My people are a hard bunch, but if you show you are hard-working and honest, they will accept you with open arms, even with our previous conflict." "Indeed," I interject, and immediately see Torig's eye twitch. It surprises me how accepting Nords are when you show them you aren't complete scum. The two lads seem stuck between being reassured by my words and shaking in fear at me, even speaking to them. Stop shaking like leaves. I am not some murderous madman. I feel a hand tap my shoulder consolingly, mockingly, and turn to see Sibyl looking at me like I was delusional. Keep telling yourself that, dear. I snort and look back at Ingvar. So what is the plan? He goes on to explain that the 2,500 fresh settlers will be moved to the eastern parts of the hold, so they may be integrated more quickly. They will be joining the freshly founded villages, and some of them might be allowed into the hold guard after a year or two. The rest would be given some food and supplies and sent on their way, while a band of scouts and mercenaries made sure they left Skyrim in its entirety. We are going to need a group to ensure law and order, I interject as Ingvar finishes his explanation. Are the guards not sufficient? Torrig asks. They are well trained and their numbers are fine. I agree, but we need strong leaders to ensure proper integration between the two groups. While Nords can be surprisingly welcoming, do keep in mind that we are dealing with two groups who have gone through a very tumultuous couple of years. What do you propose? The king asks. Grant some of your veteran housecarls temporary lordship over the lands. If they prove themselves worthy of the position, let them keep it and advance them to lesser nobility. Ingvar tilts his head in thought. You propose a knightly system, like in High Rock? I shake my head. Nothing so rigid. This is just a way for you to reward your trusted and loyal warriors, while making sure the newly founded settlements do not fall apart due to a lack of oversight. Just be sure to let them know you can revoke their posts at any time, and it should be fine. And you are sure this would work? The junior steward asks, his doubt evident. I shrug. It should work until you find a more permanent or efficient solution. I am good at coming up with ideas, but don't expect me to spell everything out for you. He sighs and nods. That is fair. The king once again addresses the forsworn. Is this offer acceptable to you? The younger one gulps. We would like to be able to practice our traditions. He immediately raises his hands placatingly as my eyes narrow. The less gruesome ones, of course. Torrig gives me a look, and I sigh. If I see or hear a hint of Namira worship, I am killing every reachman in my rather considerable range. Am I understood? I stare at the two youths who gup and nod rapidly. And there you have it, Torrig interjects. I hope you will find peace and prosperity under my rule. And so do we. The older reachman nods, and the two of them leave. Right. Rika claps her hands with false cheer. Time for logistics. Everyone at the table groans, and I immediately shadow step out of there. Chapter 131. The Glorious Return. So I start, riding up to the lonely king of Skyrim. How does it feel to consign thousands to their deaths while subjugating the rest? I ask with false cheer. Torrig twitches violently. We have been riding for 3 days now, and the young man was constantly deep in thought. The consequences of the invasion weighing heavily on his shoulders. He gives me an irritated glare. Must you word it like that? He grits out, already knowing the answer. I shrug. You know damn well that your enemies will do far worse than merely play with words. You should prepare. The king groans. How can you be so irritating and so right at the same time? I am the master of my art, your majesty, I quip, and a moment later I decide to ask, how is your intended taking the voyage? He sighs. Thank the divines we were able to get a carriage prepared. She hasn't been feeling all that well after witnessing the bloodbath. Once again he lightly glares at me, but there is no heat behind it. I wave him off. She will be fine. She has Sibyl to distract her after all. He winces. I don't think teaching her how to set people on fire is a good distraction after seeing literal thousands of them burn to death. I raise an eyebrow. So you don't want your future queen to be able to defend herself? I grin teasingly. Want to have her always be a damsel for you to save, oh heroic king. He blushes and looks away. I don't know what you are talking about. I snort loudly. Why so defensive, Torrig? Why must you be so... He trails off, trying to find the right words. Dashing, I quip. He gives me a half-lidded stare. Wise? I smirk. The stare narrows, outstandingly majestic. My smirk splits into a grin. Torig takes a deep breath and looks away. By the divines, sometimes you make me wish to die to an angry mob instead of having you nearby. I live to impress. I mock bow as much as I can while riding a horse. What are our plans when we reach the city? I ask after a prolonged silence. He thinks for a moment before responding, we will be leaving my new subjects at their designated villages while stationing some of the mercenaries as temporary guards. When we get to the city, we will hold a parade to celebrate our victory, and after that, we will hold an award ceremony for the most distinguished. I hold back an irritated groan. Please don't tell me I have to attend that. Now it is his turn to smirk. How can I allow your glorious deeds to go unrecognized, Raven? I would never dishonor the greatest warrior of this campaign in such a manner. His tone is righteous and proper, but the mirth in his eyes is clearly evident. I look away with a tisk. How dare you use my spells against me? I ask with mock offense. As he finally gets one over me, he chuckles merrily and sighs moments later. This has been a very exhausting couple of months. Also very glorious when it comes to your tenure as High King, I add. He nods. That is true, of course, but is it wrong to prefer peace to all this excitement? I chuckle and shake my head. As king, peace for your people should always be your top priority. The only times you should fight is to preserve that peace, whether from potential or current threats. Torig blinks and looks at me. So should I just let Ulfric become king then, to avoid the war? His question is very rhetorical, of course, but I still choose to answer, Ulfric will bring naught but pain and suffering to your people, and probably my own now that I think about it. I scratch my chin. So no, you should fight him with everything you have, because the only true victor if Ulfric kills you will be the Thalmor. He nods dejectedly. Indeed, they want us at each other's throats. Which is likely why they let Ulfric escape his imprisonment in the first place and engineered Madanach's invasion of Markarth, thus leading to further distrust and anger from Ulfric and the hardliners among the Nordic traditionalists. I say offhandedly, and Torig stills. He seems baffled as he asks, You think the Thalmor are behind everything? I shrug. More often than not, they are. My brow twists into a frown. They may be noirs of the highest order, but they are most assuredly neither incompetent, nor are they impatient. Out of all Mer, they live by far the longest, so you can expect such long-term planning from their leaders who have likely been doing it for centuries already. Torig remains silent for a long time after that, before he finally asks, So what do you suggest I do about it? Beat them at their own game. I shrug, get spies, organize a massive network of informants, create a Blades-like organization to fight them in the shadows. You could do many different things, and all of them would be both risky and expensive. I let out a long breath. At the end of the day, their machinations have mostly succeeded. We must first remove the issue they have caused already before going on the counter-offensive. The young king sighs. I really hate this crown sometimes. I chuckle. That probably means you are a good king, I think. He chuckles and shakes his head, once more focusing on the road. The rest of our journey went without any further incident. I spent most of the time speaking with my college friends or just carousing with some of the legionaries and warriors. I seem to have developed quite the reputation among the rank and file, and the usual dark jokes of the legionary veterans now contained a lot more immolation than before. My agents found very little of actual note within the former temple of Namira. The jewelry was an obvious slap in the face by the Thalmor, but we couldn't reasonably prove that they were the ones who did. Which was probably their plan all along in case they lost, now that I think about it. The Noirs were learning, and that was a growing concern. My students were both doing surprisingly well, considering their recent brush with death. Marco was focused on helping anyone he could, likely in an attempt to distract himself from the mix of my revelations and his beating at the hands of the Forsworn. Minthara, on the other hand, seemed to grow very attached to the little girl she helped heal. When I heard the story, I was so impressed by her determination that I allowed her to leave the anatomical tome for later. Naturally, the demigod had to once again impress me by refusing my offer and doubling down on her studies. I really should enchant her something nice for all that effort. As we started getting closer to the city, our long line started shrinking. The mercenaries and reachmen were left behind at each settlement we passed, with one of Torig's housecarls left behind in each village as an interim governor. Their names would be celebrated once we reached the city, but the job of ensuring peace came first, so they would have to skip the glorious feast. Something which they all eagerly accepted. Much to my surprise, I guess good old greed will win over even a Nord's yearning for glory and mead. We arrived at Solitude just after the morning of the 10th day of our march. We were after all slowed down by the extra baggage. We didn't even get near the gate before a massive crowd gathered on both sides of the road, their cheers and chants resounding so loudly and clearly that every soldier marching behind me stood just a little straighter. As we passed by the gathered people, they gave us, the gathered leaders and champions, looks of awe and respect. Many bowed in thanks, while others cheered us on, a surprising amount of them focusing on me. Scorch, who was sitting comfortably on my shoulder as he finally managed to shrink himself down sufficiently, preened happily at all the praise, no doubt interpreting all looks and praise sent to me to be directed at him. The soldiery got a different reception, for as they passed the people, they were offered bottles of mead and home-cooked meals. Rika was kind enough to allow them to accept the gifts, as they did thoroughly earn them. As we entered the city, the more wealthy part of the population gathered, and the gifts they offered were of far greater value than the ones outside. What I did not expect at all was the song that broke out. As we rode by Castle Dower, the crowd started signing, or chanting, Marco's song about the Battle of Wolfelskull. The young Mer blushed so hard, his face reminded me of Minthara's hair. But I did not miss him straightening up in pride as we passed near the Bard's College and saw the proud look Viamo gave him. The legionaries, both new and old, were invited to the feast held in the massive palace, though they would not be attending the throne room, save for a few exceptions. My agents, on the other hand, had no need nor desire to carouse, so I paid for a couple of luxury suites at one of the local inns and had them spend the day there, with the exception of Davos, who was already too high profile to miss the celebration. It took less than a measly hour since we dismounted, and we were already sitting in the grand hall of the Blue Palace, drinking to our heart's content and listening to our men recount our glorious deeds. I noticed Helm and Harold become fast friends almost as soon as their eyes met, and I had the pleasure of watching Helm pout at the fact he was forced to miss out on the massive battle. The two other thanes were, to my great surprise, quite reserved upon our return. I used my blessing to see what was going on, and to my utmost surprise, even Erker was pissy about missing the glory. Was the spoiled little nobleman finally growing some hair? I guess we shall inevitably find out. After all, there was a far greater battle on the horizon. The feast went on for almost the entire day, almost consuming the palace's entire pantry in one fell swoop. But neither the king nor his stewards minded all that much. They knew all too well the complete disaster we barely avoided. Sibyl throws herself on my bed as we finally climb up the tower. She takes a long breath and seemingly melts into the luxurious mattress. Finally, she tilts her head to the side. I am all for a good fight, but if I have to sleep in a camp anytime soon, I will drink someone. Didn't you already drink about 100 of them? I ask as I slip out of my formal clothes, my voice one of amusement. She smirks. Exactly my point. I let out a light snort. Poor cave dwellers. She turns around, laying on her back this time. I still don't see why you had Torig allow them to settle here. They should have all been permanently dealt with. I shake my head, so bloodthirsty. Her eye twitches and I shrug. This is both more efficient and morally correct. She waves me off. Yes, I've heard you explain yourself. Her arms spread invitingly. Now enough about that. I need my pillow. I huff and shake my head, and they call me the childish one. I lazily dodge a flying shoe and lie down next to her, sleep claiming me almost immediately. I awaken the following morning alone in my bed, or noon as I soon came to find out. Apparently all the fighting was exhausting, go figure. As I exit my chambers, a new set of formal clothes in a more Nordic style and my growing beard shaved down to a neat goatee, I come face to face with Savos Aran, his eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. Well, this should be interesting. Chapter 132, Projects and Ceremonies. I blink at Savos's sudden appearance. "How nice of you to visit, Archmage," I say, my tone implying the obvious question. He huffs, "So cold, Raven, you wound my old heart." I narrow my eyes and deadpan, "Uh-huh." A defeated sigh leaves him. "I swear I am not here to play around. This time." I blink, "You aren't lying." Who would have thought it possible? He seems somewhat confused by the certainty I am showing, but merely shrugs. "Indeed, I have come to inform you that we are close to finally breaching the passage in the old Dwemer ruins." "Oh," I raise an eyebrow, "did you confirm the possibility of it being Blackreach?" He nods. "Shalazar has foreseen that a great venture awaits us." He inclines his head. "The college wishes to thank you for your great contribution. Without your assistance, the excavation would have probably taken years." He pulls out a Vala stone and tosses it to me, and I absent-mindedly place it in my Oblivion storage. "Now for the more interesting part." He smirks and pulls out a sealed scroll. "Would you kindly show me the masterpiece Sergius has been praising so vocally for the past few months?" I nod, and my crown appears on my head. Savos blinks, and in an instant appears uncomfortably close to me, examining every detail of my masterwork. After a good 10 minutes of silent staring, he lets out an excited breath. "Marvelous, truly marvelous." He proffers the scroll to me, and I unroll it. Before I can start reading, Savos interjects, his voice laced with pride. "Congratulations, Dagoth Raven, on becoming the youngest Master Enchanter of the College of Winterhold since its foundation. You have done us all proud." I remain silent at his proclamation. Naturally, I already knew about my advancement, due to my system and Sergius's words, but getting recognition from what is probably the most powerful person I knew in this life was still enough to shake me up a bit. "I am happy to impress," I settle on, saying somewhat stiffly. "And impress you did." He nods happily, completely ignoring my discomfort, much to my relief. "Now what is this I hear about you butchering entire armies with might and magic?" I happily recount my experiences fighting the Forsworn as we descend the tower and head to grab some breakfast. Or was it lunch? Savos reacts animatedly as I recount all the stratagems I employed, sometimes pointing out some slight flaws or chiding me for my overconfidence and recklessness. By the time I am done, he is both exasperated and proud. Most of the palace residents are still very groggy from yesterday's carousal, some are even still asleep, and I even notice a somewhat familiar orc wearing vaguely imperial clothes, snuggling a maid in behind one of the garden hedges. We found the king and his most important subjects sitting at the high table in the throne room, enjoying a meal, and most of them looking very hungover or just plain tired. Savos and I plop down on a couple of free seats, drawing everyone's attention. Torig takes a moment to compute, but then realizes that the Archmage is here, and not being in the best state of mind, openly groans while downing the entire oversized cup of coffee he was nursing. He sighs contentedly and looks at Savos, his eyes practically begging for mercy. "Welcome to Solitude, Archmage. To what do we owe the pleasure of your presence?" Savos contains a childish giggle and merely smirks. "I came to inform Raven of an upcoming project and thought I might as well stay a while and congratulate you on your great victory, King Torig." Torig seems to want to roll his eyes, but this time holds himself back. "Your presence is always appreciated by the court Archmage Aaron, as are your congratulations." He cocks his head in my direction. "What is this about a project, Raven?" I grab a cup of coffee from a passing servant and turn back to Torig with a shrug. "About a year ago, we uncovered a great Dwemer ruin, overrun by a bunch of Falmer to the west of Winterhold Hold. There was a large collapsed passage at the end, and the college is approaching the end of the long excavation. So I will likely be joining the expedition when everything is ready." Sibyl's eyes narrow at this information, and her look promises many questions once we were alone. Torig frowns. "While I understand your desire to explore, you are still needed here." I shake my head, almost dismissively. "You called me here to help with immediate problems, requiring immense applications of violence, something I have done to an extent that went far beyond your expectations," I say pointedly, and after he deflates, I proceed to try and placate him. "I am not saying I am resigning from my position immediately. I am merely taking some time off to advance my own knowledge and power. Something you know very well will be greatly needed in the coming years. The king nods tiredly. You are of course right. I guess I have gotten too used to you solving all my problems, eh? He won't be leaving immediately, Savos interjects. The final works are still a month or more away, and we can do without his assistance. But when we unearth whatever awaits Bello, we will need our foremost expert on Dwemetech. Everyone present who had witnessed Gatecrasher in action shivers instinctually. Torrig chuckles nervously. Yes, I can see how that might be wise. Savos gives me a curious glance, but I wave him off. I will show it to you later. The old Mer pouts but doesn't press. I look back to Torrig and ask, what are our plans going forward? Keep consolidating power until the inevitable happens. He shrugs dispassionately. After a moment of thought, he goes on, as for the short term, we will hold the award ceremony tomorrow. He gives me a half-lidded stare. You have to attend completely. Ignoring my annoyed pout, he goes on, 18 days later, I will be holding my wedding. As he says this, he blushes lightly. I, might have been a tad over-eager when I proclaimed my plans at Haroldstead. Harold, who seems to have woken up at the mention of the wedding, laughs at the young man's predicament. Ha, serves you right. That'll teach you to steal my daughter, he grumbles. Torrig looks at me with a devious smirk. What was that odd term I heard you use? He narrows his eyes in thought, nods in remembrance, and looks back at Harold. Ah, yes, I believe the term was cope and seethe, old man. The Thane grumbles into his mead while glaring at Torrig. The baffled expressions of the rest of the nobles is far too much for me, and I burst into a fit of childish giggles. I spent the rest of the day talking with the nobles, hounding my students, and showing Savos around. When we got back to the tower, I showed him Gatecrasher, and he reacted as you'd expect, like an overexcited schoolgirl seeing her newest crush. He spent a good 3 hours asking question after question, which I answered without reservation. Even if the Mer was an irritating troll, he was most assuredly on my side, and if a suspicion of mine was to be confirmed, then he was doubly so. The Archmage left, after promising to keep me updated on any progress they made with the expeditionary preparations. As the sun was setting, I found myself standing in front of an irritated Sibyl waiting in my room. She seemed stuck between being angry that I was leaving and frustrated that she couldn't reasonably join me. I patiently waited as her expression shifted repeatedly, going from frustration to rage to disappointment, until she finally settled on a melancholic smile. I hope you aren't planning on getting yourself killed, she said as she offered a gentle hug. Don't worry, I will have at least 5 escape plans at all times and will use meat shields without a hint of shame when it comes down to it. I say with utmost seriousness as we part. She lets out a very unladylike snort and covers her face in shame as she notices my amused expression. You didn't hear that, she hisses. How can someone so terrifying be so cute at the same time? I ponder aloud. The next thing I know, I am tackled onto the floor with Sibyl looming over me, ominously, my so forward. Raven, please shut up. She deadpans, but there is a hint of a whine behind it. I go to say something else, but before I can even begin delivering my no-doubt masterful quip, she seals my lips with her own, and my hormone-driven brain freezes for a moment. I guess I can lay off with the snark for a while. The following day, we found ourselves at the market square, a large wooden podium having been assembled overnight and a massive crowd of both nobles and commoners assembled around it. Enterprising vendors already walking down the assembled lines of citizens and peddling street food and fresh drinks. The event started with a heavily rehearsed speech by Torrig, written by Viamo over the course of the past day, extolling the virtues of his soldiers and the new volunteers that joined the Legion to combat the unexpected and foul Daedric threat. He also assured his people that the new immigrants were not to be feared but welcomed, as they were fooled by the foul Daedra, and it was the Nord's solemn duty to help them overcome such a tragic and grueling past and show them the path to a better future, together. The proper ceremony started with naming the dead and honoring each and every one of them with a few words. This was mostly done by Harold, as he was the one that lost most people to the fighting, the proper legionaries having barely sustained any casualties, while the recruits lost only slightly over 100 men. Then came the individual awards. First came those that slew at least 5 men or saved their comrades from death. They were given a bag of septims and a bronze badge. After them came the courageous and daring, those that slew a dozen or those that were the first into a breach or upon a wall. They were given a larger bag of coin and a steel wreath made to look like it was made of leaves. Both Marco and Minthara found themselves receiving these awards, much to their surprise. I might be a cruel teacher, but they definitely earned the honor. Torig then went on to name the housecarls he appointed as temporary governors, as he promised. The people let out a rather confused cheer at the news, but as long as their warriors were honored, they cared little about the specifics. Torig took great pleasure in announcing Harold's reward. The mad lad actually called marrying the Thane's daughter to be the greatest reward he could give to such a loyal and brave vassal. Harold's rapidly contorting face was a priceless sight I quickly burned into my mind. Naturally, the moment marriage was mentioned, the people went completely mad, and an entirely new feast was about to break out. So we were forced to calm the mob down before they went on a mead rampage, and the entire ceremony got delayed. The twins were granted royal recognition as great mages and warriors. They were especially honored for healing the wounded without rest. After the final battle was finished, they were also granted a large sum of money and were invited into Torig's service as battle mages, something they accepted with glee. Sibyl completely refused any fanfare being thrown in her name. Unlike myself, she was not nearly as visible during the battle, so Torig was content to give her her reward behind closed doors. And last, but most certainly not least, Torig barely contains a grin when he sees me scowl. The Mer said to have slain 1,000 reachmen on his own, and single-handedly clawed victory from defeat. He protected our army from the witches' foul curses and brought down the temple of the foul Daedra they worshipped. He spreads his arms. My dear citizens, I present Master Raven Flametongue of Winterhold and my loyal court mage. I ascend the platform accompanied by the crowd's maddened cheer. No matter how annoyed I felt, I kept my face neutral as I approached Torig, who turned away from the people just long enough to give me a shit-eating grin. I wave to the gathered people, and the cheer grows even louder. A while later, Torig signals for them to quieten down and looks at me with solemn respect, lacking any of the previous joviality. It has not been long since you have entered my service, but within these few months you have shown your wit and mettle time and time again. It is my great honor to grant you the title of an honorary royal thane, and this sash as a symbol of your station. He proffers a masterfully made crimson sash embroidered with my tale in old Nordic runes, and offers it to me. Trait, minor Nordic paragon. Nordic paragon. Flametongue's vestment, a symbol of office and that of recognition. Its power grows with your reputation among the Nords under High King Torig. Current effects, strengthens the Flametongue's fire breath. Grants the Flametongue an aura of command and respect to any serving High King Torig or his loyal inheritors, from any mere peasant to the greatest of nobles. I drape the sash over my right shoulder and left hip and give the king a light bow. He ever so slightly inclines his head in response and points his hand to a large chest his guards brought, while I was examining the piece of red cloth. As a more practical reward, I offer you a large supply of soul gems so you may reach even greater heights with your craft. I easily detect a good 30 fully charged grand soul gems, and my thoughts whirl as plans start to form. Torig turns back to the people, and now you may feast. Thus ensued a drunken revelry of proportions, both epic and frightening. Chapter 133, of Weddings and Ambassadors. Time flew as the date of Torig's wedding approached. The young king seemed much more relaxed and confident now that all the urgently imminent crises had been dealt with. He decided to host yet another royal hunt, and I once more got to embarrass myself with my lack of skill with the bow. Aiming magic is so different from doing so with a bow that I could barely hit a stationary target, which amused everyone greatly. I was tempted to just start launching arrows with telekinesis, but common sense won out, and I simply enjoyed a fun horse ride out of the city. Speaking of horses, Torig gifted me a very large horse of the usual hardy Skyrim breed. The moment he heard I tended to travel on foot due to being too lazy to go and buy a damn mount. As any truly cultured man should do in my position, I immediately named the beast Glitterhoof. Things were, of course, not perfectly peaceful, as there were some expected incidents among the newly settled populace. But after some judicious applications of violence, and a couple of visits from yours truly, the Reachmen finally started calming down and settling in. Even if they did decide to commit suicide by way of revolting, they were at all times outnumbered by their neighbors, whose loyalty to Torrig was growing by the day as he kept delivering on the promises he made. The new villages founded on the large trade road were well on their way to becoming prosperous hubs of commerce and industry. The twins were of great help here, as they constantly patrolled the roads between the fresh settlements, ensuring that no bandits or overeager wildlife could threaten the still fragile state of stability we have created. A Dunmer scholar mage by the name of Danas Valen introduced himself to me one day and spun a great tale about his search for the legendary amulet of Archmage Guldur in hopes of getting me to help fund his quest. He already had the ivory dragon claw with him when he arrived, but I found no need to dispose of him immediately and sent my students to help him in clearing the tomb known as Folgunthur. A nice dungeon crawl should finally get Mitnara to lighten up and make Marco stop chasing skirts now that he was once again popular within the city. As a precaution, I sent 4 agents to shadow them without them knowing, and to get rid of the mage when he was no longer useful. Was my order cruel? Most definitely. Was it also necessary? I already knew the general location of the 3 remaining tombs needed to reforge the amulet, so having a curious scholar constantly snooping around and possibly finding out I had it would have been annoying and likely lead to some powerful people trying to take it for themselves down the line. Besides, the old fool would no doubt want to claim it for himself, and we can't be having that. I spent most of my free time planning a complete rework of my regalia. Now that I had access to a quite frankly ridiculous stock of soul gems and was a master of enchanting, I could be as inefficient as I wished and make the absolute best set of artifacts possible. I even sent Davos to discreetly hire a bunch of people and excavate a dragon mound so I could try and empower my crown. The rest I spent researching Dwemer machinery and preparing override keys that should help us unlock some of the more intact defenses. From time to time, I also found myself helping Sibyl with her research on imbuing preserved blood with powerful different effects. It wasn't all that useful to me, but it was at the very least an interesting project, and she showed her gratitude for my assistance with immense vigor, which was motivation enough. The wedding day itself, once it finally arrived, was altogether a pleasant affair. A large number of dignitaries from all over Tamriel, who had been slowly arriving for the past week, presented their gifts and well wishes. The value of said gifts could easily buy a castle. Unfortunately, even this day couldn't go without the tension in the province being evident to all, as a few notable exceptions did not show up even after being invited by the king himself. Namely, the Jarls of Falkreath, Riften, Windhelm and Dawnstar refused to show themselves at all. I feel the need to reiterate almost half of the provincial rulers refused to show themselves or even send a token delegation. The open slap in the face was evident to all, yet despite this, Torrig pretended like it was nothing, and even seemed happy that he wouldn't have to entertain the hostile Jarls on his wedding day. Though I did catch his happy expression twist into one of disappointment when he thought no one was looking. I made sure to mingle with the ones that did show themselves, as such opportunities were rare. Though even if I attempted to avoid them, they would no doubt be the ones pestering me, as tales of my deeds had already spread across the entire province. Balgruuf was still the jovial man I remembered him to always be. He did seem very worried about the upcoming royal rumble, but he was definitely loyal to Torrig, so as long as the king didn't get shouted to pieces, we would start the conflict with a large numbers advantage. His housecarls were also present, so I had a fun time drinking with them and reminiscing about our glorious battle while teasing young Lydia, who was both frustrated and awed by my achievements. Jarl Igmund of Markarth was a grouchy man in his 30s. He seemed to get irritated by the smallest things and kept ranting at his servants at every opportunity. This all changed when he saw me and started praising me for getting rid of the damned heathen barbarians. His vitriol for the Forsworn was so potent, I swear I could have created mana burn out of it. During our conversation, I learned that he lost his wife to Madanch's invasion of his city, so I couldn't even blame the man. He blessedly chose not to make a fuss about our decision to spare the civilians. An absolutely ancient Altmer named Calcelmo, who I learned was Igmund's court mage, kept pestering me about the rumors of my research into the animunculi. I got so bored of his constant yammering that I showed him a glimpse of my knowledge, and the old Mer happily gave me an open-ended invitation to aid him in excavating the ruins of Nchuanzel, the ruined Dwemer city under Markarth. I soon realized that the old Mer was being annoying on purpose, just so I would give him something, and when he saw me realize this, he spent the rest of the day in a state of smug satisfaction. A Centurion Dynamo core was delivered to my tower later that night with an official letter of invitation. I couldn't even be mad at him. Well played, you old fart. Young Assur of Winterhold seemed to have hit a growth spurt after I left, and now looked like a proper young Nordman. He was still stuttering from time to time and seemed very out of place among the grizzled leaders of the other holds, but he grit his teeth and bore it. He seemed to have decided to align himself with Torrig purely because of my support, if his mother's grumbling was any indication. I seemed to have become something of a hero to the lad. We exchanged some pleasantries, and he seemed disappointed that he couldn't have bound me to his own hold before the king got his hands on me. How any of the poor fools thought they could bind me to any place I would never know. At least it was funny to think about. Jarl Egrod Ravencrone of Morthal was, for a lack of a better word, an old hag, thankfully of the mundane variety this time. The old woman kept talking in riddles near constantly and kept yammering about vague prophecies in some misguided attempt to impress those around her. You developed clairvoyant dreams over years of inefficient study. We all get it, woman. Just please stop. The main wedding ceremony was held at the Temple of the Divines by the High Priest himself. That same old man I yelled at that one time, oops, vows were exchanged along with gifts. Elisif thankfully followed my instructions and gifted Torrig the anti-Thuum bracer while he gifted her a beautiful tiara. Harold, who was forced to come by his daughter, bawled like a child when the two were declared husband and wife, much to the amusement of everyone present. The wedding ceremony was followed by a somewhat subdued feast and a general celebration by the people, the aftershocks of the previous citywide drunken revelry giving even the Nordspause. As the sun finally set, we all once again took our time congratulating the couple. I discreetly passed Torrig a greater potion of vigor with a wink and pushed the blushing and sputtering man after his new wife. Poor girl. If Torrig actually drank the lesser elixir, I don't think she will be walking for at least a couple of days. We gathered in the throne room the following day for the usual court session. Torrig arrived the last and moved with a pep in his step that told us far more than words about his mood. Someone looks happy today, I quip as he sits on the throne. He blushes and looks away. Well, Fulk's sudden breath sounded suspiciously close to a snort as he shook his head. Don't tease him too much, Raven. We don't want to make him flee the court. Everyone chuckled as Torrig's blush deepened. All right, that is enough. The king turns serious, and we all collectively decide to grant mercy. For now. What is on the agenda for today? He asks Fulk. Fulk pulls out a very long parchment, making me suppress a groan. Well, first, A guard barging into the room interrupts. He walks up, salutes the king and speaks. Forgive my interruption, your majesty, but the Thalmor ambassador has arrived, and he scowls, is asking for an audience. Torrig takes a deep breath and nods at the guard. Please lead the ambassador in. His voice is perfectly polite, but I know him well enough to recognize his hidden fury. Moments after the guard leaves, a tall Altmer woman, followed by two guards wearing elven armor, enters the throne room. She struts to the center of the room and with a fake smile states, Greetings, King Torrig. Greetings, Ambassador Elenwen. Torrig's voice is perfectly neutral as he responds, To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I sense cruel satisfaction as she answers, We have found that you have founded multiple settlements from previously unruly elements of society. I have come here to inform you that our justiciars will begin examining them for signs of Talos worship as per our treaty. The smug bitch barely hides a smirk after she is done. I sense a wave of pure fury behind most of the present Nords. Everyone knows damn well that she just wants to make integrating the new arrivals as hard as possible to make up for the fact that she fucked up with the invasion. Torrig grips the armrest of his throne and goes to answer, but I choose this moment to interject no. My allies look at me with both in alarm and with hidden praise. Elenwen looks down at me condescendingly. Oh, it almost looks like she wants to giggle. Is there something to hide then, court mage? Do not worry, tell us what you know and there is nothing to fear from us. Ha! I cannot hold back an incredulous laugh. Ha 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 ha. I stand up as my crown forms and my magicka bursts all around me, becoming almost visible to even the eyes of the untrained. The ambassador shivers involuntarily at my approach, and her guards stand rooted to the ground as my telekinesis presses on them. She is respectably powerful herself, having expert reserves, but both she and her guards can do nothing but gape when someone with the weight close to an archmage focuses his attention on them. I stand in front of her, and even if she is taller than me, I am definitely the one looking down as I speak. You tried your little stunt beneath Winterhold. Her eyes widen, and I go on. You made a pathetic attempt near Wolfskull. Her shivering intensifies, and most embarrassing of all, you failed to move a blade of grass with the entire force of the West. I tap her cheek with my gauntleted hand. A failure such as yourself has no right to talk to me, much less condescend at me like a schoolyard bully. She flinches violently as my fear aura intensifies. There will be no further agitation by you, nor will you be visiting us for the foreseeable future. I tap her cheek again. Am I understood? She nods rapidly. 2 more taps. That is good. Now begone. I wave them off like dogs. Go lick your wounds and remember that like a child you have failed myriad times, while when I strike there shall follow no failure, only death. The Altmer almost sprint out of the throne room, slowing down just enough to look at least somewhat dignified. I return to my seat calmly while everyone gapes at me. My crown disappears, and I pick up my coffee and look back at Falk. So where were we? There is a moment of stunned silence before everyone starts berating me, and Torrig even starts shaking me like a madman. It takes them a minute to calm down. Can I talk now? I quip, completely unbothered. Falk sighs. Please, do tell us why you tried to cause the Second Great War. Is that what you think I was doing? I snort and wave him off. Don't worry, I knew what I was doing. Even Erica dares to look at me with open doubt. Somerset is ruled by mages. Everyone knows this. They all nod. The Thalmor are even worse when it comes to this, as the stronger the mage, the greater their authority. I grin. I assure you that dear Elenwen immediately forgot she was not talking to an Altmer when my aura crashed into her, as she had probably experienced similar things for decades already. I shake my head. Besides, you all wanted to punch her. I just had the balls to do it and the power to get away with it. Most look away, but Falk frowns as he continues to stare at me. After nearly a minute, he nods to himself and places a bottle of mead near my seat, going back to his post without a word. Elenwen POV. A crashing sound resounds through my room as the chair I threw impacts the window. I hold back the urge to rip the dossier to pieces. My angry rampage alerts my guard, and he rushes into my room. My lady, are you well? Drenil asks cautiously. I take a deep breath and count to 10. Who wrote the dossier on the Second Court Mage of Solitude? Drenil frowns in thought. I believe it was one of the apprentices. Throw them in the dungeon, I ground out, and Drenil is wise enough not to question me and get to work. My breathing slows to a normal rhythm as he leaves. Breaking things is cathartic in the short term, but I must focus my energy on productive ventures. Our spies knew nothing of the new arrival, and we underestimated him. To think he was the one behind our recent string of failures. At least killing him might save me from my master's fury. Thankfully, he seems highly hubristic and arrogant. Dealing with a wily and scheming mer of that power would have been near impossible while he is in his position. I suppress an involuntary shiver at the memory of his display. A part of me screams that he must die, and I agree with it completely. I roll out a parchment and start writing, Dear Astrid, we have not spoken in some time. Chapter 134, Side Quest A, Roadside Ramblings. General POV. The noisy cacophony of the northern Morthol marshes was broken suddenly and mercilessly by 3 sets of feet, marching across its soggy and most likely poisonous grounds. Having left the small boat they used to travel here from Solitude, the trio was forced to come face to face against the most unwelcoming of Skyrim's biomes. Ugh! A young Altmer grunts in disgust. This place smells terrible. The old Dunmer behind him scrunches his nose. The sentiment is shared, young man. He looks around curiously. How anyone could reasonably make this place their home, I will never understand. That statement rings hollow coming from a Dunmer. A red-haired Nord quips, her face free of the discomfort her companions were feeling. Having long since gotten used to discomfort and hardship, a part of the young woman was even happy to be back in the familiar muck. Personally, I prefer a stinking marsh to an ashen hellscape covered in gigantic dead mushrooms. The old elf shrugs dismissively. I would not expect you to understand. Morrowind wasn't always in the sorry state it is today. You sound like you experienced it. Minthara raises an eyebrow. Danis nods with a nostalgic smile. Indeed, the times under the false tribunal were both wondrous and prosperous for my people. 200 years have passed, yet I still see it clear as day. His smile turns into a disgusted scowl. If only Vivek didn't hold my people hostage, the lands would never have become a hellscape, but such are the wiles of false gods. Marco winces. I heard about that. Our teacher once ranted about the autistic femboy with the identity crisis throwing a temper tantrum. He scratches his chin. To be entirely fair, I only understood a couple of those words, but I can easily glean that Vivek is not well liked by most. The old Dunmer chuckles tiredly. Indeed, the Honourable Raven has features no doubt belonging to the old nobility. I would not be surprised if his house suffered greatly due to Vivek's actions. Marco blinks. You think he is a noble? Danis merely shrugs in response. Possibly someone from a minor house. He tilts his head. Maybe even a Hlalu descendant. He stills for a moment, only to see Minthara eviscerate a large mud crab, attempting to ambush them. She waves for him to continue, and he clears his throat, hiding a wince at the young woman's surprising strength, and goes on, Most Dunmer have rough features, our skin sun-baked and our voices coarse. And our esteemed teacher has none of those features, Marco interrupts. Quite. The old Mir responds, just a tad miffed at the interruption. So what you are saying is, Minthara smirks maliciously, that Raven is a pampered noble fop? Danis shakes his head rapidly, looking appalled by the idea. Do not be so foolish as to discard the nobles of Morrowind, young lady. He lectures, while they may avoid exposing themselves to the elements as much as the common Mer, they are all skilled and powerful. He hums wistfully, they have to be. In the life of a noble of Resdain, to be incompetent is to be killed. They resumed in thoughtful silence, their trek interrupted only by the errant mudcrab or slaughterfish. They came close to encountering a spriggan, but the old Mer had them skirt around its range, as to best avoid it. Those creatures were feared for good reason. Their determined march continued through the night, none of the 3 willing to sleep in the open swamp. When the sun set, they were beset by large mosquitoes, the annoying creatures so hardened by the northern climate that they could be outright deadly in large numbers. Thankfully, Minthara had recently learned the Windcloak spell, and she spent most of the night constantly activating and deactivating the costly spell in an attempt to avoid the vile things. As the sun rose once more, the exhausted trio finally reached their destination, a dilapidated stone structure buried into the marshy ground, likely kept from being overgrown by the powerful magic emanating from inside. Here we are, the old Mer scholar said excitedly, the tomb of Mirkul Galdursson, one of the 3 cursed sons of Archmage Guldur. To think they would murder their own father for power. Minthara scowls, no true Nord could stoop that low. You will find, Danis chuckles derisively, that surprisingly many would betray their own, with sufficient motivation, of course. Minthara looks ready to gut-punch the old Mer, the very idea of someone killing their family, offending her deeply. But Marco positions himself between them and raises his hands placatingly, mostly toward his fellow student. Now, Minthara, there is no need to get agitated. I am sure the old man is merely cynical due to his advanced age. He stares at the scholar pleadingly. The elder, remembering he was supposed to be the mature one, looks away. Yes, of course, do forgive an old mer's rambling. They set up camp in silence, wordlessly agreeing to take a long rest before even stepping into the most likely heavily trapped and defended tomb. As Minthara doses off, Marco looks at the old scholar curiously. You said that the Morrowind nobles are special. Would you care to elaborate? The old mer nods happily as he chews some dried rations. I am always happy to talk about my homeland's glory days. He goes on to explain the strengths and roles of the 5 great houses, telling tales of their ups and downs, and when it came to the Hlalu, their complete dissolution, he regales Marco with stories of Redoran swordmasters and millennia-old Telvanni magisters, of the enterprising Drez and devout and chivalric Indoril. Of the newly minted Sadras there is far less to speak about, but he does praise their guile. There is another house, Danis begins carefully, one that was never truly removed, even if it was reviled by the people. Oh? Marco questions, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. The old mer nods. The 6th house, also known as the tribe unmourned, the house of Dagoth. There is an almost tangible weight in the old mer's tone, yet in a futile attempt to lighten the situation, Marco smirks and says, You almost sound afraid to name them. There is no amusement in the scholar's tone as he answers, As I should be, the 6th house was said to have betrayed Saint Nerevar at the Battle of the First Council, their leader, Dagoth Vorin, siding with the Dwemer. I cannot help but note the "it is said" part of your tale, Marco says after a moment. Indeed, the elder nods, for that same Vorin had been reborn with the same power that the false tribunal stole and proclaimed their lies for all to hear, telling all those willing to hear how it was the false tribunal that had slain our Hortator. He lets out a derisive chuckle. If the mad devil, who proclaimed himself the god Dagoth didn't release a massive plague upon Vardenfell and brainwash honest Mer into believing he was the true god instead of the good Daedra, many would have likely supported him in overthrowing Vivek, Sothasil and Almalexia once the truth was out. Yet many would have no doubt died in the war that followed, Marco concludes somberly. Danis sighs. Conflict is inevitable whenever there is change. The majority of the Dunmer would have probably remained with the false tribunal even if tangible proof was to be provided of their deception and betrayal. Millennia of indoctrination by their priesthood ensured that. Marco nods. It took true cruelty and divine intervention to kickstart the Need rebellion against the Aelids. I can see how the Dunmer would be reluctant to stand against their erstwhile protectors. Marco scratches his chin. Speaking of divine intervention, how does worship of the good Daedra work? My own teacher tells me Dunmer are connected to some unique aspects of the 3, yet I cannot for the life of me wrap my head around it. They are not gods to us in the same sense as the Aedra are to you. The scholar responds after some thought, think of them as paragons and teachers. The good Daedra showed us the path toward the Sigic endeavor, granting us purpose after the creation of Mundus, and directing us away from the destructive path the Altmer of Somerset were taking. Which destructive path? Marco asks. Danis raises a hand. I will get to that. He grumbles something about impatient youths and goes on before Marco can respond. To put it in simple terms, the 3 good Daedra taught us things that made us who we became as the Chimere. Azura taught us dignity, Boethia taught us strength, and Mephala taught us cunning. We do not worship them due to some wish for their protection. We worship them because they are why we are who we are. Marco blinks. That is an unique way of looking at the divine, I guess, he says lamely. Indeed, the old Mer agrees, completely ignoring Marco's unimpressed tone. It can be especially hard to accept such views when the Aedra are quite literally our ancestors. But my own predecessors saw the truth in Saint Veloth's words and followed his path to enlightenment. Can you tell me of the Altmer's destructive path now? Marco asks with genuine curiosity. It did concern his own people after all. Danis sighs. The Somerset Altmer still yearn for the immortality our ancestors had. While Mundus was still just an idea in Lorcan's mind, they would destroy the very world in a misguided attempt to free themselves of the binds of mortality. foolishly forgetting that mortality is merely the first step to true eternity. Poetic. Marco cannot hold back a quip. I am guessing that is the reason for the Thalmor's recent warmongering and conquest. The scholar seems uncomfortable with the question, and Marco nods before he can give an excuse. I understand if the information is dangerous and you do not wish to share. He says soothingly, still I am very grateful for the wisdom you did share. The old mare smiles. It is always good to have an attentive student, even if it is for but a day. He contemplates for a moment before continuing, I am certain that someone of your teacher's caliber knows what I was about to talk about. If you still wish to learn of such things, do ask him. At worst, he will direct you to Winterhold's library that no doubt holds the secret. They spend the rest of the morning either napping or swapping tales, Marco happily describing his exploits in recent months, enrapturing the old scholar with his storytelling prowess. By midday, the three were rested and prepared, and as soon as Danis gave the go-ahead, Minthara happily pushed the ancient metal door of the tomb apart, taking the first step into the lair of a cursed kinslayer. Chapter 135, Side Quest I, Folgunthur. The trio of explorers entered the ancient prison with cautious steps. The first chamber that greeted them was suspiciously empty of any Draugr guardians. The walls, however, were completely covered in ancient Nordic script, and even untranslated the words carved there gave out an ominous feeling. After they made sure there were no traps, Danis approached the writings and started mumbling to himself, and looking at a journal he fished out of his robes, while his two younger companions busied themselves with completing the insultingly easy puzzle and unlocking the path forward. As the final pillar clicked into place and the iron gate lifted itself, Marco turned to the old mare. Found anything interesting there? Danis shakes his head. Nothing that I was not previously aware of. Most of it is just the story of Mirkul's betrayal, while the rest of the writings are warnings to all those who try and enter this prison, cautioning them to forsake their greed and leave lest they be devoured by the traitorous sun. So it's just another tomb then, Minthara quips. The old scholar holds back an eye roll and scoffs instead. You would do well to remain cautious, young lady. Mirkul was known for being very hard to kill. His blade was said to drain the very life out of his foes. All the more reason to take it from him. The Nord retorts merrily and walks into the next hall, forcing Marco to follow after her. Not even the gods will save me from the folly of youth. The old mer sighs as he jogs after them. It wasn't long after they entered the tomb proper that they met the first of the Draugr. The embalmed zombies seemed sluggish for some reason, as if drained by something, yet their numbers still proved to be a great challenge. As each step the trio took, they were forced to fight back against yet another dead Nord. Minthara roared in frustration as yet another head was smashed apart by her hammer. She was at this point completely covered in Draugr bits, and the constant growls were starting to make her very angry. Her fellow student did his best to blast away any enemy that tried to encircle them, while the old scholar contented himself with merely throwing out an errant firebolt now and then. By the time the horde finally stopped, the two youths were panting and glaring at the old mer. Minthara barely held herself back from smacking him. And what exactly do you think you are doing by barely helping? She hisses. The old mer shrugs uncaringly. I am no warrior. I might be a somewhat capable mage, but I spend my days reading and writing, not fighting. He stretches his legs. Besides, I am not as spry as I once was. Even Marco, who was until then rather respectful to the old mer, rolls his eyes. That is complete bullshit, and you know it. There is no way a mage of your age can do only that much. Danis grumbles something to himself. Well, you see. Minthara interrupts him by getting into his face and grabbing his robes. Either you help us properly, or we are going back. I made the mistake of being overconfident once, and I am not doing it again. The scholar seems furious at being grabbed, but after a couple of deep breaths, he sighs. Very well, I will do my best, and pushes the young woman's hand away. Do keep your hands pointed at the Draugr, please. He scoffs. Minthara shrugs uncaringly. As long as you pull your weight, old man. Yes, yes, he grumbles. Now let us go and get me. His eye twitches. The amulet. His two companions do not notice his little slip, and they proceed deeper into the tomb. The concentration of Draugr decreasing, while their strength increased. Daenerys reluctantly summoned 2 fire Atronachs and started actively focusing on helping out with precise blasts of fire. The trio soon stood before a raised wooden bridge and a pedestal with 3 holes in it. Before the 2 youths could even ask, Daenerys absent-mindedly pulled out a claw of ivory and twisted the pedestal with it, thus lowering the bridge. "Where did you even get that claw?" Marco asks as they cross the suspiciously intact wooden structure. The old mayor's mind seemed elsewhere, and it took him a couple of finger pokies from the Altmer bard to focus back on the question. "Ah yes, it was in the possession of an old clan of Nords in Windhelm. I came upon it on accident during my research on Gulda's legend. The clan was at first reluctant to part with their prized possession, but luck smiled upon me, as during our negotiations an apothecary they invested in heavily fell on very bad times, so I paid them a good sum of septims and got myself the key." "You are right, that is very lucky," Marco interjects with narrowed eyes. Minthara keeps walking forward. "As long as it helps us get inside, he might as well could have found it in a pile of dung for all I care." The 2 elves shake their heads and follow. As the final armored Draugr is thrown to the ground by Minthara's hammer embedding itself into its chest, the hall they stood in completely quieted down. She took a moment to look around and noticed a great amount of imagery engraved into the very walls, an almost circular gate with the same indentations as the bridge pedestal blocking their way. "Ah, here we are," Daenerys sighs in amazement. "The Hall of Stories," he exclaims, looking frantically at all of the imagery. Marco looks at him with some confusion. "You say that like it is a common occurrence." "That is because it is." The old Mer nods to himself. "Most greater Nord tombs have one such hall detailing the story of the one interred inside." He brushes his palm against the ancient engravings, the tale of the great Archmage and his treacherous sons, how he created a great amulet and was murdered for it by his own blood. "And yet all 3 sons survived the occasion, did they not?" Marco asks. "How did they agree on who would carry the amulet if they were all too happy to kill their own father over it?" "A good question indeed." Daenerys smiles. "You see, the 3 sons broke the amulet into 3 fragments, every son taking on an aspect of its power. If the fools didn't go on a murderous rampage right after, they might have even had the time to enjoy the amulet's blessing." "I am fairly certain that isn't how enchantments work," Minthara interjects, her voice laced with doubt. "And usually I would agree with you." The old Mer nods. "But so great was the power of the amulet of Guldur that even the broken fragments bore great powers of their own." He looks at the sealed door with hidden greed. "The one we are here for is said to grant great health and vitality to the wearer, enough to survive even the most grievous of wounds." As the old elf approached the gate, the 2 youths behind him shared a look. Both of them were starting to get suspicious of the Dunmer scholar, though for different reasons. Minthara thought he was planning something and thus holding back, while Marco was certain the scholar knew far more than he was willing to say and was leading them on. After some fiddling and stone-turning, the gate slid down and a great chamber revealed itself, dozens of coffins surrounding a raised platform in the center. Before they even stepped into the chamber, the sounds of coffin lids being thrown resounded all around the chamber, and lumbering chained Draugr emerged from within. A wave of power exploded from the central coffin, and a hulking creature emerged, its helmet adorned with 2 massive horns and its ornate sword glowing an ominous red. As Mirkul glared at the interlopers, all of his thralls focused on them as well, and then as a wave they threw themselves forward in a frantic rush. Daenerys Atronachs immediately started trying to thin the horde, while the trio of explorers focused on surviving the onslaught. As they kept being pushed back, Daenerys pulled out a scroll from his robes and created a wall of fire to ward off the attack for a moment. He turned to the 2 youths and yelled, "You must kill Mirkul, the thralls are connected to him." He frowns. "Go, I will create an opening." Moments later he pulled out 2 more scrolls and made a literal passage of fire leading up to the great Draugr. Realizing that the chance they were given wouldn't last long, Marco and Minthara rushed at the ancient overlord, throwing spell after spell before they clashed. Even as the spells struck the undead, it looked as if they didn't even touch it. The effects far too weak to push through its vitality. Minthara struck out with her hammer, only to have it batted away by a Mirkul, whose dead face now sported a derisive sneer. A blast of force wiped the creature's expression as Marco started using his own brand of magic. The exchange continued with Mirkul easily deflecting all attacks, and as every second passed, the young adventurers came closer and closer to their opening running out, and them dying to a horde of thralls. They shared a look as a plan was rapidly formed without a single word. As Mirkul deflected yet another rapid strike of Minthara's hammer, Marco lunged forward with his rapier, causing the undead's footing to become uneven for a split second. Just as the creature's footing became unstable, Minthara shouted out, "Fuss!" causing the Draugr to fall backward and straight into the path of Marco's rapier. But instead of piercing the undead, he cut the string of the amulet around its neck. The moment the amulet was removed, a series of groans and shrieks emanated from all around them, and Minthara wasted no time in hammering the downed Mirkul, who was completely stunned by the sudden loss of power. Again and again she struck. She did not stop until the ancient Nord looked more like a fine paste than a once fearsome warlord. As the Lord of the Dead fell, so did his thralls, and soon the walls of flame. Marco looked back at the old scholar while pocketing the amulet and sword and yelled, "Are you doing all right back there, old man?" Danis, who was panting tiredly, merely nodded his head and kept breathing heavily. Minthara suddenly frowned. "There is that chanting again." "What chanting?" "Like in the temple?" Marco asked. His fellow apprentice nodded and started walking to a semicircular wall inscribed with familiar runes of Dovazul. As she stood before the ancient rock, she looked as if she saw something that wasn't there. Marco was about to ask what was going on, but Minthara's sudden whisper of foe and the air chilling stunned them both. After a moment of tense silence, Marco dared to say, "I am not sure that is how the Thum is supposed to work." Minthara frowned in thought. "That is what I don't understand. I seem to have an affinity for it that goes well beyond anything that should be reasonable." "Think that is why Raven recruited you?" Marco ventures. "Maybe you share his connection to Kine." Her frown deepens as she shakes her head. "He did show me how to feel Kine's presence, and I know she blesses me. But this goes well beyond that." Marco scoffs. "You can't see Ray." The sound of paper ripping and a wave of greenish magicka covering the both of them interrupts their theory-crafting session as their bodies hit the ground, neither of them able to even blink, yet still conscious. Both of them fall in such a way to see a snickering Danas looking down at them with contempt. How nice of Sergio Raven to send two filthy noirs I can be easily rid of. He sneers, "Did you really think I would let the two of you steal such power from me?" Their eyes try to widen, but the paralysis spell's hold is too strong, and Danas approaches the downed Marco. He taps the downed Ultma's cheek twice. "I warned you, young man. Mephala taught us cunning." As the words leave his mouth, the fear in the Ultma's eyes turns into derision and mockery as a laugh. That sounds more like a gurgle in his current state, leaves Marco's throat. Danas frowns, irritated. "Do you not understand your position, you fool?" The sound of crossbows releasing interrupts the old fool's rant along his time on Nirn. Chapter 136, Side Quest 2 of Visions and Titles. On a cold rain's hand morning, the eerily calm sea of ghosts was disturbed by a small warship cutting through its waves and batting away the thin sheaths of ice formed due to the near-constant frost. The fog parted to reveal the wide war galley that bore the flag of the Jarldom of Winterhold, hurtling with utmost speed toward the west, its crew as silent as the sea they sailed. A tense atmosphere gripped the unit of heavily armed guards as the ship's sailors went about their business, making sure they didn't get stuck in the ice or divines forbid ram into a whale. Near the armored prow of the vessel, and next to one of the two imposing mounted scorpions, sat a short blonde Nord. He hummed a soft tune as he stressfully sharpened his steel broadsword, an already sharpened dagger sitting in his lap. "You're gonna blunt the damn sword at this point, Thorfinn." A thickly built Nord warrior, wearing steel lamella and holding an officer's helmet in the crook of his arm, addressed the youth. "Take a deep breath now, lad. There is no guarantee we will even catch the bastard, even if he were to be at Kirkheim." Thorfinn glanced at his current commander Garm Clear-Tide, sometimes jokingly called Garm of the Sock by his fellow guards, and frowned in frustration. I have waited for this moment for years now, Garm. Do you truly expect me to be calm when the man that murdered my father continues to breathe, and even worse, still spread his evil? I do, the older Nord stated gruffly. Even if we did catch the Bloodhawkers, there is no proof that the bastard Haldin will be among them. He will, I am certain of it. Thorfinn interrupted stiffly. Deciding to humor him, Garm crossed his arms and sighed. How can you be so sure, lad? The mystic Shalazar said that I would either lose my chains on this voyage or drown under their weight. There would be no in-between. I would either sink or I would swim, he said. The young man answered, obviously unsatisfied with the cryptic message, yet still putting his faith in it. Garm blinked, completely stunned for a second, and then guffawed incredulously. You think the mad lizard can see the future now, do you? He shook his head. Kids will believe anything these days. Instead of reacting to the obvious provocation in the commander's words, Thorfinn merely scoffed. If the Archmage himself goes to Shalazar for advice, then there is obviously some truth to his words. I do not for a second believe Savos Aren is a person who would do that just to make an elaborate prank. Garm grunts in annoyance and scratches his beard. All right, I get your point. I will make sure the lads are nice and ready for a battle mage. As he walks off, he mutters, not like I expected to have a nice fishing trip anyway. Soon the sound of stone on metal starts anew as Thorfinn attempts to distract himself from the upcoming fight. Would you kindly stop that? An enchanting, yet highly annoyed voice enters his ears from across the prow. Without stopping his work, he merely shrugs. If you are so bothered by my preparations, there is an entire ship for you to sit at. Oh, great senior. As the mocking words leave his mouth, he raises his head and meets his eyes with the stunning white-haired Dunmer woman sitting across him. Edrasa Moabain was sitting in a comfortable chair she summoned and sipping on a drink that Thorfinn couldn't quite place. Her robes easily identified her as someone with a connection to the Telvanni of Morrowind. In her lap was spread a book that the young Nord recognized from all those months ago when they took it from the insane Falmer King. She raised an eyebrow at the young man's tone, a hint of surprise in her voice as she spoke. You are awfully talkative today, kid. Her dismissive tone and the fact that she called him a kid deeply annoyed Thorfinn, and he scowled in response. We are about to go into battle, and you are spending the time drinking and reading. How am I the child here? He knew his answer was childish, but he just couldn't take being looked down on easily. She scoffs. What I do before or after a fight is none of your concern, kid. She once again stresses the kid, just because you aren't good enough to enjoy yourself, even on a trip like this, doesn't mean I am going to wallow with the rest of you. She makes a show of savoring the foreign drink. Realizing that he had very little to refute the beautiful elf's words, Thorfinn could only sulk and go back to his sword, now at least making an attempt at being quiet. She was not wrong in saying that he lacked skill, even with his dedication focusing on both martial and magical pursuits, meant at least one of those was going to suffer in the short term. He had become very skilled with his weapons of choice, focusing on agility and precision instead of strength when it came to fighting. While his magic power was reserved for strengthening and healing him, his skills in destruction were nothing to scoff at either. But he was not yet able to be called a proper battle mage, and would likely take another year to reach such a vaunted level of magical prowess. After a couple of minutes of tense silence, Idrasa sighed and closed the massive tome she was reading. Curious, Thorfinn once more looked up to see the Dunmer lady looking dead tired before she composed herself. Are you all right? He asked tentatively, hoping to all the gods he didn't annoy the Dunmer further. She blinked a couple of times and, realizing he noticed her state, sighed once again and frustratedly explained, I have been trying to decipher this damn thing for nearly a year, and yet all I learned was how to heal people faster and de-age them slightly with constant use. Thorfinn blinked rapidly. That sounds like an amazing discovery. Realizing that her mood did not improve, he tilted his head. Why do you sound so disappointed with so much? Idrasa looked at the misty sea for a while. Her voice was filled with frustration as she finally spoke. My lord has commanded me to decipher the entire tome and make sure it is usable to him as soon as possible. I am not at liberty to deny him." The more she spoke, the more her voice turned bitter. Thorfinn gave her a confused look. Can he really make such demands? After a moment of tense silence, Yggdrasil let out a bitter laugh. "That is how Morrowind nobility works. If I were to deny my lord his reasonable demand, he would be well within his rights to punish me, and we both know he doesn't do things in half measures against those that displease him." "Why not just leave his service?" the young Nord asked tentatively. He was quite certain that he could easily guess the manner in which Yggdrasil entered Raven's service. After all, his vicious friend and training partner did, for all intents and purposes, murder the young woman's father in broad daylight, but he just couldn't understand why she didn't simply leave his service now after the coast was clear. She immediately rolls her eyes at the question. Leaving a house like his is not that simple. She shakes her head. He already has well over 100 mer under his employ and over a dozen private soldiers, all armed and trained in basic magic. She once again laughs bitterly, not to mention he is a royal court mage and a royal thane now. Thorfinn suppresses a shiver at Ryan's ridiculous rise to power. It took him less than a year in solitude to establish himself as someone just below a Jarl's level of authority. Sometimes his friend really scared him. "And what do you mean by a house like his?" he asks, really hoping he wasn't about to hear something outrageous. Yggdrasil looks around, making sure that no one was listening to them, and turns back to Thorfinn. "You will not spread this outside of the college, or the both of us are so fucked, Feralda's lessons will seem like a vacation." The Nord nods seriously, mentally preparing for more of Raven's ridiculousness. The Dunmer lady takes a deep breath and says, "Raven is a great lord of Morrowind." Thorfinn blinks rapidly, completely stunned by this new information. He is a Jarl," he hisses. "Quiet." Yggdrasil interrupts sternly, and after Thorfinn calms down, she nods. "Yes, he is the lord of a great house. Though our particular house is reviled, the title is still very much valid." He can barely hear her grumble. Why the great Hortator felt they needed to be remembered, I will never understand. Thorfinn is deep in thought for a while. It takes him nearly a minute to gather his thoughts before he looks up at Yggdrasil once again. "So I am guessing that leaving a great house has equally great consequences." She simply nods. "Even if I was capable of leaving the house, I would be an utter fool to leave someone who is rising with such speed." She shakes her head resolutely. "No, even if the work is hard, the future results will no doubt be worth it under the leadership of someone of his blood." "Oh," the Nord mutters, "I see." He did not in fact see. They return to their previous silence, each thinking about different things. An hour of silent sailing later, they noticed a plume of smoke rising in the distance. As the ship approached its destination, Thorfinn managed to spy 3 smaller ships forcefully docked at a fortified settlement within the borders of Winterhold's domain. The 36 Winterhold guards immediately gathered at the center of the boat, soon joined by the 2 mages. Garm stood before his men, his face marred with a grim expression. "Men, the filthy blood-hawkers, think they can raid and pillage our brothers and sisters as they please." His stoic look turns into a snarl. "I say we show them what happens with any fool that fucks with Winterhold and its people." A series of eyes and unintelligible roars of fury resounds from the ranks of guardsmen. Yggdrasil looks deathly bored as her comfortable robes are suddenly covered in moonstone armor that glowed with arcane power. Thorfinn grasped his twin weapons so hard his hands turned white from the pressure, his skin slowly hardening as he started working his magic. It was finally time for him to avenge his father. Chapter 137, Side Quest 2, Vengeance. The fishing village of Kirkheim was the westernmost settlement under the domain of the Jarldom of Winterhold. Like most other settlements in Skyrim, it was composed of many large families living in equally large, well-insulated longhouses. A palisade wall surrounded it from 3 sides, and a small fishing port connected it to the Sea of Ghosts. A singular stone structure stood above all the other buildings, a tall signal tower, the summit of which was now burning brightly, informing all that could see it of the small town's plight. The day started like most days at the coast of the merciless sea. A light fog covered the town, something its residents were not perturbed by in the slightest, and the largely fishing-focused population was starting to gather at the port for another day of hard and rewarding work on the thawing sea. Well, it looked like it was going to be like most days. That was until Old Elm started screaming and yelling about seeing ships on the horizon. The people of Kirkheim were not fools, nor were they cowards. The moment 3 small and maneuverable ships of unknown affiliation were seen approaching the port, the residents started arming themselves, some with inherited war weapons and others with nets and fishing spears. The townspeople soon formed into a defensive formation, positioning themselves in such a way that only a small group of pirates could attack them at once. All the while, those among them with bows or slings climbed onto the roofs. The wood atop the signal tower was set alight before the reavers even had the time to dock, and that seemed to irk whoever was leading them, as the moment the fire was lit, the ship sped up, and minutes later over 100 pirates were jumping into the shallows and upon the docks. A dark-skinned man stood before his crew and looked over the gathered townspeople. He tisked in annoyance, not because his boys were under any threat, but because he had no idea where they kept their stock, and wantonly setting the houses on fire would make the entire attack pointless. After a long stare-down, he realized that some diplomacy might be necessary to avoid wasting his men and his money, the money naturally being the more important factor, and finally addressed the townspeople. "Me and my boys have come here to refill our stock of food. You give us what we want, and we will leave you all with your lives." He chuckled darkly. "Hells, I will even spare your boats." The defenders shifted around, many of them not confident in even fighting the pirates, much less defeating them. A wave of hushed whispers spread among them, and the leader of the pirates smirked victoriously. An aged man barked a derisive laugh. Old Elm, a respected elder in the town, looked down on the pirate leader from his position upon one of the roofs. "I've heard about you, you little shit." He spits, "Holden the bloody they call you." The old man scoffs, "Such arrogance from a mere pirate." The now-named Haldin holds back a growl at the interruption that had ceased the townsfolk's rising panic and looks at the rest of the defenders. "Does he speak for all of you?" Before any can respond, Elm interrupts once more, completely unperturbed by the flash of fire in the Red Guard's hands. "You shouldn't have come here." He grins. "You will all die today." Completely baffled by the old man's confidence, he looks up and asks, "If you know who I am, then you also know that I am a battle mage. I wonder what gives you the impression that I can't take this little hovel you all call a town." The old man looks at him with pity, an almost toothless smile marring his face. "The Jarl has grown wise to your reaving ways, and so has the Archmage." An involuntary bead of cold sweat passes down Haldin's back. Why would the college care what happens outside its walls? He forces a cocky smirk. "Last I heard, the Jarl could barely keep his people from trying to kill them all for the collapse." "That's what you'd like to believe in it?" Elm chortles. "Ah, the folly of youth." Haldin barely manages to hold himself back from launching a fireball at the old man and frowns. "Even if the college were to be assisting the Jarl, they won't be here for a day." He points his hand at the signal tower. "Even with your pitiable cry for help." Much to his surprise, Elm doesn't seem at all troubled by this information. His toothless grin even widens. "You'd think that, wouldn't ye?" His eyebrow raises conspiratorially. "But what if they left the city yesterday?" Haldin stills suddenly, an ominous feeling suffusing his every sense. God's damned mystics. He looks up at the old man, now realizing that behind the silly toothless grin and simple clothes stands a veteran of multiple conflicts, the short bow in his hand, glowing lightly with runes, and his eyes glowing not with mirth, but with bloodthirsty calculation. He shivers in realization, all the while his men look at him with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. "Kill them all," he finally mutters. His men shuffle as the command goes mostly unheard. Haldin grunts in annoyance. "Kill them all." His men start rushing the townspeople, one of them standing in front of Haldin just in time to catch an enchanted arrow to the head. Haldin glares at the old man as the ancient archer starts peppering him with arrows, forcing him away from blasting the defenders' formation with fire. The two sides clash, and even while far better equipped, the pirates are still outnumbered 2-1. The unwieldy fishing spears of the defenders, caring very little for any protection that chainmail might offer, All the while, improvised barrel lids and doors, formed into a shield wall by the town's men, blocked the attackers from exacting revenge upon them. Unfortunately for the townspeople, the pirates were still far more skilled. As they finally got over the confusion of their prey, actually resisting, they started hacking and slashing at them with far greater speed and strength, forcing them to slowly retreat down the main street. This opened up additional passages for the attackers, and some of the quicker ones started spreading out around the town, trying to find a way to flank them. One such pirate, a massive gnawed brute, stumbled onto a group of retreating women and children, his disgusting mind immediately jumping from the battle to what was most important to him. He was soon noticed as some of the women screamed. He chuckled darkly and started approaching them, not at all noticing the young lad standing atop the roof with a fishing net in his hands. He was just about to grab one of the younger lasses and have some fun when he suddenly felt like he couldn't move. It took him a moment to realize he was lying on the ground, covered in a net, with a group of women with sticks and clubs looking down at him with death in their eyes. His end was neither fast nor was it pleasant. Back on the docks, Elm had long since climbed down the roof, his elderly appearance completely hiding the immense strength and speed of an ancient Nord warrior he wielded, as he started cutting any pirate that had the sheer gall to attack him, all the while forcing Haldin to evade his rain of arrows, the Redguard growing more furious by the minute. Finally, the defenders' formation broke, and an all-out melee erupted on the singular large street. Haldin smirked at the old man. "Look what you have brought upon your own people," he spat on the ground. "You could have just given us what we wanted, but you had to be a stubborn old fool, and now young men are dying because of it." Instead of being shaken by this fact, Elm scoffs, "Aye, they died well and are now in Sovngarde with their ancestors." The old man's eyes shift to the side for a moment, and his toothless grin spreads further. Haldin looks up just in time to see a war galley smash into one of his ships and completely sunder it. It is at this moment that Elm charges him with axe and dagger, completely overwhelming the Redguard's middling skill with the saber. The pirate leader manages to keep the old man away with his magic, forcing him to dodge flames and enhancing his own strength to keep up with alteration. The war cry of "For Winterhold" resounds on the shore as heavily armored guards disembark and attack his men from the rear, all the while arrows and scorpion bolts fly from atop the warship. He manages to evade an axe strike and parry the dagger heading for his throat. He goes to slash the old man, but a bloodthirsty cry of "Haldin" makes him turn around just in time to intercept a man-shaped missile trying to impale him. Thorfinn's eyes are bloodshot as he gazes at the man who murdered his father all those years ago, only his training and ingrained discipline stopping him from madly slashing at the Redguard. The pirate takes the opportunity to chug down a potion and start casting spells on himself, and that moment is all he has as the two Nords start attacking him in tandem, pushing him on the defensive. There is no time for spells to be cast, as the melee turns into a blur for all those involved. Elm's attack is as unrelenting as Thorfinn's, one guided by experience and the other by fury and raging magical power. Half a dozen pirates retreating from the main battle join their leader in an attempt to free him up long enough for all of them to flee. They are all systematically cut down while only managing a couple of shallow cuts on the old man. Yet those shallow cuts soon turn into greater wounds as Haldin focuses on Elm while Thorfinn is distracted by cutting apart the final pirate. The old man does his best to hold his enemy off, but his strength leaves him rapidly, giving the Redguard enough time to start gathering magicka for a fireball. As Thorfinn rushes Haldin once again, his eyes meet with Elm, who without a hint of hesitation grabs the young man and shoves him out of the way of the incoming fireball. Still burning, and without even letting out a grunt of pain, Elm throws himself at Haldin, who impales him on his saber on instinct. Thorfinn is stunned for but a moment, and then his rage and training overwhelm him as he throws himself on top of Haldin and starts stabbing, and stabbing, and stabbing. A dark chuckle wakes him from his frenzy as his eyes snap to Elm, who is lying on the ground, parts of him completely burned, while others bleed profusely. The young Nord needs no spell to know the man is not surviving this day. "Good work." The old man coughs out blood. "You did good, kid." He smiles despite the raging pain. I am happy to have seen another hero be born before I left these lands for good. Thorfinn shakes as he kneels next to the old man, completely forgetting the body of his nemesis. His mind is assaulted by doubt and emptiness, the rage he lived by leaving him completely as he gazes at the man who sacrificed himself to save him. Elm grabs his hand with the last of his strength and gazes at the clear sky. Sovngarde. He breathes his last. Yggdrasil finishes healing yet another wounded Nord who thanks her profusely. Most of the pirates were dead or dying at this point, and those that weren't would soon wish for it. She walks toward the shore, stepping past the steaming bodies of the pirates she cooked alive within their armor. The guards give her respectful nods as she passes them. She seems to have made an impression. Then again, crushing a man's skull with a thin wooden staff would impress even the least violent of people. Is this how her lord feels most of the time? She has to admit, it is not a bad feeling. Soon enough, she finds her way to Garm, who is busy looking down at the shore. To think I'd miss the glorious end of Elmibite by a moment. He sighs and goes to join his men, not before looking at the Dunmer next to him. Go and make sure the kid is doing fine. She rolls her eyes at the command, but still obeys. She finds Thorfinn kneeling above, who she presumes is the Elm Garm mentioned. He seems to be holding a jagged green dagger, no doubt of orc make, Thorfinn. She nudges him, but he does not respond. His eyes seem empty, completely void of any wish to go on. She holds back an eye roll and asks, "What happened?" "We won," he states simply. "So why are you wallowing down here and not celebrating as most of your people usually do?" she asks with just a tiny bit of mockery. He shrugs weakly. "I avenged my father, yet I feel so empty." He looks at the body of Elm. "I even had an old man sacrifice himself for me." This time she does roll her eyes. "Of course you would mope even after winning." She sighs and pulls him up by the shoulders. "Come on then. I heard mead tends to solve most of these problems." He shrugs weakly as guides him toward the town. Why do all the handsome ones have to be either monsters or idiots? She thinks bitterly as the guards and townspeople let out a loud cheer welcoming the slayer of Haldine. Chapter 138, Chapter 1, Revelations and Recruitment. Raven's POV. Do go on. I tell one of my agents who is reporting the results of my students' expedition as I lounge in a comfy armchair in my quarters atop the mage's tower. He nods and continues his explanation. Upon defeating the Overlord, the apprentices approached a nearby dragon wall and started chatting about something completely ignoring the possibility of betrayal. The traitor promptly incapacitated them with a scroll of paralysis and started grandstanding like an old fool. Your senior apprentice did a fair job at delaying the traitor, but without our interference, their chances of survival were slim at best. I contemplate the information for a while and then nod slowly. At least they will learn the lesson thoroughly after this. I look up at the agent once more. When will they arrive? "A couple of hours, Sergio," he answers stoically. "Very well, you may return to your duties." I dismiss him lazily and he leaves. As soon as I am alone once more, I pull out something from a nearby drawer and continue fiddling with it. Davos had recently brought me a bunch of dragon bones, and this was the one I sensed the most power from. It was unlike any aura I ever experienced. It felt both young and old, essentially timeless for lack of a better word. As I examined the ancient bony, I felt a tugging sensation from within, and my crown summoned itself without my input. I felt the two powers attract each other, and I only needed a slight push toward my artifact for it to consume the power. After making thoroughly sure I wouldn't inadvertently blow myself up like a complete idiot, I placed the bone against my forehead and felt it dissolve completely. As it did so, my mask thrummed in power, which in turn made me feel the slightest connection with the dragon's patron god for a split second, and it was glorious. A quick examination revealed that the bone buffed every aspect of my mask slightly, with the majority going to the Royal Guard enchantment, increasing the available slots by one. I quickly tried adding more dragon bones, but for whatever reason the crown seemed to reject the remnants of the same dragon. A remnant of a dragon blood consuming the remnant of a dragon, I muse, fitting at least. I remove my mask and look at it curiously while scratching my chin. Did I accidentally create an evolving dragon priest mask? I hum lightly as my thoughts turn to a whirl. Well, at least I now have something to gain from killing dragons, no matter how minor, is what I settle on with a nod. No need to get greedy about this. After all, I need Minthara as strong as she can possibly get to survive the upcoming free-for-all. Speaking of, I need to make sure I don't get hit with a bend will sometime in the future. She is nice right now, but the hard times that await can warp anyone, and I need to prepare for all eventualities. I hear a light knock on my door and look up. Speak of the devil. I wave for my apprentices to enter and take their seats, and they do so. Both seem somewhat battered, and I note a new amulet hanging around Mitnara's neck, whilst a blackened broadsword hangs on Marco's hip. I see you have been successful, I say in lieu of welcoming them. Both immediately shift uncomfortably, but I still go on. I note a distinct lack of Serra Valen among you. Minthara frowns at the reminder, while Marco openly rolls his eyes. Oh, please, it isn't like your agents did not immediately inform you of everything that went down. I shrug, yet internally I feel a twinge of pride at his deduction. I am not about to leave the fate of my students to some random fool I just met. A vicious smirk worms its way onto my face. Besides, whether he betrayed you or not, he was not leaving that place alive. Both frown and I go on. The two of you need to learn that the number of people you can trust starts rapidly shrinking the higher in power. You rise, and also why by all the gods did you leave your backs open to him if he had already shown himself to be hiding his power? Minthara sighs. We were naive, we get it. No need to rub it in, she mutters in frustration. Marco, on the other hand, focuses on my earlier words. So you would have just had an innocent man murdered, just because you wanted the amulet for yourself. He sounds both incredulous, disappointed, and completely unsurprised. I raise an eyebrow. Do you see me demanding the amulet be given to me? Marco raises one in turn. Are you going to demand it be given to you? I chuckle at his cheekiness. Not for the moment. I look at Minthara, who seemed content to listen to the two of us talk. I might need it for some research. It is after all a work of art in enchanting, and I will need it when the time comes to reforge the whole thing. Until then, feel free to play around with it as much as you like. So you still consider it yours? She scoffs, likely having expected this. I merely shrug in response. If you didn't need me to save your asses, I might be inclined to give you the final product after researching it thoroughly. I scratch my chin. I still might, depending on necessity, but for now that shall be its fate. Both grumble, but also agree about needing to be saved. They both mutter something among themselves, and Marco makes an excuse and leaves the room and likely the tower. And then, of course, Minthara decides to drop a bomb on me, suddenly and without a hint of warning. Am I dragonborn? She asks out of the blue. I feel a massive headache coming as I palm my forehead and look at her tiredly. And what gives you that idea? My voice is strained and my answer is obvious, but I still feel the need to ask. She sighs at my all but confirmation of her question, looking very distraught by the revelation, but still explains, it is the word walls. They only ever react to me. Her eyes meet mine. At first I thought it might be due to Kind's blessing, but you yourself did not hear the chanting in the temple of Namira. She pauses briefly, and then there is the ease with which I learn the words of power, far faster than even yourself. After some deliberation, I nod slowly. It is true, you are indeed the child of Akatosh. I consider my next words briefly before continuing, most likely the final one as well. Minthara might not show it often, but she can be scarily intelligent when she wants to be. And the moment the words leave my mouth, I get the impression her headache eclipses my own 100-fold. She sighs deeply, and I am guessing the Dragon of Time did not create me merely to stabilize a dying empire. Indeed, I agree immediately and summon some hard drinks from a nearby shelf. I had hoped for you to grow more powerful, while having at least a bit of peace of mind. But you just had to have a functioning brain, didn't you? I drawl. She snorts, and after some urging, I explain everything about the coming prophecy, naturally leaving out the small details. After I am done, Minthara looks as if she has aged a couple of years, and as if the weight of the whole world is pressing on her shoulders. And is there anything else you know about me that you might want to share now? She asks, almost pleading for a negative answer. I finish off another tankard of black briar and nod. I am guessing you are not fully aware of your heritage. She shakes her head. Do you wish to be made aware? I ask slowly. She is silent for a while before once more shaking her head. Being chosen by the chief divine is enough for one day, I think. She chuckles tiredly. I am going to go and get drunk now, she states. I snort, and just as she is about to leave, yell, You better be ready tomorrow, we have an expedition to plan. Sure thing, old man. She slurs as she almost knocks the doors of her own chambers off their hinges. Well, that went far better than I expected. At least she seems to understand my position and is not about to throw a massive semi-divine tantrum. Hopefully. At least things won't be boring. Hours later, I find myself within my mansion in Winterhold, going over reports from Carsus, the mer I left in charge of administering my businesses. That is right, businesses plural. I wasn't just sitting on my massive, ever-growing pile of gold, even though I was tempted to. So very tempted. But good sense won out in the end, and now I was the proud owner of a dye works and a rather large apothecary. Asking the young Jarl to give me permission to invite so many people over was so easy, I actually had to make him increase the taxes on my properties a bit, just so my workers didn't get mobbed by angry Nords. Across me sat Davos, lazily filing his nails with an extremely sharp dagger. I seem to have finally reached 100 employees, I muse aloud. To think things would expand this quickly. Davos shrugs. Not all that surprising, boss. You did offer them a way out of that shithole. Fair enough, I agree. How are the guards doing? He tilts his head. Most of the newbies are just that. The 3 brothers you already had working for, you seem pretty good with both fire and their weapons. Good. I nod in satisfaction and proceed to the actually important part. Do you think they are loyal enough to be recruited? He hums in thought, still flicking the dagger back and forth. I think they might be. He finally says, They almost seem to worship you, the poor fools. We share a chuckle, and I ask, Did you see Adrasa anywhere? Ah, yes. He drawls, My fellow retainer. I note a hint of disdain for the spoiled princess, but Davos is not foolish enough to delay too long. She was in the inn, talking with some moping blonde Nord. I nod and stand up, closing the large ledger and placing it on the pile of other ledgers I went over. Inform the brothers to meet with us here in the evening. I feel that it is finally time to start expanding the house. He nods and also gets up. I will go and fetch Miss Moabane. I inform him and leave for my inn. As I walk through my mansion and then my inn, many of the Dunmer present greet me with respect as I expect them to, but what really surprises me is the once mind-broken slaves of Diran looking at me with literal worship in their eyes. Well, as long as they didn't do anything overt, I might as well let them satisfy that little bit of inherited divinity I possess. I soon find Adrasa sitting near Thorfinn, both of them having lunch and talking about something. The Dunmer looking exasperated and annoyed, while the Nord was practically radiating depression. Who went and killed your dog, Thorfinn? I ask out of the blue, and both of them nearly jump out of their seats. Well, Thorfinn twitches, and Adrasa practically flies out, so it evens out. What an impressive welcome, Adrasa. I clap lightly, now do a flip. She looks incensed for a moment, but after realizing I was kidding, she deadpans and takes a seat once again while grumbling to herself. Thorfinn raises his mug lazily. If it isn't the great flame tongue, what an honor for this mortal to be blessed by the radiant presence of the royal Thane. His words are slurred, and I feel he is not all there. I raise an eyebrow and sniff. Why does my inn suddenly smell like little bitch? The edge of his lips curls ever so slightly, but he doesn't react to my barb in his usual fashion, causing me to frown. What happened? I ask him, and he sighs, signaling me to take a seat, and starts retelling the events that occurred at Kirkheim. After my friend finishes his tale, I nod slowly. So I am guessing you now have no idea what to do with your life and feel completely lost, I ask bluntly. His eyes widen for a moment, and he nods. Yes, after getting my revenge, I realized that I no longer had anything to live for, well, except taking care of my mother, of course. He quickly adds as I raise an eyebrow. I chuckle at his shift of mood. The people of that town celebrated your victory, did they not? Yes, they did. He smiles unconsciously. And how did that make you feel? I ask. Well, I was despairing about someone dying for me at the time, but it was nice, he admits. There you have it, I smirk. If you enjoyed being treated as a hero, then just make sure to stop any idiot from becoming another Haldane. The hand holding his tankard stills as he blinks. Why did I not think of that? Because you are a Nord. I drawl and telekinetically stop the tankard flying at my face. I spend some hours talking with my friend, and less so with my vassal. Thorfinn seems much more relaxed after my little pep talk, but Yggdrasil cannot stop fidgeting and looking like she wants to be anywhere except anywhere near me. As the sun starts setting, I wave Thorfinn goodbye and turn to my first retainer. I am holding a house meeting within the hour. Do not be late. I command. She bows her head. Of course, Sergio. I nod in satisfaction and head back toward my manor. The time had finally come for the sixth house to start gathering its strength. Chapter 139. Chapter 2. The House Grows. General POV. Within the unusually empty confines of Raven's mansion, a clandestine meeting of great importance was taking place. Well, it was about to anyway. Come on, little girl, I thought mages were supposed to be all smart and tactical. A short Dunmer with a sharp goatee mocked his opponent in a game of chess. Said opponent, a silver-haired young woman, glared at him and scoffed. I have better things to do in my life than waste it on games, she retorted icily. Davos rolls his eyes and captures her rook, much to Yggdrasil's growing frustration. It sounds to me like you are just looking for excuses for being bad. He mocks playfully. Yggdrasil growls and seems just about ready to smash the board in her fury when a presence presses down on her, causing her to still completely. Raven, who was up until then busying himself reading through the notes Yggdrasil made on the book they captured from the Falmer, looks up at them, his eyes glowing lightly. Now, children, behave. He smirks and grabs another bite of roast hawker he got from a street vendor. As his presence dissipates, his vassals are silenced for but a moment, until Davos decides to ask, "What is your obsession with street meat? You seem to be addicted to the stuff." Raven shrugs and takes another bite. I just think it is neat. And this is who I am supposed to serve. Yggdrasil grumbles to herself, completely unaware that both Davos and Raven are perfectly capable of hearing her. The two vassals return to their game, Davos completely outmaneuvering his young counterpart in every single game they played. After yet another checkmate was declared, Yggdrasil groaned and sunk into her seat. How can someone like you be this good? Davos clutches his chest as if struck. Someone like me? Whatever do you mean, princess? Her eyes narrow, but she doesn't take the bait. A series of knocks interrupts their discussion, and their lord raises a lazy hand, opening the large double door leading into the dining hall. Three similar-looking Dunmer enter the room, looking at the place with reverence and immediately giving the manor's lord a respectful bow. The eldest of the three brothers speaks up after realizing Rain is waiting on them. We are here as requested, Sergio. And so you are. Their employer nodded and signaled for them to take a seat. After they were comfortable, he continued, I have invited you here to offer you a promotion of sorts. The brothers looked very enthused by the idea, but the elder spoke up yet again. Something tells me this is not as simple as you surmised, Sergio. His tone is cautious, yet still utterly respectful. Raven nods in satisfaction. Indeed, it is not Oren. He trails off for a moment before continuing, the things I will share with you tonight, you are to keep to yourselves on pain of death. He states seriously, the air in the room suddenly thrumming with power, further making his point. If you do not wish to take such a risk upon yourselves, then you may leave and I will not think any less of you. But know that if you prove your further loyalty to me, great rewards shall await. The brothers whisper among themselves, while the rest give them their privacy, or at least the illusion of it. After a couple of minutes of quiet hissing between them, Oren speaks up once again. We would like to continue serving you as best as we can. Raven smiles welcomingly and gets up from his seat, wordlessly signaling everyone to follow him. The group descends deep below ground, and most are baffled as their host starts unlocking a door at the end of a long staircase, not because of its location, but because of the dozens of no doubt enchanted locks placed upon it. Finally, the door clicks open, and Raven leads everyone into his ancestral shrine, the regalia of his house proudly displayed for all to see. Wind chimes letting out a calming melody as the air in the room shifts at their entrance. As Yggdrasil visibly shivers at the iconography, no doubt remembering the tales her house spread about the bloody conflict against the sixth house, Davos is busy shivering at the sight of the shrine of Mephala, which seemed to glow almost welcomingly upon Raven's entrance. The three brothers are, unsurprisingly, confused. They were, after all, orphans from the Grey Quarter, and their education was limited to whatever the local drunks were willing to share on certain evenings. They were most assuredly not educated on the heraldry of believed-to-be-dead houses. "Allow me then, my dear subjects, to introduce myself fully," Raven finally says, and his whole presence shifts from his hitherto relaxed posture to one lordship and command. All eyes focus on him as he proclaims proudly, "Lord Dagoth Raven, the last descendant of Morrowind's sixth house." The three brothers gape, completely forgetting they were in the presence of their employer, and the youngest among them even flinches. They may not have been taught the heraldry, but horror stories of the sixth house persisted even to this day. Raven waits patiently for them to calm down, which they do after some urging from their eldest sibling, and speaks once again. "I know that the stigma on my house might make you think that I am trying to replicate my grandfather's exploits, but I assure you that it is not so." All three flinch this time at the confirmation of Raven's ancestry, but after the recent shock, they gather themselves with surprising quickness. This time it is Marin, the middle brother, who speaks, "And what exactly are your goals, your lordship?" Raven shrugs, magnanimously ignoring the lack of proper decorum, as if he ever cared for such things, and smirks. "My goals are those of any other lordly Dunmer, to gather power and influence and lead my people to a better future." He raises an inviting hand. "And I wish to grant you the opportunity to join me in this task as sworn Mer of the House of Dagoth." The ancestral shrine turns silent as the brothers process the information. Finally, Varin, the youngest, chuckles, drawing the stares of his brothers and a raised eyebrow from Raven. "Excuse my Aldmeri Serio, but you could be Malakath's left sack and I'd still serve you faithfully." He sighs in melancholy and bows deeply before Raven. "You gave us a chance at a better future when you didn't have to, and that means more to me than any ancient history of crimes committed by those long dead." Orin cuffs his little brother's shoulder. "Since when can you use such big words, eh?" The youngest blushes and looks away, and his two elder brothers also bow before Raven. "My brother speaks true." Orin states firmly, "We owe you our loyalty, and would be deeply honored to serve a lord as generous as yourself." Raven smiles in satisfaction. "I am most pleased by your decision. Know that your loyalty will be rewarded." He sighs. Now for the tedious part, his grumble goes unheard. "The three of you shall henceforth be considered sworn Mer of Great House Dagoth." He points a hand toward Davos. "This is my chief retainer, Davos. When I am not present, you are to follow his commands." Davos's eyes widen for a moment before he nods to himself, and the three brothers salute him. Raven then points to a lightly fuming Yggdrasil, completely ignoring her foolish anger. He states, "And this is my other retainer Yggdrasil Moabain, formerly of Great House Telvanni. You may consider her my magical advisor." He gives her a pointed look. "She may hold the rank of retainer, but she has yet to prove her loyalty. So you may consider her just slightly above you in the hierarchy." Yggdrasil seems stuck between fury and disappointment, but then simply settles on annoyance as she realizes that her showing her discontent with her position so openly and frequently may actually have consequences. Raven sighs, "I shall keep the hierarchy simple for the time being and change it depending on necessity." His demeanor shifts rapidly as he claps his hands. Now for the fun part. With a snap of his fingers, 3 neatly arranged sets of armor and halberds appear next to him. "I have taken the liberty of presuming your oaths of loyalty." He chuckles, "and have thusly prepared a welcoming present." The brothers stare in awe at the beautifully made artifacts of blackened steel, and after very little prodding from their new lord, they quickly get to putting it on. and minutes later, the trio of hitherto simple guards stand transformed into the visage of elite magical infantry. The armor Raven chose consisted of a morion helmet and a traditional Dunmeri warrior's mask, followed by a breastplate over masterfully crafted padded armor with braces, shoulder guards, and greaves added as a finishing touch. Raven cackled internally as he beheld his first group of Dunmeri conquistadors. Truly, the Spanish always ended up in the most unexpected of places. Seeing as they were properly armored, Raven smiled proudly and started explaining, "The armor is enchanted to be self-cleaning and to absorb magical attacks to an extent." He frowned as he noticed the youngest brother shiver in excitement. "Please do not test the enchantments, as they are made to save your lives, and not for you to try and set your brothers on fire." His youngest soldier deflates instantly. Raven then points at the steel halberds they now held. "I have also taken the liberty of enchanting your new weapons to empower your flames and allow you to cast them through striking your foes." All three brothers take a moment to marvel at their gifts, likely valued above most villages, and bowed deeply once more. "Thank you, my lord, for the great gift," all three intoned. "A reward, not a gift," Raven corrects, his demeanor returning to his previously relaxed posture. "Now that the dramatics are done, let us feast." His erstwhile retainers do not react to his sudden mood shift, but the three brothers find themselves doing a double-take as their new lord skips up the staircase, the door locking on its own as they follow him out. They share a look between themselves, not really sure what to do, until once more the youngest once more proves to be the most decisive as he simply shrugs. "It's free food." The three brothers share a nod and head to the dining hall. No one dislikes free food. No one. Back in solitude, the following morning, Raven left Sibyl's chambers after the two held a very long and thorough private goodbye party. He sighed contentedly as he prepared to wake Minthara up, Marco already eagerly waiting near his portal glyph. He frowned as the smell of alcohol assaulted his nose the moment he opened the door. His frown deepened as he saw Minthara sitting in an armchair, staring into the distance absent-mindedly, with dark circles under her eyes. He wasn't really sure what to say to the young woman now looking at him tiredly. "Rough night?" he settled on lamely. Minthara snorted humorlessly. "That is one hell of an understatement, flame tongue." "Using titles now are we, oh blessed child of Akatosh," Raven quips. Unlike Marco, he had never forced Minthara into referring to him as teacher, so she usually called him by name when they weren't at court. She flinches in disgust and groans, "I get it. Just please do not call me that. Ever." The Dunmer giggles childishly and instructs, "Come on then, get up, we have a meeting later today." She shifts in her seat and frowns. "Shouldn't I be focusing on getting as strong as possible? What would I even gain from trudging through the caves of the Dwemer?" Raven rolls his eyes. "Well, besides the obvious experience in fighting and possible contacts at one of Skyrim's most powerful institutions." He tilts his head. "Tell me, how does a dragonborn grow stronger?" "By consuming the souls of dragons," she mutters absent-mindedly. "Indeed." Raven nods happily, "and I know just the place where one of the lizards buried himself." Minthara blinks slowly as she gets up. "There is a living dragon in Blackreach," she hisses. "Oh yes." Raven smirks viciously. "A known coward among his kind, chomping on his soul, will surely give you the strength necessary to start growing your power even further." "You seem to have all this planned out, huh?" Minthara mutters, not accusingly, but there was definitely something in her tone. Raven cackled like a madman, causing her to look at him as such. "Oh, Minthara." He turns with his eyes glowing derisively. "I have no fucking idea what I am doing." The young demigod stumbles at her teacher's words, cursing her fate and then cursing herself for breaking the bottle, whose shards she now had stuck in her foot. She sighed as she got up, slowly healing her bleeding leg. "At least I don't have to do it alone." Chapter 140. Duels and Preparations. A firebolt whizzes past Raven's masked face as he dodges rapidly, immediately retaliating with a bolt of crimson lightning, which his opponent evades with practiced ease. Before he can even blink, Feralda starts bombarding him with wide area spells, forcing him to shadow walk out of her line of sight. Not a moment later, he feels a sense of danger behind him and shouts, "Fame!" Barely in time to feel Feralda's fire-enhanced axe kick past through his ethereal form. He attempts to overwhelm her with overcasted flames, but she ducks under the spell with surprising agility, tripping him. Why doesn't she use a weapon? A curious Davos asks the Archmage, who seemed to be paying the most attention to the fight among all those present in the observers section of the practice arena. Savos Aren chuckles playfully, his eyes shining with his usual mischief. An interesting question, young Davos. He ignores the subtle eye twitch of the agent and looks back to the arena just in time to see Raven get sent flying by a kick to the chest. She uses no weapon because she is the weapon. Huh. Davos blinks. Isn't that extremely risky? In most cases, it would be. Aren nods, but Feralda has mastered combat alteration to such an extent that most weapons can't even harm her. He chuckles. Well, that is, if they can even hit her. As if to prove the Archmage's point, Feralda bats Raven's glaive away from her face with her bare hands and blasts him with a wave of frost. She always was one of my best students. The proud voice of Tolfdir pipes in from another seat. A shame she focused all her talents on taking lives instead of improving them. He sighs, but the proud smile remains on his wrinkled face. Much to Aren's further amusement, it takes Davos a whole minute to stop gaping at the old man. The fact that he taught the Altmer, who herself was obviously well over a century old, didn't quite fit into his world view. After a prolonged beat of silence, fiery explosions notwithstanding, Aren turned to the four guests Raven brought to the college. How are you all enjoying your visit? Davos is about to respond, but he notices that his companions didn't even register the question. Marco, Minthara, and a very out-of-place Onmund were too busy gaping at the fact that all of Raven's attacks were getting countered with practiced ease. He was still holding his own, but whenever he tried to go on the offensive, he would be rewarded with a well-placed kick to his lower body, or if he annoyed his combat instructor, too much a chop to the head. Whenever he tried to summon his familiar, the poor bird would get sent back home without the Altmer even batting an eye, much to the glee of Raven's apprentices. A loud cough drags the students' attention back to the present as they see Davos pointing his hand at the expectant Archmage. Onmund is the first to speak, the firmness of his voice surprising all who had spoken to him previously. "Apologies, sir. What was your question?" Aren raises an eyebrow and repeats, "I was wondering how you were enjoying our college. It will after all be your possible home for some time." He muses aloud. The Nord nods quickly. "I am already honored to be here. It is well beyond my expectations." Marco glances at the ever-evolving fight and shudders. As long as we don't have to deal with teacher working us to death, even the pits of oblivion would look like heaven. Minthara nods along. This Feralda lady seems much nicer than him as well. Maybe I will actually learn something without my bones breaking this time. She gasps enthusiastically. The entire room suddenly turns silent as all the present masters give her a dubious look, some offering prayers to Arche. Phineas, who was completely silent and still until then, slowly turns his head toward the young woman, his neck producing a loud creaking noise as it moves, and a single derisive "heh" leaving his illusory throat. Minthara finds herself cursing her big mouth once more as realization dawns on her. Oh, she is the one that taught him. A loud gulp resounds in the room. The Lich cackles coarsely and turns back to the fight, his false shoulders shuddering in mirth from time to time. The glorious climax approaches. A squeaky voice resounds from the room's ceiling, Shalazar apparently finding it much more comfortable to sit upside down than mingle with the unenlightened fools below him. Or was it above him? All eyes refocus on the battle, just in time to see Raven whack Feralda over the head with the blunt end of his blade, only for her to kick him between the legs without even twitching. "Gods damn it, woman, I know you can't actually hurt me here, but learn some restraint," Raven hisses, and once more curses at the ward's designer, who decided it would be funny to protect the fighters from damage, but not the pain. His teacher merely smirks and starts summoning lightning strikes from the ceiling, forcing Raven to expend more and more of his dwindling magicka to dodge out of the way via shadow walking. "Screw this." Raven growls and takes a deep breath. Feralda's eyes have only a moment to widen in panic as Raven shouts, Yoltor Shul! A massive wave of flames blocks her vision fully, and she starts placing ward after ward in front of her, focusing all her spells on surviving the shout. She was in no danger due to the college's defenses, but the idea of losing to someone so young, no matter how pleasant his company, grated on her pride something fierce. While this was happening, Raven wasn't idle. He rushed behind the flames and muttered, Arise, as a massive antlered shadow exited his own and threw itself at the panting Feralda. Back in the observer's booth, everyone present flinched as Phineas snarled, Interesting! The fact that the Lich was actually interested in something brought a frown to many of the Master's faces. And now I have this to deal with. Savos groaned and shared a look with Sergius, who nodded in return. Raven's POV. As my shade throws itself at Feralda, I fully expect it to die nearly instantly, so I follow up with a wide swing right behind its back. Moments later, my expectations are proven correct when an explosive punch rends the poor thing into nothingness, returning it to my shadow, and just as she overextends, I position my glaive right at Feralda's throat. I am about to smirk in triumph, but a prickling sensation draws my attention to my groin area just in time to see Feralda's extended right hand holding a summoned rapier positioned exactly in the gap in my armor that would allow her to remove my family jewels with a simple twist of the hand. All right then, I mutter, we'll call it a draw. Her smug smirk nearly gave me an aneurysm. After Feralda retracted her weapon, she congratulated me on my improvement and lamented the fact I didn't wish to celebrate it in our usual way. She was not angry or jealous at the development. We both knew that our previous relationship was purely physical and left it at that, deciding we could always tumble in the arena instead. And finally getting to the point of our little get-together, I offered to host the expeditionary meeting in one of my private booths, and soon I was sitting in my inn, surrounded by most of the masters of the college and those I brought myself. Before we could even begin, Sergius and Tolfdir congratulated me on my mastery. With proud smiles on their faces, they spent a good 10 minutes singing my praises, and I swear if I was an actual 18-year-old, my head would have grown to such colossal proportions, it would pop. Savos looked ready to start the meeting, but Phineas interrupted in his usual uncaring manner. That shadow summon you used, what was it? The Archmage rolled his eyes in exasperation, but didn't interject, so I answered calmly, An old umbromantic ritual. The shades are powerful, but the upkeep is ruinous without proper artifacts. Something you no doubt had no issues dealing with. The Lich states, I would still like to get my hands on it, name your price. His expression doesn't shift, but I sense that he wants the ritual badly. Now what could I ask of a master necromancer? Raising the dead was an interesting niche, but it came with unfortunate amounts of attention, and I already had far more capable servants. Wait, a presumably ancient necromancer should have a ridiculous understanding of anatomy. I want a copy of your entire anatomical research, I say. And before his frown even has the time to form, in return I will grant you the ritual and craft you a piece of jewelry of your choosing to help feed a singular powerful shade or multiple lesser ones. He stills for a moment, his focus moving away from the glamour hiding his true body, making him look like a statue, and finally nods lightly. Agreed, after you have created the necklace, I will grant you a copy of my tome. Expect it by midday tomorrow, I smirk, almost cockily. Neither of us feels the need to get assurances from the other. We were after all colleagues now, and while Phineas might be a lich, he is also a highly respected master, known for his fair dealings. Ahem. Savos clears his throat while staring pointedly at the two of us. I do believe we were here for another reason. You can dig through guts together at a later date. But of course, Archmage, I nod sagely, we wouldn't want to waste other people's time with our foolishness. That is after all your job. Savos's eyebrow twitches, and I swear to God I hear Phineas let out a quiet Skeletor laugh. As I was saying, Savos stares at me pointedly, while I feign innocence. The expedition to what we presume is an entrance to Blackreach is all but ready. The tunnels have been dug and a forward camp established. He looks over everyone present. Now we must decide who among us will be joining it. Nelerin and Colette weren't even present, so their opinion was clear to all. Shalazar, Feralda, and Sergius opt out for different reasons. Aaron nods at their decision and sighs. As much as I would love to dig through the secrets of the Dwemer, the ever-turbulent political situation will take up a lot of mine and Mirabelle's time. For whatever reason, his pointed stare once again ends up on my most innocent self. Tolfdir hums thoughtfully before nodding to himself. I believe I shall be joining the operation. He smiles genially. I haven't stretched my old legs in some time, and a nice walk through beast-infested caves is said to be good for the heart. Many of the masters roll their eyes, while I have no idea what is going on. Count me in as well, Phineas pipes up cheerfully. Well, you get my point. The thousands of Falmer no doubt waiting down there will be a fine playground for my abilities. The atmosphere shifts as some grow discomforted by the necromancer, but no one voices their disagreement. I scratch my chin in thought, seeing a master necromancer in action, one that was on my side even, in action will be an interesting experience. I notice everyone staring at me. The fact that I was now one of them was still taking its time to sink in, and I nod. I will of course be joining the expedition. My students and house forces will also follow. I had already informed everyone but Idrasa about this, so it is of little surprise when I notice Davos looking gleeful at the idea of being the one to inform her. I will focus mostly on dealing with the animunculi and trying to weaken them as much as possible with my knowledge. I look at Aaron. What are our forces going to look like, and what kind of time frame are we looking at? He pulls out a scroll lazily and read out, some 200 laborers and half as many adventurers of different flavors. Have they been properly vetted? I ask. Shalazar pipes in his most glorious of voices. None shall do critical damage to the expedition. His oversized red eyes peer at me, his hidden warning clear. I sigh and mutter, and that tells me literally nothing. Still, I mentally thank the lizard wizard. My guard was now thoroughly raised. We go through the more tedious details of supplies, scheduling, organization, and command hierarchy. I was naturally placed below the two other masters, but I was not surprised by this. I may be a somewhat experienced commander at this point, but Tolfdir was a centuries-old head of a clan of warriors, while Phineas was an army unto himself with enough preparation. As we finally hashed out the details and decided that we would move out in 3 days, Aaron once again piped up, "Oh, and I also took the liberty of visiting our creatively sane friend in the frozen wastes." He tosses me something, and I catch it on reflex. He was willing to cooperate as long as you used that little box when you reached the tower. He shrugs. Whatever the tower is. I blink and look down. In my hand is the Dwemer lexicon. How awfully convenient. Chapter 1-41, Descending Down Familiar Halls. I leave Phineas's tower with a mix of excitement and dread. When I asked him for his anatomical research, I expected a singular large tome, maybe 2 considering his possible experience. What I most assuredly did not expect, however, was 2,400-page tomes describing in painful detail every single experiment he had ever conducted. When the flames in his eye sockets brightened ever so slightly at my gobsmacked expression, I could swear that the Lich gave me everything just to fuck with me, and I couldn't even be mad. I made my way to my mansion to deposit the mini-library I had just acquired into my vaults, when the sound of annoyed yelling drew my attention from the dining hall. Draping myself in shadows and shadow-walking through the slightly opened double doors, I stood in one corner of the room and observed the unfolding drama. My 3 guardsmen, whom Scorch had generously dubbed the Scorched, were quietly snickering at the sight of Idrasa hissing at Davos. "What do you mean I have to trudge through caves with you?" Davos's smug look of superiority didn't leave his face for an instant as he explained, "Our Lord has commanded that all of us are to accompany him in the expedition. Besides, can you honestly tell me that you do not wish to unearth one of the greatest cities of Dwemereth outside Resdain? I am quite sure he learned the ancient names of the Dwemer Kingdom and Morrowind just to annoy her further." She throws her arms up and groans, "I am a mage, not a miner. I have things to do here." Davos shakes his head in disappointment. "My, oh my Idrasa, you wouldn't be referring to Lord Dagoth as a miner now, would you?" He was having way too much fun with this. She sighs and slumps back into a nearby seat, waving him off. Whatever, it isn't like I have much of a choice, is it? That's the spirit, Davos cheers. I leave the room and shake my head with a chuckle. It seems my jumpy agent of a vassal was finally fully embracing the art of trolling. Later that day, I visited the guardhouse to catch up with my buddies in the guard. We had a few drinks and talked about the happenings in Skyrim. Well, I say we, but it was mostly them pestering me to tell them the tale of my adventures, something they greatly enjoyed. I even got to witness the scene of Minthara sparring with Thorfinn. The young man apparently got curious about a person I chose to train, and after an obvious refusal from Marco, who was busying himself over preparing for any situation like a paranoid little gremlin, Thorfinn challenged my pet demigod. The spar started fairly evenly with the both of them using alteration and probing their opponent with light attacks, and then Minthara started swinging. Her rapid hammer strokes completely overwhelmed Thorfinn within moments, and both he and the observing guardsman were openly gaping at the display. I merely cackled at them. Thankfully, my apprentice was a good sport about it, and the two developed a quick friendship, much like Thorfinn and I did over a year prior. We spent the rest of that day carousing and exchanging tales. The following day and a half were spent in heavy preparation. I made sure everyone in my household had a variety of scrolls to use, and when that failed, some well-made digging equipment and plenty of rope. I was not about to lose anyone to a divine's damned accident. I made sure to brush up on terramancy and spent most of my free time practicing the art of shaping stone on a larger scale. I wouldn't be overturning any mountains anytime soon, but being able to turn the terrain against our enemies while in a cave was bound to be powerful. Finally, I grabbed a clairvoyant spell guide from the Arcaneum and pestered Shalazar to give me some advice on using it. He spent a good couple of hours explaining how to differentiate myself from the visions I might get, and also cautioned me to move step by step, as even he was unsure of what kind of reaction my third eye may or may not have with scrying magic. I swore to myself I would be careful. I was not about to let myself turn into another Ravencrone. The expedition was finally underway. The air of the marching army of laborers, mages, and adventurers was a mix of excitement, dread, and greed. Everyone was very aware of the risks we would be taking by delving into what was probably one of the most dangerous locations in Skyrim, but the prospect of unimaginable riches emboldened even the most craven in our number. Contracts were drawn up, and all the payments would be paid fairly, either to the workers and mercenaries themselves or their families in case of death. It took us 2 days to reach the Falmer cave and half a day more to reach the old Falmer town. As I trudged through the caves, memories of my first adventure resurfaced, and a goofy smile found its way onto my face. The forward encampment that had been set up over a year of concentrated effort looked to be more a fortified town than an expeditionary outpost. A surprisingly large number of guards and college apprentices were on constant guard against any possible attack from the uncovered passage. The Falmer's Grand Tower was repurposed into the quarters for the mages working here. Incidentally, I also found Master Colette there, as she was currently on duty. Well over 100 of my spider animunculi were piled up one corner, now joined by an extra dozen I brought with me. The old ones were well worn by the constant use, and I noticed a lot of parts were jury-rigged and haphazardly replaced by the camp's administration, no doubt wanting to save some money and possibly pocket it. I was honestly too lazy to bother dealing with it, so I let them off. They did do the job after all. I also met with Morrigan and Marwyn once again. The two had returned from guard duty and bumped into me on accident. We spent a bit catching up, and I ordered some unique alchemical products from my old witch friend. Much to my surprise, Morrigan looked very sad upon hearing what happened in with the Reachmen. She wasn't angry at me, but her people dying in droves still brought her into a depressed state. On the evening of our arrival, at least I think it was the evening, I was skulking around camp with the help of my umbromancy and noticed Marwyn talking animatedly with Phineas. The Lich was telling something to the Breton before the young man brought out a bird carcass and animated it. So this was the path he chose in the end. We took another day to rest up and prepare before plunging into the depths of the tunnel system. Soon the sturdy mineshafts gave way to frozen caves filled with nothing but the cold. We took no chances and made sure to secure the path fully. 2 further days of exploration. Later we had our first issue. Apparently a Khajiit laborer by the name of Jadar thought it a bright idea to huff skooma in full lamplight. I had the idiot flogged and only let him continue due to his twin brother Jazar begging me and swearing he would keep his brother clean of the filth. 4 days into the expedition, some of the adventurers were getting increasingly bored, leading to quarrels between them and even a fistfight at one point. I naturally stamped down on any unrest with full and immediate force. 5 broken limbs later, and everyone knew better than to create enough of a fuss to distract me from my reading. 10 grueling days after we first stepped into the cave system, the forward crew of laborers dug out a thick wall of ice that Tolfdir sensed covered the path forward, and I was forced to order the spiders accompanying them to throw themselves forward as to stop the literal wave of Falmer that rushed at them. While their attack was surprising and their numbers unexpected, the degenerated elves fell like grass to our blades. The adventurers knew their craft well, and if any Falmer managed to get through our hired muscle, it was swiftly cut down by either myself or Phineas, who preferred to freeze them solid and tear them apart for his research. I will have to pester him for those notes later as well. The icy walls gave way to stone, and 2 days later the stone gave way to Dwemer metal as a large doorway blocked our path forward. Tolfdir curiously tapped the door, looking deep in thought. "Anything of note, Master Tolfdir?" I ask as Phineas and I walk up to him. "I am afraid not. The doorway seems enchanted to keep magic out." The old Nord shakes his head. "Ah, but is it enchanted to keep magic in, I wonder?" I mutter and surge as much magicka as reasonable into my metaphysical eye, casting clairvoyance at the same time. The amount of information I receive is almost overwhelming. For the briefest moment I get the picture of a long network of hallways filled to the brim with thousands of Falmer and hundreds of Dwemer automata, but then something seems to react to my presence and my sight is pushed back into my body. I grunt in pain, but blessedly only a minor headache followed. It is an entire Dwemer base in there. My voice turns into a whisper. Well over 1,000 Falmer as well, some kind of settlement at the end. I didn't get the whole picture before I had to cut the spell. Tolfdir is seemingly unperturbed and starts muttering plans of our advance. Phineas, on the other hand, cackles with glee. Good, I finally get to have some fun. "Now, I thought you said you take great care of who you raise," I ask with a raised eyebrow. The Lich scoffs. "Don't play coy with me, Dagoth. I am not about to advertise my immoral practices for all to hear." He seems far more animated than I had ever seen him be. "That is fair." I nod and turn to Tolfdir. "So do we go in adventurers first, or do we let our lively friend have his fun?" Surprisingly, Tolfrid rolls his eyes and waves me off. I have no love for these monsters. He looks at Phineas with something I had never expected to see on the old man's face, pure malice. "Make them suffer," he grinds out. I stand completely stunned for a while before Phineas's Skeletor-esque cackling break me out of it. I look at Tolfdir, who had returned to his grandfatherly smile, and he merely tilts his head. Then it strikes me, Tolfdir had no doubt lost a lot of friends and family to the Falmer over the centuries. Something like that could no doubt bring wrath even to Winterhold's genial grandpa. I give him a nod, signaling my understanding, and his smile turns sad for a moment. Soon it is decided that Phineas would go forward by himself, quickly followed by myself and my group, and finally by the adventurers. The Lich had no fear of dying. Even if the Falmer managed to get around his complete immunity to poison, he would just reform if his body was destroyed. And so it was that after briefing my guards on what was about to happen, it took me very little to convince that necromancy wasn't blasphemy. If it was used on the enemy, we followed after the great necromancer. What followed gave me an entirely new perspective on the school. Chapter 142, Chapter 5, Death Unrelenting. As the trio of masters entered the fort, the stagnant air of Alftan shifted ever so slightly, drawing the attention of the many Falmer skulking in its halls. They had lost an entire scouting party some days prior and were on high alert for any intruders. And so the moment that the disparate groups of hunched-over elves felt fresh air, they took their positions. Traps were set, arrows poisoned, and ambush points filled to the brim with eager warriors ready to defend their homes. And yet minutes passed without them feeling a thing. Even with their sight ruined beyond repair, the senses of the farmer were as sharp as any blade, and many a goblinoid elf felt confused at the lack of enemies. That is until an object levitating in the air sent a shiver of dread down every one of their spines. They all felt as one. Death had come. Phineas floated lazily, while the twin embers in his eye sockets scanned the ever-growing force waiting for him. His posture was completely relaxed as he summoned an elegant staff and turned to address his entourage. The 3 Dunmer house guards barely held back flinches, while their superiors were less shaken by the hovering lich. Focusing on them, Raven was naturally unmoved by the familiar sight and even waved childishly. "My preparations are finished, Master Raven," the lich intones in his usual dry monotone. "Kindly burn all the bodies that fall behind. I would rather not deal with the mortals whining." Raven shrugs, ignoring the quite disgusted scoffs of his god's men. "Of course, Master Gestor. Do enjoy your walk," he quips cheerfully and signals his followers to back off, soon following after them himself. Phineas took a deep breath, or well, he pretended to at least. Even so many years after he sacrificed his fleshy body, he still forced some mortal habits onto himself. Master Tolfdir said something about keeping himself grounded and whatnot. But 5 decades later, Phineas could hardly remember such a conversation and did it simply out of habit. The air seemed to tense in anticipation as his right hand moved in a grasping motion. His movements were staggered and unnatural, his body but a marionette controlled on strings of essence by his soul. A nearby Falmer warrior, a tall and well-muscled specimen of his kind, suddenly had his very life force yanked out of his body, falling over lifelessly. None of his fellows knew what happened, and a couple started kicking him awake, grunting in their primitive language. One moment another light kick was about to land on his back, when suddenly the one doing the kicking felt a lack of weight. That lack of weight turned into agony as the downed Falmer ripped off the offending limb as he rose from the ground, his pale skin turning even more deathly pallid as the sharp nails the Falmer usually sported were extended into bony instruments of death. And then the screaming started. Like a wave of death, once started, it could not be stopped. One after another fell to an animated corpse of their, until then, brother-in-arms, soon raising up as mere puppets. The reanimated creatures tossed aside the usable corpses while cannibalizing those too damaged to reanimate. As they consumed their brethren, their strength grew as bony armor covered their lanky forms, their claws emitting a cursed miasma, and their scabbed eye sockets bursting apart, unveiling twin ghostly flames that now occupied them. Soon dozens upon dozens of ghouls stood at attention before the satisfied lich. His skull contorted into the facsimile of a grin as his hands rapidly scribbled down notes as he muttered to himself about performance and theoretical improvements, completely ignoring the scene of massacre in front of him. As much as he was curious, Phineas was not stupid enough to give his enemies further time to prepare. So moments later he closed the tome and once more swung out his hands, his fingers moving like a conductor leading an orchestra as complex spellwork fell upon his creations. As his new toys reached further into the old fortification, the screaming began once more. The Falmer were slow, idiotic even, Phineas posed, but they were very much sapient, of that there was no doubt. So when a wave of their own started ripping them apart, gorging themselves on their brethren, it was natural for a wave of panic to spread. The Falmer started retreating, leading the undead into traps and bringing no small amount of annoyance to Phineas, who was by now consuming white soul gems to keep his reserves topped up. The feedback loop of draining magicka from life force could only keep him going for a while, with the ever-increasing toll his growing army imposed. Soon his forces started taking casualties, easily replaced of course, but when the damned elflings lured them towards still functioning Dwemer automata, Phineas was most irritated. Still, he made sure that his puppets did as little damage as possible while disabling the old machines. Waste not, want not, and all that. His new necklace was rather handy, and he wouldn't mind preserving some gifts for his new colleague and getting some more of such wondrous artifacts in return. Dozens soon turned into 100, and the 100 into hundreds as his wave of death and flesh rushed over the remaining forces that were failing miserably at killing him. He knew this was not even close to what the Falmer had to offer, but flushing out an entire Dwemer fort on his own while the mortals trudged behind was good enough in his books. Raven's POV. I burn yet another mound of discarded flesh as we follow behind the lich, the adventurers far behind us facing whatever stragglers were left behind. Ugh, Marin twitches in disgust. My lord, must we truly work with such a creature? Nearby, Minthara was patting a dead inside, looking Marco on the back, while looking a bit green herself. I shrug and move forward. As long as he uses only our enemies to fuel his magic, think of it as simply burning them to death. How very pragmatic. I can hear the eye roll in Minthara's voice. I nod sagely. I am nothing if not wise and pragmatic. You know this. We continue with our banter, desperately trying to forget the gruesome sights waiting for us as we follow behind Phineas's wave of destruction. Soon we hear the sounds of battle and everyone tenses up. Walking through a door, we come face to face with a walled Falmer settlement under attack by waves of massive misshapen ghouls. Phineas levitated lazily, overlooking the battle and taking notes, probably already getting ideas to optimize his servants. A productive day indeed, Master Gestor, I quip. He turns his head in my direction without moving his torso at all and nods. Indeed, Master Raven, the filthy things are barely useful for more than fodder, but I worked some kinks out. The embers in his eye sockets brighten up. Did you know that Falmer flesh is at least a fifth better for conducting necrotic magicka than a Nord's? He asks excitedly. I am afraid I must admit my ignorance, I say slowly as I watch a group of half-frozen ghouls rip apart a shrieking shaman, and Phineas. I add my thanks for the gift. I incline my head. He looks up from his tome again. Oh, it is no issue, of course. I would make little use of such machines myself, so I thought it wiser to gift them to you. I hold back an eye roll. Most gracious of you, but I feel that I cannot take such a gesture without recompense. Do expect a return gift after we are back in Winterhold. I say in an overly polite tone. I already knew what he wanted, and honestly getting me some functional specimens of spheres and spiders was good enough as any other payment. He waves me off and nods absent-mindedly, while annoyedly muttering something about overloading leg muscles, causing said limb to explode into shrapnel, killing everything in a 5-meter radius. After an hour more of screaming and growling, the encampment town turns silent, and Phineas suddenly straightens up. It appears I am finished here, he says plainly. The Falmer have been eliminated, I ask, my impression of the necromancer's power increasing exponentially. Indeed, he drawls, I have dealt with the fleshy enemies that await us. You will disable the golems guarding the way forward. I feel a wave of magic as he cuts off the connection with his minions, and they start rapidly cannibalizing each other. I shake my head and snap my finger, sending Scorch flying out and mentally telling him to remove the undead. An impressive soul shard. Phineas nods proudly, his glamour once more hiding his bones. Well, you did tell us to take good care of our familiars. I just took it to its natural conclusion, I say with equal pride. He scoffs, you are a fool if you think this is anything near a conclusion to the possibilities of a familiar. I roll my eyes. There is no end to possibilities. When magic is in play, we all know this. He nods, and after a moment of silence, I ask, what about your familiar Gestor? The lich stiffens for a second before sighing. Lichdom is a great power, and a costly one. He trails off. Then why pursue it? There are other ways to prolong your life, I posit. He cackles, just a tiny bit of emotion in his voice. Easy for an elf to say. He shakes his head. I appreciate the input, but I was sick and out of options, so I grasped what I had on hand and pursued undeath. I notice some uncomfortable shifting among my followers, but most of them have a tinge of pity in their eyes as they hear this. Soon a solar explosion spreads through the settlement, and I start walking inside with purpose in my steps. Phineas mutters something along the lines of bloody ridiculous before he follows suit. The settlement looks like a complete bloodbath, with limbs strewn everywhere and not a living thing in sight. I immediately get to work clearing it out, better to make sure none of the adventurers got any ideas, or worse, they started a riot. An hour later, I was enjoying some mead and chatting with Minthara while the rest were busy searching for loot. So how do you find the adventurer life? I smirk. She rolls her eyes. I think I preferred the slums. She looks up and shivers. At least I could see the sun. I wave her off. Bah, no sense of adventure. I raise a hand and gesticulate excitedly. We are getting into Blackreach, Minthara, Blackreach. She nods at me like I was an idiot. That is neat, Raven, and I understand that your toys are fun, but some of us prefer the wind on our skin instead of the smell of burned elf. I shiver. Please don't call those things elves so casually. Aren't they just poor victims? She asks innocently, referring to the tome I had her read on them before we descended. Yeah, I nod, victims of Nords and Dwemer. That shuts her up. I feel an aura near us and slowly get up. Moments later, Minthara lets out a shriek as Tolfdir emerges from the ground with his usual grandfatherly smile. Why would you do that? She hisses. Completely unmoved by her tone, Tolfdir scratches his beard. Do forgive this old man. I got a bit lost and decided to follow your auras. He wanted to fuck with us, I translate helpfully. Tolfdir gives me a pointed look. Language, young man. I nod. Excuse me, Master Tolfdir. It has been a stressful day. I have no doubt of that. Phineas's work can be overwhelming to observe. He admits easily, completely ignoring the fuming young woman giving him a death stare. We continue chatting for a while, Tolfdir talking about what the rest encountered while we were on cleanup duty. The old man even summoned all the automata he found on the way, including the ones Phineas saved. I spent the next 10 minutes convincing him to accept some kind of compensation. We settled on a nice ever-warm blanket for his great-great-great-granddaughter. Truly, the old man was like a cooler Dumbledore sometimes. Soon the adventurers started filtering in, and I got to work on disabling the defenses leading up to the lift, that if memory served, led straight to Blackreach. The first few were rather easy to deal with. Shadow walk behind ballista, remove bolts, profit. Some automata had to be smashed apart, as I had no way to disable them easily, much to my dismay, but after some half an hour of Minesweeper-esque work, I finally reached the summit of whatever the Falmer tribe was guarding. And just as I remembered, there stood the elevator, and 6 massive centurions. Very functioning, very active massive centurions. Chapter 143, Battle of the Century. I still completely as I realized the 6 massive automatons were powered up. This wasn't in the damn script. Deciding to follow the wisdom of the ancients, I put into practice the old adage of discretion is the better part of valor, and start walking backward very quietly. Naturally, it is at this exact moment that the world goes nope, and all 6 dull gold heads turn in my direction, their frozen expressions practically radiating menace. Minthara's POV. Are you quite sure he will be safe up there? I ask the old Nord mage, the both of us looking up at the raised platform Raven had ascended some 20 minutes prior. He shrugs, his relaxed demeanor not dropping for even an instant. He is by far the most informed master of the college when it comes to Dwemer automata. He explains calmly and then scratches his beard. Even if he was to find himself in dire straits, he has all the skills necessary to escape. Why does the arrogant ass always have to show off like this? Is it really so hard to let others in on the important work? I hope you are right, I grumble. We remain standing in silence for a while longer, and just as I am to question the old man again, mostly to calm myself, the familiar booming rumble of the Thuum shakes the entire cave. I quickly look up to see Raven jumping around like a monkey, avoiding massive bolts and clouds of searing steam. And of course, the bird blew itself up again. Raven's POV. As the centurions focus on me, my mind goes into overdrive. I quickly speak, Teed. The shout is as always tiring, but I need a moment to think as the suspiciously ballista-looking arms on some of the automatons slowly twist in my direction. Time resumes on its natural course, and I act immediately. Turning to the group to my left, I take a deep breath and shout, Fusro da! Blowing them all into the wall and doing minor damage. I turn to the other group and conjure a massive wave of sticky blue flames in their direction. I knew that these things were heavily protected, so destroying them outright would be hard. My hope was to have the flames stick to the joints and hopefully melt them. I don't dare to stay long enough to see the results and quickly start running down the platform. Moments later, bolts started whizzing around me. my wind cloak barely managing to stop them from impaling me outright, though some did graze me. The fire rate soon increased, and I started zigzagging with umbromancy. The toll of magicka grew with each consecutive jump, but luckily I had just enough to throw myself down the stairs while yeeting Scorch at the centurions. The last thing I heard before I tumbled down the staircase was the betrayed cry of, "Why have you forsaken me, father?" Before an explosion silenced the poor bird. I hear a disturbing amount of clicks as I roll down the stairs. Thankfully, I had disabled all the traps, or I would have been in for a lot of pain right now. As if I would ever throw myself down otherwise. Finally, I impacted something and stopped rolling, which had become oddly comfortable, I have to say. I look up and my eyes meet Minthara's, who is looking both bemused and completely outraged. "Greetings, apprentice. How are you on this fine evening?" I say, pretending that nothing odd is happening. Tolfdir chuckles and my head turns his way. "What exactly happened up there?" he asks, trying to act serious, but the tugging of his lips tells another story. I get up and dust myself off, and just as I am about to start explaining, the sound of heavy footsteps makes me look up. And of course, there are the damn centurions lumbering toward us. I point at them and state dumbly, "That?" Tolfdir scratches his beard in thought. His eyes seem distant as he looks up at the automatons. Finally, he shrugs and cracks his knuckles, a wave of steel-like magicka slowly bursting from his entire form. I guess I haven't had a good scrap in a while. As his muscles bulge to a ridiculous degree and he grows to twice his height in but a couple of seconds, he turns to me with a surprisingly feral smirk. "Be a kind lad and cover my back." His usual kind voice was replaced with a bestial growl. Ah, there is the muscle wizard. General POV. As the massive form of Tolfdir, easily rivaling the approaching centurions, rushes up the stairs, Raven slowly turns to Minthara, who was sharing his dumbfounded expression, and mutters, "And I thought I was the insane one." He quickly shakes his head and turns to the rest of the gathering mages, adventurers. "All right, people, we need to help Master Tolfdir as much as possible." He winces as he hears said master bat a bolt away with his bare hands. "Just try and avoid getting into melee range if you can." Davos shakes his head and pulls out his trusty crossbow, looks at it for a moment, looks at the centurions, sighs, and finally rushes up at one of the mounted ballistae. Everyone else follows Raven as he too rushes up the staircase once again. They arrive just in time for Raven to ward off a bolt heading toward Tolfdir's side as the old man, giant, thing, finishes ripping apart the first centurion with his bare hands. Raven's guards engage with another of the automatons, keeping it at bay with their halberds and using their enchanted armor to easily avoid getting boiled alive by the steam it sometimes belched from its mouthpiece. Sometime later, an errant ballista bolt hits the golem as well. Some of the braver adventurers gather their courage and charge another centurion. Their hammers and axes doing some damage, yet not nearly enough to stop one of them from getting speared in the gut, and another from being crushed by the hammer arm of the golem. As another had his throat ripped apart by a lazy arm swing, Phineas, who was hiding nearby, slowly raised his hand toward the still-standing dead Imperial and discreetly overcharged a reanimation spell, making the corpse swing its greatsword with unnatural force and cleave the chest of the automaton in twain, allowing its still-living ally to ram a hammer straight into the Centurion's dynamo core. Two more Centurions descend on the expeditionary group, one immediately getting shoulder-bashed by Tolfdir, while the other barreled into the group of foolish mortals that thought grouping up was a good idea. Still, their movement was surprisingly slow, almost as if their limbs were stuck. As the ancient creation smashed an adventurer who tried to block its strike with a shield, he would not be missed. Marco blasted it with a wave of force, drawing many incredulous looks from the adventurers due to casting the spell with a lute of all things. Minthara didn't allow the staggered centurion a moment to recover, and with a burst of magic through her hands, she swung down her hammer with all her might and crushed its chest, likely destroying the core in the process. As the automaton falls, Marco points at Minthara. "Did you just break dwarven metal with steel?" he asks dumbly. She smirks. "Too much for you, city boy." He throws his hands up. "That is not how metals work." Another centurion falling next to them interrupts their conversation. Raven pulls out his ebony glaive from the thing's head with surprising ease, his 3 guards huffing near the carcass in complete exhaustion. "Come on, kiddies, there is still more of them left." He goads and turns to the one fighting Tolfdir, just in time to see the now clawed hand of the old man rip into the centurion's chest and pull out the core. "Oh, this looks important?" Tolfdir asks mockingly as he crushes it in his hand. Holding back a wince at the wasted material, Raven sighs and looks around to see the rest of the centurions have been dealt with. "Never mind, we are done." Raven's POV. A faint metallic clicking sound comes out of the ancient panel I had been working on for some time now. My attempts at unlocking the lift into Blackreach were progressing well, and they should be done before anyone got antsy. It has been several hours after the battle against the centurions, and our casualties were surprisingly light. People were currently milling about and securing the perimeter. As the laborers and remaining adventurers finally arrived, we would still have to set up a proper supply line. So I had a bit of time to waste with tinkering with the lock. "And then, you know you could just transmute the lock with enough power, right?" Idrasa quips from her seat nearby. Apparently my little corner of the camp was the quietest, so she decided to stick with me, much to my surprise. I shrug as I twist another tiny cog slightly out of alignment. If I wanted it transmuted, I would just ask Master Tolfdir. Another cog fits into a groove perfectly. I still might if I don't manage to unlock this. "Sure you don't want me to give it a go, boss?" Davos asks from his own corner. I look up at the gathered group. It was mostly my house and apprentices, with the only notable exception of a meditating Phineas. "This is a learning experience." I give him a pointed look. "How many people can say they had the opportunity to tinker with fully preserved Dwemertech?" Divath Fear is said to be a great expert on all manner of Dwemer technologies. Idrasa adds, helpfully, no doubt still annoyed with the fact she had to leave her old house. I snort, "Yeah, right, some worth to all that knowledge, considering he has been holing up with his self-cessed harem for the past 5,000 years. Idrasa scoffs, but doesn't respond. Minthara seems both curious and disgusted as she hears me. The curiosity wins, and she asks, "What do you mean by that last part?" She winces, unable to repeat the words. Once again I look up, with some annoyance, and explain in complete deadpan, "The madman actually made clones of himself, and made them his daughter wives." Minthara shivers in disgust, immediately regretting the question. Davos, on the other hand, truly a myrrh of culture. He mutters and nods sagely. As everyone, except yours truly, gives him disgusted looks, we once again trail off into the relative silence of my work. Finally, after a day of tinkering, and another of setting up a proper camp, we were ready to descend the lift. I was rather satisfied when the final click happened and the lift unlocked itself, opening with perfect efficiency even after all these millennia. I was somewhat worried about Tolfdir's earlier display of power, but it appeared the adventurers liked it when someone could put more smash into their smash, and some even started pestering the old man for advice on how to achieve such prestigious proportions. It was decided that I would get to lead the first excursion and secure the perimeter. There was some protests from Tolfdir, as he wanted to make sure I didn't risk myself needlessly. But I claimed dibs, and that was that. I entered the lift, followed by my household and students. We had no idea how long the lift ride would last, and that would decide how aggressively we could afford to act once we descended. The gates closed, and I pulled the lever. The steam pump sounded, and we started our descent. 10 minutes later, the lift was still moving. 20 minutes later, a very uncomfortable Minthara voiced everyone's concern. "Are you sure we aren't going to get buried alive by this thing?" I, of course, was, as even if I was by some cosmic joke unable to recognize the lift to Blackreach, I had this world's child of destiny next to me, and she would never die in such a manner. I settled on simply shrugging. Blackreach is said to be dug extremely deep below the earth, and this lift is not particularly fast. This seemed to ease some of them up, and we continued the rest of the ride in silence. Finally, after half an hour of tense lift riding, the contraption stopped and the metal gates opened up, revealing a sight that I immediately burned into my mind. A massive city, easily the size of Solitude, stood before us. Massive glowing mushrooms surrounded sturdy Dwemer houses and mansions. the central walled settlement standing proud millennia after its residents disappeared. My companions gasp in wonder at the sight, and I note Minthara focusing on one particular source of light. Her eyes met mine, and I smirked. It appears she already knew where our true prey awaited. Chapter 144, Securing a Beachhead. I spread my arms dramatically and run to my part. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Faljardum Din, or as it is more widely known to us mere mortals, Blackreach. I explain most generously. Marco claps enthusiastically and stops after realizing no one is following his lead. He shyly scratches his cheek and retreats to the back of the group, eliciting chuckles from most of us. As everyone takes a breath of the surprisingly fresh air, I turn serious and start giving orders. Idrasa, start raising walls, Marco. Minthara, you two will follow me to the right. I turn to the rest of my vassals. Davos, you and the brothers will secure the left. General Pov. As Raven's orders are heard, everyone quickly gets to work. The lift they exited was positioned on high ground compared to their immediate surroundings, so Idrasa got to work rising walls at the more obvious edges of the small hill. The high ground was, as many know, a most potent weapon, even more so when fortified, and considering how many Falmer Raven detected at a glance, they would need every single advantage they could get. Davos's group, which was heading south, not that they had any idea about that while underground, found themselves exploring a small cluster of Dwemer houses. The walls were in pristine condition, and there wasn't a hint of rust anywhere in sight. Bloody mad that, Varen mutters and turns to Davos. How old would you recon? This place is, boss man. Davos shrugs as his eyes remain focused on their surroundings. Thousands of years, obviously, don't know much beyond the fact that the Dwemer were active in the Merethic era and disappeared after the battle against Saint Nerevar. He scratches his chin in thought, something about attempting to turn themselves into a god, or something resulting in them deleting themselves from existence. He shrugs once more. Ask the Lord if you are curious, I ain't the scholar here. Varen looks at him worriedly. Wouldn't that be improper? Davos thinks the question over for a moment. At the moment, not really. He explains simply, in the future, most likely yes. Oi, you two, Oren calls them over, something you might want to see over here. Davos approaches the oldest brother, and his eyebrows lift with both surprise and annoyance as he looks upon a somewhat fresh skeleton wearing necromancer robes, sitting slumped against one of the houses, a dead red herb resting in one of its bony hands. Keep quiet, Davos begins sternly. The Falmer have very sharp ears, and your yelling will alert them. Oren winces and nods. Davos grabs the red plant and the satchel resting beneath the skeleton. Lord Dagoth will know what to do with this. Let us continue with our work. Raven's POV. Go out and explore, they said. Marco grumbles as he and Minthara are forced to trudge through the shallow waters leading up to a murky tower. It will be a right fun time, they said. He throws his arms up. Well, does it look like I am having fun right now, you twats? Marco! I turn to him abruptly, my movements eased by the fact that I am levitating above the water. He flinches as my glare lands on him. Language. The Altmer looks ready to strangle me and is only distracted by Minthara, lightly laughing at the constantly changing colors of his face. Soon we finally stand before the tower's entrance, the webs encasing some of it, giving me a very good impression of what might await inside. I open the doors confidently and march in like I own the place, the local spiders stiffening and standing at attention as I approach, very much justifying said confidence. I look at the collection of 20 massive frostbite spiders that had probably gorged themselves on the Falmer for years, natural selection making sure that they were among the most powerful of their species. My voice is filled with Mephala aura as I command them, hunt none but the Falmer, ambush them and feast on their bodies, make sure you are not discovered. Not even a moment passes and the spiders get to work. Well, that was, Marco trails off. Utterly disgusting. Minthara finishes for him. I shrug and head for the massive cluster of eggs, waste not, want not. I run my hand across the eggs and feel the literal thousands of lives in seed, eagerly waiting for their chance at survival. A shame that they will not get said chance hatch, I command. And as one, all the eggs burst, and the newborn spiders gather in front of me, almost in perfect order, I note absent-mindedly. I turn to my students and tell them to guard the door, and as they rapidly exit the room, likely trying to get as far as physically possible from the mass of spiders, I get to work. First, I draw a circle around the roughly 2,500 spiders, and they quickly stack upon each other to make sure they all fit. I start adding runes, and as I do so, I can almost feel a hand guiding my work. I guess Mafala approves of the idea. Finally, nearly half the chamber stands covered in mostly Dunmeri script and some weaker soul gems. I clap my hands and a burst of magicka ignites the ritual. I feel the infant spiders panic for but a moment before their lives are extinguished, and the sea of small memories and impressions starts to batter against my mind. Soon the ritual is complete, and I feel yet another connection attach itself to the outer shell of my soul. Conjuration adept, Sir expert. Summoning bonds. Scorch, shackled reach, chittering swarm, an army of poisonous, flesh-devouring tiny spider shades, blessed by the divine mistress of said spiders. What is there not to love? I scoff at the description. Of course she couldn't hold back whenever something has even the tiniest connection to her. The quiet giggle in the back of my head is all the confirmation I need. The advancement in conjuration was a pleasant surprise, but then again I have been abusing shadow walking like a complete madman, so it wasn't an utterly unexpected development. I was becoming very good at many different schools far sooner than I originally expected. A shame that I couldn't dedicate more time to expanding my spell repertoire to a ridiculous degree. But I guess that hyper-focusing each school for a specific application had its advantages. Still, this expedition was very likely to take months, if not longer, so I had all the time and excuses to start delving deeper into the art of spellcrafting. Whenever we established ourselves down here anyways. I fetch my students, and we head back toward the campsite. The next wave should be coming down soon. Better make sure they weren't met with a wave of Falmer. We return to the campsite roughly at the same time as the other team I sent out. Edrasa has been hard at work, and an earthen wall now surrounded our little beach into the unknown. Davos approaches me and tosses a small satchel, which I lazily levitate into my hand and look at him with a raised eyebrow. Found that under the remains of a necromancer. He informs me it looked to be about a year old. Not sure how he even got down here. He mutters and straightens up. Anyway, we did notice a large group of Falmer moving about. They seemed to be patrolling, but they didn't approach the little hamlet we scouted. I nod slowly. I am not all that surprised that someone else floundered into this place. I say loud enough for everyone to hear, it is theorized that there are dozens of entrances leading into Blackreach from all over Skyrim. Some even posit that there are tunnels leading straight to Markarth and beyond somewhere, though those are most likely completely buried at this point. Why would they be buried if this place survived for so long? Minthara asks, confused. I shrug. They might not be, but I think that the Falmer might have collapsed at least some of them to keep themselves safe. Or it could have just been earthquakes, I hum. My musing is interrupted as the lift opens up once again and Phineas walks out with about a dozen adventurers following behind him. Raven. He nods in greeting. I trust we are in no immediate peril. He asks with his usual terseness. The danger is not immediate, but it is imminent. I offer my non-answer. The Falmer have not noticed us yet, but they will inevitably do so we should make sure our position is defensible. He blinks at me and lazily lifts his left hand, summoning 24 of the most intact Dwemer spheres I left upstairs. Will this suffice for now? He drawls. I think his implication over for a minute before nodding. I should be able to get at least some functional before the day is out. I wince lightly, though some will likely end up ruined. He waves me off. You speak as if anyone else could even dream of starting the cursed hunks up. I will fly to the other side of the cavern and cause another cascade to distract them. He states with certainty, do not worry if I do not return, I will be back either way. But of course, Master Gester, I incline my head, happy hunting. He leaves without another word, and I quickly get to work. Soon our reinforcements start coming down in waves, Tolfdir likely remaining atop the lift to make sure everything was in order. A full day passed before I felt a massive wave of death magic erupt on the other end of the cavern, and just as promised, Phineas did cause a great distraction. My rapidly evolving clairvoyance informed me that close to 1,000 Falmer died, and dozens were dying by the hour. Phineas was playing the slow game, it appeared. My freshly conscripted mega spiders were also doing majestic work. They had apparently taken even my subconscious preferences into mind and started targeting the mages among the Falmer ranks, decimating the apprentice-level casters of the enemy force. As I finished tinkering with yet another sphere, my 8 if my tired mind could even count at this point, my tent was suddenly covered in webs as Mephala decided to show herself once more. "Prince Mephala," I greet her without turning around, my hands still busy with the finishing touches of the targeting inscription upon the sphere's left arm. "Raven," she greets me as warmly as a Daedra can, "I see you are keeping busy." I flick one last rune into place with my diamond-tipped carving needle and turn around. "I am indeed. There is so much to find down here, I might get lost for years on end." The Dwemer were creative, yes. She nods slowly, and yet they were also exceedingly arrogant. You would do well to learn from their mistakes. I chuckle at her insinuation, causing her to raise an eyebrow. "Oh, I am not nearly foolish enough to do something as stupid as they tried to do. I value both my freedom and my life far too much." She nods happily, and to my great surprise, it almost looks like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. That is very good. She smiles in her usual seductive manner. "In any case, I have come here to give you a bit of a warning." "Oh," I raise a questioning eyebrow. "The Void's followers have set their sights on you," she states ominously. I tilt my head. "The murder hobos." She looks at me for a long moment before bursting into merry laughter. She slaps her thigh multiple times before she calms down and gives me a wide grin. "Yes, indeed, the murder hobos," she confirms before falling into another fit of giggling. The atmosphere turns infectious as I too join in the honorable act of deriding Sithis' bunch of murder-happy madmen. "I admit I am a bit surprised," I begin, after we finally calm down. "I thought you preferred to see how things played out instead of interfering directly." She waves me off daintily. "That is for the lesser followers, dear. You are my chosen, and it would reflect very poorly on me if you were to get taken out due to the temper tantrum of a gold-skinned whore." I tilt my head. Elenwen actually decided to try and remove me, did she? I cup my chin. Probably the wisest decision she could have made. Not that anything she did could have made a difference in any case. I quickly add. Mephala nods in satisfaction. Indeed, the little fool thinks herself wiser merely because she has gold skin. She chuckles, making her an even greater fool. I do wonder. I begin tentatively. Some theorize that you are the one posing as the Night Mother, and you should know by now how I deal with threats. She blinks. Oh. And once again begins laughing. I haven't done that in 2 centuries. She explains happily. Good times. Right, I drawl. Well, I am most thankful for the warning. I tilt my head. If that was everything. Actually, Mephala interrupts and brings out 2 cups filled with a familiar steaming brew. How about you and I chat for a while? She smirks invitingly. On the one hand, Prince of Lies and Betrayal. On the other hand, supernatural coffee. Fuck. Chapter 145, Chatting with a Spider. I take a deep breath and let out a tired sigh. Mephala's grin widens as I silently take a seat across her. And after making sure I am not about to ingest divine LSD, I take a sip of the offered drink and sigh once more, this time in contentment. Getting confident, are we? She teases. I roll my eyes in response. I've been herding rowdy adventurers for an entire day and then spent the rest of my time tinkering with the same damn automaton over and over. I think I would accept a mug of coffee from Dagon at this point. She gasps falsely. Ah, to be so easily discarded. I cannot help but chuckle at her reaction. I thought you were into that sort of thing, I tease back. She pouts and crosses her arms with a huff. I don't know what I have done to make you view me in such a negative light. I have been nothing but helpful. She smirks wryly. Am I not one of the good Daedra, Raven? And since when was I a worshipper of any divine or Daedra? I retort lazily. I may pay homage or grant some lip service, but I am not devoted to any higher power, nor will I ever be. She waves my answer off. Oh, I know that much. You wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Her answer makes me deadpan, and she continues after a light giggle. If you would satisfy my curiosity, what drew you down here? Before I can answer, she adds dryly, besides the obvious. I breathe in the warm scent of my drink before answering carefully. A certain scroll awaits atop the Tower of Mazark, and a certain lizard within the false sun. She leans on her elbows and draws closer to me. Oh, and why would you be interested in those? A mocking smirk spreads on my face as I answer, oh, I don't know. I thought the two would be fine additions to my collection. She gives me a dry look and deadpans. Really rave in. I cackle in satisfaction. Oh, I know you know why I am here. I cross my palms conspiratorially. I also know you princes have some rules to this whole game, otherwise the person of interest would have been snatched up already. My smirk turns feral. So no, I don't think I will be telling you anything outright. The Dedrick Prince of Lees is completely stunned for a split second before she breaks out into merry laughter once again. It takes her a whole minute to calm down before she looks at me with both fury and pride in her eyes. Well played, Raven, well played. I stand up and bow theatrically. I live to please my prince. She pouts, I really want to be angry, but I am far too busy being impressed instead. No offense meant, Lady Mephala, I smirk. I just do not trust the future of the world to the games of your bunch of bored lunatics. Her eye twitches. I am not sure how you expected me not to be offended by that. Oh well, the mad one is obviously insane enough for the both of you. I drawl flippantly. I would never insinuate that you, someone who keeps bothering some random elf on a whim, to be insane. She deadpans. You have become far more cheeky these days. I take a sip of my drink and shrug. Authority has gone to my head, it would appear. I wonder, she begins after a beat of silence, how have you made use of my most recent gift? Besides the spiders, that one I saw myself. She quickly adds, the guild branch, you mean? I raise an eyebrow. Can you not look at them whenever you please? I can, but that would not be as interesting now, would it? She asks, as if it were obvious. I roll my eyes and slump deeper into my seat. I have them establishing a basic information network in every hold of Skyrim. I do not expect to find anything too valuable, but a merchant here and a beggar there, feeding me rumors will no doubt prove at least somewhat useful. Good. She nods. I would be disappointed if you were to merely discard them after I went through the trouble of sending them your way. She then tilts her head. Though why not send them to eradicate the Sithites? I blink at the question and repeat it to myself. Why not just snap my fingers and have the Brotherhood removed from existence? Do I not trust my servants, or am I so paranoid of the possibility of some escaping? No, it is something else, something far more animalistic. I want to do it myself. I hum as the realization strikes me, forgetting I had company for a moment as I mutter, damn, I have become the very murder-happy lunatic I have sworn to destroy. A peal of laughter breaks me from my thoughts, and I remember I was sitting with a bloody demon, mentally slapping myself. I look up at Mephala with an irritated expression. I am happy, my misfortune has entertained you. As you should. She nods with certainty, and then closes in conspiratorially. So you plan on doing it personally then? Want to feel the fools expire below your foot as you decry their lack of skill and ability? Her questions have a seductive ring to them as she comes ever closer. Finally, as she is but a breath away from my face, she asks, what if I offered a more entertaining alternative? My left eyebrow raises inquisitively, and the Daedra gleefully begins its explanation. I walk out of my tent with my thoughts in a blur. Mephala's deviousness was as eye-opening as it was completely unsurprising. Still, her little game might prove to be both entertaining and enlightening. My passive precognition warns me to stop just in time to avoid an armored Nord from bumping into me. The man notices me and stops abruptly. He seems to want to say something, but is too busy panting tiredly. I cross my arms and tap a finger on my elbow impatiently, each tap causing the man to look more ashamed as he finally manages to calm his breathing. Flame tongue, sir. He begins in a panic. There has been an incident. One quick explanation later, I am following the man toward another cluster of Dwemer houses, my guards and a dozen other adventurers trailing behind us. A loud chittering noise alerts me to what the problem is, and I start rushing toward the largest concentration of life I manage to detect. I crash through a half-open doorway into a large Dwemer house and am met with a swarm of Chorus feasting on a bunch of dead adventurers. One Nord woman still swinging at them wildly in an attempt to survive. A whisper of arise, and another swarm joins the fray. The spiders, too small to be noticed by my compatriots in the dark, start consuming the massive insects from the inside out, leaving empty husks of chitin whenever they reach. Soon everyone else catches up and falls upon the distracted Chorus like an avalanche. They are taken out within seconds. I approach the woman slowly, wishing to check her for poison, only for her to swing a glass broadsword at my throat with surprising ferocity. Deciding to not waste time, I simply immobilized her with telekinesis. It took me a surprising amount of magicka, and just in case, I lazily disarmed her with another twitch of my left hand. After making sure that she was indeed not about to die of poison, I kept her afloat until she finally stopped panicking. Her eyes widened comically as she finally calmed down, and I slowly put her back on the ground. Now then, I begin ominously, as she and the man who ran to warn me hug it out in relief. They both flinch and stand at attention. What exactly were you fools doing so far out of camp? My eyes narrow and I almost growl. I gave strict orders that no one was to leave without my dispensation. What gave you the idea you could ignore my orders without consequence? It was Tongvar, sir. The man stammers. He said we should not waste time waiting for you mages and threatened to kick us out of the group if we didn't follow. He isn't lying, surprisingly enough. Still, I have to keep appearances. How awfully convenient for you that he is too dead to deny your claims. I deadpan. Both of them immediately began offering apologies and promising they would do better, honestly. It was painful to listen to, but I had to let it play out for the audience. After enough simpering was had I begin with a bored drawl. Well, seeing as your company has already paid quite the price for your ignorance, I lazily kick a half-eaten corpse. I will not have you return to the surface immediately. As I say this, both of them let out sighs of relief. However, I interrupt, and they both stiffen. You will be on latrine duty for a month. Both of them cringe in disgust, knowing damn well that we used my spiders for such work, yet they let out not a peep of protest. Good. I nod and turn to the woman. You, what is your name? She seemed familiar, and I might as well satisfy my curiosity. She blinks and points at herself questioningly. No, the other woman behind you. I roll my eyes and the rest of the adventurers chuckle. She blushes. Mjol, sir. Yup, knew I recognized her from somewhere. Right then, Mjol, I drawl. Do keep practicing with that blade. Almost took my bloody head off, and you weren't even aiming. Her blush deepens, and most of the Nords present cheer, all the while my personal guards give her death glares behind their masks. We return to the camp and immediately get back to work. Digging in, the little excursion has no doubt reduced the window of time we had to prepare, and I was not about to face an army of angry Falmer without proper fortifications just because some idiots got greedy. Soon a moat filled with iron spikes surrounds the walls, and towers are built to house the spheres I reactivated. I personally took the time to erect a very tall tower in the camp's center, most adventurers giving me odd looks because of it, and likely attributing it to the mage wanting his tower even in this bloody place. The odd and lightly mocking looks turned to awe as I summoned Gatecrasher atop the new tower and made sure it had full 360-degree coverage over the entire camp. It was 2 days later that Phineas returned, his bones heavily battered and his robes still repairing themselves. I had to smuggle him into the camp to avoid any questions, as the old necromancer was far too exhausted to even summon his usual glamour. I promised to make him a ring to house the spell at all times in return for all the research he attained on the Falmer during the expedition, and he accepted happily. 3 days after that, everyone was finally down, with only some supply runners and messengers remaining topside. Tolfdir immediately got to work, strengthening the walls and their foundations as he descended. our little camp looking more and more like a massive murder fortress as more time passed. Finally, on the 10th day, since I first laid my eyes on the ancient city of the Dwemer, my clairvoyance informed me that we were spotted. Not even an hour later, the scout informed us of an approaching Falmer warband. Instead of feeling apprehensive at yet another siege, I started feeling giddy. My staff hand was getting twitchy with all this administrative work and tinkering. Sometimes I just needed to smash something apart. As I spotted the first blind elf, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "Oh boy, here I go killing again." Minthara's loud facepalm didn't deter my enthusiasm in the slightest. Chapter 146, Breaking Their Backs. Honestly, I muttered dejectedly as I needlessly cleaned the already pristine blade of my staff. That was incredibly disappointing. A small sea of dead Falmer lies in front of the fortress, most of them punctured by an arrow or an automaton's crossbow bolt. The attack consisted only of a couple hundred of them, and considering our ridiculous amount of over-preparation, they died without me even getting a swing in. "Are you actually pouting right now?" Minthara deadpans. Marco begins to snicker, but one look from me shuts him up. I turn back to the redhead and nod seriously. Yes. I flick a lazy hand toward the ancient Dwemer city. I know this was just a scouting party, but I at least hoped to get a spell in before they all died like bugs. I blink at a massive Chorus impaled by an equally imposing bolt. Well, you get my point. A beat of awkward silence passes. Welp. I clap my hands as my staff disappears, and I get up from my seat. I guess I will go and continue tinkering with the centurion carcasses. Might as well make something out of all this waiting. Just as I am about to start walking away, I feel a light tremor in the ground and slowly turn around. Quickly activating clairvoyance, I get the impression that a scout actually survived and informed the rest where we were. I blink. I really should not tempt Murphy like that. Now I feel kinda bad. Soon the alarm bells are sounded, and those still busy looting the corpses and recovering ammunition quickly return back to our fortress. Like a well-oiled machine, courtesy of yours truly, the adventurers quickly position themselves atop the walls in anticipation. Minthara grabs her hammer and leans it on her shoulder, then smirks at me teasingly. "You were saying?" I shrug nonchalantly. "Let us see you retain your newfound smugness after we get smashed by 4,000 of the fuckers." 4,000, she mutters absent-mindedly, and then it clicks. What? If there is one thing I have learned during this expedition, it is that clairvoyance combined with inherent precognitive abilities is completely and utterly busted. General POV. The horde of Falmer quickly surrounded the fortress that somehow sprouted under their notice. After everything that happened in the past week or so, it became rather evident to even the slowest among the current residents of Blackreach that they were under attack by something far more dangerous than what they were used to dealing with. The more magically adept among the tribes, those who managed to live a relatively long life due to their talents and attained wisdom beyond their unfortunate limitations, quickly decided that the threat had to be dealt with as swiftly as possible. Most of the tribes grumbled at the shaman's insistent urging, their petty rivalries stopping them from fully committing to driving out the invaders. Still, all of the chieftains agreed that a unified force needed to be sent forward, and they all ordered a sizable portion of their warriors to follow the shamans in their preemptive strike. An ancient among her kind, Nightshade gazed at the small fortress with her rudimentary perception spell. She could feel a relatively small number of invaders, and only a third of them were even properly armored. What did give her pause were the 3 massive presences within the camp. Compared to their fellows, who looked like candle flames flickering in the wind, the trio looked like the full sun itself. Immediately she understood that many of her kind would die today, but if that ensured their continued survival, then so be it. Still, she wouldn't just throw her people at the walls. She was no furious child after all. No, a plan needed to be hatched. Raven's POV. The ranks of Falmer stop just outside what they presume is our range. Even still, we hold back our attacks in hopes of preserving our strength for when the time comes. How often can you use the Thuum? Tolfdir asks calmly as he observes the enemy force. He lazily cleans his beard, causing breadcrumbs to scatter onto the stone below him. I tap my helmet in thought, one big fire breath or two force waves. After that I am down to minor shouts. I can push harder, but at that point I start to take damage. I explain simply. Tolfdir nods in satisfaction. Good, wait for their most powerful to start joining the battle before destroying them. He smirks. That should cause them to break. A light chuckle. If they even survive, that is. I was already going to do that, but it is good to know even the old man agreed. Our attention is drawn by a shifting within the enemy ranks. The Falmer warriors split and make a path for a bunch of other humanoids shambling like zombies and wearing what can barely be classified as a potato sack. Some of them were even armed. A psychological attack, I say, almost in praise. Indeed. Tolfrid's voice is far harder than moments ago. Whoever leads them is no fool. We need to act quickly if we want to avoid whatever it is they are planning. Tolfdir lets out a tired sigh and looks at me almost pleadingly. You once told me that they brainwash their thralls. Are you certain that there is no saving them? My thoughts immediately turned into a blur. I spent a long time reading up on the different enemies I might end up facing in Skyrim, and the Falmer were easily among the most numerous. Their thralls were generally considered unrecoverable without intensive restoration and alchemy, something that we had no reasonable access to. Deciding that Tolfdir's trust is far more important to me than any potential losses among the adventurers or workers, I say they can be saved in theory, but it would require a great and concentrated effort from multiple equally great healers. I look at him regretfully. I do not believe we can afford such a risk right now. Tolfdir huffs and looks at me sternly. Go and dig a 3-meter deep hole under the central tower, make it big enough to hold all of them, and make it fast. I blink. Master Tolfdir, I understand. He raises a hand to interrupt me. Do as I say, Raven. It is about time that you learned there is more than one archmage in Winterhold. And with those slightly ominous words, he walks toward the gate. I shake off my bewilderment and get to work. At least whatever was about to happen was bound to be interesting. General POV. As the thralls weakly march toward the fortress, a lone figure leaves its gates. The wizened Nord man, looking to be easily in his 80s and wearing simple-looking yet richly appointed robes, raises his hands like a conductor about to begin a symphony. The thralls continue on, Nightshade tempering her giddiness with caution as she notes the lack of arrows striking them. That is, until she feels the veritable sun of Magicka gathered at a single point. Tolfdir's raised hands descend downwards as a massive burst of green Magicka envelops the thralls, causing every single last one of them to fall to the ground as if their strings were cut. Once more the old master spreads his hands forward, Magicka wafting off his form almost like a gas leaking from his very body, and with a powerful yank pulls toward himself. As one, the paralyzed thralls fly toward him, and with another wave of his hands continue beyond him. Just as Raven finishes pulling his final spider worker out of the massive square hole that he just had dug in the middle of camp, hundreds of motionless bodies fly inside, neatly stacking atop each other, while also being positioned in such a way that none get hurt. Tolfdir stares in the direction of the enemy commander, his experience allowing him to easily identify their position, and with a stomp launches a spiraling boulder toward their position. As the projectile strikes its target, the old man clears his hands and lets out a disdainful humph, before turning back and walking into the fort, not a bead of sweat on his brow. Nightshade quickly awakens, only to find herself half buried below the rock that suddenly smashed into her well-hidden position. She tries to wiggle out, but soon realizes that it will take her a while to magic her way out of her current predicament. She observes her forces' reaction, only to find them in a mad dash toward the fortress in an idiotic attempt to avenge her. She tries to warn them off, but her pleas go unheard. She is too deeply buried, and the mess of movement ruins all chances of anyone finding her. All she could do now was lament her folly as she felt the first of her people get burned alive. Raven's POV. As Tolfdir enters the fort, he quickly sits down on the ground and starts breathing heavily. I offer a Magicka potion, but he waves me off. No, that would only make it worse. He chuckles. I channeled a bit too much, and my old bones need rest. Go and lead the defense. I will make sure the thralls do not hurt themselves. I nod and shadow walk atop the gatehouse. Some of the adventurers look at the approaching army with shaky hands, but my presence at least manages to focus their attention on me. I cast Amplify Voice and speak up with confidence and authority, prepare bows and await my signal. Not being one for speeches, I settle on merely giving the command, my confidence in the face of danger, combined with my reputation serving as enough motivation for the adventurers to calm down and prepare. The Falmer walk over the corpses of the scouting party, not slowing down for even a moment as they feel the bodies below their feet. They get closer, easily within bow range, but I still remain silent. Finally, just as their archers get into position behind the warriors, I send a mental command, and as one, 40 Dwemer spheres focus down on the approaching archers, and as one, they loose their bolts, each and every one hitting their target. The Falmer approach falters as a small hole opens up in their formation, and I see my chance. Now! I yell and toss a massive fireball at the surprised warriors, turning them to ash. High above me, a loud cranking noise resounds as Gatecrasher starts lobbing the simple steel bolts I had made for this kind of situation. Whenever it doesn't target, arrows rain upon the Falmer, our height advantage and lack of blindness allowing us to shoot them with reckless abandon. The ground below the fort becomes a storm of death as conventional weapons mix with elemental magic, killing the Falmer by the hundreds. Still, their numbers are far too large for us to push them back with only ranged weapons, and they soon manage to cross the moat by climbing over the bodies of their comrades and start climbing up the walls. The first among them get cut down far quicker. Then I remember the Forsworn dying, the speed at which we reap the disgusting creatures, making me almost pity them for their weakness. Soon their elite warriors began appearing, their bodies almost fully covered in chitin, and some even carried lightly enchanted blades. I got the feeling that many of my own would die if they were allowed atop the walls. Neither their strength nor their equipment would save them from what was to come. Just as the first armored warrior was about to start climbing, I took in a deep breath, some of the degenerated elves flinching as their instincts screamed for them to run. But it was far, far too late for that. Yoltor Shul! A massive blast of fire, far larger than what I achieved at Haraldstead, covers the oncoming army. I almost stumble when my clairvoyance informs me I had just killed close to 1,000 in a single instant. The battlefield quietens down for a moment, and then the Falmer rout, screaming and whimpering as fear overtakes even the bravest among them. The adventurers cheering, and some of the more vindictive ones still firing arrows at their fleeing enemies. General POV. Nightshade finally manages to dig herself out of her stony prison just in time to feel it. The dimmest of the three suns brightened suddenly, and as three simple words left its mouth, she felt as if the world itself decided that her people would burn. And so they did, and she could do naught but watch. Understanding her utter defeat, Nightshade prepared to retreat, only to feel two claws suddenly grab her shoulders and lift her in the air. Whatever held her was searing hot, causing her great pain as it carried her toward the fortress. The last thing she heard before she lost consciousness from the immense pain was a young, cheerful voice chirping, "Yoink!" Chapter 147, Blood of Snow and Sun. Raven's POV. I turn from the burned field stoically and speak up once more. Double the patrols for now. We must be prepared if they decide on another attack. The adventurers and armed laborers salute as I pass by them, expressions of fear and awe on their faces. As I descend, I am greeted by the sight of Tolfdir looking down at the piled-up thralls with a mix of anger and sadness splayed on his wizened face. I stand next to the old man. How do you plan on helping them? He remains silent, almost as if he didn't register my words, but just as I am about to shake him to grab his attention, he answers with a tired voice, "I have a lot of wealth saved up. I will commission Hakan and Colette to help me find a way to bring them back to normal." He takes one last look at the thralls before looking up at me. "Why exactly are you gathering those things behind your tent?" His tone is terse, but lacking any judgment. I shrug and point my hand at the whole. Much like they do not deserve their fate, neither do the Falmer. Tolfdir's eyes narrow before ultimately softening, a proud smile replacing his tired frown. "I am happy you do not use your power exclusively for yourself." He taps my shoulder. You truly make this old man proud. Deciding not to be contrarian, I accept his praise in the spirit it is given and smile back at him. What is the point of having all this magic at the tip of my fingers and not helping where I can? He nods happily, and when I turn to leave, he calls out to me, "Oh, and Raven, I think you have proven yourself responsible enough for your next lesson." I turn back just in time to catch a duo of spellbooks. He tossed my way. Blinking in surprise, I look at the titles and barely hold back a satisfied giggle as I read the words The Art of Transmutation, The Art of Corporal Transmutation, both penned by Tolfdir Ebon Frost. Instead of acting like a child, I give Tolfdir a deep bow. I will not betray your trust, Master Tolfdir. I seem to have passed some kind of hidden test, or well, he thinks I did, and I only convinced him through literal divine intervention. Well, Daedric intervention, but my point stands. My musing ceases when I reach my little corner of the fort and walk into the secluded space behind my tent, being positioned in a crook near the great lift. The sound of light growling and Dunmeri cursing can be heard as I pass through the doorway I had built and into the grounds housing my current projects. To my left lie disassembled Dwemer automatons, their total number long since forgotten as I had dozens of them tossed my way on the daily. To my right lies my current destination. About a dozen Falmer, a couple from each of their presumed castes, lie either paralyzed or surrounded and immobilized by my halberd-wielding guards. Davos notices my presence and speaks up, having to shout over the growls of yet another Falmer who got hit by a paralysis spell. Courtesy of a very annoyed Idrasa. "We got them as you requested, boss. The chiefs were a bit harder, but I managed to get through their poison resistance with an increase in dosage." He tosses an ear in his hand and catches it lazily. "Had to go through 4 of them to get it right, though." "Not that they will be missed," I snort, as he also finishes mocking the dead. I ask, "And has Scorch had any luck?" He goes to respond, but I raise a hand. "Never mind, he has arrived." As I say this, we all suddenly feel a wave of heat as Scorch passes through the ward I had set up with little resistance and deposits his steaming prey onto the ground. I look up at his smug face. "I do believe I told you to get it as unharmed as possible." He pompously waves me off with his wing. "The degenerate stunk to oblivion, Pops. You can't expect me to debase my divine self to that extent, so I had it cleaned." "Uh-huh," I nod dumbly. "With fire." He nods rapidly. "Indeed, no better pesticide than fire." The sarcasm in my voice going completely over his tiny head, or maybe he ignored me on purpose. He is me, technically. I groan. "Just go and stalk your next target." His eyes brighten, literally, and just as he is about to take off, I add, "And don't burn them this time. I just want to know their every move." If a bird could scowl, he would, and as he flies off, I swear I hear him grumble, "Stinking Pops can't leave a crumb of burning to us poor peasants." I turn back to the rest just in time to see Marin whack a Fulmer into unconsciousness with the butt of his halberd as the foolish goblin managed to get through the paralysis by way of sheer rage. The twitching near corpse of the Falmer shaman alerts me to its expiring life, and I quickly get to healing up the damage as best as I can, while Idrasa goes to grab her research notes. As my guards finally manage to shackle the prisoners, I finish restoring the Falmer shaman, and to my great surprise, after she manages to calm down from the agony she was no doubt placed under by my psychopathic bird boy, I hear the creature croak in broken Tamrielic, its voice a scratchy and barely legible thing. "You," it looks in my general direction, and I feel if it had eyes, they would narrow in hatred. "You are one that burn my kin." Immediately deciding to not take any chances with this one, I press down on her with my telekinesis, while ignoring her question and asking one of my own, "How are you able to speak Tamrielic?" The Falmer mage's face contorts into a facsimile of a proud grin as she simply croaks out, "Live long, learn much." "You should not be capable of even understanding a complex language. What did you change?" I press once again, my telekinesis bearing down just a tad harder. "And why should I tell?" She tilts her head, completely ignoring my attempts at intimidation. "You killed kin and soon kill me." She states with certainty, "Why should I help?" I realize that there is no fight left in the old Falmer and lift my telekinesis, causing her to drop to the ground clumsily, much to my amusement, and answer, I plan on restoring your people's original forms and freeing them from the Dwemer's curse, and having you all serve me as your sole master. My answer surprises both the Falmer and my own subjects. Well, everyone but Davos, he had learned this lesson by now. The Falmer stills, seemingly unsure of what she had just heard. Finally, she tilts her head in confusion. You bring back old blood? Indeed, I answer simply. If the old crone had eyes, I have no doubt she would be looking at me with doubt. And you will be given the chance to help me down this difficult path. I smirk, aren't I generous? She remains silent for a very long time, seemingly battling her fury and her lack of understanding at the same time. After a good 10 minutes, during which I was lazily reading through Tolfdir's book on corporeal transmutation, she speaks up again. To make mind strong, I pull on memory and blood. Her voice is slow and deliberate as she practically forces the words out. I look up and blink in surprise. Either she was able to pull on the mystical aspect of an elf's blood, or she straight up dug into her DNA. Either would speed the project up massively. And how did you manage this? I ask. She shrugs. Pull blood with light is simple. Her voice is almost deadpan, making my eyebrow twitch violently. I take a deep breath and force myself to be patient. Am I to assume you are ready to help me then? She nods hesitantly after a moment. Good. I nod and finally ask, did you give yourself a name? She shakes her head. No, but has name. I detect a note of sadness in her voice. You call me Nightshade. Very well then, Nightshade, I drawl. Let us engage in some jolly cooperation and bring back an entire race of elves. What could possibly go wrong? My eyes glint with a mix of expectation and mania, something I was kindly informed of by a smug Davos later. Marco's POV. I grunt as I toss another Falmer corpse into the pile, and to think I was afraid of the creatures as they stormed the fort. No. I shake my head. In a fight that even remotely came close to the concept of fair, they would have killed us or enslaved us all within minutes. A calloused hand taps my shoulder, and a middle-aged Nord adventurer pulls my attention. You've done enough, kid. Go and take a breather. He says kindly but firmly. I nod tiredly, wishing I could go back to my past self and smack him for volunteering to help with the corpses. As I take a seat on an upturned rock, I can't help but wish for a fair maiden to help soothe my pains. My thoughts drift to Minthara, and I immediately shiver in fear, my body remembering what she did to me the first time I suggested something of the sort, even if my mind did not. My eyes drift across the adventurers milling about, most of them immediately getting filed into the uninteresting section of my mind. Just as I am about to get up and head back to camp, I see a mature Dunmer lady approaching me with a glint in her eye. I guess she will do in a pinch. Gabriella's POV. The target's first student is immediately captivated by my beauty, the scroll working as intended. What is a young hero like yourself doing all alone after a battle? I ask near teasingly, easily pretending to be interested in him. He smirks proudly. I just finished helping the men with the corpses. Magic really does wonders sometimes. Then he raises an eyebrow playfully. And what is a woman of your divine beauty doing down here? He asks cheesily. Ugh, does that even work on anyone? I hold back a wince and smile seductively while stretching and showing off hints of my curves. I need some help to move things around in my tent. I close in as his eyes light with interest. I was hoping you had the time. He stands up and bows theatrically. It would be my pleasure, madam. He looks up. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I giggle. Oh, you can call me Gabby. And you may call me Marco. He says proudly, adventurer and bard extraordinaire. He places the feathered cap he pulled out of somewhere onto his head. Now lead the way, dear lady. The urge to gut this fool grows with each passing moment as he keeps childishly bragging about every little thing he had ever done. To be fair to him, if I still was a blushing child, I could see myself being impressed by his idiotic showing off. After what feels like a year, we finally get to my tent. I sway my hips as we enter. I need you to help me fix this. I purr as I lean onto a small chest, stacked onto another chest, making sure to give him a full view of my rear, and grasp the poisoned stiletto placed in a crook to its side. Moments pass, and I do not feel the young fool attempting to fondle me. I turn around with a confused smile. "Are you no—" A lute collides with my face with surprising force and bashes me into the ground. I try and get up, but the lute once more lands onto my head. My consciousness starts fading, and I hear the boy mumble something about idiots approaching trained mages with shitty glamour spells. By Sithis, I am such an idiot. Marco's POV. Truly, I am destined for loneliness. I sigh as I lovingly tap my dear lute, enchanted to oblivion and back to be as tough and hard as possible. At least you won't ever abandon me. I knew you were a degenerate, but this is too much even for me. Ache! I cry in surprise, most assuredly not screaming like a scared girl, and glare at Scorch, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he steps out of a nearby shadow, his flames lighting up slowly. "Go fuck yourself, Scorch, you complete and utter waste of magicka," I exclaim furiously. After taking some deep breaths, I finally calm down and ask the chuckling bird, "Why were you in this tent anyways?" The bird shrugs. Some dumb bitch decided to try and ambush Pops with a tamed spider. I blink. Yeah, that would not end well for anyone. Slowly I turn to the unconscious and bleeding Dunmer on the ground. "That her?" I ask. Scorch bobs his head rapidly as he looks down. "Yup, that is the degenerate Noir." He slowly looks back up at me and cheerfully asks, "Wanna burn her?" Of course, that is the first thing he asks. Chapter 148. Chapter Mean. Torment. Raven's POV. "I know what I am doing, so stop distracting me, damn it." Idrasa hisses at me as her hands hover over a convulsing Falmer warrior. The creature's muscles bulge as the magic inside it twists and turns. "Are you quite sure about that?" I retort condescendingly, my eyes glowing with attention. Her head snaps in my direction, just in time for the magicka she poured inside the sedated creature to destabilize and cause all its blood vessels to burst, immediately covering the poor girl in blood and gore. I cannot help but laugh at her expression. She looks like she wants to strangle both me and the recently detonated Falmer. I raise my hands mockingly. "Oh, don't give me that look. I just sped up what you were about to do anyways." "What do you mean?" she questions, completely done with life. "Well, you obviously did not stabilize each organ as you went about your work, meaning that the body was going to burst no matter what. I explained simply, and if I allowed you to continue, you would have gotten bone shrapnel to the face, and then I would have to heal you, which would be inconvenient." She throws the towel she was wiping her face with onto a nearby table and grumbles, "Why don't you do it then?" She asks sarcastically, "If you are oh so wise and learned, why not just do everything yourself?" I ignore her insolent tone and explain patiently, "Because, my dear retainer, I have other things to focus on, and am still working on perfecting the spell formula, and the notes you take on the process will help me greatly." And just as she is about to nod in understanding, I add, "And I would not wish to deprive you of the rich learning experience. That would be cruel." She groans in frustration and leaves to write everything down, everything she learned thus far, a very confused nightshade hobbling after her. I make my way toward a heavily secluded section of my little compound and unseal the stone doorway just in time to let a tired Marco, who was dragging a knocked-out Dunmer, enter. As he does so, Scorch flies in and rapidly perches his shrunken form on my shoulder, immediately transferring his memories of the little adventure he went on. "So that was the beast's master?" I ask, curiously. My memories of the Guild of Murder Hobos were quite dim, as I always found the very concept of their organization to be idiotic and avoided them completely. Well, unless I was in the process of culling them, that is. I note the state of the prisoner as Marco tosses her onto the ground and can't help but jokingly ask, "What happened to being a gentleman, Marco?" He sighs and very lightly kicks her leg. I thought I was finally going to get some, and then she just had to go and be an idiot about it. "Hey, worst case, you can just go for one of the workers." I shrug. There ought to be an orc whose tastes you fit. "Fuck off." He scowls for a moment before bursting into laughter. A moment of relaxed silence. Later I turn serious. "I do not believe you want to stay here for what is to come." As expected, he nods and I continue. "Go and fetch Davos. I have need of his skills." He looks down at the downed woman with pity. He seems to want to tell me something, but merely shakes his head sadly before leaving. Davos arrives quickly, and we prepare the small room for what is to come. The spider the assassin sent to attack me while I was alone standing perfectly still in one of the corners and patiently waiting for my orders. As everything is nice and tidy, I nod to Davos, who empties a bucket of freezing cold water onto the assassin's head. She gasps and rapidly looks around before her eyes land on me. "Welcome to my parlor," said the spider to the fly. I state eerily, and she gulps in fear. "Minthara's POV. "What do you mean you can't tell me where he is?" I ask, impatiently tapping my foot on the hard ground in front of Raven's tents. The one to my left tiredly repeats, "The low, cough boss." I deadpan at his slip of the tongue, has ordered no one was to disturb him while he does his work. The one to my right sighs, "What is so urgent that you can't wait for a while?" He taps his halberd, which shimmers red for an instant. "If you need assistance, we don't mind giving you a hand." "Oh yes, because you can teach me how to progress with my Thum." I sigh. What am I to tell them? Hey, I am bored and really want to learn how to blow things up with my voice and really can't be asked to wait for another 10 days for my teacher to actually continue teaching me so we can kill the damned dragon hidden in the literal sun hanging over our heads. I palm my face slowly. Might as well tell them my life story. "I just really need to see him. There is something very important we need to talk about, and I can't share even a single detail with you," I state firmly, still hoping they might see reason. "Look, lady." The one to the left groans. "I get that you are his apprentice and all, but as I have said, he is fucking busy, so stop being a brat and come back later." Just as I am about to leave and simply sneak in from above, a wave of heat lands on my skin before Scorch bursts out from the tent, evidently enjoying my discomfort as I hide a wince. He looks at me with the same mocking expression Raven often wears whenever he disapproves of my headstrong behavior. "Let this rebellious follower of mine in." He simply states and flies back inside. I walk inside and through the walled-off section behind the tent, soon finding my way to a smaller tent. Its canvas covered in runes that I vaguely recognize as having something to do with cancelling sound. A proud smirk worms its way onto my face as I realize I didn't even need to concentrate to translate them. The smirk disappears once I enter, and loud screams of pain slam against my ears, followed by sudden silence. Before an eerily calm Raven sits a Dunmer woman, both her legs and her left arm missing. My eyes whip to the left, only to see a massive frostbite spider munching on a grey foot. The sight makes me queasy, but I don't react visibly. "Welcome, Minthara," Raven states simply. "I do hope forcing your way in was worth the trouble." I note some minor amusement in his voice as he says this, though the light twitching in his expression informs me of just how furious he is. An instinctual anger stirs inside me as I look at the completely ravaged Dunmer before him, but I know Raven is not one for needless cruelty, so before I react outwardly, I ask, "And why are you torturing this woman?" "I am torturing no one," he smirks. "Davos is." "Oh, fuck off." The short Dunmer scoffs as he sharpens a knife. His expression is one of boredom, the grey-quarter elf treating dismemberment as just another day on the job. The tied-up woman is delirious, likely temporarily knocked out from the pain. And who is she to deserve such treatment? Just a member of the Dark Brotherhood on a mission to kill me. Raven deadpans. My eyes immediately narrow at the bound Dunmer. I always hated assassins and could barely tolerate the ones Raven employed. The Dark Brotherhood was the worst of them, and any torture he inflicted upon them would not be enough. Raven sees my expression shift and snorts. "Knew you would see it my way." He points at the prisoner. "Bitch tried to off Marco before he clobbered her with his loot." He shakes his head amusedly. "Fucking mad lad." "And why would the Dark Brotherhood target you?" I ask, even if I could immediately name a couple of people off the top of my head who would profit from his death. That'd be dear Elenwen, the Thalmor ambassador. Poor girl is still a bit pissy after I slapped her in front of the entire Court of Solitude. He waves it off like it is no big deal. "Oh, that is not good. Why would she try and assassinate you and not just use her authority to try and capture you?" I ask after some thought. Raven scoffs. "And what is she going to do? Accuse me, a Dunmer of Talos worship?" He shakes his head. No, I showed her her place in the magical hierarchy, and she knows she cannot openly challenge me. It is a rather idiotic part of Thalmor culture, but it works for me. That is interesting to know. So do you suspect there are more of them here? I ask tentatively. He nods. At least one is my guess, though the little shit has proven uncooperative. The prisoner stirs and her eyes open. I see the realization in her eyes as she understands she was not in a nightmare. Her lack of limbs doesn't faze her, but the moment she sees the spider eating her flesh, tears streak down her face. Odd. What were you expecting, sending a spider to hunt a Mephilan? Raven condescends, obviously not intending for the assassin to live if he was ready to spout that loud and clear. The woman shifts, desperately trying to get out of her bindings, something rendered rather difficult by a severe lack of appendages. Finally, she sighs in defeat and painfully croaks out, "Just kill me, the void shall embrace me." Raven cackles like a madman and shakes his head. "Oh no, my dear Gabriella, we haven't even started yet." He looks at Davos. "Give her the big one." "Aye, boss." Davos grabs a glowing red potion and tries to stuff it down Gabriella's face, but she shuts her mouth as hard as she can. Rolling his eyes, Raven raises a hand, forcing her jaw to open with a groan of bones, and forces the liquid down her throat with the other. The assassin looks as if she expects pain, but when her limbs slowly start regrowing, she first feels relief, and then an expression of pure dread appears on her face. "Ha!" Raven exclaims, "You thought?" He points at her with disturbing amounts of satisfaction. I quickly leave the tent, deciding that my lessons could wait a bit longer. Raven's POV. It took me 3 empowered potions of regeneration to finally break the murder hobo. As I had guessed, there was another member of the Brotherhood skulking about, the shadow-scale Argonian. He was not among our hired help, yet he had somehow sneaked in with us. He would likely skulk about before trying to stab me in a crucial moment of weakness, and we can't be having that. Besides, killing a shadow scale will give me some nice brownie points with the Telvanni. I delivered my own brand of poetic justice by having Gabriella's spider consume her and sent the thing to hunt the Argonian. I was not surprised by the Brotherhood's attempt to kill me, I expected it even. But I was still furious at them and would thoroughly enjoy butchering the whole deranged family of death cultists. A couple of days after the Falmer attacked us and I dealt with my unannounced visitor, we were finally prepared to go on the attack. Well, I say that, but we would still need to skulk about as our numbers did not magically increase all of a sudden. My automatons were good for defending, but I did not have the time to optimize their systems for all-purpose warfare, so sending them forward would be wasteful. We had to take baby steps in our expansion, take too much and we get overwhelmed, take too little and people get uppity. The clearing of Blackreach would likely take us months, and keeping morale up was no doubt going to become a problem. Still, the rewards would no doubt be worth it. Now just how to convince everyone that fighting a dragon was a good idea. Chapter 149, Deepholm. General POV. 3 months had passed since the rather pitiful attempt on Raven's life and the subsequent execution of the assassin by way of ravenous spider, and many things had happened in the meantime. The hastily erected fortress rapidly sprouted into a small adventurer's town. A sea of tents and ramshackle huts now surrounded the pristine, magically erected headquarters of the mages, and despite the difficulty, a couple of enterprising traders quickly established themselves and opened multiple essential shops and even an inn, profiting madly from the inflated prices they demanded of the now very wealthy adventurers. Blackreach was a massive place, and even after such a long time, the expedition had barely scratched the surface. Every tiny Dwemer settlement they cleared out contained immense amounts of wealth and potential knowledge, something that the college immediately laid its claim on, without a hint of remorse, the grouchy master of conjuration strong-arming his way into possession of any of the more complex artifacts the adventurers found. There was some whinging, but fair compensation was given, and everyone knew that the mages held all the authority within the expedition, so no one tried anything funny. After the first month, rumors of wealth and glory had started to spread among certain circles, and the town now housed well over 400 explorers and adventurers. Mercenaries, hedge mages hoping to prove themselves to the college, and even some companions. Warriors and scholars from all walks of life converged in the settlement, now known as Deepholm. The discovery of massive soul gem deposits and some very expensive alchemical ingredients also had the effect of the laborer population exploding to well over double their protectors' numbers. The people might have been uneasy with such a state of affairs, if not for hundreds of automatons, marked with purple Dunmeri runes, patrolling the perimeter at all times. Not everything was sunshine and rainbows, however. The constant attacks by the Falmer and the ancient Dwemer automata, waiting in every nook and cranny, ended many an unprepared adventurer. As the expedition progressed deeper into Blackreach, the danger had become so great that any who were unprepared or too eager quickly found themselves becoming a cautionary tale. If their remains were ever found, that is. Hundreds had died, yet the constant stream of recruits did not stop. The tales of how a successful delver could decorate his whole family in silver, drawing the greedy or the desperate like moths to a miniature sun. In short, the expedition had become a meat grinder, one built solely for the leaders to enrich themselves with wealth and knowledge, and the meat was all too happy to offer itself up on the altar of progress. In a large and fortified stone building that fit snugly near the great lift sat the most active of the Master's triumvirate. Raven Flametongue rarely took a break since he first descended, only leaving the deep cavernous city once, and only when he had set up a portal. His many projects left him with an immense amount of work that required an equally immense amount of multitasking, something he enjoyed very much. Many developments had occurred during his stay below ground. After exchanging some letters with the High King, it was decided that he would resign from his position as court mage. The young king had enough time to get used to Raven's general lack of presence, and no great crisis had occurred in the meantime, so the transition happened with relative ease. He still had his title of Royal Thane, so he got to keep his chambers atop the mage's tower, so all he lost was his admittedly large salary. The only real issue that came with the decision was a rather pouty Sibyl, who at first refused to speak with Raven due to him running off at the first opportunity. But some gifts and promises of later visits soon had her relenting, and the two spent a couple of days nerding out about everything the Dunmer had discovered in the depths. His vampiric lover even helping him come up with a couple of ideas to streamline his designs. His research into Dwemertech had finally started delivering massive results. The many carcasses he happily bought in exchange for some weak enchantments, giving him more research material than he could reasonably waste if he were to just smash parts together and pray for the best. He now had a small army of spheres and spiders, even some freshly forged ballistae, though none were on the level of Gatecrasher, as that one was the result of months of focused and expensive work. The Falmer rejuvenation project was going as well as can be expected. Hundreds of the captured creatures had ended up exploded or turned into barely more than tumorous sludge, only half a dozen of the more magically adept producing any kind of success with Nightshade, proving herself more and more useful as time went on. Currently, Raven was happily reading a letter that came with the most recent wave of supplies. The parchment bore the seal of Great House Telvanni, and next to it lay a bound stack of books and scrolls, the result of his most recent transaction and his first overture to the nobility of Morrowind. Flashback, 1 month after Gabriella's death, Raven's POV. The Argonian was finally getting antsy. The fool almost reacted when I strutted about camp with the captured spider, but wisely held himself back. I kept presenting minor opportunities for him to attack me, only for something to happen that would make any kind of attack impossible. Each time I perceived him approach, I would suddenly twist the conversation into mocking his sister, my blessing easily allowing me to do so without arising any kind of suspicion from him, and instead drawing out his rage with every passing day. After making some rather unfortunate remarks about the Argonian population of southern Morrowind, just enough to cross a line in the little murder hobo's mind, I left the camp to go for a walk, an enthusiastic walk in the mushroom woods, one might call it. As predicted, a small band of Falmer ambushed me, and I had a fun time pretending they were more powerful than they looked, showing myself as exhausted beyond belief after the battle was done, and I had slain the pitifully weak leader of the group. Deciding to pour oil onto the burning fire, I lowered my pants and openly relieved myself. Not on the corpses, I am not a barbarian. The moment I felt movement behind me, I groaned and arise in pure delight, the assassin stumbling in disgust for a short instant, just enough to get grabbed from behind by my first shade and get his feet devoured by a horde of tiny spiders. After making sure I was presentable, I turned around with a welcoming smile. A look of defeat soon appeared on the Argonian's face as he realized he was but a puppet on the strings of my amusement. "Well now," I began gleefully, "a shadow scale delivers itself to me on a silver platter. I do have to admit, Astrid really is generous." Visara lets out a confused and pained hiss. What are you talking about?" My smile is all teeth. Just imagine what House Telvanni might offer for one of the Enoirs that slaughtered their own. I cross my fingers calculatively. Truly, the kindness of Sithis knows no bounds. Flashback end. The letter in response to my gift read as such: Sarah Raven, I have to admit that I was greatly surprised when I found out a mage of Skyrim was the one to send me the most auspicious gift I received. I have taken the liberty of researching your exploits and must admit my regret at your first interaction with our house. I must express my great satisfaction that the foolish actions of the exile Moabain did not sour any potential relations, and hope that my gift will be sufficient incentive for future cooperation. You will be happy to know that the slave you presented has managed to do the impossible, and a large number of masters gathered to see it executed in a most satisfying fashion. Truly nothing brings such unity to our house as seeing the hated Enoirs suffer. Your research into Dwemetech has also reached my ears, and I have thusly decided to present you with a selection of my own works on the subject as a return gift. I hope that if you ever find yourself in fair Morrowind, you will visit my tower in Tel Demen, so we may discuss the subject extensively. Signed, Archmagister Baladas Demnevani of Great House Telvanni. That went far better than it had any right to, are the first thoughts that enter my mind upon reading this. I was lucky the new Archmagister was a canny politician, and not one of the insane old farts that usually plague that great house. Though that may be the exact reason the true powerhouses of the house had elected him in the first place, now that I think about it. The eruption of Red Mountain and the subsequent war left their domain mauled, and someone competent was needed to get things moving again. I quickly skim through the notes he left and smile happily when I realize that they would speed up my own research by a massive amount. The Archmagister was renowned to be one of the rare people who could override an automaton or three, but with my own specialized way of doing things and his partial knowledge, I could rapidly begin working on more advanced models. Unfortunately, such things will have to wait. After securing my newest treasures, I head outside, passing by Nightshade, who was busy happily stuffing herself with foods she had never tasted. The Falmer now stood a bit straighter, strands of silver hair growing erratically atop her head and her left eye gleaming a cold blue through the opened scab. The Falmer pulled her food closer to herself as I neared, her newfound gluttony being one of the few ways she got her mind off of the many failed tests at reviving the true form of her people. I had honestly expected her to grow distrustful and angry after our many failures, but each time a Falmer died under our care, it only served to rekindle her determination to succeed. I was genuinely starting to respect the disgusting little genius. After a short walk, I found myself standing in front of a large building at the camp center, the tower I erected earlier still standing proudly above it. Tolfdir's abode was more a massive hospital than anything else. His attempts to cure the thralls were slowly bringing results, and the constant visits by either Masters Hakan or Colette were becoming a common sight these days. I passed through the silent halls and soon entered a small room atop the building, the other two masters already present and waiting for me while they looked over an extremely detailed map of Blackreach. Only us three were allowed up here, the firm way in which Tolfdir decided that no one else was to meddle in the expedition's leadership, as to avoid possible power plays, served only to grow my admiration for the ancient man. "You are finally here," Phineas grouches from his seat. Tolfdir gives me his usual grandfatherly smile. "Do not listen to him. Young Raven, us old men should know patience." He smirks at Phineas, who merely rolls his eyes. We exchange greetings, and I begin the meeting by asking, "Has the time finally come?" Tolfdir nods slowly. Indeed, we have started coming too close to the main city, and any further exploration will be impossible without clearing it out. The next batch of adventurers should be here before the day is out, and we need to use them before they become too much of a burden on supplies. Phineas cackles, "How cruel you are, master." Tolfdir merely huffs, "They know the risks of coming down here," and then puffs his chest out proudly. "We are here to uncover the history of our lands, not enrich ourselves." I look away while whistling, and Phineas bursts into a fit of Skeletor-esque laughter. The oldest man present grumbles something about disrespectful youths, and we all trail off. Soon I realize both of them are staring at me, and I huff in indignation. Why do I have to be the one to decide on a plan? Both of them smirk, and Phineas quips, "Why deny you the learning experience?" Rolling my eyes, I quickly come up with a rudimentary plan. Tolfdir would lead the main attack, making sure that our most numerous force didn't get decimated, while Phineas would go behind enemy lines and cause another cascade of death. It was decided that if the undead were seen, they would attack the adventurers, as well as to make sure they didn't suspect a college mage of using necromancy. All the while this happened, I would lead a specialized unit and clear out the towers and walls, while a group of archers followed behind. An hour later, as we are finally finished with the minor details, I nervously scratch my cheek and both of them focus on me immediately. "What seems to be the problem?" Tolfdir asks, his concerned voice making me wince with guilt. "Wheel." I trail off and take a deep breath. "About that false sun." Surprise condensed stat line. As of this chapter, this signifies a thing that got changed, added. Name Raven, House Dagoth. Age 18, Race Dunmer. Sign Mage. Strava 16, Dex 17, Vit 22. Mind 33. Mag 425. Mage, Destruction Expert, Pyromancy. Electromancy, Cryomancy, Runecasting, Restoration. Expert, Healing, Solar Magic, Combat Wards, Alteration, Adept, Telekinesis, Self-Alteration, Combat Enhancement, Light Spells, Metal Transformation, Transmutation, Corporeal Transmutation, Aeromancy, Terramancy, Conjuration Expert, Bound Weapons, Soulbound Items, Greater Regalia of Dagoth, 5 Beast Rings, Hand of Magnus, Diran's Lament, War Crown, Umbramancy, Bound Shades, Shackled Reach, Chittering Swarm, 3 to 6 slots. Oblivion Storage, Familiar Summon, Scorch. Mysticism. Adept, Soul Manipulation, Levitation, Mark and Recall. Elemental Resistance, Clairvoyance. Change to Sight Beyond Sight. Illusion Adept, Sound Manipulation, Emotional Manipulation, Enchantment Master, Enchanting Mastery, Dwematech. Adept, Alchemy. Adept, Standard Potions, Poisons. Moabane Regeneration Potions. Apprentice, Adept. Tongue, Fire Breath, Yol, Tor, Shul. Unrelenting Force, Fus, Ro, Dar. Whirlwind Sprint, Vuld. Slow Time, Tiid. Become Ethereal, Fime. Hidden Surprise. Warrior, Sword. Adept, Spear Adept. Thief. Apprentice, Sneak. Traits, Fireblood, Blood of Dagoth, Awakened Third Eye, Kind's Blessing, Minor Warrior's Blessing, Minor Dunmer Paragon, Nordic Paragon, Ashen Bond, Night Vision, Wrath of Dagoth, Chosen of Mephala. Chapter 150, Conquest. Just as we discussed, the attack was quickly prepared for the following morning. The new arrivals eagerly signed up for the main assault without any prodding necessary from our end, while the more veteran adventurers wisely decided to ask for more reasonable roles. Even after all these years, the eagerness with which the people of Skyrim throw themselves into the jaws of danger continues to boggle my mind. I know I shouldn't be one to talk, but I am a Divine's damned master mage. Some of these dumbasses came down here with iron weapons. As we snuck toward the main city, I couldn't help but think back on the end of yesterday's discussion. To say the masters were miffed by the fact I wanted to kill a literal dragon would be the understatement of the century. Even Tolfdir looked ready to whack me over the head for hiding such information. Still, they agreed to it in the end, and I didn't even have to tell them about Minthara. explaining the danger of it possibly leaving its abode on its own and hinting at the value of a fresh dragon corpse was more than enough for the two mages to agree to risk a couple hundred adventurers. We debated informing some of the more powerful warriors in our ranks about the upcoming danger, but ultimately decided it was better to keep it to ourselves. After all, you never knew what kind of rumors might spread if people learned we had such information, and even if one of those present was a companion circle member, no one cared if a werewolf got itself killed. The disdain for furries transcended even the great universe, it would appear. As my group and I snuck past the final small village to the south of the great city, I finally got a closer look at our target. Imposing stone walls surrounding large structures that stood in an almost circular fashion and themselves surrounding a large square at the center above which hung the false sun. Dwemer ornamentation covered every single inch of the construction. If it were not covered by dust and filth, I might have mistaken it as being freshly built. The only oddity was the complete and utter lack of automatons. Then again, if those were present, the Falmer would have long since been killed off. The defenders were as numerous as we expected, my magic sight and clairvoyance easily informing me that many thousands of them crawled through the halls, easily able to overwhelm our force of a mere 700, if we didn't come prepared, that is. About a dozen ballistae and 100 spheres waddled behind my small unit, all of them stocked to the brim with ammunition and fully charged with energy. A unit of just under 100 experienced rangers or hunters followed beside my own retinue. The Falmer might have the numbers, but their patrols were disorganized, and their warriors far weaker on average. A simple defeat in detail, while they scrambled like headless chickens, was going to work wonders here. A sudden chill pulled me out of my musings as I felt the familiar surge of death erupts from the northwest, soon followed by a burst of steely magicka coming from the main gate. I looked to my subordinates and eagerly clapped my hands. "All right, kiddies, are you ready to conquer us a city?" Minthara deadpans. "Aren't you like the young?" I interrupt her with a sudden bonk on the head, a surprisingly firm folded scroll in my hand. She glares at me as I repeat, my voice just a bit more strained this time. As I was saying, ahem. Let us conquer us a city. A couple of those present snicker, but no one earns themselves another bonk. The moment of levity passes as I turn back to the city, my magicka roiling eagerly beneath my skin. It is time to hunt the biggest game of all, General POV. A sudden commotion draws all Falmer toward the gate, the sentries atop the walls grunting with panic at their grounded comrades. A loud bang nearly shatters the eardrums of those closest to the gate as the Dwemer metal bends inwardly. On the other side, Tolfdir retracts his hand and takes a deep breath, mildly annoyed that his first attack was insufficient, not that the small army cheering behind him shared in his irritation. Some of the foolish youths even looked at him with childlike wonder. Taking another deep breath, he once more rose both his hands, completely ignoring the arrows flying around him. Magicka roiled off him like a thick vapor. Soon a massive chunk of earth ripped itself out of the ground and with a flick of the old mage's fingers launched itself at the gate with a boom of sound. This time the rock hit the metal gate with such force that it immediately vaporized itself on impact, the metal sheets that used to guard the city getting launched backward and landing atop the many Falmer standing behind it, flattening them all. A short moment of silence passed before one of the more eager adventurers raised his shield and charged forward with reckless abandon, soon followed by more of the glory hounds. Writing the fools off as already dead, Tolfdir started briskly walking toward the city, the more sensible mercenaries huddling behind him as they noticed that arrows seemed to glide away from the old man as if pushed aside. As they crossed the threshold of the city, the old man suddenly stopped, surveying the thousands of Falmer streaming out from each of the massive buildings. The confidence of his men took a nosedive as they beheld the same sight, but the old mage was not perturbed. Instead, he took another deep breath, stretched his shoulders and growled as his form once again expanded massively. The Falmer flinched as their instincts screamed at them to flee, but it was far, far too late for that. Raven's POV. I decapitate the last of the Falmer guarding the tower which we used to get on the walls, a raised platform of smooth stone stretching behind us, courtesy of a very tired-looking Edrasa. We waste no time and immediately proceed to the next tower, a number of bowmen and automatons staying behind, just as planned. I do my best to conserve my strength as we start clearing out tower after tower, using spells only when my magicka was topped up and allowing my guards and apprentices to fight whenever possible. As the fourth tower falls, I hear the familiar roar of Tolfdir and look down just in time to see the old beast rip an entire formation apart as blood and gore flies all around him. Yet to my surprise, the Falmer just keep throwing themselves at him, only the formation of armored mercenaries holding them back from drowning him in bodies. We had underestimated just how many of the filthy things were living down here. I launch a bolt of crimson lightning at the wave of enemies, and moments after my signal, hundreds of arrows and bolts start peppering the horde. Yet even that only managed to slow them down. Deciding that the best course of action was to expand our coverage, I immediately proceeded to the next tower, this time using all of my magical capabilities to clear them out as fast as possible. I wasn't about to let Tolfdir get killed, because I was being cautious. Tower after tower falls to our assault, and soon the entire wall facing our fort is under our control. The constant ranged fire upon the endless sea of Falmer slowed it down just enough to allow the ground forces to hold the goblinoids off and even push them back at some instances. The grinding battle went on for hours. We were only able to advance once I felt Phineas's undead legion burst from one of the buildings, forcing a portion of the Falmer to go and hold them off. We pushed them back methodically, never advancing past a building that wasn't cleared out of enemies, which proved to be the wise decision as many were connected to underground passages filled to the brim with snarling goblinoids. After what must have been half a day, our forces managed to reach the central plaza. The enemy numbers still not diminishing in any meaningful manner even after thousands had been ripped apart, while our side had already lost over 300. My group and I had long since abandoned the walls, leaving the archers and automatons behind to continue mowing down all enemy reinforcements as a constant stream of runners kept replenishing their ammunition. Soon I stood before an exhausted Tolfdir who returned to his human form to take a quick rest, rising a stone wall to help the mercenaries hold the enemy off in his absence. He looks up at me, his face completely covered in blood, and Falmer bits, "I do not believe we will be able to win at this rate." He states simply, causing my retinue to gape in fear. I nod while looking over the battle. Indeed, our men would not ever be able to cut down so many. There is at least another 10,000 Falmer there, and that is not counting their non-combatants. Tolfdir smirks at me. "It is lucky that we have positioned them in a rather convenient place then, is it not?" I chuckle and then give him a serious look. "Right now?" He too takes on a serious expression and nods slowly. "Right now." I immediately turn to my people. Minthara and Davos are with me. The rest of you make sure that Master Tolfdir stays alive. Some look ready to protest, but the firmness in my voice makes them think better of it. I immediately rush off to a nearby building, the sound of fighting coming from inside. Without even looking at what is happening, I blitz through the building, cutting down anything that stands in my way. My two followers barely keeping up with my breakneck speed. Many Falmer try and stop me, their equipment of a surprisingly high quality for a random building. Something that is explained as I enter a large debate hall filled to the brim with Falmer shamans. A beat of silence passes as the enemy magi scan me, but that is all I give them. I immediately blitz to a nearby creature, preparing to send a blizzard my way and decapitate it. Another tries to skewer me with a spear of ice, but a lazy push of telekinesis sends it back into its head. They start trying to overwhelm me with magic, but my skill with shadow walking and clairvoyance has reached such a level that I evade them without even looking, reaping the barely above apprentice mages like grass. As I cut another one in two, I find myself staring at a duo of night prowlers aim their rudimentary staves at me, a hint of glee in their disgusting faces. But instead of reacting at all, I merely smirk at the creatures as two things happen. The one to my left suddenly clutches its throat as a crossbow bolt nearly disintegrates it, while the one to my right gets its head crushed to a fine pulp by way of Minthara's warhammer. I do not pause and continue climbing the building, the number of defenders decreasing with each subsequent floor. As we finally ascend to the peak and I cut down the half a dozen archers shooting down at our forces, we finally stand before the full sun. I finally turn to my two rather breathless companions and ask, "Are you ready for what might be the toughest fight of our lives?" Minthara nods resolutely, while Davos just looks at me with confusion. The two share a look, and Minthara nods at me, causing my fellow Dunmer to raise an eyebrow. My crown hides my expression as I smirk maliciously and rapidly explain, "Minthara is dragonborn. The false sun contains a dragon whose soul she needs to consume if she is to stand a chance against the upcoming apocalypse in which the child of Akatosh shall return to consume the world." Questions? He gapes at me like a fish out of water, and before he can even respond, I clap my hands. "Excellent." I turn to the eager demigod. "You ready?" She snarls eagerly, "Born ready." I nod and we both approach the edge of the balcony we stood on. We take a deep breath at the same time, and as one shout, "Fus ro da!" A loud gong-like sound resounds across the battlefield, and a feeling of metaphysical weight presses onto all of us, causing the fighting to stop for a moment. A loud roar exploded outwardly as something crashed under the false sun. I looked down and there he stood, atop hundreds of Falmer corpses he crushed by merely existing, twice the size of what I remembered, his scales bronze and black, and his limbs 6 instead of 4. Volthuriol the coward had arrived. Chapter 151, Volthuriol. General POV. The battle stills completely as the new arrival makes himself known, the invaders gaping at the terrifying sight, while the defenders all shivered as their instincts screamed for them to flee. The dragon sniffs the air with a mix of disdain. As his eyes pass over the mortal armies, he cannot help but grumble, "Which of these mortal fools dared to wake me?" His words sounding more like a growl to most of those present. "Have you insects finally decided to accept the great Volthuriol as your overlord?" He looks down at the Falmer, completely ignoring the other mortals. His musing is interrupted by one of the nearby Falmer getting its bearings and raising its chitinous blade. The dragon is confused as to why the eyeless bug is trying to glare at him, but when the tiny creature jumps at his protracted arm and attempts to cut it off with a pitiful yell, Volthuriol finds himself less than pleased. Like a dam being broken, all of the Falmer start throwing themselves at the dragon in a blind rage, their fight-or-flight instinct going into overdrive at the beast's mere presence. All the while, the attacking adventurers start wisely falling back and spreading out. Well, those that managed to get out of their surprised stupor, that is, many an adventurous youth lost their life due to being too stunned to move. The dragon's claws flash with blinding speed as he reaps a dozen Falmer with each attack. The attacks the creature lands in turn barely chipping at his outer scales. A rather large Falmer specimen manages to land a hammer blow to his head, causing the dragon to growl with fury. Finally, having had enough of playing around, Volthuriol takes a deep breath and speaks, "Yol Frod Ag," and with a loud hiss, a massive sphere of fire surrounds him, frying any and all Falmer that dared approach. Yet as he did so, he suddenly felt a sting atop one of his wings. Something had struck him and managed to get through his scales. He tries to find the Odysseus mortal, but by the time he made space with his claws to look, it had already struck him from another direction entirely. Soon he started getting hit with bolts as well. The vile Dwemer things he had hoped disappeared with their masters hitting him with cruel precision, constantly chipping at his defenses. As he rends through another dozen Falmer and another bolt strikes his side, he growls, "Ven din fus," and a swirl of wind surrounds him, flinging many of the bolts off target and making most merely skid off his defenses. With a satisfied growl, he returns to butchering the Falmer, wondering how the little creatures even managed to come up with such a strategy. Nearly an hour passes as the dragon cuts down the entire army of Falmer, the massive time spirit fighting conservatively the entire time, yet even with that his scales and wings looked ragged, the annoying mageling that kept striking at him still remaining out of his sight. As he burns down another group of fleeing Falmer, his eyes flash over the position holding the ballistae, and his eyes narrow in fury. He had been played. The honorless jaw that were currently busying themselves, cutting down any Falmer that fled their way, had used their enemy to weaken him. Cursing at himself for being played for a fool and believing that the humans were merely thralls to his usual neighbors, Volthuriel turned to the largest tower housing the still-firing automatons, and once more took a deep breath. Wuldnar Kest. And yet, just as the shout left his throat, another struck him in turn. Fuse Ro Da! His momentum was stopped by the wall of force, causing him to merely float a bit. Before once more being grounded, he looked in the direction of the enemy speaker, and his eyes narrowed at the sight that awaited May Farleel. Raven's POV. Rude, I mutter, and nearly burst into a fit of giggles as a Dwemer metal bolt strikes the dragon the moment he speaks to me. Cowardly mortal, are you so weak that you need such tricks to face me? He growls as the wind around him picks up. I blink. Do I look like an idiot to you, lizard? He growls, and I continue. Besides, I don't know why you are calling me the coward. Are you not the one that fled the war to hide in your nice little box? I smirk cheekily. The dragon stares at me dumbly for a moment, completely ignoring the bolt spearing into his side, and then mutters, Midvur Shan. And the wind picks up to a ridiculous degree, his eyes blazing in fury as he glares at me. Your insolence will be your undoing, fool elf. I stare at him, nod to myself, and start running away. My legs nearly burst from the amount of magicka I forced into them. As I focused on leading the massive idiot away from the towers, the constant bombardment was not doing immense damage, but every bit counted for the grand finale. The dragon barreled behind me, completely ignoring walls or obstacles and merely crashing through them like they weren't even there. I passed next to a bunch of adventurers that were hiding out. The last I saw of them was their looks of betrayal, as they were crushed beneath the raging dragon without the beast even noticing them. I did not even flinch at their deaths. I needed to tire him out as much as possible for the trap to work. Flashback, Volthuriel's first appearance. As the big angry lizard starts butchering everything around him with shouts I had never heard, I turned to my two companions, both of whom were staring at the carnage with a mix of awe and fear. Right then, I say firmly, and their eyes snap to me, here is what we are going to do. As the big bastard gets done killing off the Falmer, I will draw him toward the northern section of the wall. They both nod, seeing as that way most of the towers will still have line of sight on him. You two are to grab Edrasa and Tolfdir and make sure to prepare a nice surprise for him. Minthara tilts her head. What kind of surprise? I smirk. Oh, you are going to love it. Present time. As the dragon chases me through the winding streets, I suddenly turn and enter a thin alley, hoping to stall him further. The loud draconic intonation of unrelenting force quickly puts an end to such a fantasy as everything around me explodes with a deafening crack. Thankfully, I prepared myself for such an event and immediately shouted, Fime, turning myself into a phantom and getting the privilege of experiencing bricks and other debris flying through my form at breakneck speeds. I quickly exit back to the main street, only to see the dragon flailing his arms around, furiously digging in hopes of crushing me with his bare hands. Naturally, I, being a gentleman, let him go on for a couple of minutes before he slowly turned toward me, having no doubt finally felt the spell I was charging the entire time. He blinks slowly, and I swear if dragons were capable of feeling or emoting as such, he would have blushed in embarrassment at his own idiocy. Said embarrassment soon turned back into a burning fury as a massive wave of crimson lightning struck him in the face, melting a large amount of his scales and turning his regal appearance into what I can only describe as a hobo Argonian's face. This time his furious growl is replaced with an enraged shriek as I am forced to start dodging overcharged shouts every couple of seconds. The dragon being so caught up in his fury, he forgot that there were other ways of catching me besides blowing me to bits. Street after street is demolished as I lead him north, all the while his form is peppered with bolts. As I almost reach my position, my precognitive instinct warns me he is about to kill me, and I turn to see the bastard's maw right in my face. I cannot help but praise him for his deception. The fact he managed to hide a whirlwind sprint within all of his destructive shouts, really showcasing that while he was an idiot, he was still one old lizard. Just as I am about to once more turn ethereal, my precognition warns me of another thing just in time to dodge an utterly massive Falmer ghoul launch itself at the dragon's face, and I swear I hear the noise of bones cracking as its clawed hand slaps against it. I quickly extricate myself as an entire horde of the disgusting things starts throwing themselves at Volthuriel. inevitably dying in droves, but still accomplishing their task of draining the dragon. My eyes meet with Phineas's, who is once more without his usual glamour, holding a baleful wand and like a conductor commanding his forces. His bejeweled jaw twists into the facsimile of a grin as he greets me with a courteous bow. I bow back and take my position in the distance, feeling my other allies were almost done with their preparations. I take out a destruction potion and down it in one gulp. My veins burst with power, and I focus every single drop of magicka I managed to gather during the carnage into a massive spell circle that slowly formed in front of my hands. As the final ghoul fell and Phineas peaced out without a word, Volthuriel once more focused on me. He opened his mouth and barely managed to speak, "Span," before my spell activated. A shimmering wall of arcane energy surrounded the dragon as the purple spell circle in front of me exploded outwards. Wave after wave of fiery lightning struck him as even through his hastily erected shield, the overcharged siege spell melted his scales. As I bolted once more, I realized that I could have probably killed him then and there if I fired earlier, something to ponder when my life was not in immediate danger. As I exit the final street leading to my destination, I feel the presence of my hidden allies all around the small square. The trap was ready, and all that I had to do was make the dragon walk into it. I quickly fly over and position my back to the city wall, just in time for Volthuriel to crash through the house, blocking off the street I came from. His eyes hyper-focus on me as he walks forward. "Now you have nowhere to flee, Jaw." The final word is a snarl of pure derision. "And how does it feel then?" I begin, my voice completely calm, "to have been brought to such a state by a mere Jaw, as you call me?" He chuckles derisively as his feet land just near the trap. "My kin had been brought down by you mortals many times before, yet we need not fear death." His sword-length teeth flash as he smirks at me. "Even if I die here, it will not be my end after all. How can one slay time itself?" "Are you sure about that?" I cannot help but ask. The dragon's eyes widen, but it is all too late as the ground below him cracks and a massive chasm filled to the brim with disturbingly sharp steel spikes opens up below him. He spreads his arms and legs to the sides of it, almost comically. He glares at me once again, and just as he is about to shout at me, a massive figure blurs out of one of the houses, drawing his attention. The dragon doesn't have the time to fully turn as Tolfdir, in his enlarged form, drops a magically empowered elbow onto his spine, and with a crack sends the dragon's lower body into the pit. The massive beast hisses in pain as he bats the old master away, doing no damage to him. Seemingly realizing that he will not survive this battle, he once more looks at me and snarls, "Tid." It seems almost as if he teleports in front of me, leaving behind a large gush of his own blood and guts. His jaw unhinges, ready to devour me. Thinking quickly, I toss Scorch at him, the poor bird first looking offended and then gleeful as the dragon swallows him whole. Just as Volthuriel is about to attack once more, an explosion happens in his throat, causing his head to drop. Yet even as his throat is no doubt literally on fire, he continues trying to kill me. As I dodge a swipe of his claws, a cud of dust covers the both of us. His jaws are once again ready to tear me into shreds, but this time I am ready, and focusing all my disdain for this massive lumbering idiot, I shout, "Jaw!" A wave of baleful blue leaves my mouth, and as it touches the dragon, I see him recoil in disgust. His scales soften, and the light in his eyes dims for but an instant. Just in time for a flash of red to appear in my peripheral vision and a hammer to crush the dragon's brain. Even as he dies, his eyes widen. "Dovak?" A nice telekinetic smack stops any of that foolishness. A blood-covered Minthara turns to me with a cheerful smile, just in time for the dragon to near explode with divine power. Chapter 152, Dragon Slayers. I feel the massive explosion of power wash over me for a moment, a tiny bit unexpectedly sticking to my headpiece, only to suddenly surge in a singular direction. I see Minthara panic, not sure what to do with all the light flowing toward her through the cloud of dust we were covered by. As the majestic combination of soul and divine energies slams into her, I hear her gasp loudly. The dragon's soul takes all of 10 seconds to be consumed, but for us, it might as well have been an eternity. Minthara gives me one last dazed look before slumping down unconscious, the sudden surge of sensations and likely memories knocking her out on the spot. With a wave of my hand, a gust of wind clears the dust cloud, and I am greeted with the glorious sight of Vulturiol's corpse. Unlike what I was originally expecting, the entire thing was intact, save for losing a large portion of its luster. The small river of dragon guts spread from the spike pit, definitely not helping in that regard. My eyes soon landed on Tolfdir, who was busy commanding the gawking adventurers to make sure the Falmer didn't suddenly counterattack, now that the dragon was dead. With a sigh, I pick up Minthara and throw her over my shoulder, making my way toward the old master. As he sends off the last mercenary, he turns to me with a cheerful grin. "I see your plan has worked. Raven," he scratches his beard and winks playfully, "you seem quite adept at pulling out masterful ideas when under pressure." I shrug. I like not being dead." I try and downplay it, but a small part of me remains proud of my ability. He chuckles. Indeed, dying would be bad. His gaze lands on the dragon, especially after such an achievement. A wistful sigh leaves his throat. To think I would one day be able to count myself among the dragon slayers of legend. To be entirely fair, this twat was a known coward among his kind. I tilt my head as I examine the carcass, even if he seems to be of the more ancient variety. Quite. Tolfdir mumbles. "Now that you mention it, it almost looks like he was drained." His right eye twinkles as he turns toward me. "You wouldn't know anything about that now, would you?" It takes me a moment to compute, but the moment I realize he is implying I was dragonborn, I burst into a fit of amused laughter. "Oh, divines no." His eyebrow raises and I go on. "If I ever found myself the subject of prophecy, I think I'd go against it out of sheer spite." "So it is a prophecy then," he mumbles, the twinkle in his eyes increasing mockingly. My mouth thins in annoyance, and it is now his turn to laugh at me. He wipes a tear and lets out a final chuckle before turning serious. "So it is your student then?" I nod, no reason to hide something like this from him. He frowns. "And you claim to know what you are doing?" I look around carefully, and after noticing that the only person other than us present was Davos standing guard atop one of the houses, and turn back to Tolfdir. "She will be needed in what is to come, and if she falls or doesn't become strong enough, the world gets eaten." I state with finality. The old mage frowns, his eyes searching my own for deception before finally sighing. "The prophecy of Alduin shall come to pass then?" he asks tiredly. My eyes widen. "You are aware of it?" He nods gravely. "Yes, my clan, the Ebenfrosts, have been hunting down the dragon cult for millennia." His face twists into a scowl. "The fools would always promise our doom at the jaws of their god whenever we ended them." After a moment of reminiscing, he claps his hands, his scowl turning back into his usual relaxed smile. "Well then, all we can do is give our all in preparing and aiding the child of time." His eyes twinkle once more as he looks back to the dragon. And what better way to start with that than learning how to mimic a portion of the dragon's power? My curiosity grows, but before we can proceed, I call for Davos and order him to carry Minthara back to camp. Deciding not to fuck with Murphy, I send Scorch and my first shade to follow him just in case. As I do this, Tolfdir walks up to the dragon, and without any preamble, his right arm bulges as his engorged muscles contract, before he rips off a section of scales with his bare fucking hand. And to think there was an entire quest about getting a special knife for something like this. "You plan on advancing the flesh and might spells with this?" I ask, as he rolls up the scaled skin like a bolt of cloth, completely ignoring the fact that they are harder than orichalcum. He nods enthusiastically. That and so much more, his grin widens. "Say, would you be interested in joining me in this endeavor?" "Oh?" The cleanup took the remaining day, and then some. Well, I call it a cleanup, but we all knew that occupying the city would take waiting for another batch of reinforcements, so it was decided that a section of houses that were mostly free of tunnels, and still mostly intact, would be turned into some kind of forward outpost. Naturally, I immediately swarmed it with my automatons, conquering the place just to be overrun by the endless numbers of Falmer a day later would be more than merely infuriating. Contrary to my expectation, even if it really shouldn't have been. The morale of the surviving adventurers soared instead of plummeting, their gazes toward our little troop of dragon slayers full of adoration and even worship in some cases. I swear I have never had people follow my commands as attentively as they did now. An entire day passed after the battle, and only then did Minthara finally awaken. I made my way to her section of my base the moment I was informed of this by one of my guards. Soon I stood before her room, and I gently rapped my knuckle on the metallic door that led inside and immediately heard some stumbling from inside. A full minute after I made my presence known, I heard her mutter, "Come in." I made my way into the small room, one of many I had built for my household, and immediately noticed just how disheveled the young demigod looked. Her hair was a complete mess, and the dark circles around her eyes seemed to have dark circles of their own. "Well," I mutter, "you seem to have seen better days." She glares at me before rolling her eyes. "You have no idea how it felt. What, you expected that consuming a literal spirit of time would be easy, especially for your first one?" I cannot help but ask incredulously. She sighs and her shoulders slump. I just had uncontrollable power and millennia of memories shoved into my brain, and most of them do not make sense. I feel like I am not myself anymore and... "And?" I ask curiously. She looks down. Even the tiniest hint of disrespect makes me want to snap your neck. Even as her voice is filled with disgust, her eyes gleam with fury. "Oh," I note dumbly and scratch my chin, the possibilities storming through my mind at record speed. After some silence, I finally ask, "Have you tried directing the memories and power in any way?" She shakes her head. "I just woke up. Let me see." She turns completely silent and closes her eyes in concentration. Soon power similar to what I have felt yesterday starts gently flowing around her, and she seemingly grows a centimeter or two, everything about her seeming just a tiny bit more defined. The circles around her eyes disappear fully as she nearly jumps with the merest twitch of her legs. She tries to balance herself for a moment before leaning onto the wall and breathing deeply. "That was..." She breathes in loudly, "Amazing." A happy grin spreads on her face. "So, what did you do exactly?" I ask patiently. Her eyes twitch my way before she seemingly refocuses on reality. "I first tried focusing all my power into my magicka." I nod, a wise choice seeing as it would help her with literally everything. She goes on, "That failed. Then I tried to guide it through my body, much like arcane ascension. But even that didn't work." She shakes her head, "And then finally I tried focusing the memories on a shout. The moment I thought about whirlwind sprint, I felt the power surge into my everything, and here we are." "Do you still feel any discomfort?" I ask, and then quickly add, "Or the foreign impulse for that matter?" She frowns in thought before shaking her head. "I feel perfectly fine now. Though now that you mention it, I feel bolder? More confident?" Her frown deepens. "It is like I am drunk on mead, yet my mind is perfectly clear." I hum, "We are going to need to deal with that as soon as possible." I notice a minute flinch as her eyes focus on me. "What do you mean?" "Dragons are known to be extremely prideful," I explain patiently. "They are dominants incarnate. You slurping their souls down like some fresh blackbriar is not going to just go down without any issue, so we will evidently have to train you to resist the impulses." She looks incredibly uncomfortable with the idea, but after a long stare down relents and sighs. "Very well, I guess that getting randomly pissed off at everyone would be a bad idea." I snort and clap my hands, "And after that decennial understatement, let us go and test out just how strong you have become." Her somewhat downtrodden expression suddenly turns into one of glee as he quickly grabs her warhammer, only to trip when she swings it too forcefully in an attempt to lay it on her shoulder. I cackle and run toward a secluded training ground, the furious and sputtering demigod stumbling after me the whole way. My leg flashes out in a high kick as my staff gets knocked out of my hand by a hammer strike that felt like it was going to break all my fingers by mere proximity. I feel my foot connect to something, and a large crack sounds as Minthara is launched against the cave wall. I rapidly chug down a stamina potion before she can get up. We have been going at it for 4 hours at this point, and she was still brimming with energy. The redhead groans as she gets up, her left hand immediately going for her jaw and casting a restoration spell as she glares at me. What, didn't expect I'd kick the shit out of you? I smirk and quickly thank Akatosh he didn't give her laser eyes because I would be dead otherwise. Her bones produce a loud cracking sound as she resets them. I really do not like you right now, Raven. I clutch at my heart. Woe is me that I have been betrayed. So, I quickly duck as a wide hammer strike passes over my head, the same rolled-up scroll from yesterday appearing in my hand as I bonk the overextended Minthara over the head. She flinches like a cat and hisses, "Do you really need to do that every time?" I shrug, slowly tapping the scroll in my hand, and drawl, "If you don't want to get bonked, then stop letting me provoke you so easily." I quickly deflect a wind blade and point an accusatory finger at her, "Oi, only self-alteration." She rolls her eyes and casts Ogre's Strength in preparation to continue our bout, but Davos entering the training enclosure interrupts her. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he explains, "Sorry for the interruption, boss, but Tolfdir told me that the celebratory feast has been prepared." I turn back to Minthara, feeling well enough to attend now. Her shoulders relax and she nods. "Yeah." "Most excellent." I clap and dramatically point toward the rising smoke at the center of the fortress, onward to drunkenness and merriment. Chapter 153. Approaching the tower. And the foolish big dragon was boastful no more, when his ugly bronze head got smashed down to the floor. Marco finishes his rendition of the famous song with a dramatic flourish, and the gathered partygoers cheer and laugh, tankards clinking and ale flying all over the place, and a bunch of them toasting Minthara Dragonbane, the young woman going completely red at the praise, all the while I cackle as I was the one who let out that it was her that delivered the killing blow. Yes, she already got an honor name, as the Nords called it, but considering that she did just murder a beast of legend, I am not surprised by this development, even though they could work on their creativity a bit. Besides, giving her some earlier glory would no doubt do wonders for when she actually ends up needing to get what she wants from people in her quest to save the world. All according to Cake. Or was it Kaiki? Kaiku? I don't know. I watched that damn thing a century ago. I chuckle at my trailing thoughts and take a sip of my own drink before turning to a scowling Phineas. "Not in a celebratory mood, Gestor." He huffs and rolls his eyes. "Your taunts grow ever more childish, Raven." Shaking my head with a sigh, I turn back to the party, but then an idea comes to mind, and I quickly turn back to the Lich with a curious expression. Why not attempt to create some form of homunculus if you still yearn for what you have lost? He blinks. "A homuncu... What now?" "A homunculus," I repeat. "You know, like an artificial body." My expression tells that it should be obvious, which just serves to irritate the grouchy bone boy even more. Even Tolfdir seems curious and starts listening in. Phineas, on the other hand, seems to be brainstorming the idea. His expression is unchanging, but if he still had flesh, I would bet my vault that his eyes would be shifting around like mad right about now. He finally turns to me. The amount of work and research would take me decades at least. His voice is excited, that amount of time seeming tiny in the undying creature's mind. "And what if we made it a collaborative effort?" I ask with a smirk. "My research into the Falmer, your research into anatomy, and Master Tolfdir's own skills at alteration." I trail off as his eyes focus on me. "We could finish it far quicker," I finally state. Phineas's aura tightens a bit, his expression still unchanging, and he asks, "And what do you wish in return for this?" I pretend to think for a while before finally explaining, "I will no doubt come upon my more notorious ancestors' work at some point, and such things would be of great use to me. If you were to promise your assistance in perfecting what I find, I would be most happy to aid you in your own research." "You also wish to become undead?" Phineas whispers, surprised. It was known among the older magi and those with access to the college library that Dagoth was for all intents and purposes a lich, with his phylactery being the heart of Lorcan, so his question was completely justified. I scoff and shake my head. No, I wish to use his knowledge to become something more. It is at this point that Tolfdir interjects, his brow creasing as he warningly points out, "You should know what happens to those who overreach Ravin." Oh, I assure you, I have no desire to go that far. I immediately dispel his initial impression. I merely want to see how far I can take what I was born with. I see. He trails off before once more giving me a grandfatherly smile. In that case, I too wish to help you in this, if only to make sure you don't erase yourself from existence. I nod at the old man before turning back to Phineas. So, my undying friend, do we have an accord? His glamour doesn't shift, but my eye sees his skull twist into a greedy grin. Things turned very serious after the celebration, and as many of the adventurers could attest, the 2 weeks during which we waited for reinforcements were hell. I imposed strict discipline at all times, which caused a lot of grumbling. When I limited the amount people could drink after one incident, where a drunken fool got himself stabbed by a Falmer scout, the rowdy bunch nearly rioted. Naturally, the trashing I gave the loudest among them quickly dissuaded any further complaints. Unfortunately, I had to slow down most of my work due to constantly being active and moving about, ensuring we didn't get suddenly swarmed. I let Idrasa take over the work on the more mundane automatons in my collection. The Dunmer woman seemed to have a talent for mechanics, and with her skills in alteration, she near instantly got into a frantic rhythm of pumping out spiders and spheres. I even rewarded her with an enchanting lesson, only for her to allow her to better inscribe my mechanical army, of course. She has the college for the other stuff. One fine evening, I decided to create a memento of my first fight with a giant scaly lizard, so I had a row of dragon scales attached to my sash, almost like a row of medals. And to my great surprise, the sash now improved my abilities with Dragonrend. Besides doing some stitching, the only thing I really had the time for, helping Minthara calm her raging dragon, not really counting, was the Falmer project. Nightshade now had both her eyes open and stood almost straight, actual silver-white hair finally growing atop her still crusty but somewhat more lively-looking head. She now spoke in a still somewhat croaky voice, but at least she left the whole caveman speak thing behind. I even managed to get her to wear actual proper clothes, instead of whatever kittinous abomination her kin still wore. The moment I presented her with one of the robes I had collecting dust from my previous expedition, I believe it even belonged to the king, she started pestering me about all I knew of her people's history. Instead of narrating everything to her, I distracted her by convincing her it was better if she learned to read and studied the whole thing herself. Back to the project, about 24 other Falmer had their minds awakened at this point, with only one showing any kind of progress in the corporeal aspect. While we could technically speed the process up via magic, if the subject was not sufficiently prepared or cognizant, that would usually just end up with them painting my walls in an explosion of gore. Still, we were progressing well. My insight into, I am hesitant to call it genetics, but for brevity's sake I will do so. My insight into genetic grew by the day. The metaphysical memory within the Falmer's blood, combined with some samples taken from myself and my household, allowed me to some extent understand how inheritance worked in this world. With copious abuse of my third eye, of course. And just as I had initially guessed, it was some odd mix of basic biology, magic, soul memory, and divine providence. What the Falmer once were, what I am now, such creatures would never be able to come into existence on my old world. And wasn't that a fascinating prospect? If the most basic intelligent life of this world was so complex, I dread to imagine what I could achieve by delving deeper into this and fully improving every aspect of my existence. Still, I would have to be patient. If improving a Terran human was as difficult as it was theorized back home, improving a creature such as a Mer, or even a Tamrielic human, would take far more effort and precision. Good thing I had magic. To think I now had a master's degree in witchcraft. My parents would have been so proud. Crazed ramblings aside, 2 weeks after the battle, a new wave of reinforcements finally arrived, and we could begin our war of conquest, and in my case, subjugation, anew. The new arrivals quickly fell in line after they heard tales of our glorious victory, and as some of the workers and mercenaries were sent back, I had no doubt that word would spread faster than wildfire. The city of Blackreach became a constant battleground against the Falmer still hiding within the numerous tunnels, the meat grinder working full force once more. A day where a group did not get butchered by a small horde became something of a holy day to the adventurers, and the familiar dark humor I got used to while traveling with the Legion was becoming commonplace. Phineas buying out the corpses from the more morally bankrupt among them raised some eyebrows, but we downplayed it by treating the old lich like a cookie old man who liked to study healing. Something he had to prove by actually healing people, much to his chagrin. Tolfdir finally sent out the first batch of the somewhat functional thralls he managed to heal up to settle within his own clan's holdings. I was not surprised to find that the old man was in fact a minor lord to a settlement some hours east of Winterhold, even if he did leave the ruling of it to his great-great-great-grandson. It took us another month after the reinforcements arrived to clear a path to the Tower of Mzark. We could have probably done it faster, but it was better to be cautious, and loot was abundant. We even stumbled upon what we presumed was some kind of lord's manor within the city walls, and to our great delight, many tablets of Dwemer metal inscribed with their ancient script were discovered to be completely intact, without even a hint of rust. Those were immediately sent up to the highest security wards of the college by Tolfdir, the old man moving so quickly I could only see an afterimage with my magic eye. Months of work, and we finally stood before our prize. The Dwemer metal gate looked to be in pristine condition, faint bluish runes covering its imposing frame. My hand brushed at its edges, searching for potential traps with both touch and magic, only really finding the wall of magicka blocking our progress. "Anything we should be worried about?" Phineas asks from behind me. I shake my head while still working, seemingly not. We only need to find a way to unlock the gate without damaging anything within. "Indeed," Tolfdir adds from beside me, the old man making sure he could get me out of there if I fucked up. If we are correct and this is the abode of a tonal architect, damaging anything would be a massive loss. I finally retract my hand from the gate and turn back to the gathered group, all three masters, my household, and about 24 of the most grizzled veteran adventurers, all looking at me attentively. It seems that we should be safe from traps. Apparently people don't like their living spaces afflicted with machine meat blenders. Who would have guessed? Many of them let out a nervous chuckle, and I nod at Tolfdir. The old man approaches the gate and pulls out the lexicon Savos had given us. The moment he does so, the shield seemingly deactivates and the gates open, a pristine hall waiting beyond. And yet, even as I look upon the ancient mage's abode, I cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding. Chapter 154, Mzark. General POV. As the group slowly and cautiously entered the ancient tower, their steps echoed loudly through the empty halls. None among them wished to be the first to speak, for fear of incurring the wrath of whatever metallic abomination they imagined awaited deeper within. Upon leaving the first hall, they finally started seeing the signs of the tower's ancient occupants, discarded clothes, dropped utensils, and even books and scrolls standing atop stone pedestals, likely left open when whoever was reading it got disappeared with the rest of their race. One adventurer was just about to touch one of said books only for an ebony-clad gauntlet to wrap around his wrist like a vice. He hissed in pain and turned toward the aggressor, only to be met with gold and red eyes glaring at him like he was a complete idiot. "I do hope you weren't about to touch the fragile ancient books that could disintegrate at a touch." Raven Near growls, "Because you aren't stupid enough to sign yourself up as spider food, are you?" The adventurer nodded rapidly and quickly rejoined the rest of the group after his hand was finally liberated from the impending threat of decapitation. He looked for support among the two other masters, hoping they would speak out against their overbearing colleague, but all he got instead was Phineas ignoring him utterly and Tolfdir lightly snorting like he just heard something incredibly chucklesome from one of his grandkids. Soon they ascended to the second floor, which housed much of the same. Most of those actually interested in learning about the place concluded that the many rooms to both sides of the hallway were meant for housing the architect's apprentices, or maybe even his family or clan. Dwemer marital customs and traditions were long since lost to time, and no one really knew how big one of their families could really get. Upon reaching the third floor, they were greeted by what seemed to be a massive warehouse of components and different automaton parts. Some kind of assembly line lay dormant, still covered in half-connected animunculi, eternally awaiting their completion. One of the younger adventurers that stood at the edge of the group angrily muttered, "This place is bloody creepy." He looked at the mages with a questioning gaze. "How come there is nothing defending this place?" Raven didn't even have the time to facepalm when, as if guided by some cosmic prankster, that same adventurer got his head whacked by what looked to be a suspiciously humanoid automaton wielding a Dwemer warhammer. The group stared at the creature for a moment, and then all hell broke loose, as suddenly spiders, spheres, and even a ballista emerged from the edges of the massive chamber and started unleashing their ranged attacks at them. More of the humanoid creations charging into melee, every single one of them armed and armored with master-crafted equipment. Unfortunately for the mechanical defenders of the ancient tower, what might have worked against most invaders proved incredibly useless against 3 master mages and their veteran retinue. The bolts were harmlessly flung out of their path, and the pitiful bolts of lightning coming from the spiders could barely scratch even the least equipped among the adventurers, if they were even permitted to hit their target by the ever-vigilant Tolfdir. Their melee forces fared a bit better, as in they did not get completely and utterly ignored by the invaders. Sadly, even with all their incredible equipment, they were rapidly cut down with hammer and halberd as a sturdy wall of shields held them off. Many a carcass quickly disappearing into Raven's oblivion storage as his eyes shone with excited greed, even as they were rapidly shifting between targets for his crimson lightning. The automatons were thus dismantled with utmost efficiency, not a one escaping the experienced group of explorers, every one of them now standing on full alert for further attacks. Raven went to check on the idiot who got himself killed and burst into laughter as he realized he was still alive, his skull apparently being far too thick to die even to a bloody warhammer. One quick restoration session later, and they were ascending once again. The 4th and 5th floors were passed by without any further ambush waiting for them, seemingly being a bunch of alchemical and magical research centers. A passing glance revealed a large diagram upon one of the walls detailing the creation of a certain concoction, followed by what looked to be a full diagram of the cycle of transformation from Snow Elf to Falmer. Definitely something to look at once we are done, Raven thought excitedly as they ascended the final floor. A duo of mercenaries were just about to open the door when Raven suddenly stilled and stopped them telekinetically. All eyes landed on him in alarm, yet he seemed to be not quite there. A couple of tense moments pass and he finally speaks, "Something dangerous waits beyond this door. We must be cautious." "Dangerous like what?" the sole companion present asks gruffly. To that the youngest master merely shrugs. "I don't know. I am not that good at divination yet." He scratches his chin. Could be another group of automatons, just on a larger scale, or even some kind of ancient creation from the War of the First Council. He chuckles. Who knows, it might even be a surviving Dwemer spirit cursing us for daring to enter his resting place. The adventurers shiver, and some even glare at the careless Dunmer. Raven's POV. We push the large door apart and are met with a gorgeous sight, as evidenced by the quiet gasps of my less experienced companions. A massive chamber stood proudly, much like the rest of the tower, yet even more majestic, with a large domed roof, engraved with constellations and seemingly forming an incredibly complex calendar. Large workstations for different arts stood at the edges of it, dormant animunculi of incredible quality standing guard over each section. And finally, the massive observatory rising upon a great pedestal at the chamber's center, the crystalline construct housing our ultimate prize glimmering invitingly. I immediately used any and all detection spells or techniques I knew, going over each and every tile of the floor and wall thrice over, just in case the master of this place felt it would be funny to gas whoever decided to gaze upon his work uninvited. After I confirmed that nothing was amiss, I stepped inside, soon followed by the rest, as we slowly advanced toward the observatory. Yet just as we stepped halfway toward our destination, a large conflux of magicka gathered in front of me. All of us immediately went on high alert as a tall figure formed before us. Blue skin, pointed ears, braided beard covered in bronze ornaments. Yup, it was a Dwemer. "Architect Mzark, I presume?" I ask, remaining polite for now. He looks over my yet unmasked face in curiosity, whatever furious tirade he was about to go on, stilling in his ethereal throat for but a moment. Finally, after what was quickly becoming awkward silence, he asked, "I have seen many mer during my lifetime, yet I have never learned of those with ashen skin." His voice was accented with the expected hardness of people who consider Raltarbach to be a normal name for a city. I tilted my head. "You haven't left this place since your people disappeared?" He frowns. "No." "Not going to explain, eh? Fine, let us see how this will play out then. Right, in any case, I am Dunmer, Azura Twisted Chima." The ancient dwarf chuckles with mirth, so the changed ones became changed, as expected of Azura. He then turns serious. "Now what exactly are you doing in my tower?" "If I may," I interrupt his questioning, "how exactly do you exist right now?" He looks insulted for a moment, but then nods. "A question for a question then. Very well." He straightens up. "When that fool Kagranak decided to try and ascend our entire race like a complete idiot, I ran back home as fast as possible. I attempted to move my entire family into oblivion as to escape the upcoming disaster. But I misaligned the timing and only managed to save my own spirit. Everyone else was zero-summed. My condolences." I incline my head. The Dwemer snorts derisively. "They are unneeded." And once more his eyes narrow. "Now why have you come to my tower?" I share a look with the two other masters, and they both nod at me. Diplomacy is a go, then. "We have come here to discover as much as possible about your people and their works. We hope to use that knowledge to do good in the world." The ancient is silent for a while, his expression shifting before finally focusing on me once more. "And why should I allow you to desecrate my family home for your own greed?" I snort, causing his eyebrow to crease. "Oh, please, the word desecrate doesn't even belong in your people's vocabulary. If you want to induce guilt upon me, at least try and make it believable." This time he actually smiles. "Indeed, nothing is truly sacred. You do you, you neckbeard cave dweller. And yet you still haven't answered the question. Why should I allow you to attain my great work?" He reiterates patiently. How to approach this? "Ah, yes." I nod to myself and speak, "because while your people might have been deleted by the world itself, their memory doesn't need to disappear as well. Instead of the ancient lost civilization, you could very well turn into the progenitors of progress after a few centuries." I offer him a genial smile. "You might have lost your lives, but your memory would live on for eras to come." Mzark scratches his elaborate beard in consideration. "You speak many flowered words, but if you wish to follow in our steps, you would need far more than mere niceties." "Oh," I ask, "do you require proof of my dedication then?" He raises an eyebrow. "And what kind of proof would you offer?" I point at the floor. "If I may." He nods and I use Terramancy to quickly inscribe a rune. Moments later, Gatecrasher appears in a flash of light, the massive ballista immediately scanning the entire room with its targeting matrix. Imzark focuses on it immediately, examining it with experienced eyes and muttering something to himself. Minutes after he looks back at me, "This is your greatest creation?" he asks, and I nod. Humming to himself, he goes on. "It is a work of someone stumbling in the dark and relying on pure talent to succeed. But I dare say it does hold signs of dedication and deep interest in our arts." My blessing promptly informs me that the little shit is trying to sound wise, but I smile at his praising none the less. He stares at me for a long while before nodding to himself. "Very well." He tosses a small cube my way. "If you wish for our knowledge, you shall earn it by unlocking my puzzle box. Each new level shall uncover the next lesson in my great art, but only once you have mastered the previous step." I see a hint of cruel mirth in his eyes before he straightens up once more. "Now I shall finally rest and seek my family wherever they ended up, never stop advancing. Apprentice." As a last courtesy, he raises a hand and activates all of the automatons in the chamber, ordering them to line up at the center, much to the alarm of my companions, and then merely shuts them all down. He nods at me with a smile and disappears in motes of magicka. Charisma check success. Yes. I cough into my hand and turn to the rest of the group, most of whom are gawking at me like I grew a second head. "Oh, come now," I scowl. "You should all expect this by this point." Many of them snort or chuckle, and I turn toward the observatory, time to get me a scroll. Chapter 155, Ye Olde Scroll. I groan as I try and blink my eyes open. They seem far heavier for whatever reason, so it takes me a minute. After what feels like an eternity, I finally see light, and in a single instant my consciousness returns fully. My ears pop, and I see the others looking at me worriedly, while Tolfdir blasts me with restoration magic. What the hell happened? I croak as the pain assaults my everything. Flashback. After we made sure that the automata were well and truly inactive, we made our way to the observatory while commanding the adventurers to secure the area. The observatory chamber was far larger than I remembered. The massive sphere that no doubt contained a literal sea of enchantments thrummed with power even after all this time. All the while the arms of the massive contraption stood at attention, likely not having moved an inch for thousands of years. What a fascinating device, Tolfdir exclaims happily as we climb up, his eyes lighting up like those of a child as he looked over the unique construction. As my companions were busying themselves looking around, I made my way to the command pedestal and inserted the key I had taken from Tolfdir earlier. The moment the lexicon sunk into its intended place, the entire room lit up, and the crystal above us started channeling sunlight by whichever arcane means the Dwemer possessed. I started fiddling with the buttons to find out what they did and was forced to slow down when the wind the massive arms movement produced nearly launched Marco off the platform. Some cautious fiddling later, the crystal descended, opening up to reveal our prize. Well, I'll be, Tolfdir mutters, while the others gawked at the sight. We can gaze at the divine scribble longingly after we have it in a secure place. I say as I approach the literal divine will of this world, never know when some Daedra feels funny and decides to take it for themselves. As I say this, I swear I can hear the pout in the back of my head. With that said, I unceremoniously grabbed the Elder Scroll's handle and regretted it immediately. The moment my hand touched it, my third eye went into overdrive, the prophecy contained within metaphorically slamming itself into my mind as images of dragons burning settlements at the behest of a massive black specimen of their kind bombarded my sight in rapid succession. The images soon shifted into a massive golden dragon, launching a tiny bit of its power onto Nirn, and a child with red hair soon being born. The barrage of visions ended with a woman wearing imposing armor and wielding a warhammer, standing before a massive black dragon that felt like death. Their battle imminent. I dropped the scroll onto the ground and run a hand over my aching face. The blood that no doubt left my eyes did not fill me with confidence. "Oh," is all I managed to mutter before I lost consciousness. Back to the present. Instead of answering me, Tolfdir simply continues channeling restoration for a while before giving me the disappointed old man stare. What were you thinking trying to tap into an Elder Scroll? He seems stuck between dumbfounded and surprised that I am even alive. I blink slowly. Master Tolfdir, do I look like a complete idiot to you? I try and sound incredulous, but my voice is so tired it just comes out as sarcastic. The old fart smirks as if to say, "Should you really be asking me that right now?" I roll my eyes. The moment I touched it, it immediately connected to my special sight. I wouldn't ever attempt something like that even in a controlled environment. He huffs and walks away. I knew he wasn't really pissed at me, just worried. I turn to the others and ask, "So what exactly happened?" Davos shrugs. "Dunno what to tell you, boss. You touched the scroll, started bleeding from your eyes, and muttering something about black wings in the cold or something. Then you fell like your strings were cut." Minthara lightly flinches at those words. She had been thoroughly educated on the topic at this point and had a very good idea of what I might have seen. I take a deep breath and start searching my memories. After a good while, I was very surprised to find that I now had a deeper understanding of upcoming events. It wasn't information in the usual sense, but I had a vague feeling of when things might happen and such. A sudden thought wormed itself into my mind, and my head snapped up to Tolfdir. Please tell me my eyes did not start deteriorating. Going blind would be fixable with my special talents, but not having to devote time and effort to fixing a problem is still better. Besides, no one wants to go blind. He shakes his head. That is the most surprising part. Beside a little bleeding, nothing happened. I nod and once more look inward. Nothing around my eyes seems to have changed, but the moment I even consider my third eye, I am assaulted by information from all directions, so much that if I wasn't lying down, I would have stumbled to my death. A look at the system quickly informs me of what happened. Awakened third eye, Mund, all-seeing, third eye, mage sight, empowered combat precognition, plus all-seeing. Vague feelings and impressions present themselves to your mind at all times. You always know more than you should, and in some instances, more than you would like, strengthens clairvoyance to a great degree. Great, a power-up, after touching what I shouldn't have and nearly dying. Add some lightning falling from the heavens, and I will truly become the young master I was always meant to be. I sigh deeply as I get up, taking a moment to orient myself with the constant assault of information that will no doubt take me a month to learn to control and direct and slap myself back into focus. That proved to be a very bad idea, as my followers had to stop me from face-planting into the ground from the sudden influx of noise. I swear if I find out that some divine fuckery happened just so I would get a prophecy rammed into my face for shits and giggles, I will burn a bitch. The subdued yet constant presence of Mephala in the back of my mind quietens down to a suspicious degree as the thoughts enter my mind. 1 month later, finally, after more than half a year, my time below ground was coming to an end. Even if I did like exploring the ancient city, I was not built to spend so much time underground, and our settlement and mines were now developed to such an extent that I was no longer needed for security or organization, so it was decided that 2 masters would leave and a rotation will be set up. Seeing as after I recovered, I had a massive amount of free time, I focused on training and studying, while also working on the many projects available to me. The very idea I could be studying engineering, anatomy, and straight-up genetics at the same time, and in many instances on the same day, would honestly be baffling if it didn't fill me with a sense of pride. The homunculus project Phineas started was going relatively well. We were still in the initial stages and were gathering information on what materials were best to use for such an endeavor. The old Lich was so enthusiastic about the whole thing, he gave me tips and advice about anything I asked without so much as a blink. 2 weeks after we got the scroll, I also finally managed to make Minthara control her newfound draconic pride. Well, I managed to an extent. She didn't suddenly turn into a haughty annoyance, but insults and provocation became far more effective against her, much to my annoyance. It wasn't all doom and gloom, thankfully. The constant sparring matches against someone who could now break my bones like a dry twig made me improve my finesse and skill with polearms at a rapid rate, soon pushing me over the boundary of a mere adept and into the realm of an expert spearman. Or was it glaveman? When it came to my eye, the first 3 weeks were hell. I could see everything. And while that may seem like a good thing, try looking with 1,000,000 eyes from 1,000,000 directions in a radius of over 1 kilometer, and then tell me how good it is. Still, as always, a painful struggle was a very good motivator to improve. Thus my control over my abilities and my skill in mysticism skyrocketed like mad, finally allowing me to once more use my sudden talent for foresight without blinding myself. After the tale of our dragon-slaying spread, hordes of adventurers attempted to descend into the darkness. The generous donation of their lives and deaths to our cause allowed us to push more fully, and soon most of the surface of Blackreach stood under our control, now patrolled by my improved animunculi. Speaking of the death robots, the puzzle box Mzark had given me was an absolute nightmare. The mechanisms keeping the tiny containers that held the instructions on shrunken tablets were so complex it took me days to even understand what I was supposed to do. It was like a Rubik's Cube, but instead of 6 colors, it had 40. Still, I did manage to unlock the first level, and the lessons within helped me with optimizing my designs immensely. Better gear placement, better weight distribution, better hull composition. On and on it went. And finally, the Fulmer. I was both satisfied and not. Any of our attempts at the less magically capable were quickly met with failure, while those of greater talent we were able to restore in relation to their own innate ability. We theorized it might have something to do with the strength of their lineage, or something similar due to the elves of this world generally being better all around the more magicka they held, and thus more connected with their ancestors. As always, the unfortunate part of holding intelligent hostages was that they got uncomfortable ideas, like liberty, or not wanting to serve the grey elf that butchered their kind by the thousands. So I had to deal with that as well. It cost me 3 perfectly functional potential magi. No matter, I will simply keep at it, and one day I will be able to ungoblinate these elves. And the first step to that righteous removal of goblination was the ritual we prepared for today. I entered the concealed part of my compound once more and soon found my way into a highly enchanted ritual chamber. Idrassa, Phineas, and Tolfdir were already waiting inside with a very nervous Nightshade standing in the middle of a large circle at the room's center. Both masters were very enthusiastic about seeing the final product, as it were, and Nightshade had managed to accumulate enough magicka for the potential risk to be worth my while. Still, I had to play the benevolent lord, so I did. "Are you prepared, Nightshade?" I ask firmly. The almost elf nods quickly. "Yes, I wish to see the true sun." I chuckle at her words. The moment she learned about Oriel and the other traditions of her people, she immediately became a devotee. And if she wasn't already bound by her obligations to me, she would have no doubt already become a priestess. Her newfound mania for solar magic was, of course, an immense boon. "Very well," I nod, take a deep breath, and prepare to channel the ritual. She does so, and I start counting down. As I reach one, I activate the circle, and all the expensive components we gathered disintegrate immediately, the newly formed ash sludge rushing into Nightshade like a wave. She starts trashing lightly, but the determined glow in her eyes stops me from interfering in any way. Hours pass as she is covered in the muck and useless remnants of the ritual components, her trashing now a mere frantic fit of deep breaths. I absent-mindedly toss a robe with a complex self-cleaning enchantment her way, and she puts it on without much of a fuss. The filth falls off, and I am stunned by what I see. Silver hair, deep blue eyes, a mature, if petite stature, and a very attractive pale elf looking at her hands with happiness. Step 1, complete. Chapter 156, Guests Invited and Uninvited. Our return to Winterhold was met with rampant celebration by the residents. The fact that everything we did down there was for the college and personal profit seemed to fly over everyone's heads, but I guess that their relatives coming back with great riches might have had something to do with their elation. The adventurers that came back with us were definitely happy to be welcomed in such a way in any case. Once we arrived at the college, things were far more subdued, duties and schedules were doled out, relics placed in vaults and under potent wards, projects started, and so on. We were, after all, just a bunch of nerds, and if someone wanted to go and carouse, there was an entire town getting drunk just outside. Savos didn't even complete his final sentence before Phineas just teleported out of the room to resume his frantic attempts at creating a false body, much to mine and Tolfdir's amusement. I quickly settled into the good old life of a mere surfacer. After such a long time underground, the presence of the sun felt odd but welcome. Speaking of, the moment we stepped out of my teleportation room and into said sun, Nightshade reacted as you'd expect, with good old happy wailing and pained hissing. Took me 10 whole minutes to calm her down and explain that her eyes hurting because she looked straight at the sun did not mean she was scorned by Oriel. I also had to create a massive underground chamber to hold all of the damn Falmer I took under my wing, and when I asked Savos how I should go about getting permission to dig just under the very fragile-looking cliff face, he just looked at me like I was an idiot and told me to just mask the whole thing with wards and not care about something so plebeian as permissions. Cheeky old fart. Speaking of all things cheeky, my agents had spotted an annoying little gnat sniffing around my lands. The vibe they gave off was that of a thief, so it was probably not the Dark Brotherhood sending another one of their family to commit extra complicated suicide by angry knife ear. So naturally I sent the instructions to invite the offending idiot for a meeting. A meet and greet I will happily hold just as soon as I got done with reading the spam mail the damn Blackbriars kept sending me in an attempt to set up a meeting. The leader of said Riften clan constantly bothering me about cooperating and mutually beneficial agreements, as if I ever needed anything from a distillery. Still, I might as well see what the Machiavellian annoyances wanted from me. Right then, might as well get this out of the way. I shrug and unroll a clean scroll and dip my metallic feather into a small vat of ink. Dear Maven. Carlia POV. I wake up slowly, my mind groggy from whatever I breathed in before falling unconscious. Wait a bloody second. Adrenaline pushes into my veins as my eyes snap open and I frantically look around, only to realize my legs were tied to my chair via magically bent metal. Another quick look around, and I notice that I am in some kind of lavish dining room, tapestries of Morrowind saints and heroes hanging from the walls. Why, in Oblivion, is the centerpiece of the whole thing an icon of St. Jub? Finally, the rush leaves me, and I realize that I am not alone in the room. I try and hide my shame at being so easily distracted and quickly observe those present while pretending I am still disoriented. All right, 3 guards behind me, likely spell swords of some variety, a short Dunmer in lavish but functional clothing sitting to the left side of the table, while a figure wearing a white and gold robe covered in sun motifs sits on the right and a mass of shadows at its head. Are you quite done gawking? A deep voice comes out of the shadowy figure. Raven's POV. I was not terribly surprised to find out it was Carlia, the helper from the Thieves' Guild questline, who snooped around my home. Honestly, at this point, I think the world itself finds amusement in bothering me with minutiae that I could just send a subordinate to deal with. Then again, there is a rather nifty little artifact at the end of that specific quest. The way the supposedly renowned thief flinches at my most polite greeting makes me feel all kinds of disappointed. At least she composes herself with respectable quickness. I disperse the shadows surrounding me, my helm still hiding my face, and drawl in greeting, "How honored we are to receive one of the honored Indoril name in our humble abode." Girl was said to be straight-up descended from Nerevar, so at least some courtesy was owed. She flinches for a split second before once more composing herself and responding through gritted teeth, "And how surprised we are to find ourselves the guests of Lord Dagoth himself." Oh, has teeth this one. "And we do so hope that selling your soul to a Daedra for all eternity just to be able to get that information was worth it." I drawl once more, and she glares at my insinuation, but soon accepts her defeat as her shoulders slump. "Now," my voice takes on a tinge of menace, "why were you snooping around my home, little thief?" She could have never even entered after I upgraded the wards with my masterful enchanting skills, but I might as well let her believe she had a chance out of pity. She tilts her head and shrugs carelessly. "What does a thief do but steal? The fool seems to believe I am some kind of idiot." "Oh?" I raise an eyebrow. "And are you quite sure you have the luxury of being cheeky with me right now?" My full presence slams on top of her, the rather expensive chair under her creaking audibly. She bites back another snarky comment, and after some silence mutters, "I noticed that the Blackbriars were attempting to contact you and wanted to see if I could follow you to get more information on them. Quite a bit of the truth, but not nearly enough of it. And the fact that you are chasing after one Mercer Frey for vengeance and the Daedric artifact he stole from Nocturnal's lair has nothing to do with his presumed connection to the Meadmakers," I ask with a shit-eating grin, my telekinetic pressure slowly dissipating. Carlia grits her teeth in frustration. "What do you want?" I shrug. "I want many things." And before she can even glare at me, I continue, "But in this instance, I want to make a deal with you." She raises a reluctant eyebrow. "See, the only reason you are not pig food at the moment is the fact that I would rather not piss Nocturnal off, in some vain attempt to take her frankly otherworldly key for myself." She shivers, but I continue without a care. "See, a nightingale is needed to return said artifact to her temple, the Twilight Sepulchre if memory serves, and you count yourself among said band of idiotic fools. Must you throw in petty insults with every word that leaves your mouth?" she asks tiredly. "Yes," I deadpan. "Now then, all I want is a single use of the key before you toss it back to gather dust in the temple. That fair?" She tilts her head. "What would you even want to unlock that you cannot get with your kind of wealth?" "That is none of your concern," I reply firmly. "Now do we have a deal?" Carlia shakes her head. "I cannot promise anything in the name of my patron." "And if I could get said agreement?" I ask cheerfully. For a moment she looks at me like I am an idiot, but when she realizes I am serious, she blinks dumbly. If you are able to get her agreement, then who am I to go against her will? She seems to think she is being smart, but I can hear the derision in her tone. All right, I nod, be right back, and send a quick prayer to my patron. Immediately webs cover my dining room in their usual haphazard manner, yet this time they seem to complement my lavish home rather tastefully in their arrangement. Mephala appears sitting right next to a shivering Davos who somehow also ended up in the projection. My best servant merely looks into the distance and pretends he is not here as the Prince of Lies greets me, Ravin. She smiles cheerfully. How nice of you to call. How may I help my favorite mortal? Her praise sends a shiver of satisfaction down my spine, but I whack that into submission immediately and ask, I hear you are tight with Nocturnal, yes? She hums, tight is a very nice choice of words. I swear I hear a light moan behind her casual tone. I feel like she missed the point, but arguing would just be like trying to convince a wall it is sentient. I deadpan at the horny-ass Daedra and go on, right, I trust you already know what I would like to get from her. I do not believe for a moment she was not listening in to our entire conversation moments before. She nods cutely. Of course, but what do I get out of it? A playful smile stretches her lips with the question. I force my eyes not to roll in annoyance as I answer, you get to watch the drama of Mercer getting his due from the friend he betrayed oh so long ago. She is silent for a moment, but then smiles happily. Oh, you just know exactly what to say to butter me up. Fine, I will ask her nicely. You have my thanks. I incline my head. She nods, and just as she is about to close the projection, she smirks at me. Oh, and Raven, good luck. She is gone before I can ask what she is on about. Barely a second had passed during my conversation, and before Carlia could compose herself, I spoke again. Message sent. Her expression turns bewildered for a moment, but then I feel a faint aura bubble somewhere around my guest, and moments later Carlia looks at me like I have grown a second head. So what did she say? I ask with false cheer. The thief is lost for words for a moment, but then gathers herself once more. She said you can use it, but not to touch anything above your station. So don't fuck with the world itself, go it good enough. I agree immediately. What lock would you even need the key for? She asks, still completely dumbfounded by the entire situation. So she is unaware of the key's true capabilities then. Mercer is probably unaware as well. Ah, but Carlia, telling you that would be above your station. I smirk cheekily and ring a small bell next to my chair. Now, since we are going to be working together, we might as well enjoy a nice meal. My mask disappears and the room grows far less tense as my servants enter with a full-course meal for everyone. Days later, I finish setting up the meeting with the Blackbriars in their estate at Riften. They might consider it some kind of power play, but that just means it will be even more entertaining to watch all of their attempts at coercion fail. A light knock comes from the door to my office. Yes? I ask. The voice of my maid Alyssa comes from the other side. Someone is here to visit you, Sergio. They seem important. Who could it possibly be? If it was someone I knew, I would have informed my servants of their identity, so it was someone seeking me out. Why am I even wasting my time with pondering this? I have a nifty little spell just for this kind of situation. The moment I take a look at my new guest, I immediately regret giving my servants any autonomy on who they send my way. Clad in the robes of Azura's priesthood, with a polite smile on her face, an old Dunmer woman stood before my door. So that is what she meant by good luck. Chapter 157, A Quest Divine. Enter, I command, barely keeping the annoyance from polluting my voice. Moments later, the priestess enters and after a nod from me takes a seat opposite my table. We stare at each other for a while, unsure as to why I should keep wasting my time. I speak first. Well then, I begin while crossing my palms and fingers. It isn't every day I receive a divine emissary. The priestess seems confused by my reaction, but then begins her own spiel, almost as if she rehearsed the whole thing. I am Aranea Ainith, High Priestess of Azura in Skyrim. Her lips twist into a motherly smile. You, blessed child, have been chosen to be Azura's sword and punish a blasphemer most foul. She takes a deep breath and prepares to recite Azura's stupid little prophecy to me, but once again, not wishing to waste my time, I interrupt with a raised hand and drawl out in a bored tone. Go to Ilinalta's Deep, kill one Malinvaran, and then bring the star he tried to corrupt to Azura's statue and shrine. Did I miss anything? Aranea stares at me like I grew a second head before clearing her throat with a hint of shame. Did you also receive a vision from her ladyship? Poor thing looks like I just ripped out her very life's purpose. I let out an amused chuckle. No. She gives me a baffled look as I go on. What you consider a blessing from the divine, I consider just another skill in my arsenal. Besides, I do not remember volunteering to serve Azura at any point in my life. A hint of anger appears in the priestess's eyes as she asks, You would deny the very creator of our people? No. I shake my head. I am not that stupid. I am just annoyed by the misconception held by you and your patron that you may command me as you wish, and she is not our creator. I know my history. A Dunmer should be honored to be of service. She frowns. I wordlessly place Mephala token on the table and stare at her. I see. I sense her magicka moving about and feeling the token before she blinks in confusion and looks back at me. I was not expecting to meet another high priest on my quest. High priest? Well, I guess I could be called that, technically. I allow with a grumble. In any case, since Lady Azura is so generous as to offer, I stress the offer, a quest, then I guess that I may as well go and do her bidding. Done with my musing, I stare down at the priestess. It will have a cost, however. The poor old woman, who finally looked ready to relax, almost glares at me before sighing and asking, What is it that you desire in return for your service? Simple, I smirk. You will sing my praises to all the Dunmer in Skyrim and beyond. I would be a champion of Azura by that point, so it isn't even like I am asking you to blaspheme. She seems baffled by my request. Why would you even need that? Your exploits already make you famous enough. I shrug and cheekily answer, Just ask Azura. Moments later, the annoyed old woman sends a quick prayer to her patron, and moments after that snaps her eyes at me and looks at me like I have grown a fifth head at this point. You. She points at me weakly. Yes, me. I smirk. The devil himself reborn, some would call me. The humor leaves me and I turn serious. So now that you have seen the necessity of my request, will you do it without any further questioning? Or do I need to go full Sharmat version 2 for you to understand why I might need people not to bring out the pitchforks if I am to ever announce my heritage? What? She shakes her head with a sigh. Never mind, I will do as you ask. If Lady Azura wished to punish you for your ancestry, I see no reason she would send me here in the first place. Or her punishment could just be unnecessarily convoluted, just because she is as petty as all the other Daedra. I shrug while ignoring the priestess's glare. We might never know. The old woman realizes I am just fucking with her at this point and raises from her seat. Since you have accepted my lady's quest, I see no reason to remain here. Can you recommend a good place to stay while I rest? I clap my hands and Alyssa, my maid, enters. Alyssa, please escort the good priestess to our best rooms in the respite. She may remain as long as she likes. I thought you were annoyed by my presence, Aranea asks slowly. I shrug and smirk. How could a tribunal-fearing Dunmer such as myself ever dare not accommodate one of our venerable high priests? She stares at me for a while, but then simply chuckles and follows my servant while shaking her head. I sigh tiredly, out of the pot and into the fire. Eh? Well, dumbass necromancer won't kill himself. I clap my hands and head to one of the inns in the city. Might as well get as much information as I can. A quick and generous tip to the local barkeep, and I am led to a secluded room in one of the better inns of Winterhold. The young lad quickly leaves me after he points out the room in which the exiled college mage is located. I knock a couple of times and hear a muffled, "Who is it?" from inside. Raven Flametongue, I answer courtly. Moments later, the door opens slightly as an Altmer looks at me, confusion strewn across his face. Why would someone of your standing bother with little old me? You were involved in research concerning the Star of Azura, were you not? He flinches lightly and looks down. Yes. Excellent, I continue, not at all bothered with how uncomfortable the mare was growing. You will inform me about every single thing you and your partner did, along your partner's magical capabilities. He is stunned for a moment, but then narrows his eyes. And why should I help you? Your words tell me you serve the Daedra. Be silent or be silenced, I state, and he flinches but quickly nods. You will help me, because otherwise I will bring your deeds to light, and no matter your intentions, you will be hunted down, zealous Dunmer, wherever you go. He sighs and signals for me to follow him, completely unaware of the two Mephilan agents slipping in behind me and taking positions in the dark corners of the room. As we sit down, he takes a deep breath and asks, "Why would you ever serve those creatures? They are all evil." I raise an eyebrow. And why do you consider them to be evil? For the sake of argument, I quickly add as he starts fuming. Once more Nelakar sighs tiredly and begins his tale. He speaks of how he and his friend found the star and how they researched its ability to store many white souls, but not a single black one. He spoke how his friend got sick and then tried to break the star's rules and capture his own soul inside, thus becoming immortal. That is when the madness started. Malin Varan started to grow paranoid and insane, to the point that he killed a dear student of his in a fit of mania. And that is why I believe that the Daedra are evil. To kill the innocent, just because you wanted to take revenge on a single person, is inexcusable. The Altmer hisses as he ends his explanation. I stare at him before breaking out into a fit of amused laughter. He glares at me in anger, but I ignore it and just laugh harder. Oh, that is rich. I wipe a tear from my eye and look at him like he is an idiot. You think they are evil because they cursed someone who fucked with their very obvious rules. Someone who tried to attain immortality through literal blasphemy. He goes to speak up, but I continue without a care. What you are doing right now is fuming at the wind for carrying off your clothes, or better yet, being angry at the snow for being cold. By our standards, all of the Daedra might be considered evil, but in truth they are so beyond us that attempting to apply our morality to them is an exercise in futility. I look down at him with a derisive sneer. All it should have taken you and your friend is one trip to the very available library in the college, and you would have understood completely how fucking with someone like Azura usually ends up. So you are saying it was our fault? Nelakar glares weakly. I shrug in response. I do not care to consider who is at fault in this scenario, merely who is the idiot. I point a mocking finger at him. Your friend made a dumb decision, and your seething won't save him from the consequences of his actions. Nelakar slumps down in defeat. Very well, what do you wish to know? Truly, the art of gaslighting is a terrifying one, I think, as I start questioning him about his friend's location, followers and abilities. Once more, I find myself sitting at the head of my dining table, my students and closest servants finishing their meals around me. I will be heading out to Riften sometime soon. I begin as everyone finishes up. The two of you, I point at Marco and Minthara, will remain here and apply to the college in about a month's time. In the meantime, you will ask Hjolmir to help you with your physical training. I thought we were finally done with that. Marco slumps into his seat. Oh, you are a good warrior at this point, there is no denying that. I nod at him and he smiles lightly. But a good warrior is only more valuable cannon fodder against the true horrors of this world, so I think it best that you keep advancing your skills. He thinks for a moment and then nods seriously. I look at Minthara. You keep working on where we left off below ground. Don't want you to get led by the nose by anyone with a half-functional mind. A dusting of red mars her cheeks as she nods quickly. Idrasa, you will continue with the Falmer project as we previously discussed. My colleague turned vassal nods with a bored expression. Davos. I look at my retainer. What do you have for me? My most senior retainer pulls out a short scroll and begins reading off. Silver bloods are moving around in Markarth. Ulfric is still oppressing the quarter, rumors of nightmares in Dawnstar, and apparently a meeting of the Jarls is to take place on spring next year or so, Ulfric declared to his own allies. The last bit sets off all kinds of alarm bells in my mind, and I mutter, so it begins. Everyone stares at me with at least partial confusion, but I refuse to elaborate. Davos, you will remain here while I go for a visit to the dear Blackbriars. send 2 agents to shadow me and start recruiting for our other project. The other project being a rather uncreative way of saying we need more house members. He nods and asks, "You sure you want to go there almost alone?" I shrug. More would be unneeded, and I have a task to complete after that. Something I have no doubt you have no desire to entangle yourself with. He snorts. "You can say that twice." "Master." A voice both melodious and raspy echoes from the white and gold-robed snow elf to my left. "Yes, Nightshade?" No, may I request?" "Yes, request to accompany you." She stumbles over her words for a while but gets her point across. "Why?" I ask, not denying her immediately. "I wish to see and explore more of the world," she answers, her blue eyes glinting with surprising firmness. "There is so much to see after the caves." "Are you sure that is wise?" Idrasa interjects. "It is not," I answer immediately, and Nightshade deflates. "But," the likely ancient Fulmer pipes up like a child, "I do not coddle my servants, and if she wants to accompany me, I will not stop her. Besides, her learning more is beneficial for me, and she is old enough to know not to do stupid shit." Idrasa grumbles while Nightshade bows happily. Right then, I clap my hands and some premium wine mead appears on the table. To another prosperous venture. Chapter 158. Onwards to the Rift. I rode out of Winterhold the following morning, followed by Nightshade, who was clumsily attempting to remain atop the tamest horse I managed to find in the entire city. My own steed, the warhorse carrying the glorious name Glitterhoof, was far more rowdy, but a nice bribe now and then had him eating out of my hand. Literally. Travelling by horse was far swifter than I was used to, go figure. And we arrived in Bjarnstad a mere 5 hours after leaving Winterhold. Instead of wasting daylight by staying, we continued on some ways beyond the small town and were met by a shrouded figure waiting for us on her own mount. I must admit, I begin as Carlia rides up to us, her face hidden behind the iconic nightingale hood. Part of me is surprised you didn't just decide to run off and ditch us, even with our patrons looking over us. I hear something akin to a muffled scoff. "I am a devoted servant of Nocturnal. If she accepted your deal, I have no reason to go against her." "How pious," I drawl with an eye roll. "So tell me, what do you have on your good friend Mercer?" "I thought you already knew everything there was to know," she asks, her voice tinted with light mockery. I turn to her with a deadpan look, as if I would consciously remember every single detail about some random cunt I will forget about the moment I kill him. "And there is that famed mage arrogance," she titters. "If you underestimate him, that will only get you killed. He is an excellent thief, able to hide from nearly anyone, all the while being considered a great swordsman and wielding the famed Chilrend." "The ice-glass sword?" I scoff. "Oh, please, I make like 3 of those monthly." Now it is her turn to deadpan. That is, until she realizes I am completely serious, at which point she just gawks at me, while her brain resets. Right. In any case, my point stands. He is a skilled fighter with his own underlings, and the house he spends most of his time in is heavily fortified and trapped. "Is it fireproof, though?" I ask, with no ulterior motive whatsoever. "Please do not burn down half the city." She sighs. Scorch appears on my shoulder, and we both respond in perfect sync. No promises. As the nightingale thief groans in despair, my more magically inclined companion manages to clumsily ride up to the 2 of us and speaks up. "Master, why not just find him with your eyes and ambush him?" Carlia, apparently misunderstanding Nightshade's point, chuckles. "Oh yes, Master Flametongue, why don't you find the thief with your eyes?" she asks mockingly. Instead of explaining myself, I merely smirk. "Why yes, Miss Inderil, I think I will do just that." She gives me an odd look as we continue riding toward Kynesgrove. Speaking of the tiny mining town, it is as most things I have found on my travels, far larger than what I remembered. So much so that I had trouble finding the resting place of the local buried dragon, Saloknir, for a good while before I remembered I could just ask the locals instead of bumbling around like an idiot. That earned me some snickers from the resident thief. I didn't waste too much time near the mound and just quickly swiped a bone and infused it into my crown. And just to fuck with Alduin, I cast the entire skeleton in stone and made it as dense as possible with terramancy. I couldn't help but cackle like a cartoon villain while imagining the half-dead thing trying to worm its way out of that as its overlord watched in disappointment. The next day we entered the vast plain, practically bursting with geothermal cracks and boggy marshes. It was different than what I was used to. Naturally, the moment I relaxed and started to enjoy some sightseeing, my day was completely and utterly ruined by the foulest creature to ever live. Small, scraggly, green. Fucking goblins. Now I am usually a proponent of not genociding other intelligent races on a whim, but the moment I lay my eyes on the disgusting little thing throwing its no doubt feces-covered spear at my horse, I chose violence. 3 ravaged goblin camps later, and many a soul gem charged. They were white souls, go figure. I continued my sightseeing with a peaceful smile on my face, all the while Carlia stared at Nightshade and I like we were complete monsters. What can I say? The moment I told my Falmer vassal that her people were usually compared to the green little shits was the moment she too chose violence, and let me tell you she could violence hard. I also made sure to mark the Elder Gleam Sanctuary on my map as I had to visit that place whenever I wasn't on a tight schedule. A vacation in that place was something I definitely had to experience before the province turned into a war-torn hellscape. As evening came, we exchanged the vast plains for thick pine forests. Only the barely functional dirt road allowing us to continue riding our horses without constantly having to worry about them breaking their legs on the uneven forest ground. Well, to be fair, I was blowing things out of proportion there. It wasn't that bad. The road was functional most of the way, and there were a couple of inns and watchtowers built near it. But as someone who has helped plan the new road and settlement system in Solitude, it all looked incredibly subpar to me. On the morning of the 3rd day of our journey, the vast forest was replaced with farmland, the constantly expanding population of Riften reclaiming an ever-widening circle of land around the city to be able to feed itself. Too bad said population was about to take a massive dip in numbers in the near future. Speaking of Riften, we reached it before noon, and I was not impressed. No, to say I was not impressed was underselling it. I was completely and utterly disappointed. Don't get me wrong, it was a vast and imposing city. Its walls were tall and its many towers manned. The massive fishery was well fortified and the guards numerous enough. But it just gave out this feeling of decadence and despair. A splotch on the walls here, an Argonian begging for food there, children in rags running around without supervision, and a thief pickpocketing passers-by in broad daylight. It all added up and gave the city an aura of misery and general poverty. We left our horses in the local stables, as most cities in Skyrim did not allow mounts unless there was an emergency or some kind of celebration. The stablemaster looked at my very expensive horse like he just hit the jackpot, but after I very politely introduced myself, the man quickly decided that he preferred keeping his life to a chance of selling my mount. I remained patient. This was to be expected after all. And naturally, my patience broke the next instant when this fucker happened. "Hold there, traveler. Before I let you into the city, you must pay the visitor's tax," the gate guard says with utmost seriousness. I take a deep breath, try and calm down, and fail utterly. "I am sorry, but what did you just fucking say to me?" I ask with false cheer, the air around me picking up without any of my input. I wasn't at all mad that a guard tried to shake me down. No, I was mad that this dumb fuck that was supposed to be at least somewhat informed thought to shake someone wearing a literal token of royal favor on his person in front of the entire city. Even if he somehow managed to juke me, he would be getting his shit kicked in the moment his superiors learned anything about it. The guard shivers on instinct, but apparently he is far too dumb to follow even that, as he repeats, "You have to pay the toll to enter the city." Before I can explode, both literally and figuratively, his colleague comes in with the save and quite literally shoves him back inside of the city while another drags him off. He quickly gives me a light bow. "Sorry about that, sir. Some of these idiots couldn't tie their own shoes if their mothers didn't remind them every morning." I raise an eyebrow as I slowly calm down. "Right. What a ravishing first impression of your great city and its protectors." The man merely shrugs. It is what it is." "Right," I drawl. "I will be going in then." "Of course, sir. It was an honor meeting you." He smiles behind his helmet and offers a handshake. I return it firmly and continue into the walled-off section of the city, moments later unfolding the note the guardsman sneakily gave me. I quickly read through it and smirk in satisfaction. It was a report from my own agents in the city. Seeing as Riften is so utterly corrupt, all it takes is a mild bribe to get someone to sell you information, and my people had months to work the place over, so I now had a good overview of what was going on inside. Locations of most entrances into the Thieves' Guild, recent events, people hiding out in the Ratway, even the location of Mercer's own mansion. And to my great surprise and satisfaction, the rumors of a small child radiating a cold feeling wherever she went. Not even 5 minutes into the city, and things were already turning interesting. I quickly led Nightshade into the Bee and Barb, where Carlia was supposed to rent a room in advance. Even as I walked through the open streets, I could feel at least half a dozen people weighing their chances of pickpocketing me. Luckily for them, no one was stupid enough to actually try. As we entered the inn, I was greatly surprised to find literally no one but the innkeeper paying attention to us. Apparently, there was an unspoken rule about not butting into other people's business while inside. The Argonian innkeeper quickly led us to a cozy room in the rear where our partner in crime awaited. I gave him a nice tip for his discretion as he left us. Carlia, who was up to that point lounging in an armchair, greeted us with a lazy wave and asked, "So how do you like the freest city in Skyrim?" I do my best not to look utterly disgusted and once more fail utterly. It is a fucking shithole where everyone is free to languish in their own filth. I scoff as I take my seat, Nightshade following soon after. The nightingale stands up a bit straighter and shrugs her shoulders. It is not for everyone, I will admit. Her eyes glint with some excitement. Now, what is the plan? I go and meet with Maven while you stake out Mercer's place. I say flippantly, or we could recruit someone from the inside and have them give us all the information we need. I add with a shrug, both would work. Carlia scoffs, and who would even listen to me from within the guild? I scratch my chin and try and remember the name Branloff. No. Bronwulf? Brynjolf? She asks. I point at her and snap my fingers. Yes, that is the one. She stares at me and slowly asks, and how exactly can you be sure he will join us? Magic bullshit, I deadpan. She sighs audibly. Even if you were right, how would I even make him listen to me? I am a known traitor, lest you forget. Just kidnap him, I snort. Oh yes, just kidnap him. She mimics me sarcastically. It isn't like he is a skilled thief capable of fighting off 5 guards on his own. I am sure it will be fine, Carlia. Her eyes snap to mine and she looks at me like I am an idiot. Carlia, I say slowly, ignoring the implied insult. Did you forget exactly who you are working with? She tilts her head and continues staring at me without a care. I sigh and clap my hands, two of my agents silently entering the room moments later. Good day to you, gentlemen. I greet them with a welcoming smile, and they both bow lightly in return. The 2 of you will be helping Miss Inderil here in acquiring a target, living and uninjured beyond what may be necessary in sedating them. Any questions? Both shake their heads, and I look back to the thief. That enough for you, Your Majesty? I ask sarcastically. She rolls her eyes as she gets up and signals the 2 to follow her. Yes, yes, you are oh so mysterious. Just make sure to have a convincing argument for Brynjolf when we bring him here. Please try to not inconvenience me by dying like an idiot, I quip back, and as the trio leaves the room, I turn at Nightshade. Now then, my snowy friend, how would you like to watch me piss off an arrogant businesswoman? Chapter 159, The Negotiator. General POV. As day made way for night, the miserable aura of the busy streets of Riften shifted into a more energetic and enterprising one. The number of people milling about barely shifting, while their intent and profession might as well have been that of another city altogether. Even as Raven made his way toward the manor near the Jarl's Keep, he could easily spy 3 or 4 deals being made between the different gangs of the city. The wannabe thieves' guildsmen running around in hopes of either getting a good haul for the night or catching the eye of the actual guild, all the while the few honest folks still stubbornly living in this cesspool locked their doors twice over. Showing a great collective survival instinct, no one decided to bother him or his servant as they walked. Surfacers are an odd bunch, Nightshade mutters as she observes a man getting beaten to near death just because a thug thought he looked at him funny. The ancient-turned-young Falmer still looked at things from the perspective of a tribal shaman, and even while she did get a rapid crash course of surface culture and rules, she was still having a hard time adapting to the massive shift in her life and surroundings. Raven shook his head in exasperation. He disdained this city more than any place he had yet visited in Skyrim. Even the Solitude slum was better, as it was well known to be a temporary solution turned disaster. The fact that the Jarl of this shithole dared carry the name Lawgiver while all of this happened, nearly in the open, quickly pushed his disdain into hatred. That we are... He shrugs and flips his hand at the diverse scenery of subdued mayhem surrounding them. And this is what happens when no one has the will or strength to keep us honest and in line. I do not understand, Nightshade mumbles, while still shifting her eyes all over the place, her fascination with the fact she could see now not leaving her even after a week on the surface. If the tribe fights itself, then it dies of hunger. How is this kind of thing allowed to happen on such a scale? Her master scratches his chin for a moment before answering, even with your great intellect, you still limit your mind to what you know from the caves. He lazily points at a large warehouse belonging to the city's fishery. Food is much less of a problem on the surface. Sometimes it is even abundant to the point of people trading it to other places with less. Now entering full-on lecture mode, he goes on, this allows things like industry and culture to develop, so some places do not necessarily have to worry about producing their own food. That, in turn, allows for people to focus on more and more complex ways of life without fearing for their base survival. Nightshade shifts around uncomfortably before asking, and how does this lead to people turning into this? She scowls as she points at yet another deal gone wrong that quickly turned into a brawl. That, my dear Nightshade, is what happens when things develop to such a point that some decide to be less productive and instead take from others hard work. Leave such a thing to fester long enough, and we get Riften. Raven too shares in his servant's scowl. And no one does anything about it? The Falmer asks almost angrily. Raven pats her shoulder placatingly. Such things take a very long time to develop to this point, and people do not like to disturb the peace of their home, no matter how filthy it may be. So they just accept this and go on with their lives. Her bafflement is audible. The Dunmer shrugs. It takes a great upheaval for people to accept that things might need changing. Luckily for the future of this once great city, such upheaval is imminent, and we can only hope its residents will create something better from it. His follower goes to ask another question, but is interrupted by Raven, raising his hand. We will continue this discussion later. We have arrived. Raven's POV. We approach the large and seemingly heavily fortified manor house belonging to the Blackbriar clan. A tall and tough-looking Nord, leaning on the wall next to the door, seemed to notice our approach and straightened up. Evening, he greets me gruffly, completely ignoring my companion. You the mage? Oh, did the robes give it away? I ask with light sarcasm. The man snorts. Great, a jokester. Just what I needed tonight. He shakes his head, somewhat amused, and signals for us to follow him inside. Name's Maul, by the way. Raven, but I guess you already knew that much. I return his greeting. I do have to admit, the Blackbriar inviting me with such intensity was a surprise. He shrugs. She said you are one of the big players now, wanted to get a measure of you. Let us hope I did not bother coming all the way here just so Maven can get a measure of me, or I will be just a tad miffed. I retort with a false smile. Instead of getting offended or provoked, the man simply shrugs again and keeps walking. Not an idiot then. We are quickly ushered into a nice dining room that practically screamed long and storied history of an ancient clan. Different trophies and displays hung all around the place in a crowded yet tasteful manner. At the head of the table sat a tallish, middle-aged Nord woman. Her demeanor was proud yet reserved as she spoke. Thane Flametongue, what a pleasure to have you here. She points across her seat at the table. Please take a seat. The pleasure is all mine, Thane Blackbriar. I return the greeting with a smile and take a seat while pretending to be completely relaxed. Something I almost failed at when I noticed an uninvited guest with my clairvoyance. but my irritation was quickly replaced with glee as I planned on abusing the situation to my advantage. A servant brings us a selection of drinks, and to my great surprise, none of them seemed to be poisoned. Who would have thought that the Viper of Skyrim was smarter than some brat in solitude, eh? I do have to admit, Maven begins as I make myself comfortable, I never expected to meet an actual dragon slayer in person, or for dragons to even live in the first place. Starting slow, eh? I sip on some of the famous premium mead of her clan and shrug. To be entirely fair, we had an entire army of Falmer to throw him at, and I had Lord Ebonfrost there to help me. I smirk. Besides, I am not even the one credited with the kill, but you already knew that. Her own mouth twitches lightly as if suppressing a smile. I guess that much is true. Still, the tale does sound fantastical, she reiterates calmly, but that is not why I invited you here. Yes, you wanted to get a measure of me, as it were, I drawl humorlessly. Let us hope that is not the only reason why I am here. I will admit that is part of the reason, she smiles. But no, I also wanted to get your support in an endeavor of mine that will no doubt be of great benefit to yourself. I nearly roll my eyes. I already purchase a large amount of your mead on a regular basis, so it cannot be that. Then I must posit that it has something to do with the nice chair of our dear friend, the lawgiver. The way her shoulders stiffen ever so slightly is answer enough. How ambitious of you, Thane, I drawl. Not that I am judging you there, anyone would be an improvement over your friend's complete and utter incompetence. It takes her but a moment to compose herself as she relaxes once again and seemingly shifts her perception of me as uncaring for the unwritten rules as they said you were. She mutters audibly. I snort, yes, how barbaric of me to ignore the usual way in which nobles waste each other's time by saying a lot of words without actually saying anything. I spread my arms almost welcomingly. By all means, do go on. I guess it will save us some time, she agrees easily. I want your support in becoming Jarl whenever the time comes. Expecting a shift in power, are we? I ask cheekily. Maven huffs and seemingly holds back an eye roll. Me and the entire damned province. I make an unnecessarily long pause before answering. Indeed, something of the sort might happen that will allow you to attain such a position with enough effort and some good decisions. Obviously, such a thing would not be free. Seeing as I am not immediately antagonistic of her ambitions, something in her demeanor shifts once again as she seems to make some kind of decision before speaking up. I am afraid that you aren't the only guest I have invited here tonight. Oh? I tilt my head, decided to ignore the request of your murderous associates all of a sudden. I fake gasp, or better yet, betraying them entirely. She stiffens as I reveal what I know, but then slowly nods. They were rather insistent. I chuckle lightly and continue enjoying my drink without a care, all the while my magical aura makes itself known, making everyone in the manor feel uncomfortable and nearly suffocating the two Nords in the same room as me. Congratulations, Maven Blackbriar. You just saved your ancestral home from getting completely and utterly incinerated. As I retract my presence, she gasps and takes a deep breath. I see. Before she can continue, the door behind me opens and I barely hear some very light steps behind me. I turn my chair around with telekinesis and the childlike vampire assassin stops for a moment before smiling cheerfully. Hey, Auntie Maven. She greets her host and then smiles at me, her vampiric charm slamming into my mind for a moment, but I resist it easily enough. The near-torturous training I insisted on finally paying off. Hello, sir. Are you a magician? She asks with false wonder. Why, yes, I am, sweet child. I smile, immediately pretending to be under her thrall. Want to see a magic trick? I ask, my voice projecting my false desire to please her. The 3 centuries-old child claps her hands happily. Oh, I would love to see one. I smirk and snap my fingers, only for nothing to seemingly happen. The vampire feels a sudden weight on her right shoulder. The weight slowly turns into pain as she turns and comes eye to eye with Scorch, my glorious hawk boy smirking with malicious glee as realization comes to Babette's eyes. One of side eyes getting rapidly pecked out by Scorch an instant later before he cast a cloak of solar magic, nearly skinning the child-looking monster in front of me as she was scalded by sunfire. To her credit, Babette quickly slashed her extended claws at my familiar and dispelled him almost immediately, her eye snapping to mine and a furious growl leaving her throat as she realized I played her. She leaps across the room in an attempt to skewer me before I can get up. Yet before she can come too close, I mutter, "Arise!" And the shade of the Reach appears behind her, quickly grabbing her and holding her in place as I lazily overcharge a burst of solar magic while panic spreads on the vampire's face. Have fun with Baal, you complete and utter waste of good oxygen. I deliver her obituary as I annihilate her, her ashes, and the creature that held her, all in one spell. And then, as if nothing happened, I turn back to the very pale Maven. Now that that annoyance has been dealt with, I smile with the same cheer the vampire had shown previously. It is time for your punishment. Her eyes snap to mine. But I warned you, she hisses. That you did. I agree easily as I twirl the cup of mead in my hand. As I have said, you saved your home and family from getting incinerated. I rest my cheek on my hand as I hum in thought, yet at the same time you invited my enemy and granted them the chance to strike me at a meeting of ours. Then again at the same time you betrayed them and gave me the opportunity to continue hunting the little shits down. I guess a slap on the wrist will do. I smirk, and before she can even respond, I telekinetically slam her dominant hand onto the table, breaking every single bone inside. To Maven's great credit, she only hisses in pain before gritting her teeth and glaring at me. Oh, don't look at me like that. You thought you could play your shitty little games with me while being a weakling yourself. I explain with a smile. You have a lot of soft power, Maven, but that is nothing in front of true might. What do you want? She asks through gritted teeth. Now that is what you should have asked me from the start. I smirk. It is simple. When the war starts, you will do your damnedest to disrupt supply and recruitment for this hold and use your little army of disposable thugs to harass Ulfric's boys wherever possible. I ignore her ever-deepening scowl and go on. Once the war is over, you will bring this shithole into order, or I will continue where I left off. Do all that, and you will easily be made Jarl. That will be much harder now that I have permanently lost my Brotherhood contacts, she argues while holding her hand in pain. The Brotherhood will soon cease to exist, so your point is moot, yet your problem is one with a surprisingly simple solution. I smirk and clap my hands. Nothing happens for a moment before two shadows enter the room from seemingly impossible angles. Maven's eyes widening in realization as she signals Maul to not go for his weapon were a treat to watch. Has your other task been completed? I ask the one to my right. Indeed it has, Sergio, he answers stoically. I turn back to Maven with a smile, this time one far more malicious than anything I have shown previously. You may use my own contacts for such work, an improvement over the cultists of the Brotherhood, I assure you, as these are actual professionals. And have them observe my every move. She rolls her eyes. Obviously, I deadpan. You could have achieved far greater lenience from me, but you decided to try and sit on the fence until the last moment. I shrug carelessly. You reap what you sow, as it were. I can see that. She grits her teeth harder. I clap my hands with false cheer, earning me a quick glare, and proclaim, I am very happy that you have wisely agreed to cooperate, my dear lady. Now then, let us create a more detailed plan of action before I retire for the night. Could you heal my hand first, please? No. Chapter 160. Lock and Key. My talks with Maven went on well past midnight. We went over all of the necessary details of what I wanted her to do and how my own people could help her out, exactly how far she was to push without getting discovered, and which contacts were to be trusted. I also asked her about any information she had on the Dark Brotherhood, just in case, and seeing as she did betray them, she immediately told me all she knew about the gang of murder hobos. Apparently, the organization was as small as I remembered it to be. The cult left unable to recruit and get contracts in their traditional manner, had them taking far more risks than usual, and thus their current destitute state. Maven was unfortunately unaware of the exact location of their lair, so I would have to rely on my own methods whenever I decided to visit whatever was left of them. The final part of the conversation was about the Jarls aligning themselves with Stormcloak, their agendas and weaknesses. Maven knew a surprising amount, and I quickly wrote everything down for later confirmation. All in all, she was not too unpleasant to talk to after a while. We were both scheming little shits after all, so we kind of clicked even with the unfortunate way in which we met. Then again, I did make sure to stretch the talks for as long as possible, just so I could enjoy the ever-increasing discomfort on the infamous businesswoman's face. I held no doubts that she did far worse to many people far less fortunate than myself, so indulging in a bit of petty torment was a must. I did cave at the end and sold her a regeneration potion, overpriced to high heaven of course, as her hand started to swell and her dying of an infection was not beneficial to either of us. As we left the Blackbriar Manor, no doubt to Maven's great relief, I felt Nightshade looking at me with apprehension. "Something the matter?" I asked patiently. She remained silent for a while, her lack of skill in Tamrielic forcing her to take her time whenever she speaks. Why give power to someone you obviously dislike? Is she not one of the reasons the city is in such a state? I nod to myself. A good question indeed. Why not just replace her with someone of a greater moral fiber? Or better yet, someone I can control with ease? I ask aloud. The answer is both simple and unfortunate. She has all the connections and know-how needed to make the transition as smooth as can be reasonably expected. If I were to say insert an agent of mine and give them all of the resources at my disposal, they would not be able to work at even a tenth of Maven's efficiency. And so many more people would end up suffering, no? The Falmer finishes for me. Indeed. I smile at her. You learn quickly. She sighs. Sometimes I miss the caves. They were far simpler. I snort. No, you do not. A chuckle leaves her as she shakes her head. No, I do not. I knock on the door a couple of times and it is swiftly opened by a very pissed-off-looking Kalia. She glares at me and hisses, "And what took you so damn long? I had to knock him out twice already." I shrug, completely ignoring her fuming anger. I got caught up chatting with dear Maven. She looks ready to blow up, and I quickly add, also had to burn a Dark Brotherhood vampire to death. The glaring lessens and she sighs and wipes her forehead in an attempt to calm down. All right, fine, just get in here. Inside the dark room awaited two of my agents, dutifully on guard, and sat between them, with a sack over his head, was a unconscious Brynjolf. I take a seat, and as everyone gets at least reasonably comfortable, quickly hiding any recognizable items in the process, I command, "Wake him up." Without a hint of hesitation, the agent to our guest's left simply kicks him in the shin, causing the Nordman to yelp and start struggling in his bindings. The same agent quickly removes the sack from his head, causing him to start looking around frantically. "Good evening, Mr. Brynjolf," I greet with over-exaggerated cheer. His eyes take on a calculating glint as he realizes his situation, and he calmly asks, "All right, who did I offend to end up in here?" He is pretty damn good, but I can already see through his attempt at stalling. Already his hands were twisting and turning as he tried to unbind himself. A light tug of telekinesis tightening the ropes quickly put a stop to that. "You have offended no one. You are merely in the position to be of use to me," I explain bluntly. He sighs. "Look, man, whoever you are, I already told you fuckers that I am not killing anyone for money, so you can go and shove your I snap his mouth shut with a flick of my hand and sigh. Do actually listen to me before mouthing off. I do not have all night. I signal for Kalia to approach and once again speak up. If you shout, I will start breaking fingers. Blink twice if you understand. He does so, and I remove my spell just in time for Kalia to emerge from the shadows. The two stare at each other for a while before Brynjolf starts breathing heavily, anger almost taking over his honed survival instinct and almost costing him a couple fingers. He takes a deep breath and asks through gritted teeth, "What are you doing here?" She stares at him for a long while, likely reminiscing about her past, before answering, "I am here to right past wrongs and bring Mercer to justice." He looks ready to blow up once again, but impressively keeps his voice down. "And what gives you the right to talk about justice, traitor?" Sheesh, the vitriol in his voice could melt through steel. "I am not the one who betrayed," she snaps. "Mercer is the one." "Mercer is the leader of the guild," Brynjolf interrupts, and you should have… All right, let me just cut in right here before the two of you decide to just murder each other in this childish attempt at diplomacy. I interject, my voice firm and bursting with my fear aura. Brynjolf, tell me, has your guild been experiencing a string of bad luck? Why should I tell you anything about the guild? He glares in my general direction. Cease your petty attempts at wasting my time. You are useful, but not necessary. As the words leave my mouth, both of my agents point crossbows at different vital parts of his body. He sighs and after a short pause nods. Yes, it is almost as if we are cursed. Indeed, I say with a tinge of mockery, and you never questioned this supernatural state of affairs. He shrugs helplessly, and what could heave the guild possibly done to cause us such bad luck? Not the guild, its leader, I say with an unseen smirk. His mouth snaps shut as his mind is plagued by possible answers. After a while he looks in my direction again and sighs. Just tell me what he did. Stole an artifact of Nocturnal, one of immense power and danger that could very well be used to fuck the entire world over. I answer bluntly, causing even Carlia to look at me weirdly. How could the key even do any of what you say? She asks. I believe it is far better if you did not know the answer to that question, I say firmly, and she quickly agrees with a nod. So what exactly did you grab me for? Brynjolf asks after a beat of silence. A minor favor to clear Carlia's name. I point at said Dunmer flippantly, and you likely have information of Mercer's movements and bases, so catching the idiot would be far easier with your help. He nods a couple of times before looking at Carlia. You doing this? I can understand. Then he turns to me. But what do you get from involving yourself in this? Daedric politics, do not ask. I shut him down. He blinks. All right, he moves his shoulders a bit. I'd love to show you around, but I can't really do much like this. I snap my fingers and my agents start untying him. Attempt to run, and it won't be just you I will hunt down. Yes, of course. Oh, mysterious, scary man, I won't be running. He snips. See that you don't. I agree with a hint of humor. Mercer Frey's POV. Another great heist. I smirk as I twirl Chillrend before sheathing the blade. Soon my manor comes into sight, and I carefully scout the entire area before approaching my gate guard. Even in Frodnar, everything good. The dumb fucker I hired to serve as a decoy guard nods and mumbles something in his usual idiotic language. I shake my head and enter the hidden passage to the side, leading into my actual home. Raven's POV. My agent, disguised as the gate guard, signals us that the area is clear, and we quickly walk up to him. As we pass the silent Mephilan, I hear Brynjolf mutter, "Bloody uncanny." The hidden passage soon comes into sight, my sight quickly telling me it is magical, something I quickly relay to my partners in crime. How do we get in then? Brynjolf asks. I can deal with locks, but I don't know a hint about magic. I snort and summon my staff, quickly pressing it into a spot, where the runes of the passage converge, causing it to open on its own. Never bloody mind then. The thief rolls his eyes. Damn show-off, he mutters. I chuckle and twirl my hand toward the dark passage while looking at Carlia. Ladies first. General POV. Mercer Frey, the most infamous thief in the underground circles of Skyrim, was relaxing in the only place on Tamriel he could feel safe. Ever since he had stolen the key and slain his once friend and the previous guildmaster, it seemed as if the world itself tried to kill him at every opportunity, but his skill and grit always lead him away from danger. He groaned tiredly as he took a seat in his favorite armchair, the tension of the day slowly leaving him. He started humming a relaxing tune as his eyes began to close, and just as he was about to dose off all of his honed instincts, screamed at him to move, something he did with expert reaction speed. An arrow, most likely poisoned, whizzed past where his shoulder was mere moments ago, yet even as he rolled across the ground, more attacks started peppering his position. He quickly observed the room and found signs of 6 attackers. Yet that is all he got before he was forced to dodge more bolts, arrows, and ice shards coming at him from every angle. How did anyone find me here? I made sure that no one knew where I lived. He snarled in his mind as he tried to jump out of a window, only for it to slam shut with invisible force and sending into the path of a crossbow bolt. Luckily for him, he was only grazed by the projectile, not enough for any poison to enter his bloodstream. Thinking quickly, he tossed a smoke bomb onto the ground, blinding his attackers. He stumbled around the place and seemingly by sheer luck nearly bumped into what looked to be an unarmed figure wearing expensive-looking clothes. Likely the one who ordered the hit. Damn idiot, wanted to see it himself, eh? Mercer smirks as he sneaks behind the man. He grabbed his target and pressed his sword against their neck, quickly hissing at the man to remain quiet as he dragged him into a corner of the room. As the smoke cleared, he came face to face with his attackers and nearly killed his hostage out of sheer frustration. "Brynjolf, Karlaya," he snarled. Raven's POV. "Ah, to be so easily forgotten." I sigh, and I feel the man holding the blade against my neck stiffen at my near-demonic voice. "You be silent now. Don't want any accidents, do we?" he threatens patronizingly. "No, I don't think I will." I state and snap my fingers, a cloak of wind surrounding me immediately. As Mercer threw himself away, leaving blood everywhere, his blade pressed against my neck slightly, and if I wasn't covered in iron flesh and under the effect of my mask, he would have no doubt nicked an artery. Not that it would have done anything. Before the arch-thief can compose himself, 2 crossbow bolts slam into his vital areas, sealing his fate. Brynjolf glares at my agents, but then just sighs in defeat. Karlaya stares at the corpse in wonder. So many years of exile, and he died. Just like that. Amazing what a bit of magic can do, eh? I snark and quickly start searching the body. "At least let him cool first, damn it," I hear Brynjolf mutter. Moments later, I find the skeleton key, and after making sure it is the real deal with every mean available, I smirk in victory. As I stand up, Karlaya perks up. "Did you find it?" I show her the key and nod. Indeed, this is definitely the artifact. The Indoril descendant shivers in wonder and zealous joy. I am unsure and asks, "How long do you need to keep it with you?" I would like to return it to its resting place as soon as possible. "Oh, I won't take a moment," I snark, and before she can ask for clarification, I focus on the key's power and ram it straight into my heart. Chapter 161, Unbound. As the key passes through both my robes and flesh, as if they weren't even there, I feel something within me begin to shift. My clairvoyance starts working overtime as I begin seeing the numerous possible ways in which I could use the key's quite frankly ridiculous powers. The amount of things I could unlock is staggering. Still, attempting to do too much would no doubt get me dwemered, so after thinking for what felt like an entire day, yet in truth was less than a second, I twist the key only by a fraction of a millimeter. Immediately I feel a mix of pain and euphoria as the magicka within me starts going rampant, doing its best to accommodate the shift induced by the skeleton key. Everything about me improves within a couple of moments. My reserves feel like they nearly double, while my flesh turns far closer to what I usually achieve with alteration. I even gain a couple more centimeters of height. The greatest shift that happens, however, is deep within me, as I feel the tiny fraction of a spark of divinity I have inherited expand ever so slightly. My third eye almost blinds me as its range expands to cover the city in its entirety, while the simmering wrath of my ancestor attains a far more tangible presence within my very soul. 5 seconds is all it takes before my clairvoyance starts blaring warning signs at me, and I immediately pull out the key and toss it on the floor. I grasp my head and groan in pain as the information overload slows down and I take control of my sight. I take deep breaths and finally calm down after a while. I open my actual eyes and am greeted with a somewhat comical scene of my agents and Nightshade standing on guard while targeting the 2 thieves in case they try something, while said thieves look just about ready to bolt out of here on sheer instinct. "I'm fine," I groan, attracting the attention of everyone within the room. Karlaya stares at me with an unreadable expression. "What did you do?" she asks, her tone a mix of confusion and religious fury. I chuckle at her behavior and shrug. "Oh, just used one of the most ridiculous artifacts of this world to unlock my potential instead of a fucking chest." I cannot help but snort at how unimaginative people can be. Then again, I only knew about the key's power due to outside knowledge, but at the same time I am a shameless hypocrite, which makes it okay. She gapes at me, while Brynjolf looks at the key with curiosity. I raise a hand before he can even ask the question, I would not recommend trying it yourself. I had to look into the future to make sure I didn't erase myself, and even then, it was a close thing. The thief looks like a kicked puppy, but after a while nods, understanding that he was way out of his depth here. I look at Carlia. Now then, I point at the key. You are going to take this thing and get it to whom it belongs. My eyes narrow threateningly. If you suddenly decide that you would prefer keeping it for yourself, I will know, and you will die in agony. Are we understood? She blinks in confusion before glaring at me. I would never betray my patron. I shrug. The lure of power changes even the most devout. I look to my agents while ignoring the sputtering Indaril. You two will follow her and ensure she reaches the Twilight Sepulchre with the key. Do this well and without duplicity, and I will reward you handsomely. Both share a look and quickly nod at me. Finally, I look at Brynjolf. And you? He points at himself questioningly. No, the other chucklefuck behind you. I grouse and he snorts. Yes, you. For your help in this endeavor, you may request my aid once. He smiles wryly. Not that I did it for you, but I am not going to deny a favor. Then he raises a finger. Quick question, how exactly do I contact you? And who even are you? I shrug. Just go through Carlia, and if you are so curious, ask her. I don't mind you knowing, but can't be bothered to explain myself. This hood is on for a reason, you know, I say with a chuckle. He nods. Yeah, right. So, I am going to go now. Enjoy your evening or whatever. He awkwardly excuses himself and leaves through one of the windows. As he does so, I see Carlia pick the key up with reverence and quickly pocket it. She turns to me and gives me a nod. Even if we have not met in the best of circumstances, I still thank you for your aid in serving my lady, great lord. I nod back. I did it mostly for myself, but the courtesy is appreciated. Good luck on your pilgrimage. She leaves soon after, followed by my agents. As she does so, I finally allow myself to sit down on a nearby chair and let out a tired sigh. I look at a very attentive nightshade, find a bed and toss me on it, and make sure no one enters this place. My everything is in pain right now, and I need rest. She quickly gets to it, and the moment my back touches the bed we just confiscated from Mercer, I pass out. My sleep unhindered by dreams or demonic visitations. My eyes snap open as memories of the previous night assert themselves. I tilt my head to the side, only to see Nightshade gorging herself on some street food she likely bought earlier. The moment our eyes meet, she quickly hides the food behind her back, causing me to chuckle, only to stop moments later as I realize that my voice has grown a bit more melodious than before. Well, I did command the key to improve everything, so it isn't all that surprising. Did anything happen while I was out? I ask after a moment. She shakes her head. No one seemed to react to our fight. I snort. They are probably all too used to people raiding each other's homes at this point. Not even the guard would bother unless it was someone important. Not to mention this is supposed to be a hidden base, Nightshade adds with a sage nod. Indeed. I agree easily. Could you leave me for now? I need to check something in private. Very well. She gets up without complaint and goes to the living room to gorge herself on more food. What a woman of culture she is turning out to be. I remove most of my clothes and pull out my hand mirror out of curiosity and smirk in satisfaction at what I see. Everything about me now looked just a bit more defined. My face seemed sharper and more noble. My eyes took on a more mysterious sheen, while the golden traces of Meridia's blessing retracted and now looked more like beautiful decorations instead of a mark of spite. I stretch myself and feel new strength course through my body. Curiously, I grab a piece of iron from nearby and grasp it in my hand. I blink rapidly as I find that I am fully capable of completely crushing it without any magic whatsoever. Speaking of magic, I snap my fingers mostly out of habit, and the mage light I summon blinds me for a moment, forcing me to dispel it. The amount of magicka coursing through my veins would have no doubt given me a magicka high just yesterday. But right now it felt completely natural, like a soothing stream flowing through my body and soul. You doing okay in there, Scorch? I ask mentally. I feel a wave of happiness and contentment as he chirps a just chilling in response. Right. I shake my head in amusement. Finally, I open my system and find myself unsurprised and very satisfied. Star 18 to 26. Dex 19 to 28. Vit 25 to 37. Mind 40 to 52. Mag 500 to 800. Blood of Dagoth. Your lifespan is greatly increased. Wrath of Dagoth to Dagoth's fury. Your blasphemous inheritance has grown in strength and power. You now have the ability to dampen and even completely cut off divine and Daedric influence if sufficiently enraged. Unbound. You are now considered a lesser blank slate. As long as you invest great effort, you will be able to continue growing in strength. Abilities hitherto considered impossible are now attainable through great sacrifice and greater effort. A path to catch up to my demigod student. I have to say, the fact that I won't be so easily left behind by the world's chosen one is very gratifying. I happily scroll through all my other traits and powers and find that they are all slightly improved, but not to the point of there being massive changes. All in all, my gains this time were massive with very little effort invested. Work smart and not hard and all that. With a happy chuckle, I put on some travel clothes and leave the small manor, Nightshade following after me with a content smile on her face. I purposefully choose not to comment on the dozen sticks that likely once held street food she left on the table. We left the city without incident and spent the following day riding through the forests of the Rift. Unlike the titular city, the hold itself was actually far more prosperous, with numerous hamlets spread through the vast forests. The many small rivers and lakes combined with the mostly untouched nature of the place quickly made me forget the disgusting feeling the city gave me. Even the winds seemed to agree as they danced around and caressed everything with an aura of subdued cheer. The day passed incredibly quickly as I immersed myself in the idyllic sights, and when not gazing at nature's beauty, I spent my time teaching Nightshade more of the world's common sense and history. She was especially interested in the current conflict between the Dominion and Empire, even making some very based comments about Nords dying in the thousands to a bunch of elves. I made sure to explain to her that hating the current Nords for the sins of her ancestors was plain old idiotic, to which she surprisingly agreed without much complaint. She knew very well that she should be happy to be something more than a cave goblin and was merely poking fun. We reached Helgen by nightfall, and I spent some time catching up with Vilod and his daughter, who looked just about ready to enter adolescence. The innkeeper was greatly surprised by what he heard of my achievements, and I even let him use the little tale of my first day in Skyrim as a bit of an advertisement for his establishment. He happily gave us his best rooms and refused any payment from me. As we left the town, I was greeted with the uncanny scene of a group of Falkreath guardsmen guarding a cart filled with convicted prisoners and leading it toward Helgen. I got some very weird looks as I laughed my ass off as they passed, but they knew not to bother the insane mage and went on with their day. Another odd story to tell when they got their drinks tonight. Finally, after spending the entire day asking for directions and buying information, we reached a spot on the shore of the lake north of Falkreath, and there stood the sunken fortress and our destination. Ilinalta's Deep. Chapter 162. Ilinalta. I am genuinely impressed that they managed to make the place habitable, I mutter as I look over the barely above water-level tower that served as the entrance to the necromancer's lair. How by Dagoth's saggy sack the place didn't collapse yet, I will never understand. Could it be they used magic? Nightshade gives me a look of subdued mockery. I give her a deadpan stare in return, and she chuckles. You've been growing way more cheeky in the past few days. I cannot help but point out. She shrugs. I am an old woman, no matter how I may look right now. And you have made it no secret you do not care for pedantry. She tilts her head and then nods seriously. No, it was pageantry, right? Finally getting used to the more flowery parts of Tamrielic, eh? I smile in praise, and you are completely correct. As long as you do not contract a severe case of stupid, I don't really care how you behave. You say I am the one getting used to surface speak, and yet it is you who causes everyone confusion whenever you yourself talk. She helpfully points out. They just cannot understand my genius. I sigh with fake sorrow. As expected of my master, she deadpans. I snicker and straighten after a moment. Let us get going then. Do try and not drown if I blow up the fortress on accident. I say with great cheer, only to hear my follower stumble in fright. General Pove. A gaunt young Nord shivers as he hears the waters of the lake flow over the eerie home of him and his fellow students. Across him, an equally malnourished Breton woman is busy reading a ripped book on what he guesses is healing magic while she holds a barely lit candle above it. "Why do you even bother?" the young man asks with a dead tone. His partner glares at him. "Because," she grits out, "I haven't given up on life like the rest of you cowards." He chuckles without a hint of humor. "What do you think will happen when they finally run out of souls to feed our great teacher?" He smirks, but it is a smirk of pain and cynicism. "They barely give us any food at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to make sure we couldn't fight back when they finally decided to damn our souls in their madness." His friend snaps her book shut, not truly caring about damaging the pitifully written notes within. "What do you suggest then?" she asks while looking at him like he is an idiot. "We should escape," is his firm response. She stares at him before slowly breaking out in a tired cackle. Moments later she calms down and blinks in surprise. "By Manny Marco, you are serious, aren't you?" She near gasps. "Where would we even go?" He frowns and shrugs. "Wherever we could, really. Anywhere is better than here, that much is certain." "You heard what happened in Solitude," she hisses. "Being a necromancer is not safe anywhere. At least here there is a chance we might survive. Better to die to a random guard than get our souls damned for all eternity," he says firmly, and just as his partner is about to respond, they hear the hatch at the entrance open and someone swiftly jumps down, cracking the stone beneath. Both of them jump at attention, destruction spells flickering into their hands, only to completely freeze at what they see. Robes of black and purple, a red sash, a crown of ebony and a flaming glaive. "Oh shit," both mutter in perfect sync. Raven's POV. I stare at the two malnourished necromancers with some amusement. Never before have I been greeted in a more apt manner. I say after some very uncomfortable, for them silence, "I have to admit, my fame preceding me does feel quite good." The girl starts shaking in fear, close to hyperventilating but not quite, while the man raises his hands in surrender and very cautiously steps into the light, doing his very best to show he is not a threat. "You know," I begin as I realize they were not about to speak up, "it is amazing just how many lives would be saved if people actually used their brains like you are doing right now." I clap my hands mockingly. "Good on you." As the two are trying to come up with an appropriate way to beg for their lives, Nightshade leisurely descends the ladders, her white and gold robes contrasting heavily with our current environment. She gives me a confused look and asks, "Why are they still alive?" There is no judgment in her voice, just pure curiosity, almost as if discussing the weather. A rare case of common sense. I drawl and turn back to the duo. I am waiting. The Nord finally speaks up in a shaky voice. "We will tell you everything, just don't kill us." I roll my eyes, cease thine simpering and begin with your explanation. He takes a deep breath and begins spinning his tale. Apparently, Malin Varen was still partly sane when he gathered his students and fled the college. In his moments of lucidity, he even tried to found a new institution focusing on freedom of study and welcoming all those willing to learn. And then the madness started. He began asking for more and more souls. Soon going from consuming white ones to black ones, students started disappearing and only his closest disciples seemed to be safe. Soon the hopeful little school turned into a hellhole as misfortune seemed to strike at the worst possible moments. And now, 3 years after they left the college, only about a dozen students remained among the living. A single maddened apprentice still hunting for souls to feed their master. "That is," Nightshade begins, her voice dripping with disappointment. "Pathetic." I finish with a scoff, my eyes drifting over the many skeletons hung around the entrance, some of them crucified in very painful ways. All this because one idiot got sick and wanted to play with something beyond himself. Honestly, you all deserved what you got for following him. What do you mean he played with something beyond him? The Breton girl speaks up for the first time since I descended. "Wait, you do not know?" I ask, bewildered. Both cautiously shake their heads. I stare at them for a while before lightly laughing. Oh boy, you are so unlucky. I make a dramatic pause just to fuck with them further before finally explaining. Dumb idiot stole the Star of Azura and tried to make it his phylactery. It backfired, hard. That would explain it, I hear the Nord mutter before he looks up at me, his worry somehow growing even further. And you are here on the behest of Azura, are you not? That I am, I respond with cheer. He sighs. Be honest with me, sir. Is there a chance for us to survive here? My brain rapidly comes up with ideas as he asks the question, and a smile worms its way onto my face. There is one way. I lie. If you were to say, offer your services to the Legion for the upcoming conflict, I might be inclined to not butcher you all on principle. He sighs in relief. May I invite the others as well? He asks with some hope. After quickly using clairvoyance, just in case I shrug, go and do your thing. You know what happens if you get funny ideas. He nods and runs off, leaving his shaking friend alone with the two of us. It didn't take long before a dozen necromancers of varying states of malnourishment stood before me, with fear in their eyes. They were completely at my mercy, and they knew it. Even without showing a hint of my magicka, they knew they stood before a master of Winterhold. Just when I was about to begin my mocking speech to these reprobates, the door they came from slammed open, and a Nord walked in. He was an older man, and his face was one of those that even an extremely enthusiastic mother might have trouble loving. What are you bumbling idiots doing here? His voice is grating to the ears as he yells at the students. I ordered you wastes of good magicka to guard the damned entrance in shifts. Is it so damn hard to understand one simple God's damned instruction? All of the students flinch in fright at his approach, likely having been conditioned to fear the weak little thing before me. He finally looks up to me. And you, who are you to dare enter my master's great sanctum? Have you come to offer yourself as few? A blizzard covers him in an instant and shreds him into tiny pieces. Why so aggressive? I ask my companion with a raised eyebrow. He was wasting our time. She tries and completely fails to lie to me. Uh-huh. I nod mockingly. And the fact he was a Nord had nothing to do with it, I ask without any accusation. The Falmer very suspiciously chooses not to answer and looks away. All the while the few Nords among the gathered students stealthily move behind their foreign colleagues. Right then, I look at the gaggle of necromancers. You lot will stay here and behave. Nightshade here will watch over you, and she is permitted. I look at her with a smirk, and encouraged to deal out punishment whenever someone decides to be a smartass. Any questions? Before anyone can even get the chance to speak up, I nod happily. Excellent, I will be going in now. Do behave yourselves. And so I descended deeper into Ilinalta's deep. Part of me was slightly disappointed that the mages decided to be intelligent for once, but contrary to popular belief, I was not in fact a rampant murderer, so if they surrendered, I may as well get some use out of them. The halls the disparate collection of necromancers called home were in a state of complete and utter disrepair. My clairvoyance showed me in great detail the utterly pathetic living conditions they were forced to endure, if they could even be called as such. There were 2 entire beds in the entire sunken fort, and most others were forced to sleep on thin straw, most of them not even having a pelt to cover themselves from the biting cold of the submerged stone that surrounded them. And disappointingly, much like the state of the place would suggest, the most valuable thing I could find was a single silver spoon. Soon I found my way to the deepest part of the structure, no longer submerged under water, but dug some meters underground, positioned in such a way that even if the higher levels flooded, the central sanctum would survive. Rather foolish considering that the master of the place had to feed on souls, but then again, if he was enough of an idiot to soul trap himself, he deserved to die of starvation. Not that he would get the chance now. I approached the reinforced door guarding the inner sanctum and with barely any effort snapped the protective enchantment out of existence, the doors bursting into splinters due to the rampant magicka. A grunt of pain coming from within surprises me and I tense up. Immediately activating my sight and noticing a duo of Dremora guarding the broken star of Azura, which radiated power even in its current state. I do not wait nor banter, and immediately start charging flames through my staff while channeling defensive spells in my left hand. The heavily armored Dremora looks ready to start insulting me in the usual manner of its kind, but I do not give it the chance and launch an overcharged firebolt bolstered with Dove Azul at his face. He doesn't even have the time to twitch as his head is blown up like a watermelon. The other, robe-wearing one, responds in kind by launching bolts of lightning at me. Unfortunately for him, he is nowhere near powerful enough to go through my newly bolstered wards, my new reserves and skill allowing me to freely use Dove Azul in most of my spells. Naturally, when I decide to end him as well, he too tries to ward my attack off. His defenses crack faster than the guards of this pitiful place, and he is sent back to oblivion. I quickly scan the room for any further traps, and after making sure I wasn't about to get blown up by some spiteful cunt, I approached the broken star. Another worldly gaze bearing down on me all the way there. Chapter 163. The Hunt. Dealing with the captured students took us far longer than dealing with the necromancer's lair itself. Instead of being able to just shove them at the Jarl of Falkreath, who was an Ulfric supporter, I had to march the dozen or so malnourished mages all the way to Riverwood and then wait for Bulgraf to send someone to pick them up and ship them to Solitude. Part of me regretted sparing them, but a bigger part, the one that understood that a bunch of barely 20 or so year olds didn't deserve to die due to the idiocy of one man, insisted on giving them another chance at life, no matter how unfair. So it was only a week later, after meeting up with Irileth and handing the necromancers to her, that I was once more able to head back to Falkreath and complete my other goal in coming to this part of Skyrim, hunting down the Dark Brotherhood. I had expected to find them with ease. They were after all positioned somewhere to the northwest of the city of Falkreath. I should have known better. The hills and forests of the southern hold were akin to a massive natural maze, and trying to navigate it even with my clairvoyance was a massive pain in the neck. So naturally, when I realized that I was mostly wasting my time by bumbling around without any idea of where I was going, I once more decided to just throw money at the problem. Hunters, poachers, merchants, and even bandits, I bribed them all for rumors or any information they could provide. Well, with the notable exception of the latter, the bandits were more than happy to donate all the information they could, once I showed I could crush bones with only my fingers. Soon the radius of my search reduced greatly in size, and I started traveling between a number of small hamlets near the coast of Lake Ilinalta, following rumors of disappearances and howling in the night. During my many days of rumor hunting, the Star of Azura started acting up. The idiot that imprisoned himself within tried influencing me using the star's power by inducing visions and other similar annoyances. Credit where credit is due, he would have succeeded if he were acting against a lesser Mer. But the moment I felt the influence of the artifact on my mind, I grabbed the nearest box I could find and carved it with a bunch of containment runes, designed to power themselves from the star's emissions. It took the dumbass only 3 entire days to realize he was just digging the hole deeper. 4 weeks after I started my search, I finally caught a rumor of a hunter getting ripped apart by what his friends and kin believed to be a bunch of wolves. They were all too happy to lead me to the scene of the crime once I introduced myself and offered to learn what truly happened. And so, finally, after my patience had been tested over and over again, the hunt could begin. A duo of hunters leads Nightshade and myself to a small clearing in the forests of northern Falkreath. The many insects and critters buzzing in the night keeping their distance from our little group as we approached. Soon we were stood before a large mess of blood and small bits of human flesh thrown about by whatever messy creature decided to feast here. And yet even as I gave the scene a passing glance, I was immediately certain that it wasn't wolves that killed the unfortunate hunter. So what do you think, sir? A very young hunter, the deceased man's younger brother if I am not mistaken, asks. I pretend to look over the traces a bit more, while my clairvoyance attempts to present me a fuller picture. Moments later, I get a good impression of what happened here. It appears your brother had the misfortune of coming face to face with a werewolf. I say calmly, and both the hunters stiffen. You need not worry, it is long gone by now. They relax, but the younger brother soon asks, are you going to go after the beast? Indeed, I nod. It is why I am even traveling in these parts. If I am right, the beast is part of something far more sinister, and I plan to hunt them all down. The young man looks ready to say something, gulps, then sighs while shaking his head. Realizing what he was thinking, I speak up. There is no need to risk yourself in something that is well beyond your ability. Your brother will have his vengeance, and I will have my prize. Finally, an image of a faint trail of blood appears in my mind, and I speak once more. You two may leave. We will likely return within the day or not at all. The two hunters seem unsure, but after some more prodding, they finally relent and return to their camp for the night. I signal for Nightshade to follow me and start going after the werewolf's traces. As I walk, I pull out a dagger made of iron and start channeling my magicka within it. Soon the weapon turns from its iron sheen into lightly glowing silver. I lazily offer the newly werewolf-certified stabbing implement to Nightshade, who just looks at it dumbly. You do know how to fight in melee, right? I ask after an awkward moment. She nods lightly and takes the knife. After checking it out, she speaks. I am just unsure how this little thing will help me if something like a werewolf attacks me in close range. I read up on them, and I don't think I would have the time to even cut the thing. I nod, inwardly praising her for her initiative. I will be doing most of the fighting, but having something in reserve is never a bad idea. Fair enough. She nods and awkwardly sheathes the dagger on her belt. Moments later she asks, and how do you plan on killing the beast? I know magic works, but the older the wolf, the more resistant it grows. I smirk and instead of explaining myself, merely pull out the purest ingot of iron I could buy on my trip and start stretching it out with magicka, the metal slowly turning into a long spike and attaining a silvery sheen. We follow the trail, and it leads us in an almost circular fashion. We pass over 3 different creeks and 2 hills, finally ending up in front of a crack in the side of the 3rd hill. We pass through a thicket and are met with an ominous-looking doorway. The stone slab decorated with the visage of a skull, radiating the feeling of discomfort and a lack of life. I nod at Nightshade, indicating that she should remain behind for as long as possible, and approach the door. The moment I step too close, a raspy whisper emerges from the skull. What is the music of life? Force balance push, I respond with a cheeky smirk. You are unwhat? Foos. General POV. The 4 remaining members of Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood were all gathered at the center of the sanctuary. Their constant failures at taking out their most lucrative target yet had made all of the survivors tense and paranoid, and they were busy discussing an important topic. Their leader, Astrid, had ordered everyone to hunker down in the sanctuary while she came up with a plan to get rid of their target and finally get the money to rebuild their little family. She even went so far as to force her own husband, Arnbjorn, to cease his hunts for as long as he was able, as to make as sure as possible they did not get found out by the shadowed hounds of one raven flame tongue. Still, the werewolf could not contain his ravenous instincts for too long, and so it was to no one's great surprise when he returned back to the sanctuary, completely covered in blood and guts. They were now discussing how best to feed Arnbjorn when the black door alerted them that someone had approached. Festus Krex, the resident mage, quickly connected to the door with a spell, just in time to hear it ask, "What is the music of life?" The visitor, whom they couldn't see without reaching the door itself, quickly responded. His voice was proud and regal, with a light gravely undertone, force balance push. The worshippers of Sithis shared confused glances, and Festus signaled the door to reject the newcomer so they can hunt them down as they left. Unfortunately for them, the newcomer decided to translate his meaning, and the 3 words that followed felt as if they shook the very world itself. Fuse ro da. The entire sanctuary rumbled with force, and a cracking sound could be heard coming from above. Nazir, the Redguard swordsman, reacted quickly and pulled Festus out of the way, just in time to dodge a massive slab of stone from flattening him. It did not take them long to realize that the slab of stone was the venerable Black Door. A figure soon descended from the entrance, coming face to face with the 4 assassins. Only Arnbjorn could hear them mutter, "So the jester is not yet here." Annoying. "Who are you?" Astrid asked through gritted teeth, all the while signaling her family to prepare for a hard fight. All of them did so, naturally, but they all were veterans of many fights, and each and every one knew that the creature before them was too far beyond their meager strength. "You send your little amateurs, whom I won't even deign to call proper assassins, to take my life. And you have the gall to ask who I am." The masked figure responds in a voice both annoyed and exasperated. Truly, either you are arrogant, incompetent, or a disgusting combination of the two. "You are Raven Flametongue, then?" she asks, her face twisting into a snarl. "You were foolish to come here alone, and now you will die for killing our dear family." An arrogant chuckle leaves the Dunmer's throat as he looks down at the group. "Oh, you poor Noir, kill me?" He shakes his head. "Compared to you, I might as well be a god." He states, "How can you kill a god?" The moment of dumbfounded silence is then broken by the visitor speaking once more. "Oh, and thank you very much for giving me time to prepare. Very sporting of you." The sorcerer bows lightly, and the assassins all have but the fraction of a second to jump away as they realize that there was now a massive explosive rune below them, glowing a malicious red. An instant later, an explosion of crimson lightning and fire consumes the center of the sanctuary, only 3 of the assassins still standing, while their old mage friend was nowhere to be seen. "Damn you!" Arnbjorn roars and starts transforming into his werewolf form, only for Raven to snap his fingers and summon 4 long silver spikes. The beast is impaled from 4 different directions in the next moment, sealing its fate. A furious shriek comes from behind the elven sorcerer as he lazily moves to the side, easily dodging the attack of an enraged Astrid. As he does so, he suddenly tilts backward, evading the swift slash of a scimitar. Before Nazir can retreat from his overextended swing, his hand is grabbed and all the bone within are crushed within an instant. He does not even have the time to yell out in pain as a dagger is rammed into his chin and through his head. Raven's POV. As I end the life of Nazir, a cool guy from what I remembered but still a filthy murder hobo, I lazily bat away Astrid's next desperate attack, practically launching her into the nearby wall with the combination of my physical and magical strength. She tenaciously attempts to get up, but I mercilessly slam her back down with telekinesis. "You know, Astrid, I will give you this much. At least you didn't beg," I say, and with a snap of my fingers summon a massive swarm of shadowy spiders. "Still won't save you from an agonizing death, but good on you." I do not even allow her to scream as the chittering swarm consumes her entire body, save for her head, which I quickly place in a specialized container. A nice gift for my Altmer friends near solitude. As I walk out of the den of my broken foes, I take one last look at the Dark Brotherhood's sanctuary and decide to cleanse this place from even the world's memory. I take a deep breath and shout, "Yule Tor Shul!" Moments later, all that is left within is dust and ash. Chapter 164, The Ebony Shank. We stayed the night at the hunter's camp, the 2 huntsmen eagerly praising us for bringing them the head of the werewolf that killed their friend or relative. The speed at which they got to taxiderming the whole thing was honestly a bit worrying, though. They even tried to invite us to stay over at their village so they could at least prepare a modest feast for us. But we were in a hurry, so I decided to just ask them to guide us out of the forest and as near Whiterun Hold as possible. They led us all the way to Riverwood without a hint of complaint. Not my first choice of destination, but it was on the way, so I guess a bit of annoyance at the resident spy was not that terrible a fate. I was busying myself teaching some of the more efficient runic sequences I discovered to Nightshade while we waited for daybreak in the Sleeping Giant Inn, when the usual suspect decided to insert herself into our conversation. I still did not know what to make of Delphine. She was a very pushy character with a fair bit of arrogance. Then again, she seemed far more intelligent than I remembered, and her pride was tempered with experience. I do wonder if she managed to understand the little hint I left her last time. This time she didn't play coy and merely sat down next to Nightshade, whom I was forced to signal not to try and turn the blade agent into a popsicle, as it would probably not end too well for my Falmer vassal. The blades had a reputation for a reason, and I wasn't about to waste time or servants in testing that. Delphine, I greet with a bored drawl while closing my notebook turned grimoire. "Greetings, Thane." She responds with a conspiratorial smile. "We may speak openly. I checked." I roll my eyes and activate clairvoyance just in case. An instant later, I am back in reality, and the woman is staring at me with a twinge of annoyance, likely seeing the light glow in my eyes, which appears whenever I use that specific spell. Indeed, there is no one. I respond with only a bit of smugness, lacing my voice before it turns serious. Now, what did you need from me, Blade? There is no need to be so standoffish. We are on the same side. She raises her hands placatingly, and I merely snort in response. Seeing that I wasn't about to relax, she sighed and sent a quick look toward Nightshade, once again seeing that I wasn't about to go out of my way to accommodate her. She sighed, "I wish to propose a trade." "Oh?" I raise an eyebrow. "Do go on." "I have some information regarding our mutual enemy," she asserts. "In return, I would like you to give me information available to those of your social standing." I stretch the silence to an uncomfortably long degree before slowly nodding. All right, that does sound like something that isn't a complete waste of my time. We started by trading some minor facts, positioning of justiciars, and the most recent raids on Delphine's side, while I talked about some less than public happenings among the nobility that my agents gathered with practiced ease. Finally, we got to the big ones. I have noticed heavy movements of justiciars to the far northwest. They were meeting with what I think were powerful vampires. Thalmor and Volkihar. I mutter with a frown. That was not good. "You know of them?" Delphine asks, easily showing me she has no details on the vampire clan. Extremely old and powerful clan, directly blessed by Baal as well. I easily explain, not quite Dwemer old, but close enough. She frowns and mutters both our thoughts out loud. Fuck. Apt I chuckle inwardly. Contact the retired vigilant of Stendar named Isran. I say while looking at the crackling fire pit at the inn's center, tell him to prepare for the vampire's return. And this, Isran will just believe me when I tell him just that. Delphine gives me an incredulous look and then adds, "A vigilant might be useful, but how can a single man help us against an entire clan?" I shrug at her question. He is surprisingly resourceful for a religious zealot, and he is so ravenous for killing vampires that even a hint about a possibility of them returning will have him preparing infrastructure to fight against them. She nods slowly. "I will get to it then," before raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Your turn." I smirk. I just butchered the Dark Brotherhood almost in its entirety. She blinks before finally processing my words. After staring at me for a while, she mutters, "You aren't joking, are you?" I shake my head. "No, I found their hidey hole and ended whoever they didn't send after me." She takes a deep breath before nodding in a mix of satisfaction and self-reassurance. It is good to hear that the province is that much safer. Indeed, I agree quickly, and if we were to find the final member, we would be rid of the organization for a very long time. Her eyes snap to mine. "You sound as if you already have information on them." I incline my head. "That I do. An Imperial named Cicero wears a clown's attire and drags a coffin with him wherever he goes." A predatory smile twists on my face as I point at the blade. "You will do your utmost to find this disgusting creature and kill it if I am too far to do it myself. In return, I will gift you with one very vital fact for your organization." She doesn't even need to consider and agrees immediately. "I do not need a reward for doing this, but I welcome any help you may provide." How righteous, I drawl before lazily blurting out, "Esbern yet lives." It took me a good 20 minutes of disdainful silence to get Delphine off my back after giving her that little tidbit of information. She kept pestering me as to his location, but I did not lie when I explained that I was unsure. He could quite literally be anywhere, as he was probably moving around constantly in an attempt to evade the Thalmor. Still, I gave her a hint about the Ratway and left it at that. Having a blade unwittingly working for me was always going to be a good thing, even if she did grow unhinged with delusions of grandeur whenever she met Minthara. Our travels led us north toward Whiterun. I did not mind making a stop and having a look around. Azura was a Daedra and had all the time in the world, so she could be patient and wait. Really fucking with Murphy there, but I had just spent weeks trudging through forests, and I wasn't about to rush up a mountain because she was going to be lightly miffed. When we arrived at Whiterun, Balgrove quickly invited my companion and myself to his palace and prepared a modest feast for us. We spent a good chunk of the night talking about the political climate of the province and plotting how to best help strip Ulfric of any and all of his power. Speaking of my Falmer friend, I had a great time watching her squirm under Farengar's voracious gaze. The man was almost giddy with amazement, as he was the only one to realize that Nightshade was not in fact an albino Altmer. I had to promise a discussion about her presence for later so he would leave her alone and not try and dissect her on the spot. As I was talking with Balgrav's brother and incidentally teasing the man's daughter, whom was pretending not to listen in on our conversation, I suddenly felt a tug of familiar power from below the palace. I wanted to avoid whatever awaited below us. That thing was not something I wanted, and yet my patron grew ever more insistent as time passed, and I tried ignoring it. Unable to find an excuse to just disappear into his cellar, I quickly led the Jarl and his housecarl toward where the feeling was coming from, and soon we were in the palace's basement and in front of a large wooden shelf. Moving it to the side, we came face to face with a sealed door, which I opened with a light yet precise tug of my magicka. As the ancient wooden door parted, I came face to face with a large eastern blade made of ebony. I sighed, terribly annoyed with the turn of events, and was once more whisked away into a meeting with my extraplanar patron. "I see you found another token of mine." Mephala smirks at me from atop the table, the comparatively massive blade laying snugly in her arms as she caressed it almost lovingly. I grunt in disgust. Out of all the things you could have brought to the world, that thing is easily among the worst. The ebony blade was an artifact that grew in power as one betrayed their friends and family, gorging the blade on the sinful act and empowering the wielder with the stolen life force. She titters at my reaction, a great amount of amusement in her eyes. "Oh, don't be like that. It is not I who entices mortals to betray each other." She tilts her head and daintily scratches her chin. "How is it my fault that mortals would slaughter their own for power?" She says as she holds an item she made, which literally rewards betrayal. I narrate with a deadpan. She pouts cutely. "How could I be faulted for what fools choose to, with something I left in their basement?" A tinge of sadism overtakes her eyes. "I only enjoy the drama and irony of their betrayals, not the betrayals themselves, and besides, mortals should know not to use demonic artifacts such as mine if they don't want to get punished." "Oh, great," I groan. "An egg and chicken argument involving kinslaying and cousin-laying." She raises an eyebrow. "I said nothing about laying cousins, dear Raven." I snort. "I know for a fact you would insert something like that in your toy. Don't even try and lie to me right now." Her giggle turns into full-blown laughter. "Indeed I would," she says as she calms down. "So just to make sure, you don't want the sword?" she asks. I give her a half-lidded stare. Powering it is far too expensive, just for a potent lifesteal. Then shrug. "Besides, I don't even use large blades anyways." "And what if I were to change its shape and power it up for you?" she asks with a cheerful smile. There it is. I don't care to suppress a groan as I ask, "What do you want this time?" Before she can respond, I raise a finger. "Just know that if you ask me to fuck Azura over or something equally suicidal, I am out of here." She snorts and shakes her head. "Of course not. Who do you take me for?" My dead look practically screamed, "Are you really asking me that right now?" In any case, she reiterates a bit more forcefully this time, "I want Bal's mace." I blink. That is doable. Then my brain starts coming up with outcomes, and I slowly smirk. Useful even. I look back at my patron. "What would you even use the mace for, though? Not like you can steal its power." Her smile is by far the most natural I had ever seen her make. "Why I want to fuck Molag over? Of course, do keep up, dear." I snort. "Right, sure, I will grab the damn piece of sodomized metal for you, but I don't know when I will get around to doing it." She waves it off. "Just do it whenever you get the chance, preferably before you butcher his toys." She suddenly stops speaking and groans. "Oh no, I wasn't supposed to say that. Azura will be insufferable." She looks genuinely distressed, but I do not react. Remember, Raven, manipulations within manipulations. She sees me not even twitch and sighs. "Fine then, ruin my fun." She proffers her hand. "My token and the knife with which you earned my blessing, please." I shrug and toss the locket and dagger at her, which she grabs with ease. She takes up the ebony blade, and suddenly all three items lose their shape and turn into a shadowy blob. Her hands, both humanoid and spidery, move around like she is weaving something, and soon a much smaller blob of shadow is all that remains. Its aura was nothing to scoff at, however. Mephala proffers the long ebony stiletto dagger toward me, and I grasp it with practiced ease, immediately feeling my old blessing return with a bit extra residing within the dagger itself. I twirl the newly modified Daedric artifact between my fingers and immediately realize that the damn thing is telling me how best to wield it, alongside giving me hints on how best to remain hidden. A quick scan shows exactly what I am looking at. Ebony Blade Unleashed, Mephala's prime artifact, once the blade of the betrayer and now the blade of ambition in the hands of her chosen. She watches all your deeds with great attention. Mephala's favor grants you power over lies of all forms. Life Drinker steals great amounts of life force from victims, can be used to heal and power spells and rituals. Shadow Guide teaches you how best to wield it. Dagger's Apprentice. I look up to my patron while sheathing the weapon. I see you went all out this time. She smiles kindly. You are by far my favorite mortal of this era. Do not take my actions lightly. Realizing the weight of her words, I give her a light bow. I will do my utmost not to disappoint my prince. Indeed you shall. She nods as if it were to be expected. I will be watching. She smiles and disappears. Moments later I am back. I slowly turn around and come face to face with a confused Balgruf and a very horrified Irileth. It was at that moment that I realized the damn demon had set me up. Chapter 165. Subtlety. What is that? General POV. The Lord of Dagoth sighed a tired sigh and grumbled inaudibly to himself while the Jarl and his housecarl were staring at him. Balgruf looked about to start asking questions, but Raven interrupted by raising a hand tiredly. Let us just go somewhere private and sit while we talk. I promise to tell you most of what you wish to know. The blonde Nord looked at his protector questioningly, and while she was unconsciously gripping her sword so hard her grey skin turned white, she cautiously nodded in response. They led Raven to the great viewing platform to the palace's north. On the way they tried to invite Farengar, but the Dunmer sorcerer demanded that as few as possible be present. He was already annoyed with Irileth's presence, but understood that at least that much was non-negotiable. Some suspicion was naturally had due to his request, but Balgruf had by this point grown to trust the elf, so, against the better judgment of his protector, he gave him the benefit of the doubt, and they left for the platform under the curious glances of the rest of the palace's guests and inhabitants. As they took their seats, Raven lazily summoned a cup of coffee from his storage and rapidly heated it with some precise pyromancy. The relaxed act served to calm the still cautious duo, much to his relief. All right then, ask your questions. Raven finally grumbled after a couple of calming sips. Balgruf was the first to speak. What was that thing, and why did it disappear the moment you looked at it? His tone was firm, but he held back any accusation. A Daedric artifact, Raven responded bluntly, one of the primary ones as well. The Jarl shivered lightly, and it was just there. Sitting in my palace for divines know how long. The implications quickly turn his usually pale countenance red as he grows furious at the risk he and his children have been for so long. The mage nodded easily. That it was, I know not how long, but it was a while at least. Which one? Irileth finally interjects, grim determination in her eyes. Unable to keep his usual snark at bay, Raven quips, Which one which? The Jarl barks a light laugh, momentarily distracted from the grave situation, while the housecarl holds back a facepalm. The Daedra and the artifact, she grits out. Raven raises his hands placatingly. No need to get so tense, housecarl. As for the answer, he looks at Balgruf. Are you quite sure you wish to know? Sometimes ignorance can be a blessing. The Jarl sighed, and much like before, he chose to confront his problems head-on. Speak. Raven snapped his fingers, and a long and thin ebony dagger appeared in his right hand. He held it pointed upwards as to seem as unthreatening as possible. A wise choice, considering Irileth's barely held-back aggression at the aura it released. This is the ebony blade, modified for my personal use. Balgruf's eyes widened for an instant before his brain got to work, and he quickly made his conclusion. You are a Mephalan. He accused with finality. Raven shrugged, unsummoning the blade in the process. I was unaware Dunmer were forbidden from practicing our faith in the open. He asks, still completely relaxed. It is one thing to offer worship, Irileth interjects with a mix of awe and caution. It is entirely another to have a token practically handcrafted and reforged for your use. She was currently unsure how to act. On the one hand, the Daedra were universally dangerous and thus threatened her charge. On the other, a literal divine emissary stood before her. Once more the sorcerer shrugs without a care in the world. You caught me, I am indeed the chosen of Mephala, whatever shall I do? Why? Balrogoof asks tersely. Why what? An eyebrow is raised in response. Balgruf sighs. Why tell us all of this if you could have easily spun a tale to deceive us? Because Balgruf, I do not care to deceive you, Raven responds easily. Out of all the Jarls of this province, you are the one that I respect the most, and the one I do not wish to lose the friendship of. You will be needed in what is coming, and I can't have you being suspicious of me at every turn. Then he quickly adds, and I trust you are not as close-minded as to end our fruitful relationship just because I follow a different creed. The Jarl seemed genuinely flattered by his words, but still frowned after a moment. And what does your patron make you do to keep its favor to such an extent? At this, the elf laughed humorlessly, surprising both of them. I don't bloody know. He grasped his head comically. The madwoman seems far too interested in me and whatever I do, and even as I completely and utterly refuse to sell myself to her, she keeps heaping gifts upon me. He slumps into his seat. I swear it is almost like she is obsessed with me. The Nord grabbed a bottle of mead from the table and took a deep gulp while shaking his head. Irileth, on the other hand, was far too busy gaping at Raven to do anything else. Was this blasphemy? Or was it divine favor? Her brain was short-circuiting and she was unable to reboot. Ah, that is the stuff. Balgruf sighed happily as he finished the whole bottle. So you've been tangling with the Daedra even when we purged Rorikstead, eh? He shakes his head. Rorik did tell me it took one to know one. Patently incorrect, Raven immediately cuts down the misconception. All it takes is good magic sense, and I am by far the leader in that field. Rayan's eyes take on a mischievous glint as Balgruf grabs another bottle and starts drinking in a more subdued fashion. Is it too late to tell you I am also a lord of a great house? The Jarl's spit take was one for the records. Raven's POV. As the mead is launched all over the table, I hold back a smirk of satisfaction. One might think that telling Balgruf my secret so blatantly was a terrible idea, but I had a deeper understanding of his character, both due to knowing him for so long and due to my blessings and sight. He was at the end of the day an opportunist. Not in the negative sense, but something more along the lines of being wise enough to use every opportunity to prosper. He is not someone who openly disdained having connections to the underworld and the dishonorables, but had to present himself as such, so finding useful contacts was near impossible for him. So seeing the opportunity, I easily inserted myself into that potential position. Not that I had to. As he said, I could have easily danced around the question. However, getting him on my side with the truth while downplaying my connection to Mephala would no doubt earn me a much firmer alliance. Balgruf coughed loudly as his throat expelled the potent drink before glaring at me. Why must you vex me so? This isn't the time for you to play around. I shrug. You are just jealous I timed it so perfectly. His eyebrow twitches in admission, but he continues glaring at me. Which house, then? I look away from him and straight into Irileth's eyes. Dagoth. This time she does pull out her sword. Before she can attack me, however, I pull another item from my storage, and she stops in her tracks as she stares at the damaged star of Azura. You wouldn't want to damage this further now, would you? I ask teasingly. The poor housecarl looks just about ready to shriek in frustration at my behavior, but her discipline stops her from such reactions, and she merely sheathes her blade while grabbing the bottle out of Balgruf's hand and downing it instead. The Jarl stares at his empty hand dumbly before giving me a look of pure respect. Moments later, Irileth realizes what she has done and looks completely horrified, quickly depositing the bottle back on the table. Irileth, maybe you should go and relax a bit. Balgruf looks at her seriously. She goes to interject, but he shuts her down with a huff. I will be fine. Irileth, if he wanted to do us ill, he would not have wasted his time with all this. She looks at me for a while, very unwilling to leave her Jarl with the literal spawn of Satan before her, but finally relents and leaves. As the doors close, Balgruuf lets out an amused bark of laughter. Ha! I haven't seen her that uncomfortable or unsure about something since we met in the Great War. He chuckles off before turning serious. Now then, you wouldn't have told me all that if you didn't want something. Indeed, I agree. I would like to propose something of an alliance between us. And what would this alliance entail? He crosses his palms under his chin and looks at me appraisingly. We would go through the details later, but in essence, I would deal with the magical and shadowy business within the province, while you provide the more open action and resources when needed. I list off before adding, we need to be ready for what is coming. And what is coming that would make you reveal your secrets to me? He asks, while pointedly leaving his bottle on the table. Damn it, he is learning. I have already started weakening Ulfric's power base for the war, I begin, and he nods in approval. But the greatest issue will come during the conflict, a rather grim subject of an ancient Elder Scroll. His expression turns stony as he hears me. The subjects of an Elder Scroll were more often than not of a very grim nature. What is it? He asks slowly. Dragons. I can practically see his soul leave his body and ascend beyond this mortal coil before he yanks it back and stares at me with bloodshot eyes. He grabs me by the shoulders. Tell me everything. I spent the entire night first calming Balgruuf down and then plotting everything out with him. By the time we were done, he had almost completely forgotten what happened yesterday and looked like his soul was sucked out of his body. I did get his promise that he would give his all to help us when the time came, even if he cursed me every couple of seconds while doing so. As we were leaving the palace, I went to check out Jorvaska and see if my old friend was there, but he had apparently gone to Deepholm with a couple of his shield siblings in search of wealth and adventure, so I was unable to meet with him. At least I was satisfied with the knowledge that he had not yet joined the circle of furries. Nightshade and I left the city of Whiterun and headed east, searching for a mountain passage near Windhelm that would lead us to our destination. It took us a bit over a day to find the damn thing, but a couple of Nords sneaking their way to a hidden statue of Talos had unwittingly led us forward. We were unfortunately forced to leave our horses behind. A small household near the mountain's base eagerly accepted to house them for some meager payment. I made sure to remember their faces and auras, just in case they chose to do something funny. And so we ascended the mountains. Nightshade was completely fine with the autumn cold and treated the snows as if they weren't even there. I, on the other hand, was too busy thanking all the stars that my robes and clothes were enchanted to high heaven, because without them, I think I would have probably started burning myself alive just to not freeze to death. After a bit over a day of hiking, we passed an arch of chiseled stone and emerged onto a small mountain top. Before us stood a modest but well-built temple, and above said temple loomed an altar to Azura, the massive statue of the Daedra looming over it imposing and protective at the same time. Naturally, the moment I stepped out into the clearing before the temple, I felt the stony eyes focus on me, and an otherworldly weight slammed onto my shoulders. Chapter 166. Azura. For an instant, I felt like I was about to get completely erased. The near-direct stare of the Daedra was a terrifying thing, no matter how experienced one was. So terrifying, in fact, that I felt just a tad angered at the unnecessary posturing. The light annoyance was enough for my inheritance to bubble to the surface, and the Daedric influence was soon reduced to a mere trickle. As the Daira's gaze left me, something finally clicked, the feeling of being observed from time to time, notably at bleak falls and in solitude. It was the same as I have felt now. Time to get me some answers then. I dusted off the snow covering my robes and ascended the stairs to the temple, my companion following behind with a cautious gait. As we approached, the stone doors of the temple opened, and I came face to face with the High Priestess Aranea, with 2 armed pilgrims to both her sides, likely guards of some kind. She stares at me expectantly, and I summon the star. All 3 Dunmer gasp in wonder before the priestess gets a better look at it and snaps her gaze toward me. I merely shrug in response. The idiot that tried to possess it became more and more desperate as he realized he was going to fail. This is the result. Her hands shake as he holds the star, a wave of panic and fury bubbling up behind the serene mask she wore. Before she could go on a religious tantrum and try to burn a bitch, I rose my hand to draw her attention. Please do not tell me you think the star is unfixable. A Daedra unable to fix its own artifact would not be one worthy of worship. She stills for a moment before giving me a stern look. Such words may be considered blasphemy, especially from one chosen to champion the cause. The two pilgrims grasp their blades but do not draw. I openly snort in derision. Am I blaspheming, or do you merely lack faith, priestess? Whatever retort she might have prepared immediately died in her throat as her stare softened and she nodded. Indeed, you are right. I was blinded by grief and forgot to have trust in Our Lady. That is sweet and all, but I do not have all day. So please let us ascend the altar so I may help cleanse the taint post-haste. I urge her on with a lazy wave before turning to Nightshade. You should remain here and have a rest. That is unless you wish to experience some prime soul fuckery that is about to happen. The Falmer looks contemplative for a moment before stepping forward and falling in behind me wordlessly. If that is what you wish, I say with a shrug, yet with a hint of pride hidden in my words. Aranea waves for us to follow after her while telling her guards to remain within the temple. As we leave the main room, she cannot help but comment, "Must you be so openly impious? It will make your request harder to fulfill and will only serve to make you look lesser in the eyes of the devout." I shake my head and snidely retort, "Azura started it." The High Priestess stills for a second, takes a deep breath and resumes walking as if she did not just hear me act like a petulant child toward her patron. Very patient, this one. We pass yet another hallway before the priestess opens the final door, and to my great surprise, we are not immediately slammed into the harsh mountain wind of Skyrim. We are welcomed by a serene and warm, maybe even motherly embrace. I let out an impressed whistle. You really went all out with the aura of the place. I admit I am impressed. Instead of what I expected, the priestess smiles humbly and explains with just a hint of smugness, "It is Our Lady who blesses all pilgrims with her welcoming embrace, not a work of magic." Huh. Surprising. I answer non-committedly. Is it? Aranea questions almost arrogantly, "Does your own patron not invest herself in her followers?" I snort at her attempt and flick the ebony blade into my left hand. No, she just saddles me with her artifacts I did not ask for. I banish the knife before the gaping priestess and keep ascending the stairs like nothing happened. We can have a religious debate when my task has been completed, come. And she does, after a bit more gaping, of course. As we stand before the altar, she sends a silent prayer to Azura, and I feel a wave of power suffuse the star before retreating. Aranea then tries praying and channeling the power through herself, which pushes deeper into the star, but still ends up repulsed by what is within. Finally, Aranea turns back to me with just a hint of defeat in her expression. "Approach the altar. The Lady of Dusk and Dawn would give you your mandate." I hold back another snide remark and place my hands on the altar as instructed. Moments later, I stand in a resplendent garden. Its beauty is so great, I feel my eyes attempt to stop functioning, to preserve my mind from imploding, but the act of bringing me here specifically, the place said to literally blind all visitors with its beauty, infuriates me greatly, and the colors of the garden soon dull under my own influence, allowing me to gaze fully at the projection of Azura's realm. "You finally show yourself, child of false divinity." I hear a pleasant yet stern voice behind me and turn around, and there sits in all her glory the self-proclaimed mother of the Dunmer. The aesthetic definitely fits: bluish-grey skin, piercing red eyes, and a white dress with a crown of flowers. The Daedra practically radiated a motherly feeling, though currently it was one of the more stern variety which somewhat detracted from the image. I lightly incline my head, purposefully not bowing. "Lady Azura, what an honor." She gazes at me, evaluating something, before frowning ever so slightly. "You do not sound honored, my child." I stop myself from rolling my eyes, but even the barest intent is enough for my inner thoughts to be made known, and the Daedra narrows its eyes. Deciding to ignore the whole song and dance, I simply shrug. "I am indeed not." Your welcome was not indicative of a meeting in good faith, and so I shall hold no faith, for that is what was earned. A hint of offence passes through the Daedra's eyes before it is replaced with amusement. She gives me a patient, motherly smile as she speaks. What a wily child you are, so very prideful even in the face of a god. Indeed, I drawl, and then quickly add in my best impression of Dagoth Ur's voice. What a fool I am. And by all I find holy, I swear I see her eyebrow twitch. It appears good Oli Gramps had done a bit more than merely sit in a volcano and spew his diviner decisi if her reaction is any indication. Her demeanor shifts as he decides on a different approach, and she looks at me with curiosity. Why accept my request if you plan on following your ancestors' foolishness? It appeared that the patron was as patient as the priest. I raise an impressed eyebrow, but then quickly lower it as my answer is given. And why would I follow his idiocy? Just because I may share his views on the divine and Daedric doesn't mean I will pursue the same goals as he. She nods with some satisfaction at my answer, obviously unhappy at my defiance, but understanding enough. As for why I accepted your task, why would I not? I ask incredulously. Your star is literally one of the best things I could get, and even your silent support would do wonders for my plans. I can feel the atmosphere turn. Pouty? What? As Azura summons a cup of tea, the heretic, and takes a calming sip, so it was pragmatism that brought you here in the end. That it was. I answer easily. I do, however, have a question of my own. I shall indulge you after you complete my task. She denies just as easily. Understandable. I nod. Very well. How do we proceed? She banishes the cup and stands up. You shall enter my star and do battle with the spirit of Melin Varen. His soul shall be mine to punish, and upon his defeat I shall extract you safely and grant you the blessing of my star. I nod a couple of times before smirking at her. In writing, please. My enhanced eyesight allows me to notice the slightest eye twitch before she speaks. Your mistrust does you no favors in my domain. I openly scoff at the attempt at manipulation, and the fact you can blackmail me to do whatever you like when I am victorious does not fill me with trust and piety. She sighs in disappointment, the feeling ramming itself into my mind, but I easily dismantle it. The constant visits from Mephala had taught me to resist such things with ease, and waves her hand. A prompt appears in my mind. It has a lot of flowery language, vague instructions, and vaguer promises. I look up at the Daedra and with a gleeful smile deny her offer. This time her eye twitches openly. Do you find it entertaining to play with the divine? I have other ways to punish those who blaspheme against me, much like Malin shall learn. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Azura. I decide to be a tad more polite. But as a diligent student, I must listen to my teacher's lessons and employ utmost caution when dealing with those who have played this game for longer than my family line had existed. This seems to placate her some, and she sends me another offer. This one is far better, but I notice a light inconsistency with just how defeated the target should be. I refuse again. Azura's look turns completely blank, and before I can even open my mouth, I get another offer. Beat the shit out of Malin and kill him, and I will immediately bring you out of the star. Once again, I look up at the ancient Daedra. Her expression is unreadable, but I can practically taste her annoyance. That will teach you to pressure me. This time I do accept. Without waiting for even a second, Azura waves her hand, and I find myself standing inside a crystalline cave. The view would have been beautiful if not for the distorted, gravely voice of my current host blaring from all over the place. My students finally send more food, I see. I follow the magical signature and immediately zero in on the source. The moment I do, so the voice grows panicked. What? Who are you? You may refer to me as Lord Dagoth. The panic grows, and I have come to kick you out of my newest toy. You are cluttering the place, and I have better things to do than waste it on an idiot. What? I do not wait for his response and immediately rush in his direction. The old conjurer was no slouch mage, however, and half a dozen Dremora warriors alongside 2 mages appeared in my path, while an old and bony Dunmer stood behind them. He looked like he wanted to monologue. I had no such intentions. The Dremora yelled out their battle cries and rushed toward me, carelessly pushing against each other in their desire for violence. As they approached, I suddenly felt the space around me more clearly, my honed instincts finally understanding the space I found myself in. I was practically drowning in soul energy, and I was a master of enchantment with a focus on soul control. With a gleeful chuckle, I pulled at the surrounding energies, and a massive amount of the crystals embedded around me suddenly jumped out of the ground surrounding me, as if imitating the great armory of some ancient heroic king. Mostly out of habit, I snapped my fingers and hell broke loose. The Dremora tried to fend off the massive amount of crystalline projectiles, but that only served to prolong their suffering, as where one failed, two took its place. Malin did not do much better. The man tried to take command of the soul energy around him, but he was no master, nor did he have my own inherent advantages, and soon he ended up nearly crucified against a large pillar, as his servants were promptly sent back to oblivion. I approached the old Mer as he coughed in pain. How can someone so young? He trails off as he stares at me in despair. And how can someone so old be so stupid to try and soul-trap themselves in Azura's artifact? I ask rhetorically, not to mention you are a Dunmer, you complete lackwit. He stares at me derisively, no doubt blinded by his own delusions of superiority and the spirit of discovery, or however he justified this idiocy to himself. Come then, puppet of the Daedra, do your worst. He gives me a toothless smile. I frown at his insinuation, I am going to beat you to death now. His terrified gulp was very satisfying. Chapter 167, Sun and Shadow. The battered and broken form of Malin's corpse stood before me as I took deep breaths. At first I was just going to whack him a bit, but then I remembered the wording of Azura's task and proceeded to beat the shit out of him. Literally, just in case she decided to play games. As the life faded from his pain-filled eyes, I was snapped out of the star and back into Azura's domain. The Daedra was sitting and daintily sipping on some immensely fragrant tea while looking down at me with a tiny frown. I snapped the blood off my robes and it quickly disappeared as Azura's brow twitched. I see you have been successful. She finally speaks, just as I have predicted. Uh-huh. I nod with narrowed eyes, as if it was ever in question. Ignoring my obvious disdain, she once more blesses me with a motherly smile. I would not send a child of mine to their death needlessly. If you were not capable of accomplishing my task, then I would have naturally sent someone more deserving of my favor. And being able to stick it to one who had defied you for millennia that his descendant has performed a service in your name has nothing to do with it. I ask jovially. I am sure it was all just a happy little coincidence. The Daedra doesn't respond, save for taking another patient sip of her tea, but my senses inform me that she is not pleased with my irreverence. Ask your question then, so that you may be freed from my service. Getting tired of me already? I quip and immediately add, no, that was not the question. I chuckle as I hear a faint tisk and finally ask, why were you observing me for all this time? The first time I have sensed your gaze was at Bleak Falls, but I am certain that was but one of many instances. She weighs my question for a time before breathing out, seemingly having made a decision. Contrary to your belief, I will honor my words even if they were not provided in writing. She gives me a chiding look and a feeling of shame attempts to assert itself upon me. Naturally, being the shameless bastard that I am, it passes over me like a light breeze as my amused smile remains unmoved. Much to my great surprise, her own mood seems to improve at my continued resistance. She sits just a bit straighter and begins her tale. Before you walked upon the snowy lands of your ancestors' foes, its fate was clear and certain. Things would happen in a certain way and following a certain script written upon the scrolls. The divinations I made for this era had felt far more firm than any I made for those that came before. Thoughts whirl through my mind as I process the implications of her words. She does not wait for me to get stuck brainstorming and goes on. The moment you slept your first night in these lands, things changed, many for the better, yet some for the worse. Your very presence felt like the sun itself banishing the night, and yet at the same time, like the shadow summoning forth the twilight, fate was no longer uncertain. Her eyes shine eerily as she looks at me with deep interest. and I could not help but take a look from time to time. My youthful brain immediately tries to find its way straight into the deepest gutter imaginable, but I immediately steer it back into a more comfortable setting, not going anywhere near that rabbit hole. It seemed my arrival thoroughly fucked around with the fate of the province, or possibly the world itself. Good, I wouldn't want to be some inconsequential pawn and change nothing like some impotent child bumbling blindly in fear of upsetting the canon. Now, was my effect on fate due to my otherworldly nature or due to my divine heritage, specifically the one defying the divine and likely fate itself? Definitely something to research on when I am able to perceive such things. I feel the expectant gaze increase in weight and quickly answer with a quip. Ah yes, Dagoth Raven's sun and shadow, I can already see the icons. I smirk at her, think I could get a nifty little ring with the title. Her eyebrow openly twitches as she grits out, I did not offer you a title, little Dagoth. Already taken it. I raise a hand triumphantly, no take-backsies. And it was at this moment that I achieved the greatest victory in my second life as the Azura herself, face-palmed. The Daedra took a long, calming breath before once more smiling at me, said smile being far more strained than before. Was that all you wished to ask of me, child? As long as our previous agreement of your priest's backing stands, that should be all. I nod agreeably, trying to milk her for anything extra would just be in poor taste, considering everything I was getting out of this. Hiding my name has grown tiresome, and expanding my house in these lands will be far easier if I am able to reveal myself. She is silent for a moment before nodding as well. Our agreement stands. Have no fear. Her eyes suddenly narrow, and I feel very small for a second before the feeling fades. Be glad you are not as foolish as your ancestor, or I would have done my utmost to stop you at every turn. I chuckle. Come now, Lady Azura. I might be arrogant and irreverent, but I am no fucking idiot. I feel some water splash against my mouth, and my eyebrow starts twitching aggressively. Azura covers her mouth as her eyes fill with mirth. I swear I hear a light oofu-foo-foo laugh, but I prefer to believe it to have been the wind. Fair enough, I grit out. Wouldn't want to swear before Miss beat the shit out of him. I snark, that would be uncouth after all. Another splash of water smacks me in the face, and the last thing I see of the projection is Azura, laughing openly, her eyes carrying the amusement of someone who has just playfully chastised their child. I appear in front of the statue, my hand already in motion to flip it the bird, but I quickly control myself and look down. There it was, fully repaired and resplendent in its power, Azura's star. I grab the artifact and strap it to my belt. It wouldn't do not to show this thing off. Your task is complete then. I hear the High Priestess ask and turn around to face her. Her eyes are filled with wonder and reverence as she gazes at the star. It wouldn't surprise me if the zealot didn't even consider taking it from me, her lady's champion. I nod. Indeed, the spirit possessing it has been cleansed, and it is now mine to use as I will. As is your right, she quickly agrees, though I wouldn't go around announcing your heritage just yet. It will take time for our kin to acknowledge you as one favored by Our Lady. That is quite understandable. I wave her off. I am not that impatient. We start walking toward the temple, Nightshade following close behind as we discuss some of the finer points of my little propaganda effort. Aranea tries to make me behave at least somewhat piously toward Azura, but I politely refuse the idea outright. I do not worship even my own patron. The various temple-goers openly gawked at the artifact hanging from my belt. Some of them even knelt in reverence, and I could already see them gazing at me with a surprising amount of devotion. Dunmer took Azura way too seriously, it would seem. My companion and I spent the night in the temple before marching out early at dawn. The priests had us leave at twilight. It was good fortune, they said. At least they didn't try and decorate us with flowers. The family we left the horses with was, thankfully, not idiotic enough to try and sell them. So after giving them a generous tip, we rode east. We did not stop until we reached Bjarnstead, and even then quickly moved on toward Winterhold. After nearly 2 months of non-stop travel, I was finally blessed by the sight of my home city's walls. After situating myself and leaving Nightshade with Idrasa to look over the other Falmer, I made my way toward Karsus, my Business manager. I guess that is an apt title for what he does. It took my guards and servants but a couple of moments to realize just what I had. Hanging irreverently on my person, and all of them would have gone into a religious frenzy if not for my stern look. Still, I couldn't avoid some of them looking at me like I was a literal living saint. My previous deeds now bolstered with the star raising their devotion to dangerous levels. Which, to be entirely fair, was the whole damn point. Carsus only gawked for about 20 seconds before apologizing and going over his report. My businesses were all growing at a good pace. My connections and achievements easily directed a massive customer base my way, and once it began it was like an avalanche. It would take a massive blunder for me to lose my current financial stability. Marwyn had taken over a large amount of my enchanting work, and anything made by myself personally now had a massive price tag attached to it. It wouldn't do for something made by a literal folk hero and dragon slayer to be cheap, now would it? I rewarded my most hard-working servants with a pay raise and ordered Carsus to work with the three brothers at recruiting even more fighters into my service. I already had a good 20, not counting my sworn mer, but more was always good. I even invited Carsus to a small meeting in the evening. He looked just about ready to finally join my house. After the ceremony in which Carsus easily agreed to join the 6th house, I invited all my servants and both of my students for a small meeting. My plans required a large amount of souls, and getting them would take some effort, so I thought I might as well make a party out of it. As everyone finished up with their meals, I placed Azura's star on the table, immediately drawing all of their eyes. So I got this nifty little thing. I smirk and hear a light snort from Davos. We share a glance and a chuckle before I go on. I plan on gathering a downright massive amount of power and then enchant myself a new set of gear. Before anyone can even ask, I add, anyone willing to help me out with this is also getting some stuff made, free if you can gather enough. I swear every single pair of eyes, save for my surprisingly humble guards and newest addition, lit up like the sun with greed. I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. New robes, here I come. We left Winterhold a day later, our destination clear. No one was going to miss a couple goblin villages after all. Chapter 168. Vacation. General POV. In the western reaches of the southern marshy plains of Windhelm, nature stood undisturbed for many years. Most humans preferred not dying of disease at the tender age of 30, so people generally avoided settling in such areas, and even when they did, they would usually do so because of an ore vein being turned into a mine or something similar, always at least some ways away from the actual swamps. Much to a certain dark elf's disgust, a certain kind of creature did settle in such lands, mostly because they were kicked out of anywhere worthwhile, which was fine seeing as they weren't exactly people, they were goblins. That is right, the swamps were dotted by about a dozen small goblin villages. The disgusting little things were surprisingly tenacious when it came to surviving in a difficult climate, though that might have something to do with the fact that they reproduce like rabbits. It is at one of such rickety villages that our heroes, or war criminals, depending on your worldview, find themselves. A small, deformed green creature runs away in terror as the screams of its kin fill the air. It closes in on the shallow swampland, hoping to hide away from the ravenous beasts that attacked their village. Its hopes are promptly dashed by a warhammer flying into the back of its head, a wave of translucent white energy immediately ripping itself from its corpse and flying toward the village's center. Minthara jogs up to her newest kill and flicks her hammer into her hands. She turns to her right and smirks smugly. That is 32 for me. Marco huffs in disgust. I already told you, Minthara, I am not playing this disgusting little game of yours. The Altmer shivers as he frantically wipes the specks of blood from his prized loot. The Nord pouts and crosses her arms. Oh, come on, live a little, you milk drinker. I am not going to enjoy. Marco points his hand around frantically. All this, he hisses. I swear if they weren't actually raiding half the hold, I would have never agreed to this wholesale slaughter. Come on, she groans. They are goblins, she exclaims as if that explained everything. Marco looks down at her with pure disgust in his eyes. They are still living beings, he calmly reiterates. Minthara huffs and once more hefts her hammer in preparation. Well, stay here and pout. Then I am going to get the most of the little shits and get me all of the enchantments. No one can possibly challenge me. Before Marco can respond, a very lazy-looking Davos walks next to the two of them, and without even looking, fires off a crossbow bolt, causing an explosion of flame and a shriek of agony to happen beyond their sight. The familiar white soul energy followed soon after. As he passes next to them, he mutters, with a well-concealed smug smirk, 53, before silently disappearing into the nearby crevice. Minthara stills as if struck before her eyes are alight with the flames of motivation. The wind around her picks up as she looks into the distance with determination. Marco raises a hand in concern. Hey, are you doing all right? Wuldna. The Nord is gone the next second. As he remains alone, the bard sighs and shakes his head, absent-mindedly brings out his lute and starts strumming it while walking. Now then, how to make this whole thing sound heroic? Raven's POV. More and more goblin souls rush into Azura's star from all around me as I lazily sit in the village's center, completely surrounded by the scene of my guards, Idrasa and Nightshade, butchering goblins with incredible efficiency. All the while I share a nice pizza with Scorch. One might find themselves wondering where I got the pizza. Well, what use is immense political and financial influence if you can't even teach your servants how to make fast food? Though to be fair, it wasn't really fast food if it was prepared by a master chef. A couple of goblins die at the same time, so I am forced to actually focus on drawing their pathetic souls my way so they don't go to waste. It really was a good thing that goblins carried white souls instead of black ones. I dread the very idea of being forced to feel bad for them. Things go much the same for the following hour. We had already raided a good 10 tiny villages, if they could even be called that. So this was to be our last before we continued to our actual destination at the Temple of Kinnereth, or more specifically, the Eldergleam Sanctuary. I feel a surge of magicka and turn my gaze just in time to see Nightshade turn a goblin shaman into a popsicle before hitting it with an ice spike and shattering it to pieces. And just like that, the tumult of battle is shattered as the remaining goblins are swiftly cut down by my halberd-wielding guards. I sigh contentedly and store my chair within my Oblivion storage, it having grown to such a point that I could easily carry a ballista with me at all times. I clap my hands appreciatively as everyone turns to me. Naturally, I timed it in such a way that the rest arrived at that exact moment. Excellent work, everyone. The world already feels cleaner. Most of them nod in agreement, while Marco looks completely baffled. Why do you all hate them so much? Everyone, even Nightshade, looks at him like he has grown a second head. They are goblins. I finally break the silence after it grows awkward, and everyone once more nods sagely. The Altmer throws his hands up in frustration and grabs a snack I summoned onto a nearby crate. Well then, after that nice workout, I begin, and even my guards give me a side glance. I feel like having a nice little break. Onwards, my brave goblin slayers. To the sanctuary. As we leave the village, I hear Davos snickering next to Minthara. Oh, look at me. I slew all of the goblins. He drawls, I am become goblin-born. Minthara's face goes red, and she tries to kick him in the shin, but he is long gone by that point. It doesn't take us long to find the sanctuary with the maps we purchased on our departure from Winterhold, and we soon stand at the entrance to a vast cavern. An elderly priestess wearing green robes exists just in time to meet with us, and stands confidently as she asks, who approaches Motherkind's sanctuary? Instead of responding verbally, I focus on my blessing and invoke the winds. They do not move at any impressive speed when I do so, but the feeling in the air shifts and the plants around us grow just a tiny bit more vibrant. The woman smiles kindly at the sight and moves from our path. I see your cause here is honorable. Be welcomed and may nature heal your woes. I nod at her and lead the party inside. We pass through a couple of winding passages before finally stepping forth into the massive cavern within. Every single one of us is stunned and awed by the sight before us. A self-sufficient ecosystem surrounds the gargantuan tree hidden below ground. Colorful moss and flowers surround any place not trampled by the ever-careful pilgrims. A lake stands at the center, and 3 small creeks flow freely into its basin from 3 different directions. I relax immediately and feel some of the weight lift from my shoulders. Now this is how you build a temple. I nod in appreciation. Marco raises a confused finger. I do not believe this was built. Exactly my point. I clap and wave for everyone to follow me. Let's get going. We all quickly set up some tents at a free spot and start up a small fire. It was allowed as the priests could easily put it out, but we were still warned to be careful. A nice meal was prepared, and I decided to invite some of the other visitors to sit by our fire. The other pilgrims were jovial and trusting, so trusting in fact that I was surprised for a moment and scanned the entire place. It takes some brainstorming, but I finally realize what is going on. This entire place is quite literally a divine safe zone. No one can attack each other, and even if I were to theoretically bypass it through brute force, the nature within the sanctuary would destroy me and protect my target at the same time. Magnificent. It is too bad Morrigan isn't with us. Edrasa sits down next to me. She would have enjoyed the magic here. My eyes snap open, my relaxing meditation now interrupted, and nod. That she would, a shame she is so thoroughly blinded by greed that she refuses to leave Deepholm. My first vassal chuckles. I guess that is what happens when you are born within a cave. And to an aspiring hag, I raise a finger and chuckle. Do not forget that part. Edrasa remains silent after my comment, and I finally ask, was there something you wanted? She nods hesitantly. I believe I have proven my loyalty and wish for my position to be given its due respect. She blurts out with faltering confidence. I raise an eyebrow and stare at her for an uncomfortably long time. Before slowly nodding, indeed you have, your chance is given, do not waste it. She gets up and bows. Thank you, my lord. Yes, I wave her off. I am here to escape all that for a spell, so go ahead and relax. I don't need to tell her twice, and she scampers away to actually enjoy herself. She must have been mustering the courage for that little demand for a while now. I get up from my seat and head back to camp. Marco had started playing some kind of new song, and as much as I tease the brat, he is pretty good at what he does. What I wouldn't give for my old playlist. Chapter 169. Upgrades, people, upgrades. We spent the following 3 days just relaxing within the sanctuary. There was no training, no research on the residual magic in the air, just chilling. The peaceful atmosphere did wonders for my mind, and I finally managed to deal with the constant tension created by my lifestyle. Say what you will about standing defiantly before the very gods of this world, but doing so repeatedly was going to chafe on any mortal, no matter how arrogant or protected from their influences. I was not the only one to benefit from our short stay there. Most of those who followed me seemed far more relaxed and motivated than before, but the one who probably needed this more than even myself was Minthara. The young demigod was growing more and more frantic in her rush to prepare for the coming dragon crisis, that she sometimes even decided to forgo sleeping in its entirety. Something I put a stop to the moment I returned from my Daedric trip, but the damage had already been done, and the young woman spent most of her days in a daze, unless she was chasing goblins, apparently. The presence of Kine seemed to have a profound effect on those with the soul of a dragon, shifting their usually aggressive and dominating instincts into a more contemplative state. I guess that explained how Paarthurnax mastered his nature, as sitting down atop the mountain where Kine breathed life onto the world was most assuredly a drug of a whole another level when compared to the sanctuary. Our return to Winterhold was for once not a rushed one, and we managed to reach the city about a week before the college started accepting new students, just enough time for me to get back into the rhythm of my projects as I prepared to take on my own teaching position. That is correct. I was indeed offered to help some of the masters with their own classes, mostly Sergius and Feralda, as I was already a master enchanter, and I felt it in my very bones that mastery over the elements was not far off. I would, of course, usually not waste my time on something as boring as teaching a new batch of students, if not for one little fact. The excavation of Sarthal had begun a couple of months ago, and with a small army of automaton spiders I once more rented to the college, it would take a far shorter amount of time to unearth the entrance to the first Nord city of this continent, and I sure as hell wasn't about to give that Thalmor Twat Ancano even the slightest of chances of touching the Eye of Magnus. Preparations would have to be made, of course, something to mask the Eye's presence and dampen its energies while I searched for the staff of Magnus and I would have to make sure the college's defenses were running properly, just in case the Thalmor decided to do something funny like, say, an all-out attack on the college by Thalmor agents while he usurped the eye, or something equally disgusting. I would also have to find some way to fuck with the Sijiks. They might be well-intentioned, but I had no way to confirm that. Besides, they were a mostly Altmer organization, and my very blood boiled at the idea of letting them get something like the conduit to the very sun. And then there was convincing Savos not to let himself get offed. Gods damn it all, not even a week after I left the sanctuary, and I am already tense as all hell. I sigh tiredly as I slump into my armchair before taking a deep breath and getting up. Well then, moping sure as hell isn't going to solve my problems, so I might as well get to work. My first destination was, surprisingly, Shalazar's tower. The insane mystic was probably aware of more than I could fathom at this point, so asking him would at the very least not be a bad idea. Though I did make sure to temper my expectations. Just as I was about to knock on the door to his office, I heard his squeaky voice from within as he yelled at someone, "Flee, you poor boy! Begone!" There was some rustling within before I felt the space twist and the doors open on their own. The tiny Argonian looked at me with excitement in his eyes. The legendary lockpicker graces me with his presence. He spreads his arms in greeting. This little one is honored by the presence one so bold. I chuckle at his jape, completely unsurprised. And it is my utmost pleasure to see you once more as well, Master Shalazar. I look around the room and notice a pair of chairs positioned in such a way as to imply a guest was here recently. I go to ask who it was out of curiosity, but a large piece of cheese on the table quickly dissuades me from my quest. Focusing back to my original goal, I bluntly ask Shalazar, "Is there any advice you could give me for what is to come?" The Argonian squints at me before barking out, "Zap?" "Zap?" I ask dumbly. Shalazar the mystic nods rapidly. "Indeed, my most glorious of students." He raises his hand and snaps his finger, causing the smallest bit of lightning to dance between his fingers. Zap. Understandable. My thanks for your brilliant guidance, great Shalazar. I give him a respectful bow and turn to leave. Not before he gives me one additional piece of advice. To save the great man from his great sin, he must face it himself, yet by the side of others. The lizard wizard's expression turns soft, almost as if he doesn't believe his own words, but he returns to his cheerful self within the same instant. I still, my mind awhirl before slowly nodding, understood, and leaving the tower, the plan within my mind evolving ever so slowly. I did my rounds around the college, giving vague warnings to my fellow masters, whom I knew were powerful combatants. They did not need much further explanation, as I was trusted, and my clairvoyance was already a known factor among the great mages, so my warnings were easily attributed to that burgeoning talent. Tolfdir specifically had to be held back from simply pasting the Thalmor advisor across the walls, but I decided the slimy little shit could be used in better ways, so I advised him against such rash actions. Speaking of slime, I was currently approaching said Altmer with a letter folded into a scroll held firmly in my right hand. His unsubtle skulking around the college stopped suddenly as his eyes zeroed in on mine. Like most Altmer, he was tall and golden-haired, but his skin was sickly, and while his face was one of noble sharpness, it was marred by the massive amounts of stress the infiltrator was no doubt subjected to on a daily basis. He held back a flinch as my unguarded magical presence slammed into him. He was somewhat more powerful than Elenwen herself, but I knew for a fact that he was lower on the ladder due to some massive mistake he had made in the past. "What do you need from me, Master Raven?" he asks, though his pathetic attempt to hide the sneer while using my title did him no favors. My eye twitches as my gaze intensifies, practically ramming the little shit with fear. I proffer the letter to the shaking Altmer, and with the most brilliant smile I could muster, tell him please bring this message to Ambassador Elenwen personally. I believe its contents will be of great interest to her. He takes the letter and nods rapidly, his shivering intensifying as my presence receded. "Begone," I command, and he is out of my sight within seconds. I walk out onto a nearby balcony and summon my familiar while offering him another letter. "Bring this to Sibyl with instructions to give it to the king. Do not burn it." The glorious bird himself bobs his head rapidly. Sure thing, Pops. Grabs the letter into one of his claws and launches himself west with ridiculous speed. Wasting no time, I head back to my home. I had to make sure everyone was equipped for the task at hand. The following days, I spent crafting superior equipment to all those that participated in the goblin hunt. Just as promised, I would do most of it free of charge, as they did save me a good 2 weeks with their rapid culling of the goblin settlements. To my guards, I gave magic-absorbing necklaces and rings that bolstered strength and speed. An all-round buff to their most basic function was always a good idea, and the trio of brothers agreed happily, though they did try to protest, as I had already given them priceless artifacts when they swore themselves to me. Naturally, said protests were ignored. For Davos, I had a master blacksmith craft an orichalcum, repeating crossbow, enchanted to be easily drawn and to burn magicka on a hit. His ability to crack through magical shields was now dangerous even to myself. Idrasa merely requested rings for her alteration, which I provided with ease. Nightshade had her robes thoroughly enchanted, nothing too unique, but even some of the more wealthy wizards of High Rock might go green with envy with the utterly overcharged basic magicka regeneration and absorption enchantment I placed upon it. My students were far simpler to satisfy, as both requested weapon enchantments. Well, Minthara wanted a hammer that ignored even those protections that still worked against hammers, so I made it weigh about 3 times more while still keeping balance. Marco wanted his lute to finally be properly enchanted, so now the rune-covered instrument, that was likely worth as much as a small town, shone with blue and gold runes, empowering his sonic blasts and healing magic. And finally we come to yours truly. I spent 4 entire days just drawing the damn runes on the many artifacts I had crafted over the past year. And the enchanting itself took an entire room being retrofitted and 2 additional days of constant channeling, but the effort was worth it in the end. Before me stood another set of 10 rings. They looked much the same as my previous set, except this time there was no artistic representation on them. They were just bands with amethyst runes running through the ebony metal. This did not take away from their looks, as the runes were organized in such a fashion to practically radiate mastery. The 10 rings, a set of synchronized rings created by a true master of his craft. The greater hand of Magnus provides 2 additional units of magicka per everyone held by the wielder, up to 2,500. Rings of sun and shade. All magic is 50% cheaper to cast. I held no doubts wars would be started over these. Too bad they were soulbound. My staff was leaned against a nearby wall, its wooden handle replaced with a proper ebony one, enchanted to be as light as a feather. The previous blade was reforged into a proper vicious glaive head, and the previously red color scheme now fitting in with the rest of my black and purple theme. Hagbane, a weapon much changed, yet the blood of fallen foes still clings to its form out of sight. All spells intended to harm are 25% more powerful when channeled through this staff. The blade erupts with disintegrating fire and lightning when striking a foe. And finally, my new set of robes. I decided to forgo the Telvanni inspiration for this one, as it had proven a bit too cumbersome for my style of combat, so instead I focused on a more armored yet maneuverable form. The robe itself was simple yet elegant, with swirling arcane runes glowing in light purple, yet not so much to be jarring to look at, with some more in Dunmerry and Dovazul sprinkled in between for good measure. On the robe's back stood proudly the emblem of the 6th house. I no longer cared about concealing my station, and any who recognized the emblem would also recognize the fact that they could not do a thing against me. The star of Azura, lazily hanging from my hip at all times, ensured that. Under the robe was an ebony chestplate emblazoned with yet more runes, and with my sash permanently attached to it. An entire set of high-quality leather covered by segmented plates of ebony was made in such a way to be completely unnoticeable under my robes, with only a simple yet elegant set of braces and boots remaining visible. Its power was nothing to scoff at either. Grand Regalia of Dagoth, a suit of robe and armor fit for a demigod, it shall protect the heir of Dagoth better than any army ever could. Lightened ebony plate, self-cleaning, self-repairing, heat-regulating. Obscures clairvoyance or other methods of scrying. Magicka regeneration, 500%. Magicka absorption, 250. All bolstering spells are thrice as effective. Emergency effect uses up all of the robe's energy to force the wearer to turn ethereal for a single second when their life is threatened. Renders the robe powerless for a day. Habitually, I snap my fingers and find myself clothed in an instant. My new set of regalia fits snugly around my body, almost as if I was wearing nothing, yet still enveloping me with a sense of security no set of full-plate armor would ever give me. I place my old, more imposing, set on a mannequin within my treasury. A fine addition to my hoard of wealth, if I do say so myself. I stand before a mirror and nod in satisfaction. Instead of merely looking like an imposing lord of destruction, my new robes, coupled with my recently bolstered appearance and height, carried a sense of elegance as well as danger, my crown still fitting with the robe's aesthetics perfectly. Now if only I could waste my entire day being a narcissist instead of listening to a damn lecture. Chapter 170. Firsties. Needs more firmness, I state as I poke a rather flimsily made artificial bone atop the research table in front of me. I hear a huff to my right. That much is evident, Raven. It is after all merely the preliminary result, Phineas explains in a patient drawl. My eyes move to Tolfdir, who was up to that point patiently watching over our work. I feel, he trails off, that we rushing as is. We should focus on making a working prototype with functional marrow before we focus back on the actual integrity of the bone. Phineas nods along. As you say, Master Tolfdir, making a body that would merely fall apart under its own weight would be a waste of time and gold. He flicks his hand toward his apprentice. Write that down, brat. Marwyn nods rapidly and starts scribbling everything down. I scratch my chin for a bit before asking aloud, would it not be more effective to use sacrificial rituals to substitute our lack of progress? Phineas shrugs. It could work, but we aren't trying to merely create a body. He stares at me with surprising amounts of life in his eyes. Imagine what we could learn about the mortal form if we understood every single step of its creation. A grin forms on his face. Besides, we all have all the time in the world. That we do, Tolfdir and I join in with a chuckle, while Marwyn pretends to merge with the wall. Back to the point. I force the conversation back on track. We could use the rituals to speed up the process via mysticism and sacrifice, and then reverse engineer the whole thing. We would naturally, likely miss some of the smaller details, but some progress is better than no progress. I explain patiently. Tolfdir hums thoughtfully before nodding. Young Raven's words do hold some merit. He looks at his elder student. We could try this avenue if we find our progress stalling. The light of excitement in Phineas's illusory eyes dims slightly, and he nods with a sigh. Yes, of course, we can always make different stages of homunculus as we expand our knowledge. His words remind me of a very important thing. Just to make sure we are all on the same page, I draw everyone's attention to me. We are not involving the Daedra with this project unless all three of us explicitly agree. Is that acceptable? Tolfdir nods immediately while Phineas scoffs. Are you sure you should be the one to comment on involving Daedra, Lord Dagoth? He asks mockingly, and before I can even try to explain the difference, he rolls his eyes. Yes, I understand. No need to get all excited. I let out an amused snort. Whatever you say, you corpse. We bicker for a while before there is a knock at the door of Phineas's laboratory. The Lich quickly makes sure everything is in order and not about to get damaged before he invites our visitor inside. In steps Mirabelle Irvine and greets the three of us masters. She sends a passing glance to Marwyn, High Enchanter. And wasn't that a nice bit of news? My boy finally became an expert. Though now that I think about it, that might have something to do with the fact I kept throwing projects at him. My internal raving is interrupted as she goes on. You are all expected to attend the welcoming ceremony in 20 minutes. Your presence is mandatory. Tolfdir nods happily while Phineas tilts his head. I thought there was an entire 2 months left for that. He mumbles. I deadpan at the Lich. It is already frostfall, you senile bag of bones. He scoffs. I have better things to do than concern myself with something as trivial as time. The Lich even raises his nose arrogantly. A throat being loudly cleared draws our attention back to the Master Wizard. As I was saying, Mirabelle repeats thinly, get going to the lecture hall. She glares at us. Please. Alrighty then. I clap my hands and quickly glance at Marwyn. You coming? He chuckles and shakes his head. No, I better tidy everything up here before I have to get back to enchanting. I nod, only a bit sheepishly, and walk out after the rest had already left. As I leave, I hear my friend mumble, the perks of being a nobody. General POV. The Hall of the Elements is filled to the brim as the welcoming ceremony for this year's new arrivals at the College of Winterhold was about to be held. The senior students filtered in as quickly as they could as to not disturb the atmosphere for when the newbies came. The many masters had already arrived and were standing to the sides of the small podium meant for the Archmage and were chatting animatedly with each other. One of the masters, a Dunmer, was completely stunned, stuck gaping at something hanging off the belt of another of his kind, who in turn merely ignored him. That all stopped when one of the teachers rose their hand and everyone shut up, the entire hall becoming as silent as the grave. The new students started walking in one by one, though only some were moved by the quiet reception. The first to enter is an excited-looking Khajiit, his excitement only marred with a tinge of directed arrogance. A large amount of folded scrolls hung from his belt in a very unsafe manner. This, of course, did not bother the Catman at all. Behind him enters a Nord. Completely unbothered by the cold reception, he walks up to a free spot and sits down silently. Many of his seniors get the impression that he was at least faced with battle due to the focus he projected. The third to enter was a tall Altmer. A bit of an unnecessary statement, but for this specimen it had to be reiterated. He walked in with leisurely steps, while an ornate lute hung off his back. The fourth person to grace the hall with their presence was a red-haired Nord woman with lightly pointed ears. Unlike her new colleagues, she came in wearing a mix of leather and chainmail, all enchanted, and with a warhammer resting atop her shoulder. Her eyes were filled with confidence, just until she saw one of the masters lazily tapping a folded scroll in their hands. She quickly found her seat after seeing that. Half of the massive doorway was suddenly shrouded as an absolute unit of an Argonian walked in. He wore the robes the college gave out to all new students over his pitch-black scales, yet his size of well over 2.5 meters made it evident that he was having a hard time moving in the largest piece of clothing the master wizard could find. The last to enter was a young Dunmer lady. She quivered in fright as she surveyed the quiet hall and generally gave everyone the impression of a sheltered noble kid running away from home, with how she scampered toward the nearest seat and attempted to look as small as possible. The new students exchanged glances, while some among them fearfully scanned the college staff. The young Dunmer lady froze completely as she noticed one of the teachers wearing the symbol of a three-eyed beetle on their robes. Just as she was about to scream, there was a quiet pop in the air, and the Archmage appeared atop the podium while clapping his hands with a merry smile. Welcome, he greets, and welcome back. He sends a wink to the older students. How nice it is to begin yet another year of education at our glorious institution. And with so many faces too, he exclaims with what only an idiot would believe was genuine happiness. One of the masters coughs, though some might say the cough was more of a snort. The Archmage continues without missing a beat. I am truly flattered that you have all chosen our college to pursue the great art of the arcane, and while I would love to throw you all into the thick of it and get right down to the magic of things we have to go through, the most accursed thing of all, the rules. Any excitement they might have held immediately leaves the new arrivals. I see you share my excitement. Savos smirks, receiving a couple of glares from the more bold students, so let me get right into it. He completely ignores them. Much like previous years, any and all research is permitted within the bounds of the laws of Winterhold and Skyrim. He tilts his head, or do whatever you want, so long as you don't get caught, that is. The massive Argonian's mouth twists into a grin that would terrify most experienced guardsmen as he hears this bit. The Dunmer sitting behind him shivering as her instincts scream at her. Speaking of research, you are all to practice safety measures and caution while around other members of the college. Savos flicks his hand toward the Khajiit, and his scrolls all lift into the air while neatly folding themselves. The next time I see you wearing them like that around others, I will be confiscating them. The Catman nods rapidly. Gizago will remember. See that you do, Savo smirks, but said smirk is one of pure menace. Where was I? Ah. He raises a finger. So long as you aren't around others, do whatever you wish. If you plan on blowing yourself up, kindly do so out of the range of your colleagues, and preferably somewhere where your ashes might be easily scraped of the walls. He smirks. I hear the Hall of Refinement is great for such things. The Nord woman and the Altma share a dubious look. Speaking of the hall, any disputes among yourselves are to be solved there and under supervision. He stares right at the Argonian, causing even the beast-like creature to shiver in discomfort. Any unsupervised conflict or injury will be strictly punished. His voice is as cheerful as always, but there is an underlying coldness that would shake even an experienced warrior. The Argonian gulps and nods quickly. Also, Savos draws their attention once again. Moving to the lower levels of the college is something done on your own will, and the college takes no responsibility to any dismemberment, loss of hair, loss of life, loss of will to live, or loss of soul freedom you might accrue below ground. He pauses dramatically, just long enough to revel in the horrified looks, before continuing. The same goes for the Daedric Library. The moment you walk into that section of the Arcaneum, the college holds no obligation to protect you, save for a master's goodwill. Back to the program. You will all have to choose. The Archmage goes on to explain the three-school rule, making jovial or just plain disturbing remarks along the way, thoroughly impressing upon his new students how dangerous a lack of caution might prove to be. As he finally finishes, the new students look like their souls had left their body. He nods in satisfaction before, much like 2 years prior, his demeanor shifts and he asks the question, "Now then, can someone tell me? What is Magicka?" Chapter 171, Welcome to Hell. And I would thoroughly recommend that you all study up on the arcane script before you finish your first year of magical education, as going on without such basic knowledge will leave you in the dust behind your peers. Savos Aren finishes his lecture and lightly bows to the students. Thank you for coming to the lecture and welcome once more to our great college. He then promptly disappears from his position with a loud pop. As if a switch was flipped, the entire crowd disperses, leaving the new students all alone within a minute, all completely dumbfounded. The tall Altma claps his hands. Well, might as well go and explore a bit. Not like we are going to have all that much time for it later. It can't be that bad. The Dunmer lady questions quietly, and as a couple of pairs of eyes focus on her, she shivers and squeaks, "Can it?" The massive Argonian lets out a grinding chuckle as his predatory smirk once more appears on his scaled face. You should go back to the land of Ash if you are afraid of some effort, little elfling. His voice is a deep, rumbling thing, practically screaming the feeling of danger with each word. Oh? The Nord woman tilts her head from nearby. Looks like we have a tough guy. She asks the Argonian mockingly while releasing her presence like she is taught. The beast growls at her with narrowed eyes before huffing, "At least not everyone here is a weakling." He points his thumb toward the door. "Want to check this Hall of Refinement out then?" His grin twists from predatory to challenging. "I thought you would never ask." Minthara grins back. As they walk outside, Marco shakes his head in disappointment. Not even 10 bloody Minchus. Before quickly following them, soon joined by the rest. Minutes later they enter the arena within the Hall of Refinement, only to be stunned with a scene both mesmerizing and terrifying. An Altma woman engaged in a rapid duel with a Dunmer man, both of them moving at ridiculous speeds as they exchange spells and strikes. All of the students' ears were drawn to Minthara's mutter of, "When the hell did he get that much faster?" Raven's POV. My blood boils with excitement as I keep pushing Feralda back, each of my strikes easily cracking through her defenses. Oh, she was still far more skilled and experienced than myself, but I was now well and truly a supernaturally powerful creature. My speed and strength, boosted by both my robes and spells, exceeded hers by a massive margin, and each of her strikes was now easily predicted. I tilt my head to the side, just enough to dodge a risky high kick from my combat teacher, and grab her leg, immediately slamming her into the floor with one hand. She coughs out in pain and tries to roll out of my grip, but just as her leg twists out of my hand, my glaive fins its way to her throat, causing us to enter a stare down. She glares at me for a while before a satisfied smile spreads on her face. It would seem I have been defeated. She laments how unfair life is. I chuckle and unsummon my staff while offering her my hand, which she takes and playfully shoves me as she launches herself into the air. She stretches herself like a cat as she praises me. "Your rate of improvement has been astonishing. I think you might be ready for the final step." I raise an eyebrow. "The attunement ritual and more good old siege magic, then?" "Nothing so crass," Feralda huffs. "The proper name is Grand Destruction Magic." "Indeed," I nod sagely. "Can't have people criticizing our naming conventions while we burn them alive." We both share a dark chuckle before she declares, "You should find me when you have the time, and I will instruct you on how to perform the elemental attunement. Your arcane ascension has reached a sufficient level, so you should be able to connect to fire whenever you wish." "You flatter me, dear master." I do a fake swoon, but we might wish to entertain our unannounced audience first. I point my hand toward the gaggle of excited students. The usual sadistic grin appears on Feralda's face once again as she titters out, "A yes, we really should." The two of us approach the awed apprentices, both of us likely carrying some very worrisome expressions. I greet them all with an overly cheerful smile. "Welcome one and all to the combat arena where you may commit gratuitous violence to your heart's content. I am Master Raven, not of any specific tower at the moment, and I will be helping my dear colleague and teacher." I point a hand toward Feralda. "Master Feralda, in teaching you about destruction magic and general combat skills." Both of my apprentices' eyes narrow at my slip of the tongue. I naturally ignore them completely and turn to the rest. Seeing as you all seem to be very enthusiastic about this topic, we might as well hold a bit of an early class. I wink at them. "Impress me enough, and I will give you a nice little hint that might save you a day or three." I quickly organize them into pairs and have them duel. All of them can seemingly hold their own, at least to some extent, but there seem to be only 3 actually powerful combatants among them. Seeing as they aren't currently being punished with extra lessons, both my apprentices are naturally among that number. The one that at the same time surprises me and doesn't is the Argonian, seemingly using alteration to strengthen himself on instinct and breaking through his opponent's defenses with unfiltered aggression. A couple of rotations later, I invited the Argonian to approach me after I noticed a massive problem with his style. Might as well have some fun before I have to go to solitude later. He jogs up to me, looking rather comical in his undersized robes, and greets me with a grunt. "Master?" "Name?" I ask, and almost burst into full-blown laughter when he responds with, "Sleeps with fishes." "That seems a mouthful," I drawl, purposefully provoking him. "I will call you Fishy for now." As expected, the massive beast growls at me. "Oh?" I raise an eyebrow. "Hit a nerve, did I?" He grits his teeth as magicka starts flowing through him. "Come on then, little farm tool, show me what you have got." I make a come-hither motion with my left hand while summoning my staff in my right. Predictably, he pounces at me with feral speed and gets the shit kicked out of him within 3 seconds. "Again," I command, and with a snarl I am once more shrouded by Fishy. Over and over he tries to simply throw himself at me and end me with sheer power, and time again I keep punishing him for it. As he is once more bodily slammed into the ground, I tap my foot and ask, "Do you understand what you are doing wrong?" The Argonian stills for a moment, his rage cooling a bit as he frowns. Finally he asks, "Power without skill?" "Indeed." I nod happily. "Use your brain when you fight. You obviously have enough of it to be accepted here." He seems to be almost battling with himself as his tense muscles relax and he nods. "I understand." "Excellent," I exclaim. "Who knows, maybe you will even manage to advance from farm tool status to noir status sometime this year." I giggle like a child as I once more dodge the snarling creature. Minthara's POV. "Gods," Marco whines from the common hall's floor. "Please just take me now. The pain is too much." Onmund, who has seen Marco fight at Haroldstead, looks at him with bafflement before sending me a questioning glance. to which I shrug in response. Don't listen to him. Being dramatic is literally in his blood. The grounded worm huffs, don't bring my uncle into this. Jizargo is confused. The exhausted catman mutters from my left. Brelina the Dunmer pats him on the back by telekinetically floating her hand. There, Jizargo, it will all be all right. The heavily bruised Argonian glares at all of us while nursing his heavily bruised hands. He looks at me specifically and asks, it sounds like you know the mad elf. Which one? I blurt. Much to my surprise, Fishy, as I've heard Raven call him, huffs in amusement. The Dunmer. Yup, I nod. He is the one that taught me. I point at the waste of breath, and this one, how to do magic, straight up conscripted me while he was court mage in solitude. I add with an annoyed huff, hiding my gratitude for the act. The Arognian nods and then asks with a heavy frown, does he have anything against my people? Oh, I tilt my head. Why do you ask? Fishy looks away, almost as if embarrassed. He kept calling me farm tool. Brelina bursts into a fit of giggles before shutting her mouth with both hands, immediately trying to look as small as possible as the massive lizard man glares at her. I palm my face slowly before shaking my head. No, he just insults everyone because he finds it funny. Pay it no mind. He might be completely insane, but he knows what he is doing. The Argonian nods with surprising amounts of relief. Good, I wouldn't want to go through today's training again just because he was bored. Jizargo thinks you may not get your wish, the Khajiit mutters with a 1,000-yard stare. Speaking of insane Dunmer, I turn toward Brelina, who gulps instinctually as I ask, why did you keep staring at his robes of all things? She shivers and looks around, as if in a panic, before sighing and asking, did you not see the heraldry he wore? General POV. The Thalmor ambassador walks down the familiar halls of the Nord's Blue Palace, her nerves growing tenser with each step she took. Why hasn't Astrid killed him yet? She raved within the safety of her mind. The damn cur will ruin the entire conflict with his meddling. I can't have the war finishing too quickly, or my lord will skin me alive. She nearly bumps into an old Nord woman watering the vases around the hallway and barely holds herself back from incinerating her on the spot. Damn lesser creatures, she curses inwardly. Minutes of frustrated wandering, later she stands before the door to the throne room. The housecarl on duty letting her in without any fuss this time, and she enters just in time to be met with a peculiar scene. Royal Thane Raven Flametongue stands before the seated High King of Skyrim with a conspiratorial smirk. Just as the ambassador enters, his speech reaches its peak as he proclaims, "And so I have brought you proof of my great endeavor and gift to Skyrim's people." He summons a cube of ice and casts a controlled mage light, allowing everyone to observe what is within. What Elenwen sees makes her skin go from gold to white. Behold, the hero of solitude proclaims, the head of Astrid, the leader of the Dark Brotherhood. The Dunmer turns to the ambassador with a smile consisting of pure and concentrated malice as he asks, such a great deed, wouldn't you say, honored ambassador? She only manages to force half of a polite smile as the entire left of her face remains paralyzed with fear. Indeed, she mutters, her voice half broken. How great! Chapter 172, Firelord. General POV. The news of Raven's deed had spread quickly among the nobility, and a small feast was swiftly prepared within the throne room of the Blue Palace. The Dunmer Thane spent an entire hour retelling how he hunted down each and every member of the Brotherhood, properly curated of course, while also making sure to keep insulting the intelligence of whomever decided it was a good idea to send the pathetic amateurs his way. Sibyl Stentor had a great time watching the colors of Elenwen's face shift with each insult. Whenever the poor ambassador would calm down, the court mage would waste no time in delivering a snide comment her way, all the while pretending to be clueless about the situation. A bard had already written the whole thing down, and the High King, who was as ecstatic as could be, instructed said honest and not at all bribed artist to make the song he wrote on the event as full of mockery as possible. Some time later, the king stood up, quickly drawing attention to himself as he cleared his throat, thus stopping the music and merriment. Sorry for interrupting such a happy time, but I fear I must steal some of my Thane's thunder, as it were." He sent an amused glance to Raven, who merely raised his cup in a supportive response. "Noble ladies and gentlemen," Torrig began his announcement, "dear ambassador." He greeted her with only a hint of smugness. "I am pleased to announce that my wife, the Queen, is with child." There was a beat of silence before the entire throne room burst into cheers of praise. "Folk," Torrig called his steward, "please write to Harold and inform him of this most joyous development." The hint of smugness might as well have been a mountain as he gave that order. The ever-stoic steward immediately got to work, himself sporting a satisfied grin. The celebration went on long into the night, and Elenwen was not permitted to leave until it was all over. Elenwen's POV. The screams of the amalgam of flesh that was once the foolish apprentice that failed to inform me of the threat of flame tongue did very little to assuage my fury. The damned creature had humiliated me again, and I had to accept it all with a smile. The desecrated creature finally burst from getting overloaded with lightning magicka, covering the entire room and myself in blood and gore. "Are you well, my lady?" Drenil asks cautiously from behind me. I shiver as I barely hold back a lightning bolt in response. "No," I grit out. I feel him put up a ward as he takes a deep breath and asks, "Would it not be wise to inform the master about this?" The lightning bolt shattering his ward and slamming him into the wall is all the answer he gets, from suggesting I humiliate myself further. "I swear if it is the last thing I do, I will have that Dunmer's head." Minor time skip, Raven's POV. Some 2 months after I organized a surprise party for my favorite ambassador, I found myself sitting cross-legged atop the Tower of Destruction, dozens of soul gems and rubies surrounding me in a complex ritual circle, the outline of which was filled up with fire salts. Initially, I expected I would have to search for a specific location to perform this rite of advancement, but realistically, the only place that would potentially be better for performing it was Red Mountain, and I am not spending half a year on that when I have more pressing matters to attend to. I was left completely alone while the entire tower had been evacuated, just in case things turned volatile. Naturally, the chances of me making a mistake and blowing myself up were minimal, but caution was the name of the game when you were playing with forces of destruction, so after wishing me good luck one final time, even Feralda herself had left the tower. Well then, I may as well get to it. What better way to celebrate one's birthday than potential incineration, right? I take a deep breath and send out a pulse of magicka, Scorch appearing immediately and taking his place in the ritual. My massive reserves start seeping into the enchanted floor as the air around me starts heating up. If I was a human or any other kind of mer for that matter, I would have probably screaming in pain right about now, but the fires felt closer to a gentle wind instead of the ravenous crimson flame I saw them as. As the energy picked up speed, Scorch dissolved into the rapidly mounting firestorm, painting the previously red flames with flecks of gold, thus adding another layer of complexity and power to the ritual. The final drop of magicka left my body and everything stilled, only for every single bit of magic in my surroundings to surge toward me. Not even a moment later, I felt like I was about to explode. I saw that my skin was on fire in places and immediately focused on controlling the rampaging energies. Slowly and steadily, the ritual calmed down and I took deep breaths, unconsciously expelling some fire from my nose as I did so. I tried to stand, but felt like I would immediately fall over, so instead of trying that, I summoned a regeneration potion and a feast's worth of food. Finally, I stood up, and as I did so, Scorch appeared on my shoulder. "You doing fine, Pops?" I nod. "Yes, self-immolation aside, I feel great," I exclaim with false cheer. The glorious bird boy bobs his head. "Indeed, my personal swimming pool feels far more comfortable now." "Think you can use it to grow even stronger?" I ask him with a raised eyebrow. He taps his wing below his beak before shrugging. "Should work." I point my left hand toward the open air. "Might as well test what we just got," I say, and decide to try a basic firebolt, only for a literal laser beam of gold and crimson to explode out of my hand for exactly the same effort. "Oh yeah," I smirk, "it's all coming together." Trait gained. Fire attunement, true destruction solar. You have reached the pinnacle of mortal power with the element of fire, All fire spells are twice as strong, while being half as demanding. Mag 800 to 850. Destruction Expert to Master. Destruction Mastery Trait. Elemental Malleability. Any destruction-related runes are easier to create, and the elements of your spells combine with greater ease. When I descended the tower, I was immediately dragged toward my inn, where a bunch of my friends, servants, students, and colleagues hosted a massive party for my mastery and birthday. The fact that they did so in my own establishment without batting an eye was admittedly rather amusing. Everyone wanted to take the time to congratulate me, so I mingled with the guests and chatted with the other masters for a while before a silent pop was heard next to me, just when I decided to sit down and take a breather. "So, kid," Savos says as a greeting, "I hear you did something ridiculous again." I give him a dubious look. "Are you sure you should be the one to call me ridiculous?" He flinches and grasps at his heart. I am shocked and appalled by such insinuations. Before he straightens up and asks, "So young and already approaching the big three, eh?" Not a familiar term. Big three? His eyes widen as he suppresses a chuckle. "You mean to tell me you do not know?" My lips thin. "Get on with it, Aaron." He huffs, "Fine, fine," before raising a finger. "For you see, Raven, when one is a master of 3 schools of magic, one may already be considered an archmage." "Oh, that," I say, unimpressed. Archmage was something I have touched upon already. My power combined with my artifacts would allow me to stand against anyone holding the title, even though I might still have less experience than any of them. "Oh, come on, at least give me a better reaction than that." The centuries-old man pouts. I stare at him, my eyes drier than the tower was after the ritual, before both of us burst into a fit of chuckles. "How may I be of assistance, Archmage?" I finally ask. "Must you be so stiff?" He huffs playfully. "Of course, it annoys you after all." I answer without any hesitation. Aaron once again pouts like a child before crossing his fingers conspiratorially. "I need you to pay me a visit in my quarters in 3 days. I think it was high time we talked about some things." "Oh," I go to ask, but he has already disappeared. Though this time I saw the outline of Magicka as he activated the spell and twisted the space around himself. "Just you wait, you old fart. Soon I will finally have my revenge." General POV. On that same day, all of the new college students were gathered in the Alteration Tower. They have gotten mostly used to their new life at the college and have entered a comfortable routine with their studies and constant magical exercise. To say some of them were surprised by the amount of effort and focus it took to build one's self into a proper mage would have been an understatement. There were, of course, accidents and incidents, mostly with Brelina playing around with some very unadvisable summoning, or Jazago using some very poorly crafted scrolls. The Catman wouldn't wait for a second after learning a new rune and kept experimenting like a complete loon. Both events nearly ended up murdering a certain Dragonborn, but that was neither here nor there. Fishy, as most have taken to calling him much to his constant frustration, had calmed down considerably since his arrival. He was still aggressive and sadistic, but considering how many times he had his bones broken by either of his combat teachers, he learned to mellow out. He did form something of a friendship with Minthara, due to their constant practice dueling, however. Speaking of the big-boned Argonian, he was currently tapping his foot impatiently as they waited for their alteration teacher to finally make his appearance. "Where is the old man?" Sleeps with Fishes asked irritably. His Nord friend shook her head before saying, "I do not think you should disrespect Master Tolfdir. The man punched a dragon in the neck and made it flinch." A pair of golden-yellow eyes focused down on her as Fishy gave her an incredulous look, seeing as she doesn't correct herself. His incredulity turns into terrified awe as he gulps, "Noted." Before they can continue with their conversation, the kindly old Nordic war machine walks into the classroom and greets them with a smile. He looks over everyone and after confirming that they were all present, begins speaking. "Apologies for not holding this class earlier. There have been some unfortunate developments in Deepholm, and I had to go below ground for a while." "Nothing too bad, I hope?" Minthara asks without thinking. She was very invested in that specific settlement, so her tongue outpaced her mind. Instead of getting annoyed at the interruption, Tolfdir shakes his head. "Nothing unsolvable, young Minthara," and turns to the rest of them. Now, last time we went over some of the more basic applications of alteration, so today I will be teaching you something completely different, but still vital for any mage's arsenal. Excitement sparks in some of the students' eyes as the old man declares, "Today we will be learning about wards." "Give Jazago back his excitement," the resident Khajiit mutters. Marco raises a hand and after getting a nod from the master asks, "What if we already know about wards and how to use them?" Tolfdir merely smiles. "Then you will help your fellow students." He already knew that the duo that descended into Blackreach was strong and skilled, but some extra practice wouldn't hurt. The Dragonborn dying to a stray spell would be a terrible way for the world to end after all. There was some whining from most of the students. Most of them felt that wards were unimportant, of just plain unworthy of an entire class being spent on them, or having to waste time practicing something they were already skilled at, something that greatly disappointed the old Nord mage. But among the newbies, one had learned the lesson of a strong defense well, so Fishy made not a single peep, as he volunteered to help Tolfdir with the demonstration. The old man happily instructed him on how to best use the spell and how to control it properly, and then started blasting at him with firebolts. Soon the entire room was filled with a cacophony of spells, the sounds of broken glass and huffs of pain, all the while Tolfdir Ebon Frost watched with a patient smile. An hour or so later, the serene instance of scholarly learning was interrupted by the classroom doors abruptly opening and an excited raven walking in. Before Tolfdir could question what all the fuss was about, the Dunmer exclaimed, "Sarthal has been opened." Chapter 173, Sarthal, Part 1. Following the usual MO of Skyrim, the news about Sarthal's opening took all of an entire hour to spread through the whole college. Similarly, it took the administration less than a day to decide to employ some of the students to gather the many low-value artifacts spread all around the entrance to the ruins as a learning experience. The truth was far more chucklesome to those who were in the know, however, as enticing the over-enthusiastic students to crawl through dusty caves was far safer than sending in the spider automatons who could possibly damage the historical artifacts that could no doubt be found within the ancient city. So it was that an expedition was sent out from the college early the next morning, composed of 3 masters and all of the new students, including a couple of seniors as well. A certain Thalmor advisor tried to weasel his way into said expedition, but he was promptly forbidden from even approaching the ruins as he was not trusted to control his zeal. Instead, he had contented himself in skulking around the passages of the college, preparing to intercept any news that came from the ancient city, even going so far as to bribe some of the less morally upright students. The fool thought no one would notice. Raven's POV. "Come on, ladies and gentlemen, where is your adventurous spirit?" I goad the line of students trudging through the deep snow as I shamelessly levitate above them. "I swear to fucking Akatosh, I will kick your shit in." I hear Minthara mumble to herself while glaring at me. She tried blowing the snow away with wind magic, but that just ended up covering everyone in steam that quickly froze all over them. The others were not very happy with her. Marco's pathetic squeal at being covered in snow was especially entertaining to hear. "What a beautiful day," Tolfdir exclaims happily as he just straight up walks on the snow as if it were solid ground. The cool winter air does wonders for this old man's lungs. He nods to himself as the students groan. The only master who was not happy with the situation, or even his presence for that matter, was Nelaran the illusionist. The theatrical Azura worshipper was not at all happy when Mirabelle assigned him to this task, as he was a complete and utter shut-in, and even if he didn't have to trudge through the snow, he was still extremely disgruntled. Deciding to have some fun at his expense, I call out to him, "Come now, Master Drevis, just think of all the inspiration you could get in the oldest Nord city in existence." The Dunmer glares at me for a moment, just about ready to viciously lash me with his barbed words, but then remembers that I am now a literal religious figure in his faith, and just grumbles something to himself inaudibly. "Spoil sport." Wait, I hear Minthara speak up. "What do you mean the first Nord city?" I send Tolfdir a puzzled look. Has this not been covered yet? The old man huffs. "If you think these youngsters have patience for anything other than slinging spells or summoning spirits, then you have been living in the clouds, my boy." He gives me a bemused look. Not all are as dedicated as you, I am afraid. I chuckle at his response and wave my hand, dispelling the harsh and, more importantly, loud winds surrounding us, immediately earning me some grumbles from the students for not doing it earlier. All right then, I guess I can deign to grace you all with some story time. As I draw their attention, I begin the story. When the Nords landed under the leadership of one Ysgramor, they settled down at the edge of a nearby mountain, digging deep as to escape the cold so that they may survive long enough to establish proper cities later on. At first, they entered into amicable relations with the native Falmer. Those were ancient times, and history had not yet taught the different peoples to be wary of each other. And so many years passed, all the while the great city of Sarthal grew in size and population. Yet some among the Falmer were disgruntled and rightly feared the Nords settling in their lands. An attack was organized by the most aggressive among the elves, resulting in what is now known as the Night of Tears. Many say that the attack was so vicious that the city was left depopulated, which led to its later abandonment. Yet other sources say that such was the rage of Ysgramor and his people that their hounding of the Falmer had them spread all over Skyrim, which resulted in the entire province being populated by the Nords in the first place. The fate of the Falmer is well known, I continue speaking, while sending a glance to my apprentices. They sought refuge with their cousins below ground, the Dwemer, who instead of welcoming them, turned them into slaves, and through many centuries of experiments, created the goblin-like servants they resemble today. So the Falmer are to blame for the conflict then? Minthara asks. I snort. If you think that an entire people can be blamed for the actions of a few, then yes, the Falmer genocide was justified. Onmund pipes in, did you not say they were the ones to attack first? Most sources agree on that. I nod. However, I specified that they were the most belligerent of their people. I scratch my chin for a moment before explaining, think of it this way. If a bandit came from a village and commit a heinous crime, would the Jarl of the Hold then be justified in slaughtering the whole village in response? Onmund's eyes widen before he sighs and shakes his head. No, they would not. And there you have it. I raise my hand. No matter how vicious the attack upon the Nords, slaughtering every single Falmer there was, is not justifiable. Wouldn't you agree, Master Tolfdir? The old man stares off into the distance for a spell before speaking. At the end of the day, young Raven, we must all do what we can to defend our families and their futures. Those were uncertain times, and as you say, history had not taught its lessons yet. We must not judge the past by the standards of today, for that would be folly. He then chuckles. But to answer your question in a less roundabout manner, if such an event were to happen today, then the slaughter of the Falmer would be looked upon as a crime by all. Well, maybe not all. I snark, and he makes a disgusted grimace as he realizes who I was referring to. We continue our march in relative silence, most of the students looking thoughtful, and many of them were now actually excited to look at such an important place after understanding its significance to the entire world. Finally, after half a day's march, we near the excavation site, a properly walled-off camp surrounding a large hole in the ground. Winterhold guardsmen manning the towers, while some senior college students were strutting about carrying scrolls. We are let inside without much of a fuss. Delivering mail via familiar was a normal thing for the college, and those manning the camp were already informed of our arrival. A balding Breton by the name of Arniel Gain welcomes us. Greetings, masters. I have made sure that order is kept and that no artifacts are damaged. Whatever was found has been moved into a protected stone shack we built with security in mind. He then specifically turns to me with a respectful look. Master Raven, all of the automata have been kept in a pristine condition. You may look over them if you so choose. My eyes flash for an instant, and information enters my mind before I return my focus to the senior expert mage. They are indeed in good condition. I say with certainty, and then proceed to ignore the staring Breton. I look at the rest and speak up. Rest up, everyone. We shall be descending soon, and it would be best if you were focused on the task at hand. The students all nod and disperse. I send Tolfdir a questioning glance, but he merely hums aloud and goes to find a seat. A peculiar scroll appearing in his hands as he started to study it. It seemed the plan was still on. As I take a leisurely walk around the campsite, I hear some muttering from a shrouded corner and approach to see what was going on. Soon I notice Minthara and Brelina talking animatedly about something, and while I could use clairvoyance to find out immediately, that would just be unsporting. So as I close in, wreathed in shadows, they do not seem to notice me, and just as their conversation reaches a rather excited moment, I loudly clear my throat and dispel the shadow cloak. The results are immediate as Brelina eeps and immediately jumps behind an amused Minthara. "Greetings, dear students," I say with equal amusement. "Dare I ask what was so scandalous a topic that the two of you found it necessary to scurry here like skeevers?" Minthara huffs. "We were talking about women problems, of course." My stare turns half-lidded as I deadpan. "Minthara, you know I can sense lies." Her own smile turns into a thin line as she huffs. Brelina finally stops shaking as she points at a certain section of my robes. Her hand shivers lightly as she asks, "Why do you wear that symbol?" Honestly, the way she believes I might straight up consume her like some kind of deranged cannibal would be the funniest shit if it was not so damn insulting. "Yes, Raven," Minthara drawls. "Why do you wear an emblem of a dead great house?" Her voice sounds accusatory at first, but in truth she is merely curious. I shrug, and as if I was discussing the weather ask, "What kind of lord would I be if I dared not bear the mark of my house?" The effects are as diverse as they are instantaneous, as Minthara merely raises an eyebrow, while Brelina hides behind her completely, while hissing like a cat whose tail was just stepped on. "I do not believe your name was Jazago, Miss Marion," I drawl with great amusement. Minthara and I share an amused stare for an entire minute before the Dunmer girl finally looks over her friend's shoulder. "You aren't going to kill us?" "Kill you?" I ask, baffled. "Why would I do that?" She once more shakily points at my robes. "Well, we found out your secret." I stare at her for a moment before breaking out into a fit of laughter. "Oh, by Dagoth, that is a good one." I wipe a tear. "Miss Marion, why by Azura would I wear the emblem if I was afraid of it being found out?" She stammers something to herself before giving me a puzzled look. "I cannot even begin to guess why you would ever reveal such a thing in the first place." I shrug. Me being Lord Dagoth has been an open secret within the walls of the college for over 2 years already. I would be genuinely surprised if you did not find out about it during the following months. The poor Telvanni keeps her arm pointed at me before slowly lowering it and asking, "Isn't it still terribly risky to do that?" I raise an eyebrow at her and tap the divine star lazily hanging off of my hip. "Oh," Miss Marion states intelligently, "I think I might need some air. Do excuse me." She quickly goes to leave. Do keep in mid, however, Miss Marion, that any spreading of information beyond the college is a harshly punishable offense. I call out lazily. She nearly trips as she turns toward me and nods quickly, fear evident in her eyes. I nod back at her with a satisfied smile before turning to Minthara. "You seem unsurprised." She shrugs. "I fully expected you to be nobility, so being a Jarl of a thought-to-be dead house was not beyond my imagination." I snort. "How wise you are, O great dragonborn hero," I exclaim dramatically. The young woman huffs in annoyance before returning her stare to me. "So, you also have some divine blood then? Your ancestor was—" Her question is almost hopeful. I raise an eyebrow. "Why would that even matter to you? It isn't like the two aspects are in any way related." She looks to the side before visibly forcing out the words, "I just wish to know there is someone who might truly understand my situation." "You can look at it that way if you wish." I easily decide to comfort her, though my divinity is but a fragile ember compared to the inferno that yours will become before this is all over. Minthara gives me a curious look. "So, what does yours do then?" "And why should I tell you that?" I ask with a raised eyebrow. "Well," she searches her mind for but a moment before raising a finger, "you already know mine." "Right." I trail off before shrugging. "You know what? Sure, I can see magic and perceive everything around me. I can also cancel out divine or Daedric power if certain circumstances are met. Trust was very important, and having someone who will for a very long time remain stronger than me, hold said trust is always the right decision." She stills completely before looking at me with suspicion. "So you can remove my power whenever you wish then?" I blink slowly in sheer astonishment before comically clutching at my heart. Minthara, I am shocked and hurt that those are your first thoughts. And just as she starts looking a bit sheepish, I quickly add with a mocking grin, the very idea that I need to cancel your power to defeat you is laughable. Her eyes narrow into draconic slits as she starts to growl at me in annoyance and frustration. Then she starts taking deep breaths and finally calms down. I lazily unsummon the folded scroll back into my storage. Chapter 174. Sarthal, Part 2. After spending a bit more time bantering with Minthara, the time had finally come for us to move in. I summoned everyone to the entrance of the ruins and made sure to check if anyone was doing something stupid, like carrying around half-active scrolls. Gods damn it, Jazago. The gathered apprentices were giving off an air of nervousness and excitement, while the more experienced among them looked like this was just another Maundas. Without any preamble, I opened the door and was immediately greeted with the sound of moving machinery, as a bunch of mages were currently directing my automatons to proceed with the excavation. We passed through the initial hall and came to a stop as a rather unique sight greeted us. One massive hall, the size of a plaza, stood before us with hundreds of doorways surrounding it on multiple different levels of height. It honestly looked like the inside of an apartment complex built by human-sized hobbits. "All right, everyone," I call out and give the pre-prepared instructions. "You are to go and assist your fellow mages throughout the initial level of the city. Do not, and I repeat, do not go toward the unmarked zones, or I will not be able to guarantee your safety." I sincerely doubt many of them had heard me, as soon as I finished speaking, they dispersed like water, everyone going in their own direction. Well, so long as they were distracted. I look at Tolfdir and nod. "I will leave you to your work, Master Tolfdir. Do inform me when you are finished." He nods calmly and pulls Nelarin with him, heading to the dead center of the chamber. I activate my eyes, information rapidly entering my brain as I walk with purpose toward the northernmost spot at the deepest level of the plaza. The thrum of ancient magic attracts me like a moth to the flame, to the point I fail to notice a curious dragonborn following me. After some twists and turns and absent-mindedly disarmed traps, I stand before an iron gate protecting a stone stand, holding an ancient amulet. Ancient texts surround the gate, older than even the oldest dialect of Nordic. I find myself unable to read them. But the uncanny ability of my eyes to gather information rapidly tells me of their vague meaning. Danger, calamity, eye, beyond, and many other ominous impressions. "How cute!" I snort and easily rip apart the ward guarding the entrance to the deeper tombs, the gate lowering as if unlocked. As I approach the amulet, instead of grasping it, I merely sit on the ground cross-legged and await patiently. As my focus returns to reality, I finally notice the one who followed me, and without turning state, something dangerous waits beyond. "If you wish to stay, then prepare for battle." "Not going to ask me to leave?" she asks, somewhat bemused. I snort, "Don't play dumb with me. We both know you must fight to become strong, and you of all people must become the strongest." I can practically feel her shift around uncomfortably before grasping her warhammer firmly and nodding to herself. Some more silence passes before she asks, "Just how dangerous is what we are about to face?" "World-ending if not handled with care," I explain without the tiniest shift in my voice. "And you think you can make it not world-ending?" Minthara asks with only a bit of sarcasm. I stare into the amulet, partly entranced by its ancient aura, before shrugging. "A plan is in motion to contain whatever is below and prevent others from interfering. All we need to do is remain on the path and murder whoever dares stand before us." "So just like everything else we do ever?" she quips. A smirk worms its way onto my face unbidden. "Just another Maundas." We go back to a comfortable silence as I wait for the signal, and just on schedule 10 minutes later, I feel a pulse of magicka spread through most of the buried city, completely blocking any spatial or temporal magic. Minthara's POV. Raven stands up abruptly, and then without even the hint of a warning, yanks the amulet hanging off the wall and blasts said wall with a telekinetic push, immediately smashing the entire thing and opening up a passage. "And how exactly did you know what to do here?" I cannot help but ask. He walks into the tunnel before us, shrugging as he does so, clairvoyance. That seems like a very useful thing to learn. I mutter just a bit greedily. He raises a hand, still walking, and shakes his head. I would not recommend it. You either need to be a skilled mystic or cheat like I do to make any real use of it. Anything below that is just vague impressions that usually lead you to make idiotic decisions. I frown. That is disappointing. You will have superior options later on. He redirects the conversation as always. You might not be able to have my sight, but your shouts should reach a ridiculous point after some more training. That is without mentioning the souls you will consume. He adds the last part offhandedly. Oh yes, go ahead and consume souls, Minthara. Whatever could go wrong? Ugh, I hate how lightly he puts it. Why don't you have a dragon's life shoved into your head, asshole? Deep breaths. Minthara, you've had this conversation before. Some things just need to be done, and this is just one of them. Just a trade-off for power and longevity. Yes, let's look at it like that. That ought to lessen the unimaginable pain of having your mind repeatedly ripped apart. You good? Raven, having stopped as we reached a walled-off circular section of the passage, turns around and asks with only mild concern. Yeah, I nod. Nothing that hasn't bothered me before. He snorts, and that is not worrying at all. Before turning around and muttering to himself while looking around, he steps before a small altar and looks around rapidly before looking back at me. Did anything happen just now? He asks tersely. I shake my head. Nothing except you behaving erratically. He gives me a dry look before nodding to himself. It seems to have worked. What seems to have worked? I immediately ask. I hope he finally decides to stop with the constant cryptic bullshit, because I swear if he continues, I am kicking his ass the moment I grow powerful enough. Outside forces are working to acquire whatever waits below. I have been working with Masters Tolfdir and Shalazar to stop any such interference from occurring. He easily explains while giving me an amused look. Ugh, why must you always read me like an open book? Because it is funny, he adds helpfully. Fuck off. I flip him the bird. He snickers but then looks behind me. I also turn around and there stands Master Tolfdir, his ancient face completely serious. Master Tolfdir, I trust that everything is proceeding as planned on your end, Raven asks, utterly unsurprised by his presence. The old man nods, before giving me a light bow. It is an honor to fight beside the Dragonborn once more. I gape at him before nodding wordlessly, my mind incapable of quickly processing what just happened. Raven places a hand on my shoulder and explains the situation. Master Tolfdir is one of the few people in these lands I trust implicitly. Besides, it would be incredibly hard to hide something like a dragon soul being devoured literally meters away from him. Quite. The old man smiles at us both and then points his hand toward a sealed sarcophagus. Shall we then? He asks with his hidden battle lust coming out. Raven snaps his hand outward and telekinetically pulls the sarcophagus lid off, completely pasting the Draugr it held in the process, and starts leisurely walking forward. Let's, he quips excitedly. We followed the winding tunnel for a while before stepping out into another circular chamber. This one was far larger than the previous one and held about 24 sarcophagi, surrounding some kind of ritual pond, if I had to guess. The moment we stepped inside, the signature growl of the Draugr resounded as all of the lids were blown off by the tomb guards behind them, and without any warning, they started lumbering toward us, their glowing, ghostly blue eyes still piercing my soul, even after I had already faced so many of their kin. Yet as quickly as it started, so did it end, as Raven called us to stand close to him and cast a simple fire cloak. Well, it looked like a simple fire cloak. That is, until it spread through the entire room and turned golden for an instant, completely disintegrating all the undead that surrounded us. I couldn't help but gawk at the display, while the probably insane Dunmer stood there smugly, like he didn't just cast a spell that would butcher an entire unit of warriors before they could blink. Masterfully done, my boy. The old man held no such contentions. However, if rumors were believed, he was more powerful than even the official archmage. My drifting thoughts were interrupted as he continued speaking. You two should go on. I will remain here to check some things out. Wait, why would he? Of course, Master Tolfdir, do catch up whenever you feel you have learned all you can. Raven nods with one of his usual "I know more than anyone else does" smirks and just walks through the gate without even consulting me. Honestly, I would be surprised if he was actually reasonable for once. Raven's POV 10 minutes later. "I swear when I get out of this mess, I will fucking end you, you grey-skinned bastard." Minthara growls at me as she smacks yet another Draga to pieces. Two more try and gank her, but a rapid shout of "Fuss ro da" blasts them back just long enough for her to decapitate one with wind magic while smashing the other. She has very little time to celebrate her victory as another 24 of the dead Nords rise up from their cushy stone alcoves and start to swarm her once more. She fights them off for some time, utilizing multiple shouts in quick succession, but soon starts getting overwhelmed, so I finally finish my sweet roll and summon a blast of sunlight, obliterating most of the Draga and allowing her to finish the last couple of them. As she turns to glare at me, I simply toss her a stamina potion and start walking toward the massive door made of metal that stood guard at the end of the hallway. "Come on, we are almost at the end." She huffs and hefts her warhammer with renewed vigor. With every step I took, the feeling of being metaphysically blinded increased as the literal conduit to the sun and the source of all magic grew closer. Now all I had to do was defeat an undead mage powering himself on sun juice. Joy. Chapter 175, Sarthal, Part 3. Just as I was about to open the ancient gate, I heard the sound of jogging coming from behind us and Tolfdir yelling out, "Hold on, my boy." The old mage ran up to us and greeted us with his signature smile. "I believe it is high time I rejoined the two of you." "Is everything behind us secured?" I cannot help but ask. My paranoia had been growing more rampant with each and every second I spent down here, as even the tiniest mistake could spell our end. One might ask oneself, why take such a great risk when a path to victory already exists? True, I could have simply followed the original story and allowed Minthara to go on a wild chase around the province in hopes of saving the college and likely the world. But I was not about to follow a damn script like some puppet, and my lack of interference would result in the death of Savos, and most likely many others. So nuts to all that. I am going to make this entire situation my bitch, and it is going to love it. Everything is as we have planned. Tolfdir's answer brings me out of my internal ravings. The wards should hold for months at this point. That is, unless they are placed under greater strain. I nod a couple of times and say offhandedly, "If you find that maintaining them is too expensive, do not fear to use my own resources. This is far too important to remain stingy about." As I turn back to the door, a sudden prompt interrupts me. Quest issued. Contain the Eye of Magnus and save the life of Savos Aran. Reward, summon ancestral guardian racial power. Kawabunga it is. With newfound determination, I push the great door aside and step forth into the chamber, thrumming with azure magic. General POV. An ancient Draugr sat completely still, his rotten robe still carrying a hint of power, while his father's amulet, as pristine as the day he ripped it from his cold, dead hands, hung from his neck. A gnarled staff with a round crystal was lain upon his shoulder, creating the image of an ancient sorcerer. Unlike most of his kind, he was not just a shadow of an ancient warrior. His soul was still very much present within his embalmed body, sealed there for his crimes by the battle mage Germund, forever barred from Sovngarde, cursed to stand eternal vigil over an artifact both sacred and dangerous. The air of the ancient chamber shifted suddenly, the presence of powerful beings making itself known to the bound guardian. A sudden thrum of power pushed against the walls of the tomb as the amulet fragment connected to the vast orb levitating behind the undead mage's throne. Its eyes snapped open, revealing two pale blue embers of power. Jirik Guldason had awoken. Minthara's POV. A sudden feeling of danger sends shivers down my spine as both Raven and Tolfdir tense, even the old man suddenly looking unusually serious. Before we even have the time to plan our moves, both of the mages summon the most potent wards they can, layering them to near perfection as a massive bolt of lightning slams onto our position. Raven lets out a snarl of frustration as his ward is broken. Shit, I did not expect him to be this strong. Just as I am about to question who he is talking about, my eyes land upon a figure standing proudly at the center of the chamber. his silhouette made all the more menacing by the large orb of what I can only describe as pure magic floating behind him. Raven's eyes glow for a moment before he immediately blurts out, "Shit, he is drawing power from the eye. Tolfdir, you go and cut him off. Minthara and I will keep him busy." "Very well." The old man nods and sinks into the ground like it was air. Raven flicks his hand, his glaive appearing from thin air as he turns to me with a cheerful grin. "Shall we?" I shoulder tackle him out of the way of a lightning bolt as he cackles like a madman. General POV. The Draugr Guardian keeps barraging spells at the now hidden invaders, uncaring in the least about exhausting his reserves. He was forever bound to protect the Great Chamber and what it held. But that did not mean he wouldn't do his best to rend his prison apart whenever he got the chance. His foes were, however, occupied with other things as Minthara glared at the mad Dunmer. "What by shore do you think you are doing?" She hisses and ducks back into cover as another bolt of lightning whizzes by. "Distracting him," Raven answers with a drawl and with a snap of his fingers summons his familiar. The flaming bird immediately flying out and starting to annoy the Draugr by launching bolts of sunlight from every possible direction. A second later, the Dunmer seemingly notices something and rushes out of his cover, his student following after him moments later. The undead guardian had turned to target Scorch, and Raven wasted no time in aiming behind him, shouting "Wold!" and impaling him with his glaive, channeling a downright massive amount of fire down his staff. Jirik turns to his new attacker, completely untouched by the sudden attack, and growls "Dir Volan!" before whipping his war axe toward Raven's head. Having already expected this, Raven dodges backward and summons a massive axe-wielding shade and orders it to attack the undead, all the while hitting it with solar magic and doing absolutely nothing, much to his frustration. The Draugr goes to smack the shade out of existence, only for a warhammer to deflect his blow. As Minthara joins the fight with a battle cry, she strikes the undead with all her strength a couple of times, but this too does nothing. Realizing that her options were dwindling, Minthara took a deep breath and shouted out, "Yoltor Shul!" bathing the ancient sorcerer in draconic fire, which to Raven's great surprise actually manages to hurt the damn thing. Quickly understanding the implication of such a result, Raven summons the ebony blade and shadow walks behind Jirik, delivering a stab to his spine as the Reachman shade held him in place by sacrificing itself. The Draugr growls in either pain or frustration as a portion of its dwindled life force is yanked away from him and releases a downright massive torrent of magicka, rapidly breaking through Raven's defenses and launching both of his attackers away from him. Scorch dives in to distract him, but he is too late as Jirik launches an overcharged wind blade that looks powerful enough to rip Raven's legs off at the knees. However, just as the spell is about to connect, his robes flash in power and he turns into a ghost-like state, letting the spell pass through harmlessly. Minthara was far less fortunate, however, as the sudden explosion of power flung her against a nearby wall, causing multiple bones to crack from the impact and knocking her unconscious. Things start turning dangerous as Jirik points his staff toward Raven. Multiple spell circles surrounding it in less than a second and looking potent enough to wipe half the damned room. But just as he is about to launch his attack and obliterate his target, a sudden thrum of power shudders from the giant orb and the spells lose power as the Draugr staggers, utterly cut off from his source of strength. He has very little time to consider his newfound weakness, however, as a massive form shrouds him in its shadow and a massive hand grasps his head, turning it into mush immediately. Flashback to Tolfdir. As the sounds of battle resound throughout the massive chamber, the old master of Winterhold takes his time, leisurely examining the great construct of magic Raven hinted as the Eye of Magnus. Such an auspicious name required all of his caution after all. He took his time looking over it, recognizing none of the runes inscribed upon the great orb, and then started meticulously inscribing a circle around it, slowly forming it into a ward. A wave of fire explodes on the other side of the chamber as Tolfdir mutters to himself, "Can't have it emitting anything, so no simple shielding. A shroud ward." He questions aloud before shaking his head. No, that won't do. He ponders for a moment before he is struck with a stray thought. A self-contained feedback loop. His eyebrows rise at his own words. That could also power the spatial wards. His course of action decided, he gets to work and quickly creates the beginnings of a grand ward, his patient scribbling only interrupted by the sounds of battle. It takes him 3 minutes to finish his work, but then a sense of alarm flares within his honed instincts as he abruptly stands up and turns toward the battlefield. He watches almost in slow motion as both of his students are placed in great danger of losing their lives. He activates the ward just in time as his magicka bubbles onto the surface, and he rushes at the damned undead thing in a rage. Raven's POV after the fight. Well, that was close, I mutter as I take deep, calming breaths. Tolfdir sends me a quick glance, but I shake my head in response and jerk my chin at Minthara. We both quickly get to work on healing her, and moments later her eyes snap open and immediately start scanning us. After she seemingly calms down, she tiredly asks, "Did we win?" "That we did," I answer cheerfully. Never expected him to be that strong, but I guess he was practically just cheating with whatever that invulnerability spell was. I believe the undead was merely reconstructing itself faster than you could damage it. With access to all that magicka, it doesn't seem too far out of the realm of possibility. Tolfdir helpfully explains, and I find myself agreeing. Far easier than merely stopping such ridiculous amounts of damage. I nod. Shame it only works on bound undead, though. So we are not about to die, Minthara snarks, and we both nod. Good. She sighs and practically melts into the ground as the relief hits her and she falls asleep on the spot. While Tolfdir remains to make sure Minthara is in peak condition with his considerable restoration magic, I walk up to Jirik's corpse and yank the amulet off his neck. Second fragment get. It takes us about an hour to rest up after all the excitement, but after that, Tolfdir and I get to work while Minthara goes to explore the word wall at the end of the chamber, learning the ice form shout in the process. The wards we create are of immense complexity, but after another 3 hours of hard work, what stands before us could contain the eye for literal centuries without any issue. I share a proud smile with the old man before both of our senses are tingled by the ward system, informing us of someone attempting to tamper with them. Our eyes meet as we both realize what just happened, and we break out into a fit of laughter as the fact that the ward had just ripped apart a Sijik monk finally hits us. Chapter 176, Family Matters. Think they will know what happened to him? I ask Tolfdir as we finally manage to stop guffawing. The old man shakes his head, still lightly chuckling. No, I do not believe so. The Sijik monks are an awfully arrogant lot, thinking they should only interfere when the times are most dire, or something equally inane. He explains with only light disdain, lacing his words. The one that arrived here was probably working on his own, and the wards shattered him to the point of near non-existence. Shame about the artifacts. I cannot help but mutter, an order of ancient Altmer no doubt had some mad runework in their pockets. What about divination and the like? I asked him just to confirm. Tolfdir shakes his head. Have no worries, Shalazar has already made sure that scrying in this area will be exceedingly difficult if you aren't certain what you are looking for. I raise an eyebrow. Something like a mystical fog, then? He shrugs calmly. You know better than I. Mysticism was never a talent of mine, and I do not have the predisposition for it. As if he suddenly remembered something, he raised an upward finger. Speaking off, he told me that you shouldn't worry about his protections, as he made sure you were keyed in, so to speak. How considerate of him, I quip, but internally still thank the mad lizard. Just in case you didn't notice, I took the amulet off of the guardian. I tell him and flip the ancient necklace into my hand, twirling it around my finger. I am working on finding the Golda amulet, and this is one of the fragments. I hope you don't mind me taking it in return for everything else down here. He waves me off with a satisfied chuckle. Go on ahead, Raven. I appreciate the honesty, but there is no need to be so considerate of this old man. The lightly jovial atmosphere around him changes into a more serious one as he speaks again. I will remain here and make sure no one touches the orb. You go on and plan things out with Savos. Will do, Master Tolfdir. I bow lightly, but just in case a certain Thalmor ends up down here, do make sure the Draugr have a nice meal. His expression doesn't change, but his eyes do glint with hidden malice. Good enough for me. I turn around and yell out Minthara, eliciting a surprised yelp from the Dragonborn, who was still engrossed in reading the ancient tale carved upon the word wall. Stop staring at the chicken scratch and let us go. Moments later she joins me, mumbling some very creative expletives all the way. We left the tomb in short order, and as I walked through the ancient halls, I could notice the absolutely ungodly amount of wards Tolfdir had layered over the place in the short time he had to do it. I could easily deduce that anyone entering down here with even a hint of malicious intent would likely have their guts forced through their nostrils if they weren't powerful or skilled enough to survive. Even better was the fact that they would have to permanently partition some of their power to survive, making them all weaker, even if they did manage to enter without turning to paste. Soon the dour air of the burial grounds was replaced with the excited atmosphere of a bunch of explorers unearthing ancient history. While most of the older students were very serious about their work, the newbies all felt a bit awkward, as this was their first time doing anything of this sort. So it was to very little surprise that we attracted their attention quickly the moment we left the blown-out passage and stepped out into the great cavernous hall. Most were merely curious where we were, while the two beastmen were ineffectually sniffing in our direction, likely detecting something, but not enough to guess what we were doing. Only Marco had any idea what was happening, and all he could do was let out an exasperated sigh at the fact we were once more elbows deep in Draugr guts, within barely any time of entering the place. Minthara got rather pouty at me when I told her to remain with the rest and wait this whole situation out, while the big leagues dealt with it. She had grown strong, unsurprising considering her burgeoning diet of dragon soul, but she was nowhere near prepared enough to face what was likely waiting for us at our next destination. It took some convincing, but she let me go after I promised to help her with inventing some new and creative shouts. The whole song and dance had become something of a game for us at this point, as she knew damn well that she didn't need me when it came to the voice, but she still bothered me about it all the same. Maybe she is just bored. Really should recommend her a hobby of some kind. I let out an annoyed sigh as I was finally alone. Dealing with what was coming next was going to be a massive hassle, but needs must and all that. So after informing Nelloran that everything was in order, I recalled myself back into my mansion and quickly left for the college. It was time to finally confront an old man. Savos's POV. The Archmage of the College of Winterhold was having an incredibly hard time for the past couple of days. During his early forays into mysticism, he had predicted his death would happen not long after Sarthal was unearthed. Though instead of being afraid of such a fate, he welcomed it. His failures as a friend, and even worse, his failures as a father, left his life filled with little more than regret. Oh, he still very much enjoyed delving deep into the mysteries of magic and teaching those with more reason to live than himself, but it was always enough to at the very least temporarily drag his thoughts from the abyss. He yearned for redemption, to strike out against those that took away his friends and family. But even after all these years, a deep fear was seeped deep in his heart. And all he could do was mourn his past, unable to move forward. He was happy to finally be freed from the shackles of life. But recently he had started feeling conflicted. The battle against Potema had served to reignite some of his desire for power. The reminder that he could still do good for many, even though he failed. The few reinvigorated him like very little could. Even that would not have been enough if not for one person. He had believed that his entire family had been extinguished when the attack in the Imperial City happened, that he was left all alone in the world after 3 whole centuries of life. And then the most surprising of people had appeared on his college's doorstep. "What am I to do, Elinia?" he asked aloud before the small family shrine in his opulent chambers, his voice laced with pain and strained with 3 centuries of suffering. He had tried to summon his daughter many times in the past couple of years. They were estranged when she died, her refusal to follow in his footsteps, forever severing their bond due to his insistence. Yet he still hoped against hope that she would answer. She was not ritually adopted into the house she had married into, as her husband cared very little about such traditions. So every month he tried over and over again to summon her spirit in hopes of getting closure. Once more his prayers went unanswered. He sighed and turned to leave the small room before an annoyed voice pierced his ears. Maybe you should stop moping like a child longer than most Mer are alive and move on instead of living in the past like a coward. Savos stilled completely and then mechanically turned around, his eyes widening as he beheld the scowling face of his daughter's spirit. The very annoyed ghost rolled its eyes as she beheld her pathetic father. My child comes to your doors and all you can do is mope. I swear if Viren saw this Kwama shit, he would knock your teeth out and make you choke on them. Savos is completely stunned by her words, but she cares not and continues with her tirade. I swear, if Lady Azura didn't deign to inform me how much of an idiot you were being, I would not have met you even in the afterlife. Savos flinches and reflexively asks, why would Azura? A loud scoff interrupts him. Because my brat decided to go and play champion, and she wanted to prove a point. What kind of point would she even need to prove to him? The tired archmage asks. Apparently he inherited my uncouth mannerisms. The sourly ghost rolls its eyes again, and she wanted to show him she did not want him ill in the most convoluted way possible. Savos' sweat drops. But how would you speaking to me show him anything? Oh, you don't need to worry about that, Alinea smirks annoyingly. Before he can ask anything, he feels the wards of his door allow someone in, someone he was supposed to be expecting. Savos has no time to panic as he realizes he left the door to the shrine open with perfect line of sight to what he was doing. So we found something rather interesting below Raven stills completely as he enters the Archmage's quarters and then trails off. Thal. 3 pairs of eyes stare at each other in constantly shifting between each other before the silence becomes too frustrating and youngest person present irritably blurts out, what the fuck? Raven's POV. Oi, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? The ghost of my fuck-mothering mother in this life asks irritably. Unconsciously, I fall back into my inherited memories and blurt out, oh, come off it, you hag. The only way anyone would kiss you is you guilting them into doing it. My brain-to-mouth filter finally kicks in as I realize what I have just said, and I snap my mouth shut and stare at the snickering ghost with a twitching eyebrow. Getting cocky, I see you, damn brat. Alinea Dagoth smirks. Think me being dead will stop me from kicking your ass if you don't behave? She pops her knuckles intimidatingly. A small part of me shivers. My mother tended to be rather violent in her education. But I raised a curious eyebrow instead. Sure, go on ahead. Maybe your weak-ass punches will feel like a relaxing spiritual massage. You always did say I should try new things. Her eyes snap to Savos. Told you all your magic crap will get to your heads. The Archmage merely chuckles awkwardly while sending me a pleading look. So, I interrupt her ensuing tirade. What exactly are you doing here? I ask awkwardly. I could easily surmise the whole situation, but getting some confirmation is always a good thing. She points at Savos while visibly annoyed. This twat of a father of mine kept crying at the family altar like a little girl for me to show myself. Ignoring her father's pained twitch, she goes on while giving me a very judgmental stare. Imagine my bloody surprise when Lady Azura of all gods yanks my spirit for a short conversation and tells me to show myself as a show of faith to my child. Fucking Daedra, I mutter. Ain't that right? She smirks. Since when does my brat deal with Daedra of all things? I scratch my cheek awkwardly. Since I could do it without fucking things up, I ask more than answer. My mother huffs and crosses her arms. Cheeky little shit, she mutters, and then her glare softens as she asks, are you doing all right? The motherly instincts kicking in even while she was in ghost form. I nod with a smile and bow playfully. Royal Thane of Skyrim and Lord of Dagoth, Raven the Flame Tongue at your service, madam. She snorts loudly. At least Viren will be happy to hear that. Her ghostly form starts flickering and she tosses something at me, a small bolt of greyish matter launching itself into Azura's star. Before I can ask anything, she mutters, toss that thing into your shrine and we will talk again. I must go now. Savos goes to say something, but she is already gone, causing the old mare's shoulders to slump. So, grandfather, I drawl, the word feeling rather unnatural in my mouth. Savos chuckles awkwardly while looking at anywhere but me. I snort at his behavior and summon 2 bottles of high-quality mead. Want one? I ask. He sighs and nods. Yes, I'd like that very much. Chapter 177, Augur. The two of us sit in companionable silence for a good while, enjoying our drinks and battling with our thoughts. Well, one of us was anyway. And just as said person was taking another sip of his drink, I fired off a question. So how does it feel to share a position with Dagoth Ur? The ensuing explosion of beverage, bursting through the Archmage's nose and mouth, followed by a fit of coughing and glaring, was most definitively worth my patience. Truly a spit take for the ages. Savo summoned a handkerchief to clean himself up, all the while giving me an unamused stare. Really, Raven? He asks with exasperation, his voice hoarse from the potent burn of his drink. I smirk. What, did you think I wasn't going to be a vicious little shit after all that? The old mare looks just as likely to pout as he is to sigh, but he settles on grumbling to himself instead. Finally, he seems to settle down and takes a long breath through his nose before nodding. Yes, I was indeed rather foolish. Foolish, he says, I scoff. Seriously, I know things might have felt awkward, but is that enough to shut yourself off for divines know how long, just because you were scared? His shoulders slump. All I've ever done with my family is fail them. I roll my eyes. By Mephalah's chitinous cunt, my mother was right when she said all you do is mope. I exclaim and feel a gentle wave of amusement coming from my patron. Savos blinks and then chuckles ruefully. I guess that I do. His chuckle turns self-deprecating. Doing something for so long becomes routine, no matter who is doing it. What a finely crafted excuse that is. I drawl, just self-deprecating enough to allow you to stagnate while feeling like you are punishing yourself like some depressed teenager lacking a strong parental figure. He twitches lightly. Must you be so blunt? Yes. I nod without a hint of hesitation, and before he can respond, I go on. From what little I have learned just now, I know that if I do not slap you with the truth, all you will do is slink back into your metaphorical cave and wait for death like a little bitch. The way he looks away with guilt on his face does him no favors. So I am going to sit here and resume with said slapping until you see sense and stop behaving like a divine's damned man-child. I finish my tirade, outwardly calm but inwardly fuming at the old elf's cowardice. He sighs tiredly. You are right, of course. What do you propose then? We will have time to go through the long list of reasons one should not be stuck in the past later. I wave him off, much to his relief. What we must discuss now is what I was about to report just before I was suddenly faced with my dead mother. Savos holds back a wince and asks, and what exactly were you about to report? You see, while I was innocently strolling through the ancient city of Sarthal, even in this situation he gives me a dubious look, but I go on without a care. And much to my great surprise, I came upon a hidden passage. The dubious look turns dry, and who could have guessed that at the end of said passage awaited an ancient artifact of great power, power enough to threaten the very world itself? His dry glare may as well have turned Skyrim into a desert if it held any actual power. Raven, what in oblivion did you find down there? I smirk cheekily. Have you ever heard of the Eye of Magnus? The creasing of his brow informs me that he has no concrete knowledge, but the sudden stillness of the hand holding his bottle tells me he can guess the gravity of such a name. And so I begin spinning the tale. Well, you see, one explanation and 4 bottles later. So, Savos drawls, his previous discomfort mostly forgotten due to good old alcohol poisoning, a conduit to the very sun and source of all magic, was just sitting there, with no one able to find it for thousands of years. I nod approvingly. That seems to be the case. How? He clutches his head. How the hell am I supposed to know that? I shrug. It just is how it is. He deadpans. You are far less excited than you should be about this. I am the picture of composure and grace under fire, I drawl. Savos rolls his eyes. So I am guessing you have already come up with a plan. The outline of one, I answer with a smirk, though we might as well visit a certain augur just in case. Savos's eyebrows rise. Why would you even need him? Aren't you capable of clairvoyance? I am, I agree easily. I just want to make sure there aren't any leaks. And so, followed by a very confused Savos, I left for the college midden. The halls below the college were mostly in use for the less socially acceptable practices of certain magi, the necromancers and the like. We even passed by Phineas and Marwyn dissecting a failed Fulmer subject and a bandit and comparing their internal organs. Soon after dispatching a bunch of ice wraiths that had made the cold halls their home, we stood before an old wooden doorway, almost completely frozen over, yet with clear signs of recently being opened. Who could have? Savos mutters. I shrug and push the door open. We are just about to find out. As we enter the old chamber, we are both almost blinded by the massive blob of floating magicka. The augur of Dun Lane regarded us with unseen eyes as we approached. Yet the orb would remain silent as long as we did not speak. Righty then, I chirp cheerfully. Dear old augury boy, I have come to you with a question. Savos sighs at my irreverence, but doesn't comment. The orb shifts around invisibly before a raspy voice emanates from it. Ask your question. Oh God, please don't you dare continue speaking that slowly. I mentally grouse before speaking. You see, we have found a rather interesting orb of great power. That isn't you, by the way, and we need something to control it to make sure it doesn't blow up half the world. Would you kindly tell us where to seek such a thing? The augur regards me with mechanical eyes before rasping out once more, this time a bit more swiftly. Your efforts are in vain, the consequences of your deeds have already begun, and you may not find what you seek in time. Oh great, a defective model, and what is it that I seek, oh great blob of doom, I quip. Evidently unamused by my question, the augur merely answers, you seek that which all who wield magic seek, knowledge. What glorious insight, I drawl, and to my side hear Savos holding back a snicker. Undeterred, it continues, you shall find this. Knowledge will corrupt, it will destroy, it will consume. You seek meaning and shelter in knowledge, you will not find it. The Thalmor sought the same thing, and it shall lead to his end as it has so many others. Got you. This Thalmor, I begin, hiding my frothing rage, he sought your counsel as well. The augur hums. He did indeed, though he asked very different questions than yourself. Right, I drawl, and what exactly do we need to make sure the world doesn't end up completely wrecked by my foolish knowledge-seeking hubris? I ask with great sarcasm. The dispassionate rasp begins once more. You wish to know more about the Eye of Magnus. You wish to avoid the disaster of which you are not yet aware. To see through Magnus's eye without being blinded, you require his staff. Events now spiral quickly towards the inevitable center, so you must act with haste. Cheers for that, mate, I exclaim, and before anything else can happen, I summon the ebony blade in my right hand while grasping Azura's star in my left, Tid. I shout out, and time slows down, giving me just enough time to ram Mephala dagger into what I perceive as the creature's core. An unearthly shriek escapes the ghost thing as I rend the last vestiges of its life force from it, and then proceed to unravel it completely with the help of Azura's star. Time returns to its natural flow just in time for me to hear Savos exclaim, "What in oblivion are you doing?" I turned to him with a shrug. Fucker gave out information to Ancano while he knew damn well what his plans were. My eyes narrowed and I let out a rage-filled growl. I do not abide traitors. The Archmage lets out a long sigh as he pinches the bridge of his nose. Raven, he could have been the center of the college's wards for all you know. I give him a half-lidded stare. Do I look like a complete idiot to you? He chuckles and shakes his head. No, I guess you do not. You guess, I scoff. In any case, let us get out of this place. The stink of traitor is still in the air and it disgusts me. I do not wait for him to respond and leave immediately, heading straight to my mansion, followed by a helpless Savos. My guards greet me eagerly as Savos and I enter my home. Yet as I open the door to the dining room, I am met with an exasperating sight. Once again, I see Davos and Yggdrasil playing a game of chess. All the while an amused nightshade watches over them while stuffing herself with food. How she is not even slightly overweight by this point, I will never know. G'day, boss. Davos greets me without looking away from the board. Yggdrasil stills for a moment, but then glares at Davos as if he was trying to distract her by lying about my presence. The Falmer merely nods and returns to her food. I see the two of you are at it again. I say in lieu of greeting, who is winning? Yggdrasil yelps in surprise and once again glares at Davos, poor man. Said Mer chuckles, Princess hasn't beaten me once. Just you wait, old man, I will crush you soon enough, she growls. Right, I shake my head. Well, in any case, I've come to inform you lot that me and Gramps here are going to be traveling somewhere for a couple of days. Do make sure nothing burns down while I am away. They both nod, still too ensnared by their game to truly compute my words. As I turn to leave, I hear Savos ask, and where exactly are we going? Labyrinthian, I blurt. The Archmage stills completely. Raven, no. I turn to him with my most vicious smile. Raven, yes. General POV. As the grandfather and grandson pair leave the mansion of House Dagoth, the hand of Davos suddenly stills just as he is about to defeat his opponent once again. Afraid to lose, old man, Yggdrasil mocks. Hold on a second. Davos waves her off and looks at Nightshade. Didn't boss just call the fucking Archmage Gramps? Nightshade nods eagerly, still clutching her bag of Street Hawker. Yggdrasil's face turns from light grey to white. Chapter 178. Chapter Da Z. Journey to the Labyrinth. Raven, I can't go back there, Savos says pitifully as I go through my large selection of automatons and select the most potent among them to bring with us. I cannot face that place again. My apparent failure of a grandfather mutters, You are going whether you like it or not. I say tersely as I check my stock of gatecrasher grade ammunition. Savos chuckles ruefully, And how do you plan to make me? I turn to him with a raised eyebrow. Oh, so you have enough of a spine to talk shit to me, but not to face your past, eh? I question mockingly and then nod, as I have expected. And just like that, any strong front he tried to present crumbled like the morality of an Altmer in modern times. His shoulders slumped and he said nothing. Look, I turn deathly serious. You can either moper here while the last of your family goes, and potentially D's against what I can only presume is a dragon priest and his retinue. I trail off for dramatic purposes. It is super effective. Or you can grow a fucking spine, face your failures, and emerge the greater Mer from the experience. He remains silent as I finish my preparations. Nearly an hour later, I finally turn back to him, only to see him stuck in an internal debate with himself, his expression shifting continuously. Finally, he seems to sense my gaze, and his eyes snap to mine, aglow with fresh determination. I say nothing but merely smirk proudly and signal for him to follow. We leave Winterhold in the morning, a small commotion inevitably happening whenever the Archmage moved about, but nothing that wasn't quickly put under control. Savos's mount was of the usual rugged Skyrim variety, though his horse was a simple traveling beast, unlike my massive warhorse. Then again, maybe I was misjudging it, and Glitterhoof was just this massive due to being raised in the royal stables. I was not all that informed about horses, unfortunately. The first 2 days of travel passed in relative silence as the two of us went over our spells and summons, making sure that everything was prepared and that we could react with sufficient speed. Savos even deigned to start instructing me on merging all 3 destructive elements into what he called chaos magic. It wasn't conceptual chaos or anything, but it sure did do a lot of damage, as evidenced by an unfortunate pack of trolls migrating across the more remote roads of Western Windhelm. On the 3rd day, as we finally descended onto the plains of Whiterun, I finally decided to ask, So care to tell me more about the family history? All I know you as is the Archmage. The mood I've worked hard to build over the past few days plummets considerably, but not enough for Savos to return to depression. He sighs and says, I began my career by joining the Kamonatong, believe it or not. The old Mer smiles unconsciously as he remembers his early days. Met my wife there and even got something of a reputation for being sly and cunning. They must have been blind and deaf to call you anything but annoying, I quip. Savos ignores my great wisdom in favor of continuing his story. Unfortunately, I decided to start my rise to prominence just when Saint Nerevar returned from the dead and slay your other grandfather. The way he tries to hide his utter disgust with a wince would have been cute if it wasn't so insulting. And then the Red Year happened. I finish for him. Yes, He nods with sadness. My daughter had just been born, and I was luckily able to save her from the eruption. My wife was not as fortunate. He visibly forces himself to continue. I entered Skyrim with a bunch of other refugees and tried to settle in Winterhold. I thought I was going to become just another thug, but the ever-looming college started giving me ideas. I don't think I like where this is going, I state cautiously. Patience, he huffs. Anyway, as I was saying, I started getting ideas. I grew up on stories of Telvanni elder mages doing whatever they wished, and slowly the idea of bringing my wife back to life became my obsession. My disappointment with you grows with every time you open your mouth. I sigh. He gives me an unamused glare but continues. And so I joined the college and discovered I was rather talented in conjuration. My entire bloodline was apparently, my ability to connect with oblivion was nearly as ridiculous as your perception. Quite potent then, I muse aloud. Indeed. He agrees. I quickly grew in strength and fame, but during that time I paid no attention to anything beyond my goal of potentially reviving my beloved, which inevitably led to a rift being formed with your mother. Let me guess. I raise a hand. She got aggravated at your insistence on joining you in your work and was sensible enough to know that bringing people from the dead was not a good idea. When you crossed the line, she ran off to Cyrodiil, while most likely swearing to never have anything to do with magic, and somehow met my father. I list off, how am I doing so far? With uncanny precision. He drawls with a mix of annoyance at being so predictable and genuine appreciation of my deduction. He remained silent for a while before speaking up once again. My obsession continued for years after that. I did not even notice that an entire century had passed since my joining the college, but someone else did. Master Tolfdir, bless his old heart, made it his mission to stop my foolishness and took me on as an apprentice. I am ashamed to say it took close to another century for him to finally succeed, at which point he gave me his old position of Archmage. I let out an appreciative whistle. Tolfdir is amazing, and if anyone tries to hurt him, I will erase their entire bloodline. Savos chuckles aloud. Many share in your thoughts on the topic, though they would need to get through Tolfdir himself first, and we both know that that is an exercise in futility. We both trail off for some time and just enjoy the surprisingly warm winter day as we ride next to a rushing creek and snow-covered farmland. After some time, I summon Scorch onto my shoulder and while tossing some treats his way ask, what about the whole Firebird situation? My glorious hawk boy lets out an indignant squeak at the name but remains silent as he too is curious. Savos hums in thought. It appears to be something of an ancient pact, hidden deep within our bloodline. He explains, though sounding uncertain, one ancestor of ours must have made a pact with one of the bird's ancient ancestors, and any of us that create a familiar, seemingly get an ashen hawk as a rule. A small ball of fire forms in his hand. We also seem to have a greater connection to fire than even the other Dunmer. I see, Scorch bobs his head rapidly. This is why you lot don't feel like the other featherless degenerates. No, Scorch. I sigh. It is literally because you are a fragment of my soul. Speaking of, I look back at Savos. How does that even work? I believe it to be some kind of assurance that the ancient species doesn't die out. He explains, they must have been hunted down for alchemical ingredients in the past and thus created a way to survive while bonding to a clan of known conjurers. Scorch lets out a squawk of indignation at that. Sounds plausible. I nod. Surprisingly mundane, though. Savos snorts, you have enough divine influence on your life as is, some mundanity should do you good. Fair enough, I agree easily. Speaking of mundane, how about that translocation magic? I ask with a cheeky grin. Savos sighs dramatically. I guess I can teach you some of my ways now that you can actually see where you are going. He tosses a small book my way, which I catch with ease and begins his explanation while distorting the space around his hand. Now what I want you to do is feel the magicka interact with the space around it. The greetings with Jarl Balgruf and his court mage went by rather quickly as we were just passing through. The Jarl did take the time to call me to his massive balcony, where we once again discussed the happenings in the province and shared some less-known information. An important thing of note I learned was that the Silver Blood clan in Markarth was starting to accumulate influence at a ridiculous pace, and something of a cold war was looming in the ancient city. I left with Savos after making sure Balgrove would send some support to the Jarl of Markarth, as he was still very much loyal to Torrig. The two of us were sitting in the bannered mare, discussing the applications and difficulties of space magic, and how it could be applied in combat or just general transportation. Apparently the biggest issue with combat blinking, as Savos liked to call it, was that the more saturated the space was with chaotic magicka, like say during combat, the harder it was to safely transpose oneself. We were just about to get to the runic matrix for the basic spell, when I lazily pushed the extra tankard of ale to the edge of the table, just in time for a massive orc to sit down without any preamble. "Durrock," I greet him with a smile, "you've grown even bigger, I see." The complete unit smirks. "Indeed, my friend. Nothing can stop me, not even my bloodline." His eyes flicker towards Savos, and he inclines his head respectfully. "Good day to you, sir." "Oh?" Savos raises an eyebrow. "You know who I am?" Durrock shakes his head. "No, but my instincts tell me I should be respectful." "Some instincts, then," Aaron quips and offers his hand. "Savos Aaron, Archmage of Winterhold." Without a hint of hesitation, the orc clasps his hand and smirks. "Durrock Grobarg, Circle Companion." "That would explain it," I interrupt their little meet and greet, causing both pairs of eyes to snap to me. "You accepted their foolishness, didn't you?" He looks away, just a tad sheepish, but then refocuses at me with determination in his eyes. "I swore I would become the greatest warrior in the land. No reason to deny strength and brotherhood." I snort. "Let us hope you will not regret that decision." The awkward atmosphere forms as expected, yet following the same expectation, Durrock smashes it with the grace of a warhammer. "So where are you going this time?" Why not?" "You ever hear of Labyrinthian?" I ask him challengingly. The violent glint in his eyes is all the answer I need. Chapter 179, Labyrinthian, Part 1. The cold winter air of Skyrim's central mountain range whipped at our faces mercilessly. Thankfully, we were all fully prepared for such a thing. Savos and I wore enchanted robes, and Durrock was just too much of a beast to even care about something as petty as cold weather. The well over 2 meters tall orc looked far too cheerful for someone wearing metal armor in sub-zero temperature, but then again, it might have something to do with his idiotic decision to become a werewolf. To think one of my first friends in these lands consciously chose to become a furry. Speaking of my friend, "What are you moping about back there, Raven?" the loud-mouthed warrior yelled as I trailed behind my two companions. "Just ruminating on the cruelty of fate," I quip and speed up to join them. As the two of us busied ourselves with banter, Savos used a rather slick combination of earth manipulation and ice magic to create a perfectly traversable path in front of us. The Archmage had been doing it for hours already, yet he didn't look like he was even close to breaking a sweat. "You said that the conflict with the Silver Hand was intensifying," I asked Durrock, as I lazily dispel the minor snowstorm caused by Savos's magic. The orc grunts, momentarily enraged, but takes a deep breath and then calmly explains, "On the day of my joining the circle, we came upon one of their camps. Skior heard of a known werewolf skinner hiding out in there and charged in without any plan." Durrock looked away as his shoulders slumped. He did not make it. And now he is stuck forever hunting in the domain of Hircine, eternally barred from his ancestors' afterlife. I finish with a derisive scoff. My friend shakes his head in exasperation. "It isn't the worst of all fates, you know. He chose it knowingly. And I keep telling you that said choice was unwise. Binding one's self to a Daedra is the height of foolishness," I retort insistently. He looks just about ready to retort, but merely shakes his head and pointedly changes the topic. "So what should I expect down there?" he asks, referring to our destination. Savos perks up, but doesn't interject. "Trolls, Draugr, an undead dragon, an ancient lich, more trolls." I trail off and then nod. "Yeah, that sounds just about right." My orcish buddy tilts his head in my direction. "You sound awfully sure about that." I shrug with a smirk. "That might be because I am sure." "Right," he snorts. "Why am I not surprised?" "Because I inspire confidence in whoever meets me," I quip. Another snort. followed by silence. Said silence lasts only for a short while before the uncontrollably giddy murder machine asks, "Now what was that you said about trolls?" General Pov, a tall, three-eyed monster of a beast, trudged through the tall snow like it always did, its mind only comprehending the need to eat and sleep, and not much else. Even with such a slow mind, the creature stilled suddenly as it heard a voice becoming closer with every second. A projectile of green and black slammed into the troll, turning it into fine chunks on impact. Moments later, a blood-covered Durek emerged from the mess and began to laugh like the mad barbarian he was. Raven's POV. I let out an appreciative whistle as I observed the destruction caused by Savos literally just yeeting an armored orc with explosive telekinesis. "I gotta try that," I blurt unconsciously. "Oh, trust me, you will love it." Savos cackles as we start walking toward Durek. As it turned out, I did indeed love it. Took me about 3 tries to get the power of the spell right, but Durek was nothing if not patient, as he awaited to be thrown at his foes once again. One might find themselves thinking that we were being too foolish by playing around with trolls, but quite frankly, the lumbering beasts were so far below each and every one of us that using them as entertainment before the serious battle began was the only reasonable option. Well, reasonable to our most likely insane minds, that is. Finally, after close to a day of riding and climbing, we crested over a small cliff and were greeted with the sight of the ancient Nord city. The place was still mostly buried underground, but this time the surface section had actual walls and some outdoor buildings, much to my surprised satisfaction. I understood why Sarthal was dug under the ground. It was the first city after all. But the rest confused me. Were the ancient winters so great that even Nords had to dig deep to escape them? Or was it simply a tradition from when they were still living over in Atmora, where the winters were certainly that strong? No matter, we had more pressing concerns, like the minor fact that I could only really see most of the surface city because of my third eye, and not with the rest, as the whole damn thing was nearly completely submerged in deep snow. This might take a while. I sigh. I was, of course, just being dramatic. The thing looked daunting at first glance, but we had magic on our side, and tunneling through the snow was literal child's play for 2 magi of our power. Our first destination was the circular stone hut at the center of the ruin that held the collection of busts intended for dragon priest masks. We made it inside in short order and were surprised by the small building being warded against the snow and other natural elements. The damn place was even pleasantly warm. I entered the central chamber and immediately noticed the wooden mask lying down beneath the large stone mural Sark statue. Picking it up, after scanning it of course, I noticed that the power it held was rather minor considering its assumed function of traveling through time. The wooden mask was said to literally send the last Dragonborn back through time when they donned it, so that they may take up the final Dragon Priest mask, but this thing seemed far too underpowered for such a function. Even Savos agreed that the thing was underwhelming after thoroughly scanning it. Well, nothing for it. I shrug and place the mask upon my head after sensing little danger in doing so. The instant the piece of ancient headgear covered my face, I felt as if I was sent to another place. My senses told me I was still very much in the stone hut, but I was somewhere else at the same time. Looking around, I realized that even though voices came from all around me, I was still very much so only surrounded by the 2 people I came in with. Some more scanning revealed that what the mask did was merely send oneself to a tiny alternate dimension while surrounding them in an illusion meant to impress the idea of time travel upon them. I removed the mask from my face and sighed. Well, that was somewhat disappointing. Savos raises an eyebrow. "You turned transparent there for a moment." "Yup." I nod, sent me to a pocket space. I gaze at the unadorned piece of wood and send it to my storage space. It might not have time travel, but the small dimension might give me some useful ideas later on. Savos chuckles ruefully. Honestly, that is probably for the best. I wince as I realize what he was implying. Yeah, getting struck with a dragon break by Akatosh does not sound like a good way to go. "You got what you wanted?" Durek interrupts impatiently. Apparently the big orc was mildly claustrophobic, and crawling through a snow tunnel had unnerved him, so he wanted to deal with it the only way he knew how, by smashing things into fine paste. Savos and I exchanged a look, and I shrugged, and so moments later we were once again digging through the snow at ridiculous speeds and exiting atop a tall platform before a circular stone gate. Savos hesitated upon the sight, lightly shivering as the memories of his dead friends no doubt replayed in his mind. My hand landing firmly on his shoulder seemed to bring him back to reality, and he nodded firmly, summoning a metal torque and connecting it to the gate. After 3 solemn knocks, the ward gate unraveled, opening the way down. General POV. The trio of powerful adventurers descended the vast stairway into Labyrinthian with certain steps. No torches were needed, as each had the ability to see in the dark with great clarity, and there was no need to make themselves easier targets. The first vast chamber that awaited was surprisingly mundane in its construction. It seemed to be something of a large tavern that was meant to welcome weary travelers after a harsh winter day. Many large tables made of stone were still standing, even if dilapidated by the passage of time. The one that followed was a simple dirt floor with a large mound in the center, and just as Raven was about to warn everyone to be cautious, the mound exploded outwards, a skeletal dragon emerging from within, soon joined by a horde of skeletons and Draugr. Most adventurers would have frozen at such a sight, yet only one did this time. Raven did not hesitate for even a moment before shadow walking to the largest group and blasting them with gouts of solar flame, while Scorch did the same from atop the vast chamber. While he was doing that, Durek boldly challenged the animated dragon, his supernatural strength easily allowing him to stall the monster and keep it in place. Savos finally managed to get himself out of his state of repressed panic and summoned his own familiar, followed by about a dozen Atronachs of the fiery variety, and then started blasting the dragon with his considerably potent destruction magic. As the mobs of undead were cleared out, custom-crafted Dwemer automata started joining the battle. Ballistae and crossbow-wielding spheres soon surrounded the draconic carcass, pelting it with enchanted bolts of various sizes. Whoever was animating the skeleton realized he was losing and commanded the massive creature to take down his accursed enemy, even if it cost him its continued service. The skeletal dragon suddenly reared up and launched itself at Savos, who had very little time to dodge the sudden attack. A bright golden firebolt slammed into the dragon's jaw, slowing it down, and before it could attack once again, the massive form of Durek crashed atop its head, spearing through the creature's spine and killing it on the spot. "You good there?" Raven asked his newfound grandfather. Savos shook the wave of terror off and nodded, "Yes, just peachy." They took a short break to rest up, while Raven collected his automatons, booping the dead dragon with his crown on the way and extracting a bit of its ancient power. As the party descended deeper into the ancient ruin, a sudden chill settled in their bones, and a voice both ancient and rasping resounded from all around them. "Wo mes wadi vul junar?" Savos was just about to have a panic attack, but even his ancient terror was overridden by sheer incredulity at what left Raven's mouth but a moment later. Noir says what? Chapter 180, Labyrinthian, Part 2. Raven's POV. My brilliant retort is met with a deafening silence. "Huh," I mutter. He did not answer. Must be shy or something. I shrug carelessly. Savos's only lightly bloodshot eyes snap to mine as he mutters, "Why by all the gods would you ever provoke that creature?" Both Durek and myself give him odd looks before I wave him off. We are here to kill him and pillage his long-dead corpse. There is no point in being polite about it. Besides, I add offhandedly, he is a dragon priest, and those are very deserving of my disrespect. Savos sighs and then nods slowly. Durek, on the other hand, raises a hand. Care to explain what a dragon priest is? Sure. I shrug and start walking down the completely empty cave leading deeper into the city. Think of them as lich priests to the dragon cult that worshipped Alduin the World Eater when he still ruled Skyrim. They were all-powerful magi gifted with extremely potent masks by their draconic overlords and served as the administrators for the less than politically inclined dragons. We turn another empty corner, and I continue my tale. Even among said Magi Moroke, who is our host on this fine day, was renowned as a powerful sorcerer, to the point of his mask carrying the name The glorious. Huh. Durek trails off, mildly impressed. Savos lets out a frustrated noise. No surprise we failed so many years ago then. Yup, I agree without a hint of mercy. Only a complete idiot would enter one of the great remnants of ancient Skyrim while being a mere apprentice. There were a lot of us. Savos tries to justify himself, and fails utterly. A lot of corpses, you mean? I quip happily, and before he can respond, we once again round down a staircase and come before a massive iron gate. The word Bromunjar was inscribed above it in ancient Nord script, followed by words of welcome and invocations of the ancient laws of hospitality. Even after so many years, this place is still impressive, I hear Savos mutter. Just as I'm about to start seeking a way to open the gate, the ancient voice resounds throughout the buried city once again. Niva hrin muz fensiv nid az het. I think our host is calling you out, Gramps. I inform my shivering relative. He grits his teeth. And what is he saying? I do not speak Draconic. Dovazul. I drawl pompously, distracting the old man from his trauma, and it went something, coward, no mercy. The Archmage gives me a dry look before wordlessly casting a precise telekinesis spell upon the gate, moving it without even a squeak. As we follow, the old Murderek asks, "Why do you keep mocking him? He is being a child." I shrug, and the mockery distracts him from the fear. My orcish friend shakes his head and jogs forward, already having smelled our next hosts. I walk down the stone stairs just in time to see Durak and Savos dispatch a group of brown cave trolls with disdainful ease. The cave-dwelling trolls were even weaker than their snowy brethren, and even a competent apprentice could deal with them one-on-one. As the final beast fell, I could finally take a proper look around, and I had to admit I was thoroughly impressed by the ancient Nords. They might have been just above slaves to the dragons and served the literal harbinger of the apocalypse, but it cannot be said that the Enwars couldn't build well. Or at least dig well, I guess. It wasn't Blackreach by any means, but the sprawling, cavernous streets spreading out in a massive spiral and leading into what was most likely clan halls spread out all around a central plaza made me nod in appreciation as I imagined the place when it was still a populated center of trade and wealth. Too bad the whole thing could be starved out with ridiculous ease, or I would have been tempted to colonize it for my own purposes. Savos, the inconsiderate twat, interrupted my daydreaming by yelling at me to follow. After I asked what that was all about, he explained, "The last time I was here, there was an ancient library in pristine condition somewhere close to the entrance." He sighs. "We wanted to check it out for possible clues that could help in our escape, but one of my friends activated a magical trap and we had to flee. He led us through a couple of smaller passages before we entered a smaller tunnel ornamented with murals of what I could only presume were ancient magi. As we stepped into what Savos believed to be the library, our host decided to be a bother once again. You do not answer, must I use this guttural language of yours?" The voice of Maroke is far more subdued this time, which naturally sets alarm bells in my mind immediately, and I activate my third eye just in time to see the subtle magicka drain spell he was trying to weave around us all the way from the other end of the city. "You do realize Dovazul is far more guttural by its very nature, right?" I question aloud, not really expecting any kind of response, all the while releasing a wave of my own magicka and destabilizing Maroke's spell. Savos looks at me with some confusion. "What did you just do?" "Stopped a spell from leeching on our magicka," I drawl. The eyebrow he raised starts twitching violently as he grits his teeth. "I see. So that is why we were so weak when we finally found him." Without any hesitation, he casts an illusion spell on his own eyes and continues to the library while muttering promises of vengeance. Said mutters were replaced by dramatic despaired wailing as we entered the part of the library building that held the actual books. The whole thing had been burned down with magical fire, most likely the result of the trap that banished Savos's party. Consoling the old Dunmer nerd took some time, but we finally continued on our quest. Maroke kept growing more and more annoying each time he addressed us, his spell growing ever more blatant and unrefined to my eyes with each failed casting. He even resorted to openly mocking Savos, whom he had likely recognized from his aura, but the Archmage had by this point managed to fully steel himself and merely ignored the taunts. Little Bone Boy was growing frustrated, it would seem. Our peaceful stroll was, as one might expect from a place like this, soon interrupted by groups of Draugr offering us their welcome in the only way they knew how, with copious shouting, both mundane and magical. Cutting through the damned things grew dull by the third hour of us doing so I decided to just throw money at the problem and deployed a dozen Dwemer spheres with instructions to slaughter anything but us and our summons. Our stroll turned peaceful once more, if you could ignore the sound of metal hitting the mummified flesh of some suspiciously small-looking Draugr, that is. Soon we entered another dirt-filled section of the city, filled to the brim with coffins. A burial ground inside a burial ground, I grouse. The ancient Nords really lacked in creativity if the only thing they could consider was death. Or, Savos interjects teasingly, maybe the only thing that remains of them are the tombs because they were the only thing buried so deep. Do not use logic on me, old man, I scoff. I am immune to such folly. The sound of a magical detonation draws our attention just in time to see Durek impale a transparent female figure with his spear. The creature's bound wisps tried and failed to put the orc down and were quickly dealt with as well, leaving him surrounded in ectoplasm and shimmering cloth. I look away for one moment, and you have already penetrated the closest woman, I quip as I approach my friend. How shameful. The sound he makes is a mix of a grunt and a snort as he shakes his head. What even is that thing? I trail off as the realization strikes me. I genuinely have no idea. We both turn to Savos, who is too busy playing with a piece of ethereal cloth to even listen in. After some prodding, he explains, supposedly women too furious to pass into the afterlife. They drag children and the unwise to their deaths wherever they can. He tosses me the piece of cloth. The material their cloaks are made of is considered one of the rarest and most potent alchemical ingredients used for conjuration. The material is extremely pleasant to the touch, and I feel a minor soothing effect on my magicka as the cloth passes through my fingers. Moments later, I come to a decision and nod. Yeah, I am making underwear from this. Savo sighs. Raven, I literally just said it is one of the rarest materials out there. I shrug. I don't care, I am rich. Savos continues grumbling for at least an hour after we leave that specific chamber. Things turn incredibly monotonous after that. Enter chamber, secure chamber, loot chamber, continue. Hours and hours we spent trudging through the once impressive, now annoyingly monotonous city, and I swear I would have started blasting the whole thing with earth magic if not for a sudden discovery we made. Durek had smacked a rather powerful Draugr into the wall, just enough to crack it and cause it to crumble. Some digging later, and we found ourselves standing before a massive vein of gold ore. My two companions were both stunned, gazing at the massive amount of raw gold with dry mouths. Soon a sound attracted their attention, and both deadpanned in perfect sync as their eyes fell upon me, rubbing my palms and chuckling greedily, plans already forming in my mind. It took the pair of them a good 10 minutes to convince me I could come back and plan things later when we weren't about to get murdered by a long-dead religious zealot. I magnanimously agreed to their request. As we passed an invisible threshold, the usual Draugr were replaced with spectral ones, wielding equally spectral and enchanted blades. They were a bit harder to kill and would have been a massive problem for anyone below our league. But the sad truth was that they were just blobs of energy, and both Savos and I were masters of disrupting said energy by way of destruction magic. The Hall of Stories belonging to Broman Jar was a rather massive edifice. Instead of a singular tunnel, with some engraving to the sides, the Hall of Labyrinthian was a monolithic piece of art, consisting of dozens of pillars, telling the stories of entire clans of ancient Nords. We decided to take a small break there, as both Savos and I could feel we were getting close to our destination, and Durek's honed instincts told him the same. A final gate lowered, and we stepped into a vast chamber, one with access to the light of day by way of a small crack at the ceiling. 2 beams of energy barely entered my sight, the rest being obscured by an odd-looking construction, and I remembered the fact Savos had left 2 of his friends on permanent lich-binding duty. I turned to the old Mer to make sure he was all right, but this time it was my turn to be completely stunned by what I saw. There stood Savos Aren, covered head to toe in runic ebony plate. Not a single millimeter of his skin was exposed, and if that wasn't enough, about 24 Atronachs and even a duo of Dremora stood around him in quiet preparation. He summoned a staff tipped with a spearhead, and finally an oddly bent shield that looked very much out of place. When did he get Spellbreaker of all things? He seems to notice my gaze, and I feel his eyes meet mine as he asks, "What?" "Nothing, nothing," I say placatingly. "You just seem more prepared than I expected." He shrugs, obviously still not used to wearing so much armor. "Hey, if it works, it works." And before I can confirm his claim, he starts walking forward with purpose. "Now let's kill us a lich and avenge my comrades." Our host, naturally, could not resist getting one last shot in. "Come then, meet your end." It would not save him. Chapter 181. The End of Glory. General POV. Morocco, the Glorious observed the blasphemous invaders of his master's domain. 2 Dunmer mages and an orc that stunk of the beast Daedra. The priest could not do much else in his current imprisoned state. His earlier attempts had failed so spectacularly that he had to focus all of his considerable skill on replenishing his power for when the true fight came. He clutched hard the divine staff that had shown itself to him all those years ago and resumed his observations. He recognized the one who called himself Aren. He was after all the one at fault for his current predicament and the target of his ire. But the other Dunmer drew far more of his attention and surprisingly his caution. He had the distinct feel of a tongue and bore the aura of one. Not a dragonborn, that much was certain, but equally certain was his power. His fluency in sacred Dovazul did him credit, but his childish quips implied a lack of wisdom for one of such strength. No matter. All 3 would fall for their blasphemy. Naturally, the moment the younger Mer's eyes fell upon him, he once again did something insolent. Without any preamble, the disrespectful youth launched a massive bolt of lightning at the ancient dragon priest and nodded as the spell dissipated on contact with the orb surrounding his target. "As expected," Raven muttered to the Archmage, "it would be really stupid if we found out you could have just killed him by binding him." "Ha, ha, ha," Savos replied sarcastically. "You truly are the picture of wit, Raven." "Think I should try stabbing it?" Durek asked with hope in his eyes. Raven merely shook his head. "No, I doubt it would be that easy." The trio started walking up the stairs toward the 2 spectres that charged Morocco's prison with their very essence, only for Raven to suddenly still. His 2 companions gave him odd looks, but when he turned around with devious glee in his eyes, both knew that he had just come up with something ridiculous. For the following hour, the mighty dragon priest had to look on with equal amounts of despair and outrage as the elves carved runes of power all around him, while the orc simply rested and polished his spear. If Morocco still possessed the required vocal cords, he would have already let out a scream of such fury he suspected he might even awaken his master with it. When they finally finished their insolent inscription, Morocco had hoped they would get on with it. His hopes were dashed most thoroughly as the younger mage started summoning fully functioning Dwemer automata and positioning them at every single spot in which they could harry his target. The interlopers took their sweet time, fully knowing that their actions were a double-edged sword, as the priest did not remain idle while they worked. He analyzed each and every rune they placed and discerned their meaning, preparing to deploy swift countermeasures the moment he was freed. The priest did not notice the sly smile that appeared upon the younger Mer's face. The runes were doing their job. Finally, as the 6th ballista, this one far larger than the rest, was placed atop a firm wall, the duo of Magi ascended the stairs, and their companions straightened up and downed multiple elixirs of strength. The time for battle had come. Savos POV. Deep breaths, Savos. I command my trembling mind as I stand behind the spectre of the friend I betrayed. Raven gives me a look that says, "Take your time," before masking his face and positioning an ominous-looking dagger behind the other ghost. "Be free," I mutter, and stab my victim, another sound soon following to my right. Then, as if a house of trembling cards, the haphazardly formed spell I created all those years ago falls apart, and Morocco wastes no time in acting. Fem Z Gron. The moment he is freed, he turns himself into a ghost-like state, likely wishing to avoid our preparations completely. Too bad for him, we already expected that to be his reaction. I cannot help but smirk. I feel the lich's glare at the total lack of spells activating, and just as he is about to move, Raven pulls out Azura's star of all things and launches a crystalline bolt of soul energy at him. The cautious undead tries to move out of the way, but the bolt still catches him in the foot, taking out a good chunk of it. General POV. Moroke snarls in pain and fury. It had been millennia since he felt any kind of pain, yet he couldn't lash out with his magic, for as soon his ethereal state ended, so did the runes around him activate. He swung out his mighty staff and immediately destroyed the spells to his right, which is all the time he had to do as the rest detonated, causing a great conflagration of blue and crimson. His wards were successful in protecting him from harm, yet they also distracted him from his foe's renewed attack. Metal bolts flew at him from all sides, causing magical explosions of their own, and if that wasn't enough, the unnaturally large orc had run up to him and started stabbing at him with a vicious-looking spear. This too would have been easily dealt with if not for the two mages looming above him, starting to bombard his position with lightning spells and the dozens of Atronachs doing so with fire. As he dodged another spear thrust only to have his mask singed with a firebolt, Moroke concluded that he had had enough of this childish game. With a snarl of rage, both magical and mundane, he erupted with power, only enhanced by his staff, and sent out a wave of force that launched everything in the great chamber away from him. One of his foes had surprisingly expected this, and before he could press his advantage, the young mayor shouted, "Fus Roda," forcing the dragon priest to respond with his own shout and giving the others time to recover. Yet merely blasting everything around him wasn't the only trick up Moroke's desiccated sleeve, for as the orc and some of the intact automatons prepared to resume their attack, the ancient dragon priest summoned forth his defenders, a group of ethereal Draugr from his own retinue in ancient times. As the small horde of undead headed off much of his enemy's strength, Moroke chose to engage the duo of Magi himself. He swung out his staff once again, launching a beam of destructive power and cutting straight through any wards placed in front of him. His first target only being saved by literal precognition and a telekinetic shove, while the other wielded a shield belonging to the filthy Daedra that dared take on the form of a dragon. This only served to enrage the Lich further. Not to be outdone, his enemies closed in, all three of them levitating in the air as magicka billowed all around them. Aaron started bombarding the Lich with a chaotic mix of elements condensed into the form of lightning, while the younger one imbued his flames with the essence of the very sun and focused on denying Moroke's movement. And so the true dance began. Raven's POV. Fighting someone competent is both fun and frustrating. Every time we manage to press the attack, the damn dragon fucker just pulls out another staff of Magnus's fuck you attack. I really duck. A cyan blue beam of energy passes above my head and crumbles the stone wall behind me. The Lich, probably expecting to at least knock me away, turns to Savos and starts trying to literally bury him by way of throwing a small hill his way with earth magic. I focus on my connection with Scorch and start casting fireball after fireball, the spells coming to me almost too easily with how connected I was to the violent element and easily drawing his attention from Savos once more. The longer the battle continued, the more we closed in. The ancient Lich was a great spellcaster, but he was quite frankly a terrible fighter in melee, and each time I managed to force a clash, he would be the one to end up hurt or singed. Once more I closed in for a powerful slash, but he was ready for me this time, T-id Klo Ul. Before I could even blink, I was launched backward by a wall of force and speared through with a beam of magic from his staff. The damn thing had straight up just bypassed my robe's emergency enchantment, but thankfully nothing vital was hit. My mind finally caught up with what had happened, and I immediately shouted a tide of my own, slowing my own time just at the right moment to see that Moroke had already redirected his staff toward Savos. The Archmage must have seen what had happened to me and used the time to overcharge a close-range solar explosion, but he underestimated just how quickly someone could move when under the effect of chronomancy. As the blob of magic atop the staff of Magnus swirled with power, a stray thought entered my mind. The voice of Shalazar of all people came to me in form of a memory with one simple word, zap. I did not have time to think, so I did not. Without consideration of any kind, or even aiming if I was being truthful, I blasted Morocco with the simplest and quickest bolt of lightning magic I had on hand. And as if guided by fate, that one simple bolt struck directly into the tip of Magnus's staff, disrupting it for but a moment. But said moment was all Savos had needed. With a snarl of rage that had decades upon decades to stew, the Archmage blasted the Lich from point-blank range, specifically targeting his right hand and severing it, removing the divine staff from the undead's possession. And just to rub salt into the proverbial injury, as Morocco was slowly levitating back up, Savos picked up the staff and pointed it at his foe. They stared at each other for what was but an instant but must have felt like an age. Before Savos blasted the undead straight to Sovngarde, both of us turned completely silent. I, for one, was incredibly tired, and Savos was probably going on a walk down memory lane. So we just sat down atop the nearby stone structure and watched in fascination as Durak ran circles around the remaining few Draugr and dispatched them with ease. "Feeling better now?" I ask after a few breaths, the pain of my wound disappearing as swiftly as the wound itself. Savos says nothing but nods. Good. I nod back and summon forth the mask called Morocco. Savos's POV. As Raven looks at the mask, I can practically feel him radiating curiosity. Then his hand starts shaking, and now his entire body is shaking. Is that smoke coming out of his ears? "Are you all right?" I ask, the irony of the situation not lost on me. Instead of answering, my grandson stands up and throws the mask against the ground with a snarl of incandescent rage. His orc friend jogs up to us, likely having noticed the commotion, and asks almost expectantly, "What did you discover this time?" Almost as if talking to an enraged toddler, I cannot help but think. "I have been cheated," Raven yells, and noticing our expectant gazes, he sighs while bringing the mask up. "I expected this damn thing to be the work of a master, the culmination of ancient enchanting." He trails off, his disappointment palpable. "But they just rammed a dragon soul into 3 damn runes and called it a day. Ah!" I stare at my frothing descendant for a moment of stunned silence, before breaking out into a fit of laughter, causing him to join but a couple of moments later. Maybe he is right, I really shouldn't just lie down and die. After all, I can't let myself miss all of the stupid things he will no doubt end up doing. Chapter 182 of Divine Staves and Elven Goons. Raven's POV. Thoroughly stumped by the lacking enchantments upon the mask, I sit down with a huff. My disappointment was immeasurable, and my day was most thoroughly ruined. Likely seeing my mood, Durak, bless his heart, asks, "Is it not powerful, though?" "It is," I answer absent-mindedly. "The thing gave a nice fat magicka regeneration and reserve bonus, but the fact of the matter was, it was only powerful and not intricate or efficient." "So what is the problem, then?" The rather confused orc interrupts my frustrated musing. I sigh tiredly. "I don't need it to be powerful. I can make my own powerful stuff." I explain, "What I wanted to do is learn how they did things, and all I can say after looking at this is that I am completely and utterly insulted they even called this enchanting." Durak scratches his chin and asks, "All strength and no finesse?" "Yup," I pop the P. He nods and sits down. "I get it. Some whelps in the companions like to think all you need to do is smack a thing hard enough to win." He snorts. "They tend to stop that when someone kicks their guts in with a simple dagger, but some idiots persist." He shakes his head while rummaging through his pack and soon tosses me a bottle of mead. We raise our bottles and drink in relative silence. After a while, I turn to Savos, who was by now looking at the staff of Magnus like it was the prettiest thing in the world, and muttering what I can only guess were sweet nothings to it. "Find anything interesting there?" I ask him. He blinks slowly as if exiting a trance, then looks at me and answers with utter seriousness, "This thing is ridiculous." "It is a staff carrying the name of the father of magic," I drawl. "If it wasn't ridiculous, I'd frankly be more disappointed than with the mask." "Quite." He snorts and tosses the solar stick at me. I catch it and raise an eyebrow at him, but he simply shakes his head. "It would do far better in your hands than my own." I see what you are doing there, you crusty old man. I snort, and the fact that it disappears after completing its purpose has nothing to do with it. Savos sighs. Why must you know so many obscure things? You ruined my perfect prank. The way he grasps the air in frustration almost makes him out to be the one who was wronged here. I stare at him without saying a word for what must have been 5 minutes. Soon his shoulders slump and he grabs his own drink. Shaking my head, I analyze the staff more thoroughly. It was made of a wood I did not recognize and covered in elegant runes shared with Magnus's eye. They were flowing and overlapping each other, each rune complementing the 4 or sometimes 8 that surrounded it like a true piece of art. Even the wooden spikes atop the staff helped in focusing the magic and were themselves covered with the same amount of intricacy. Looking over the runes, I get the distinct impression that their meaning is not meant to be known to mortals. I could push with my clairvoyance, and my third eye would likely give me a vague impression of what could be achieved with each rune, but I was sure that would be incredibly exhausting, and left that for when I had time to burn. Besides, I would need to experiment over and over again if I wanted to catalogue an entire runic language. If I was to have a repeat of the Elder Scroll situation, I sure as hell wasn't about to do it in a cave. As for the staff itself, it was much as one would expect. Utterly overpowered. The staff of Magnus. The staff belonging to the god and the very source of all magic. It is sent forth to champions in times of need and leaves its wielder some time after its purpose has been completed. Complete control grants the wielder supreme control over magicka. Grand Siphon uses power from the very air to charge itself and the spells cast through it. Lordly Conduit, all spells cast are perfected to an extent. Spellbane, destructive spells cast through the staff destroy magic and destabilize magicka. I am honestly disappointed in Maroke now. I sigh audibly while twirling the staff in my right hand. If he didn't have the sunstick, he would have been done in within seconds, minutes at worst. Savos perks up. You think my friends and I would have stood a chance before if he didn't have the staff? No. I shut that down promptly. You were a bunch of apprentices. I am genuinely impressed you managed to survive at all. Instead of wincing at my words or even moping, he nods. True, I should be satisfied with what I have. I stare at him for a while before raising an eyebrow. That is surprisingly optimistic of you. He chuckles and takes a deep breath. People say that revenge is an evil thing. They claim it to be toxic and destructive, a prison in and of itself. He snorts in pure disdain. Well, I will tell you right now that I have never felt so free in my life. Revenge is tight. I shake my head, a smile forming on my face despite my exasperation, and here I was expecting some kind of profound wisdom, or divines forbid actual growth of character. A loud booming laugh comes from what feels like Savos's very soul as he gives me an amused look. Oh, Raven, you should know better by now. Cheeky fucker. We camped out for a while longer after that conversation. We might have all been joking around, but all 3 of us were incredibly tired and drained from the fight. Durek got hit multiple times, and I had to straight up use my clairvoyance to realize that, as the Mad Orc was straight up ignoring the pain. I kindly lectured his ears off about blood loss and infection. My own wound was relatively easy to deal with. The fact that I was hit with the staff made healing easier, much to my surprise, as it practically cleansed everything around its strike zone. My robes did take a lot more time to regenerate, however. After 2 hours of rest and some more time spent gathering my mostly ruined automatons, we decided to finally leave Labyrinthian. The walk back was relaxed and silent, that is until I felt a good 30 intruders with rather potent magicka waltzing up toward us with the casual arrogance displayed only by the Thalmor. Move to the sides in ambush positions, I tell my companions, and they do so quickly. A mere minute later, the troop of Thalmor walks out into the small plaza. I chose for the confrontation, and the leader raises an eyebrow upon noticing me. I was informed there would be 3. Oh great, a stupid one, I deadpan, and I swear I hear some snickering in the Altmer ranks. Silence, the leader yells, a vein bulging on his forehead. Which one are you? He questions me imperiously. Your father, I reply with a snort, but you can call me Daddy. Oh boy, I didn't know Altmer could become so red. Hangj. His eye twitches before he takes a deep breath. No matter, we are here for the staff. You will give it to me. I feel a light compulsion try and worm itself into my mind, but I repel with contemptuous ease. All right, I say, I just have one question first. The idiot justiciar smirks, probably convinced I was under his spell. Ask. He commands. Who sent you here, and why? I question, and while practically slamming him with Mephala blessing, I assure him I am not going to tell anyone, I swear. One of his soldiers tries to stop him, but it is too late. Ankano sent us in preparation for the attack on Sar. He stops suddenly and flinches as if struck. A shaky finger is pointed my way as he stammers, You disgusting, filthy worm. I tilt my head. I believe I have been identifying with spiders a bit more recently. What? The justiciar questions dumbly, and I can already see his soldiers preparing for a fight, while one looks just about ready to drag the young idiot away. Deciding that enough banter was enough, I start the battle in the only way that was proper, the staff of Magnus appearing in my right hand and with a chant of Arise. Durek's POV. As soon as Raven kicks off the fight, I jump from my cover and launch my spear at the closest group of Altmer. They are pierced with ease, and one even ends up embedded in a wall. A wave of fire surges in my direction, but it is too weak to even singe me, and the twig that cast it at me soon meets with my fist. One satisfying crack later, and I am rushing toward the rest. 5 of them go to surround me in hopes of barring me from my spear, but I had already drawn my twin scimitars and immediately started battering the elf closest to me. Unfortunately, the element of surprise was lost, and the warriors before me proved why they were feared across Tamriel. 2 attacked me and held me off while the rest launched spells of ice at me in hopes of tiring me out. It would have probably worked if I was a mere orc, but that was no longer the case now, was it? With a roar of exertion, I slashed through the sword and then head of the one to my left, while kicking the one to the right so hard his spine snapped on the spot. Roll under ice shard and into a stab, enemy dodges. Whirl to the side and bat away sword, then proceed to attack with the other, a neck gets severed. A bolt of lightning strikes my back, and my vision goes red for a moment, but I control my rage, and instead of going after the one that hurt me, I ward off the Altmer that tried to sneak up on me. He tries to hold me down and make me an easy target, but a redirected blade and a headbutt. Later he falls to the ground with a broken neck. The sound of spells exploding and the signature blue magic of the staff we captured fill the room, but I have no time to look upon my friend's glorious works as another trio approaches to aid my final foe. I allow the bubbling blood rage of my people to come to the surface, and my vision turns completely red. The following moments are a mix of screams, clangs of steel on moonstone, and roars of frothing rage. I return to my senses, standing completely surrounded by rent-apart body parts and a legless Thalmor crawling away from me while begging for mercy. I refuse. Raven's POV. The justiciar turns into a husk as I ram Mephala's dagger into his heart, and the room finally quietens down. Everyone doing all right? I ask aloud, though I find it is unnecessary as both of my companions are surrounded with corpses and still standing. They both answer in affirmative, and we get to searching our enemies. Unfortunately, even the Thalmor seem capable of learning, so there is no detailed plan conveniently placed in the justiciar's robes. The loot is quickly gathered and placed in Savos's storage. We promised it all to Durek as we already got what we wanted, and the orc was happy to agree. As we were about to leave, a sudden thought struck me, and I told the 2 of them to wait some ways further. 10 minutes later, I was surrounded by ritual circles and the corpses of 10 of the Altmer warriors. I realized I have been underusing my crown to the point of wastefulness, and there were at least a good dozen intact corpses of somewhat skilled magi just sitting there. A good dozen visions of truly boring lives with a bunch of indoctrination and an admittedly efficient training regime. The ritual ended, and I was now in possession of a personal Thalmor goon squad. Arise, I command, and my 10 new servants appear in front of me. They were still as tall as their Altmer origins might suggest, but their sleek armor was now just a bit more jagged, almost as if the shades themselves wanted to be closer to myself, I dismiss them and check their description. The Changed Ones, a unit of 10 eternally loyal elven spell swords. They fight as one for their great lord. Upkeep slots, 10. I shook my head at the system's choice of name and then went to join my companions. Chapter 183, On Wings of Fire. "Ah, fresh air, how I have missed you," I exclaim dramatically as we finally exit Labyrinthian. Durek gives me a mildly baffled look. "We haven't been inside for that long." I shrug. "Maybe, but it sure was stressful." He blinks and then simply returns the shrug, not caring about the situation enough to debate me over it. "Oi, Gramps." I turn to Savos, who raises an eyebrow. "Can you reseal the place? I don't want some randoms finding our gold mine on accident after all that." He huffs. "Don't you have an entire vault full of gold?" I give him a look of pure, noble disdain, as if there is such a thing as enough gold. He snorts and shakes his head. "Sure, I can seal it," and then goes to do just that. "Do you want to come with us and bash some more Thalmor?" I ask as I approach my green friend. He stops cleaning his tusk and sighs. "I would if I could, but traveling to Winterhold would take me too much time, and we have recently managed to get more information on the Silver Hand." "Oh, right, that is still a thing," I mutter, and then ask, "You need any help with that? I can send some of my agents to gather information, and they are very good at their job." A raised eyebrow. "Since when do you have agents?" We really should at least write to each other from time to time. I lament aloud. I have been re-establishing my great house for some time now, and a group of skilled agents has fallen into my hands. The Morag Tong. He deadpans, completely surprising me. He chuckles, seeing my expression. "Don't give me that look. I might not be as bookish as you are, or nearly as thoughtful." He trails off for a moment before mentally slapping himself back into focus and continuing, "But I do have a functioning brain." "Right." I deadpan. "They are a newer branch, and through some fortunate events have found themselves under my complete control." He waves me off. "You know what? I don't even want to know." Probably wise, but sure, I am not fool enough to decline your offer. His eyes narrow ever so slightly. "What do you want in return?" "You have grown." I smirk at the orc, who merely grins back. "A series of issues is going to crop up in the coming years, and I will need the companion's aid to deal with them." "You do realize we would help you for enough coin, right?" he asks, bemused. "If it were that simple, I would not be offering such a big favor." I answer with a dry look, to which he nods. "I might need to request assistance without any explanation, something which might lead your shield siblings to great danger." "Ah, yes, because that isn't ominous at all." He deadpans. "Well, in any case, there will be loot and glory waiting for you all. I will just need some discretion from your side," I explain bluntly. Durek shakes his head. "No need to make it complicated. As long as it isn't utterly dishonorable, we will aid you gladly." "That is good to hear." I hum. "There is one thing that I could use sometime soon." "Oh," he raises an eyebrow. "An apprentice of mine has a talent in martial arts. If you have the time, you could visit Winterhold for a while and help train her." He shrugs. "Sure, if I have time." We turn silent after that, and my own thoughts trail off as I gaze at the ancient ruins. A wave of magicka brings me back to Nirn, and I turn to see that Savos has finished with his work. "All done?" I ask. Aaron nods. "Indeed, only a very skilled mage will have even a chance to enter without the key." As he says this, he tosses me the Torque Jashar key, which I immediately toss into my storage. "I hear you will not be joining us." Savos turns to Durek, and before the orc can give an excuse, he raises his hand placatingly. "No need for an explanation. Your aid has been an unexpected boon, and know that you will always be welcome in our college." Durek's shoulders sag in relief. "It was an honor to fight with you, sir. Might want to check if the portals still work before we try to teleport back." I suddenly tell Savos the local Thalmor might be weak by our standard, but they are far from incompetent. As if I was about to forget such an important detail. He scoffs, a bit too loudly. Ignoring my judgmental gaze, he casts a couple of spells before sighing. "You are right, there is a large amount of interference. We could still try and teleport, But we both know what happened to the Sijic you and Tolfdir welcomed. I shiver unconsciously. Yes, better not risk it. Thusly, Savos raises a finger heavenward. We must fly. You do realize levitating that far is suicide even for us, right? I deadpan. Ah, how foolish of you, my grandson. The old fart is having way too much fun for whatever reason. We have mythical birds to carry us forth. I scratch my chin thoughtfully. Scorch did grow a fair bit since my magicka expanded. I hum agreeably. You called pops. My beautiful bird boy appears with a pop. They are surprisingly strong when flying. Savos completely ignores him and rather fast in long-distance travel. Indeed, Scorch bobs his head rapidly. This old fart knows how to praise his betters. Savos gives me a thoroughly unimpressed look before himself, calling forth his familiar, "Wake up, Brightburn, I need a ride." We really need to work on our naming sense, I mutter. A bird larger than Scorch appears next to Savos, though instead of Scorch's golden flames, this one is composed of more mundane fire. The moment it appears, it stares at Scorch with piercing focus. My familiar too returns the stare, and after a while they both point their wings at each other and exclaim in perfect sync, "Who the hell is this Noir?" Two audible claps resound as Savos and I facepalm in exasperation. "What are those weak-ass wings?" Brightburn asks. "My brother in fire, do you even consume?" "Weak-ass wings," Scorch exclaims in outrage. "At least I don't look like a worn-out fireplace." "Fireplace my arse." His newfound rival retorts grandly, "I carry the great hues of searing magma. My gaze alone raises armies." "Ho?" Scorch raises the equivalent of an avian eyebrow. "You think magma is to be praised?" He raises one of his wings while caressing it with the other. "Look upon the vibrance of the very sun. How can mere molten rock compare?" Brightburn huffs gloriously. Only someone so young would be enraptured by something so mundane as the sun. Scorch chirps imperiously in return. "Your claws are blunt and your feathers dull." Savos familiar smirks with pure maliciousness. "Your PP small." A roar of incoherent rage erupts from Scorch, and he looks just about to start casting spells, but I smack him over the head while Savos does the same to his familiar. "This never happened," I inform my grandfather. He nods solemnly. "Indeed, I saw nothing." We both turn to Durek, who busied himself with sharpening his scimitars. After a moment he notices our looks and lets out a confused, "What?" "Nothing." I sigh. "We should really get going now. Do you need anything for the trip?" The orc shakes his head. "I will make sure your horses are taken care of. Just come and collect them soon." "Thank you, my friend." I smile at him and push a large amount of magicka into Scorch, causing him to grow to the size of a large horse. Savos does the same, and instead of sitting like normal people, like true pompous mages, we stand atop our familiars as they both soar into the skies. Durak's POV. As my two comrades disappear into the very sky, I shoulder my spear with a contented sigh and start walking down the stairs of the great tomb. Another adventure in the belt of Durak Grobarg. A growl to my right draws my attention as a massive troll shambles toward me. I spread my arms welcomingly. "Ho, you are approaching me. Truly there is no greater land than Skyrim." Minthara's POV. As I crush another obviously disguised Thalmor, I cannot help but curse at my luck. The day had started peacefully enough. Our entire year was still doing some chores at the excavation site, and Tolfdir kindly offered more lessons in protection spells. It started out as usual. We were paired up with each other, and through the ancient technique of pain is the best teacher, we were told to practice defending ourselves from physical attacks. All the while we had to listen to that annoying little Argonian mystic droning on and on about his art. Why was the insane little creature even here to begin with? Right, mystic. Then a tall, shrouded figure appeared at the entrance to the tomb, the smell of blood easily noticeable to my enhanced senses. They tried to bribe Master Tolfdir to let them take care of the excavation, and offered all manner of inane excuses. When they understood that their tactics wouldn't work, they resorted to threats. Halfway through the conversation, Tolfdir suddenly stilled and turned to the rest of us. "I must go deeper immediately. I beg your forgiveness in this, but something extremely dangerous might happen if I do not. He looks at the Argonian, Master Shalazar, kindly teach them the folly of their ways. As the words left his mouth, he sunk into the ground, completely stunning the now terrified students. Marco and I handled the supposed betrayal far better than most. Raven had informed us that Shalazar was not someone to be trifled with, no matter how ridiculous he behaved. That assurance was made fact as the tiny lizard person lazily waved his hand and completely crushed the shrouded Ultima without any visible spell being cast. Hide yourselves swiftly, my glorious students. The now immensely terrifying squeak informs us, I shall draw the unenlightened to their doom, while you shall consume the sparks of the stragglers. Prepare ambush to the flanks. I translate rapidly and start dragging the more stunned students into proper hiding places. I hid not a moment too soon, as a bunch of armored, not Thalmor, started surging through the passage into the buried city. Whatever was buried below was apparently so valuable they couldn't risk simply caving us in. Master Shalazar floated lazily at the center of the grand chamber, filing his claws instead of looking at his glaring attackers. The lead Ultima, a woman I surmised, stood in front of the formation. Who dares bar our path? Is that rhetorical, or are you merely slow of mind? Shalazar's massive red eye bulges even further as he raises his brow. Insolent beast. The Ultima practically spits. Where is the Nord? There are many Nords here, the mystic answered as if talking to a child. This is their first city after all. I tire of this idiocy, the Thalmor scoffs. You will tell me all I wish to know, or I will skin you and turn your skin into a pair of boots. All humor leaves the tiny Argonian's face as he stands up straight, his aura giving me the impression that he was taller than anyone else in the room. He stares down at the group of well over 100 Ultima with pure disdain. I too tire of this idiocy. I have but one word in response. He states, Ishmashel. Before anyone can blink, an utterly massive mud crab appears below Shalazar and grabs the Thalmor in one of its claws, immediately splitting her in two. I do not wait any further and rush the Thalmor filth closest to me, the bravest of my allies following behind. They fight back with surprising skill, but my might is not something a mere grunt can face. I do not know how much time passed as we fought. Most of the enemy attention was drawn to Shalazar and his familiar, with only a couple of the attackers being able to focus on us at a time. Something probably orchestrated by the mystic, if rumors of his future sight were to be believed. The battle wasn't purely in our favor, however. 5 of the attackers seemed to be at the level of mid to high expert battle mages, and they managed to stop Shalazar from merely butchering everyone present with contemptuous ease. At some points, it even seemed as if they were pushing him back. And so, just as I crush another obviously disguised Thalmor and thoroughly curse my luck as I wipe the blood from my eyes, a wave of searing heat warms the entire chamber. Moments later, a duo of massive flaming birds burst through the passage, launching a number of flaming corpses into the chamber in the process. The crimson bird falls upon the larger force, revealing the figure of Archmage Savos, standing atop it not long after. Soon I recognized the flames of the other bird, just in time to look atop the gigantic mud crab and notice Shalazar completely ignoring one of his foes behind him. Just for said foe to be vertically bisected by Raven, who jumped off the back of his familiar. I look over my friends and colleagues, and after realizing they were all alive, if not unharmed, I return to the fight with renewed vigor. This whole thing stunk of Raven's scheming, and sure do hope he has a good excuse for endangering powerless students. Who am I kidding? I don't care as long as I get to crush more Thalmor worms. Chapter 184, Poking Eyes. Raven's POV. As the final attacker has their head unceremoniously ripped off by a disturbingly gleeful fishy, the grand chamber falls silent. Well, it would be silent if not for a certain cat man wailing in pure agony while clutching his now far shorter tail. I land next to him, causing him to stop his yowling, "Do you have the bit that was cut off?" He nods rapidly and points to a corner where a small length of furry spine is lying. I levitate it toward me and without any warning smack it back onto the bleeding stump with a burst of restoration. Jazago screams out for a moment before turning completely silent. and as if transforming into another person, he jumps upright and assumes his usual cocky posture. Jizago thanks you for the help. I snort at his theatrics. Yeah, whatever. Just make sure to get at least an Iron Flesh spell if you don't want this to happen on the regular. Most people worth a damn know how vulnerable a Khajiit tail is. He winces lightly, his proclivity for focusing exclusively on flashy magic, battling with his desire to avoid pain, before nodding in defeat. Jizago will take this under advisement, which was practically a yes. I turn to the rest of the students. Anyone else in need of healing? Most shake their heads while the rest are already doing the healing themselves or getting help from their friends. Well, if that is the case, get to looting, I command with a grin, and as if a beast was awoken, they fall upon the bodies of those they slew themselves, waste not, want not, and all that. I hear armored footsteps approaching and turn to see a surprisingly satisfied Minthara. What did you do this time? She asks, her voice that of simple curiosity. This was always going to happen. I shrug. I just made sure it would be on our terms. Oh, glorious student of mine! The voice of Shalazar reaches me from the center of the chamber. You must go forth swiftly, for time is of the essence. Right. I suddenly remember that the crisis is far from over. Will you lot be fine here? I asked my student just in case. She just waves me off tiredly. Just go and do your thing. But of course, madam. I snark and go to join the Archmage and Shalazar. As I approach, I hear Savos ask, anything we should expect down there? The Argonian shakes his head. You need not my aid this time. You yourselves are enough. Not going to join us? I barge into their conversation. No. He declines promptly. I have to make sure no one sneaks by. I raise a surprised eyebrow. They have someone who can evade even your sight. He huffs. The first thing you should know about clairvoyance is not to rely on clairvoyance. I finish for him. Yes, you did drill that into me. Ah, so you did listen. He squeaks in joy. How auspicious. Then he starts waving us both off. Now off with you. You have a nasty twig to snap. We need no further prodding as I start speeding toward the secret passage, Savos following closely behind me. As we pass through the tunnels, I see a bunch of newly raised Draugr crumpled against the walls or impaled by earthen spikes. They even got a necromancer to slow Tolfdir down, it would seem. The further down we went, the more I realized that the entire ward system had been destabilized by whoever managed to infiltrate the place. It still blocked teleportation by sheer virtue of hazardous magicka emission, but the weakening wards were barely working, and they even tried to latch on to the two of us. It was a very good thing that Tolfdir gave me the password then. Soon the sounds of battle greeted us, and as we passed through the final gate, we were met with a sight both inspiring and alarming. Tolfdir in all his glory, facing off against a good 24 Thalmor, while surrounded with a near equal amount of bodies. Our enemies seem to have gone all out for this one, as I can easily see 4 different kinds of troops working in tandem and trying to take Tolfdir down, everything from battle mages to assassins. The alarming part, however, is the stupid fuck Ancano playing with the Eye of Magnus by shooting lightning at it randomly like a god's damned apprentice. Deal with the eye, Savos's voice brings me back into the present. I will go and help Tolfdir. I nod and bring out the Staff of Magnus and activate my future sight. Better not risk fucking this up. Yet just as I am about to start casting my spells, a group of Thalmor break off from the fight and start surrounding me while casting ineffectual magic to distract me. One of them seems ready to start monologuing at me, but I have long since grown tired of Ultima arrogance, and without even deigning to look at the fuckers, I simply chant, "Arise." And they suddenly find themselves outnumbered by an entire unit of magic-wielding shades. My calculations finally complete, I point the Staff of Magnus at his eye and let forth a surge of potent magic. The swirling ball of power starts opening up, letting forth waves upon waves of purified magicka, yet just as it does so, it also lets out a blast of force, immediately cutting Ancano off from whatever he was doing and smacking him into a wall. I stabilize the eye as much as I can and swiftly fly over to where the orchestrator of this whole thing is slowly getting up. His underlings too busy to intercept me. Ancano glares at me with eyes of such hate that I almost pity the dumb moron. He grits his teeth and snarls, "You ruined it all. I was going to finally redeem myself, and you just had to interfere above your station." I sigh, shaking my head in pure disappointment. If you still believe yourself my better even now, then there is nothing to talk about. And raise the staff toward him. His eyes suddenly blaze in the same color as the eye of Magnus as he sneers, "No, I might have failed, but I still ha—" His head bursts like a watermelon as I launch a bolt of searing fire from the staff. I spit near the corpse in pure disdain and leave it there to rot as it deserves. Looking back to the eye, I once more get back to stabilizing the damn thing. The battle around me was also coming to a close, as no matter how skilled our attackers were, they still faced off against two archmagi. Their fates were sealed the moment they stood before Tolfdir. I do not know how much time passes as I patiently and carefully channel magic through the divine staff, but just as I was about to finally close the orb shut, I feel a sudden tug coming from it. Quickly assessing the situation, I cannot help but grin as I yank back with all my might, causing a flicker of bright blue flame to lash out at me from within the eye. Instead of flinching, I welcome it, and the moment it touches me, I feel such power flow through me that if I wasn't a sensible and well-adjusted individual, I would have declared myself a god then and there. Using my newfound strength, I channel more power through the staff, and runes start spreading across the floor all around the eye. The massive ritual circle completes itself, and with a pulse of power, the eye simply disappears. I take a deep breath as a feeling of weariness assaults me and plop my ass down onto the ground, but a moment later, the dark chamber is quickly illuminated by Tolfdir casting a large mage light. He and Savos approach me with a mix of trepidation and their own weariness. But instead of immediately questioning me, the old man hurriedly asks, "Are you all right?" "Bless your sweet soul, you eternal grandpa." I scan my hands, which even now bore slowly sealing bright blue cracks under my gauntlets, and nod, "I will be fine after a good rest." "Good." He smiles kindly, almost as if he didn't just go through an entire troop of elite fighters and mages. "What happened to the eye then?" I hum for a while, and then much to their surprise shrug. The feeling I got was that it would be hidden from the mortal world until it was needed once again. And I know better than to take further risks by keeping it here for too long. "Good." Tolfdir preempts any of Savos's disappointed whining. "Better to be rid of that thing instead of being foolish about it." "But we could have learned so much from it," the archmage pesters. "Not much you can do about it now." I shrug without a care. Besides, I plan on researching the staff thoroughly with the help of my sai. I should be able to make sense of some of the runes. Tolfdir scratches his beard. "Are you certain that is wise?" I raise a quizzical brow. I am not going to spread the knowledge wantonly, but I sure as hell am not just going to let it collect dust either. "That is fair." He chuckles good-naturedly. "Now we really should get back to the stew." The moment the ward finally fizzes out, due to a lack of a power source, a trio of Sijic monks appear within the chamber. The first one approaches us with rapid steps while pointedly glaring at me. "What did you do with the eye?" Too tired to keep myself from rolling my eyes, I slowly get up and stare back at the tall elf, Magnus's staff bursting with power in my right hand. "And how is that any business of yours, you Altma fuck?" He flinches as he realizes we are completely surrounded by Thalmor corpses and swiftly explains, "We are not with the Thalmor. The artifact that was hidden here is a thing of great danger. It must be hidden from the world swiftly." "And you are the only ones who can do so?" I ask with a raised eyebrow. He sighs and starts what must be a long-practiced speech, the Sijic Ord. Too bad I do not care. The Sijic Order is incredibly arrogant to believe they are the only ones capable of doing the right thing when faced with something that powerful. I cut him off without a hint of hesitation. "If you were not arrogant fucks and actually met us about the damn eye first, without trying to infiltrate yourselves into our business with fucking time magic, we might have had something to talk about." "The eye must still be removed," he insists. "And it has been you obstinate fuck," I snarl at him. Now, since your purpose here has been accomplished, kindly get the fuck back to Artaeum and do something productive like stopping the Thalmor from assailing the World Towers instead of bothering actually honest mages with your bullshit. My frothing rage washes over the likely ancient Altmer like a calm wind as he nods. Your words ring true. Very well, we will leave you to your works. As he goes to walk back to his comrades, he turns to me with a strained smile. Even if our meeting was not a pleasant one, the Order still thanks you for doing the right thing. I point my finger as if to say, get moving. And the trio complies, soon disappearing back to whatever magic wonderland they came from. That was probably unwise, Tolfdir muses, but I can hear his amusement from a mile away. Fuck them, I scoff. If they wanted to get at the eye, they should have helped in the first place. Tolfdir gives me a very odd look. Was it not you who wanted to make sure they couldn't interfere? I raise an eyebrow, and your point being? The two old mages stare at me blankly before deciding to file the whole event somewhere in the Raven's Shenanigans folder and shake their heads in amusement. Well then, we really should get going, I state and start walking toward the exit. Today has been a long day, and I need some street hawker to tide me over. I will never understand your obsession with those, Savos mutters in exasperation. And that is why you will always be a little bitch, while I will be a mer of true taste and culture. I answer with a shrug. Tolfdir interrupts Savos's incoming outrage with a calm smirk of his own. I think I might partake of a couple myself. He taps his stomach happily, completely ignoring the now grumbling archmage. And like complete and utter psychopaths, we leave the corpses of our enemies to rot while planning lunch. Chapter 185. Gaze of Magnus. The large fireplace affixed to the inner wall of my mansion's dining hall crackled comfortably as multiple subdued conversations were being had all across the room. After the whole Not Thalmor attack fiasco, I invited everyone involved to a small feast. The day had been stressful for most of them, and I remember quite vividly how terrifying seeing actual high-level magical combat was for me, so ending the day on a high note would do them all well. And some of them might even develop a refined taste in food. I chuckle internally as I observe some of the less affluent students reacting to the quality of the meals I had prepared. Poor Fishy looks like he is about to cry. I snort and shake my head. Are you quite certain you should just leave that as is? I hear a voice to my left and notice Savos pointing at one of my hands with a hint of worry in his eyes. Ah, that. I sigh and raise the hand closer to my eyes and observe the many tiny cracks spread across it. Each crack emitted the same glow as the eye of Magnus, and felt like it was tugging at my magicka while combining it with the extremely purified version of the eye. Thankfully, they seem to be getting smaller and smaller by the hour. I shake my head in response to Savos's question. Do not worry, they should be gone by the morning. I wiggle my hand as uncomfortably as I can. Funnily enough, the cracks feel deceptively comfortable and do not hurt a bit. Your feeble mortal mind deceives you, my glorious student. Shalazar squeaks from nearby, a block of cheese the size of his head in front of him. That thing was larger than him when he started, I realize with dawning horror. Ignoring my horrified expression, the tiny lizard man goes on. Your senses are simply overwhelmed by the power coursing through you and cannot even understand that you should be in pain. He then nods sagely. Luckily, my most glorious self is present, and I can reassure you that you will recover by morning, as you have said. Your assistance is as always greatly appreciated, Master. I incline my head at him while forcing my mind to delete the whole cheese image. Still good to know I wasn't just too drugged up with magic juice to realize I was leaking to death, or something equally bad. Savos engages in conversation with Garn, one of the wizards present at the excavation site, and my thoughts trail off to what happened in the eye chamber. The sudden feeling of approval I felt as I decided to banish the eye somewhere where it could not be found almost felt like a Daedra's gaze, but inverted. My first guess would be an Aedra or Et Ada, but simply overthinking it will not get me any closer to the answer. Thankfully, I have a distinctly unfair advantage over literally everyone else, and so with a mental command, I open my system. Quest completed. Racial ability unlocked. Summon Ancestral Guardian. Something in the back of my mind clicks, and I feel a connection much like the one within the ancestral shrines of my people. In times of great need, I could summon an ancestor or even multiple ancestors to protect me, but if I were to do so unjustifiably, I feel they would be more and more reluctant to answer my call. Still, a good last resort in any case. Throwing a long-dead legate battle mage at someone did sound cool as well. And now for the big one. Magnus's gaze has fallen upon you, and he has seen your deeds as righteous. The architect of magic grants you his blessing and the tiniest glimmer of his own power. Grants you the Magnus's gaze ability. Magnus's gaze. Once per month you may use your newfound connection to the Eye of Magnus. To channel its power directly, this power may be used for 1 second per 10 points of vitality without causing permanent damage to the user. Magom 850 each as 1,000. Vit 37 40. Sheesh. If any of the previous archmages, or any mage for that matter, saw this, they would be frothing at the mouth in pure jealousy. Still though, having the eyes of the creator of magic on me might be both good and bad. But I get the feeling that as long as I don't go full genocidal maniac, I should be fine. My attention is drawn back to reality as Tolfdir returns from another table with a tray of food and takes his seat to my right with a satisfied sigh. "Enjoying your evening, Master Tolfdir?" I ask politely while grabbing a mini pizza from the tray. "I am indeed, my boy." He taps his stomach with a happy smile. "I haven't had this lavish a feast since I was the court mage some 4 centuries back." He sighs, "Good times." Well, I am certain my cooks would be happy to be compared to those of a place as lofty as the Blue Palace. I hum conversationally. I did have a question in mind if it isn't a bother. "Go ahead," he mutters while munching on some pastries. "How goes your research on those dragon scales?" I ask. "It has been some time since you got your hands on them, and I have unfortunately been far too busy to really get involved until now." The old Nord wipes his hands patiently and speaks. "I was able to replicate the armor, yet the magic resistance still evades me. I believe it to be an issue of precise channeling more than runecraft, and that is something of a specialty of yours, I hear." "True, I have been known to see a bit more than the average elf," I smirk. "When do you want us to start?" "Join me for class tomorrow and we can continue afterward," he offers. "Of course." I agree immediately. Teaching was also fun from time to time. A servant passes by and I grab a couple of bottles of Blackbriar and offer them to him. "Up for a drink, old man?" He chuckles. "You shouldn't ever ask that of a Nord. You might find your stock of ale empty." "Is that a challenge?" I ask with a cocky smirk. The one I got in response was no less intimidating than that of a dragon. The cursed day had finally come. I had expected this to happen ever since I started growing beyond the strength of a mere man. Or mer in my case, but dear Dagoth, did it have to happen so soon? I stared at the now half-empty dining hall in pure distress. A snoring Tolfdir was completely passed out, leaning on the table next to me while I was forced to ponder this most distressing of revelations. Truly, this was a pain deeper than death. Normal alcohol had finally stopped working on me. I waved my hand as a large number of blades of wind lashed out toward me. My magicka surged, and a simple yet controlled wave of wind rose in response to the attack, completely disrupting its flow and rendering the entire spell practically inert. As the clash ended, Tolfdir, who was overseeing my little bout with Minthara, spoke. "As you can see, while wind magic is very versatile for both attack and defense, it suffers much more than most elements when it comes to direct clashes." He waves his hands, causing 2 windstorms to batter against each other, thus creating an undirected release of energy. The clash of 2 wind spells can cause great destruction. But as I have said, the efficiency with this specific element falls drastically when mirrored. He looks at the gaggle of students and asks, "Questions?" An excitable Brelina Marion raises her hand and after Tolfdir nods at her asks, "So what would you recommend we focus on with wind?" Most masters tell us that over-specializing in one element is inefficient. Tolfdir smiles at her kindly. Indeed, certain elements have their own advantages, and focusing on only one is extremely limiting and lies in the domain of the obsessed or those overly blessed with certain affinities. He chuckles. "While not impossible, It is, as you have said, very inefficient. The Dunmer smiles happily. As for the actual answer to your question, I focus on using it defensively, as I am more of a melee fighter myself. His statement causes many confused glances amongst those who do not know him as the massive beast he becomes in combat. Before they can conclude that it is only usable in melee battle, I cut in. I personally also prefer using it defensively, while generally remaining at a middling distance against my opponents. A cloak of wind rises around me without any bodily movement. Being able to ignore most arrows and even some lighter melee attacks is a boon that, quite frankly, all of you should learn as soon as possible. I scoff derisively. Dying to a stray arrow would be pathetic after we went through the trouble of teaching you after all. Most of them, having gotten used to the dry snark I like to call my sense of humor, nod along and accept my advice at face value. Good, I wasn't kidding about getting pissy if one of them got shot like an idiot. Quite right, Tolfdir interjects. Now for those of you who are interested in self-enhancement spells, we have another demonstration prepared. He sends me a challenging smirk. Raven, if you would? I summon an assortment of steel weapons as Tolfdir's body grows in size, though not nearly as large as when he is truly fighting. Now, he turns to the students with only a light growl in his voice. I will show you how to best utilize alteration to deflect mundane weaponry and even enchanted blades. The students watch with rapt attention as I grab a steel sword and dash at the Nord without even the hint of a warning. I leave Tolfdir's lab a bit worn out from the experience. After I was done helping him out with today's lesson, we got to work on replicating the true defenses of dragon scales. We deemed that the spell shall be called Dragon Skin as the flesh variant. Being the one that gave a full physical boost was still a bit far off. I went over the old man's diagrams and everything he had discovered up to this point and found them to be eerily meticulous. The depth of knowledge Tolfdir could impose upon even the tiniest hypothesis was quite frankly astounding. Then again, the man was many centuries old, and he had to occupy himself with something besides teaching little brats how not to die. Simping for my third grandpa aside, we were somewhat successful in progressing with the spell. It would still take a fair bit of time, but now that Tolfdir didn't have to struggle with precision measuring, we could adjust the 100 or so runes necessary to cast the damn thing in due time. The addition of some Dovazul runes also helped us immensely. We were under no false impression that anyone below Master would ever be casting this spell, so adding some extra magicka cost for a fat power and control boost was an acceptable trade-off. My trailing thoughts cease as I approach the door of Hakan the Alchemist's office. A couple of knocks later, the door opens, and I am surprised to come face to face with Morrigan. One of my oldest friends in these lands gives me a confused but welcoming smile as she sees me. Raven, what brings you here? I am just about to respond, but the green smoke in the room parts as if by magic, and I am greeted with the sight of Hakan, his hands folded in front of his mouth as he stares at me intently. Slowly he lowers his hands atop his table and then asks a simple yet heavy question. So boy, finally come to cook? I hope I don't regret this. Chapter 186. Cooking. Cigars. A cauldron bubbles with what can only be an extremely deadly acid, while multiple tubes feed even more dubious liquids into it. The annoying sound of nirnroot resounds all around the great alchemist's laboratory, while fumes obscure most natural sight. The lab looked like something that one might within a caricature or some mocking image representing chemists of both persuasions, legal or otherwise. A dark-skinned man lay knocked out atop the table, and an emptied-out Nargala-esque glass bottle stood near him, still exuding fumes that would straight-up kill those who were either too weak or just not sufficiently protected from its toxicity. Alchemical ingredients were thrown about haphazardly all over the place, with certain plants being close to each other for seemingly no reason. Yet if you even dared question the laboratory's owner about it, he would launch into an hour-long lecture about the 1% increase in effectiveness swamp pods had on Deathbell. Speaking of the damned flower, I was patiently grinding tiny little chunks of the purple leaves when a sleepy Morrigan sneezed, launching a minuscule amount of fire salts straight into my cauldron. I watched in pure horror as the grain of salt fell into the pot and the entire thing started to bubble uncontrollably. I was just about to open a window and yit the whole thing outside when Hakan suddenly rose from his seat and practically teleported in front of the cauldron. He gave it a cursory glance, a mere tenth of a second, before sniffing and immediately tossing a blue mountain flower petal inside. The entire thing calmed down immediately, as if a spell was cast, and within a silent minute it all congealed into a paste-like substance. Hakan looked my way and nodded with a happy smile. I think we finally have it. I stared at him blankly for a prolonged while before sighing, what actually happened just now? No idea. He shrugs. But it works and the effect should be rather potent. He makes a shooing motion with his hand. Quickly now, dry the damned thing out. We don't have a week to wait for it to bask in the sun. Wouldn't that damage the concoction? I ask with a racid ebro. The Redguard scoffs. Oh, please, why would it do that? Interference or some such, I posit. He rolls his eyes. Just because you can cook faster doesn't mean you can't cook properly. Don't listen to those idiotic purist chefs, young man. A job done quickly is a job done well. I am fairly certain that that is not how things should work, but I have no energy to argue with someone with enough self-assurance to convince himself he is sober and actually make it happen. And so, with a deep sigh of acceptance, I start removing the moisture from the greyish-brown mass in the cauldron, my eyes widening with each second as the sludge somehow turns into what looks like dried-out brown tobacco. What the fu— Ho 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 ho. Hakan was rubbing his hands with a gleeful expression. I knew that launching dust upon my student would produce a magnificent result. He completely ignores Morrigan's groan and mutter of, "Go die in a fire, you bumbling buffoon." We only needed but one additional catalyst to stabilize the other 104. Hakan proceeds happily before sheepishly adding, the fact that we needed to stabilize that after was only a lucky bonus. How can adding more random ingredients just to control those you already have be considered even mildly positive? I ask with a twitching eyebrow. Much like adding a rune will increase power, no matter how minutely. He responds slyly and without hesitation. Alchemy, unlike enchanting, only benefits from added complexity, seeing as the ingredients power themselves. I sense a bit of competitiveness from his words, but thankfully it is of the sporting variety. Well, that is how it works for me. He quickly adds, an amateur would quickly find themselves poisoned to death if they tried to experiment like I do. Actually, they would probably turn into unidentifiable sludge. Noticing Morrigan contemplating throwing her shoe at the man, I quickly steer the conversation in another direction. Well then, if you are certain of success, we might as well try them out. Before he can suggest anything, I add, but we will do it on the balcony. Even my lungs might get fucked with so many gases in the air. One funny thing I learned about Hakan was that he was a complete and utter shut-in. Unlike the darker pallor of his skin might suggest the man hated being in the sun and would make any possible excuse to remain indoors. This might have raised some suspicions of him being a vampire, if not for the copious amount of silver he liked using in some of his more well-known concoctions, now that I think about it. He scoffs, I will have you know this whole room is enchanted to hell and back to ensure that no unintended poisoning occurs. Ignoring that last mildly unnerving comment, I quickly scan the lab and realize that the whole thing was covered in a ridiculous amount of purifying and protection runes. Still, I choose not to give him a way out, and simply grab him by the arm and start leading him outside while levitating the cauldron. Wait, he yells, I still need to grab the wrappings. I give him a snide look, and my eyes emit a light glow as one of his cupboards opens and a bunch of large dried-out leaves fly up behind me. The grown-ass master of alchemy pouts like a child as I drag him outside, Morrigan's amused giggling following us the entire way. Hakan passes me a small cigar wrapped up in dried heist leaf, and I immediately place it in my mouth and use my thumb as a lighter. The moment I inhale the blue smoke, I feel like all of my synapses fire at the same time as my magicka starts to bubble below my skin, yet as I exhale I feel more mellow and at peace than I felt when I died. Wait up, I died once? What? Who even am I? Blink. Ah yes, Raven Dagoth, I remember now. Good shit, right? Hakan smirks from his seat, his brown eyes glowing as his own magicka was getting riled up by the cigar. Yup. I recline back in my chair, Juiced great. He chuckles and looks to the other person sitting with us. Still don't want to try it out? He asks Morrigan with a cheeky smile. She scoffs and stretches her arm demandingly. Just give it here, you damned idiot. The Red Guard giggles and offers her an even smaller cigar, much to her confusion. That confusion lasts all of a singular second as she draws in a puff of smoke and freezes completely. Magicka explodes all around her as her amber eyes glow with blinding light, and she realizes she just pulled in the equivalent of a greater Magicka potion. While the Reach Woman was having a coughing fit, I turned to Hakan and asked, "So how did we go from making something relaxing I could inhale to creating this monstrosity?" He grumbles something under his breath before giving me a pointed look. "You brought me an entire set of alchemy rings of the highest quality. I might be high out of my mind most of the time, but I am also an honest businessman." His eyes turn manic all of a sudden, and I wanted to see if I could replace Arcane Ascension with what is basically a personalized alchemical agent. His manic grin widens. I can say with utmost certainty I have succeeded. Hold up a second. I stare at the cigar burning extremely slowly in my hand. This thing is equivalent to doing a day's worth of Magicka exercise. Indeed. Is his all-too-smug response, and the recipe for this personalized version is yours. I smirk, way too unbalanced by my first, and likely strongest ever, taste of the magic tobacco to be even slightly polite. Can I send a couple of subordinates your way so they can learn how to make it? I would do it myself, but busy. He grumbles, "Fine, send 3 of them." "Cheers," I quip and turn to Morrigan, who was drooling face down on the table. "You good?" I ask. "I'm fine," she mumbles. "Dow!" Hakan squeaks. "Poor thing is completely out of it." "This happen often?" I ask with an amused smile. He waves it off like it isn't a big deal. "Only rarely. She usually doesn't test things stronger than her immunity in front of others." Guess the curiosity got the better of her this time. I chuckle and take another long puff of marijuana. Ah, bliss. I exhale a large amount of blue smoke as I rapidly sign document after document, absent-mindedly tossing a couple to the side. Savos, who was waiting for me to finish, scrunched his nose up in confusion as he caught a whiff of the smoke but didn't otherwise comment. Another 50 signed forms later, I place my cigar into the silver ashtray I transmuted earlier and call out Carsus. The middle-aged Dunmer enters my study. "Yes, my lord?" I point toward the stack of paper. "I am finished. Consider the unsigned pile completely rejected." He nods, unperturbed, and picks up the 2 stacks of paper. As he is about to leave, he looks back. "Ah, yes. I was told by Lady Adrasa that there has been a minor breakthrough in the Snowblood project, and that she humbly requests your presence whenever you have the time." I hum and after a moment nod to my steward. "Thank you, Carsus. You may continue with your duties." He bows once again and shuts the door behind him. Before I can even try and speak up, Savos lunges at me and grabs both my hands while his eyes take on a manic shine. "And what exactly are you doing?" I ask, completely confused. "How do you do it?" he hisses. "I am going to need a bit more than that, Gramps," I drawl. "The paperwork." His eyes glow even brighter. "How do you do it so fast?" I raise an eyebrow, a snide smirk forming on my face. "What, you have trouble with something so mundane?" He growls lightly before letting go of my hands. "Just tell me for divine's sake. I swear I am too young for my hair to go grey." "Aren't you like over 300 I begin, but he interrupts me. "Just tell me, please." The sincerity in his eyes as he practically begs for his release from torment is too much. I sigh. "I can't even mock you if you ask so nicely." He seemingly relaxes, and I give him the magic solution: just use clairvoyance. "Clairvoyance?" he questions, his tone one of bafflement. "Indeed." I smirk. "Just look into the future and see which documents you sign and which you don't. If there is one that requires a more complex bit of work, then just do that one manually." The Archmage stills completely before gaping like a fish out of water. He stands there, unmoving for about a minute before mumbling, "It was that fucking simple." He turns to leave in a rush, but I call out, "Savos." He turns around, and I swear his red eyes somehow manage to look bloodshot. "What? Why did you come here in the first place?" I ask, while smirking in amusement. "Oh, that." He says absent-mindedly, "Shalazar has agreed to your little orb project." "He did?" I asked with some surprise, but quickly exchanged the surprise with glee. "Capital? That is nice." Savos nods along, probably not listening to me at all, "I have it nobi," and disappears. What an asshole. I snort and turn my thoughts to what really matters. I was a wizard with powerful robes and fireballs. Many a tome have I gathered, and a glorious familiar was bound to me, but I lacked one very important thing. An orb to ponder. Chapter 187, Project Snowblood. The chambers under the great cliff of Winterhold are surprisingly warm considering they are covered in ice most of the time. I muse as I descend down the tunnel parallel to the one leading to my ancestral shrine. It was rather obvious that they could be kept warm, but the contrast was rather jarring when one could look from each perspective simultaneously. Speaking of my underground base, the whole thing was now as large as all my above-ground property. Much to my pleasant surprise, the law concerning this specific issue went something along the lines of anything under your property is also your property. A loophole I abused with abundant glee and without a hint of care for being reasonable. Would people kick up a fuss that I was practically digging out a small village below their city? Probably. Would I give the singular fragment of a shit? Not really. Besides, the whole thing was concealed under a bunch of wards, and there was no real risk of the cliff falling apart due to the work of my architect. The old imperial woman had settled in nearby, and I kept her busy with my all-too-many projects. Her work ethic and dedication impressed me so much that I uncrippled her son a couple of months back. The woman looked so happy she could have died on the spot and still have been satisfied. I whistled a happy tune as I passed a couple of closed-up chambers. They were still getting dug out, and even through the thick doors, I could hear my speeder workers hard at work digging ever deeper. I couldn't help but smirk as I passed by the next section. Rows upon rows of combat automatons stood arrayed in a vast chamber behind large panes of magically transmuted glass. A singular massive leg stood at the room's center, proudly showing my progress in my next attempt at replicating the might of the Dwemer. My cheerful tune, which was joined by Scorch halfway through, stopped as I finally reached my destination. An ornate gate bearing upon it the symbol of Auriel's sun stood before me, the protections placed upon it so potent they were able to be felt even by those without my gift of sight. With a flick of my hand, I announced my presence, and the gates opened welcomingly, the sight beyond eliciting a satisfied nod from both me and my familiar. Rows upon rows of personal rooms surrounded a central communal chamber, much like the students' quarters did within the college. A vast table stood at its center, surrounded by adjustable seats of various heights. I could see Nightshade talking to Tumer, who looked similar to herself, dressed in plain but quality white robes, while Edrasa sat nearby, rapidly writing down notes in her notebook. All the while a dozen mid-transformation Falmer sat around the table and gawked at their newly rejuvenated brethren. I approached them without saying anything, immediately drawing looks of awe and respect from the Falmer. The fact I was going through the trouble of reviving them as a race didn't mean I was going to waste the opportunity to bind them to myself through some clever propaganda after all. Scorch also drew a bunch of looks, and the moment he started preening under the attention, I tossed him back into my magicka pool. That will teach you to lose a verbal battle against Savos's bird. Nightshade sniffs the air and turns to me, drawing the looks of her two students as well. She bows lightly in greeting, Master, immediately followed by the other two. I ignore the grumbling from the still somewhat degenerated bunch sitting around us, but if they wanted to be acknowledged by me, then they should put in the effort and grow strong enough to survive the rejuvenation process. Maybe I would give them the time of day once they were actual people. Like these two did, apparently. I muse as I look over the two Falmer males standing to Nightshade's sides. One was tall and one short, but both of them were indubitably blessed with the usual beauty associated with the snow elves. I see you have had a major breakthrough, I state in lieu of greeting, though one might wonder why I wasn't called for when such a risky procedure was undertaken. I give a pointed look to Edrasa. To my surprise, the young Dunmer woman doesn't seem bothered in the slightest, but instead remains calm and collected. It was something of an emergency. She explains Alor, the taller one. She points at him and he inclines his head, had apparently reached such a point with his magicka that it started working on its own to upgrade him on its own, for lack of a better word. So instead of allowing his unpracticed magic to bring him potential harm, I initiated the ritual immediately. The surging magicka actually helped a great bit, and even made him taller and stronger than previously projected. I raise an eyebrow toward the now-named Alor, and he bows. Indeed, this one. I was always a shorter one. His voice was as raspy as Nightshade's was when she first transformed, but he had the advantage of actually being taught Tamrielic, unlike his senior, who had to piece it together on her own. I nod in approval and look at the other, much shorter Falmer. It took me only a moment to realize something was very wrong with him. His limbs were frail, and his nails lightly elongated into claws, his jaw still too sharp to be considered fully restored. But overall, he was rejuvenated enough that his situation wouldn't warrant another ritual attempt. "And what happened to you?" I ask him with narrowed eyes. Before he can say anything, Yggdrasil interrupts. This complete idiot decided it would be a good idea to eschew all propriety or patience and simply threw himself upon the ritual circle, quickly flooding it with magicka. She nearly hisses in annoyance. He was naturally not yet ready for it, and the results speak for themselves. "And what do you have to say for yourself?" I trail off as if to ask for his name. "Eldor, my lord." He answers with a shifty grin while rubbing his hands like the caricature of a merchant. Unlike his frail body, his voice is far firmer and clearer than his comrade. As for why I did what I did, he trails off, his eyes losing focus for a moment before turning firm and somewhat manic. I could hold back no more. He exclaims, "The temptation was too great, and living as a lesser creature while surrounded by the literal image of my potential was too much." As he ends his rant, he glares at Nightshade with hatred and jealousy. Without even batting an eye, my foremost Falmer follower waves her hand and slams the idiot into the ground with a telekinetic pull, and then proceeds to place her foot on his grounded head. Her eyes remain firmly focused on my own as she asks, "What is to be done with this idiot?" There is not even a hint of mercy in her tone. I tilt my head before shrugging, "Grueling training and work for a month. Your choice." "Have you heard that, worm?" she questions her fellow snow elf. He squirms in defiance for a moment, but as Nightshade presses on his head a bit harder, he taps the floor and forces out a, "I will do it. Just cease." She removes her foot, her expression not shifting for even a moment, and returns to her earlier position. I naturally was completely unsurprised by her current behavior. Nightshade took the whole project with utmost seriousness. The opportunity for her people's revival was, in her eyes, above any single individual under her care, and those who dared to scorn the opportunity presented to them would be punished and outright discarded if they proved too unruly. I permitted such behavior as, quite frankly, I didn't care for herding a bunch of goblinoids who just awakened their consciousness. Rejuvenating Nightshade felt great and was an achievement worthy of stories, but after that, the novelty of the work was lost on me, and I was content to mostly leave the minutiae to my subordinates. Speaking of subordinates, I look back to Yggdrasil, and how exactly was Eldor permitted to even enter the ritual chamber? She huffs in annoyance. After Aelor's rejuvenation, I had to bring him out to get cleaned up and properly clothed. This little shit. She nudges her head toward the slowly rising Eldor, used illusion magic to pass by me undetected, and threw himself into the chamber like an idiot. I give Eldor a deadpan look, to which he actually looks a bit sheepish before getting a sudden idea. So, Shorty here is a rather crafty one, yes. Yggdrasil nods. Indeed, he is surprisingly capable with illusions, all things considered. I scratch my chin. Send him to Davos after his punishment is over. He should be able to sort him out and make him useful. I purposefully make my tone as ominous as possible. Eldor shivers in fright as no one deigns to elaborate on my words. That will serve as some nice extra punishment for his idiocy. All in all, I have to say I am rather satisfied. I say proudly as most of the Falmer retreat to their rooms. The project is proceeding with minimal losses and is apparently safe enough for even unprepared Mer to survive the transformation. Yggdrasil practically preens at the hidden praise. Well, I suppose she earned it. You may use your authority for some personal projects or luxuries, but do make sure not to go overboard. You don't want to have me intervene." I tell her with an imperious look. To think I could coax a genuine smile out of her. Huh. Time to ruin it somewhat, speaking of status and authority. I look to Nightshade. "You may henceforth consider yourself a retainer of House Dagoth. Your duties shall remain taking care of your kin, but now in a more official role." The Falmer's eyes show no reaction, but the minuscule movements of her face tell me that her thoughts are in a whirl. It doesn't take her long to realize I just practically named her the leader of her revived people, and she bows deeply. "I will not disappoint." "Of course you won't." I agree without any doubt, causing yet another genuine smile to appear, only marred by a now lightly scowling Edrasa. Heh, poor girl, just cannot realize that the only power that matters in this world is that of the personal variety, and no amount of my favor will ever make that untrue. Now that that is out of the way, I break the silence after a minute or so. "I would like a full report on your progress." And a full report is what I got. We currently held about 100 feral Falmer, even deeper below ground, with 28 awakened ones living in this chamber specifically, and of course a trio of rejuvenated snow elves stood as living proof of our success. I remained below ground for some time after that, chatting with my servants and settling accommodations for my new elven servants. We can't have them living in a fancy cave now that they could be considered actual people, now can we? Some months later. It was late Maundas, the 5th of Rain's Hand of the year, 199 in the 4th era. I sat within my study, my brow creased in deep focus and thick blue smoke dimming the light within. I was currently pondering a yet unfinished scrying orb and its inner workings. We were getting close to completing our task. A small central matrix was built, where the Augur of Dunlane once existed, its purpose to connect all scrying orbs to one singular source. Indeed, after so many years without, I would finally begin the recreation of the internet. My shoulders slump with a deep sigh. Nothing so glorious, unfortunately, but having GPS, a phone, and a database accessible to me and my colleagues at all times was no doubt going to be great and amazing, but developing it to the point of the addictive monstrosity I knew from my previous incarnation was going to take at least a century at this point. Still, our progress was worthy of celebration. Naturally, my mood had to promptly be ruined by Carsus rushing through the door, his breath hitched and heavy. "What is it?" I ask him, my eyes narrowing at the interruption. "Apologies, my lord." He bows deeply, "but important news have just reached us." "Speak," I command. His next words bring forth a wave of frustration unlike any I have felt in recent times. Ulfric Stormcloak has just called for a Kingsmoot in Solitude and is already halfway through the province. So it begins. Chapter 188, Kingsmoot Prelude. I appear within the Blue Palace's Mage Tower with Davos and Nightshade by my sides. A nostalgic smile forces its way onto my face as I feel the familiar aura of solitude. Already an entire year had passed since I worked here daily, and the place was still as bustling as ever. A shame that was all about to come to a crashing end. Before my mind can continue on its downward spiral of dour cynicism, I feel a familiar presence in a nearby room and signal for my servants to get on with their preparations while I go on my own. I patiently knock on an enchanted door, and a moment later it opens with a click, revealing my vampiric lover waiting behind, a light glare mixed with a pout on her face. "Sibyl," I greet her with a wide smile and my arms spread invitingly. "You haven't aged a day." She tries to glare at me further, but suddenly lets out an undignified snort at my jape and rolls her eyes. She sighs and waves me in. "Come on then, I see you still haven't learned what shame is." Some kind of food, I bet. I snark before sneaking up behind her and enveloping her in a hug, completely ignoring the ensuing squeak of protest. I ask, "So how have you been recently?" She huffs and looks away. Maybe if someone deigned to visit more often, they would not need to ask such a question. This time, it is my turn to sigh. Some rather important events occurred in the past couple of months that required my full focus. She rolls her eyes. "We heard about the bandit attack on the excavation site. What I want to know is why you haven't visited even after that." I wince lightly and mumble, "Sorry, got too engrossed in projects and the like." A light chuckle leaves her, but a moment later as she wiggles out of my grasp, "Come on then, I prepared some coffee when I heard you were coming today." Definitely waifu material after all of this shit is done, I muse as I follow her inside. I just hope you managed to make it possible for consumption this time. I snark aloud. I can practically feel her eyebrow twitch in the other room, but she doesn't respond. A moment later, she places a cup of perfectly cooked coffee on the table in front of me with a smug look, practically radiating smugness while crossing her arms. I raise an eyebrow, take a sniff of the cup, and smirk at her. "You asked the servants to prepare it, didn't you?" All the smugness holding her upright suddenly turns into a weight, and her shoulders slump. "Must you always be so insufferable?" "Oh, please, you know you love it," I jape. "Besides, you look cute when annoyed." She huffs and takes a seat. "At least you have good taste." "That I do." I smirk and take out a cigar of not magical marijuana and begin enjoying it with some fairly decent coffee. "What is that?" Sibyl asks tentatively, as the air in front of me is painted a magical blue. "Master Harkin and I experimented a bit with some recreational magic aids." I explain and then nod to myself. "Yes, let us call them that." "You want one?" I ask after a moment. She looks into the smoke and shivers lightly at the ridiculous aura of magic it emits. "Is that safe?" "Should be," I shrug. "The worst thing that can happen is it disorients a weaker mage, or knocks a mundane out from what I understand." She stares at the cigar and shrugs. "Fine." I offer it to her and look away to hide my cheeky smirk. A moment later, the yell of "holy fucking shit" erupts from the poor vampire's throat, followed by a fit of uncontrolled coughing. I am so smug, I do not even feel the cup smash against my face. An hour after I finally managed to calm Sibyl down by way of audacious snuggle, we descended the tower and headed for the throne room. Nightshade was constantly gawking at the sights surrounding us. I swear if we weren't going to an important meeting, she would probably run off somewhere. Then again, Davos. "Yes, boss," he responds lazily. I point my hand toward a nearby exit from the palace. "Go and show Nightshade around, but make sure the two of you are with me when the Jarls arrive. Also, don't let her near the food stands. We don't have the entire day." He grumbles something along the lines, "Since when am I a bloody babysitter?" But I generously ignore him and continue on my way. "Are you certain that you want them moving about?" Sibyl asks after they disappear around a corner. "Oh, do not worry." I wave her off. "Davos will use the opportunity to gather information and see if there are any suspicious characters about," he might grumble, but he is frighteningly competent. "I see." She trails off for a while before asking, "You believe that things will really escalate to that point today?" "Yup." I pop the P, absolutely certain, in fact, Ulfric will rebel whether he wins or not. Many Nords are still very indignant about the ban on Talos worship, and they will practically force Ulfric's hand even if he somehow changes his mind. "How do you even explain that?" She asks almost pleadingly. "Maybe Torrig can convince him to calm down." "Long-term Thalmor plot," I state plainly, completely ignoring the far too curious servant coincidentally passing next to us. Letting Elenwen know I knew literally everything was always a pleasure after all. "That," Sibyl raises a finger but soon lowers it with a sigh, "is completely right." I grab her shoulder and bring her closer. "Don't worry about it. Our victory is practically assured, and I will make sure to punish the Thalmor thoroughly after everything is done." "And how can you be sure of that?" She rounds toward me. "Did you not say you would have to focus on the more supernatural events you predicted happening during the rebellion?" I tilt my head. "While I might not be able to participate personally for some time, do keep in mind who I am and who my patron is." I twirl the ebony blade between the fingers of my left hand. "Let us just say that most of the rebel Jarls are going to have all of their nasty secrets revealed the moment this thing starts out, and thus I have already slain 10,000 without lifting a finger." The dagger disappears with a dramatic poof of shadows. She giggles cruelly. "Oh, you have just made my day. Why not just assassinate them politically if you can't afford to assassinate them the normal way?" Her fangs show as she grins at me. I have to admit, I am thoroughly impressed. A suggestive glint appears in her eyes. We can talk about how impressed you are later. I lightly shove her forward. We have a king to meet now. She huffs, spoil sport. The housecarl guards open the doors to the throne room after announcing us, and I enter only to be greeted with the sight of Torrig slumping in his throne and looking like he hadn't slept in a good week. Elisif was nowhere to be seen, but considering the turbulence of current events and her late pregnancy, I could understand if she was either not willing or not allowed to participate. Whatever conversation was going on between the king and his noble subjects was obviously interrupted by our arrival, and as Torrig's eyes met mine, he managed to force an inviting smile. "Raven, it is good that you could come in time." I incline my head in greeting. "I am but a single spell away at all times, you know this." "Yes," he nods, "but you being present is still reassuring." My eyes trail over those present, and as they do the Thanes Ericur, Bryling and Helm all give me their own greetings. The steward and his son, on the other hand, are too busy going over what I presume are some legal documents, so Falk merely nods in greeting, while Ingvar doesn't even acknowledge my presence. Fair enough, I guess. "So," I begin after I take a seat at the long table below the throne, "what is our plan?" Torrig sighs deeply. "What can we even plan out at this junction? Ulfric will no doubt decide that challenging me is his only option, no matter what we say or do." "True," I nod, "but have you considered that undermining his authority and reputation might be useful no matter how today ends?" "Oh?" "Yup." I smirk cunningly. "If we manage to present your position as best as possible, we may at the very least weaken the loyalty some of the holds have for him, and with some clever blackmail, negotiation, we might even make a hold or two either switch sides or declare neutrality." Torrig hums into his hand with a far-off look before turning to me again. "Even if we manage to undermine his authority, there is the matter of the duel. If he defeats me, he will still have the legal authority to assume the crown, and I hold no delusions I can defeat him." "Not if the majority of the Jarls are against him," I point out, "and besides you are missing a very important point. Ulfric is a greybeard deserter." "That may be the case," he agrees, "but even then it still isn't against the rules of a duel to use the voice. The way of the voice is that of peace and contemplation on the divine." I quote the greybeard's own words, "By using the voice, especially with greybeard training, to win political power, he would go against all of their teachings, and thus against the most ancient of Nord traditions." My mouth twists into a smirk. He would be declaring himself a tyrant and usurper then and there. Before Torrig can answer, I continue, "So all you need to do is smash him as hard as you possibly can, enough to force him to use a shout, and then you will have immediate authority to order his arrest." The eyes of all those present snap to me as I utter those words. The first to speak is Falk Firebeard. "You would have the king dishonor himself in such a manner?" "Let me ask you something, steward." I look at him like he was an idiotic child. "What is more dishonorable, justly arresting a tyrant or letting thousands of your people die due to petty pride?" He grunts, practically radiating disgust, but doesn't offer a counter-argument. Torrig, on the other hand, just sighs even deeper than previously. "You already knew this would happen so long ago. I am guessing that whatever magic gave you this information doesn't offer an alternative." "Well, I mean, unless you want to hire an illusion mage to make their party slaughter each other in an uncontrolled fit of rage before they enter your or your subjects' territory, then no." I blurt with a shrug. The sweet taste of indignant judgment in the air. "Let us skip that particular idea," Torrig says uneasily before seemingly making a decision and stealing his gaze. "You are right. If I must sacrifice a shred of my honor to stop the war or at least make sure it is not as devastating as it can potentially become, then I will do so without hesitation." "That is great," I smirk. "Now how do you feel about elixirs?" The High King of Skyrim groans and palms his face. Our discussions went on for hours. We planned on how to garner as much support as possible and how to undermine Ulfric to the best of our abilities. The topic of the Thalmor came up, and we unfortunately had to accept their probable presence during the event. They had too many excuses to be banned after all. I was pleasantly surprised to learn that Torrig didn't waste his time and had already invited his own Jarls long before Ulfric had even left Windhelm. They had already made their own plans on how to act and would join the moot as one as a nice little surprise for Stormcloak. This left me a bit confused by the king's previous actions, but I quickly realized that the poor boy lacked confidence to the point of forgetting he had actual competent allies. I will need to get him out of that mindset when this whole situation finally ends. Just as I was finally able to convince the king to at least take a stamina potion so he doesn't look like he wasn't just ran over by a troll, a frantic guard entered the throne room. "Your Majesty," he bows, "the Jarls, they are all here." Chapter 189, King's Moot. General POV. The courtyard of Castle Dour, the legionary garrison of Solitude, had been refitted to host the upcoming King's Moot. Seats and tables had been arranged in a circular fashion, with the seat of the High King being opposite to that of the Jarl of Windhelm. When the Jarls supporting Ulfric arrived at Solitude, they were offered to spend the night in the palace and rest, as was customary. But the belligerent Stormcloak demanded that the moot be held immediately and openly accused his hosts of trying to commit treachery by delaying the sacred moot. Not even 10 minutes had passed, and insults were already being thrown around by the rebellious Jarls, while the king's supporters were forced to frantically deny such accusations upon their honor. Though one among them, one Idgrod Ravencrone of Morthal, merely spent that time looking forlorn and shaking her head. As the grumbling and insults grew increasingly more uncontrolled, with the Jarls not even taking their seats, a derisive tisk resounded across the courtyard. All eyes focused on an elaborately robed Dunmer who looked upon the gathered Nords with disdain. The royal Thane looked over the gathered Jarls, weighing each and every one of them before his eyes centered on Ulfric Stormcloak. "Not even a drink, and you all behave as if drunk. So much for the noble dignity of Skyrim's Jarls." Raven's POV. And there he is, tall, broad, dirty blonde hair, and an incredibly punchable face. Respectable beard, though. The Jarl of Windhelm stares at me with well-hidden fury, and who are you to comment on how the Jarls of Skyrim conduct themselves? He obviously recognizes me and knows damn well how useful I am to Torrig, so the first thing he does is try and remove me. I chuckle, so we are just going to ignore the little fact said conduct was that of children, no? He glares at me, and instead of continuing down that line, I mock bow Thane Raven Flame Tongue of Solitude, Master Enchanter of Winterhold, and Dragon Slayer of Blackreach. There are some raised eyebrows at the last one, but then with a casual shrug I add, "But for the purposes of this meeting, you may refer to me as Lord Dagoth of Morrowind's 6th Great House." Far more eyebrows are added to that last bit, and when they notice that Torrig doesn't deny my claim, and his advisors remain unsurprised, they immediately accept my status. Just in time, as well as I noticed that Elenwen had entered the courtyard, just in time to hear me introduce myself. Ah, her face is priceless. As for revealing my true name so openly, keeping it hidden was simply no longer useful, and revealing it would give my words far more weight in this meeting, allowing me to sow the seeds of doubt as I willed. Though even that would have been completely useless without my stellar reputation among the Nords. Ulfric, however, openly scoffs at my introduction. "So you are just another elf that the boy has allowed to interfere with Skyrim's future." I roll my eyes and drawl, "Do keep control of your rampant hatred, Jarl Ulfric, or I might be forced to challenge you to a duel to the death over such an insult to my honor." The death threat rolls out of my mouth far easier than I expected it to, but unfortunately, the rebel Jarl is too smart to fall for that. He grits his teeth, knowing damn well that denying a challenge from a high noble, no matter how foreign and a royal thane as well, would end him up without any justification to challenge the king later on. There is also the fact that I would not care one bit about the no magic rule either, and the man knew it. "Very well," he states and takes his seat. "Let us speak like civilized folk then." His glare turns to a rather relaxed Torrig. "You, boy, have..." Kindly refer to your elected High King by his title, or not at all. Bolgir Bearclaw, Torrig's personal guard, interrupts Ulfric, and even as the Stormcloak looks like he is just about to shout him to pieces, the amused glint in his eyes doesn't leave him. There is a moment of stunned silence, and Ulfric's face practically turns to stone as he states, "The current High King of Skyrim has allowed foreigners to dictate our lives and defecate upon our culture." His voice is firm as he continues with his declaration, "Our traditions, nay, our very gods, have been denied to us by a dying empire and elven schemes." A bunch of eyes resound from the Stormcloak camp. He takes a deep breath. "My brothers and sisters, I say it is time to take action against such corruption and strike against those that would make slaves of us. Our current High King is unfit to care for the future of our people and would rather have us grovel to the fools of Cyrodiil." As his speech turns against the Empire, I see Legate Rika grit her teeth while her hand rests on her sword, gripping it to the point of turning white. Ulfric's right-hand man and Rika's old friend Galmar Stone Fist looks at her with pity in his eyes before turning back to his lord. Jarl Ulfric speaks many pretty words. Torrig interrupts the speech, his tone as cold as ice. Yet while he speaks of our people, he forgets that those in his domain and that of his supporters suffer needlessly due to his rampant hatred. Torrig sighs sadly, but I notice a hint of vindictive glee in his eyes. Just this winter, 3 entire villages have been hit by starvation and were refused aid due to Windhelm's treasury being focused on the procurement of armaments. One might think he is preparing for a war. Yet if that were the case, one would have to believe that Jarl Ulfric is ready to break one of the highest laws of the Empire and recruit a personal army. I nearly choke myself to death by forcing my laughter down when I see the self-proclaimed lawgiver of Riften look at Ulfric in outrage. Dear gods, the Blackbriar might actually be the better option for that poor city. The king intertwines his fingers in front of his mouth as he stares down at Ulfric from his throne. "You wouldn't commit high treason, Ulfric, would you?" He taps his cheek mockingly, for was it not Emperor Talos himself that confirmed the law that no lord shall recruit a personal army? Elenwen suddenly stands up and whirls toward Torrig, the white gold concorder. The white gold concordate forbids the worship of one divine Talos. It does not in fact forbid the honoring of one Emperor Hjalti Earlybeard, otherwise known as Tiber Septim or Talos. "Sit your ass down, ambassador." I interject with a lazy drawl. She glares at me, but one look at my eyes aglow with frankly ridiculous amounts of magical power is enough to make her shut her mouth. "There goes your plan to discredit Torrig, you spindly bitch." I even notice a hint of respect in Ulfric's eyes, but it is quickly hidden behind his steely gaze. "Thank you for your timely assistance in legal matters, Lord Dagoth," Torrig states with light amusement. Ulfric takes a moment to center himself before speaking. "What I do within my own hold and however many guards I deign to recruit is no business of the crown. The sudden influx of suspiciously tall bandits has me worried for my people's safety." He openly sneers at Elenwen. "Very well." Torrig takes control of the conversation once more, "but I still fail to see credible justification for your attempt at usurpation." Ulfric's face goes a bit red before his aristocratic training kicks in and he calms down. Credible justification, usurpation. He practically seethes. "This is a moot for the kingship of Skyrim. All the justification I need is my lack of confidence in your ability to lead our people." Quite. Torrig does an impressive imitation of my signature drawl, yet all I have heard are excuses for you to seize personal power. You say I am incapable of protecting our people, yet last year I struck down an invasion of Reachmen. Most of the Jarls present, even those on Ulfric's side, nod and mutter their appreciation of his deeds. You say that my people suffer and that their traditions are under attack. Torrig continues his verbal assassination, yet last year I have managed the greatest administrative catastrophe left behind by the Great War and brought the people of the Thrall to order and taught them the honor of their ancestors. The High King speaks true, Thane Helm interjects. For many years the residents of the Sprawl had suffered without hope, only for the king to liberate us from our own greed and honor our work and deeds. Ulfric scoffs. You speak of those deeds as if they are your own. He sneers at Torrig. But were they not all orchestrated by your court mage? Are you so lowly as to take his achievements as your own? I laugh out loud. Oh, please, do accuse him of having capable advisors. You will sound so right you will forget how idiotic you made yourself look. Before Ulfric can respond to my jape, Torrig lets out a derisive snort. Of course I was helped by others. Or have you forgotten, Ulfric, that it is with our shield brothers that we achieve the greatest of glories? He scoffs. The very fact that you cannot even comprehend the idea that a king's subjects matter far more than the king shows just what kind of ruler you wish to be. A vindictive glint can be seen in Torrig's eyes as he states, "Nothing but a petty tyrant." Immediately, another shouting match erupts between the gathered nobles. It gets to the point that their housecarls position themselves in front of them, just in case. Being a sporting lad, I summon my glaive and unleash my magical presence, rings included, causing everyone present to shiver. My crown covers my face as I state in my dreadful Thume-enhanced voice, "Kindly compose yourselves." Every single one of the rebel jarls, except Ulfric, slams their asses back down while he looks at me with eyes burning with battle lust. "Hiding behind the skirt of your Thane Torrig?" He questions the king with a sneer. "A king that does not act when not necessary is one who honors the wisdom of his ancestors." Torrig quotes a saying with a smirk. "So you do not deny it?" questions Ulfric. Torrig tilts his head mockingly. "Why would I deny being right?" I see Stormcloak proceeds as if he heard nothing. "Since you refuse to fight your own battles, I shall force you to do so." Prick. "Are you challenging me, Ulfric?" Torrig asks, as if he is the one doubting the other's prowess. Ulfric pulls out his axe and points it at the king. "Since you wish to hide behind words and platitudes, we shall settle this in the old way. We shall battle for the right of kingship." Ha 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 ha. Torrig laughs, drawing confused glances. "Oh, we shall battle Ulfric the traitor." He glares at the man with pure hatred, knowing full well that his people were about to be sundered, and their blood spilled on a massive scale. "We shall battle, but even if I am to fall, you shall not be king." "That is not for you to decide," Ulfric hisses. "Indeed it is not." Torrig nods and points his right hand out toward the gathered jarls. "The choice is theirs, and they know as well as I, that a tyrant shall never rule Skyrim." Ulfric's gaze falters for but a moment, but then his eyes turn to steel once again. There it is, the first chink in the armor. Chapter 190, Royal Rumble. General POV. The sun had barely moved after the issuing of the challenge, yet the entire courtyard of the castle had been turned into something resembling a tournament arena. The seats had been moved around to create space and give everyone a good view of the fight, while the center of the courtyard had a fighting ring assembled within. This was, after all, a military garrison where legionaries trained, so the setup took a ridiculously short amount of time, just as the challenger had intended before his attempt to forego debate was utterly crushed. The Queen tried insisting on watching multiple times, but considering her state and what everyone believed was about to happen, she was outright forbidden from leaving a heavily guarded chamber within the Blue Palace. If Torrig survived, he would probably not be allowed within his own room for some time at least, but that was a sacrifice he was willing to make. The jarls, much like during the caricature that the moot turned out to be, were seated at opposing sides of the ring. Those still loyal to the king, and thus the empire, were either scowling or looking resigned at what was to come, while their Stormcloak counterparts looked either gleeful or reluctant, in the case of the jarls of Dawnstar and Falkreath. Oh, Skald and Dengir were not reluctant to fight the empire. Both were frothing at the mouth Talos zealots after all. What they were reluctant to do was end up completely surrounded by imperial-aligned territories with practically no support from their allies for most of the early war. Dengir was especially nervous considering his southern neighbors. The same could, however, be said for the young loyalist Jarl Asser of Winterhold, but he could at the very least rely on the support of the college, or namely one Tolfdir Ebenfrost in case of an attack. That and Winterhold would be a nightmare to invade for most of the year. A bit more time passed in silence, and the two sides started muttering amongst each other, already forming pacts and alliances and giving out promises for what was to come. While the Jarls were politicking, the Dunmer Thane of Solitude went around the housecarls of those allied to him and started handing out scrolls and potions. They questioned him about it, but he merely winked at them and called it a gift if they were lucky, Once Balgruf's housecarls took his gifts without a fuss, all the others quickly followed. Speaking of Skyrim's most bawling of Jarls, the man was barely managing to force himself to remain seated, clad in full armor and looking like he was about to march into his death. The face of Jarl Balgruf was that of defeat and determination. Finally, the two contestants arrived, dressed in full battle armor and both glaring at each other with barely restrained fury. To the west stood High King Torrig, clad in ebony plate with golden edges, a crown adorning his full helmet. In his left hand, he held a steel-edged round shield that carried the wolf emblem of his hold, and in his right was tightly gripped the heirloom Skyforge steel blade of his ancestors. Two bracers stood somewhat out of place upon his combat armor, a trio of odd runes aglow with protective light. To the east stood Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak, clad in orichalcum lamella and with an aventail of chainmail covering his entire face under a Nordic nasal helm. Unlike his opponent, he eschewed a shield and instead bore two war axes. Both were shaped in the usual Nord style of forging, but a sense of danger coming off the orichalc blades could be felt by all those present. A short pointed cloak of bear fur hung off his back, creating the image of a warrior of old. The elder High Priest of Solitude stood between the aggrieved parties and spoke with authority. "Before we begin, in the name of Kyne, I ask that the two parties take the time to consider a peaceful solution to today's grievance." Torrig nods to the priest, but says nothing. Ulfric, on the other hand, shakes his head. The time for peace has passed. "So be it," the old man sighs. "Then in the name of Shor, I charge you to be honorable in battle." He ignores the affronted scowl on the Thalmor ambassador's face. "And in the name of Kyne, I charge you to give mercy where you are able. May Stendarr protect the righteous, and may Arkay accept the fallen into his realm. May the better man prove himself before the gods and men alike." The priest swiftly turns around and the two lords take their stances. Ulfric prepares to rush his enemy, but Torrig gives him no such opportunity, as the moment the priest left the circle, he had already started with his own attack. The Stormcloak had only the time to blink before the edge of a shield found itself right in front of his eyes. With practiced ease, he hooked the shield with his axe and went to finish his unbalanced foe, but was instead greeted with the point of a sword going for his throat. The sound of metal against metal resounded loudly as Ulfric was forced to jerk back to avoid getting his head removed. He recovers quickly and throws out a low kick. Torrig steps back and avoids, aligning his sword with his shield while keeping a defensive stance. Ulfric rushes, both axes swinging. One is deflected to the side while the other gets dodged. He deflects a sword blow going for his gut, forcing it upwards, and realizes his mistake too late as the pommel smashes into his helmet, ringing his head something fierce. Ulfric steps, while lightly shaking the stars out of his eyes back, and growls, "The whelp has teeth." Torrig twirls his blade while still keeping his shield in front. "Oh, please, the Reachman gave me more of a challenge than this." "Very well," Ulfric declares, and without another word attacks again. The two combatants become a whirl of violence, with deflections and strikes happening at a frightening pace. The older and more experienced Ulfric was able to leverage his size and strength to an extent, but was utterly surprised by the king's skill and power. Sparks fly as both combatants rapidly manage to land glancing blows against each other, their heavy armors protecting them from potentially grievous wounds and allowing them to keep fighting where lesser men would have long since fallen. The battle soon turns into a dance of feints and fake-outs as both try their best to at the very least batter their opponent into exhaustion. The exchange went on for another 3 minutes, something which lasted for hours within the combatants' minds, both of the warriors looking like they had just been through oblivion and back, yet neither had managed to draw blood. Both were panting with exertion, yet to the surprise of all those present, it was Torrig who still stood up straight. "Give up, Ulfric. Your cause is as flimsy as your axe hand." "No," Stormcloak growls, "my people need me, and I will do all to save them." There is a finality to his voice that causes his own camp to tense up in preparation. "Is this what they call being delusional?" Torrig quips, though even as he does, he sends a prayer to Arkay, just in case he was about to get turned into paste. As the words leave his mouth, Ulfric glares at him and takes in a long breath. Two things happen at the same time. Torig's eyes take on a victorious glint as he mutters, "I win," and Ulfric shouts with pure hatred, "Fuse Rodar!" Raven's POV. Teed. I state and time slows down around me. I had positioned myself just behind Torig when I predicted what was about to happen. My clairvoyance had been utterly focused on the fight the entire time it was going on, and I wasn't about to let him die now. Ulfric's unrelenting force slams into the king, his bracers glowing with power, and as I had expected, breaking but a moment later. The reason I wasn't panicking just yet was that the power they held was still enough to protect him from getting killed then and there. And I would do the rest. I approach at a leisurely pace, though I guess it must look as if I was gliding through the air to the others, and with a flick of my hand move Torig out of the way of the shout, and as the wave of force approaches me, I shout "Fuss!", dispersing the remaining energy and probably saving the dozen or so legionaries behind me. Time resumes at its normal pace, just in time for Ulfric to realize what just happened. "You dare interfere with our sacred duel," he fumes at me, pointing his right hand axe at me threateningly, while most of the Jarls, even those from our side, are staring at me with open outrage. "Incorrect," I state with finality. "Steward Firebeard, please do inform the Oathbreaker of his fate." I take a defensive stance in front of Torig just in case. The steward stands up. This was a duel between men for the right of Skyrim's rule. He recites calmly, "You, Ulfric Stormcloak, have abused the way of the voice taught to you by the Greybeards, an order which you deserted without honor. You have spat upon every tradition of our people in your mad rush for power, and now you have spat upon our very gods, the very same ones you claim to champion." Confused gasps of outrage can be heard from all around the courtyard as the steward finishes his declaration. He looks to the legionaries behind me. "Guards, arrest the traitor." "No," Ulfric snarls, "the people of Skyrim will not be denied." As I stealthily blast the groggy Torig with restoration magic, many things happen in the same moment. All of the housecarls from both sides immediately declare for their sides while rushing at each other with blades drawn. Ulfric immediately turns to flee like the hypocritical little bitch that he is, just in time to see his bodyguards get near, surrounded by the elite legionaries of Rika. Galmar has to practically drag him away as he is forced to watch his hardened guardsmen get slaughtered like pigs before the bloodthirsty legionary veterans. Potioned-up bloodthirsty veterans, might I add. A group of suspiciously tall thieves interpose themselves between Ulfric and those chasing him. Many a guardsman is cut down by their magic, but they quickly fall to my own servant's magic and blades. Unfortunately, the short burst of combat had allowed Ulfric to flee far beyond most people's sight. I note that Elenwen had long since made herself scarce as well. Just as I shadow walk beyond the Not Thalmor and am about to follow behind him and put the fear of Dagoth into his bitch ass, a group of oddly dressed cultists, for that is the best way I can describe them, bar my path. The symbols on their clothes are enough to clue me in on just who these idiots might be, but the words they speak make it a certainty. Sovngarde Saran, the masked leader of the Dagoth Dam Dragon cultists, declares while pointing a staff with a dragon motif at me. Of bloody course the fuckers somehow got their hands on the prophecy as well. Lazily, I deflect the lightning bolt he launches at me, and without a shred of mercy I declare, Yol Tor Shul. All dozen of them turn to ash within a moment. I am just about to follow after Ulfric once again when the sudden feeling of foreboding assaults my mind. I activate my clairvoyance full force and finally notice the odd discrepancy that had been hiding away from my sight for the entire day, a simmering light glowing with malice waiting patiently at the edge of the courtyard. I do not think, for I have no time to do so, as I rush back to ensure whatever divine fuckery was about to happen. Without even giving them the dignity of looking at them as I take their lives, I cut down many of the slowly retreating Stormcloak camp housecarls, their jarls already being long gone, unfortunately. I step into the courtyard and see that the battle is still ongoing, though the rebels are getting cut down slowly but with utter certainty. My eyes drift over the entire place, trying to locate the malicious light I felt earlier, and just as I am about to leave, my eyes snap toward the passage leading to the Temple of the Divines. just in time to see a stormcloak run Sibyl through with a brightly glowing dawnbreaker. Her eyes find my own for but a moment stretched to infinity, but that too short a moment is all we had as she turns to dust. Her soul either completely rent apart into its basest form or forever captured by Meridia. I stare at the murderer in stunned silence. The fact that it was my fault I decided to provoke the Daedra attempts to assert itself within my mind, but I crushed the foreign thought as soon as it arrived. Something must have also been happening around me, as I also noted absently that the courtyard had turned surprisingly quiet. Then everything went red. Wold! I appear in front of the murderer before he can even blink. He looks ready to gloat, to declare whatever hollow victory he thinks he may have achieved for his patron here. I grant him neither the pleasure nor the dignity as I ram my staff through his groin and out of his mouth with a speed that I knew not I possessed. His soul swiftly finding its way into a black soul gem. I stare down at the neat pile of vampire ash below me and quickly scoop it up with telekinesis, swiftly depositing it within a leather pouch. After solemnly depositing the ashes within my robes, I turn my gaze to my hated enemy's weapon. I grasp Dawnbreaker without a single care and immediately feel the utter glee of Meridia. The glee turns to outrage as my own power dims any influence she might have thought to exert on me. I turn around and see everyone staring at me, the path of my whirlwind sprint leaving a groove in the stone floor of the castle. Without a word, I snap my fingers, striking all the remaining rebels with lightning and killing them on the spot. Then I summon Scorch and take to the skies. My vengeance shall be swift and brutal, and only then will I allow myself to grieve. Chapter 191, Blasphemy. Davos's POV a bit before Raven flew away. My crossbow produces barely any sound as I shoot down yet another idiot fighting to the death for no apparent reason. I reload my weapon with habitual ease, the bolt casings long since being spent, forcing me to rely on manual loading just in time to shoot another chucklefuck trying to backstab Jarl Balgruuf. His Dunmer housecarl seems to notice this and sends me a quick nod before returning to the fight. I scan across the utter mosh pit that the fight had turned into and lazily snipe yet another dumbass that chose not to flee, and then the boss runs back into the courtyard. He seems to be looking at something and my eyes instinctually snap toward his vampire lover, who had just been run through by a fucking Daedric blade. Fuck! I growl mentally. And like the world itself was angered by the deed, everyone feels a sudden weight press on their shoulders. The feeling of utter dread completely paralyzes me, and I can only watch as a massive firestorm forms around my veery, pissed-off employer who proceeds to commit an impalement upon Meridia's little puppet that was so utterly perfect I would have clapped if I didn't feel like I would lose my head within that same instant. No one says a thing as he slowly packs the vampire ash, and thank fuck most people will just believe she got burned to a crisp due to the sword's power, grabs the sword like it is a bloody stick, and then promptly butchers the remaining rebels like they weren't even worthy of being considered ants. Raven flies off on Scorch without even looking at us, and the aura of dread slowly leaves with him. I take a breath of relief and thank the good Daedra for his self-control. The moment of relief passes, and my brain finally catches up with what just happened. I immediately grab Nightshade, who had been fighting near me, and start dragging her away, only to get interrupted by the ever-immovable Bolgir, who silently points us toward the king. Fuck it, at least he might give us some horses. I quickly rationalize and grunt affirmatively. The exhausted King Torrig looks at me silently before letting out a tired sigh. What just happened? Channeling my best impression of my lord, I smirk. Oh, that, just a Daedra enacting bloody vengeance upon my lord, and him then proceeding to go do much of the same. Poor kid blinks. You do realize how ridiculous that sounds. Such sweet innocence. A broken part of myself voices, but I quickly shake it away. Are you sure we are talking about the same person? He lets out a broken chuckle before shaking his head. I guess I am better off not knowing. Just go and make sure he doesn't die. I need all the friends I can get now. I raise a finger to get his attention, but he simply waves me away. Take whatever you need, just get going before people start asking questions. Thank you. I bow lightly and start moving. Come on then, Nightshade, we need to make sure the Lord doesn't summon an army of Daedra atop his head. The supremely confused Falmer looks around dumbly for a moment before wordlessly nodding and falling in behind me. Great, now I just have to bust my ass riding for 3 hours. As we ride out of the gates of solitude and down the freshly repaired roadway, my pitiful magical senses inform me of something happening far off to the northwest. Nightshade's eyes snap in that same direction, telling me that it wasn't just my nerves playing tricks on me. We ride around a corner, giving us a good view of the distant temple. And the entire thing was turned into a massive light show with tendrils of shadow devouring the sunlight glow coming from within. Fuck, Nightshade wisely points out. Fuck. I nod in agreement, and we ride on as fast as possible. Raven's POV. Scorch lands quietly before the entrance to Meridia's temple. A wave of sorrowful nostalgia washes over me as I remember my first time in this place, so very foolish even with all my paranoia. She took the risk herself. The rational part of my mind assures me, we should have been more careful. The wrathful young man shouts, you wanted to walk the path of immortality and to stand equal to the very gods, now pay the price, the old man finally states. I let out a long sigh. Tragedy was something I was always preparing myself for. I just never expected it to happen so early. Scorch shifts his size into that of a normal hawk and plops down on my shoulder. Even while silent, I can clearly feel his rage simmering along my own. Finally, he asks, we finally gonna burn the traitorous bitch? I raise an eyebrow. What has you so motivated? He was a part of me, yes, but he never showed any sign of liking Sibyl even a tiny bit. She might have been a filthy heathen. Scorch chirps with his usual pomp. But she was our filthy heathen, damn it. I let out a mirthless chuckle, the staff of Magnus appearing in my right hand. That she was. I nod, and Meridia is going to pay. And so, with cold rage flowing in my veins, I glared at the door bearing my path. Fuse, Rodar! The stone gate is cracked open and its parts ground into dust as I slowly stalk within the temple. The voice of Meridia attempts to connect with my mind through the Dawnbreaker still held within my hand, but I ignore her pitiful attempts of bypassing my influence. As I descend deeper into the temple, I start lightly waving Magnus's staff, copying the runes I translated off its surface and my memory of the eye and carving them into the walls of the temple. As I walked ever deeper, bright blue magicka started making the runes behind me glow, and Meridia's attempts grew ever more forceful. Her power was mightiest within her own domain, so she finally managed to get a command through cease. I do not. Soon her power grew even stronger, and the runes would take more and more of my strength to be carved, so after some quick thought I started bleeding myself and covering them in my own blasphemous blood. The Daedra's infuriated shouting quickly turned into screams of pure rage. I felt the temple shudder and a wave of power passed through the entire building before finally Meridia's Dremora started manifesting all over the place. That must have cost her a lot of power. Good. Aurorans, golden-armored demons of Meridia, wielding weapons of arcane light, barred my path, the host arranged into a staunch formation and glaring at me with hateful eyes of solar fire. I did not hesitate for even a moment as I swung my staff and blasted them with fireball after fireball. They were, of course, far more resistant to incineration than most mortals, but being bombarded by a master wielding the staff of their master's master was not something they could just shrug off. So as some of them fell to my spells, the rest broke ranks and charged at me, the poor fools. Destruction runes carved themselves into the floor before me with disdainful ease, and I did not even blink as the eternal puppets of my enemy were disintegrated in the blasts. Yet even as I cut them down before they could even reach me, there were always more to replace the fallen. Was she trying to exhaust me or merely delay me? I muse as I launch a bolt of chain lightning at a group of great spear-wielding Aurorans, killing most of them instantly and leaving the final duo to a berserk Scorch. No matter, I would no permit her even the smallest victory here. I declare within my mind, and then chant, "Arise." A unit of shades appeared around me and started battering the Dremora with spell and sword, while a massive antlered beast did much of the same in a more brutal fashion. A veritable swarm of spiders crawled into the gaps of their armor, causing them to wail out in pain. Good, I might not be able to kill you permanently, but I will at least grant you the trauma of getting devoured alive. As the shades push my foes back, I continue with my advance, my focus completely on the large-scale ritual I was preparing, save for instances where I would need to blast the Aurorans away. An hour passes as I grind against the fanatical army of a goddess, and as I approach the central chamber, not even my blood is enough to stop Meridia from banishing my runes. That is until something incredible happens. The staff of Magnus starts glowing brighter and brighter, and I feel a guiding hand fall on my shoulder, the runes I cast being carved deeper and deeper. Magnus was helping me. I cackle loudly as I hear Meridia's shriek of Denial and press forward with renewed vigor, my supernatural mind easily allowing me to calculate the perfect way to proceed, even with all the chaos happening around me. Finally, a circle forms around the podium from which I once raised Dawnbreaker, and where I now return it. The temple pulses with power, and I grasp Magnus's staff with both hands. With a mental command, I connect to his eye, and time seemingly slows down as I am assaulted by a near-infinite surge of incredibly potent magicka. Tiny cracks start forming upon my skin as I channel the eye's monstrous power into the temple-wide rune sequence, and I feel myself standing in front of the burning eyes of an enraged Meridia. The Daedra glares at me, her soul gazing directly onto mine with endless fury, something which would have ended me then and there if I did not protect myself properly. I meet her gaze, and with a smirk of contempt, I command the magicka surging from within me to assault her bond with her prized blade. The filthy creature's eyes widen, but it is already too late, and I feel complete and utter ecstasy as I permanently rip a part of her power away from her. She screams and flinches away from me with fear in her eyes, likely experiencing true pain for the first time in her bloated existence. I gaze at the metaphysical representation of of my sword, and feel another energy attempting to detach itself from me. As I am about to investigate, the staff of Magnus pulses with powerful intent, and information enters my mind. I am stunned as it offers me two options. Send forth the soul of Sibyl, still clinging to the blade, into the true afterlife, or gain the staff's eternal allegiance. Fucking gods and their tests. I scoff derisively, and without a hint of hesitation, choose to liberate her soul. I feel another tug of power and sense the soul gazing at me curiously, before it is grasped with a power far greater than Meridia's and taken beyond the reach of any Daedra. A bittersweet smile worms its way onto my face as I return to reality and look upon my new and much-changed sword floating in the air, and Magnus's staff still firmly within my hand. I unsummon the staff and grasp the blade with my left hand. The moment it touches me, I feel like a part of myself I never knew I had just returned to me. And I just took something like this away from Meridia. What once was a double-edged broadsword of shining moonstone was now turned into a single-edged messer of blackened steel, yet it felt as powerful as its original form. The blade of blasphemy, a blade once carrying the sun's radiance, now usurped by mortal hands, it shall forever carry the taint of such a deed. Vorpal blade, the smallest cut becomes grievous injury, bane of undead. A mere touch destroys all but the strongest of undead. Rulebreaker, no binding survives the strike of this weapon. A small part of me wishes to celebrate getting my hands on something this powerful, but instead I merely shove the sword into my inventory, only now noticing that I was under the open sky and that only a stone platform remained of the ancient temple. With a huff, I sit upon a large rock and light up a cigarette and stare into the distance, silent tears falling from my eyes. I do not know how long I sat, but a voice brought me back to reality. You doing okay there, boss? I turn around and see Davos and Nightshade looking at me with a mix of worry and awe. I merely nod instead of answering. Davos shuffles around uncomfortably before finally finding a topic he is willing to try out. You might be happy to hear you no longer have the gold bits in your eyes. I snort humorlessly. Good. One more win for me, bitch. Chapter 192, Shaking Oblivion. General POV. Within the unknowable realm of oblivion, an upset not seen since the breaking of Jigalag shook the usually unaffable Daedric princes. The ancient beings observed an event yet unseen within this Kalpa, a mortal directly harming a Daedra. A couple of them instinctually checked on their own fragments on Nirn, but quickly discarded the idea of withdrawing them to safety. A bit of risk only added to the fun after all. Within a sickly green forest of books, a mass of eyes and tentacles made a sound akin to a slurp of the tongue as it observed the deed being performed. Interesting plans already moved within the creature's ancient mind on how to tempt the interesting mortal without risking its own resources. The woodland man cared only for knowledge, not for thrills. A creature whose whole being screamed the word ugly looked upon the descendant of pariahs defying those who would disdain him and gave the scene an appreciative nod before returning to watching his own children, a contemplative glint in his eyes as he considered challenging Hircine to a fight over the mighty orc he had managed to snag. Within a burning realm, the many-armed destroyer gazed upon the act of revolution and smiled with glee. A city resembling that of white gold stood covered in pale blue flames, slaves suffering under the vile ministrations of the Dremora all across its ravaged surface. Within the great tower and upon a spiked throne sat a figure so imposing the term may as well have been invented for describing them. The horned giant observed the ongoing events with ever-growing satisfaction, and as he saw a great blow being struck against his bitch of an enemy, he practically growled in excitement. "Worm?" Molagbal intoned commandingly. The hundreds of debauched giants within his chambers immediately bowed as low as they could. "I want every pitiful creature under me prepared for conquest immediately." The Daedric prince of domination's smile was all teeth. "I have a bitch to punish for her defiance." As was his usual wont, Sheogorath stood before his cheese store in Solitude's newly rebuilt sprawl and gazed northwest. The mad god was momentarily replaced with the hero of Kvatch, who smirked in appreciation of what was happening, only for the mad one to reassert himself within a moment and start chasing those damn annoying butterflies again, the sight of divine defiance already forgotten. And finally, within a vast garden of such beauty, it would blind all those unprepared, sat a trio of grey-skinned Daedra wearing female forms, all of them quietly enjoying tea while they watched the event unfold. One wore a wreath of flowers upon her head and was the epitome of motherly beauty. She watched her child attaining revenge with an impassive gaze, her thoughts hidden from both her counterparts. The second, one clothed in what seemed to be a chitinous carapace, carried a much more seductive look than her counterpart, her oddly alien choice of exterior only adding to her exotic beauty. She beheld her chosen's action with unhidden glee bordering on ecstasy, a quiet giggle of pure satisfaction leaving her every moment or two. The final third of the tribunal stood perfectly straight. A scarred face carried a vicious smirk as she beheld a mortal overthrowing a god for but a moment. "How disgusting it is that you have already snagged this one." Boethia sent her spidery counterpart a scathing look. Mephala giggled into her hand, each movement meant to misdirect and manipulate. "Oh, I simply gazed upon him at the right time." The warrior shook her head before outright scowling as she saw the target of their observation choose to release a pitiful soul instead of binding a mighty artifact to himself. "It would seem he is a weakling. I retract my earlier disgust." Even Azura was tempted to roll her eyes at Boethia's words, a temptation that Mephala did not care to suppress. "What a shame, dear Boethia. He is such a wonderful little mortal, yet he is very unlikely to ever seek you out himself." Boethia gave her counterpart an odd look. "He might not fit all of my domains, but there are enough that he has rather high affinity with me." Mephala suppresses a laugh before shaking her head. "Oh no, that is not the issue." "Then what is it?" Boethia near growled at Mephala's coyness. "Is it the Malakath bit?" Azura piped in, the amusement in her eyes barely hidden. "It is the Malakath bit." Mephala nodded sagely. "Fucking mortals." Boethia looked away with a huff. "I know, right?" Sheogorath asked the air around him before returning to his workplace in confusion. Raven's POV. I do not know how long I sat atop the ruined temple in complete silence, but by the time the Daedra finally stopped staring at me, night was already well on its way, and I practically halved my supply of cigars. "Come on then," I voice aloud, shaking my two servants from their bored stupor. "Might as well get back to the city." Davos tilts his head. "You aren't gonna just—" He snaps his fingers. I shake my head. "No, I think that a bit more fresh air will do me rather nicely." "As you wish." He simply rolls with it. "We did bring an extra horse for you." "My thanks, Davos." My voice retains its current emotionless tinge as I start walking down. Davos's POV. Lord Dagoth walks down without even waiting for the two of us. We both shake our stiffened limbs before moving to follow him. Madmare can't even celebrate kicking a Daedra's shit in. I mumble, "Fuck this world." Nightshade tilts her head in a way that I may have called adorable if not for the shitty mood I was in, and asks, "Will the master be fine?" I shrug with a sigh. "I don't know, honestly. Kid has been behaving like he is both older and younger than he really is at times. I don't have the faintest idea how he is going to react to this." The Falmer thinks my words over before nodding resolutely. "Then we must make sure he remains in good health." "Yeah." I agree immediately, though with a bit less open enthusiasm. Kid may be bloody insane and has a cruel streak large enough to make a sociopath blush. But wherever he goes, our people prosper, and no way in oblivion am I about to allow that to be ruined. Not even by a god. Raven's POV. Our welcome to Solitude was incredibly quiet and stiff. The entire city was placed under martial law in an attempt to catch the fleeing rebels, but their escape had probably been planned out for a long time, and the Thalmor and Dragon Cult insurgents definitely did not help the situation at all. The guards at the gates took one good look at us and called someone over. Moments later, I saw Boar standing atop the battlements and quickly nodding upon seeing me. The gates opened moments later, letting us in. The male twin of the Flamehearts wore full legionary regalia and merely gave me a nod of greeting as I passed. It seemed that he and his sister were under great scrutiny due to being from a Dawnstar clan, and he had to uphold discipline to the max. It is a damn shame I had to agree with the precaution despite my friendship with them. Time passed in a blink, and we found ourselves before the entrance to the throne room. The door was already wide open, and the sight within was a dour one. Many of the nobles and housecarls were at least lightly wounded, and blood dripped onto the floor, despite the skillful banding applied to them. Falk Firebeard even lacked his right eye. Without a word, I levitated a potion to the old steward, and without even looking at what it was, the man chugged it down instantly. Something he regretted immediately, as his face started to itch something fierce. As I approached the throne, Scorch appeared upon my shoulder and jumped off landing from one head to another and casting restoration magic with disdainful ease. The surprised yelps quickly died down after the first victim showed the others their now healed arm. "Help around the city when you finish here," I tell him. "Sure thing, Pops." Finally, I stand before the throne, the tired king meeting my gaze. "Torig," I greet him. "Raven." He returns simply, "What happened?" I stare at him for a while, my desire to speak on the subject evident, but he does not relent, so I let out a tired sigh. "Meridia." I practically scowl at the name, decided that the declaration of rebellion would be the perfect moment to punish Sibyl and myself for our defiance. She managed to do one of those things. The king looks at the floor, his right arm shaking. Sibyl was one of the people that practically raised him since childhood, even if deep down he knew her to be a vampire. The Royal House of Solitude was not made up of idiots after all. He raises his head and his eyes meet mine with a resolution forged of duty. "And what did you do afterwards?" My eyes must have glowed because both Torig and his bodyguard flinched lightly as their eyes adjusted. Since she decided that she had the right to punish me, I decided to return the act in kind. Torig looks at me like I just made a joke before his face twists into what I would generously describe as a constipated expression. "You are not joking, are you?" Without any further explanation, I pull out my new sword and hold it in front of me. Let us just say that Dawnbreaker is no more, and what was once hers is now mine. Permanently. "You—" He trails off before gathering himself. "You usurped a Daedra." He questions with utter incredulity. Instead of answering, I snap my fingers, and the three eyes beetle crest on my cloak and shoulders suddenly finds itself accompanied by an ornate blade. Even immortals die, even the gods know defeat. I intone with some bitterness. I hear the sound of heavy boots behind me and turn to see Rika in full battle armor, Dagoth. She greets with a smirk, but her outward expression fails to hide the hurt at losing her lifelong friend that lie beneath. Legate, I barely incline my head. I trust that you have already begun preparations to crush the rebels. Torrig sighs. No, we have to wait for them to start moving first, otherwise I would just appear a tyrant to all the eyes beyond Skyrim. I scoff loudly, drawing eyes from a lot of those present, but they fail to hear what I say next. Just have forgeries of scouting reports made. I have no doubt that the rebels are already prepared within hidden camps, and you wasting your time while they raid and plunder is not acceptable. He thinks it over for all of a singular moment before nodding and looking at Rika. See to it, Legate. At once, Your Majesty. She bows and leaves. Torrig winces as a thought passes through his mind, but seemingly forces himself to voice it. I will need a court mage, especially in these trying times. Thank all of your gods that humiliating Meridia was as satisfying as it was. I practically growl. Bulgir raises an eyebrow at my declaration, but turns away the moment Torrig raises his hand placatingly. I know my request is uncouth. He settles on the word, but the realm is in chaos and someone of your skill and power is needed. I slowly palm my face while taking a long breath. The war won't be our only problem, and I will probably have to place most of my focus upon the upcoming threats. You spoke of this before. He nods. I only need your advice from time to time and your aid in greater operations. Otherwise you can do whatever you feel is wise. His eyebrows crease. But Raven, what threats are you precisely talking about here? My smile might have melted snow if it weren't for the manic look in my eyes. Ever hear of the prophecy of Alduin's return? His face pales as his pupils constrict. Wait a moment, is that a grey hair? Chapter 193. The End of the Beginning. After my abrupt revelation, Torrig had us retreat to his office deeper within the palace. We spoke at length about what was to be done about our new situation and the upcoming crises. Later in the night, we were joined by the steward and proposed plan after plan. Countermeasure after countermeasure, ideas were thrown about. Some angered shouting was had, but by the time the sun had started to rise, we had settled on a plan of action. The king would immediately send a request for reinforcements from Cyrodiil. Some of his more bellicose vassals disdained this idea, but both of us firmly agreed that wasting men and, even worse, civilians on petty pride was not acceptable. The hidden recruitment effort we had started over a year ago will open up fully, and the necromancer apprentices I sent his way would be used as easily deniable assets. This last bit was what caused most of the arguing, but present a compassionate and dutiful man with a way to preserve lives and a out-of-sight, out-of-mind mentality, and he will eventually cave. It was also decided that all available legionary officers were going to be employed to drill the disparate forces of the loyalist Jarls. True, this did come close to the whole creating a private army idea that Torrig accused Ulfric of doing, but we were already in open war, and being stupid about it was not going to help anyone win. The Jarls would no doubt grumble, their glory-hungry thanes even more so. But a properly united force of all the Hold's specialized warriors was going to be worth it. Whiterun would provide the medium-armored cavalry they were renowned for, Markarth would provide the heavy infantry, Winterhold the spell swords, and Morthal the skirmishers. The forces of Solitude were too fresh and diverse to carry any specific strength, but their already year-long preparation under the watchful eyes of Rika would deliver something no other hold was able to. Disciplined numbers. Quantity was a quality of its own after all. That is not to say they were in any way bad soldiers. Solitude's common district housed the largest ironworks in the province, and all of them were well equipped and trained. Just the kind of force needed for covering the vast front line without suffering massive casualties. Not to mention the tiny little fact that with the greatest force came the greatest presence, further reinforcing Torrig's authority over his kingdom. As for our first move, we settled on storming Falkreath in a three-pronged assault, while leaving a good chunk of our forces on the borders to the other holds. A defeat in detail would serve us well here, and defeating the cut-off rebel holds one by one was the wisest choice. Winterhold had a month or two more to prepare than the rest, and the plan there was to simply hunker down and ensure naval superiority while defending the hold in a siege. The Stormcloaks would either have to storm the city in one fell swoop, something which was a near impossibility considering just who lived there, or they would have to invest more and more men into a pointless siege. Why were we so certain that the war may even last long enough for winter to come? One might find themselves asking this. Such personages would also forget that Ulfric had spent a long time preparing for his little rebellion, and many of the loyalist holds had Stormcloak sympathizers within their walls. It wouldn't be as simple as storming his cities. On the naval side of things, we were thankfully the ones with complete superiority. Even without counting the East Empire Company, the fleets of Solitude and Winterhold were more of a match for the riverboats of Windhelm and the longships of Dawnstar. The worst we would have to expect were light raids, but nothing more than that. Hopefully. And finally, my own place in our grand plan. That conversation was particularly frustrating. I had to focus on battling the supernatural threats happening during the war. That much was a given, but I was also expected to appear on the battlefield whenever the enemy decided to employ their clan mages. A fair proposal, all in all, just irritating. I would also be providing some of my simpler automatons for the elite forces, but nothing beyond that. I wasn't about to make tanks for the buggers. So much has been said, and yet we could find out tomorrow that it was all for naught. I quip while enjoying some coffee. Our plans could be scrambled by but a single decision of Ulfric. Which is why we are preparing countermeasures as well. Falk easily retorts, besides, it is as you have said, this is merely the basic plan for the early stages of the war. I nod at him and stare off into the bland ceiling of the office when suddenly an idea strikes me. What about the Bretons? Torrig raises an eyebrow. The Bretons? Indeed, I confirm. Are their knights not as glory-hungry as your own warriors? Why not invite a couple, fearsome, adventurous youths to help you hunt vile bandits rising against the king's justice? Before Torrig can discount my idea, Falk pipes in with a contemplative look. It isn't impossible. We would have to offer some minor trade concessions, but I can see the Eastern Duchies sending a knight chapter or three to our aid. Offer to help them pacify the Reachmen on their side of the mountains. I add offhandedly, it would benefit both High Rock and Skyrim, and you would even be able to profit from it if done correctly. Now Falk was straight up expectant, something not often seen upon the stoic man's face. Torrig wanted to comment upon the cruelty of my proposal, but after receiving both of our stares, he caved easily. Fine, you may write the proposals in my name. He waves it off. Stendarr knows that I could use some heavy cavalry. Magical heavy cavalry, I correct him. Both of them give me puzzled looks. What do you mean by that? Torrig is the one to ask. I have read a bit about our western neighbors and learned a fascinating little detail about what a Breton knight really is. I smirk conspiratorially. A skilled knight is both a heavy warrior and mage of the alteration and restoration schools. And why is this not more widely known? Falk asks with doubt in his voice. Most Breton warriors are complete and utter shit. Pardon my Aldmeri. I quip. Yet at the same time, their elite forces are quite frankly ridiculous, so requesting some of the more adventurous among their ranks to help us should not be too hard. We all turn to contemplative silence after that. That is until Falk breaks it with his question, "And what of your own forces, Lord Dagoth?" I chuckle. What exactly are you expecting me to say? I have a dozen guards, 3 household warriors, and just as many half-restored Falmer Magi. My house is not nearly as powerful as the name suggests. I am sorry, Falk raises a hand. My ears don't seem to be working right, but I swear I have just heard you mention having Falmer in your ranks. You heard correctly. I state simply, I do believe you had the pleasure of meeting Nightshade. Torrig tilts his head, short, pale, white hair. Indeed, I nod, that was a Falmer. Both of them stare at me for what would have been an uncomfortable amount of time if I gave a shit about such things. Finally, Falk grumbles something inaudible and says, I will just pretend that such things are to be expected for the sake of my mind and that of my king. Even Torrig looks at him weirdly for that one. How many of these Falmer are you capable of recruiting to the cause? I sigh. It has been incredibly slow going. Only the magically capable among them can be transformed for now, and they are not nearly strong enough to make up for the number deficiency. But, I interrupt any further questions, you have no need to worry as I have a cunning plan. Both of the poor Nords sigh in perfect sync. I am going to reenact the cult of the Sixth House in the Grey Quarter. I state simply. Surprisingly, this was not a declaration of rebellion by me, as the House of Dagoth was still a member of the Empire due to the high autonomy the great houses enjoyed, and my father being a legate. In other terms, I had every right to establish myself within the Empire, and no one could do a thing about it. Once more, I am greeted with perfect synchronicity. Oh. I returned to Winterhold as soon as I assured the two Nords I wasn't about to cause a plague in Windhelm. The last couple of days were tiring, and the only thing I wanted at this point was to go to sleep and just forget all my problems, for but a moment. That was not to be, as a college apprentice, in the form of Fishy accosted me, the moment it was known I had returned. Apparently the Archmage wanted me to join him in his quarters. Far more curious than tired, I made my way into the college and up the central tower. All right, Gramps, what did you need? I ask aloud as I enter the opulent chamber. The old Dunmer says nothing, but simply approaches me and offers a hug. Oh, he invited me to sit and then offered all the advice for dealing with the situation he possibly could. Honestly, it was kind of funny watching a centuries-old man attempt to be a good grandfather, and it even worked to some extent. The solidarity he offered helped far more than I could have ever expected it to. We spent hours talking about our woes, and both felt lighter for it. Naturally, the solemn atmosphere was utterly crushed into the dirt when Minthara decided it was the perfect time to interrupt us. At least she had the decency to knock. Hey Raven, I need to talk about something important, she says without any preamble. I look at Savos. Thank you for the conversation, it helped. He smiles sadly and nods. Minthara and I leave Savos's quarters and emerge atop one of the nearby balconies. All right. What did you want to talk about? I ask. She trails off before seemingly firming her resolve. I have learned that my family had a house in Bruma with a lot of our history there. I wanted to go and find out as much as I can before the inevitable comes. Minthara's POV. Please don't make this harder than it has to be. I need to go there. I practically pray while he looks at me. So it was fate after all. He mumbles something I fail to hear before looking at me. You do realize this can very well be a plot to draw you into a vulnerable position, right? I clench my fist and sigh. I know, but something tells me there is something important waiting for me there. I try, and likely fail, to offer a reassuring smile. Do not worry, I will be back when I am needed. He huffs, openly rolling his eyes. Of course you will. And then his eyes turn completely serious. I do hope that your source is trustworthy at the very least. I nod. An old family friend from the sprawl. He palms his forehead, seemingly in frustration. Very well, at least make sure to bring some help with you. I chuckle at his worrying. Don't worry, Marco has agreed to come with me. His look practically screams, are you fucking with me right now? But then he huffs and doesn't comment, and instead asks, did you at least make sure your adopted siblings are safe before going around and gallivanting your way into Cyrodiil? I roll my eyes. You were there when I visited them last. They will be fine for a couple of months while I am gone. Yeah, just leave it all to me, why don't you? He grumbles, but there is no heat to it. Right, I say awkwardly, unsure of what to further say. I simply settle on, I guess I will see you later. An amused chuckle leaves him as he bows lightly. But of course, I do hope your little familial search goes well, Miss Earlybeard. What did you just I turned to where he was, but he had already disappeared. This motherfucker. Chapter 194. Interlude I. The Empire stirs. General POV. South of Skyrim, at the center of the fertile heartland of Cyrodiil, stood the greatest city on Nirn. This great city carried many names throughout its long history, but its current residents settled on merely calling it the Imperial City, for that is exactly what it was, the city that was the empire. At the city's center stood an imposing tower, one of the towers that held the world together, in fact, but that was not widely known. The White Gold Tower, or simply the Imperial Palace, was a hive of activity at the moment, for the Emperor had just dismissed a meeting concerning a very dire development. The many nobles of the Imperial Heartland and the members of the Elder Council were unbalanced for but a moment before their interests asserted themselves. Some sought glory in battle and invested their influence into escalating the upcoming conflict. Some sought profit and had already left the palace to prepare their businesses for increased production. Only the rarest among the nobles and councillors, those interested only in the betterment of the empire, held back from immediately reacting. For they were the only ones the emperor would truly listen to and consider the council of. The Elder Council was an ancient edifice of an empire long gone, and the last living Mede had no intention of wasting his time politicking when the nation he bled for was on the verge of collapse. And consider their council, he did. For a day and a night they debated on their course of action, and once again Titus Mede II was left feeling defeated and exhausted, for he could not send his legions north in any kind of real force. The Dominion would take the opportunity without hesitation. All that was left for him was to send all the help he could and wish for the best. A man in his early 50s, wearing the armor of a legionary general, strode through the ancient halls of white gold at a brusque pace, his back straight and his eyes firm with resolve and experience. The Penitus Oculatus guards did not even deign to look at him as they waved him into the office of the emperor. Failures, all of them, thought the general with disdain. "Ah, Servius, it is good that you arrived promptly," greeted Emperor Titus Mede II, though his light joviality could not hide the tired bags under the man's eyes. "Sir," the general saluted simply. His emperor sighed lightly, but did not correct the stubborn soldier. "I trust that you know why you are here." The general nodded. "The unrest in Skyrim is my only guess." "And you guess correctly, Servius." Titus nodded before his expression turned completely serious. "I shall be blunt, for we have no time to waste. Skyrim must remain within the Empire, or the Empire shall fall like a house made of cards. I have considered my options and found that I trust only one person to ensure such a fate does not come to pass. The Empire must stand, and you, Servius, shall make sure of it." The general nodded without hesitation. "Step forward," the emperor commanded. He did so. The emperor folds an ornately written scroll and presents it to the soldier. "You are hereby ordered to take command of 6 legionary cohorts, their composition left to your discretion, and march north to Skyrim. You are to aid the High King in organizing his forces and take over recruitment efforts for the legion. You are to aid them in strategy and in battle as you see fit. But beyond all that, your primary task, superseding all others, is to make sure that Skyrim remains a part of the Empire, no matter the cost. Do you accept your orders, General?" "I do." The general saluted immediately before narrowing his eyes. "Though I must question the size of the force you are giving me, am I expected to make do almost entirely with local forces?" The emperor's expression turned conspiratorial. "No, dear Servius, you are to expand the Imperial Legion while ensuring peace in Skyrim. Even after you are done, you are to keep expanding the Legion. Do you understand my meaning?" Servius's smirk was an almost imperceptible thing. "I shall endeavor to ensure that the Legion is ready to follow your plans for the Empire after my task is done." His light smirk turned into a frown. "Still, are 6 cohorts really the only support I can expect? Could you at least not ensure help from the other provinces?" To the general's great surprise, the emperor chuckled at his question. "That is the thing, Servius. It would appear that young Torig has already made indirect overtures to 2 provinces. Servius stared at his old friend, but noticing that he was not about to volunteer the information, he sighed. "Please elaborate." Titus held back another chuckle at his friend's reaction. "Messages have already been sent to the Lords of Evermore, Johanna and Way Rest, requesting their knightly orders assistance in return for a combined expedition against the Reachmen after the Civil War. They have so far been received rather well, and 24 knights have already left Evermore and are traveling to Markarth as we speak." The general hummed in satisfaction before his honed mind reminded him of another thing his liege had said. You spoke of another province. I do not believe Morrowind is ready to send help, even if our previous overtures were accepted by House Redoran. The Emperor smiled in approval. Indeed, even if they accepted potential reintegration in return for food aid, their warriors are all occupied with their constant border conflict with the Argonians. His smile then turned into a contemplative expression. Torrig was able to secure the aid of one great house, however. Servius's mind whirled for a moment before he spoke. The only house besides Redoran that would be of any real use would be the Telvanni, and I sincerely doubt they would even consider sending aid. And you would be right to doubt Servius. Titus agreed easily. The house he recruited was none other than House Dagoth. The general's eyes narrowed. Is this some kind of jest, Titus? That house has only one member remaining after the incident, and I sincerely doubt that said member has any love for the Empire. He outright scowled, and even then the child is exactly that. How would he matter in any meaningful way? You have read the reports on Torrig's most recent expedition against the Reachmen, no? Titus asked instead of explaining himself. Servius nodded and immediately started considering the implications. His mind whirled at incredible speeds as the dots started connecting themselves. Barely a moment after the Emperor spoke, Servius's eyes snapped to his Viron's son is Raven Flametongue. Indeed, the Emperor's smile didn't reach his eyes. Someone who can easily be called an archmage before he even reached 2 decades of age, and Torrig has managed to get him on his side. There is something you are not telling me here, Servius stated bluntly. As perceptive as always, my friend. Titus stated in turn. There is one little detail that I may have omitted. Servius simply stared at his friend, his eyes as hard as iron. Titus smirked and added the lightest dramatic inflection to his tone. All the information I have on Viron's son was provided to my spy by none other than an official Morag Tong agent. What did he do to enrage the Morag Tong? Servius asked immediately. Oh ho ho ho! The Emperor chuckled loudly. My dear Servius, the information bore his personal sigil and signature. Oh. The general surmised his feelings perfectly. Quite, the elder said with amusement, which easily tells me there is far more than he was willing to share with us. Thankfully, he seems receptive to our cooperation and understands the necessity of the incident's cover-up. He must want something in return for his help, Servius points out. That he does. Titus reveals easily, though it is not something that I find trouble giving him. Put it out of your mind, Servius. As you say. The general nodded. Will that be all, my emperor? Not quite. There is a recruit with great potential I would like you to bring north. Who do you have in mind? One Tiberius Gracchus, Titus informed him. Julius's brat. Servius scowled. Wasn't he spoiled beyond repair? Simply confirm my recommendation on your own, you might be surprised. The Emperor waved him off, and his aura shifted to that of a seasoned emperor, one used to being in complete command. Now then, General Servius Tullius, I believe you have your orders. General Tullius firmly saluted his liege. He would complete his task, or die trying. A tall, well-built young Imperial lounged lazily atop an opulent seat, feasting on food most would consider outright decadent, while dozens of people went through harsh training and sparring against each other. Well, some may call them people, but in truth they were Daedra. That young Tiberius forced into Imperial-esque armor and then had them run drills ad nauseum. His own glorious legion, he called them, and his belief in himself was so potent that some of the mad Daedra even begun liking their new situation. The life of a mage was indeed worthwhile. Thought Tiberius as a beautiful Dremora, likely one of Azura's own, fed him grapes from his father's vineyard. The sound of the courtyard's doors opening distracted the young man from his enjoyment, and he spoke without turning. Kindly inform my father that I have finished my exercises for the day. Whoever walked up to him stilled for a moment before speaking in a steely tone that Tiberius would never forget. I might just do that. In what might as well could be the blink of an eye, Tiberius stood at attention before General Tullius. A crisp salute already in motion. Greetings, General. The middle-aged general looked at him unimpressed. Nay, he looked at the entire gathering unimpressed, not the least bit intimidated while being surrounded by literal demons. You have been chosen to join me in the Skyrim civil war as a junior officer. You are to pack up as swiftly as possible. Before Tullius could blink, the Daedra had already formed up behind Tiberius, a trio of scamps already carrying bags and backpacks with the young man's possessions. "When do we move out?" Tiberius asked with the intensity of an orc. This time the steely gaze of the general relented for but a moment. Something that was as rare as a reasonable Thalmor happened. Servius Tullius looked at the young man with approval clear in his eyes. "Immediately," he said, and they both begun their long march. Chapter 195, Interlude 2. Donning the Stormcloak. A tall blonde Nord winced in pain as he marched on the road leading up to Windhelm. His face was covered in bruises, and his left eye was almost black from a punch he received in his most recent fight. He frowned deeply upon thinking of it, causing himself to wince once more due to the movement. Rumors of Ulfric's righteous uprising had spread like wildfire, but they all seemed as if spun by a spider. All spoken in such a way to cite the Stormcloak as a fool and someone without honor. This was the third time he had to fight someone over their words. Why in Talos's name could they not understand that Skyrim needed to be freed from foreign usurpers? Were they all so blinded by greed and the words of the Thalmor that they could not understand that their culture was slowly being consumed by the Imperials? The man shook his head. Overthinking things would not solve the problem, only honorable battle would. Ever since he left his home village, his young inquisitive mind kept making him ask uncomfortable questions about the cause. Ever since he faced his oldest friend and spared his life despite him deciding to join the Legion, the blonde man had been clouded with doubt. But that was just the thing, wasn't it? Everything happening all around him was orchestrated by foreigners to make good Nords doubt themselves and submit as slaves to their machinations. He could not allow doubts to cloud his judgment. Skyrim would be freed, and that was all he needed to know. Deep in his contemplations, he hadn't noticed that he had already crossed the great bridge of Windhelm, and only someone standing in front of him brought him out of his thoughts. "Greetings, brother." The gate guard welcomed him seriously. "Here to join the cause?" "Yes." The man nodded. "Someone has to fight for our freedom." The guardsman nodded, as if expecting the answer. "Good, got to show those bloody elves and their puppets what for, eh?" The man nearly winced at the guard's words. He cared not if someone was an elf or not, but most of his brothers in the cause hated elves with a passion. He only cared for their culture and way of life, and he did so more than he did for protecting the elves. "Right you are, brother," he said with what he hoped was convincing enough cheer. The guardsman was either too tired or just didn't care, for he merely brought out a board with some parchment upon it. "Name and place of birth." "Ralof of Riverwood," the blonde answered. "You take everyone's name?" "Bah!" The guard sniffed. "The Jarl, King wants to have a list of his men and has me writing even if I can barely scratch 2 letters together. Don't you worry about me. If it helps us kick the bloody elves back into their holes, I'd do it all over again." He finishes writing the name down and waves his hand toward the gate. "In you go then. You came at an opportune moment as well. The king is holding a ceremony. Best not miss it, lad." "My thanks, brother." Ralof thanked the man and walked into the city. Windhelm was far busier than it had been in decades, or at least that is what young Ralof thought as he walked down the ancient city's streets. Young lads and lasses ran about the place carrying supplies, while many of the newly formed Stormcloaks patrolled the streets, while singing of ancient battles and encouraging each other. Something told him things would not remain so jovial for very long. As he passed through the eastern path leading to the palace, he chanced upon one of the entrances to the Grey Quarter, a place that to his knowledge housed the greatest number of elves in Skyrim. Guards stood vigilant and in full arms and armor, guarding against something. What that something was, he could not say. A small, malnourished Dunmer child attempted to exit the district with desperation in her eyes, only for one of the guards to near slam her away with his shield, thankfully not breaking any bones or teeth. The child looked at the guards with eyes that had no tears left to cry out, and Ralof had to force himself to look away. He managed to do so for all of an entire second before cursing himself and approaching the scene. His father had taught him better than to look away from injustice. The guards seemed to notice him. "Hail, brother." The one that struck the child greeted him. "Do you need something?" "Why did you hit the child?" Ralof demanded fiercely. The man, seemingly taken aback, scowled. "Cursed thing wants to pollute our city with its presence. I ain't letting the thing poison my family." "She is but a child," Ralof near hisses. The guard spits onto the ground. "Give her some fucking food if you want, then. I am not letting her through." Ralof passes near him wordlessly before kneeling before the girl, who slowly manages to get up from the ground. He slowly brings out his bag and wordlessly offers her some bread and jerky. She says nothing, but her eyes offer all the thanks would ever need as she quickly grabs the offered food and runs away as fast as her stick-thin legs would carry her. Just as Ralof is about to leave, he hears the guard, "Serves you right, fucking elf lover." Not even a word of thanks. Something snaps within Ralof as he approaches the guard menacingly. It only now dawns on him that the man is a head shorter than him. Be glad that armor gives you the authority to act like a fucking justiciar, because if you did something like that, I would have had your head. The guardsman scowled. "The fuck did you just call me?" "I called you no better than the Thalmor we fight." Ralof did not desist. "Nords are supposed to be better than those monsters." The guard looks just about ready to attack him for the insult, but the other one finally intervenes by placing a hand on his colleague's shoulders. "Calm yourself, boy." Only now did Ralof take a look at the other guard, foolish of him as it was, and he beheld a weathered greybeard staring at him with appraising eyes. "You do understand, lad, that this isn't by far the worst you will see in this war?" the greybeard asks him, his eyes full of wisdom and experience. The old man taps the other guard's shoulder again. "Conflict will make honorless fools of all of us long before it is over, and we shall all do something as shameful as he just did before our time comes." The younger guard scowls, but his eyes lower for a fraction of a second. "And why did you not stop him if you consider his actions to be without honor?" Ralof questioned with more heat than he intended. "Because I wanted to take a measure of you." Those ancient eyes twinkled with wisdom. The younger guard seemingly understood the hidden message and outright tried to hide his face in shame. "You noticed me that fast?" Ralof asked with a mix of awe and fear. The old man nodded. "'Twould be odd for a mage of my strength not to see you. Grimnir Shattershield is the name, lad." Ralof, momentarily cursing his lack of perceptiveness, looked over the man once again, and only after a long search did he notice the lightly shimmering jewelry on the man's fingers and around his neck, coupled with parts of his armor extending into robes. Not being able to unhear what has been said, he suddenly felt very small in front of the legendary war mage. "No need for that look, young man." Grimnir waved him off with a cheer only the elderly could possess. "I like the look in your eyes. You have spirit." He caressed his beard, seemingly in thought. "Yes, I think I could make use of you." Ralof, understanding that the man was offering him a place under his command, couldn't help but smile like a child in a weapons shop. "It would be my honor, sir." "Keep that spirit, lad. You will need it." The old man smiled. "Now off with you." He didn't need to be told twice and immediately went to leave. As he was about to make a turn left, he heard the sound of a hard smack happening behind him and turned around to see the younger guard on the ground, clutching his mouth while his teeth were spread on the bloody snow. Grimnir stood over him with utter fury in his eyes, said eyes slowly lifted to Ralof's. They stared at each other, one with respect and the other with wisdom. Ralof was the first to turn away, and he left toward the recruitment center near the palace, his faith in the cause restored by the old man's actions. Ralof walked alongside many others, a steel axe and round wooden shield in his hands, all gifted to him and his new shield brothers from the king's own armory. He wanted to take heart in that, the fact that they weren't all just left to fight with their kitchen knives, even if most would. But his father's teachings led him to understand that the king had been preparing for this for a long time. He was left feeling conflicted between a possible avoidance of the civil war and respect for Ulfric and his foresight. Not that his thought on it would matter at this point, as his group passed by 3 Thalmor heads on spikes, the retired justiciars of Windhelm, and exited the passage, leading into the yard of the Temple of Talos. And there he stood in full battle armor, sans his helm, Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak, the rightful High King and future liberator of Skyrim. The king beheld his men for a moment, his eyes full of heroic resolve, and he finally spoke, "Welcome, my brothers and sisters." He greeted them, his voice as firm as the stone he stood upon. "I have shouted out my call to arms against foreign invaders to the very skies, and you, my honored shield siblings, have answered." A cheer greeted the proclamation. "For too long have we sat meekly while our people were exploited by outsiders. For too long has our culture become nothing more than that of Cyrodiil and their decadent nobles." A series of boos and outright spitting on the ground greeted his words. "Well, no more I say," Ulfric proclaimed. "No more shall we be sheep to be shorn for the benefit of those weaker than us. No more shall Skyrim suffer under the oppression of elves or those who serve them." The cheer that followed was deafening. "Join me, O Nords of Skyrim," Ulfric continued, "join me as my Stormcloaks, and we shall drive back our enemies. And should we fall in battle, we shall feast. We shall feast with our honored ancestors, sitting proudly with the heroes of old in Sovngarde. Stormcloak, Stormcloak, Stormcloak." The chant of thousands of voices echoed through the city of kings. Soon bolts of blue fabric were brought out, and all the recruits were instructed to wrap it around their armor. The Stormcloak was cut in a practical fashion and was more of a hood and sash than a real cloak, but it was enough to show allegiance and keep someone somewhat warm. As Ralof donned the cloak, he understood there was no going back. All that remained now was victory or Sovngarde. Chapter 196, Interlude 3, Shady Happenings. A hooded figure clad in a grey traveller's cloak sat in the corner of Dawnstar's most prominent inn, patiently listening to the fruits of his labour. "Is it true what they say, that the Jarl is the one behind the nightmares?" One of the patrons asked the innkeeper in a hushed tone, the others pointedly ignoring the known rabble-rouser. The innkeeper nearly smacked the man as he hissed quietly, "Keep your voice down, you dolt. We don't want the guards offing us for causing sedition because your drunk ass can't keep his mouth shut." "Feck off, you milk drinker." The patron half spoke, half burped. "I just want to know if they say is true." The owner of the establishment looked around warily before answering in a whisper, "They say he was cursed with nightmares and made a deal with a Daedra to let him off. The madman even let a bloody mythic dawn cultist into the city walls, so something must be off." "Bloody feckin' nobles," the patron cursed. "Think he sold his soul to Dagon too?" The innkeeper shrugged while cleaning a mug. "How should I know? Do I look like a vigilant of Stendar to you?" "Oh, pardon me, your eminence." The patron pointed at him with sarcasm. "I didn't know you Dibellan whores were so uppity about your station." A wet rag smacked into his face, causing him to gurgle, "Shut your trap, Bran, or I will tell everyone your arse is looking for customers." The hooded stranger tuned the conversation out and turned to his companion. Red eyes met red eyes as he asked, "When do the stores close again?" "When is the meetup scheduled?" "Hour or so before sundown." The other responded offhandedly, 1800 sharp. The stranger sighed, "Feh, I'd hoped to stock up on some potions for the road. Do you have the supplies?" "Fear not, friend," his companion responded jovially. "I have a couple on hand." "Yes." "Well then, we might as well get going. Those wolves won't skin themselves." He took a final sip of his ale, left a tip on the table, and stood to leave. As the duo of shady figures left the walls of Dawnstar and made sure that no one followed them on their hunt, the first removed the cowl hiding his grey face and spat on the ground. "By the webweaver, if I have to listen to another bloody drunk propositioning the innkeep, I will lose it. Bloody Nawaz. Come now, Jackal, they won't get at each other's throats without a bit of prodding." His companion patted his back lightly. "Easy for you to say, Fox. You don't have to listen to them blabber on for hours on end about their fucking god all the damn time. The so-called Jackal huffs, 'Oh Talos this, oh Talos that.' It is almost as if they forget they have 8 other gods to worship all of a sudden. What else do you expect of Nords?" Fox rolls his eyes. Jackal gives him an incredulous look at this. You say that, but you are the one that got close to that scary fucker Tolfdir before we entered our new Lord's service. Fox outright shivers. Fuck, I still remember the look he gave me when I even thought about sneaking into the college. That fucker is as much a Nord as we are Ale no Fey. Ain't that a fact? Jackal hums in agreement. As if choreographed, the duo made a turn, stumbled into each other, and suddenly disappeared behind a tree. One swift roll later, they found themselves in a magically excavated chamber under the ground. A trio of their colleagues staring down at them, while another sat nearby disinterestedly reading through reports. Upon noticing the fourth person, both of the new arrivals saluted. Without even looking at them, the seated Dunmer commanded, "Fox, Jackal, report." It was Jackal who spoke first. Rumors are getting some traction in Dawnstar, but the guards are coming down on them hard. They beat anyone they hear, even whispering about it. Good, their superior comments. I am sorry, sir, but how exactly is that good? Jackal asks with some confusion. All he sees is his hard work getting undone. The seated Dunmer finally looked up at the duo. If the guards beat anyone who speaks about it, then they will obviously think there is at least something to the rumors. Not everyone will understand the need for wartime discipline. Davos explains easily. Ah, I see. Jackal looks at his commander with newfound respect, something which Davos ignores in favor of getting back to business, Fox. Fox takes a step forward. 2 raiding boats have been sabotaged, and many ropes have accidentally fallen into a nearby fire. There have also been an almost suspicious amount of avalanches when their scouting parties are about to find something interesting. Just keep it at almost suspicious. We don't want them actively looking for us. Davos orders before turning to one of the others. Your report, Hound? A rather tiny woman speaks up. Trolls around Windhelm have suddenly turned a lot more bloodthirsty. But any attempts at spreading rumors within the city are not successful. As expected, Davos waves it off. If they allowed rumors in the center of their movement, I would doubt Ulfric's competence even more than my lord already does. He writes something down before speaking once more. Snake. A very thin yet tall man near whispers, Falkreath is already in something of an internal conflict between uncle and nephew. Rumors of the Jarl's infirmity were enough to get many of them to refuse the call to arms, most notably a large number of the local rangers. Promising. Davos smirks. Mudcrab, what news of our friend Maven? A man so incredibly average it was an achievement in and of itself speaks. The rift is too big for our work to make too much of an impact so early on, but a large number of supplies has already been taken by bandits or lost to undisciplined troops, something the wise lawgiver chose to punish most cruelly. Davos hums. That is acceptable. We don't want Maven revealing too much of her hand before the time comes. Losing her would be incredibly annoying and replacing her near impossible. Suddenly, another individual enters the underground base, but none of those present react overmuch as they immediately recognize her. Davos's eyes turn expectant. Ah, Beetle, how goes your work in the Grey Quarter? A voice so melodious it was no doubt made to enthrall those of a weaker mind, responds, The Lord shall be most pleased indeed. Amberys Rendar, the proprietor of the new Gnesis Corner Club in the Grey Quarter of Windhelm, scowled as he needlessly wiped another unused cup. Things were getting difficult in the quarter, and while he had managed to secure an escape for some of the younger ones, there were still thousands living in abject poverty all around him, and he could only lament his inability to help them. He had become something of a leader in their miserable little community over the recent years. His outside contact he had established by sheer dumb luck, and his ability to get some of the more hated members out of the city without notice was growing more valuable by the day. But since the local lords' rebellion started, the quarter had been practically placed in complete lockdown. They were treated like a literal plague by Ulfric's bandits. Rendar grunted in annoyance as his brows kept creasing without his input. He really should not have accepted his unofficial position. Now he had to feel actually responsible, and that didn't help his aging complexion at all. The chime on his door's ringing interrupted his ever-darkening thoughts. He looked up and was greeted with an unexpected sight. A hooded woman, her eyes the blazing red easily identifying her as one of their people. The surprising part came with the sheer quality of her robes and an odd symbol of a beetle with 3 eyes hiding a sword behind its carapace. He blinked at the odd sight before righting himself and assuming his usual professional smile. "Welcome, Sarah. Here to quench your thirst or your hunger?" "Neither." A melodious voice answered, "I am here to pass to you a message from my superior." The woman offered a sealed letter carrying the same emblem on her robes. "A reclusive noble house, perhaps," Rendar mused as he unsealed the thing with practiced ease. "Sarah Rendar, I am saddened that my missive finds you in such trying times and hope that you have managed to salvage as much of your dignity and that of our people from Ulfric's vile ministrations. While I am unable to liberate our people with haste, I shall not abandon those placed under my protection upon my birth as a noble of Resdain. And so I urge you to aid my following proposal with all your ability so as to assure the continued survival and eventual prosperity of our kin. My agent, who now stands before you, has been given instruction by which to construct a stable portal between a secluded part of the quarter and my own territory. I shall provide our people with food, clothing, weapons, and all other supplies deemed necessary for their preservation, free of any charge or obligation. It would ease my worries if you were to assure the people and lead them into quiet cooperation, so that they may resist and eventually overthrow their oppressors. By the time this war is done, the Dunmer shall have true say in the governance of their homes, so I swear by my name, in my capacity as Champion of Azura, the Webweaver's left hand, Royal Court Mage of Skyrim, Lord Dagoth, signed, your friend Raven." It took Rendar a moment to reboot his mind, but the moment he did so, his eyes snapped to the agent standing before him. He considered the implications of the letter. What was held within could potentially damn the young Mer that sent it his way, but somehow he doubted he would ever be permitted to do such a thing without losing his head, after he lost his sanity, no doubt. But to think the young man would claim to be Lord Dagoth. Rendar knew many a story, such was his nature as an innkeeper, but he never in his many years expected to meet someone from that house as reviled as that one. And to think they of all people would offer aid. His thoughts suddenly came to a stop as he took a deep breath, before laughing out loud at the simplicity of the problem before him. "Does something confuse you, Sarah?" the agent asked politely. "I have but one question," Rendar said seriously. The agent nodded calmly, though she lightly palmed the knife in her hand outside of the innkeep's perception. "Ask your question, Sarah." A grin of enthusiasm not seen on the innkeeper's face for months preceded the simple question, "When do we begin?" Chapter 197. Ripples. Within an ancient, dusty, and near-ruined hall, something that can only be described as a pack of ravenous beasts, wearing human skin, feasting on the flesh of their once brethren, was taking place. Yet to the youthful man sitting at the jagged throne at the hall's head, this was but a nightly occurrence. More refined than his, lesser servants, the brooding man wiped the tiny splotch of blood from his mouth with a silken handkerchief with all the manners of a king. "Tell me, Garan." The man speaks in a calm, soothing voice, yet it is laced with authority. "Have you confirmed the words of those pitiful Altmer?" He seemingly chews on the word before finishing, "diplomats." A well-dressed, one could even say gentlemanly, Dunmer pulls out a scroll with a practiced flourish. "Indeed, my lord. The mortals have begun their war, and I estimate it will last for enough time for the prophecy to occur." "Splendid." The vampiric lord's lip curls up ever so slightly, "and the other matter?" "I have narrowed the position down to Skyrim's central mountain range," Garan Marethi answers dutifully. Lord Harkon Volkihar frowns for a brief instant. "Less than I desired, but it will have to do." He declares, "Call for Orthiolf and Vingalmo." "Pardon my impertinence, my lord?" Garan interjects, "but is it wise to entrust such an important task to those two?" Had anyone else dared question him, Harkon would have no doubt been halfway through draining them of all their life force by this point. But Garan had earned the closest thing the ancient vampire had to trust, so he merely gave him a pointed stare. While I agree that the two fools like to play their games, they are also the most enthusiastic in their pitiful attempts of currying my favor. They will serve their purpose, he states with finality. As you command. The elf bows and moves to accomplish his master's command. Soon. Harkon mutters, already fantasizing about his ages-old desire. A broadly built redguard bashes away an axe swing with his warhammer, pushing his opponent with his forward momentum and ending the light movement with the young lad he was training as own on the ground. You are getting better, boy. Isran, the leader of the newly reforged Dawn Guard, says, while watching the young blonde slowly get up, though there is little actual praise in his tone. The young man, Agmaer, pats his backside in a vain attempt of cleaning himself up, but soon gives up and shyly scratches the back of his head. Thank you, sir. I promise I will not fail you. Isran grunts in a mix of annoyance and dismissal, something the boy gets after only 15 seconds of dumb staring. An improvement since the previous full minute, to be certain. Farm boys and old orcs, Isran mutters with a mix of disdain and disappointment. How am I supposed to kill those monsters with only that? His question is mostly rhetorical, as his eyes narrow with determination. No matter, we will succeed all the same. Done with your little ritual? The familiar cheerful voice of his old associate startles him from behind, though it doesn't show as he turns to face him. Chelan. Isran greets him in his usual gruff tone, one solar cloak and one deep annoyed frown. Later Isran speaks again. I trust you have something to report. The rapid muttering of insane paranoid jackass goes completely ignored as Chelan calms himself. Right. The young Breton man sighs. The vampires from the castle. Volkihar, Isran growls. I don't care what the bats call themselves, they are monsters all the same. Chelan snaps. Isran takes a long breath as to stop his own snapping response before speaking again. It is important to know who and what they are so that we may hunt them down. They are stronger than us, faster than us, and more importantly, far more experienced than us. Each advantage is something that must be explored. Chelan stares at him for a moment before nodding. Fine, fine. The Volhigar. Isran's eye twitches. Have been seen leaving the castle ever since Meridia's temple was destroyed, which was something that we expected, yes, but it was only 3 days ago that a dozen of the creatures left for the mountains north of Whiterun. Isran mulls the report over for a while and then questions, You are certain you were not spotted? Yup. Kellan smirks. I made sure to keep my distance and kept applying that odd tonic you gave me to my armor. Good, Isran grinds out. He is silent for a good while, his face constantly switching from pondering to frowning. Finally he speaks, If they are moving so swiftly, then that means we must move in turn, yet our preparations are not nearly enough. We must recruit more people for the cause. We need a mage, Chelan says immediately, several actually. A mage? Isran frowns, and where will we find the money to hire a mage? His Breton friend waves him off. People are going to be interested in battling the vampires soon enough. You can always promise them payment for later. The bald red guard immediately shakes his head. No, a mage, or better yet, a group of skilled mages of sufficient skill would not work for meager pay or the promise of it. And what about that one that killed Potema resurrected? Chelan asked. He seems like the sort that would go against the undead, considering he is also the court mage to the High King. Before Isran can respond, Chelan raises a finger upwards. It is also said that he has his own force of lesser mages under him. You forget that he is also rumored to be the one that destroyed Meridia's temple and thus causing this entire mess, Isran adds. Chelan smirks. All the more reason to contact him. He spreads his arms. Think about it, Isran. He would probably feel responsible and has the power to openly defy a Daedra. Defeated by his comrade's vicious use of facts and logic, Isran sighs, even the sigh sounding gruffer than necessary. Very well, bring me the messenger bird, and I will invite him. But of course your captainship, sir. Chelan salutes and runs off. Correction. Isran mutters as his comrade leaves him, farm boys, old orcs and children. Yet even as he grouses, there is a glint of amusement in his eyes. Raven's POV. My heart beats in my ears as I force myself into doing yet another push-up. I gasp as I allow myself to fall onto the floor and forcefully roll around while staring at the ceiling. 2 months had passed since the war had begun. and since I was reinstated as court mage. Ever since that moment, the world seemed to move at an increasingly hectic pace, leaving me to spend my days either reading reports, discussing plans, or preparing for the battles to come. The war was going pretty close to what we had predicted earlier. Most of the early skirmishes were still occurring in Falkreath as the forces of the king battered it from the west and north, while the Imperial Legion had recently begun their incursion across the Pale Pass. When I heard about the low number of soldiers they sent to aid us, I almost broke something. But I understood that the current emperor was no fool, and he would use the resources he saved from the civil war to contend with the Dominion. Still frustrating, however, the Stormcloaks had also acted in a manner we expected. Raids and skirmishes erupted across all of the hold borders, but it was all still kept on a small scale, with only dozens of them engaging in battle at a time. The only really large presence of their troops was noted to be in Falkreath, as they were trying their best to delay Imperial reinforcements for as long as they could while they attempted to fortify the forest hold. A foolish venture, but I guess Ulfric was more focused on bleeding us than preserving his own forces. Those young lads he managed to recruit with his propaganda had to get blooded somewhere, right? Speaking of recruits, my house was slowly growing in size, with about a dozen more mere swearing themselves into my service, while a couple hundred of the less combat-inclined Dunmer that escaped Windhelm entered into my employment instead. Winterhold might get crowded soon, and I will also have to make sure it doesn't turn into another cauldron of hate and racism before Ulfric tries to use the situation for his own devices. As for my own advancement, I focused mostly on perfecting my large-scale destruction magic. I had reached the rank of master when I completed the ritual, but I still lacked the spell repertoire to truly make it count, a weakness I cured promptly. During the days after the events in Solitude, I started to feel drowsy and unmotivated. Much like many years ago, depression seemed to try and sink its disgusting claws into me, but I would not allow such a thing to happen. I understood that I fucked up beyond repair, and someone else paid for it. I also lost someone very close to me, but that did not mean I would permit myself to wallow in self-pity and, worse yet, self-blame. So I decided to do the closest thing to what I did back then. I threw myself into training, both physical and magical, exhausting myself at the end of each day and reveling in the constant improvement my unbound status permitted me. And so I found myself in my manor just before midnight, staring at the ceiling and covered in sweat. "Done for today, Sergio?" The voice of my maid, Alyssa, brings me back to Nirn. "That I am," I say, and deactivate the resistance ward I had set up to help me with my training. I take the towel from my obviously excited maid and start wiping myself. Anything happen while I was busy? She stares at me absent-mindedly for a moment before quickly shaking her head. "Sarah Carsus wanted to talk to you about a message." "Oh." I tilt my head. "Did he say it was urgent?" "He did not, but he did seem confused about its origins," she explains. I hum for a moment and then shrug. With a snap of my finger, all of the sweat is gone, and I am fully clothed in my robes. "Thank you for your service, Alyssa. I will be going now." The maid seems almost reluctant as she notices I am suddenly clothed, but merely bows as I leave. Moments later, I am entering my office where Carsus was currently busying himself, writing down some notes on my ever-expanding business. "Alyssa said you had a message for me," I say in lieu of greeting. My steward nods and points his hand toward my table, still scribbling all the while. "Yes, my lord, it is right there on the table, the scroll with the sunburst crest." I leave to his work and grab the scroll while scanning it for magic fuckery. The emblem the scroll is sealed with causes my eyebrows to raise in both surprise and annoyance. "All ready?" I mutter too quietly to be heard. "To Court Mage Raven Flametongue. Your spat with Meridia has had its consequences. The Volkihar clan is rousing, and we are in need of your assistance to combat the undead threat. Signed, Isran, leader of the Dawn Guard." As terse as I expected him to be, but I do not begrudge him his attitude in his line of work. I hold the scroll aloft for a couple of moments longer before I speak to my steward. "Call for Davos, Nightshade, and Alor. It seems a change of plans is in order." The Dunmer gets up immediately, leaving me to my ever-spiraling thoughts of the future. Chapter 198, Uppity Nords and Uppity Magi. Davos appears within my study without a sound, but a moment after Carsus left, the light barely moves as he practically glides through the barely opened doorway. "You called boss," he waves cheerfully. "That I did." I nod in greeting. It seems that the vampire scenario has occurred earlier than we expected. I toss the letter to him with a light push of telekinesis. He grabs it without blinking and swiftly reads through it. This Isran seems like quite the character. He notes with a hint of amusement, "You sure you won't turn him to ash if he speaks to you like this in person?" I give him an odd look. "Do I really appear so unreasonable to you, Davos?" He stares at me blankly, all of the many grievances I inflicted upon him, waiting just at the tip of his tongue, yet he holds back and simply shakes his head. Instead, he focuses on the problem at hand. "So what do you plan on doing?" I lean back into my comfy armchair, completely at ease. "I will naturally go and aid them in butchering the vampires. I sense many gains at the end of that journey, and even without them, I would still help them fight out of necessity." "Fair enough." Davos shrugs. "You did tell me that that particular clan of bloodsuckers is a dangerous one, so getting rid of them is the only reasonable option." "Indubitably," I say in my most pompous drawl possible. "While we wait, you may as well tell me if there is any other news of note." He scowls as he seemingly remembers something. "The Nords in Winterhold are getting antsy." It takes me less than a second to understand his meaning. It is the constant Dunmer immigration, isn't it? He nods and adds with a grumble, "That and the fact that Winterhold is still one of the old holds, and most of those sided with Ulfric. The citizens mostly support the Jarl's choice, but many of the villages and other settlements are far more uppity about the Talos issue." "Yeah, I can see how that would soon turn into a problem." I sigh and light up a cigarette, one very impressive bout of blue smoke. Later I speak again. "I will need you to ensure that Asa stays in power while I am away, even if you have to accident some of the more influential upstarts and spend some money for bribes." I swiftly add after a pause. He sighs, "You are running me ragged here, boss." But a grin soon replaces his previous expression. "But do not worry, I will make sure your little puppet survives the war." I chuckle darkly. See that he does. 3 knocks on the door draw our attention, and after I voice my assent, they open to reveal 2 of the newer guards, both of them armed and armored to my high standard, standing at both sides, and a duo of Falmer walking in. The doors close, and the Falmer bow before me. "My lord." They greet me. Both of them wore robes of white accented with gold, the motif of the sun being the most prominent symbol, in addition to some of my own symbolism, creating a rather odd contrast to those who could recognize such things. "Nightshade." I nod at the short female and then turn to the much taller yet far more nervous male. "Alor, I trust that the 2 of you are doing well." "We are." Nightshade answers, "How may we serve?" "I need the 2 of you to join me for a long-term task." I lean my head onto my hand and look at Alor. "How is your solar magic coming along?" "It goes well, my lord." He barely holds back a stammer. Nightshade simply rolls her eyes at the man's stuttering and states, "High adept level." I smirk at the tall Falmer impressive progress. He looks happy, but my expression swiftly informs him that I was not done. "I will be needing the 2 of you for some vampire hunting. Your sun magic will be very useful in watching my back." "Vampires?" Alor questions with a mix of fear and disgust. "The blood-sucking Daedra worshippers that disdain the sun." I was not at all surprised he didn't immediately know what they were. The poor lad was a literal cave-dwelling goblin until some months ago, and his education would take time. "Precisely the ones." I point at him in approval, though the ones we will be facing are from the oldest still living clan in Skyrim, which is why I feel I will need your support in combat. "Why not summon someone more powerful to aid you? Surely you can recruit a master from the college with sufficient gifts." Nightshade seems to have caught on to my hidden intentions nearly immediately. I smirk at her question, because I suspect we will be coming face to face with some ancient Falmer history by the end of all of this, and thought you might wish to tag along. It takes a moment for her mind to reboot, but she immediately bows as it does. "My thanks for your generosity. We will prepare immediately." We head out in the morning, so you have all the time you need. I wave her off, and the duo of snow elves leave the room with an almost maddened swiftness. Well, that got them all rattled and excited. Davos snarks from his corner of the room. Meh. I shrug, got to ensure their loyalty somehow. Ah, yes, because literally bringing them back to true life is obviously not enough. My right-hand man quips. I give him a pointed look. If things worked like that, no one would ever rebel against any of the Dragonborn dynasties. It takes him a moment to understand my point, but he soon nods. Fair enough, boss. Got anything else for me before I leave? I tilt my head in thought. My eyes snap back to him. How about I see how far you've come with your magic? The mildly terrified gulp I hear does not save him from the 3 hours of magical training I put him through, something I do not regret, as by the end of it he came out with a crow familiar and a discovered talent for conjuration. The despair in his eyes when I dropped a stack of books into his hands would make me chuckle for days to come. Ah, there is just something in the air of the rift that makes the simple act of existence relaxing. I smile contentedly as I ride my fully barded warhorse down one of the less traveled roads in the hold. Alor shivers atop his mule. It is so open here, I feel naked. Nightshade, who had already gotten competent at riding, snorts at her kinsman. You will get used to it soon enough, then you will never wish to return underground. The jittery Falmer continues looking around, like a paranoid loon. All of the restoration tomes I've read in the library say that adaptation takes far longer than that. A fair point, I interject. However, you are failing to take into account the manner in which we turned you into proper mare. Did you not evolve us into an optimal state, my lord? He questions with genuine interest. Nope. I say cheerfully, what I did was revert you to your undamaged and unravaged form. Reverting something back using the memories in one's blood is far easier than imposing evolution where it doesn't truly belong, so you will soon find yourself enjoying the cold far more than before, and your comfort under cave walls shall be replaced with an appreciation for the sun's radiance. He furrows his brows. Does that not mean I would no longer be myself? I shake my head. No, it simply means that your instincts will change to better fit those of your ancestors, and while you may lose some of your advantages underground, you will still retain some of your previous instincts. I see. He trails off, his mind churning with existential questions. We remain silent as we ride even deeper into the wild east of the rift and closer to the Velothi Mountains. It is only half a day later that we notice a number of robed travelers, followed by mercenaries causing a commotion next to a stony rise. I recognize them as the Synod from Cyrodiil, and without a care in the world, I ride up to them and greet them. A fair evening to you, friends. What are you doing so deep in the wild in these trying times? Their leader, a balding robed Imperial, looks at me warily, and who wants to know? His weariness is really unsurprising considering I look like a bloody sorcerer king of old, but I continue pretending like nothing is amiss. Oh, just a curious traveler. He frowns. What we do is none of your business. Kindly leave us to our work, sir traveler. I shake my head. I am afraid not, my good sir. See a bunch of fools from the Synod operating within the territory of the College of Winterhold is not something I can simply let go without questioning. All of them tense up at the mention of the college. The college itself is an anomaly when it comes to magical education, considering that all knowledge is available for what can easily be called a pittance. All other institutes of magic I know about hoard knowledge like a bunch of retarded cultivators. And the Synod, which purports itself as the inheritor to the Mages Guild, is one of the worst when it comes to this self-destructive habit. The leader looks just about ready to start slinging spells, but I simply unleash my presence and half of what I presume to be his apprentices simply faint due to the sensory overload of so much magicka suddenly slamming into them. Do I have your attention now? I ask lazily, my 2 Falmer companions already aiming blizzards at the stunned mercenaries. The sweating old man breathes heavily and, lacking any words, simply nods. Most excellent. I clap my hands and the pressure vanishes. Now then, what are you doing here? He grits his teeth and practically hisses out the answer, we are transporti. Kindly do not lie to me. I interrupt him, my voice still completely relaxed. This time he sighs in defeat. We are seeking the secrets of Mazulft. Oh, okay then. I shrug and nudge my horse into moving forward, my companions wordlessly following behind me. The bewildered old man cannot help but squeak out, "Wait, you aren't going to stop us." I shrug without turning around. Why should I stop you if you will all die without even piercing the initial defenses? My horse enters a trot, and any further questions go ignored. Old Synod Mage's POV. As the monstrous archmage finally leaves, I cannot help but take deep gulps of air. Though my newfound relief is utterly ruined when one of the mercenaries slams his armored arse onto the ground. By the gods, did we just survive pissing off the flame tongue? Another mercenary spits out the water he was drinking and coughs violently. That was him? Aye. The first one answers, fought under him at Haroldstead, bloody elf fought like Ysgramor was on his ass. I turn at the rather talkative mercs and ask, you two know who that was? The one sitting down scoffs at my question, what kind of idiot doesn't? I force myself to ignore the insult, the man is the court mage to the king, and a bloody living legend. Oh. I manage to hold back any outward reaction, but I can feel my cheeks warm up due to the utter shame of being so uninformed. The mercenary takes my silence as an opportunity. We shouldn't enter the ruins. What do you mean? I sputter. Are you saying you are betraying your contract? To my surprise, the man doesn't even look offended at my slight upon his honor. If the flame tongue says we will die in there, then we will damn well die in there. He shakes his head. The man is a total ass. That much I remember from when I was under his command. But he is also not malicious, and most importantly, he knows his shit. I look at my slowly recovering apprentices and once again sigh in defeat. Very well, I guess we will have to content ourselves with exploring some Nordic ruins. Why can things never go as I hope? I lament my foolishness as we start moving once again. Chapter 199. The Dawn Guard. My lord, Alor calls out from behind me as we ride closer and closer to our destination, a question if you do not mind. I briefly look at him and see an expression of focused curiosity, ask, "Can you tell me more about the general abilities of a vampire?" He had already pulled out a thickly bound book and quill. I feel that knowing about our enemy's strengths and weaknesses would be wise before we engage. A wise precaution. I nod. Very well then, vampires are strongest at night and are weakened by natural sunlight to differing degrees depending on their power. Magical sunlight is outright deadly to them. Ah, so that is why you asked about our solar magic. I see. He enthusiastically scribbles as he talks. Indeed, I hum and resume my lesson. They have an affinity for cryomancy, necromancy, and hemomancy, while having a low affinity for fire, and even being vulnerable to pyromancy. Their affinity for restoration of any kind is practically non-existent. They are physically stronger than non-vampires, faster than us, and have a high healing factor which depends on their blood satiety. Speaking of blood satiety, the hungrier they are, the more feral they become. In conclusion, you should either burn them with fire, scorch them with sunlight, or strike them down with silver weapons, preferably by way of stabbing. The sound of furious scribbling and the slow trotting of hooves is all that we hear for the following minutes as the massive nerd called Alor straight up draws multiple diagrams and plans of attack. His hand stops suddenly and he looks at me once again. Why silver weapons specifically? I pull out a large block of iron and start lazily transforming it into a silver spear. Silver is highly poisonous to Daedric and undead creatures, specifically against those who are under greater influence, like the werewolves and vampires. Add to the fact that vampires are also undead, and a silver butter knife will likely serve you better than an ebony blade. I pause for a moment, furrowing my brows. I am not precisely certain as to why silver is so potent against such creatures. It could be its inherent purity and the long-term belief in said purity, or it could be an Aedra, likely Stendar, changing the substance so that mortals may shield themselves from the evils of the world. A set of runes carves itself into the still malleable spear, and I lazily drag a greater soul gem across its surface, enchanting it on the spot. I toss it to a very confused Alor. There you go, this thing should help you channel solar magic and let you stab them good in a pinch. He lowers it into his hands with telekinesis while still gaping at me. Pardon the stupid question, my lord, but did you just create and enchant a spear while riding a horse? I turn my head and smirk at the poor lad. My control over soul energy is the greatest in the world, or so I like to believe. I frown lightly. Even then, it is preferable to use proper facilities, but we are on a bit of a time limit, and I'd rather have you properly armed. You have my deepest thanks, of course. He bows as well as he can while mounted, but Jazz, what I truly wanted to ask is, how does one get that good? I chuckle. Well, in my case, that would be diligence and the blood of a god. I am a bit of a cheat, you see. Before his shoulders can slump in defeat, I add, you could very well reach such a level, but it will take you a lot of money, dedication, and talent. The pure, childish smile on his face that follows my words is infectious. Moments later, Nightshade, who had been riding ahead, finally returns to us and simply states, "We are here." The entrance to the Dayspring Canyon was as incredibly thin as I remembered it to be. So thin, in fact, that I would either have to leave my horse or widen it if I wanted to enter. Better not immediately alarm our hosts, I mutter as I dismount. Tie the horses. We shall move on foot. As we are finished doing just that, Nightshade speaks up. Should one of us not remain to guard them? I wave her off. Do not worry, I have it covered. I point my hand toward the horses and mutter, "Arise." A dozen shades suddenly appear around the rattled mounts. Save for Glitterhoof, of course, he was too majestic to fear even death, and immediately position themselves as to best remain unseen. I receive no further complaints as we skulk through the rock-bound passage. The canyon itself looks resplendent in its summer bloom. There is so much green here, and in combination with the small creek flowing to the east, I would be hard-pressed to even notice the imposing fortress looming above it. I take a deep breath of the pleasant air here and start walking up the dirt path leading toward the fortress. Not a minute later, a well-built older Orseamer steps out from behind a wooden palisade. "Who goes there?" the gruff orc asks. I pull out Isran's letter and levitate it to him. Raven Dagoth here by invitation of Isran of the Dawn Guard. As he grabs the letter, I add, "Kindly tell your friends to stop pointing their crossbows at me. It grows more annoying by the second." The way that the Dawn Guard members surrounding us flinch at my words makes me break out into a fit of chuckles. The orc notices this and grunts while waving his hand in a specific pattern, and soon 6 of his comrades step out of the tree line, their weapons lowered. Apologies for the cautious approach, Court Mage. The orc speaks again. One can never be too prepared when going against vampires. I'd be offended if you were any less paranoid, if I am being honest. I smirk. Can my followers and I pass now, or do we still need to posture for a while? His chuckle reminds me of grinding stones as he steps out of our way and points at the fort. "Welcome to Fort Dawnguard. I hope you enjoy your stay." "Why, thank you," I quip, and continue walking like I own the place, my 2 Falmer vassals being far less relaxed but still keeping up. As we ascend to the large gate, we cross paths with a Breton man. His eyes immediately show excitement as he sees me. "Ah, Thane Raven, I am glad you decided to humor our request. Please follow me." He does not wait for us and barges inside. "Whatever," I shrug and follow behind him. "And now you come here begging for my protection when you have all been discounting my warnings for years." A tall Redguard grows, almost yells at a balding Nord. "And we were all wrong, Isran." The Vigilant of Stendar retorts in despair. "You were right and we were in the wrong. Does it satisfy you now that we have paid for our lack of faith? Are you happy that the Hall of the Vigilant has fallen to the abominations?" He practically hisses at the Redguard. "Ah, so that also happened then. A bunch of Daedra hunters died. How sad." Isran is stunned for a moment before letting out a tired breath. "I never wanted for this to happen. None of us did." The Nord also loses his fire and slumps his shoulders. "Terribly sorry to interrupt your little quarrel there." I insert myself into the conversation while looking at Isran. "I presume you are Isra." I do not even get to finish the sentence as I predict him throwing a sunbolt at me. I do not move or react, partly out of sheer incredulity and partly to show off, as the low adept level spell fizzles out before even touching my robes. My eyebrow twitches violently while Alor points his new spear at the Breton's throat, and Nightshade prepares a rather massive ice storm spell. I must. Isran begins to speak, but I do not allow him to continue as I overcharge a solar blast spell right below his feet, completely blinding everyone in the room. All of them cover their eyes as I glare at the Red Guard, whose own eyes had teared up from the immensely bright burst of light. "How is that for a greeting, you asswipe?" I hiss in annoyance. He wipes his eyes while glaring at me. "I see you are no vampire." "Well, fuck you too." I flip him off. "Didn't think to ask me for confirmation or something before you decided to behave like an overly excited justiciar?" At this, he does turn a bit sheepish and coughs into his fist while forcefully retaking his gruff expression. "Apologies." He states simply, and like nothing happened, he starts his spiel. "Am I to presume you are the royal court mage?" "You presume correctly," I drawl, "Dagoth Raven the Flame-Tongue." I bow mockingly and then point toward my still alert vassals and my followers, Nightshade and Allure. Isran nods. "As you know, I am Isran, the leader of the Dawn Guard. The man next to me is Vigilant Tolan." The Vigilant gives me a very respectful bow as he is introduced, and the Breton currently under threat for his life is called Selan. "You may lower your weapon, Aelor," I tell the Fulmer, who does so without a hint of hesitation. Isran narrows his eyes as he looks at the two snow elves. "You do not look like any elf I've ever seen." "They are Fulmer I rejuvenated," I interrupt harshly. "Let us discuss what we are all here for and not gossip like a bunch of tavern-goers." The Red Guard and I stare at each other for a long while. "Very well," Isran breaks off the stare-down and agrees gruffly. He then turns toward Tolan. "Tell me, Tolan, what is this place you've seen the vampires venturing into, Dim Hollow?" "Yes." Tolan nods. "Dim Hollow Crypt. Brother Adelwald was certain it hid some long-lost vampire secret, hidden within its depths. I have no way to confirm his doubts, but if the vampires are moving about in there, I shudder at what they might find." "A moment, please." I interrupt and just to make certain activate my clairvoyance. Moments later, I get a somewhat positive feeling, confirming my earlier knowledge. Yup, something important should be there. The Vigilant looks at me oddly. "You've seen it?" I tilt my head. "Not really. I got a vague feeling, but it fits with what you have said." Never hurts to get extra confirmation. Isran looks at me with approval. "Then we should move as soon as possible to stop whatever they are doing." "A good enough suggestion." I nod. "Though maybe someone should remain here to ensure you have enough new recruits and whatnot. Having Isran there when Serana wakes up sounds like a recipe for disaster." The Red Guard frowns deeply at my words. "You are right. I need to gather as many people as possible before the vampires start attacking the unguarded villages." The man is an obvious warrior, and no matter how much he may speak about proper preparation, he still seemingly hates administrative work. "Fucking Ulfric," I hear Chelan mutter to my right. Isran ignores him completely and tries to continue speaking, but Tolan cuts him off. "I will go as well." "You sure you want to risk the future of your order in Skyrim?" I ask with doubt in my voice. The man was one of the rare vigilants of Stendar still living in the north after their hall was attacked by the vampires. He looks down. "I must fight to avenge my fallen comrades." "Whatever suits you." I shrug. "The vigilants are an annoyance to my people, so go on ahead and die a glorious death." His eyes narrow, but he doesn't take the bait. "So you seem confident that you will be able to take them on your own." Isran says meaningfully, "Are you certain you do not need assistance?" "Nah." I wave him off flippantly. "Better focus on training your lads up so they can survive a fight against a servant while I go and blast the bigger ones to pieces. Fighting vampires without powerful magic is something only great warriors or great numbers can do." "And good tactics," the Red Guard adds with a smidgen of pride. "That too." I point a finger gun at him, much to his confusion. "So you stay here and train them to shoot properly while I go and see what the bats are all about." As I turn to leave, I suddenly remember something and pull out a tome. Oh, and here is everything I could gather about the Volkihar with my personal notes. I toss it at him, and he seems genuinely grateful. Then I unload about 100 silver ingots on his floor, and here is something for a good old stabbing. Enjoy. I leave the castle with a newfound purpose. The dumbfounded expression on Isran's face keeps me cackling for hours. Chapter 200. Chapter 4, Dim Hollow, Part 1. Here we are, sir, the Lord Stone, just as you asked. The gruff Nord goat herder informs me while pointing at a stone platform in the distance. You have my thanks, Eskel. I summon a pouch of septims and toss it his way. Safe travels. He swiftly pockets the money and nods. Kind guide your path. He offers his blessing as he walks away. As the man finally disappears from our sight, Nightshade speaks up. Our destination is near, yes? Some ways east. I answer as I start walking. We had once again left our horses in a nearby village and hired the goat herder to guide us up the steep mountain. My sight tells me we will be there in about an hour. She remains silent and simply enjoys the cold winds as we walk. Naturally, the silence is broken not long after by the overly enthusiastic and overly curious Aelor. If you don't mind me asking, sir, it was becoming his catchphrase at this point, why did we let the so-called vigilant go on his own? Who was he? Oh, Tolan, right? His stare was so broken I could have sworn all of his respect for me was lost instantly if not for the headshake that followed it. Just the one, my lord. I simply shrug. His order and my people generally do not like each other due to the Dunmer worship of Daedra. I am known to be in cahoots with two Daedra specifically, and while they are not considered malicious, the vigilants of Stendar generally swing first and ask questions later when it comes to this. The rapid scribbling stops a moment later. Before Aelor can continue his questioning, I raise a finger. You will make sure to hide those notes and encrypt them if you wish to avoid my annoyance. He stares blankly for a moment before understanding my reasoning and nodding rapidly. Of course, my lord. I am not foolish enough to spread your information around. Good, now ask your burning questions. We are getting close. I wave him on. Right. He refocuses on his notes. My guess is you are going to allow the vigilant to batter the vampires for us and thus be rid of two enemies for no cost to yourself. You partly right in thinking that. I tilt my head for a moment while organizing my thoughts. While the vigilants are an annoyance to me, they are not evil nor antagonistic in their intentions. They act aggressively because fearing the Daedra is just plain old good sense. I simply do not find the motivation to exert myself to save the man if he would otherwise die on his own. Besides, we are likely to find something he really doesn't like inside, and I don't want to waste time knocking him out when we do. So all of this is one happy little coincidence then. Aelor raises both his eyebrows, but I note the light tone of amusement in his voice. But of course, I drawl, equally amused, who am I to deny the gifts of the world? We turn silent after that, the Falmer enjoying the cold way too much to keep pestering me. Eventually, my sight informs me that we are close, and soon we find ourselves standing before a stone passage leading deeper into the mountain. Before we stepped inside, I decided to check my progress over the last couple of months. Things were about to get wild, every little bit of strength would count. Stab 26 to 29. Dex 28 to 30. Vit 40 to 46. Mind 52 to 53. Mag 1000 to 1020. Destruction Master plus Siege Magic. All that back-breaking training was definitely paying off, even if I did it mostly for stress relief. Something told me, however, that if I didn't unlock myself last year, my progress would have been less than pitiful. My respect for those who achieved superhuman strength in their lives without my ever-evolving crutches was growing by the minute. The time for such idle thoughts has long since passed. I mentally chide myself, and with a deep breath, my entire demeanor shifts as I take my combat stance. The staff of Magnus appears in my left hand, while my magnificent new blade offers its caress in my right. As I step through the passage, long since freed of stale air, I chuckle at the thought that suddenly strikes me. I wasn't about to be stuck in a cave with a bunch of overpowered vampires. Oh, no. They were about to be stuck in a cave with me. General POV. You will fall B. Ugh! Vigilant Tolan recoils in pain as 5 vampiric claws embed themselves around his heart and moments later rip it out. The vampire that had slain him sneers derisively. The idiot vigilants don't seem to have gotten our message. His compatriot kicks a pile of violet dust next to her feet. Even so, the fool simply charged at us without any plan. He could at least have had the decency to take us seriously before he died, like any other prey. The male vampire chuckles ominously. He did fight well at the very least. Geron and Bressoth were not his match. The two fools deserved their fate. The female kicks the vampire ash again. Mere fledglings have no right being that full of themselves. Ah, but my dear, were you not the same a century ago? The man asks teasingly. She scoffs. And I learned my lesson. Now stop defending their weakness. We both know you enjoyed watching them turn to dust. Ah, that I did. The man chuckles darkly and proceeds to feast on the heart still in his hand. The woman suddenly stiffens. Wait, did you hear that? Her companion narrows his eyes. Bertha, I swear to Baal if this is another one of your... He suddenly stops talking and throws himself away with supernatural speed, leaving his compatriot to get utterly disintegrated by a massive blast of solar magic. He doesn't get the chance to check what is happening as lesser blasts of sunlight start hitting his position. He winces in discomfort as he forces himself deeper into the shadows, the magical barrage stopping not long after. Did we get the filth, my lord? A youthful voice that could easily pass as that of a singer asks as he emerges from the stone outcropping hiding the passage into the cave. Whoever he was questioning doesn't deign him with an answer and merely steps into the cave with the bravado only those of true power hold. The vampire, now crawling on the ceiling, nearly hisses in pain as his eyes snap to the sword that the masked elf held, his every instinct screaming at him to run as far as he can and hide inside a hole for the following millennium. Yet his inborn loyalty for his sire compels him to do everything in his power to strike down the filthy mortal that came to interfere with Lord Harkon's plans. Decision made, he whimpers inwardly at his most likely fate, and decides to try a risky maneuver and take one of the lesser magi as hostage. His eyes snap to the tall and pale elf that spoke previously, and faster than the eye can see, he turns into a swarm of bats and launches himself forward. Yet just as he is about to connect to the pale elf, the shadows surrounding him twist and the masked leader of the invading party appears, his baleful sword pointing lazily at the mass of bats. As the swarm connects with the blade, a loud crack whips at everyone's ears, and Raven finds himself covered in a bunch of vampire dust. His enemy ended in an instant. Raven's POV. Well, I trail off as my robe automatically scrapes off the vampire ash. That was bloody anticlimactic. Alor chuckles, while once more scribbling something down. Well, what did you expect would happen when a vampire was touched by your artifact? It is one thing to know it, and another entirely to see it. I quip back, my jovial mood disappears, and I once more turn serious. Now quickly search the place so that we may proceed. They both snap to it, while I keep my clairvoyance running at 100%. I wasn't about to allow my mistakes to repeat, if I could help it. The road ahead was a set of winding tomb sections, constructed in such a manner to make whoever attempted to breach the place lose themselves within the labyrinth of passages. No doubt the doing of Lady Valerica. The vampires had obviously already found their way through the place, but they did not search it entirely, and now it was going to cost them. I extend my senses outward and feel the large colony of frostbite spiders nesting in a cavern connected to the tomb complex. Every single spider immediately snaps to attention as my mind brushes against their own, and now hundreds of the massive things are bounding down on my foes. Ha, 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 ha. I cannot help but giggle at how exhausted the bloodsuckers will be by the time we reach them. Truly I am as devious as the one that gifted me command over the disgusting hairy insects. What amuses you so, master? Nightshade steps up beside me. I smirk. Oh, nothing, just pests eating at each other. I stalk onwards, completely ignoring my now grumbling vassal. As I walk down the chambers following the one at the entrance, I cannot help but notice the utterly unique architecture within this specific complex. Everything looks more jagged and brutal, with the usual dragon motifs replaced with those of a far more sinister nature. Once again, likely Valerica's doing, even if advertising the fact it was a Volkihar design was utterly foolish, but then again, who am I to judge the ancient hag? Wouldn't that make Serana a hag as well, though? Master, pay attention for Oriel's sake. Nightshade practically screeches at me as she destroys another batch of skeletons. Hmm? Did you say something? I mutter and retract my sword from the gut of a very young-looking, very loudly screaming vampire. Kindly stop admiring the architecture and help us out, Nightshade pleads. Fine, fine, I grouse overdramatically. Ruin my fun, why don't you? My lord, Alor shouts from in front of us. I sigh. What is it this time, Alor? He gives me a very confused look. Weren't we going to kill vampires? Yees! I wave for him to get on with it. He tilts his head in utter confusion. Then why is there a horde of massive spiders currently suffocating them in front of us? I say nothing and merely smirk. Ah! His eyes glint in surprise, as expected of my master. This is going to become a thing, isn't it?